Chapter 1 Supplement with 2 lamb shanks tonight. Question: what should I do if I get reincarnated in an old-school BL novel and am tortured from the first episode to the finale as a minor celebrity? As long as he's not dead, continue taking blood. I'll take responsibility for any problems. The man's voice was indifferent, like an ice pick. Jianli slowly opened his eyes and saw a sharp-featured handsome face. He tried to open his mouth to speak but was interrupted by a doctor in a white coat beside him. Mr. Liu, your younger brother just has some abrasions. There's no need for a blood transfusion. Is that so? The man raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Then store the extra blood in a blood bank for next time. Jianli glanced at the large needle in his arm and then looked up at the emotionless man, his lips trembling slightly. Screw you. What did you say? The man had excellent hearing. He frowned, his gaze falling on the beautiful face lying on the bed, looking somewhat incredulous. I said. Jianli supported himself as he slowly sat up while leisurely pulling out the needle. I want to slap you hard. Before the words were even finished, he swiftly swung his arm and hit the man's face. Taking advantage of everyone's astonishment, he ran barefoot out of the ward. Mao once said, when the enemy is strong and we are weak, we strike and retreat. Jianli wasn't stupid enough to lose 2 large tubes of blood and still confront the man directly. His actions were so fluid that no one could react in time. Only the man whose face had been struck turned his neck slowly, staring at the quickly disappearing slender back shadow in the corridor with sinister eyes, his voice deep and vicious. Let's see how long you can run. Jianli ran out of the private hospital and hailed a taxi with a wave of his hand. As soon as he got in, he felt a dizzy spell. Ha! Even a child could guess that this was a symptom of excessive blood loss. Draw, he couldn't help but curse. If you love drawing so much, sooner or later I'll slit your throat. Shit, I hate dumb protagonists the most. Yes, Jianli has crossed into a book. In his previous life, he was a mercenary for an overseas peacekeeping force who had rescued countless refugees caught in gunfire but died in a bomb ring due to betrayal by the person he trusted the most. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a double-male entertainment industry novel called Imprison Me in Spring, becoming the main character of the same name. Reasonably speaking, as the protagonist, Jianli should be happy and at least stronger than those unfortunate male supporting characters striving to change their fates. But here comes the point. This is an old-school torture novel where the original character was tortured from the first episode all the way to the big finale. The other protagonist, Lu Siki, believed that the mother of the original character knew about his affair yet participated willingly, using every means to seduce his own father and shattered his once harmonious and happy family, leading his mother to suffer from severe depression and eventually commit suicide by slitting her wrist in the bathtub. At only 6 years old, he pushed open the bathroom door and witnessed a horrifying scene. Thus, at a young age, he became mentally distorted and began planning for revenge. When he grew up and took control of the family business, he accidentally discovered that the small-time celebrity, the original character, was the son of the mistress, and that the culprit had already passed away due to illness. With nowhere to vent his hatred, he let loose on the original character and started playing out various confinement and heart-wrenching scenes with escape and chase plots. His methods were crueler than those Myanmar thugs, frequently torturing the original character until death seemed near. This kind of toilet reading material originally intended by Jianli to relieve tension before missions made him choke and become constipated after not finishing 10 chapters, prompting him to start criticizing. What kind of form had he been beaten into that he wouldn't retaliate against insults or strikes, and was even brainwashed into wanting to use physical pain to atone for his mother's sins? In the end, they resolve misunderstandings and get together. It's truly amino acid dehydration, peptide bond. Unable to accept it, Jianli squatted on the toilet, cursing dozens of comments, wishing he could send knife shards to the author, but ended up being blown up by a bomb the next day. Alright. Since I'm here, let's make use of it. If I could have a happy ending with the male protagonist. I'd rather poop upside down. The taxi stopped at the entrance of the apartment building. After paying by phone, the bell rang just as Jianli answered it. Jianli noticed it was his agent and swiped to answer. Jianli, where have you disappeared to? I was taken to donate blood. 1 second after crossing over, the next second I was drugged. Damn, it's really stimulating. Just wait. Next time I won't break your legs, I'll finish you off. The calm tone of his voice betrayed a hint of ferocity, leaving the agent momentarily stunned before she could respond. Has President Lu's younger brother been injured again? Who doesn't know that President Lu's younger brother has panda blood? Such a precious blood type should be well protected, but he often ends up in various accidents, making him a frequent guest at the hospital. Ever since it was discovered that Jianli had the same blood type, he became a walking blood bank. Ready to be called at any time and place upon President Lu's order, serving as a human blood bag. Once or twice was still acceptable, an act of charity. But being subjected to this constant ordeal would frustrate even a deity. As a result, the originally healthy little celebrity is visibly losing weight at an alarming rate. Thinking of this, the agent cautiously asked, I just signed you up for a reality show, a survival challenge. Do you think your body can handle it? Survival challenge? Jian Li recalled for a moment, hesitatingly asking, "Is it, alone we stand?" "Yes," the agent lowered her voice, "it took a lot of effort to secure this opportunity for you. There will be several high-profile celebrities involved, so all you need to do is play as a backdrop. Even if you don't win, you'll get some screen time." With the recent rise in nationalistic sentiment, various masculinization-themed reality shows have become increasingly popular. Many stars seize the chance to establish themselves as tough Asian action heroes or strong female icons. This particular survival challenge, planned by CCTV and named Alone We Stand, claims to bring out the hero in everyone. With unprecedented promotional efforts, it has already garnered immense attention before its premiere. The public voting process to select the guests dominated the hot search list for days. This show is absolutely the top choice for many obscure celebrities to skyrocket to fame. In the original storyline, Jian Li also participated in this program, but due to the chronic forced blood donations, his frail body couldn't keep up with the physical challenges, leading to online criticism calling him the male version of Lin Daiyu, a representation of unhealthy beauty standards with pale, fragile aesthetics. His reputation plummeted from there on and never recovered. Eventually, he was imprisoned by Lu Siki, unable to make public appearances. Recalling this, Jian Li smirked faintly, "No problem, I can participate." "Don't push yourself too hard," the agent was still somewhat worried, "if it doesn't work out, I'll find you another endorsement." "A real man doesn't say he can't." A streak of sunlight fell on Jian Li's face, illuminating his bright carefree smile even more brilliantly. "I'll replenish myself tonight with 2 lamb shanks." Chapter 2, help him become the MVP of 9 Sons Battling for Succession. "Whoa," the agent suddenly dragged out the syllable, "you seem different somehow, huh?" This unrestrained tone was a complete departure from his previous submissive demeanor. Could it be that he'd been driven mad by Mr. Lu? A deathbed recovery? The entertainment circle was too chaotic to contemplate further. Agent Li Lu only knew that Jian Li needed money, and all he could do was provide as many opportunities as possible. Who wouldn't, given that this was the protégé he personally discovered? If he were truly ruined, it would be such a waste of that universally appealing face. Don't get too cocky though. Before filming starts, all guests must pass a physical fitness test. You need to practice hard, don't get eliminated at the last moment. Li Lu worriedly advised. Jian Li's voice, however, was lackadaisical, "Don't worry, this variety show won't disqualify me no matter who they screen out." After all, Lu Siki had already meticulously planned everything. His intention was to make the original body blacker than coal in this show so that he could easily control and manipulate it as he pleased. Now the original body was like a turtle, either willingly jumping into the pot or being forcibly stuffed in with bound hands and feet. Hanging up the call, Jian Li returned to the apartment, stripped off his clothes, and entered the bathroom directly. He intended to rinse himself off and perk back up. As he passed the mirror above the sink, he instinctively stopped and turned around. That face, identical to his own, came into view. Amber-colored pupils shimmered with a misty sheen, a prominent bridge of the nose, invitingly full lips, angular features softened slightly by a gentle touch, slightly upward curving eye-tails, half-smiling, illuminated by warm yellow light that acted like a filter, making his facial features appear even more delicate and handsome. Beautiful almost to the point of not seeming masculine. These were the exact words from Jian Li's teammate. He remembered flipping out right then and there after hearing it, turning around and punching his teammate. "Who are you calling not manly?" Fights were common among mercenaries, but none thought much of it. Yet Jian Li took it to heart and transformed into a relentless fighter. Not only did he ace all the evaluations, earning the title of the most feared mercenary of the year, but a movie was even made based on him, shooting the first gunfight film about peacekeeping forces to try and create Huagua's very own superhero. In his past life, Jian Li proved through actions that he was a hard-as-steel tough guy with abdominal muscles and sharp lines. But what was the result now? All those brutal trainings left wasted after one reincarnation. Annoyed, Jian Li poked his waist, slimmed down to the width of an A4 paper, muttering again, "With a physique like this, who wouldn't step on you but you?" After finishing this sentence, he suddenly raised his arm and swung a punch towards the mirror. Professional combat moves. Though lacking in power, the technique remained. Jian Li nodded satisfactorily and stepped back. "All right, we'll recover slowly." The hellish training mode had been deeply etched into his mind, and even when facing someone who trembled like butterfly wings while doing push-ups, Jian Li still had confidence to train him into the MVP of 9 Sons Battling for Succession within a short time. After a quick shower, Jian Li picked up his phone intending to order some kidney-shaped delicacies to replenish his strength. However, just as he settled into the sofa, the iron door of the apartment was knocked loudly. "Jian Li, come out here. Don't pretend to be dead, I know you're inside. Didn't I tell you to follow Mr. Lu's orders properly, but you insisted on causing trouble? Now, they're suing you for intentional harm and demanding $1 million compensation. You haven't paid off the old debts yet, and now there's new debt. Jian Li, you money-sucking devil, do you want to die?" The clamorous voices made Jian Li roll his eyes. He almost forgot, as the leading character of a tragic romance, apart from being emotionally and physically tormented by the foolish male protagonist, he also had relatives and all sorts of scum constantly coming around to stir things up. And the man ranting outside at this moment was none other than the original owner's father, a compulsive gambler who owed countless debts and sent his own son to play games with Lu Siki. Without waiting for more verbal abuse from outside, Jianli swiftly kicked open the door without a word and delivered a swift kick to the stomach. Lacking power, he compensated with skill. You. Unable to catch his breath, Jian Jingfeng staggered back several steps. He felt as if the kick landed right on his chest, hurting like hell. It took quite some time before he managed to straighten up and glared fiercely at Jianli. You dared to kick your old man? Tired of living, are you? As he spoke, Jian Jingfeng clenched his teeth and charged forward, raising his hand to strike. His domestic violence action was highly skilled, seemingly practiced for years, appearing flawless. But before he got close, Jianli grabbed 3 inches from his wrist joint, and an intense soreness spread throughout his body. Ouch! Let go of me. Jian Jingfeng's face contorted with pain, his mind in turmoil. He couldn't comprehend how his son, who used to wet himself at the sound of his voice while growing up under constant beatings, had suddenly become so intimidating. What? Confused? Jianli, with his free hand, slapped Jian Jingfeng's cheek. Did you expect the wimp who never fought back to actually stand up to you? Bearing a wide grin, Jianli declared freely, sorry, I'm Nuhuluzi Jianli now. And if you don't want an early trip to the crematorium, shut your mouth and behave. After dropping this ultimatum, he shoved him hard again. The father of the original body fell on his bottom, his face filled with malice but too afraid to move forward. You, just wait. You'll pay for this. With that, Jian Jingfeng scurried away. After dealing with his lousy father, Jianli closed the door and started planning his transformation strategy. Time flew by. After 20 days of intensive training, it was finally time for the audition. He stomped on the accelerator of a second-hand domestic car, parked in the basement of the hotel where the show was being prepared, and took the elevator straight to the physical fitness test hall. As soon as he entered the venue, strange looks were thrown at him from all around, including the live streaming cameras. The chat room exploded with comments. Laughs, will Jianli dare to come to such a dangerous reality escape adventure program using real guns? Just look at his sickly frame, I could throw him over my shoulder. Does Mr. Lu know? Does he allow him to show his face publicly? Shouldn't he break his legs instead? I've heard he's been ruined, his body is so weak that he'll definitely be eliminated during the physical tests. Jianli walked toward the preparation area, collected his number, and then sat on a waiting chair. When he looked up again, he noticed some commotion at the entrance as though an important figure was about to appear. Live stream viewers recognized who was coming and became immediately excited. What emperor has arrived? Wasn't he supposed to be shooting abroad? There was no schedule for him, how can he participate in testing? Impressive as always from CCTV1, one grand move secures the audience. With What Emperor joining the show, do we even need to worry about ratings? Is this considered What Emperor's first variety show? Too much hype already? I love What Emperor so much, I'd gladly be his pet dog and stay glued to the live broadcast 36 hours non-stop. Jianli averted his gaze, picked up the mineral water bottle, took a sip, and then sneered dismissively. Does such a flashy entrance matter? All these frail entertainers might even have their abs trained crooked. Before he could finish speaking, he suddenly felt a tall shadow looming over him. Jianli froze momentarily, instinctively looked up, and saw a strongly intrusive face staring down at him. Then he heard a clear, magnetic voice. Do you think my abs are wrong? Would you like to personally give me advice? Jianli's laugh was mechanical, no thanks. After all, to hire the year's strongest mercenary as a coach. That comes with a different price tag. Chapter 3, thought it was the dung cart exploding, turns out it's just you talking. The sharp gazes of the two intersected, and the chat room exploded in comments. Does Jianli have any shame? He's thin as a dog himself but still dares to question our Emperor Hua. Even if he wants to become famous, can he not be so ridiculous? Who doesn't know that Emperor Hua's training video went viral both domestically and internationally? The most famous one is where he hangs midair while shaking a tire. His core strength is simply unbelievable. Raise your hand if you've seen the video, dog-like waist and shark abs, hee. My face turned red and my heart started racing, how embarrassing. I can't even imagine how lucky his girlfriend must be. No, how happy she must be. Exactly. Truly a male Buddha. The director noticed the skyrocketing number of viewers and couldn't help but grin from ear to ear. Great, this is exactly the effect we want. We've hit the peak of discussion right after starting the broadcast. An assistant beside him seemed slightly worried. Is Jianli really up for this? Just don't let him collapse like he did on that last commercial shoot. Even if he can't, he has to, the director suddenly interrupted with a serious expression. Because someone is making him. Who this person was didn't need to be explained by the director. The assistant could guess just by sitting down. Isn't it the biggest financial backer behind The Lone Hero? Just the advertising fees totaled 30 million. Not only were they extravagant spenders, their demands were also peculiar. They insisted on exposing Jian Li's frail image, so weak he can't take care of himself, and ensure he never appeared on any variety show screens again. This all-out smear campaign against such a minor celebrity was the first time the assistant had witnessed something like this. What kind of grudge could they possibly have? Don't waste any more time, start the test. With the director's order, the assistant quickly left the control room. He stood in front of the waiting candidates, picking up the microphone. Everyone, please wait a moment. The soul screening process for The Lone Hero is about to begin. Please do some warm-up exercises first. We will be testing arm strength, core strength, and leg strength shortly, followed by a comprehensive evaluation. Additionally, I would like to emphasize that participants should maintain a calm mindset during this selection process and absolutely must not overexert themselves. If anyone feels unwell, please contact the on-site emergency medical team immediately. The assistant paused, locking his gaze on Jian Li's face, seemingly waiting for him to concede weakness. But after several seconds passed, Jian Li remained unmoved, his prominent eyebrows exuding arrogance. As though suffering from chronic mood syndrome. Assistant. Humph, wait till you get what's coming to you. He shifted his glance, signaling an understanding with the staff beside him. In an instant, someone approached them. First test, 30 push-ups. I'll start reading off the numbers now, and those at the back should prepare yourselves. 1. 30 push-ups. That's easy for those with even a slight foundation in exercise. For others, well, probably not. Upper floor, stop worrying unnecessarily. Just look at the candidates participating in this trial, who here hasn't got a few tricks up their sleeve? That's true. Worry about Jian Li instead. During the previous shooting notice, his arms shook when doing push-ups, flapping around like butterfly wings. I actually feared he'd fly away. Jian Li, just as he'd shaken off the awkward situation, suddenly raised his hand, his attitude polite yet audacious. Excuse me, may I ask? Can I cut in line and take the first test? There were extra practice sessions later in the evening, no point wasting time here. After his words faded, the atmosphere on the scene became abruptly quiet. Everyone turned to Jian Li, staring at him as though he were a fool. The agent standing beside Emperor Hua, brimming with resentment, lowered her voice, mocking tone evident in her words. Xiao Gu, wasn't I right? His brain definitely has problems. After pretending to run into you earlier, now he's rushing to his own death. The cacophony of her voice made Hua Zhao's brow crease faintly. He tilted his head and shot her a sideways glance, instantly silencing her. In the next moment, his refocused gaze on Jian Li grew increasingly murky and indeterminate. The testing host hesitated momentarily as well. Uncertainty filled his voice, this. I need to consult with the others. After all, everyone's time is equally valuable. Number 1 contestant shrugged nonchalantly, clearly looking forward to the drama unfolding. No problem with me. But there's a condition, if you're in such a rush, then all the test items should be done at once. No issue. Jian Li walked to the center of the arena with one hand tucked into his pocket. Before the assistant could say anything, he took off his shirt. Then, he executed textbook-perfect push-ups. Rightfully completing exactly 30 of them. The audience in the live streaming room froze in disbelief. I'm not seeing things, am I? The lines on Jian Li's body are actually smoother than before. It looks like he's gained a layer of muscles. Though not very noticeable, they're certainly there. For me, a girl who dislikes overly muscular men, it's oddly appealing. Pair it with his good looks, and I feel like I might even want to lick him. Roll your tongue and stop licking his face. What muscles? Are you all blind or something? To me, Jian Li is still as pale, weak, and thin as ever. He doesn't even deserve to participate in Lone Hero. Jian Li stood up, clapped his hands, and turned to the assistant. Next test item. Ah. The assistant snapped out of shock and quickly glanced down at the program plan. The next one is the 100-meter sprint, with a standard time of 12 seconds. Alright, the starting point is. Before Jian Li could finish, an icy voice interrupted him from the entrance. No need to test that, Jian Li's running should be fine. After all, he managed to escape after assaulting someone and they haven't caught him yet. Who else could make such a sound except for the male lead? Jian Li turned around coldly and saw Lu Siki slowly walking in, followed by a shorter, pale-faced boy who looked pitiful. Greetings, seniors. My name is Lu Yuanheng, I'm Lu Siki's younger brother, and I've also come to take the test today. I hope everyone can guide me, said the boy while bowing deeply. When he looked up, his expression was pure innocence. As soon as he finished speaking, he ran over to Jian Li's side. Big brother Jian Li, you're amazing. Your stamina is so good, and you were able to complete 30 push-ups in one go. While speaking, Lu Yuanheng attempted to touch his arm affectionately. But Jian Li slapped his hand away, looking at the delicate face with obvious disdain. I thought it was the dung cart exploding just now. On closer listening, it turns out you're the one talking. What? Lu Yuanheng's smile froze on his face. Someone realized what had happened and burst into laughter with a pooh. Upon hearing this, Lu Siki immediately became angry and took quick steps to stand by Lu Yuanhang, shielding him behind himself. Jianli, are you crazy? How dare you speak like that to Xiaoheng? Jianli rolled his eyes. Lu boss, judging by your logic, does your colon connect directly to your brain? Who doesn't know your little brother relies on my blood transfusions to survive? I'm his benefactor. Shouldn't I have the right to decide how I talk to him? Do I need your lessons? Lu Siki's face turned dark with anger, but glancing at the live streaming camera, he suppressed his emotions. Isn't giving blood just something you should do? Why bring it up every time? Tsk tisk, Jianli squinted his eyes and shook his head. Your arrogance must stretch for thousands of miles. The chat room couldn't hold back their amusement any longer. Ha ha ha, didn't know Jianli had this much sass. Let's crown him the strongest verbal attacker. Hee hee, kinda interesting, now I'm actually looking forward to this variety show. Chapter 4, Others cut off their lovers after getting ashore, but you, cut off your agent first. The once meek person who never dared to resist now suddenly talks back with sharp words and arrogance. Lu Ski only felt his chest full of anger burning fiercely, almost about to burst out. In his understanding, the child of a mistress was only worthy of kneeling down to apologize, trying with all one's might to beg for forgiveness. Not like this. Dying on purpose. Jian. Li. Lu Ski roared hoarsely, emanating a dangerous air all over, step by step approaching the prey that was supposed to be under his control. Jianli curled the corner of his mouth, ready to let slip, stupid be calling your dad for what? However, a clear voice preceded them. Private grudges shouldn't be settled here. I still have interviews later, no time to waste with you. Lu Ski turned around sharply upon hearing this, seeing the owner of the voice, his eyes narrowing slightly, Huxiao. He paused for a moment, how come you're here? Interested, wanted to participate, any problems? Huxiao asked curtly with an icy face. Huxiao. Wait a minute. That name sounded familiar. Jianli tilted his head, thought for a second, then suddenly his eyes sparkled. Isn't this guy the only antagonist in the original work who can match Lu Ski? Although not much was written about him, he left a deep impression. Especially later when he took the entertainment circle as a base, rapidly spreading to all industries involved, lasting for a whole year, causing unprecedented stock fluctuations, it could be called a textbook commercial war. The Hua and Lu surnames were the leaders. Of course. Lu Ski had protection from fate, obtaining ultimate victory. But the strength of the other party cannot be underestimated either. Especially in the early stages of the plot, regardless of status in the financial circles or domestic and international reputation, both were something Lu Ski couldn't shake at the moment. So the foolish male lead still had a trace of caution in his eyes. Even if it was just a fleeting glance. No problem. Lu Ski restored his elegant and precious smile, patted the shoulder of Lu Yuanhang behind him, this is my younger brother, during the shooting period, please take good care of him, Xiao Gu. Huxiao cast a casual glance at the obsequious face of Lu Yuanhang, then looked toward Jianli, you can start other projects. Jianli. Indeed the haughty manner showed he was the big villain without a doubt. Upon hearing this, he nodded, pulling a perfunctory grin at the corner of his lips, then immediately headed towards the starting point. Seeing this, the agent beside Emperor Hua criticized again, helped him out of trouble, yet not even a thank you. What kind of ghost? While saying this, he was once again glared at. Oh my god, will my bonus for this month be cancelled? The silently criticizing agent deflated, like a frost-hit Solanaceae plant. But instantly, his eyes became extraordinarily bright. The cow. Could it be that Big Brother Xiao has interest in weak chickens? No wonder he has been single for so many years. It turns out he has this kind of preference. If I had known, I would have also acted humble, triggering Big Brother Xiao's protective instinct. Sigh. Wrong. I've been playing the role of a grandson all along. Why don't I see any compassion from Big Brother Xiao towards me? When the manager Qin Fei was brainstorming these thoughts, Jian Li's testing project had already ended. He quickly walked to the clothes casually thrown on the ground. Picked them up, put them on. Then with hands in his pockets, he strode toward the door. A carefree appearance, seemingly completely indifferent to the test results. However, the fact is that he didn't just meet the standards in all projects, he excelled greatly. Completely breaking the rumor that the original persona was about to enter the variety show through unwritten rules. After all, even the army of marketing accounts had prepared lines, waiting for Jianli to make a fool of himself so they could play freely. But now, they're at a loss. Damn. There's no way to slander him. As they passed each other, Jianli suddenly stopped, eyebrows slightly raised, sorry, can't be your bottom anymore, be careful later, don't have any accidents. Or with your frail body, if selected for the show, people will think your brother paid. Being prejudged according to his own prediction, Lu Yuanhang blushed furiously, you're making it up, I won't. Goodbye, sir. Jianli didn't want to hear his nonsense, turning his back to wave goodbye. His swagger irritated Lu Yuanhang to grind his teeth. But powerless. After all, there are live broadcast cameras behind him, he must maintain good breeding. Brother, my chest hurts. Just as Jianli was about to walk out of the venue, Lu Yuanheng immediately threw himself into Lu Ski's arms. He caught a glimpse out of the corner of his eye of the significantly more muscular back, and a cunning smile instantly flickered on his lips. So fond of my brother that you're willing to grovel shamelessly, seeing this scene will break your heart so much that you'll die, right? Jianli, stop. Apologize to Xiao Heng, or you'll bear the consequences. Lu Ski shouted. At the same moment, he suddenly had a feeling that something was deviating from its intended course, an ominous sense of crisis. But the person he wanted to completely destroy and grind into dust, who he wanted to tightly confine by his side, disappeared at the entrance of the venue as if he hadn't heard anything. The chat room comments started rushing in. What's with these two brothers? So dramatic, like a tearjerker drama. I'm covered in goosebumps. Wait, isn't Lu Yuanheng's blood type very rare, and isn't he also frail and sickly? Why is he participating in Lone Hero? Is he looking for punishment? If someone like him could be selected, it must be because of bringing funds into the production group. Who would have thought his brother is the big sponsor? The CCTV plan show turns out to be just like this. Let's talk about how impressive Jian Li's performance was. He changed his usual weak image, excelling in all the training projects. It's clear he has specially trained. His sincerity deserves recognition. Great. And his cocky attitude too. His spirit is exactly what I like. When Jian Li returned to the apartment, he received a call from his agent Lin Li. As he swiped to answer, Lin's voice came through urgently. Good job, Lao Li. The yang tonics didn't go to waste after all. You've really made me proud. Have the results come out? Jian Li opened the fridge, took out a bottle of mineral water, unscrewed the cap and took a sip. Without a doubt. Lin sounded excited, especially after Lu Yuanheng's test. You're set now. That guy was so funny, doing push-ups caused him to faint. Clearly lacking stamina. If someone like him could be selected, there's definitely foul play behind this reality show. After saying this, he paused and hesitantly asked, did they ask you to give blood? Jian Li grinned, Lu Ski is in my phone's blacklist, he can't reach me temporarily. That's good, Lin sighed in relief, then suddenly thought of something and let out two sinister, hee alright, tell me how you met Emperor Huo. No wonder you've been so assertive recently, you found yourself a new sponsor, eh? You mean Hu Xiao? Me and him, Jian Li leaned into the sofa, hesitating a few seconds before continuing. Lin perked up his ears immediately for gossip, what's going on between you and him? Tell me quickly. Not familiar, Jian Li laughed aloud, but the slanderous remarks you just made about the sponsor, I won't mind passing them along to him. Lin, do you have evidence? I don't admit saying those things. Jian Li, brotherly, I habitually record my calls. Do you think I have evidence? The soldier's instinctive investigative skills weren't easy to change. Fine. Lin felt both irritated and amused, others cut off their lovers after getting ashore. And you cut off your agent first. Chapter 5, I'm your dad. The Solitary Hero production team had an incredible work efficiency. They had just finished the physical tests in the morning, and by night, the list of first season guests was already released. No surprise, Hu Xiao ranked first. This Asian male star with the most appeal mainly focuses on films, usually releasing one per year. Although his output is not high, the quality is top-notch, earning countless international awards. He captivates billions of fans with his extraordinarily handsome looks, perfectly proportioned physique, and superb acting skills. Moreover, he has the support of the mysterious Hu family, wielding vast financial resources and a strong network of connections, becoming an irreplaceable powerful capital within the industry. Such a perfect alpha persona, turning out to be a villain who didn't even survive till the end. Wasn't the original author too biased? Jian Li holding her phone let out a sigh, shaking her head and swiping open another poster. Ranked second, Luo Xiaohong, an action actress actively featured in various film and entertainment programs. It was rumored that she followed the Ame school of martial arts, with every movement exuding the grace of traditional Chinese martial arts, and thus, gaining immense popularity among the youth fond of national culture trends. Ranked third, Yuan Feng, a singer who started from talent shows and participated in several niche web dramas, acquiring quite a reputation. With decent physical fitness, top rankings in various tests, and a sunny, well-structured face, he was seen as highly malleable talent. He was recently eyed by investors and showing significant upward momentum. There were also two celebrities tied for fourth place, Shi Huai and Zhou Nan, who enjoyed good relations in the industry and boasted a robust fan base. Even though they were approaching middle age in their 30s, reviving their fame through reality TV would not be problematic. Sixth place belonged to Jian Li herself, no further introduction needed. The top-ranked super mercenary on KP, reliable beyond measure. And last but certainly not least, Lu Yuanheng. Looking at the poster that smirked like some tea girl, green tea bitch, Jian Li's lips curled into a sly smile. Did this jerk want to die after tormenting my former self so harshly? In that case, I wouldn't mind lending a hand. Inside Lu family's villa. After the broker reported the rankings, Lu Yuanhang immediately smashed his tablet, malice flashing in his eyes. Why am I the last one? How is Jianli better than me? Is the solitary hero crew really that funny? Do they want the show to fail or what? The agent gave him a worried glance, while inwardly cursing. You're the real joke. Faking a faint during push-ups. Not finishing last. Should they crown you instead? Then publicly announce you bought your way in? With that in mind, he quickly switched to a flattery-filled smile. Mr. Lu, don't rush. This is just the beginning. As long as you can get on the show, won't it be easy to deal with Jianli? Don't forget, the entire filming site will be staffed by people arranged by your older brother. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhang's expression softened slightly as he nodded. I trust that my brother will handle everything appropriately. To turn Jianli, that wretch, into internet hate bait. Then completely erase her from mine and my brother's sight. Actually, hating Jianli has nothing to do with whether my mother is someone else's mistress. Nor does it involve any kind of revenge for a foster mother who shares no blood relation with me. It's all because of Lu Ski. Even though the latter constantly claims hatred toward Jianli, desiring to see her torn apart and suffer in hell for eternity. But in reality, each time Lu Ski looks at her, there's unmistakable conflict in his eyes. As if love could spark from hate anytime. No. Lu Ski can only be mine. The position of Mrs. Lu must belong solely to me. What is Jianli supposed to be? Daring to compete against me? You'll eventually pay dearly for this. As his internal monologue deepened, Lu Yuanhang revealed a sickly grin on his pale face. Can't wait for filming to start. Can't wait to crush that little ant underfoot. 2 days later, Solitary Hero aired right on schedule. Branded as the first ever 24-hour non-stop adventure survival reality show live stream, even the mere gathering at the hotel drew hundreds of thousands of fans waiting anxiously. Before any guest made an appearance, chat comments had already filled the screen. The debate over the last place and the runner-up never ceased for 2 days. Isn't this so unfair? Lu Yuanhang can still have a participation spot when he fainted? What are other contestants supposed to think? Jianli could join, why can't Lu Yuanhang? Besides, this is a growth-based reality show. If all the participants were top tier from the get-go, what fun would it be? The person above is right, and hasn't Lu Yuanhang also clarified things? The production team gave him this opportunity so he could grow through the variety show and become a real, solitary hero. Isn't that the ultimate goal of CCTV in launching this show? He'd better quickly turn into a solitary hero, stop always craving others' energy. Anyway, whoever can't handle it will be eliminated, crying one's eyes out won't help. Is Jianli your dad? Why do you keep defending him? Whether or not he's my dad, I don't know, but he definitely is Lu Yuanhang's dad. After all, only a real father would keep supplying him with opportunities like this endlessly. Putting down her phone, Jianli's agent, Li Lin, patted her on the shoulder with satisfaction. Finally, there are some people willing to speak up for you. This time on the show, try your best to change your weak image and strive to break through 5 digits in fans. Also, his voice paused, lowering, stay away from Lu Yuanhang, be careful of his manipulative tricks. Don't give him your energy after all the hard work we've done to fatten you up. Jianli, gazing out of the window, smiled faintly. Relax, old Li. There's no way other than me smacking him around and letting him bleed. Li Lin looked at her self-assured profile and sighed silently, hoping everything would go as wished. The car pulled up in front of the hotel, and Jianli got out with her suitcase. The waiting cameraman immediately rushed over, ready to zoom in for a close-up, but were interrupted by an obvious scene-stealing voice. Brother Jianli, what a coincidence, we arrived together. Hearing this, Jianli lazily turned her head, catching sight of the 2 Lu brothers standing close together. She waved dismissively, don't talk to me. Lu Yuanhang blinked innocently, is brother Jianli sick? He doesn't look well. My body's fine, Jianli glanced away, walking toward the hotel herself. I just feel nauseous seeing the 2 of you. Is this still my brother Jianli? Why are you treating me this way? Lu Yuanhang acted hurt, his slightly red eyes perfectly aligned with the camera lens. Just as he was about to say more, a calm voice came from ahead. I'm not Jianli. Lu Yuanhang was taken aback. I'm your dad. As soon as the words were spoken, the chat room exploded with laughter. See? I wasn't wrong. They really are father and son. XSWL laughed out loud. Does this count as a big family reunion scene? Father and son working together. Chapter 6, A Life of Debasement for Humans, but a Knife's Edge for Pigs. No wonder it's a talent show planned by Central Mom, Central Television. Is the atmosphere this tense right from the beginning? This really proves the old saying, under great rewards come brave men. Last night, the official Weibo promised that any guest who successfully finishes all 5 seasons and makes it to the end will receive abundant resources. The genuine national team. Who would worry about not having a smooth future? Didn't you see that Shigo and Panda Blood are both here? Even those with brittle bones want to get a taste of the sweet deals. Shigo is referring to Jianli. As a purely neutral observer, he doesn't seem weak at all based on his appearances so far. At least, he's stronger than the one who fainted. How could someone's character change so drastically overnight? I bet it's just for building his image. Once they reach the training site, Jianli will probably cry more than anyone else. His agency seems to have gone through a lot for Jianli, but whether it'll work or not, I doubt it. As comments poured in on the screen, the reality show quickly climbed in popularity. In less than half an hour, it topped a certain video platform's play count rankings. The director smirked from behind the monitor, this is just the start. When we arrive at the filming island, to make Lone Warriors refreshingly different and avoid clichés, he has spared no effort. The entire production team pulled multiple all-nighters brainstorming ideas, referencing numerous similar shows both domestically and internationally. Several drafts of the plan were rejected before finalizing the name for the first season, Devil Island Hell Training Camp. As its name implies, this military-style training is even harder than dealing with devils, and tougher than hell itself. Regardless of a celebrity's stature in the entertainment industry, once they step onto the remote island, they're all treated as rookies, nobody gets special treatment. And what about that, panda blood? The director let out a cold laugh. So what if he's the little brother from the capital side? If you dare sneak him into the program, I'll dare to ruin him. After all, death agreements have already been signed, and as long as the crew completes their duties in providing medical assistance wholeheartedly, they are exempt from responsibility. It's a crazy era where whoever can lose their mind will stand out. Seeing the director rubbing his hands eagerly against the screen, looking like his sinister plot is about to succeed, the assistant calmly picked up the walkie-talkie. Attention all departments, our boss is lost in another fantasy world again. Let's go straight when everyone is ready. Got it. Received. Yes sir. With each response, the luxury bus slowly departed from the reality show gathering hotel. The temporary host stood at the front of the bus, smiling broadly, "Dear audience friends, respected guests, I am the guide for the first season of Lone Warriors. It's an honor to meet all of you here, and we're about to share an unforgettable time together. I will now briefly introduce the show rules to everyone. The shooting location for Lone Warriors is on an island near the border. The troops stationed on the island will assist with the show." Before he could finish, a man sitting at the front row, with a stern expression, suddenly raised his eyelids. "The information is already in our hands, is there any need to repeat it?" "Oh, yes, it was indeed sent ahead of time," the host stammered, clearly caught off guard by the sudden question, "but the viewers in the live broadcast." The sharp glare immediately shifted his tone, "The viewers have also seen the pre-show clip. Sir who might be too tired from rushing to appointments earlier, so I won't elaborate anymore." Then he quietly took his seat. The camera operator next to him grinned maliciously. He had no business being in the spotlight anyway, and look what happened, got his face slapped, didn't he? The host shot him an angry glance and remained silent, his face pale. "Come on, who dares provoke Emperor Hua? You want to steal the limelight? Better swallow your pride." For a moment, an eerie silence enveloped the luxury bus. Jianli, seated in the back row, glanced at Hua Zhao's head, then closed his eyes and began sleeping. Having a powerful yet pitiful villain around sure is convenient. No need for unnecessary chatter. When the luxury bus arrived at the airport, after a 3-hour flight and a cruise ferry transfer, they finally reached Devil Island just before evening. As the camera crew eagerly prepared their equipment and turned on the lenses, excitement erupted among live stream viewers. Finally, the main show begins. Devil Island sure has nice surroundings, blue seas, red skies, lush vegetation, perfect for desert island survival challenges. Is this promoting tourism? Sneaking some advertisements in along the way? The director's plans aren't bad. Haven't you heard of Devil Island? If it weren't for Central Mom backing the show, how would the production crew even step foot on the island? Tourism. You'd likely get your head blown off trying to swim here. Is it really that insane? Yes, this is how you do it. After disembarking from the boat, Jianli stood on the beach, casually glancing around Devil Island, while in his mind, he began constructing a mental map. This ability wasn't extraordinary. After carrying out more missions as a mercenary, some survival skills become second nature. First, he constructed a framework, then gradually filled in the terrain as he delved deeper. In his past life, Jianli had rescued hostages on an island much like this one before being blown up by a bomb. As he narrowed his eyes and gathered his thoughts, an annoying whisper suddenly reached his ears. "Brother Jianli, are you scared? That's why you won't move forward. It's okay, just apologize to me, and the staff on the island won't make things hard for you." Jianli pulled back with disdain. "If you're trash all your life, or if you're annoying like a pig, then I'll cut you down. You dare come near me again, and I'll slice you right now." Though his voice wasn't loud, it was enough for the cameraman holding the lens to include it in the live stream. He smoothly transitioned into a close-up of Lu Yuanhang. There stood Lu Yuanhang on the verge of tears. "Brother Jianli, I was just concerned whether you were seasick. Why are you scolding me? Jianli is too extreme. The guy didn't do anything yet, and there's so much hostility already. Poor Yuanhang, he's weak and frail, this isn't his fault. Why must he suffer like this?" Good question. If you're sick, go to the hospital. Why jump into entertainment shows? Has Jianli already hired trolls? Everywhere there's someone whitewashing him. Tired of acting along with Lu Yuanheng, Jianli quickly moved away and took his place in the middle of the group. The other guests also quickly regrouped, leaving only Lu Yuanheng standing in the same spot wiping his tears. He thought that his pitiful expression would stir sympathy and affection, much like what brother Lu Siki did. But when he looked up carelessly, he found the crowd had already dispersed except for the cameraman. Being isolated made him seem overly sensitive and overdramatic. For a moment, Lu Yuanheng's eyes turned cold. Inwardly, he cursed, "Bitch, how long can you keep pretending?" Then, he forced a smile and walked toward the gathering point. Once everyone had gathered, the guide from the show lifted a megaphone. "Congratulations on starting your Devil Island journey. Since this is a survival-style reality show, there will certainly be competition and chase. So for fairness' sake, please open each of your suitcases first so that the staff can check for prohibited items under the camera." Before he could finish, an easygoing voice interrupted. "I disagree." The guide followed the voice and saw Jianli, puzzled. He frowned. "Why don't you agree? This is the show's rule, and everyone must follow it." Lu Yuanheng seized the opportunity and joined in. "Brother Jianli, if you can't endure hardship, now's the time to withdraw." "Withdrawal is unnecessary," Jianli smirked, glancing at the suitcase beside him. "After it's opened, there might be a danger of the show getting banned." "That's impossible." The guide approached disbelievingly, pulling open the suitcase directly, with the cameraman swiftly following behind. The surrounding people audibly gasped. "What the hell, is this a suitcase full of lethal tools?" Chapter 7, I have a phobia of useless things. The director behind the monitor, catching sight of the close-up of the suitcase, immediately got confused. Half a second later, he reacted, quickly. "Pixelate it. Absolutely cannot air that. We've finally been allowed to go on air." While shouting into his walkie-talkie, he bitterly criticized. "Has Jianli gone mad? Planning to go full villain? Also. Shit. How did these things even get through security?" The special effects team heard the command transmitted via walkie-talkie and only now realized the importance of enhancing the view of Jianli's suitcase. The dazzling colors filled the screen, stunning viewers who were about to express their opinions on the keyboard. Is the director chickening out? It's supposed to be the strongest elimination variety show ever. There's supposed to be uninterrupted 24-hour, all-around live streaming, but now they're filtering stuff out. Haha, probably scared by Jianli, one suitcase full of prohibited items. By the way, there are barely any changes of clothes in the luggage, the few that are there are super thin outdoor types. How professional is that? Did everyone see clearly? Multifunctional tools, steel-assembled nunchucks, 6x10 to the power of 6 steel wire cutters, alpha fighting knives, NRS tactical daggers, even a military spade. Jianli came prepared with everything. Could he have been part of a marine unit or something? Come on. Please don't overrate Jianli. He probably bought these for show, and I don't believe he knows how to use any of them. If he does, I'll do a headstand. Wait, what's Jianli going to do? Are you guys really confiscating all this? Jianli picked up the steel-assembled nunchucks. I've just started forming a bond with them, and already we must part. He said this carelessly, while nonchalantly swinging the nunchucks around his body at breakneck speed. It was so quick that it left a dazzling trail. A few seconds later, he handed the nunchucks to an open-mouthed staff member. "All right then, anyway I'm good at hand-to-hand combat too." Does he really need to flaunt like this? "Brotherly, can you teach me those nunchuck moves? Last time, I almost broke my own bones." "Just some fancy moves and you're already mesmerized. Ha, you bunch haven't seen much of the world. Do you call this fancy moves? Show us what you've got then. Stop being blindly critical." After searching Jianli's luggage, other guests opened theirs as well. Movie Emperor Hui Zhao's items were extremely simple, merely necessary clothing. Action actress Luo Xiaohong had brought some cosmetics, along with a soft whip. All of these need to be surrendered and will be returned after the show filming concludes. The staff collected while explaining. Luo Xiaohong nodded, understood. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Yuanheng rushed in impatiently. "There are no banned items in my suitcase, just pictures of my brother Lu Ski. You know I frequently fall ill, and my brother has always stayed with me. Can you shut up?" Luo Xiaohong couldn't hold back her irritation any longer, rolling her eyes. "Who cares about your deep brotherly bond? And let's be honest, every reckless act of yours ends up with Jianli giving blood for you, right? What else has your brother done besides letting out 2 farts? If you're truly thankful, why don't you worship Jianli?" Lu Yuanheng was shocked by the sudden scolding, his eyes red and teary. "Don't cry so much, it's annoying." Luo Xiaohong turned away disdainfully, clearly no longer wanting to look at him. The atmosphere at the scene suddenly became awkward again. For a moment, no one dared to speak. Facing this situation, Jianli wasn't surprised at all. In the original story, Luo Xiaohong was just like this toward the protagonist. It made sense why she didn't value uselessness and someone with rare blood type like panda blood, especially since she was the genuine daughter of the 38th generation leader of a certain sect, participating in dramas and variety shows as merely extracurricular activities during her life experience outside the mountain. Having trained in martial arts since she was young, and aspiring to promote Chinese martial arts, a true, female protagonist, having a phobia of useless people was completely normal. Looks like Lu Yuanhang would have a tough time ahead. Thinking about this, he retracted his gaze, the corner of his lips slightly curved upwards. Lu Ski had just finished a merger meeting and returned to the office ready to take a glance at the reality show progress. The assistant handed him a tablet, asking confidently, "So how is it going? Has Jianli been torn apart yet?" Mr. Lu, I'm not entirely sure," the assistant appeared somewhat awkward. Lu Ski raised an eyebrow and turned the screen towards himself. As he just turned up the volume, the sentence, "What else has your brother done besides farting?" drifted out. His expression immediately darkened, and just as he was about to say something, the comments appeared on the screen again. "Luo Xiaohong is such a cool girl. Loved her dissing Lu Yuanhang so much. Seriously, calling his brother all the time. Those childish words coming out of his mouth are annoying as hell. ROFL. I couldn't stand it either. Watching Lu Yuanhang makes my skin crawl. Spill the truth, program crew. Did you put him in this group just for entertainment, making him suffer on camera?" 6666, Love Hong Sister's Spirit. Once the elimination starts, kick that panda out first thing. As if aligning perfectly with the comments, the camera suddenly cut to a close-up of Lu Yuanhang, capturing his pathetic face from every possible angle, 360 degrees. Lu Siki's face turned instantly from moody to dark, his jawline tightening. When he looked at his assistant, his eyes were cold. "Didn't I tell you to take care of Luo Xiaohong? Why is she picking on Xiaohang?" "Mr. Lu," the assistant hesitated, "Luo Xiaohong neither takes money nor asks for resources, and there's some unknown capital protecting her. There's no way to deal with her." Lu Siki said nothing. The assistant had been capable, which was why he'd stayed for 3 years. If even he said it was impossible, then it must be pretty tough. Still, no problem. Even without Luo Xiaohong, the scheme Lu Siki had set up through the show production would still make sure that Xiaohang became famous while Jianli was tarnished. Lu Siki smirked faintly, "Hire more marketing accounts and turn the tide of public opinion." "Got it." The assistant answered, picked up the tablet, and walked out of the office. With the sound of the door closing, Lu Siki leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples irritably. Suddenly remembering something, he got up and grabbed his phone. But the next second, his finger paused over the contact labeled "Son of the Wretch." Damn. Jianli has already blocked me. What kind of balls does he have? Chapter 8, Can you be a little more generous and let me touch? After being repeatedly challenged, Lu Yuanhang didn't dare to open his mouth easily anymore. Before appearing on the variety show, the agent had repeatedly warned him, "The viewers in the live stream aren't like Mr. Lu, they're not so easy to deceive. If you mess up, you'll get slammed hard." Though he dismissed this advice, he also knew that overly exaggerated acting in front of the camera would have the opposite effect, so he chose to temporarily bear with it. Anyway, there was no rush. Sooner or later, those who offended him would end up in deep trouble. As Lu Yuanhang thought about this, he shot a resentful glare at Luo Xiaohong and then fidgeted nervously as he stood to one side. At this point, the staff had already finished checking the suitcases of veteran action star Shi Huai and Zhou Nan. Their belongings were simple, requiring little effort and did nothing to excite the audience ratings. Now, the only one left on site was the young idol Yuan Feng, who debuted through a talent show and had recently become extremely popular due to a web series. "Please open your suitcase," the staff reminded him after he hesitated for a long time. A strange expression flashed across Yuan Feng's bright and handsome face, followed by a smile curving into a radiant arc. "They're just some clothes, irrelevant stuff. Is it really necessary to check? If we must check, I'll hand everything over now. Then there's no need to open it, right?" Watching this, fans in the live stream started typing furiously. "No way. Why does Brother Foam look so guilty? What could possibly be inside his suitcase? The more he acts like this, the more curious I get. Come on. Brother Foam is such a pure person, please don't ruin this image. My life would fall into darkness if he changes. Never will I love again. Don't spread rumors recklessly, I believe in Brother Foam. Just how difficult is it to debut through an audition? Especially in such harsh environments overseas. It's incredibly precious for him to maintain this openness and cheerfulness. No one should slander him." As the chat comments continued arguing, Yuan Feng was gripping his suitcase tightly at that moment. His strength was immense, making it impossible for several staff members to pry it open. Thus, the scene was stuck in an awkward stalemate. Jianli, the only one familiar with the Semiluka machine plot, slowly curved her lips into a smirk. Of course, he wouldn't dare to open the box. Because his persona, much like Luo Xiaohong's, was special. He was an intern from a mobile unit, participating in the show undercover. Once he uncovers evidence of financial crimes within the entertainment industry, he would officially gain his position. And inside his suitcase, there lay his work ID, placed out of habit. If it were revealed in front of the camera, his undercover mission would be a complete failure. And realizing it too late wasn't going to help. Damn it. Time to take risks. An unexpected low growl interrupted Jian Li's train of thought as she recalled the story. She glanced over and saw Yuan Feng suddenly pushing away the staff, lifting up the suitcase, and sprinting off like crazy. His speed was fast, comparable to that of a 100-meter hurdle race. There wasn't enough time for the sight to react, and even the cameraman was stunned momentarily, forgetting to chase until the director's roar rang in their ears through the headphones. What are you standing there for? Go grab Yuan Feng back. Breaking the rules at the start of filming. How much money does he think he owes? When I catch him, I'll make him parade naked down the street. All. The director clutched his walkie-talkie, trembling with anger. He knew that this year's guests had been awkwardly squeezed into the lineup in peculiar ways, but he hadn't expected them to be so unmanageable. Some cried. Others looted. Some made rude jokes. Now another was running around the island holding onto his suitcase. Maybe it would be better to change lonely hero to bizarre debate. There wasn't a single normal one among them. Yuan Feng likely came from a sports background, excelling in short distance, long distance, and obstacle running. He easily outran everyone else, completing a lap before returning to the original spot without even panting. Standing still, he fluidly opened his suitcase as if nothing had happened previously. Check now. His composed demeanor seemed as if nothing extraordinary had taken place earlier. The exhausted staff and cameramen stared at him with suspicion. Has he already gotten rid of the incriminating items? Noticing the suspicious, hostile gazes, Yuan Feng flashed a handsome grin and promptly took off his shirt without a word. Rest assured, I'm not hiding anything. If taking off my clothes isn't proof enough, I can remove my pants too. Perhaps because of the intense run, a thin layer of sweat glistened on his muscles, highlighting his upper body lines even more smoothly and perfectly. The hints of oblique muscles above his waist appeared clearly, exuding testosterone like a walking male hormone. Dang. Quick, give me some tissues, my nosebleed has started. Isn't this a male bodhisattva? Keep going, don't stop. We knew Yuan Feng had a good figure, but we didn't expect it to be this good. How long has he been training? Can't you be a little more generous and let me touch? Regardless of what's hidden in the suitcase, the eye candy is already worth it. I can forgive him for anything. Isn't this all planned by the production team? I suspect the director has an ulterior motive, but who cares if it's this entertaining? The more effort they put in, the better I say. The rising number of viewers in the live stream calmed the director's temper a little as he picked up the walkie-talkie and said, the luggage check is over. Let's assign dormitories now. With that, the guests began making their way to the island. Jian Li seemed to casually approach Yuan Feng, her lips curling into a smirk. Stomachache? Did something go bad? The hand Yuan Feng had placed on his stomach immediately dropped, his tone tinged with nervousness. No, no. Yuan Feng glanced at Jian Li guiltily. You seem like such a nice person, why would you care about me? Seeing this, Jian Li's smile widened even further. Just as she was about to speak, a voice filled with hostility suddenly interrupted. Flirting with someone behind my brother's back. You're disgusting. It took no genius to guess who the troublemaker was. Jian Li didn't even bother rolling her eyes. However, someone beside her was more agitated. I think you are the one being disgusting. What? Lu Yuanhang thought he might have misheard and asked in surprise. Isn't Yuan Feng an artist under Brother Lu's agency? Shouldn't he be on my side? Why would he take Jian Li's part? I'm saying, you're the most disgusting. Yuan Feng turned around, ignoring the cameraman beside him, with a serious expression. Those outdated lines, even I can't stand them anymore. View. Before finishing, he quickly covered his mouth, trying desperately not to vomit. The chat comments exploded, especially those hired by Lu Siki. Yuan Feng actually called Hangbao disgusting. That's going too far. Why does everyone target Hangbao? Are you following someone's orders? Getting paid, aren't you? Yes, Lu Siki is Jian Li's sugar daddy, it makes sense he'd be jealous of Hangbao. But dragging others into this is unfair, Hangbao is innocent. Quit bringing up the sugar daddy nonsense. Did you see this with your own eyes? Before the barrage could finish arguing, Yuan Feng mumbled through his hands, still covering his mouth, I need to leave, feeling nauseous. As soon as the words left his lips, he grabbed his suitcase and quickly disappeared from the camera's view. If he delayed any longer, he really feared he'd throw up his work ID. Chapter 9, Do you mind if I sleep in the same bed with you? Indeed. Yuan Feng did swallow his work ID while managing to lose the cameraman during a quick moment. His action was swift and decisive, leaving no room for hesitation. He resembled a red soldier from spy movies who had dedicated his entire life to the cause of communism. He was well aware that this was the only way to completely destroy evidence, otherwise, it would remain a potential security hazard wherever he discarded it. Yes. Yuan Feng's identity is an undercover agent. The previous Special Forces team member unexpectedly died while carrying out a mission at a certain entertainment industry capital company. His job was to continue infiltrating and investigating the cause of death, then bring down the corrupt capital all at once. If everything went smoothly, he would be given an official position. Otherwise, he'd return home unemployed. This rare opportunity to get a permanent position. Yuan Feng will not let it slip away. Swallowing the work ID. If necessary, he would even eat poop. Let's put this aside for now. Yuan Feng was hesitating about whether to ask the staff for a box of digestive medicine when his peripheral vision caught a sharp gaze behind him, as if trying to pierce through all his disguises. He suddenly turned back and was taken aback as his eyes met Jian Li's piercing look. His heart skipped a beat instantly. Shit, have I been discovered? Impossible. I've received professional spy training. There are absolutely no flaws. Except for the work ID in my stomach. All the guests have arrived, so let's start assigning dormitories. The host guide interrupted Yuan Feng's thoughts. Please come up one by one. Jian Li, standing in the middle of the queue, pulled the corner of his lips slightly. Sounds good, but actually assigning dorms. In reality, there are only two. The male dorm and the female dorm. 6 male guests and 1 female guest. Eventually, wouldn't it just end up with 6 males in one room, and 1 female in another? As it turned out, the guide announced content exactly as he'd seen in the script. At the end, he chuckled and added, please make sure to eat more tonight. Sometimes, the amount of physical exertion during sleep can also be significant. This illogical statement immediately sparked comments in the live stream chat. Sleep has a physical activity level. Which activity? Clarify or I'll start spreading rumors. 6 males sharing one dormitory. He. My imagination has already run wild. Oh dear. This must not be some strange love variety show wrapped in an adventure theme, right? I just want to know, are there cameras in the dorm too? Can we change clothes in private? Show us the male bodhisattvas. The filming location of The Lone Heroes was a 2-story building with a training playground. Although the building was old, it was clean and tidy, obviously frequently maintained. Jian Li entered the first-floor dormitory with his suitcase, sweeping his eyes over 3 sets of bunk beds and a wooden table in the middle. His gaze shifted slightly upward, taking in 6 monitors and 4 hidden cameras in sight. While calculating the camera blind spots mentally, he placed his suitcase on the bed farthest outside. Just as he was about to sit down, someone rushed toward him. I want to sleep here. Jian Li turned around. Are you serious? Eurethus. Lu Yuanhang responded immediately with an innocent smile upon hearing the words, Big brother Jian Li, please don't misunderstand me. The doctor advised me to choose a well-ventilated spot, which is beneficial for controlling my condition. Is that so? Jian Li curled the corner of his lips, then I feel truly reluctant to take this bed. Lifting his suitcase, he walked toward the next bunk. Getting such an easy window-side door-side position clearly shocked Lu Yuanhang for a moment, followed by a sneer of mockery inside his mind. So you've started to fear? Begging for forgiveness by flattering me? TSK, dreaming. Wait and see, whatever you desire, I'll snatch it all. Jian Li lay on the bottom bunk with his legs crossed, noticing someone approaching slowly, couldn't help narrowing his eyes. Seriously? Does the villain really want to sleep on the upper bunk? He remembered from the original story that Huashao only chose the lower bunk. And he preferred it strongly. Why this time is different? Do you mind if I sleep in the same bed with you? Before he could think it through, a clear voice spoke near his ear. Jian Li. Not at all. If I minded, wouldn't it expose my guilty conscience? He paused briefly and added, but I must correct you. It's not sleeping in the same bed, it's sleeping on bunk beds. Suddenly, the live stream audience screamed like groundhogs. Ah. Did I see wrong? Why does their conversation seem like they're flirting? I'm totally baffled and deeply shocked. Does Mr. Ho really have an interest in this wimp? To be honest, the two of them look good together, and Jian Li seems a bit more muscular now, which looks even better, losing that sickly appearance. I've seen too many Jian Lis who are fated to be cannon fodder. Continued pretending is useless, he's bound to be confused when it comes to the real mission. No worries, at least with the rare blood type person around, Jian Li won't end up last. After arranging the accommodation, the guests went to the canteen for dinner. The meal was simple but sufficient to fill one's stomach. Afterward, they brushed their teeth, washed their faces, and went to bed. After a tiring day, all the guests were very tired. Once their heads hit the pillow, they began to drift off to sleep. Until a hurried bell rang in their ears. Urgent notice, all team members are required to gather on the playground within 5 minutes. Latecomers or those not properly dressed will be punished. Urgent notice. The camouflage uniforms issued earlier were right beside the bed. Jian Li got up almost simultaneously with the broadcast above his head. He stretched out his long arms to grab the clothes and quickly put them on while standing next to the bunk. In an instant as he looked up, he caught sight of several gleams shining brightly in the darkness intersecting with his own gaze. A trace of a smile appeared on Jian Li's face. Great job, my comrades. However, the smile vanished in a flash, and he darted out of the room like a leopard. Not long after, the staff carried water buckets to the window-side location and unhesitatingly splashed them over. Ah! Who is that? Want to die? Screams erupted from the dormitory. The already lined-up guests didn't turn back. Shi Huayi and Zhou Nan instinctively glanced at each other, finally understanding why Jianli initially gave up his bed space. It turned out he had calculated early on that the bucket of water would drench the windowside spot. This man wasn't simple. They quietly concluded in agreement, and discreetly retracted their gaze. The drill sergeant saw Lu Yuanhang, drenched like a drowned rat with a resentful expression, slowly approaching at the tail of the line, and asked sternly, "Didn't you hear the assembly order?" "No," Lu Yuanhang gritted his teeth inwardly, but said in a voice, "I was wearing earplugs and couldn't hear anything." "Do you think you're here for tourism? Wearing earplugs?" The burly armed drill sergeant coldly sniffed. "The first punishment is just being doused with water, next time it won't be so easy." Lu Yuanhang finished hearing this and seemed to suddenly remember something. He turned his head and glared at Jianli. "Did you deliberately give me the bed?" "So smart." Jianli lifted a lazy smile. "Should we give you an award?" Chapter 10, Why Don't You Fall Flat? Truly deserving guests selected after physical fitness testing, trained with such discipline that they move like special forces. I didn't see wrong. Did Jianli stand firm first among others? Compared to other guests, he isn't any less competent. Not just not inferior, but exceptionally outstanding. It turns out he only acted weak because of giving blood to Lu Yuanhang, right? As soon as he was no longer under control, he immediately stood out. Really can't understand, why was Jianli acting so humbly before? Unrelated people, what kind of walking blood bank is he? Was he controlled by the plotline? Talking about it, Lu Yuanhang is truly funny. Coming to participate in an adventure show and still wearing earplugs. Has his brain been squeezed by a door? Seeing how public opinion overwhelmingly swayed in one direction, and realizing that the water army he hired was completely useless, Lu Siki directly threw his tablet away. Are all today's audiences blind? Can't they see Jianli is a green tea poacher? With clenched teeth, Lu Siki's assistant calmly picked up the tablet and pressed the lock button. The live stream sound suddenly cut off. Things gradually slipping out of control made Lu Siki's veins on the back of his hands bulge. Didn't I tell you to contact Yuan Feng's agent? Why didn't he help little Yuan Heng? The assistant sighed silently. I've contacted him. They said Yuan Feng isn't answering calls or replying to messages, so. What does that mean? Is this open defiance? Looks like he wants to sit on the cold bench. No problem, I'll grant your wish. Lu Siki's eyes darkened. There are still 2 remaining guests, deal with them. Okay. The assistant responded, turning and walking out of the office. Standing at the doorway, he lowered his gaze to glance at his wristwatch. 12:30. Does being someone's cattle have its limits? Also saying the audience is blind? Can't you even see the nature of your own protégé's actions? Exactly who is blind? The assistant rolled his eyes and then selected Jianli on the voting system. The next second, he clutched the tablet and briskly walked into the elevator. In the early morning, the assembly whistle sounded. Jianli flipped over in one swift motion but fell out of bed, colliding with a hard chest due to the excessive momentum. Instinctively, he stepped back. Why did you come down without clothes? Hu Xiao slightly lowered his gaze, landing it on Jianli's slightly reddened earlobes, speaking calmly, because I think it's faster to put clothes on after getting off the bed. That's right. I support actor Hua. Wearing clothes in bed isn't convenient at all, and I can't see clearly either. Bad nighttime visibility improves suddenly now. I noticed that besides Brother Hua and Brother Feng, the 2 veterans also have excellent physiques. Those lines are absolutely top-notch. The subtle mature charm is exactly what's trendy now for the uncle style. Love it, love it. Come on. 31 or 2 years old becomes an uncle. But there's no denying it, good physique, good face, long bloom indeed. Why didn't I notice before? By the time the team stood at the assembly point, Lu Yuanhang was still the last one to rush out fully dressed. He glared at Jianli's spot resentfully, completely unable to understand why this weaker individual had suddenly grown stronger. Could donating blood half a month ago have restored him this fast? Looks like there needs to be another opportunity. The drill master glanced at the timer, 6 minutes and 23 seconds. Slower than last night, collective punishment. He pointed toward the playground, 20 laps, gather again when you're done. What? 20 laps. Lu Yuanhang was filled with disbelief. But we haven't eaten breakfast yet. We'll have low blood sugar. Jianli smirked internally, low blood sugar. I reckon you're just being dumb. In the novel, the person drenched by water last night and punished earlier was the original host. Due to a slight change in the plot, this punishment has been expanded to all guests. Tisk, it's all because Lu Yuanhang brought funds to join the group, right? There needs to be some kind of privilege shown, doesn't there? Jianli willingly accepted the punishment and went straight to the track after completing his warm-up stretches. For fine detail-oriented dogs, endurance is fundamental. Once heart rate rises, strength training can be added to burn fat and build muscle. The other guests were similar, they had no complaints whatsoever and quickly caught up with Jianli's steps. Lu Yuanhang alone remained grumbling on the spot. Hey! Why don't you guys resist? This corporal punishment is unfair. Luo Xiaohong turned around and sneered, who caused the punishment? Rather than wasting your breath here complaining, why not think about how not to be late next time? Lu Yuanhang. Infuriating. People have already started forming factions so quickly. Isn't this just creating personas? Who can't do that? Sorry, it was my fault, everyone had to suffer consequences. Suddenly changing his attitude, Lu Yuanhang apologized while bowing deeply to the coach. I'll take responsibility for my own mistakes. With these words, he turned and began running. His thin figure looked as though it might topple in the slightest breeze. Despite trying to keep up with the jogging group, Lu Yuanhang found nobody willing to spare him even half a glance. Instead, their uniform strides seemed to grow quicker as if they wanted to shake off a stubborn dog plaster. Gradually, his breathing grew heavier and his vision blurred in bursts. As dizziness began to creep upon him, Lu Yuanhang's lips curled in satisfaction. This time, it wasn't because I refused to continue, it's simply my body saying no. Netizens will surely sympathize and curse all of you for bullying me. Thinking of this, he finally lost control and nearly collapsed onto the track, desperately reaching forward to steady himself before crashing too hard. Jianli sensed something was off. Stepping quickly ahead, he turned to see Lu Yuanhang losing balance and muttered, damn, even fainting and still pulling false injury drama. Why don't you just fall dead on your own? Chapter 11, you little sissy, does your sissy bro know about this? Jianli showed no restraint in front of the cameras, his brows radiated sheer contempt. Guys like Lu Yuanhang, who try to drag others down even as they near death, are everywhere among private foreign mercenaries. If you're too soft-hearted even once, you'll end up leaving your corpse behind. Even kneeling before Lord Yama, one might never quite figure out how they ended up dying. Jianli, having navigated through bullets and storms, naturally wouldn't treat Lu Yuanhang kindly. Stopping instantly, he coldly lowered his eyes. I suggest people with your physical condition shouldn't participate in high-intensity variety shows. Not only does the mortality rate skyrocket, but you also harm others. If someone got pulled during such a fast run, they would certainly fall heavily. The medical staff was on the way. Lying on the playground, Lu Yuanhang half closed his eyes and his voice sounded weak. Sorry, brother Jianli, I just instinctively reached out. Could your acting be as little as your intelligence? Jianli cut him off and turned around as soon as he finished speaking. Sorry, I haven't finished my training tasks yet. I don't want to disturb your pathetic performance. The camera followed Jianli's gradually retreating back, and the live broadcast chat exploded. When a teammate fell down, not only did Jianli not help, but he also said cold-hearted words. Is there any empathy in him? I think Jianli is right. Lu Yuanhang plays this Lin Daiyu character archetype, completely unsuited for an adventure variety show. This is just the training phase. If it were jungle escape tasks, he would die even faster. The director of Lone Warrior stressed long ago that variety shows are exactly this cruel, survival of the fittest. It's just jogging, and he already lacks stamina. How are we supposed to continue filming? Since they're teammates, shouldn't they unite and help each other? When did Jianli's selfish remarks become mainstream justified behavior? Terrifying. Don't morally blackmail me. This is a solo game. No need for teammates. Support Jianli, weaklings should be eliminated. Being carried away on a stretcher by medical personnel, Lu Yuanhang checked the live comments on his phone while resting in the medical room when the staff wasn't paying attention. He thought Jianli's arrogance earlier would provoke public anger and then elicit sympathy for himself, the innocent White Lotus who'd been maliciously isolated right at the start of filming. But the result? One-sided barrage comments against him. They accused him of being the outcome of some overseas male castration plan, a total wimp. And worse, tried to collectively petition for him to quit the show. What's wrong with this world? Absolutely insane. Lu Yuanhang's eyes reddened from anger, and he immediately dialed a number. The other side answered quickly, brother. They bullied me. Actually, the training ground wasn't large. 20 laps passed quickly. Jianli returned to his position first after running at a steady pace. The drill master pressed the stopwatch and nodded, great, close to the highest record. If no one had held you up, you could have broken it. He paused, glancing at the guests who had just settled into place. You're all doing well. They were all moldable talents. The latter sentence, the drill master swallowed back. As a retired officer of a certain army team, he bore a confidential mission assigned by the organization and absolutely couldn't reveal his emotions casually. In the next 2 weeks of training, I will be with you all. Feng Dayuan straightened his face once again, speaking firmly. My surname is Feng, and my name is Dayuan. You can call me Drill Master Feng. During this period, I will treat all of you equally, no mercy given. If you can't endure the hardship, then leave now and don't waste everyone's time. I sincerely hope that all of you can become real heroes in the training field, not sissy crybabies lying on the ground. At that moment, a thin voice rose. Drill Master Feng, may I rejoin the team? Feng Dayuan didn't turn around. Can't hear you, speak louder. Lu Yuanhang clenched his teeth and screamed at the top of his lungs the next second, report. I want to rejoin the team. Feng Dayuan turned his body, what? Not dizzy anymore? Yeah, feeling much better. Lu Yuanhang suppressed his anger and nodded obediently. Wasn't that previous, sissy, comment directed at him? How dare a temporary drill master act so sarcastic? Humph, when my brother finishes increasing investment, I'll make you the first to suffer. Lu Yuanhang smirked secretly as he stepped into the formation quickly. The basic physical fitness exercises for today end here. Feng Dayuan was succinct, announcing the next task immediately. Get dressed in bulletproof vests, we're heading to the shooting range. The shooting range? Lu Yuanhang repeated excitedly. Feng Dayuan frowned and stared at him sharply. What? Afraid of loud noises? Prone to dizziness? No, Lu Yuanhang shook his head quickly. I'm not afraid. Not only was he not afraid, but he was actually quite looking forward to it. Such a task requiring no physical exertion was simply perfect for his liking. After all, he had followed Si Chi's older brother to the club since childhood, and his shooting skills were decent enough, better than some, but still falling short of others. Dealing with the training task would be no problem. While thinking this, he gleefully glanced at Jianli, noticing his envious face turning gloomy, making him feel secretly pleased. The last time during the shooting segment on a different variety show, he designed a scenario to embarrass this guy, and the ejected bullet shell almost disfigured him. TSK, what a pity. Just leaving some psychological scars. Don't cry later. When heading to the shooting range, Jianli seemed somewhat absent-minded. Not until he was fully geared up in a bulletproof vest and picked up the CZP-10C did his eyes start to shine. Finally. Once again touching his old companion from days gone by, the excitement was indescribable. In fact, he truly couldn't describe it, because the villainous supporting character who loved courting disaster had already approached. Brother Jianli, are you too scared to even touch it? It's alright, just let the instructor know, and he will certainly give you special treatment. Lu Yuanhang calmly picked up the CZP-10C while sneering sarcastically. After all, we all know that you've been scared to death before. Jianli glanced at him with contempt. Do your fecal brother know about your fecal self? What? Lu Yuanhang was slightly confused. Why is your speech so slurred? Ha! Yuan Feng, who had been holding his breath trying to look profound, couldn't hold back his laughter any longer. What's wrong with your tongue? He was simply saying, feces. The nerve of this man. Jianli really had talent. Seeing Yuan Feng laugh until tears streamed down his face, Lu Yuanhang finally realized he'd been insulted again. His face turned black instantly, and he took out the metal firearm, pointing it towards Jianli's forehead. Thinking this guy would be frightened out of his wits, but as soon as Lu Yuanhang raised his arm, he found his hand empty. You. Lu Yuanhang panicked for a second and then watched helplessly as Jianli toyed around with the firearm, dismantling it to smithereens. Before he could utter another word, there came a heavy slap across his face. Anyone who messes around at the shooting range, get out. Chapter 12, What are these people's backgrounds? Lu Yuanhang felt a burning sensation on his face, raising a hand to cover it as he angrily turned around. Why did you hit me? Feng Dayuan's gaze was cold and solemn. Hitting you is still lenient. You deserve to be court-martialed. There were no bullets in the gun. I was just playing around. Recalling his earlier action, Lu Yuanhang started to feel a bit intimidated and lowered his voice a little. But he dismantled my gun. That's right, quick and proficient, like he'd played with it thousands of times or more. It was as if he was deliberately showing off. And Feng Dayuan dared to use physical force. Talking about court-martialing someone? Ha! Wait till the public opinion judges you first. Apart from Lu Yuanhang complaining incessantly, the other guests fell silent. Their looks towards Jianli became more complicated. Especially the ever-silent Hua Emperor whose eyes revealed unusual sentiments. He suddenly stepped forward, picked up his CZP-10C, expertly dismantled it, and placed each part on the table, then looked back at Jianli. Can you help me reassemble it? Jianli. Is he testing me? Or treating me as free labor? Perhaps it was because of the blazing gaze of the tragically cool villain, or perhaps due to a sense of shared suffering in these tormenting texts. Anyway, he didn't know why he inexplicably walked over, said nothing, and began assembling the firearm. This wasn't showing off, this was basic skills for mercenaries. During boring times without missions, everyone would assemble and dismantle guns repeatedly, as if competing silently without words. Over time, practice made perfect, one could even do it with their eyes closed. 28 seconds later, Jianli handed over the complete metallic object to Hua Xiao. Brother Ji, have I passed your test? Hua Xiao lowered his gaze, focusing on the pale and slender hand bones, feeling his heart skip a beat momentarily before accepting the firearm. You are amazing. Live stream chat exploded. Brother Xiao gave compliments. How rare. He actually said Jianli is amazing. Am I seeing this correctly? So much CP vibes. Don't you find it impressive? Jianli is indeed incredible. Snatching the gun from Lu Yuanhang and dismantling it effortlessly, such scenes only appear in TV shows. Strange, previously Jianli on variety shows appeared pale-faced when seeing a gun. Now he's completely different. Has something happened? Regardless. Anyway, I'm a fan now. Right at this moment, I announce, the official Jianli fan club has been established, and I'm the leader. Fake show-offery, you guys haven't seen anything yet. Clearly, Jianli must have practiced beforehand. Practice? Practicing for a year wouldn't yield such results. Black fan, go away. Are we performing acrobatics now? Lu Yuanhang suddenly spoke, interrupting the two. Aren't we supposed to see who's got the most accurate shooting skills at the range? So you're implying that your gun skills are excellent? Yuan Feng coldly snorted, does someone who can't even hold a gun have the right to question? He really couldn't help it anymore. Not just because Lu Yuanhang deserved to be scolded. But more because Jian Li's performance was absolutely astonishing. He had been timing them secretly. 28 seconds. 2 seconds faster than the highest record of the trainee squad. How in the world did he achieve this? Great job, bro. Who can stand those people making jokes without limits like Lu Yuanhang? Didn't you see what kind of situation it was? What if there were bullets in the chamber? Someone could end up dead and then maybe he'd behave properly. Does he think his superpowers give him the right to ignore laws? How dare he criticize others for performing acrobatics when he himself is such a coward that he creates opportunities for others? Are we all ready? Feng Dayuan asked loudly, do I need to explain the shooting essentials again? Lu Yuanhang had originally intended to speak, but seeing that everyone remained silent, he decided to suppress his emotions. Everyone was so good at pretending. As if they were truly all-around skilled. Just don't fail miserably later on. Under the blazing sun, the shooting range kicked up a cloud of dust. The target stood still in the wind, unmoving from more than 10 meters away. Who wants to go first? Feng Dayuan asked. Lu Yuanhang was just about to step forward when Feng Dayuan pointed and said, you. Me. Yuan Feng was very surprised. Feng Dayuan nodded, it's you. Yuan Feng, who was trying hard to stay as background material to conceal his undercover identity, reluctantly stepped forward. When he aimed at the target, his expression suddenly became serious. Reflexively taking a step forward, lifting his hips, gripping tightly with both hands, mentally repeating. Focus on the target, steady breathing. Align 3 points to maintain balance. Gently pull the trigger with even force. 3 loud bangs, Yuan Feng came back to his senses, a look of embarrassment flashed across his face as though waking from a dream. The target automatically returned to the front, Feng Dayuan glanced at it, all 3 shots hit the bullseye. Not bad. Not just not bad. Absolutely incredible. Completely inconsistent with the national younger brother image who rose to fame through web dramas, with an empty brain despite becoming popular after auditioning. If discovered. I'll definitely not make it past the internship period. Yuan Feng went crazy berating himself in his mind, forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. The next guest about to shoot seemed somewhat moved and revealed a serious expression, adopting a professional posture. Immediately followed by 3 bangs. Feng Dayuan, maintaining a stern face, said, Luo Xiaohong, 3 shots, 8 rings each. Shi Huai, 3 shots, 8 rings each. Zhou Nan, 3 shots, also 8 rings each. The 3 simultaneously nodded, good, not too high or low scores, absolutely wouldn't stand out excessively. This way, no one would guess their true identities. Right when they felt smug, Feng Dayuan examined the target paper carefully for a long time and suddenly stopped the 3 walking back into line, wait. The 3 turned around together, their smiles frozen, what is it? How did you manage all 3 shots to land in the exact same position, without even shaking your arms once? Shi Huai, damn, how could I forget such an important detail? Zhou Nan, I'm such an idiot. Why didn't I aim slightly off? Luo Xiaohong, if my steel whip can hit with such precision, what's so strange about a bullet hitting perfectly? Standing at the head of the line, Yuan Feng almost wanted to jump and applaud at that moment. Compared to these guys, getting 10 points isn't anything amazing. After all, only a shooting prodigy could. Hold on. A sudden chill ran down his spine, what's the background of these people? Without waiting for the 3 to answer, Feng Dayuan gestured towards Jianli with his chin directly, your turn. Alright. Jianli entered the field holding the pistol, didn't even take time to aim, simply raised his arm and fired 3 bullets. The shooting time was so short that fans watching the live stream didn't have time to blink before the target sheet appeared on screen. What the hell? 3 bullseyes? The penetration positions are spot on. When did Jianli become so awesome? I thought previous guests were already impressive enough, but Jianli is another level entirely. Was he just faking being scared before? Oh my god, too professional. This variety show needs a new name. Please call us sharpshooters. Chapter 13, if even CCTV can't control me, what chance does he have? Seeing Jian Li's results, Shi Huai and Zhou Nan instinctively exchanged glances. They could all see each other's scrutiny, suspicion, and confusion. Although the entertainment circle is full of hidden talents, those like them who have undercover identities as informants for a certain intelligence bureau or domestic and international affairs research institute are a dime a dozen. Moreover, they all basically undergo professional training. Not only are their skills solid, but their abilities are incredibly strong. They fade out of the public eye after achieving their goals. But, it's the first time they've come across someone with Jian Li's complicated persona. If he was also doing a side job, then what about his earlier role as a blood bank, allowing others to exploit him at will? Could it be, feigning weakness to gain strength? Lowering his stance to win trust? And then collecting evidence of Lu Group's crimes? If that was indeed the case, why was he showing off so openly now? Could he possibly be a double agent? That would complicate things. After all, such people are the hardest to deal with. The two seasoned informants initiated brainstorming mode and both planned to find an opportunity to contact their superiors, focusing on investigating Jian Li's real identity. At this moment, however, the thoughts of a 38th generation sect leader were quite simple. The inheritor of the sect, with the stage name Luo Xiaohong and real name Luo Wudi, nodded inwardly. This person has extraordinary physical characteristics, is a martial arts prodigy, and should be recruited for our sect. Witnessing all the astonished looks directed at Jian Li, Lu Yuanheng's expression turned gloomy. He smirked mockingly. Is it really necessary to be so surprised just because of 10 rings? I can do that too. With that thought, Lu Yuanheng said, it's my turn, and took the handgun forward confidently. He assumed that mastering shooting skills when young meant they could be used any time later in life. But standing in front of the target, he found his hands couldn't stop trembling, and his sight aimed at the center became blurry. He gritted his teeth, suddenly remembering something, a mischievous smirk appeared on his lips, and soon 3 gunshots followed, bang, bang, bang. The target automatically returned close by. Lu Yuanheng immediately started bragging towards the camera, I hit the 10-ring mark too. All 3 shots were bullseyes. Coach, take a look quickly. Feng Daiyuan's already solemn face grew colder, ignoring his boasting, he turned toward another direction, Hu Xiao, it's your turn. What? Intentionally targeting me? Lu Yuanheng's expression changed, they were all evaluated, yet here I'm ignored. Feng Daiyuan snorted through his nose, you know very well why. Caught under Feng Daiyuan's sharp gaze, Lu Yuanheng felt genuinely nervous. Could he have realized the target paper had been swapped? Before Lu Yuanheng could speak, Hu Xiao stepped up to the shooting starting line. Also maintaining standard posture, presenting a perfect profile to the camera. Livestream viewers let out another round of enthusiastic squeals. Our emperor actor excels at shooting. Once, for a land war movie, he underwent a year of professional training. If there were 11 ring marks, Hu Xiao would definitely break it. By the way, it was strange earlier, Lu Yuanheng's bullet seemed to deviate from the course and didn't even shoot towards the target. Is admitting others' achievements so difficult? The target sheet is right there, still attempting to malign Xiaoheng. That's going too far. Is the production team intentionally giving differential treatment? Why does coach apply double standards? Everyone else receives praise after completing tasks, but Xiaoheng gets criticized every time. Producer, explain yourself clearly. Seeing the argument escalating towards himself, the director coldly chuckled before grabbing the walkie-talkie and ordering, later, play a split frequency and slowly replay Lu Yuanheng's shooting clips. The crew receiving the order hesitated, Director, this isn't a good idea, after all. What isn't good? If you dare to cheat, I'll expose you. The director was determined. Having said that, he moved away the walkie-talkie. His assistant seized the opportunity to lean in, boss, if we offend the moneybags, how will we secure subsequent funding? Money makes you superior. The director shot a brow-raising glare, there are more than just him with money. I hate it when others interfere with variety show filming. If even CCTV can't control me, what chance does he have? Understanding the director, once assistants saw his attitude, they ceased any further persuasion. Primarily because they grasped the director's point, Lu Yuanheng's cheating would eventually be discovered, and it was better to clear relations beforehand. Besides, having insiders in the working group was absolutely intolerable. In the morning, after the shooting class ended, the guests were taken to the cafeteria for a meal. As the island is remote and resources scarce, the meals were quite simple, mostly coarse grains and common fruits and vegetables. Jian Li sat in the chair, picked up a sweet potato, peeled it, and put it in his mouth. For him, this was excellent carbohydrate intake. If paired with sufficient protein and vitamins, it would make a nutritionally rich fat-reducing and muscle-building lunch. Lu Yuanheng, who had always lived in luxury and was particular about his diet, saw the food on the round table and flashed a look of disdain. He glanced at Jian Li eating with relish and spoke with a tone of scorn. Looks like a wild boar can't eat fine bran. Jian Li calmly lifted his eyelids, I see your left and right cheeks aren't balanced. Want me to help you? You dare. Lu Yuanheng glared, but upon seeing the cameraman coming over, he changed his attitude, Big brother Jian Li, I'm just worried that you might not like it, so I asked. You don't have to think about hitting me, right? Jian Li didn't care that someone was filming nearby, as he continued eating the roasted sweet potato while showing a suspicious expression, you're so good at acting, is it because you practice every day with your dumb older brother? The sound came through the screen, causing Lu Siki in the office to nearly spit out his coffee. His face turned red with anger, but he noticed that the private secretary standing next to him looked amused, so his lips curled coldly, do you want to laugh? The private secretary shook his head immediately, no. Lu Siki's face grew colder, Jian Li is using another way to attract my attention. The private secretary nodded immediately, that's right. Lu Siki, get out. The private secretary responded immediately, okay. After being confronted by Jianli, Lu Yuanhang wanted to argue back, but the program guide walked in holding a loudspeaker, interrupting him. The rankings for this morning's shooting class are Jianli, Hua Xiao, Yuan Feng, Luo Xiaohong. The program team will award points to the guests based on performance evaluation. And then calculate a weighted ranking. After saying this, the guide was about to leave when Lu Yuanhang suddenly stood up. Wait. Why isn't there my score? I hit 10 rings with all 3 shots, I could rank first. The guide looked at him. Sorry, your results are in question and have been disqualified. Q questioned. Lu Yuanhang instantly became confused. Why do you get to question it without evidence? The guide smiled. The live stream's frequency replay is playing non-stop. You can check anytime. Lu Yuanhang. What? Non-stop replay? Is this intentionally trying to ruin me? Chapter 14, can I directly eliminate Lu Yuanhang, this waste of space? By the time Lu Yuanhang hastily grabbed his phone, he found the trending hashtags about himself had been hanging around for quite a while. Hashtag Lu Yuanhang cheating in shooting hashtag. Hashtag intentionally missing but still hit 10 rings hashtag. Hashtag capital manipulation or an insider in production team hashtag. Even though the titles of these 3 trending topics were full of sensationalism, the curses in the comment sections were endless, they still couldn't catch up with the explosion ranked at the top. Hashtag Jianli is a handsome sniper hashtag. Hashtag Jianli is totally overpowered hashtag. Hashtag established Jianli super topic hashtag. These black-red entries made Lu Yuanhang extremely angry, and he didn't even bother to read the comments cursing him, directly picking up his phone to call his agent. The other side quickly answered, Master Lu. Are you all dead? Jianli is already getting whitewashed, and you all can't even see that, just letting the trending topic hang there. Lu Yuanhang gritted his teeth, wanting to drill through the internet wire and yell at them. The agent sighed helplessly, Young master, our PR team is dealing with the crisis concerning your online reputation, leaving us no time to handle anything else. Lu Yuanhang sneered, am I employing a bunch of idiots? Isn't it just shifting the blame onto someone else? Do I have to teach you all how to do your job? Yes, yes, yes. The agent tried to flatter, Young Master Lu, you're absolutely right. We'll find someone to take the blame right away. Handle it within half an hour or go settle accounts in the finance department. Lu Yuanhang hung up after finishing speaking. When the agent saw the phone screen return to normal, he flipped a big white eye, idiot. Apart from performing and creating conflicts, what else can you even do? Without your older brother, do you think we'd even bother with you? Some underlings approached, boss, should we keep issuing statements? Of course. The agent smirked sarcastically, otherwise, where would you find a capital party so generous? All right. The underling immediately understood. In less than 10 minutes, Lu Yuanhang Studio released a post on Weibo. Lu Yuanhang, netizens, please be rational while consuming gossips. I performed normally during the shooting class and had no knowledge about the target paper swap. If anyone continues to spread rumors and slander me, both myself and my studio will take legal action to protect our rights. Rumors end with wise people. Please do not become accomplices to online violence. Just as the comments were about to pile up, a staff member claiming to be from the production team of Lonely Warriors also issued an apology statement, taking the responsibility for the target paper incident and even offered to resign in accountability, stepping out of the industry. Thus, before long, Lu Yuanhang was shaped by marketing accounts into the most innocent victim in history. Mass armies of commenters took turns washing away any opposition voices in the comment sections. Jianli didn't care much about the turmoil online. After he arrived in this world, his sole thought was to mold this weak body into a steel frame. Then he'd patiently wait for an opportunity to exit the entertainment circle and head to the battlefields abroad shrouded in gunpowder smoke, returning to his old trade as a mercenary. So, Jianli hastily wolfed down his meal, stood up quickly, and rushed to ask the drill master, what is today's afternoon training program? Weighted running? Shoulder carry throws? Or climbing over barricade walls? As Jianli asked, the director behind the monitors flipped through the planning book and couldn't help but wonder. How does he know what's coming next? Did someone leak it to him? F***K. How many moles do we have? Do you want me to catch them how many times? The director felt utterly disheartened, while Feng Dayuan in the cafeteria chuckled, you're in such a hurry to train. Saying that, he glanced at Jianli's slightly thin figure, not resting at noon, can you handle it? When you're truly on the battlefield, no one will care if you've napped or whether you can handle it. Jianli curled his lips, stuffing one hand in his pocket as he walked away, I'm full. I'll wait for you guys outside. The other guests sitting at the same table looked at Jianli's confident retreating back with complex and strange expressions. Live stream chat messages appeared. Jianli is acting overly cool, right? Hilarious. It's peacetime now, war is far from us. Isn't this type of show all about building a personal image? Demonstrating patriotism, thinking about dangers during peacetime, being invincible. But he's pretending too much, it's just a show after all, no need to get so worked up. Jianli doesn't want to take a nap, but that doesn't mean the other guests don't. Who gave him the authority to make decisions for others? Xiao Gu has always been rebellious and never followed the crowd. Wait, where's Xiao Gu going? He's not going after Jianli, is he? Little brother's following too. Along with Luo Xiaohong. Dudes, stop trying to keep up. Don't you know your age? No need to drain all your energy. Didn't expect Jianli to have some charisma. Thus, Lu Yuanhang, who had just resolved his trending topic issues, saw the guests filing out one by one, gathering under the scorching sun on the harsh training ground. What are you doing? He asked, perplexed and filled with apprehension. A foreboding feeling overwhelmed his chest. Extra drills, kindly answered Zhou Nan, former officer of the XXX military zone and current informant of Domestic and International Affairs Research Institute, walking at the very end of the group. Lu Yuanhang was stunned. No break. Zhou Nan's kindness has its limits, he wouldn't repeat already explained issues. He swept past Lu Yuanhang, walked directly to the training field, and hoisted his weighted backpack. At this moment, Feng Dayuan had already stood in front of the line, starting to explain the rules. This island has planned long-distance running routes in advance, with markers every 10 meters. If you follow the prompt pointers, you won't get lost. While saying this, he glanced at his wristwatch. The limited time for the weighted run is 4 hours, with a punishment of 10 push-ups for each 10-minute delay. No one complained, leaving Lu Yuanhang no choice but to reluctantly join the queue, shouldering his own weighted pack. The heavy load on his shoulders made his expression sour, but the next second he suddenly remembered the text message sent by his agent. A sickly image must be abandoned, otherwise, it's hard to reverse public opinion. Alright, since there's no one available for blood transfusion temporarily, there's no need to appear overly fragile. Is it just a 10 kilograms weighted run? If I could last till the end as a rare panda blood individual, fans would surely be wildly moved. Thinking of this, a cunning smirk lifted the corner of Lu Yuanhang's lips. The timing has started, you may begin. Feng Dayuan turned and glanced toward the exit, and the guests started moving their legs. Each of their collars clipped with a split-screen camera, saving the cameraman unnecessary effort. The time ahead would be left in their own hands. The director came forward from behind. Captain Feng. How do you feel? Feng Dayuan squinted his eyes. Hard to say, they all seem not simple. The director wore a mysterious look. There's still time, we can observe them slowly. Alright, Feng Dayuan paused for a moment, suddenly remembering something, then asked. Can I just eliminate Lu Yuanhang, this good for nothing? No. The director shook his head firmly. If we do that, the others will stand out even more. Chapter 15, Turn, Seize, Twist, Subdue. Yuan Feng had not contacted his superior for a while and was growing anxious. During the weighted run, his mind was elsewhere, causing him to gradually lag behind the group. On the isolated island, lush forests thrived with twisted, thick branches. Occasionally, getting scratched by a branch and accidentally knocking the split-screen camera off was quite plausible. Yuan Feng thought along these lines and deliberately emitted a voice from his throat. Ouch, the camera fell. Where did it fall? There's no time to look for it. Otherwise, we'll be penalized. Wah wah wah, how come my little brother's voice is getting further away? I'm so worried something might happen to him. Wait, there was no trace of panic in Yuan Feng's voice. Instead, it sounded deliberate. The upper comment is wrong, our little brother is the purest one. How could he be so scheming? That's right. He even refused to shoot kissing scenes for web series and talked about striking instead. As fans chatted, they left Yuan Feng's live stream room. They tried to search for their obedient younger brother's shadow in the other guests' lenses. But to no avail. At this moment, Yuan Feng had already reached an extremely secluded spot. He turned his back to the track, crouching amidst the grass as he took out the little spirit communicator hidden in his pants. His fingers moved swiftly as he typed. A trainee's father is a corporate executive, mother a group accountant, both once manipulated voting machines. Just as he finished typing this, Yuan Feng suddenly heard a slight sound behind him. Instantly alert, all the trained moves came flooding back like a trigger had been pulled, reacting on instinct. Turn, seize, twist, subdue. Only when he heard the high-pitched screams nearby did Yuan Feng awaken from his trance and gaze at the person pinned under him on the grass. How is it you? Let me go. Lu Yuanhang's face contorted with pain. My arm must be broken. You crazy lunatic. Do you want to kill me? Yuan Feng quickly retracted his hands, keeping a watchful eye on the split-frequency camera pinned to Lu Yuanhang's chest while deftly hiding his little spirit, then flushed with embarrassment asked, what were you doing sneaking up on me? Were you trying to ambush me? Sweat dripped down Lu Yuanhang's forehead. Hearing Yuan Feng's questioning made him angrier still. You dare to ask me? I kindly checked if you were injured, and you almost killed me. The fans watching the live stream can testify, you won't get away with this. As if there was any genuine concern. It was only because Lu Yuanhang saw Yuan Feng acting suspiciously and came to sabotage, but ended up entangling himself. With the arm distorted and clearly fractured, Lu Yuanhang was unsure whether he would still be able to participate in the filming. Overwhelmed with frustration, his eyes scanned the track searching for help, and when he glanced over, Jianli appeared curious as he peered out. Oh, you two seem, wrestling? Don't waste words. Hurry and help me up. If it's delayed, and my arm suffers long-term damage, my brother will never let you off. Lu Yuanhang couldn't care less about appearances anymore, the excruciating pain only made his tone sharper. His eyes radiated heavy resentment, blaming Jianli for the situation. The fans in the live stream instantly began keying responses. I can't imagine how Jianli used to make it through. With this commanding air, who would have thought he'd even donate blood for someone? Oh my gosh, please, spare me the desire to murder, heaven grant Lu Yuanhang's demise. Honestly, when I saw Yuan Feng handle Lu Yuanhang earlier, I felt like my breast ducts unblocked. I'll check tomorrow if those nodules are still present. While it feels a bit immoral, Yuan Feng looked incredibly handsome just now. Those moves resembled a special ops soldier's techniques. Despite saying he didn't do action scenes, he pleasantly surprised us. His acting career will surely broaden. What sort of kindness was checking for injury before speaking a word? Sounds like he was looking for leverage rather than help. Jianli, what are you standing there gawking for? Are you dumb? Lu Yuanhang shouted again at the top of his lungs. Jianli inclined his chin towards Yuan Feng, need assistance. Not necessary, Yuan Feng waved his hand, I can deal with it myself. Alright. Jianli nodded and turned to keep running forward. Upon seeing this, Lu Yuanhang's eyes widened in astonishment, come back here. How can you leave me alone with a madman? The events that took place within the last minute were more than enough to prove Yuan Feng was nothing short of insane. Which normal artist would dare display a violent side in front of the cameras? Was it because the company hadn't given him enough notice? Did he vent his frustration on me? Who could say? Nowadays, young people carry too much anger. All kinds of thoughts whirled through Lu Yuanhang's mind like knotted pig intestines. He turned back and caught sight of Yuan Feng leaning in, his pupils contracted sharply, don't come near me. Murder is against the law. Yuan Feng frowned, shut up. What an annoying guy. He grabbed Lu Yuanhang's arm and gave it a sharp jerk, followed by a snap. Only dislocated, what are you yelling about? Next time you show up behind me, it won't be just a relocation that simple. I'll go get you a doctor, stay still here. With these words, Yuan Feng stepped over Lu Yuanhang. At this moment, the wicked male supporting character lying on the grass with his arm clutched in pain had a tear silently slide down the corner of his eye. Something was off. Everything was off. Suffering torture in the variety show should have been Jianli. Why did it become him now? Lu Yuanhang blinked helplessly, his mind in total chaos. When Yuan Feng returned to the training ground and faced the drill instructor, he recounted the earlier sudden incident. Of course, the part where he sent messages using the little spirit communicator was deliberately concealed. Dislocated? Feng Daiyu arched an eyebrow, you did the relocation. Yuan Feng hesitated, I learned first aid knowledge before. Feng Daiyu, didn't Jianli help? Yuan Feng, he asked, but I said no. He has his own mission. Feng Daiyu, pretty good team spirit. Is Jianli really considered as a teammate? When Lu Siki received the call, he was still in a meeting. Hearing the content, his complexion changed immediately, what? Attacked in the variety show? Arm dislocated? What's the current situation? He stood up and walked out of the office under the puzzled gazes of employees, is there any danger? After hanging up the phone, Lu Siki clenched his fists tightly, his eyes revealing a fierce look. Just as he wanted to dial that number, he suddenly remembered he had been blocked, turning toward the secretary and saying, call Jianli. The secretary hesitated for a second, then pressed the call button. It rang for a long time before someone answered. Who's this? How dare you leave Lu Yuanhang to die without helping? Lu Siki snatched the phone and couldn't wait to ask. At this familiar noise, Jianli immediately guessed who it was, his lips curling into a smirk, not only dare I not help. I'll also throw in some secondary damage next time. Chapter 16, I love black skin athletes. The call was disconnected again, but this time Lu Siki wasn't surprised. His anger wasn't as intense as last time. Instead, the feeling that something is gradually slipping out of control grew stronger, making him inexplicably anxious. After pausing briefly, Lu Siki controlled his emotions and handed the phone back to the secretary, asking coldly, do I have any urgent work coming up soon? Question mark. The secretary thought for a moment, then pulled out the electronic memo, 2 acquisitions, a scientific research proposal, an investment in a resort. Try to delay them as much as possible, can we spare a month? Lu Siki interrupted him. We can, but... The secretary spoke at a measured pace, it will cost over 10 million yuan. Lu Siki's eyes grew dark, I understand. With that, he turned around and returned to the meeting room to continue the previous topic. That's right. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to waste too much energy on some bastard son of a mistress. All the time-consuming torment from before was merely for revenge and settling debts. If he cancelled important schedules and participated in the adventure reality show at a cost of losing over 10 million. Isn't that putting too much regard on that lowlife? It might even make him overestimate the situation, thinking it showed care. Lu Siki ignored the heartache in his chest and continued listening to employee reports, but his eyes couldn't focus for a long time. By the time they had run halfway, the sun had nearly reached the horizon. Sweat soaked through the camouflage uniforms, sticking stickily to their skin, making everyone feel especially uncomfortable. Jianli conveniently discarded the weighted pack, taking off his shirt and tying it around his waist, then picked up the pack again. Just as he was about to continue running forward, a voice came from behind, "Are you very hot?" Jianli suddenly turned around and saw a tall, stern-faced man approaching step by step. Even in the evening, as long as there is sunlight, it's easy to get tanned. Hua Xiao walked up to Jianli, his voice indifferent, showing no emotion. The camera on the collar was aimed directly at the delicate collarbone. Holy crap, this is what they call cold white style. How come he's glaringly white? Huh, Zhao's care came out of nowhere. From his camera's point of view, Jianli looks even more beautiful. Can't say anything about his figure, let alone his face. And now he took off his shirt. Are you sure he's not seducing anyone? After you mention it, Jianli seems to have some cunning. Could he already see Xiao coming from behind? Getting tanned. Jianli curled the corner of his lips, that's exactly what I want. I like black-skinned athletes. Is that so? Hua Xiao's expression became serious for a moment, as if he were thinking about something. Suddenly, the next second, he also took off his camouflage uniform, revealing a smooth upper body. He glanced down at himself and mumbled something under his breath. Jianli faintly heard, maybe I should tan some more. Jianli. I like being a black-skinned athlete. It has nothing to do with anyone else. What is the tragic villain thinking about? In the live stream captured by his waist camera. Hey. Can you stop treating me like an outsider and adjust the camera up a bit? Life depends on this piece of meat. Are Xiao and Li now considered as candid with each other? Oh no, they're half candid, so how far are we from fully candid? Seriously, isn't this adventure variety show turned into a love reality show by you guys? What's wrong with you? You will die without shippers, right? Yes, that's exactly true. Xiao obviously cares. He wants to turn himself into a black-skinned athlete. Two veteran informants who had already caught up saw the two men, both with their tops off, looking very noticeable. They subconsciously exchanged glances and murmured, youth is good. Not like us, whose knees are almost developing bursitis running. That's right. Let's take a chance to rest together. Time is nearly up, right? 10 minutes late means doing push-ups, and my arm strength is already poor. Zhou Nan revealed his rather developed biceps, took a look, then quietly put them down again. Live stream fans hadn't reacted to the strange picture yet when Luo Xiaohong ran up from behind, complaining, why did you just run here? If you delay any longer, I'll. Martial artists all know, the more they procrastinate, the more patience wears thin. Especially in front of the cameras, they couldn't reveal their tragic childhood experiences of sprinting uphill and downhill to carry water for over 10 years. Luo Xiaohong paced anxiously in place, realizing she was about to slip up, and quickly changed the subject, I'm almost left far behind by you guys. Shi Hua-yi turned his head and gave her powerful legs a glance, barely suppressing a chuckle, then, should we wait for you a bit longer? Don't bother. Luo Xiaohong blurted out. If I am dragged, won't I die? Rather than exposing myself straightforwardly. So, within less than 3 hours. The weight-bearing squad returned to the training field in unison. They dropped their backpacks on the ground and started grumbling one after another. Too exhausted. This training isn't humanly bearable. They all said I'm too old for this, but my agent insisted on signing me up. My skin is darker now. How can I ever take romance roles anymore? Jianli squinted and looked around, finding the three undercover actors exaggerating more and more. He smirked and muttered, humph, don't fool me. At the same time, the action team stationed on the island. The crewmen surrounding a tablet were all stunned and talking animatedly. Du Xiao. 2 hours 50 minutes. All guests arrived. Faster than our best record by 20 minutes. Really broadcasted live throughout, with no falsification at all. If we didn't see it with our own eyes. Before the chatter died down, someone walked through the door, cleared his throat seriously, ahem. The crewman hearing the voice immediately straightened up, Captain. There's a special mission assigned to you, the captain's face tightened, next, we need to cooperate with the production team to conduct emergency training for the guests. Besides setting obstacles, there will also be a real-life CS game. He crossed his hands behind his back, his tone inevitably laced with a tinge of disdain, after all, you haven't received professional training. Don't make the fight look too clumsy, doing it for appearances will be enough. The crew with buzz cuts. Didn't they receive professional training? One guest actually dislocated someone's arm on camera. Any issues? Seeing that his subordinates were silent, the captain confidently asked again. No. The crew with buzz cuts shouted their slogan. The captain nodded, turned around and walked towards the door. As soon as he stepped into the corridor, an involuntary joyful curve appeared at the corner of his mouth. Old Feng, oh old Feng. Finally able to win against you this time, right? You'd better not say I won without any skill. Chapter 17, Useless people die from talking too much. Is the director hellbent on covering for Yuan Feng? Was he unintentional? Who would believe that? Yuan Feng wants nothing more than to cripple me. I don't care, in this variety show, either it's me or him. Lying down in the lounge, Lu Yuanhang was incredibly irate, giving a tirade to the director's assistant. How could he not believe that kicking out a newcomer from the entertainment industry was possible, especially when this person is a younger brother of the capital side's bigwig? He decided to make an example out of Yuan Feng to warn everyone, no matter how famous the star is and how promising the future, once anyone offends him, their career will end here. If that's what you want, then I'll report back to our boss. The director's assistant turned to leave. Lu Yuanhang froze, quickly sitting up. What are you going to say? That you're applying to go home for illness, the assistant matter-of-factly said. Lu Yuanhang's expression cracked. You. The assistant smirked. Let me kindly remind you, Yuan Feng didn't do anything excessive. You took the opportunity to get close, and his response was merely self-defense. Saying he tried to cripple you is quite exaggerated. After all, he only made a seizing motion. Lu Yuanhang couldn't find a way to retort, just opening his mouth wide. So, the assistant continued, the director says that if your arm is injured and you cannot shoot, we can send you away from the island today. Anything else, don't even think about it. Seeing the assistant leaving arrogantly, Lu Yuanhang angrily slammed the bed, grabbed his phone the next second, furiously editing a message. Find cyber mercenaries to trash Yuan Feng until death. I want him driven out by public criticism. Upon receiving this message, the broker replied smoothly with 2 words, all right. An underling looked over, young Master Lu is losing his mind again. Just ignore him, the agent picked up the wine glass, keep drinking. Walking out, Lu Yuanhang saw several guests standing on the training ground, talking quietly like nothing had happened, looking completely fine and breath steady. Exhausted beyond belief. No chance to descend the pit tonight. If there's an emergency assembly, I absolutely won't hear it. Tomorrow, I'll definitely have soreness in my waist and back. I should have brought some plaster for bruises. Ask the medic after a while whether they have any. As the guests talked among themselves walking towards the canteen, they passed by Lu Yuanhang, deliberately ignoring him as if he were air. Lu Yuanhang deeply inhaled, consoling himself. Bad news, none of the guests on this variety show are normal. Good news, tonight, during the emergency assembly, he surely won't be the last one anymore. Thus, Lu Yuanhang forced himself to open his eyes wide, staying awake until exactly 12 o'clock. Finally, the gathering broadcast above his head sounded. In 5 minutes, put on your clothes and assemble at the playground. The last one will be punished. I repeat, within 5 minutes. He stood up abruptly, grabbing the camouflage uniform and pulling it onto himself when out of the corner of his eye he saw a few black shadows zip out. Shit. So fast. Lu Yuanhang quickened his hand speed and finally managed to pull up his pants, stepping into his training shoes before rushing towards the door. However, he was pushed aside by a figure. Stumbling several steps, almost falling flat on his face. He looked up closely and realized. It was Zhou Nan who said he wouldn't be able to descend the pit tonight. What the hell? Tricking me. When the last person was set in place, Feng Daiyu solemnly began, Lu Yuanhang, 20 laps, start now, finish them before sleeping. Others can leave. Lu Yuanhang took another deep breath, struggling hard to suppress his urge to kill someone as he walked towards the track. The next day, cloudy sky. Feng Daiyu stood in front of the team, starting to explain the drill. All of you must have played live-action outdoor CS before, right? In preparation for the upcoming elimination task, the production team has specially arranged a similar course. Of course, the course doesn't use real guns, but your opponents are far from simple. How complicated could it be? They're not really going to get soldiers involved, are they? Lu Yuanhang muttered unhappily. He thought the punishment would just be symbolic. But last night, he never expected Feng Daiyu to actually supervise him running all 20 laps. With no use for pleading or showing weakness, Feng was utterly merciless. Feng Daiyu coldly scanned Lu Yuanhang with a smirk that didn't reach his eyes. Your guess is pretty accurate. Are you insane? Lu Yuanhang clearly hadn't anticipated such a response, looking completely baffled. Going up against professional soldiers means getting crushed instantly. Jian Li hooked his lips in an indifferent smile, normal. Ordinary people fighting you also end up crushed. Thinking this way, don't you feel better? Lu Yuanhang turned around, his eyes brimming with rage. Will you just shut up? Haven't you seen how much this variety show's exploiting us? This level of training intensity, no one can survive it. The group of 4 undercover members put on a show, right, that's true, we can't survive it. Why does this useless person always talk so much? Is he trying to make others guess my identity? Sure enough, live stream chat started flooding. My brain starts itching now, I have a weird feeling about some guests. They might be deliberately hiding their abilities. Who was it yesterday? Saying loud and clear they couldn't get up, yet once the assembly whistle sounded, they bolted out of the dormitory. Haha, right, I watched the edit. Lu Yuanhang was pushed and fell flat. Luo Xiaohong stepped on his hand without hesitation. Those who can't handle it seem limited to Lu Yuanhang alone, don't they? What? We're going to play live-action CS. With professional opponents? I'm already pumped and ready to go. Without exception, Lu Yuanheng's protest was ineffective. Under Feng Daiyuan's lead, the guest team arrived at the pre-arranged mock battlefield. The table held paintball guns, tactical hats, bulletproof vests, hit points, C4 bombs. All appearing rather professional. As soon as Jian Li's eyes lit up wanting to walk over and try them out, Feng Daiyuan's voice sounded again. To increase the entertainment factor, everyone has to draw a roll card to determine the position or task they will undertake in the team. This is such a hassle. Lu Yuanheng mumbled a small complaint. Feng Daiyuan ignored him, pulling out the cards and continuing, each of your tasks needs to be kept secret, because there's a mole among you. If revealed, the enemy army will easily win. Mole. Some specially identified guests simultaneously repeated this word, then revealed somewhat strained smiles. I've no experience with such missions, don't let me pick it. Yuan Feng scratched his head, saying something like hiding one's ears while stealing a bell. Coincidentally, someone chimed in agreement, same here. Me too. While the moles were putting on a show, Jian Li had already stepped forward, drew a card, glanced at it, and shoved it into his pocket. Hua Xiao followed closely after. Other guests also went ahead. Only the last one remained, falling into Lu Yuanheng's hands. After a quick glance, his expression immediately became tense. Then, realizing something else, he flashed a strange smile. Reporting teammates' locations as a mole. This mission suits me perfectly. With me here, none of you stand a chance. Chapter 18, I don't mind turning you into a total wreck. Lu Yuanheng gripped his task card, calculating a detailed plan in his mind to become a double agent. With sheer determination, he intended to drag these abnormal guests down to failure. He smirked cunningly, raising his head slowly. However, before he knew it, several eagle-eyed gazes pierced through him simultaneously. It felt like they wanted to see straight through him, directly uncovering the hidden card behind his back. Lu Yuanheng suddenly startled, breaking into a sweat instantly on his forehead, secretly horrified. Can't be, can't be. They wouldn't have guessed I'm the mole, would they? But, those glances lasted only 2 or 3 seconds, then casually drifted away. Lu Yuanheng's sense of oppression instantly disappeared, heaving a long sigh of relief. I told you, how could they possibly be that perceptive? Mere action stars, their intelligence definitely leaves much to be desired. Soon, the guests got fully equipped with professional gear, heading towards the dense forest with paintball guns. Feng Daiyuan held a megaphone, quickly find and occupy the enemy fort, or annihilate all enemies, whichever is achieved counts as victory. The time limit is 2 hours. You can first choose a captain, then arrange the combat plan. Just as he finished speaking, Jian Li headed towards the woods. Perhaps it was from executing too many bloody missions amid gunfire in his past life, although he strolled leisurely toward the dense forest, his back emitted an undeniable aura of killing. Feng Daiyuan glanced over and paused slightly as if reminiscing about something long ago. His gaze became inscrutable, then next moment, he spoke into the megaphone, Jian Li, your only order is one word. Win. Jian Li, holding the paintball gun, didn't turn around but simply lifted his hand to gesture an okay. The movement was casual yet suave. Like a top-notch mercenary. A wave of screams erupted in the live stream. Lu Yuanheng at the end of the group snorted, pretending to be such a big shot. Just wait till you cry later. Upon stabilizing near their fortress, Jian Li turned with the paintball gun, who wants to be the captain? Decision must be made within 2 minutes. I don't want to. Yuan Feng swallowed the be the sacrificial word, hurriedly corrected himself, captain. Next. Jian Li's gaze landed on Hui Zhao's face, whose deep black eyes revealed profoundness, I dislike troubles. Then. Luo Xiaohong, Shihui, Zhou Nan simultaneously raised their hands, we don't want to be captains either. Alright, Jian Li nodded, then I'll take the role. At that very moment, Lu Yuanheng protested, why not choose me? Don't worry, Jian Li rolled his eyes, when we select for the suicide squad, you'll be the first choice. On what grounds? Lu Yuanheng had been accustomed to indulgence, his patience had no limits, especially since he wanted to use the captain's authority to directly ruin the game, so he argued on principle, this is unfair, it must be decided by vote. Before he finished, Jian Li glanced at his wristwatch and suddenly became serious, 2 minutes are up, let's go. Seeing all guests had followed suit, Lu Yuanheng fumed, hey. Daring to ignore me? Do you believe I can make you lose terribly? Jian Li suddenly stopped, then executed a perfect spinning kick, severing the nearby tree branch as thick as a small arm in half. He looked back, his lips curving coldly, keep talking nonsense, I don't mind turning you completely into a wreck. Lu Yuanheng was evidently scared and dared not speak anymore. In the live stream chat, comments were flooding. Jian Li has decent skills, never would have guessed earlier. He looked sickly, like a chronic patient. Little Lu just pointed out injustice, but using threats of violence. Is this reality show really okay with promoting violence? Moreover, why does Little Lu always get hurt? First slapped by Instructor Feng, then having his arm broken by Yuan Feng, now Jian Li openly threatens. This show should be taken down and regulated. Upstairs, please use proper terms. It was dislocated, not broken. If it was really that severe, he should be at the hospital instead of competing for captaincy. I suggest Panda Blood know his own place, doing everything wrong yet still demanding roles. Brother Li is handsome and well supported. No wonder people favor him. If it were me, I'd support him too. First, Jianli checked the walkie-talkie device and signaled for other guests to spread out, slightly leaning forward, scattered search line advance. Remember to hide, teams of 2, providing mutual support front and rear. Also, aim for headshots whenever possible. They have higher kill rates and eliminate the need for follow-up shots. Understood? Please respond. Yuan Feng, 1 received. Luo Xiaohong, 2 understood. Shi Hui, 3. Zhou Nan, 4. Hua Xiao, 5. The deep, cool voice sounded behind Jianli. Turning instinctively, he saw Hua Xiao's stern expression with fiery eyes. I'll provide backup from your rear. Jianli raised his eyebrows. In his previous life, he always operated solo, never leaving his back to anyone. After all mercenaries came from different countries, they gathered only for money. Who knew when they might betray their employer again for profit? Thus, entrusting one's life to others was the most foolish act. But facing Hua Xiao, Jianli inexplicably developed a sense of trust. Could it be because, the enemy of my enemy is my friend? This principle could explain it. So, Jianli slightly nodded, all right. Just don't stab me in the back unexpectedly. Upon hearing this, Hua Xiao faintly smiled, rest assured, that's something moles do. Suddenly realizing their identities called out, some embarrassed contestants stiffened entirely. Chapter 19, nicknamed the Outlaw Wildcard. After a brief stiffness, the 4-person undercover team quickly adjusted their state and found their battle positions. They attentively searched for enemy information and steadily advanced without haste. It was obvious that excellence is a habit. Professional elites can perfectly adapt in any adverse environment, displaying accumulated superior talents. Take Yuan Feng, this top graduate of the training camp with all the grades. Shi Hui, an employee with remarkable intelligence achievements. Zhou Nan, a top informant who received the highest peace contribution award. And Luo Xiaohong, this excellent inheritor of a martial arts sect who sweeps through rivals. Not only did they promptly detect the enemies lurking at 7, 8, 9, and 10 o'clock directions in the live combat game, but they also had impeccable coordination, actively covering each other while attacking. In just 3 minutes, they had executed headshots on 4 soldiers. The broadcast voice suddenly echoed in their ears, for members of the red team are dead. In the live stream chat, comments started popping out. So fast there are casualties. Is the opposing side really professional? Holy cow, did you see that? Covering, crawling, jumping, aiming, shooting. Not one extra motion, and they took out 4 opponents like it was nothing. To say this season's guests have no skills, I won't believe it. Lu Yuanheng, hearing the broadcast, was astonished with his mouth wide open. How did this happen when he hadn't even had time to transmit his location yet these 4 had already gotten first blood? Coincidence? Or was the production team deliberately cheating? Annoying. For the sake of viewership ratings, they would come up with anything despicable. Compared to the shock of Lu Yuanheng, Jianli remained composed. Although the Dog Blood novel didn't delve too deeply into the strange guests featured in the reality show, by analyzing some passing references to special identities, it became clear that the missions they shouldered were far from simple. Otherwise, their agility wouldn't be so high, allowing them to easily challenge an entire battalion of a special forces unit. Be careful, a crisp low voice came from behind. Jianli responded almost without hesitation, flipping forward smoothly before firing a shot. The broadcast sounded again, one member of the red team has been killed. The director monitoring behind the screens sucked in a breath sharply. His assistant stared intently at the monitor. Director, what? What does this mean? There were only 10 members in the red team. Half of the members wiped out already, leaving them with just half the force. And all this happened within a mere 8 minutes. Numbers don't lie, this is astonishing. Is the opposing side going easy on us? The director asked uncertainly. Should, maybe, probably, not. The assistant tried to close his gaping jaw. At the same moment, inside the red team's fortress. The commander held the walkie-talkie. What situation is this? Didn't you provide adequate cover? Why did half the team get eliminated so quickly? You're not supposed to let it slide like that. The newly defeated soldier hung his head. I was careless, I just wanted to check the position and ended up. He faltered mid-sentence, glancing over at the other few teammates for some unspoken shared understanding. Boss, it seems this group is trained. Several seconds later, someone finally reached a conclusion. The commander snorted, do I need you telling me that? Even a blind man could see it. Listen up everyone left. Stay sharp and go straight into attack mode. Win back the dignity we've lost. He threw down the walkie-talkie after speaking, the image of Feng Daiyuan's smirking face flashing before his eyes. As a matter of fact, after being caught off guard, the tactical plan of the red team was in chaos. Under Jian Li's pressuring command, the undercover 4-person group gradually broke through hidden points, even capturing a sniper alive, tying him up inside their own fortress. The humiliated sniper refused to give in despite the threats. I don't know where the red team's fortress is, do as you please. Upon seeing this, Jian Li sneered, kill. That would be too merciful for you. He lifted his chin, take off your clothes and write I am a prisoner across it. Draw fire towards you. The sniper turned red with anger, this is torture against prisoners of war. It violates the laws of war. Jian Li curled his lips, I only recognize money, not law. Given the nickname, Outlaw Wildcard. Ha 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 crap. What an epic outlaw wildcard, that line was too violent, too badass, I love it too much. Jian Li's arrogant attitude reminds me of a certain popular mercenary on a video platform. He's killed countless people but still shares his daily life. Once, he was scolded by netizens, and he went straight to confront them. Jian Li's rugged and wild approach truly has a hint of the mercenary's shadow. Don't make me laugh, it's all scripted, do you actually believe it? Shit, if it's all scripted, why don't they let Lu Yuanheng play that role? He's the younger brother of the capital investor, so why didn't they give him a good character? Exactly, everyone else is charging ahead, leaving him cowering like a turtle. At this moment, the cowardly turtle had no idea about the comments directed at him in the live stream chat. Seeing others adjusting their equipment, he cautiously approached the sniper. I can save you, I'm an undercover. Hearing the deliberately low voice, the sniper glanced at him rather surprisingly, you? Undercover? How could someone so useless be chosen? Oh no. The roles are randomly assigned, he has no control over it. Most people in the army are straightforward men who wear their emotions on their sleeves. So, Lu Yuanheng could clearly see the obvious disdain in the sniper's eyes. He instantly felt displeased, if you want to win, you need me. It'd be best if you're polite. Humph, don't know what kind of training you've had to end up so weak, yet you dare look down on others. The sniper endured repeatedly, barely suppressing the impulse to seize the gun and kill him. He didn't want to leave other blue team members with a reputation of being sore losers. So, gritting his teeth, he muttered, enough chatter, how exactly do you plan to help us win? Of course, by secretly letting you go. Lu Yuanheng thought his pre-planned strategy was foolproof, so he revealed a proud smile, once you get back, have the other teammates return along the same route. Isn't the rule whoever captures the fortress first wins? Who cares how many die? Right after, while the other guests continued scattered searches, the sniper was untied by Lu Yuanheng. Baffled, the sniper asked, do they trust you this much? Of course, we're on the same team. A sudden sense of group spirit surfaced in Lu Yuanheng as he smiled arrogantly. Suspicious but without hesitation, the sniper quickly darted into the dense forest. After sneaking into the red team fortress, just as he was about to shout, follow me comrades, he realized he had been shot in the head. His stiffened body turned back only to see the blue team guests lined up in a flanking position advancing slowly with their paintball guns ready. A curse arose from within him. Damn. That guy was a double agent. Chapter 20 WTF, this twist caught me off guard. The blue team achieved victory with 0 casualties. Undercover mission failed, penalty applied to the guest. As the announcement rang out in his ears, Lu Yuanheng looked utterly bewildered, how could we lose? How incompetent can they be? Just then, the live broadcast camera focused on him, and the chat exploded with laughter. I guessed it right, Lu Yuanheng is indeed an undercover. Ha! They intentionally gave you time alone with the hostage, baiting you into a trap, and you didn't even notice, then accused others of being worthless. Sigh, if someone else were the undercover, the red team might have stood a chance instead of losing with 0 blood. Blue team, having such an undercover is our blessing. Seeing Jian Li leading the blue team back to the base fortress, Lu Yuanheng couldn't resist questioning them, how did you know I was the undercover? After speaking, he immediately contradicted himself, no, you didn't figure it out anyway, it was just coincidence. That sniper was too careless, he didn't realize he was being followed. What a terrible teammate. Lu Yuanheng kept summarizing and sighing, attributing the failure to others without a second thought. What he didn't know was that when the red team reviewed the footage afterward, watching this particular segment replay over and over, every member clenched their fists in anger, glaring at him like an enemy. We must eliminate this guy first in the next outdoor combat match. Exactly, too infuriating. Thus, in the subsequent real-life battle simulations, Lu Yuanheng was always the first to get hit in the head, eliminated earliest each time. He became incredibly frustrated, even complaining that the opposing team was targeting him on purpose and tried stirring public opinion for himself. Of course, that's another story. At noon, the cafeteria served a bountiful meal. Instructor Lin Daiyu discarded his usually stern demeanor, unable to suppress the smile at the corner of his mouth. To quickly achieve victory after just 1 day of training is a very commendable performance. A bit of good food later will replenish your energy, then continue working hard. Jian Li flopped into the chair, his gaze scanning the table. He mentally whistled twice, wow, the food really was quite good. Braised beef short ribs with tomatoes, chicken stewed with potatoes, steamed Dover sole, braised large pork knuckle, fresh fried river shrimp, and a few vegetable stir-fries, this spread could rival a wedding banquet or a month-old celebration feast. Without hesitation, he picked up the chopsticks and took a bite of the beef short rib. However, from behind came some murmuring voices. What gives them the right to sit there while I'm stuck here alone? Isn't this discrimination? Lu Yuanhang couldn't be more dissatisfied, almost hopping in anger, but restrained himself due to the cameras recording him. The program's guide stepped forward with a professional fake smile. The director said, 40 laps around the training ground, or plain rice porridge and pickled vegetables for lunch. 2 punishments to choose from. What? Lu Yuanhang suspected there was something wrong with his hearing. He widened his eyes disbelievingly. 40 laps. I'd vomit blood from 20, and you're making me do 40? So, you have a choice, the guide responded calmly, but his tone was infuriating. Lu Yuanhang took a deep breath. Fine, you want to play dirty, huh? Don't regret it later. He wouldn't be stupid enough to let his emotions take over and run 40 laps under the scorching sun. White rice porridge and pickled vegetables, no matter how hard they were to swallow, were better than physical punishment. With an air of defiance, Lu Yuanhang sat directly at the round table, grabbed a bowl of congee, sipped hastily, then slammed it back down on the table. Seeing this, the live stream fans chimed in through their keyboards. What's bothering Lu Yuanhang? Wasn't his mission successful? Oh well, he's still a pampered rich boy, isn't he? His temper is understandable since he's been spoiled from childhood. I heard that even when hospitalized, the blood bank staff had to work overtime. Before filming this show, wasn't he saying that he wanted to change? But now, he just lies back and wants to win without effort. If he can't win, he starts calling others useless teammates. Honestly, I can't stand it anymore. Can we just kick Lu Yuanhang out? It's precisely because of such weak and pampered celebrities like him that fans' aesthetic standards are being distorted. I declare that I will start resisting, capable or not. When Agent Li Lin sent Jian Li screenshots of these comments, Jian Li was engrossed in devouring pig trotters. He casually glanced at the messages and gave a carefree smirk. This kind of commentary was pretty similar to what happened in the original work, intense backlash against the original protagonist. For instance, after suffering physical exhaustion leading to convulsions and having to leave the deserted island for medical treatment, he found no job offers coming afterward. Thus, he completely became obscure within the entertainment industry, locked away in a villa by Lu Siki as a venting tool. It was obvious that the storyline had already started deviating. That revolting, cliched ending would undoubtedly be subtly changing. What are you looking at? A faint breathing sound echoed near his ear, causing Jian Li to slightly jump back, raising his head to meet Hu Xiao's dark as ink eyes. Just browsing. The netizens are actually quite witty. Are they? Hu Xiao leaned in closer, eyeing Jian Li's palm. Rich white frail, what does that mean? Never heard of it. Jian Li arched an eyebrow and pointed toward the other table with a nod. There's your definition. Following Jian Li's line of sight, Hu Xiao nodded slowly. Pretty accurate description. Lu Yuanhang, who had already felt quite blocked up, suddenly turned around in anger upon hearing the comment behind him. Jian Li, you've got the nerve to criticize me? Look at yourself. So thin you're like a bamboo pole, too weak to even handle any wind. Suddenly, he couldn't continue his rant. After all, just moments ago in the Wild Combat announcement, Jian Li was named the best shooter, the MVP of the entire event, which was far from fitting someone described as weak and frail. Damn, when did this bastard become so strong? Fuming silently, Lu Yuanhang turned back around. The white rice porridge in his mouth tasted even harder to swallow. At this point, the guide held up a megaphone and walked in front of the camera. Dear fans, the voting channel has been open for more than 30 hours and is about to close. We are now tallying the results for the first round of the most popular lone warrior. Those who haven't made their choice yet, please log into the official website and cast your vote for your favorite guest. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanhang quietly pulled out his phone, typed a message and sent it out. No matter how many water warriors you hire, grab the top spot for me. After finishing lunch, there was no immediate resumption of training. Lin Daiyu specially approved an hour for everyone to shower. After all, having camouflage sticking to your body isn't exactly a comfortable feeling. 2 people form a group freely, each group has 20 minutes, he paused, then looked at Luo Xiaohong, female soldiers go alone, no time limit. Hearing this, the chat became excited. Shower? 2-person groups, picking up soap that kind. Haha, can we broadcast it live? Don't treat me like an outsider. I guess Xiao Gu and Li Gu will be in a group, they are about the same height, both with good figures, just imagining it is pleasing to the eye, I'll go first, whoever wants to be in my group, follow automatically. Jian Li was the first to walk towards the bathroom, pulling up his shirt while walking, revealing his tight and good-looking abs. The live streaming room immediately screamed. Holy crap, this body reveal caught me off guard. Chapter 21, underwear left here, I'll fetch it. Yuan Feng was already hot, desperate to strip naked and rush in for a shower. It was only because of some residual decency and rationality that Jian Li got there first. But Yuan Feng didn't panic, after all, 2-person groups still left him opportunities. Wait, Just as Yuan Feng lifted his arm, Luo Xiaohong beside him pushed it back down. Are you crazy? Bathing with Jian Li? What's wrong with that, said steel-straight male Yuan Feng, I think Jian Li's a decent guy. Luo Xiaohong rolled her eyes, don't you remember you were acting in a double male lead web series? Couldn't you tell from that? So what if it's a double male lead, should I have noticed something? Yuan Feng looked confused, glancing out of the corner of his eye to see Hu Xiao had already stepped forward. He instantly made a face of regret. Damn, I've been beaten to it. This side was brooding, and the other side had already started forming pairs. Lao Yi, let's do it together. Zhou Nan nudged Shi Huayi with his elbow. When the curtain lifts, we dash straight in. Saying this, he glanced at Shi Huayi's lower half. Your old legs and arms should still beat the young ones, right? Disrespecting me, huh? Shi Huayi sniffed. Though I'm 30 years old already, grabbing a bathhouse shouldn't be a problem. Hearing this exchange, Yuan Feng flipped his mood right there. Hey! Could you guys speak somewhere else? If you two form a group, isn't that pushing me into the fire pit? What if I catch some disease from someone else? Lu Yuanhang couldn't bear to listen anymore. Who exactly are you accusing of having a disease? XSWL, Yuan Feng asking others to be discreet. He himself is saying someone has a disease. This kind of straightforward nature makes me not even want to try to turn him gay. Wasn't he straight? His performance in that double male lead role seemed pretty committed, and the deep sense of comradeship at the end could not be ignored. Could it possibly be brotherly love? After all, due to censorship reasons, nothing was ever explicitly clarified. I don't want to dwell on these vague things anymore. Camera, please switch to the bathhouse, give us some real perks. The bathing hall was arranged rather simply. 2 cubicles faced each other, with wooden doors in the middle blocking private parts. Jianli walked in first, casually picking a side and starting to undress. By the time Hu Xiao entered, the water from the shower head was already flowing onto his hair, trickling down his cheeks to his collarbone, and swiftly sliding down. You came. Jianli casually greeted, then turned around, fully submerging his head in the water stream. Hu Xiao's voice was unexpectedly low, his gaze lingering for a moment on the pale back shimmering faintly, before quickly shifting away. There were cameras in the shower, but critical areas were avoided. The broad shoulders and narrow waists of the two men still stirred infinite imagination among the audience. Your physique is pretty well built. Do you have a coach? Hu Xiao broke the awkwardness amidst the sound of running water. To develop a thin layer of muscle within such a short time from being frail, it's definitely not something achieved solely by lowering your body fat percentage. He must have spent a lot of effort, perhaps even hired a professional team. Do I need a coach? Jianli chuckled lightly, all thanks to talent. And, do I look like someone who can afford to hire a coach? Hu Xiao slightly startled, are you poor? Mother of 3, gambling father, clueless younger brother, endless scammers and idiots in life, Jianli laughed without care, so, do you want to support me a bit? As he spoke, he turned around, catching sight of Hu Xiao's dark gaze unintentionally, and immediately feeling awkward, joking. Who are the scammers and idiots? Hu Xiao lacked humor, his stunning features exuding stubborn seriousness. Who else could it be? Jianli shrugged, the legendary financier. Lu Siki. Hu Xiao mumbled as if to himself, his expression somewhat gloomy. Jianli didn't notice, nor did he reply, continuing to wash rapidly. A mercenary often marches and fights, various unexpected situations always arise. Therefore, whether it's eating, sleeping, or showering, one must remain vigilant and quick. Habits once formed are hard to change. So, in less than 10 minutes, Jianli had quickly finished washing, put on his clothes, and was heading out. You continue, I'm out of here. All right. Hu Xiao responded, his gaze trailing along, a flicker of something unusual passing through his eyes. The director watching from behind the surveillance noticed this scene and suddenly felt puzzled. Didn't Xiao Ji's agent mention he has a cleanliness phobia and can't share items with others? The assistant caught on instantly, aiming to avoid trouble by rationalizing reasonably, Director, does taking a shower count as sharing? The water didn't even mix. The logic is sound, but something still feels off. The director scratched his head, deep in thought. The two figures stepping into the shower interrupted his chain of thoughts. Hey, why is the screen going black? The director picked up the walkie-talkie. Technical department, check what's wrong. The veteran intelligence officer and veteran informer stepped into the bathing room, their expressions turning extremely cold. They mechanically undressed while being sarcastic. I thought you'd already retired, never expected you were still stirring things up in the game. You haven't quit, so why should I? Shi Huayi gave Zhou Nan a sideways glance. What case is it this time? Don't pry, don't want to get burned. Zhou Nan turned on the showerhead. Moreover, we've signed confidentiality agreements, leaking info will have consequences. Pretending to be mysterious. Shi Huayi snorted mockingly, wasn't it my help that caught the spies selling information last time? Your help? Zhou Nan glared at him, if I hadn't drunk the medicated wine for you, would I have almost gotten my ass blown up? Well, that was an accident. Shi Huayi, upon hearing this, noticeably lost much of his earlier confidence. I never asked you to help me. Zhou Nan, fine. Next time when you're about to die from drinking, I won't help you either. They actually knew each other long ago, having a relationship akin to childhood buddies. Both attended the same military school and graduated, then got assigned to different departments. They once had some camaraderie until they both lost contact after graduation. And then, when they met again, it turned out they'd both switched paths and entered the entertainment industry. Holy crap, how did you fall so far? Shi Hua-yi looked bewildered at Zhou Nan, who was drinking with a benefactor. Zhou Nan fired back without hesitation, and aren't you exactly the same? Both wanted to argue heatedly and try to fish out the other department's recent operation plans. However, just as they were in the middle of it, someone stuck their head in through the bathhouse door. Still chatting. Shi Hua-yi and Zhou Nan sharply turned around, alertness flashing in their eyes as they simultaneously questioned, what did you hear? How could they have walked in without making a sound? Professional spy. I heard nothing, Jian Li grinned smugly, just came to pick up the underwear I left here. Carry on, you too. Shi Hua-yi. What the hell is this about underwear? Zhou Nan. Can someone really forget to wear underwear? Chapter 22, I thought you learned to coo like a rooster. Jian Li isn't simple. Veteran intelligence workers and top-notch undercover agents at home and abroad came to a unanimous conclusion, observing his tall and rugged figure. Their slightly narrowed eyes reflected cunning looks. How much do you think he overheard? Shi Hua-yi whispered quietly. Zhou Nan kept scrubbing himself in the same position, uncertain, but the footwork is undoubtedly impressive. These two excellent graduates of the military academy failed to employ any reconnaissance skills learned during their training. Only when Jian Li intentionally revealed his presence did they realize their supposedly secure location had been compromised. A bit embarrassing. Shi Hua-yi sighed softly. Zhou Nan, more than a bit. 10 minutes later, the two stepped out of the shower. Yuan Feng hurriedly rushed in, followed by Lu Yuanheng. Though clearly reluctant, Lu Yuanheng couldn't ignore the smell of his own sweat and thus reluctantly went along with the communal bath idea. Just don't sneak a peek at me, Lu Yuanheng muttered disdainfully. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng turned around, his face expressing a clear sentiment of, as if there's anything interesting to see from you, ignoring Lu Yuanheng entirely as he immediately took action. Coincidentally, the camera malfunction had just been fixed, and the live stream's image became crystal clear once more. Yuan Feng looks amazing, perfect body lines, obviously with strong core muscles. Was he the top or bottom in the web series? Lu Yuanheng sure has guts to complain. Skinny as a stick, what's there to steal a glance at anyway? Do you even have anything worth looking at? Have you guys noticed, ever since we reached the bathing segment, viewership has skyrocketed, nearing record-breaking numbers. This is normal, the screen is full of hormones, aren't you excited? Excited. I've already had several nosebleeds. While showering, Lu Yuanheng caught a glimpse of Yuan Feng who was fully focused and not looking his way at all, which annoyed him. He rolled his eyes and said, did you hear Jian Li speak just now? What? Yuan Feng was rinsing his hair, answering absently. He said he forgot to wear his underwear. Lu Yuanheng smirked sarcastically. I get why he wants attention, but isn't this overdoing it kind of disgusting? What? Did Brotherly skip a gear just now? Oh no. Why didn't the cameraman give more close-ups? Exactly. Letting us guess the outline would have been good too. I feel like I've missed out on millions. Why did the camera malfunction at that moment? Disgusting. Not really, I often forget too. Especially during midnight missions when the sensation of cool air through the crotch wasn't pleasant at all. Yuan Feng thought this, speeding up his bathing actions. Though he didn't understand Lu Yuanheng's intentions, there was an undeniable tea-like flavor in his words that instinctively caused resentment. I'm done. Yuan Feng turned off the showerhead, haphazardly throwing on some clothes before heading out. Lu Yuanheng hastily called him back, wait. How can you leave so quickly? What about me? Doesn't that make me look slow? Yuan Feng glanced askance at him, noticing how he tested the water temperature after taking off his camouflage uniform. Your slowness, does it concern me? Don't be ridiculous. Being shameless to a certain extent, no wonder Brother Xiao wants to stay far away. Wanting others as a shield. Do you even have the capability? We're not your dads, we don't have the obligation to cater to you. Seeing the comments fill the screen, the paid commenters couldn't interject anymore and turned to their boss asking, can we cancel this order? The cursing from netizens was too dirty for them to handle. Sometimes even those being misled also wanted to add a few insults themselves. The boss also looked troubled, do you think I don't want to? But who among the commercial elites can afford to offend Lu Siki? And, they're paying too much. Standing up, he patted the shoulder of the leader of the paid commenters, find another angle to attack. Once we finish this, our annual performance will be complete, and bonuses will be issued early. The team leader sighed. I'll try. The afternoon training session took place indoors. Feng Daiyu stood at the front by the blackboard, expression as serious as always. This morning's battlefield victory might have been easy, but it shouldn't breed any arrogance. As far as I know, all members the red team deployed were rookies without much real combat experience. And after a loss, they'll definitely become determined to prove themselves in the next battle by sending their elite forces to recover their lost honor. Our task is... He paused and looked toward Jian Li, answer what it is. Yes, Jian Li's lips curved upward lazily, to give them a bit of face. Wrong. Feng Daiyu obviously took it seriously, glaring furiously with a bristling mustache. Our goal is to shred their face into shoelaces. Turning around, he pointed to the map on the blackboard. This is the highest point of the island, and also the target for our next wild battle, capture the hill. The first team to capture the hill wins. The guests below nodded silently, showing little emotion. After experiencing one failure, Lu Yuanheng observed quietly, wondering if he wouldn't be cursed to take on the role of the spy again. As long as he stuck with everyone else, he shouldn't need to accept punishment once more. This hill capture battle involves unavoidable head-on conflicts. There's a high probability of close-quarters combat with the enemy. If you can't resist, you'll be captured, becoming the winning piece for the other side. So, in the upcoming training, we'll not only learn tactics but also practice hand-to-hand combat skills. Feng Daiyuan's sharp gaze swept across all the faces of the guests. You're all selected guests who passed professional physical tests. Your physical fitness should definitely meet the standard, so I have confidence. His gaze flickered upon Lu Yuanheng, stopping momentarily. The words following were nearly unspeakable. Turning to look at the monitor, the director behind avoided his eyes guiltily. Feeling clearly insulted, Lu Yuanheng couldn't sit still and stood up directly. Don't worry, I won't hold everyone back. I studied fencing when I was little. Humph. Jian Li laughed aloud. Lu Yuanheng glared at him. What's so funny? I'm not lying. I didn't say you're lying. Jian Li waved his hand, but I misunderstood. I thought you learned how to crow like a rooster. Ha 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 ha. Yuan Feng slapped his thigh and laughed wildly in perfect harmony. The other guests couldn't help but chuckle. Only Huashao gave it some serious thought. The pronunciation is indeed not standard. If acting, it needs correction. You guys, Lu Yuanheng's face turned bright red. This is outrageous. Ignoring the ongoing filming, he turned around and ran out of the classroom, expecting someone might stop him. Instead, after standing by the door for quite some time, all he heard was Feng Daiyuan continuing to lecture about tactics. This is pure exclusion. Lu Yuanheng gritted his teeth, complaining to the cameraman, can't the production team manage this? The cameraman couldn't resist rolling his eyes. Isn't this entirely your own doing? Lu Yuanheng's expression froze. What? Chapter 23, what kind of drama? The kind with grenades tucked inside pants. Lu Yuanheng was about to be driven insane. Was he the type of person who could just be taught lessons at will? Even a photographer can step on his head and defecate. I see that you've grown tired of life. Lu Yuanheng clenched his teeth, glaring as if wanting to skin someone alive. The cameraman became somewhat irritated. Or maybe you should request a replacement follow-up cameraman. Lu Yuanheng forced a smile. You're asking for death, you're so proactive. Such threatening words, the cameraman simply ignored. Just now wasn't an unexpected outburst. Ever since shooting started, they had endured a great deal already. In front of the camera, Lu Yuanheng could still act, putting up an appearance of being gentle and amiable to gain public sympathy. But as soon as they stepped away from the live stream view, he began to give orders condescendingly. Complaining and criticizing constantly without showing any respect toward the staff. Privately, everyone in the production crew was thoroughly fed up with this precious blood diva. Without Lu Siki's superpowers, he probably wouldn't have survived even this season of variety shows. The cameraman was too lazy to bother with him anymore, starting to practice mental blocking and numbness. Anyway, netizens would take revenge on his behalf. After more than 10 minutes passed, Lu Yuanheng felt uninterested and pushed open the classroom door, returning to his seat. It was as though air flowed past him, his leaving and return went completely unnoticed. In the blink of an eye, class ended, and the temporarily named Vendetta team members all left the classroom. During their run on the training ground while waiting for dinner, Jian Li's phone rang. The program managed quite loosely, except during training, calls could be answered anytime. Thus, he answered without hesitation, Old Li, what's up? There is, and it's big news. Li Lin's voice brimmed with excitement. A web series wants you as the male lead, 50,000 per episode, 30 episodes in total, 15 million yuan altogether. As long as you pass the screen test, they'll pay half as a deposit. Compared to the emotional roller coaster experienced by the manager who almost wept in gratitude, Jian Li remained calm. What kind of series gives so much money? Double male leads. A popular BL theme trending recently, with a large fan base. I've seen the script, it has high fidelity, and if luck holds, this can make you instantly famous. Li Lin's urgent tone made it seem like he wanted nothing more than to sign the contract right then and there. I won't shoot. Jian Li reacted promptly, answering clearly and succinctly. Li Lin was stunned. Why? I'm heterosexual, why should I play something bent? Jian Li smirked. You better find me some nationalistic resistance dramas. I love protecting the country amidst war. Li Lin. What kind of drama? The kind with grenades stuffed in one's crotch. Do you even have problems? Those are the melodramatic shows loved by middle-aged and elderly audiences. That's it, I'll hang up now. Jian Li didn't wait for the agent's reaction before hanging up directly. Li Lin stared at the returned home screen display and felt utterly speechless. Has this guy become rich enough to turn down offers? Slipping his phone back into his pocket, Jian Li suddenly heard his stomach growling. Helplessly, due to recent increased physical activity, his appetite grew proportionally. As if trying to make up for years of nutritional deficits, everything he ate disappeared as if falling into a bottomless pit. Typical symptoms of perpetual hunger, like hyperthyroidism sufferers. He was about to head to the kitchen to grab something to eat when the prompt sound on his phone interrupted at an inopportune moment. Upon checking, Jianli let out a cynical laugh. Has the interest on Dad's gambling debt matured? The IOU has your name, hiding isn't helpful, you'd lose even if taken to court. Glancing over, his fingertips tapped swiftly, then go ahead and sue, I'm waiting for the subpoena. Are high-interest loan companies this law-abiding these days? And they're actually talking about the IOU? Isn't their rate way above what banks offer, which is supposed to be illegal? Let alone that gambling itself is prohibited. Jianli chuckled non-stop. Young man, if you don't cooperate now, prepare for our payback. Don't forget, you spent half a month in the hospital last time. Jianli smirked again, oh, I'm so scared. You're welcome anytime, except for these few days, I'm shooting a variety show. The payment's nice and high, but I'm just not paying. Upon seeing this message, the debt collector immediately lost his composure and looked pleadingly toward his boss. Isn't Jianli being too infuriating? Where did he learn to be so sharp-tongued? The boss stepped closer, glancing at the chat records. He's putting up a front, purely bluffing. Didn't we scare him into tears every time we visited? The junior collector hesitated. Boss, have you watched Solitary Hero? It feels like Jianli has changed. He seems pretty impressive on the show. The boss dismissed it with a wave of his hand. Looking that thin, how could he be powerful? Haven't you heard those reality shows are scripted? But, the younger guy wanted to say more. The boss waved him off. We'll deal with Jianli's dad first. He deserves a beating. Once beaten hard enough, he'll definitely ask his son for help. Alright. The younger one nodded. Before Jianli could put his phone away after editing the text message, someone leaned in close. Who's troubling you with debt collection? Yuan Feng peered curiously at the screen. Jianli shot him a glance. Do you enjoy prying into others' privacy? Sorry. An undercover cop's occupational disease. Yuan Feng realized his behavior was inappropriate, quickly turning his eyes away. A moment later, he asked earnestly, it doesn't sound like a legitimate lending company. How did you end up? It's all because of an inveterate gambling father, Lu Yuanhang interjected eagerly, even borrowed from my brother. Owes us quite a bit. Behind them, Luo Xiaohong furrowed her brow. Why must you insert yourself everywhere? Are you owed money or something? Lu Yuanhang was cut off mid-word. I'm merely stating facts. Indeed true, Jianli said indifferently, laughing, my gambler of a father owes debts and forces me to sign IOUs. Shi Huai and Zhou Nan glanced sympathetically, casually asking, what's the name of the debt-collecting company? Let me think. Jianli scratched his head. Zhu Yuan Bao. As soon as the words left his mouth, he felt a scorching gaze directed his way. Instinctively looking up, he saw Hu Xiao standing nearby, jawline tensed, lips pursed without a word. Hearing the name of the debt collection agency, the other guests fell silent. The surrounding atmosphere turned mysteriously eerie. Yuan Feng, can it be that this is the capital firm my teammate is investigating? Shi Huai, isn't the suspicious company laundering large sums of money also named Zhu Yuan Bao? Zhou Nan, wasn't the entity closely associated with foreign organizations also called something Bao? Luo Xiaohong, could this be the group my disciples infiltrated and aimed to dismantle? Hu Xiao, autumn is here, it's Zhu Yuan Bao's bankruptcy season. Jianli. What are your expressions even supposed to mean? Could you owe money to this company too? Chapter 24, is your brother aware of how stupid you are? Tonight was rather important, as it marked the first announcement of rankings. Thus, the cafeteria had prepared extra dishes, inviting guests to eat while waiting. Beer was also ready on the dining table, provided by the director for celebrations. The first real-life combat simulation achieved remarkable success, something he never dared to dream of. Especially with bullet comments showering nothing but praise, bringing immense honor to his face. Being personally selected guests gave rise to a sense of team pride where all would shine together or fail collectively. Of course, except for Lu Yuanhang. This one was forced in by the capital sponsor, making his success or failure utterly irrelevant. While the director arranged matters with the production crew, the monitoring room's door abruptly opened, Lu Yuanhang storming in angrily, they're ganging up against me, won't you do something? Must I call your brother to intervene? Suppressing his irritation, the director raised his eyelids, how exactly are they ganging up? Tell me specifically. Isn't it obvious? Sitting down without waiting for permission, Lu Yuanhang crossed his legs arrogantly, look at them acting so superior, treating themselves seriously. They retaliate to everything I say. Why? Do they think I'm easy to bully because of my rare blood type? Hey, who dares to bully someone like you? The director feigned a smile through gritted teeth, your esteemed brother is a renowned entrepreneur, the biggest investor in Solitary Hero. Lu Yuanhang couldn't tell sarcasm from sincerity and thought the director was flattering him, so he resumed his arrogant attitude, if you know, then are the voting results out yet? Am I first? The director leaned back, they'll be announced together shortly. Asking now won't change that, I'm not going to say. You. Lu Yuanhang choked, almost losing his breath. After waiting for a while and seeing that the director had no intention of budging, he stood up angrily, since you're so unreasonable, my brother will never invest in your show again. Saying this, he turned and left. The director rolled his eyes. What a troublemaker. What did you say? Lu Yuanhang turned back sharply. The director shrugged innocently. I didn't say anything. Lu Yuanhang, you'll regret this. When all the dishes were served, the host finally stood in front of the live streaming screen. Good evening, esteemed guests. The most exciting moment has arrived. To protect the privacy of the last place contestant, we won't disclose the entire ranking, waving the piece of paper in his hand with excitement. However, the top 6 are all right here with me. Would you all like to know? Yeah, the guests continued eating without looking up. The host's smile gradually froze. You guys sure know how to make things fun. I'll announce it one by one then. 6th place, Zhou Nan, congratulations. He looked over but received no response, so reluctantly continued. 5th place, Shi Huai. 4th place, Luo Xiaohong. 3rd place, Yuan Feng. 2nd place, Hua Xiao. As the host's voice grew increasingly high-pitched, Lu Yuanhang became both nervous and excited. Could he possibly rank higher than even actor Hua? Wouldn't people suspect vote tampering? No matter what. This time, I must gain some popularity through rankings. With such thoughts, he looked forward eagerly, but the next moment, his expression soured. That's right, 1st place is Jian Li, exclaimed the host with enthusiasm. He garnered 1.35 million votes and became the #1 lone hero of the first season. Let's congratulate Bro Li. Before the words finished, Lu Yuanhang jumped up abruptly. Impossible. Did you count wrong? Jian Li doesn't even have 100,000 followers on Weibo. Where did those votes come from? These numbers are too fake. Fans in the live streaming room, upon seeing this, started commenting frenetically. Is Lu Yuanhang just unable to handle defeat? Why does he keep questioning everything? The production team is funny too, claiming to protect the dignity of the last placer, yet they revealed the top 6. There are only 7 contestants total, so obviously, who is last? Doesn't Brotherly deserve it already? Watching his performance on variety shows, who wouldn't give him 2 thumbs up? If it weren't for Brotherly as captain, there's no way we could have won that battle so easily. Agree +1. It didn't feel significant during the live broadcast, but watching the replay, Brotherly really demonstrated incredible combat experience. It's like he just came back from the battlefield. Did you notice? Jian Li seems much stronger. His abs are more defined, increasingly resembling a male bodhisattva. Every guest except the last placer is enlightening my vision. Hearing Lu Yuanhang's accusation, the host was also upset. In the online voting segment, everything is under the supervision of netizens. If you think something's amiss, feel free to report it. Now, let's not delay everyone's mealtime. Wishing you all enjoy your food and drinks. Turning around, the host left the scene, leaving Lu Yuanhang sitting down glumly. Jian Li picked up the chopsticks, flicked them against the bottle mouth with a bang, and casually poured himself a glass. This smooth and suave movement was nothing short of naked provocation in Lu Yuanhang's panda blood eyes. He snorted, don't celebrate too soon, sooner or later, I'll find evidence. Jian Li shot him a side glance and curled his lips slightly. Does your brother know how stupid you are? Deserving every bit of being the infamous male supporting role that jumps around trying to self-destruct. I'm stupid. Lu Yuanhang slowly lost control, spouting off impulsively, at least I'm better than someone like you poor bastard. Can't even pay back the interest, see if those guys let you go easy. They might chop off your kidneys too. Suddenly, Jian Li's expression hardened. How familiar you are with their business. Do you have any connections privately? As soon as these words escaped, the undercover group of 4 suddenly turned their heads, simultaneously directing sharp gazes. Realizing he'd let slip something, Lu Yuanhang laughed nervously. Isn't this common knowledge? That's what the news always reports. Is it? Jian Li's smile deepened, glancing toward the other guests. Clues are already given, let's see if any of you picked them up. Thus, in the midnight dormitory. Lu Yuanhang tiptoed out of bed, when suddenly a dark shadow sprang up and pinned him down. You're under arrest. The night owls in the live streaming room were caught off guard by this. Did a police officer infiltrate the show? Chapter 25, I'm not sure if you have a fever or are just being lewd. No way. Has entertainment become so elite now that even officers from the government system are invited? I thought this kid's features looked so upright and proper. There's actually a reason behind it. By the way, is it even allowed for government employees to have side gigs? Unless he's an undercover agent. The night owls in the live stream room speculated wildly, with some curious individuals starting to dig into details, right down to tracking hospital birth certificates after reviewing his debut from talent shows, web drama success, and even the battle reality shows. In just 2 or 3 minutes, Lu Yuanhang felt almost exposed to the bone. Yuan Feng himself was completely unaware until his team started shouting, at which point he regained some composure. Let go. You damn let me go. Yuan Feng, you lunatic. My arm's going to snap again. Yuan Feng slowly got up, bewildered, his eyes showing nothing but confusion. Faced with Lu Yuanhang's angry glare, he had no idea how to explain. From not far away came a light voice, he's sleepwalking. Don't wake him up, it could cause mental breakdown. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng suddenly perked up. That's right. I'm sleepwalking. Probably dreaming about being a cop. With that thought, his expression grew more confused as he turned back to his bed, resuming his sleeping posture just like before. It was as if nothing had happened, leaving only Lu Yuanheng utterly disgruntled. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he climbed up and glared at Yuan Feng, who appeared to be snoring deeply, unable to hold back his curses. What a pretender. Is killing while sleepwalking legal? After his tirade, Lu Yuanheng turned around only to find that everyone else in the dormitory was indifferent, not a single head peeking out. A sarcastic sneer curved on his lips, and he swiftly approached Jian Li's bed. Wasn't it you who said Yuan Feng was sleepwalking just now? You have no evidence yet still defend him. Are you getting revenge on me? Every time you donated blood willingly, and now you're here sulking. At such blatant accusations, even Jian Li couldn't ignore the Len's audience anymore, so lifting his head slightly and propping it up with one hand. The moonlight filtered through the curtains, casting a rugged and rebellious glow over his handsome features. You know what, you're right. I am upset, and I want to take revenge. Since I can't reclaim my blood, watching you suffer gives me satisfaction too. Bastard. You're asking for it. An enraged Lu Yuanheng raised his hand to strike Jian Li across the face. But legs emerging from the blanket reacted faster than his own movements, delivering a swift kick straight to the upper abdomen. Oof. A muffled groan escaped Lu Yuanheng as he clutched his stomach, sinking to the ground in pain. Jian Li glanced at the camera hidden in the corner. Did you all see that clearly? That was self-defense. Haha, elder brother Li was so cute, specially explaining himself. Indeed, Lu Yuanheng had ill intent first, and I can raise my hand to testify. Poor Lu Yuanheng always ends up beaten during this variety show, yet why does it feel so refreshing? My mammary glands feel unclogged. Do you guys really advocate violence? If it were your child being bullied, wouldn't you step up? I tell you, I definitely would. As a father, I'd give 2 big kicks too. Is the person upstairs also an ally? I quietly sheath my 30-meter-long sword. Hiding in the bathroom, Lu Yuanheng made a call, venom dripping from his tone. Father of Jian Li, beat him to death. And his younger brother's tuition, cut it off. Humph, let's see who's tougher, him or me. The next day, drizzling rain persisted non-stop. The training field was filled with muddy pits everywhere. Though such weather posed challenges for live broadcasts, it was perfect for close combat special training. Feng Deiyuan had spoken with the Red Team commander last night. Judging by the man's irate tone, they intended to secure victory in the next Mountainhead battle. Absolutely no leniency would be shown. Of course, he hadn't backed down either, uttering all kinds of bravado. However, after hanging up the phone, a tinge of fear settled in. After all, these were celebrities. Their actual combat abilities hadn't been thoroughly assessed. Red Team members had undergone exercises akin to live-action combat drills, whereas the others were pampered stars. What if things went south and guests got injured? How would netizens and fans feel about that? Thoughtfully pondering, Feng Deiyuan decided it was best to first conduct a preliminary probe. Should their skills turn out subpar, he'd swallow his pride, canceling the upcoming competition altogether. Thus, at 8:10 in the morning, half an hour after breakfast, the training field's loudspeaker buzzed to life. Assemble. Prepare for the intensive training. Assembly completed within 3 minutes. Assemble. Lu Yuanheng hadn't slept well last night. Upon hearing the command, he mumbled in his bed. Not over yet. Is it amusing to torment people this way? He sat up and glanced at the rain outside, then started coughing immediately. It's so cold. Just as Hua Xiao passed by, Lu Yuanheng hurriedly called out, Xiao Gu, could you help me find the medical staff accompanying us? I feel like I'm running a fever. I can't. Hua Xiao turned down his request without looking back. Why? Lu Yuanheng lost control of his expression. I'm not sure if you have a fever or are just being lewd. With that, Hua Xiao walked out of the dormitory. The live stream chat erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha. It turns out elder brother Xiao is an expert in differentiating between fevers and nonsense. Lu Yuanheng has nowhere left to act now. Please. Wasn't it obvious enough? Claiming a fever right when they're supposed to assemble. So much for dodging the training in a dignified manner. Thank heavens elder brother Xiao lacks unnecessary sympathy. Watching this makes me so happy. Otherwise, I would have definitely cyberbullied Lu Yuanheng. Regardless of whether someone helped call the medical staff or not, Lu Yuanheng had already decided to boycott the intensive training. He pulled the blanket over his head waiting for the staff to come looking for him, ready to fabricate an excuse. However, after the group had assembled for a long time, there was no sound of movement. As if they regarded him as air, or completely gave up on him. Now, Lu Yuanheng felt even more choked up. Feng Deiyuan stood under the rain without an umbrella, allowing the water to drench his head. The lined-up guests were doing the same. Seeing that someone was missing during assembly, Feng Deiyuan didn't seem to mind since that guest was only good for causing trouble and nothing else. So, after a pause, he spoke up, today's morning training project is freestyle boxing. 2-on-2 combat, until one person yields. Feng Dayuan squinted his eyes and pointed his finger. Jianli, you pair up with Huashao, any problems with that? No problems. Jianli nodded. Huashao inclined his head in agreement. Randomly, these two walked into the center. Fans in the live stream held their breath. What? What? My CP is going to fight? This picture is too cruel, I don't dare to look. Huashao has been working out all year round and heard he even won a championship belt. Will he go easy on him? Praying. The rain grew heavier, blurring everyone's vision. Jianli wiped his face and curled the corner of his mouth upward. Xiao Gu, don't let up later. Hua Zhao's eyes darkened slightly. Okay. Immediately, these two tall figures swiftly moved closer with great agility. After several rounds of sparring, neither seemed to gain the upper hand. Since crossing over, Jianli hadn't fought this exhilaratingly before. Gradually losing himself due to excitement, combined with the rain obstructing his sight. He kicked out with one foot and rashly poked forward blindly. Hua Xiao let out a stifled groan, grabbing his wrist while his voice showed difficulty bearing it. You're starting to fight unfairly here, aren't you? Chapter 26, Tell the director, if Jianli performs, I'll perform too. Upon hearing Hua Zhao's unclear tone, Jianli clearly hesitated for a moment. His doubts lingered but didn't loosen his grip. After all, on the battlefield, you should never underestimate your opponent anytime. What if the other party intentionally tricked him? Then wouldn't he be utterly destroyed? Therefore, not only did he not let go, but also intentionally tested by pressing down harder. Hua Xiao, This time, the groan was clearer. Realizing something was wrong, Jianli hastily withdrew his arm, feeling somewhat embarrassed and looking at Hua Xiao. Not injured, are you? Hua Xiao tilted his eyelids. Do you think? Jianli retracted his assault. I really didn't mean to, just that one quick move. One quick move, alright. Hua Zhao's expression changed. Try not doing it next time. At this point, the live chat erupted with laughter. Family members, I can't stop laughing. Brotherly actually attacked from the waist down. And clearly, Brother Xiao couldn't hold on. Brother Xiao does have some humor hidden deep inside. Is this flirting? Elder Brother Xiao's ears turned red. How is this not flirting? I hereby declare, this CP is one step closer to rolling in the hay. You two stay put. Next team. Feng Dayuan interrupted the awkward atmosphere, pointing towards the queue. Shi Hua Yi, Zhou Nan, you're up. Watching Hua Xiao walk towards the dormitory, Jianli hesitated for a moment, then turned to Feng Dayuan. Instructor, I'll follow and take a look. Key areas are quite fragile. Should something go wrong, isn't lifelong happiness ruined? Go ahead. Feng Dayuan waved his hand, focusing on the next pair of guests. He had originally thought that meeting one or two celebrities in the entertainment circle, as skilled as Jianli and Hua Xiao, would be very lucky. However, he didn't expect that the next pair of guests were also outstanding and gave off a sense of being professionally trained. If all guests are at this level, then winning another field battle is not impossible. With so many practical drills ended up failing due to the disgraceful performance of the red team commander. Is it finally time for this to be evened out on a variety show? The more Feng Dayuan thought about it, the more excited he got, as if victory was waving at him. Hua Xiao hadn't expected Jianli to follow, so he started walking faster. Hey, wait for me. Jianli felt a bit guilty. Is it hurting that much? Hua Xiao, I'm going to the restroom. Jianli paused. Shouldn't you let the medical staff handle it? Hua Xiao, they can't help. I have to deal with it myself. Jianli. It seems serious. As they entered the public restroom, Hua Xiao stopped and turned his head to glance at Jianli. Are you sure you want to come in here with me? Not entirely sure. Jianli awkwardly grinned, about to turn around, when he was blocked by a cameraman behind him. Losing balance, Jianli stumbled backward, instinctively grabbing onto something for support. Then his body froze completely. No wonder Hua Xiao wanted to go to the restroom. If this reaction gets captured on camera, it will likely top the hot search list right away. The hashtag might read. Hashtag Huaxiangdi got physically provoked into being XX hashtag. Hashtag how long of celibacy would lead to this kind of reaction upon contact hashtag. Can you let go now? The low and restrained voice rang in Jianli's ear, accompanied by warm breath, sending electric tingles through him. Sorry, it was accidental damage. Jianli withdrew his hand and walked away immediately, not daring to look at Hua Zhao's reaction. Even when he used to perform tasks with teammates who frequently streaked naked, there was never such an embarrassing situation. It was simply too humiliating. He ran far away and only stopped after turning a corner in the corridor, leaning against the wall to calm himself down. For no reason, he lifted his arm and stared at his palm blankly. Indeed, the size was impressive. Worthy of being the tragic but powerful villain. By the time Hua Xiao came out of the restroom, he changed into another set of clothes back in the dormitory. Preparing to return to training, he heard his phone ringing. Glancing down, he saw it was his agent, so he answered the call. What's up? Xiao Gu, there's a web drama adapted from a novel that wants you to act in it. I've reviewed it, the role isn't bad and has fan support. Although the production cost isn't high, the director is promising. My schedule recently is too packed. Please reject it for me. Hua Xiao absent-mindedly interrupted the agent, his eyes landing outside the dormitory window. On the training ground, a movement brought his shirt up, revealing half of his pale waist. Is that so? Then I'll inform them. The agent nodded understandingly, continuing regardless, not acting is fine anyway. They're all newbies, especially Jianli, whose recent topics are too controversial, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Hua Xiao's expression faltered slightly. Who did you say? Jianli, the agent repeated. He plays another male lead, but negotiations haven't been settled yet. I think Lu Siki might be interfering behind the scenes. At first, he held strong prejudice against Jianli, but as the adventure variety show continued to be filmed, his deeply rooted impression gradually began to change. Mainly because Lu Yuanhang was overly dramatic while Jianli performed exceptionally well. In comparison, not liking him wasn't an option. Tell the director, if Jianli acts, I'll act too, Hua Xiao briefly said and hung up the phone. The agent was taken aback, staring at the screen dumbfounded. When did Brother Xiao get along so well with Jianli? Hua Xiao placed his phone back on the upper bunk and prepared to step out. When Lu Yuanhang suddenly jumped down, pretending to have been dead earlier, blocking his way, Xiao Gu, didn't know you like what my brother left behind. Hua Xiao frowned deeply. Does it concern you? It doesn't matter. Lu Yuanhang's smile looked quite insincere. I just wanted to kindly remind you, Jianli is just a poor man full of vanity, someone you can't rely on. He is trying to attach to you just to pay off debts. After all, 3 million is not a small amount. Hua Xiao glanced at the hidden cameras around and smirked. 3 million. You seem to know a lot. Aren't you just making things up? Of course not. Lu Yuanhang proudly puffed up his chest. I am a shareholder in the company he owes money to. I've seen the IOUs. How could I possibly make it up? Oh, no wonder, Hua Xiao said with a look of sudden enlightenment. But I would like to ask, is such a company legal? Does it not involve high interest rates and violent debt collection? Lu Yuanhang laughed carelessly. Nowadays, small loans are everywhere. There isn't any that doesn't charge exorbitant interests or use violence. Although it's now banned to leak contact lists, those who enforce the rules will always find loopholes. How about not mentioning their company name or platform when they call? Hua Xiao curled his lip slightly. You guys seem pretty smart. I hope the regulators don't see this live stream. Lu Yuanhang was stunned. Live stream? There aren't even any cameras in the dormitory, how could there be a live stream? After he finished speaking, he felt something was amiss and started looking around frantically. The director behind the monitor sighed helplessly. Call Lu Siki and have him take this idiot back. Chapter 27, worked as a security guard, been a bodyguard, protecting you isn't an issue. Lu Group, President's office. The secretary knocked on the door and walked in, speaking calmly. Mr. Lu, the director called, hoping you can mediate and speak to Lu Yuanhang. Lu Siki looked up while reviewing the plans. Speak for what? To persuade him to exit the variety show. The secretary maintained her professional smile throughout. Lu Siki frowned. Is the director crazy? Doesn't he know Lu Group has invested 5 million yuan? Secretary, the director says if Lu Group withdraws its investment, it would be even better. Lu Siki. Mr. Lu, Lu Yuanhang's recent public image has been quite negative, dragging down the company's brand. A lot of people online are asking if Lu Group is related to usurious lending. The secretary explained, placing screenshots of comments on the desk. Lu Siki picked them up and skimmed through, then crumpled the paper and threw it out. So what? Just a bunch of noisy grasshoppers trying to make some noise. Do they think they have actual influence? What about our marketing firm? Can't they control the reviews? The secretary glanced down, her gaze lingering on the crumpled ball of paper, blending official duty with a hint of helplessness. Our marketing firm has tried its best. The problem mainly lies with Lu Yuanhang, your younger brother. His constant quips are difficult to whitewash. Lu Siki fell silent after hearing this. He's been busy lately. Busy holding meetings, busy traveling on business trips, and keeping other companies under his feet. Even revenge against Jianli was out of question. Where would he have time to care about a reality show? So, naturally, he had no idea about his brother's alarming remarks. You tell the director. Lu Siki rubbed his temples tiredly. Xiao Hang will be more restrained. He's just overindulged due to poor health, but in truth, he's very kind-hearted. Secretary, and you call this being kind? I really want to slap your so-called kind younger brother hard. Mr. Lu, this probably won't work this time. He paused for several seconds, preparing to say more, but his phone suddenly rang. It must be an urgent work call, so the secretary took the liberty to answer it directly. Anything? Really? All right, I'll report immediately to Mr. Lu. As soon as he finished, he hung up and looked straight at Lu Siki. Mr. Lu, you need to intervene personally this time because Lu Yuanhang instructed someone to conduct violent debt collection leading to a debtor committing suicide, which has now been exposed. Lu Siki was startled for a moment. What? Right after the training concluded in the afternoon, the rain on the lonely island ceased. A rainbow appeared by the horizon, reflecting off the sea water, creating a beautiful natural scene. Despite the picturesque scenery, the director wasn't interested in filming, standing beside the coach with a furrowed brow. There's truly no way to turn back now. Must we evacuate immediately? Feng Dayuan nodded. There's a military operation on the island, the army needs to clear all civilians. To be honest, I also feel regretful. After all, the Mountainhead battle is almost about to start. Clearly so close to victory. Woo woo woo. Big men shedding tears. The director sighed heavily. Alright, at least there's enough footage for this season. We'll manage to put it together somehow. He turned to the assistant and said, pack up the stuff, let's head home. When the guests learned about this news, everyone except Lu Yuanheng showed no reaction. What? Are we leaving after being here for only a few days? Is this some sort of joke? Do you have any idea how many engagements I declined just to free up this time? His voice rose with agitation, shouting at the crew members. The staff rolled their eyes. Consider yourself lucky. If not for the group evacuation, you'd have to leave on your own. What? Lu Yuanheng clearly didn't understand and was about to ask again when the staff had already quickly left. Turning around to find others empathizing with his situation of being fooled by the program, he realized all the guests had begun packing their luggage. A bunch of wimps. Lu Yuanheng pouted and muttered under his breath. After standing there for a while, he began packing his clothes. As evening approached, the yacht sailed away from the lonely island. They then boarded a bus straight to the airport. By the time they returned to Kyoto, it was already 9 in the morning. When Lu Yuanheng walked out of the special channel, he saw a group of fans holding light signs and smirked. I told them not to come pick me up, but they insisted. Too much enthusiasm is kind of embarrassing. He deliberately teased the other guests but found no one cared about him. TSK, a bunch of no-names. Lu Yuanheng cursed silently in his heart and sped up with his suitcase. As he was about to greet the crowd, an ear-splitting shout erupted. Brotherly, we're your crazy fans. Brotherly, are you opening a fitness class? I'll be the first to sign up. Brotherly, the forum team is ready, just waiting for you to go online and gather everyone. Brotherly, when will you marry Brother Xiao? We're waiting for your invitation. Brotherly. Jianli, who had been walking behind, hadn't realized what was going on until he heard more and more absurd shouts from men and women alike. Surprised, his mouth dropped open as he turned back to see Hu Xiao's unfathomable gaze. His lips quickly fluttered. Let me explain, I didn't know about this at all. What thing? Hu Xiao's lips curved slightly, his voice magnetic and clear. It's, the wedding shouts, they weren't my idea. I definitely did not plan to stir up a CP scandal with you. Please don't misunderstand. Jianli waved his hands frantically, looking completely innocent. He knew that in the original story, this villain hated stars who exploited his name for publicity. And usually wiped out any celebrity who dared try. With such crazed fans now, wasn't his situation doomed? Although Jianli wasn't afraid of confrontation, he disliked trouble. Stirring up CPs isn't bad either, Hu Xiao said with increased amusement, since we might collaborate again in the future. Jianli stood dumbfounded. Without giving him time to respond, Hu Xiao took long strides toward a limousine and got inside. The tinted windows, perhaps even bulletproof, still gave Jianli a creepy sensation of being scrutinized as it passed by him. Still stunned, someone nearby leaned over with pure malice. Don't think a single reality show can make you famous, taking you down would be too easy. Jianli narrowed his eyes and turned around, a familiar smile of indifference curving his lips. So what? I'm actually quite looking forward to it. As soon as those words left his mouth, a Maybach pulled up. Lu Yuanheng stretched on tiptoes for a glance, immediately showing a pleased expression as he arrogantly said, my brother came to pick me up, see ya. Jianli stayed silent, glancing obliquely as a tall figure got out of the back seat and headed straight for him. Just as he was considering flexing his muscles, a few people suddenly popped up. Yuan Feng, if forced, just blink. Sure Hui, I'm decent at wrestling, let me know if needed. Zhou Nan, worked as a security guard, been a bodyguard, protecting you won't be a problem. Luo Xiaohong, stop yapping, how about I give him a whiplash? A momentarily flabbergasted Jianli. Are you guys worried about exposure? Shit. Why am I touched right now? Chapter 28, what era is this? Are you still thinking like in ancient times? The first season of Lone Fighters hadn't fully concluded yet, and the cameramen were still working diligently. Footage of the 4 undercover agents guarding Jianli was streamed live into the chat room, causing a flurry of comments. Is this considered brotherly affection? It's kind of fun to ship. Isn't Luo Xiaohong female? How can she claim brotherhood? Why not? To me, Luo Xiaohong is way more manly than Lu Yuanheng. Huh, why does everyone act so alarmed when Hu Xiao shows up? I feel Yuan Feng looks like he wants to throw a punch. Good thing Jianli stopped him, otherwise things could have gotten messy. Is this camaraderie born from sharing the trenches together? Not only was the live chat room surprised, Jianli himself was also astonished. While stopping the 4 undercover agents, his mind recalled the storyline. From memory, these several guests with highly unusual backgrounds didn't want anything to do with celebrities due to their arduous missions. Especially minor celebrities entangled in melodramatic situations. Even though they eventually uncovered ties to the Liu family, the novel glossed over this part rather quickly. Since torment literature focused primarily on emotional anguish. So how did their attitude suddenly shift so drastically now? Could it possibly be some sort of conspiracy? Jianli looked suspiciously at the undercover team, his thoughts chaotic and unable to sort out a clear thread. Meanwhile, Lu Siki had already started showing signs of impatience. Did you find some helpers? His handsome yet gloomy face flashed with a ruthless look. Do they know your dirty secrets? Do they even have a mother who knows the truth? Are they just pretending? Luo Xiaohong, hearing this, was first to get upset, stepping in front of Jianli. Mr. Lu, what era are we in now? You're still thinking like it's ancient times. Does Jianli's mom really deserve such bad reputation? Do you have any evidence? Show them if you do, don't talk nonsense if you don't. Even if it were true, would it concern Jianli? Why don't you go and question her directly? Suddenly being publicly scolded by Luo Xiaohong, Lu Siki couldn't bear the shame on his face anymore. He glared furiously and said, Jianli's mother is dead. I can only ask him. So that's the problem, no one can verify anything, huh? Luo Xiaohong smirked. Then you have no right to shout orders around. Sister is amazing. Like the great heroine, every sentence hits right at my heart, even relieving me from tension in my chest. Now I understand why Jianli was always led around by the nose by the Lu family, due to being saddled with such an unfounded hat. Brotherly shouldn't be afraid, we've got your back. No one will drag you back to those dark old days. Not advocating or agreeing with becoming the other woman, but without knowing the full story, making random retributions truly is quite overboard. SSS, these dramatic misunderstandings remind me of those classic heart-wrenching novels with outdated tones. That's how outdated they are. Now, even dogs wouldn't care about these plots. Lu Siki was temporarily speechless, his fierce eyes glaring at Jianli as if wanting to pierce a hole through him. Behind him, Lu Yuanhang felt uncomfortable, tugging on Lu Siki's sleeve. Big brother, they often gang up on me like this during variety shows. Anyway, let's not waste our time on them. Villains always have their own punishments awaiting them. Just as he finished speaking, Yuan Feng coldly chuckled, and you dare say that? Seeing more and more people gathering around, Lu Siki frowned impatiently. Jianli, I'll ask you once, will you come with me or not? Sure, let's go. Jianli, who had been silent all along, grinned nonchalantly while putting one hand in his pocket. Free ride, why refuse? The four-person undercover team turned back in shock simultaneously. Are you really going? In case he... Jianli's grin widened somewhat arrogantly. With so many fans witnessing this through the lens, should I be worried he might sell me off to Myanmar? That's reasonable, although Yuan Feng still seemed uneasy. Let's exchange WeChat and create a group chat. Call us if anything happens, I'll come instantly. Other undercover agents quickly agreed and took out their phones. In Lu Yuanhang's resentful glare, the group managed to set up the group chat on the spot. The live streaming room erupted in laughter. Ha ha ha, never seen anyone excluded this way before. Creating a group chat right in front without including Lu Yuanhang. I bet he's furious. Didn't they just expose that Lu Yuanhang masterminded violent debt collection tactics? Why isn't there any relevant department investigating him yet? One such person mixed in show business, how many artists must have suffered under him? I heard Lu Yuanhang controls numerous small stars through illegal lending practices, forcing others to drink liquor for favors. Panda Blood is malicious, underestimated his cruelty indeed. While comments continued pouring in, Jianli had already sat in Lu Siki's Maybach. Lu Yuanhang unwillingly settled in the passenger seat, shooting venomous looks through the rearview mirror occasionally. I thought you'd finally grown some backbone and wouldn't come with me. Lu Siki's voice was cold and threatening, ambiguous undertones in his tone. Jianli leaned his head against the seat, playing with his phone. Since you brought my dad into the matter, refusing this trip seems impossible, right? Huh, Lu Siki sneered slightly. I thought you didn't have any weaknesses. Jianli snorted, staying quiet. His gaze flickering, lips curling into a slight smile. Seeing Jianli distracted, Lu Siki inwardly became irritated. And extremely curious about what he was looking at. Thus, he leaned forward slightly. Only to realize the screen was anti-glare. Who could it possibly be guarding against? Me. The more Lu Siki thought about it, the angrier he became, his expression worsening drastically. Actually, Jianli rarely used his phone. This time, though, building a new group chat piqued his interest. In his previous career as a mercenary, living among guns and bullets, he dealt with bloodshed and violence daily. Even when not on missions, training hell awaited him. There was seldom casual chatter amongst teammates, let alone over the internet. However, now watching the lively exchanges within the group. Who knew? It was quite lively after all. It feels like the of ordinary life in a peaceful era. Peak Phone was arrested, did not add Xiao Gu, will he get criticized? Unbeatable Luo, who has his WeChat, just add him. Intelligence Bureau old sure, I don't have it anyway. An Emperor of Film private number, who can obtain? Zhou Nan isn't easy, let's wait until we meet face to face. Peak Phone was arrested, hey, where's Brother Li? Report safe. I think the Lu family all look like criminals. Jianli smirked at the corner of his mouth and was about to reply but noticed an unread one flashing on his contact list. He tapped open to see the request, Hu Xiao requests to add you as a friend. A few seconds later, the team of vendettas added one more member. Peak Foam was arrested, holy cow. Brotherly, you're actually Hu Xiao's friend? The group chat continued with lively discussions, but Jianli could no longer check because the Maybach had driven into the Lu family villa. He slipped his phone into his pants and got out of the car directly. After crossing the vestibule and entering the living room, he saw his battered father. Xiao Li, you've finally come. Quickly save Dad. If we don't pay back soon, they'll kill me. Jianli kept his hand in his pocket and raised the corner of his mouth with an air of nonchalance. What kind of death method? Do you need help from me? Chapter 29. Hello, police uncle, I am the victim. Before Jianli arrived, Jian Jingfeng had been brutally tortured. There were 4 waves of people beating him, each wave hitting extremely hard, as if trying to kill him. Later, he overheard the hired thugs talking and found out that Jianli had angered the second young master of the Lu family, which is why he himself was punished by proxy. Hearing this, Jian Jingfeng was enraged and secretly plotted how to skin Jianli alive. But upon truly seeing his son, he momentarily held back. After all, the eldest young master of the Lu family still showed some inclination towards Jianli. Pissing him off would surely mean even worse suffering for himself. Xiao Li, stop fooling around, quickly save Dad. Jian Jingfeng, despite the pain, smiled and said, if this keeps going, these old bones of mine will meet their end here. Jianli curled up his lips at the corner of his mouth, and leisurely walked to the sofa, sitting down heavily. Mr. Lu, isn't your plan to kill him? Then go ahead, I'll be your witness. Seeing this, Jian Jingfeng's complexion changed. Jianli, are you crazy? Mr. Lu, don't listen to him nonsense. Turning his head, he crawled toward Lu Siki. I'll settle my debts with my son, you can do whatever you want to him, just as long as it makes you happy. Lu Siki revealed a look of disgust, kicking him away with one foot. His gaze then fell onto Jianli, taking on a thoughtful expression. Jianli, never thought you'd be so unfilial. Seeing his brother hesitating, Lu Yuanheng quickly came forward from behind, so the kindness before was all fake. Jianli turned back and grinned at Lu Yuanheng, you're filial. Why don't you reunite with your peasant parents? Why don't you go work on the land, feeding pigs and chickens? Lu Yuanheng choked slightly after being scolded, and then snapped fiercely, they didn't raise me for even a day, why should I recognize them? Ah, Jianli acted as if suddenly understanding, not raising means not recognizing. I'm similar to you. To avoid debt, my father ran away when I was born. It wasn't until I entered the entertainment circle that he reappeared, carrying a huge pile of debt. He also never raised me, so I shouldn't recognize him either, right? Lu Yuanheng's mouth twisted, how can you compare with me? Why can't I? Jianli sniffed with a laugh, I'm human, aren't you? You, Lu Yuanheng's anger made steam rise from 7 orifices, do you think this is still in variety shows where you can do whatever you want? Turning his head, he ordered the hired hand standing beside him, beat him up. Upon receiving the command, the hitmen rolled up their sleeves and prepared to act, but Jianli waved his hand, hold on, let me ask something first. Did Jian Jingfeng borrow money from you? Lu Yuanheng didn't care a bit, so what if he did? Isn't he just someone eating and doing nothing but waiting to die? Do you think he has repayment ability? Jianli raised an eyebrow. Lu Yuanheng sneered, even if he doesn't have, you do. It doesn't matter who repays, as long as the debt is cleared. Jianli, don't you know you're breaking the law? So what if it's illegal? Doesn't everyone do it? Lu Yuanheng didn't take it seriously, and I'm not the legal representative of the company, I'm merely the actual controller. Even if investigated, it wouldn't trace to me. Besides. His smile at the corner of his mouth grew more wildly arrogant, do you not know laws are made for rich people? Ah, Jianli nodded, that clears things up for me. Lu Yuanheng gave the henchman a glance, what are you waiting for? Get him. Jianli, who was sitting on the sofa, slowly stood up and took something from his collar, anyone dare to lay a hand on me, don't blame me if I turn you in. Who are you scaring? Lu Yuanheng shouted. But Lu Siki, who had been silent all along, squinted his eyes, pinhole camera. Mr. Lu sure knows his stuff. Jianli's grin remained casual, the director lent it to me, didn't expect it'd come in handy. Did you record everything just now? Lu Yuanheng's eyes widened in shock. If so, what he said would definitely. Considering this, Lu Yuanheng reached out to snatch it. However, Jianli tossed the pinhole camera onto the sofa, don't waste your energy, it was live streaming earlier, and I've already turned off the device. Then he looked up and scanned every corner of the living room, I guess there aren't any surveillance cameras here. After all, you folks specialize in illegal and disorderly acts. Lu Yuanheng couldn't hold back any longer, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets, Jianli, you're asking for death. He lunged forward to attack but was casually blocked by an arm that swung up. The slap landed firmly on his face with a crisp sound. Thrown off balance, Lu Yuanheng fell flat on the floor. Clutching his face, he glared back maliciously, you bastard, I'll cripple you. While flexing his fingers, Jianli curved his lips into an unrestrained arc. Bastard, stop stealing my lines. The one who wants to cripple you is me. He approached step by step, his eyes revealing a fierce bloodthirsty look, and his entire being emitting an aura of slaughter from battlefields. Finally, Lu Yuanhang felt the panic set in and cast a pleading gaze toward Lu Siki. Brother, look at Jianli, he's going to kill me. This farce left Lu Siki mentally exhausted. With a sigh of resignation, he walked toward Jianli. That's enough, stop messing around. Your dad's dead, I will. Before he could finish his sentence, Jianli spun around, landing a solid punch on Lu Siki's sharp jaw. Stupid b********h, don't talk to me. Caught off guard, Lu Siki stumbled back several steps. Hardly regaining his footing, the metallic taste in the corner of his mouth ignited his rage. Opening his mouth to curse, he realized a formerly slim and weak figure moved faster than his voice. And then came the storm. Jian Jingfeng was scared out of his wits, crawling desperately toward the corner. That person was no longer his son, they were a devilish ghost risen from hell. The entire live broadcast of Jian Li's return to the Lu family instantly sparked heated discussions. Comments flooded the screen. Wah, Gu Li is so pitiful. How can his father abandon him since day one, suddenly show up later, and also be drowning in debt? Now I finally understand why Gu Li donated blood to Lu Yuanhang free of charge, it was about repaying the father's debt. Did you hear that? He even let Mr. Lu do whatever he wanted. What kind of father is this? Doesn't feel like his real parent. Too reckless. In such a harmonious society, how could someone be above the law? I can't stand Lu Yuanhang's ugly face anymore, can we report it now? Wait, they're about to get physical. What about Gu Li? Is anyone coming to save him? Weia, it's blacked out. I have to call the police. If anything happens to Gu Li, I won't live either. Thus, the center of the Strange received countless phone calls from concerned citizens reporting cases of illegal confinement and assault. The police took the matter very seriously, rushing swiftly to the scene. After knocking and entering, they froze upon seeing the sight inside the house. A group beating? Why is only one person unscathed? Everyone else looks beyond recognition. Upon hearing the noise, Jianli turned around and flashed a smile of an obedient citizen. Hello, officer. I'm the victim. Chapter 30 Kiss Scene. Will it pass censorship? Thus, after returning from filming the variety show, Jianli went to the police station. The male police officer, looking solemn, opened his notebook. Tell me what happened exactly. Jianli sniffled. Things happened too fast, some parts one can't quite remember. The male police officer hesitated and raised his head. Can't remember anything. When I went to the Lu family, I forgot to turn off the live streaming camera. Jianli sniffled. Maybe you could check the replay. The sequence of events should be clearer there. Not necessary yet, the male police officer pressed the carbon pen with his thumb. We need to know what happened after the live stream. Weren't those guys' injuries just too bizarre? Is it strange? Not really, Jianli shook his head. It could be mutual beating, internal strife, or possibly dogs biting each other. The picture was too bloody for me to even dare look. Was there any surveillance in the living room? Or maybe you can retrieve it. The male officer opened his mouth to say something but then heard Jianli continue. Have you heard of PTSD? It's post-traumatic stress disorder. I might have that condition. The male officer. Half an hour later, Jianli walked out of the police station. Li Lu, who had been anxiously waiting outside, rushed forward immediately. My God, are you okay? Why didn't you wait for me after the show ended? And why did you go to Lu Siji's house all by yourself? Are you trying to get yourself killed? The usually delicate and helpless Jianli suddenly curled his lips into a mischievous grin. Am I not fine now? Who's the one whose life is at stake? Li Lu paused when he heard this. He had heard that everyone inside the villa was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment. Especially Lu Yuanhang, who was beaten beyond recognition, as if still on ventilation. Was it you? Li Lu lowered his voice after a pause. Your hands were way too brutal. When did little Wuss become so savage? Jianli smiled harmlessly. No evidence, don't make false accusations. He's the victim. With that, he stood on tiptoe and looked toward the roadside. Did the car arrive yet? It's waiting there. Li Lu raised his finger. I've arranged a dinner tonight. You'll dine with the director. Looking him up and down, Li Lu asked, can you still go? Why not? As Jianli spoke, he stepped forward confidently. Exactly what I need is a drink to calm down. Staring at the tall and sprightly figure walking away, Li Lu squinted his eyes. Right now, he was utterly certain. This guy had definitely been possessed. Once seated in the limousine, Jianli reassured his Vendetta squad members, I'm fine, very safe. Summit Peak arrested. Where's the second half of the video? Why is it missing? I want to see it. Intelligence Bureau Lao Shi, are you dumb? If the second half is released, someone might end up in trouble. Zhou Nan isn't easy, hahaha, Peak youngster still has much to learn about how treacherous this world is. Luo invincible, anyway, seeing Lu Yuanhang's sorry state makes me happy. Let's do more. The chat group fell silent for a moment after this exchange. Just as Jianli was about to put his phone back in his pocket, another message popped up. Hua Xiao, where are you going tonight? Jianli froze for a second. Who is this handsome villain with the tragic past referring to? Summit Peak arrested, I'm watching football tonight. Intelligence Bureau Lauscher, fool, he's not talking to you. Zhou Nan isn't easy, haha, exactly. Youthfulness indeed. Luo invincible, definitely not talking to me either. Jian Li. So, it's referring to me. He thought for a moment and tapped on the screen, I have an engagement tonight. Hua Xiao, oh. Just oh. That's it. Jian Li mentally grumbled, are all antagonist brains different from normal people's? The limo turned into a secluded alley and parked in front of a low-key private club. Through the car window, Jian Li half-joked, Old Li, you're not planning to sell me, are you? Li Lu glared at him, if I wanted to sell you, would I wait till now? Come on, stop dragging your feet. It's hard-won popularity, and I need to ride your coattails for fame and fortune. Jian Li smiled faintly, let's go then. In his host body's memories, only this manager helped him without expecting anything in return. Only to be framed by Lu Siki later, ruining his reputation. Forcing him to exit the entertainment circle and return home to marry and raise children. Now that he had changed his core, Jian Li would never let Li Lu meet such an ending. Although this dramatic world was cruel, shouldn't good people receive good returns? Otherwise. Isn't it so damn frustrating? Li Lu felt uneasy being stared at, turning his face awkwardly, don't look at me like that, alright? I'm not interested in men. Smiling, Jian Li opened the door and jumped out, looking back while saying, coincidentally, neither am I. You're nothing but Gav. You've got that Gav energy just staring. Li Lu laughed and scolded him, suddenly changing expression, watch out for your bow. His warning was clearly late because Jian Li had already bumped into a solid chest, feeling warm breath near his ear. A sudden chill ran through his spine. Stunned, he turned around and looked straight into deep eyes. You. How did you end up here? As Jian Li was about to jump away, he was held by a hand on his side waist. Be careful. Wow, you're both here already. A surprised voice broke the awkward and ambiguous scene, before shooting starts, you two already have such CP vibes. Seems like I've made a great choice in casting. Li Lu quickly approached and bent down, Director Wang, how nice to see you. It's truly an honor meeting the master after your flight. Have you just arrived? Want to go inside and sit? Wang Sisi smiled, yes, I've just arrived. She pointed at her assistant's handbag, the awards and certificates are still warm. Ho Emperor, you guys just finished filming a variety show right? You must be tired. Let's talk while we eat. Hu Xiao nodded and pulled his arm back, standing with his fingers subtly brushing as if recalling a temperature. After pulling some distance, Jian Li hopped next to Li Lu, is the drama you set up for me not a dual male lead one? Didn't I tell you not to accept it? The other male lead is Hu Xiao, who's basically walking traffic. If you don't take it, aren't you crazy? He lowered his voice again, it's Hu Xiao's first time acting in a series, there will be plenty of hype. We'll definitely make a big splash. Even if I beg you, let me see some hope, alright? After all these words, Jian Li stayed silent. Walking forward reluctantly, it implied acceptance of the manager's rash decisions. There's no way around it. Who would refuse kindness over stubbornness? Just entering the private room and sitting down, Wang Sisi started giving orders, Jian Li, you should sit with Hua Emperor and start cultivating some chemistry. Otherwise, how will you manage kissing scenes? Upon hearing this, the mercenary who was just sitting down abruptly stood up, his face full of disbelief, you're kidding me? There are kissing scenes. Will it pass censorship? Chapter 31 As long as the compensation terms are appropriate, I don't mind quitting. This terrible drama can be filmed by anyone who wants to. Jian Li waved his arms, I'm done filming. When he turned to leave, he was pulled back by someone beside him. Jian Li stiffened and naturally lowered his gaze, only to see Hua Emperor smiling wryly, are you resisting because you despise me? The glittering eyes akin to black stones threatened to engulf him, effortlessly plunging him into their depths. And thus, the word, despise, inexplicably disappeared from his lips, not really, I simply dislike this theme that's all. Jian Li didn't want to maintain eye contact with Hu Xiao anymore, reclaiming his hand, then slumped back into the chair. Calmly reflecting, he realized leaving impulsively was easy but cleaning up the mess would fall back to Li Lu eventually. With resentment, Jian Li glanced sideways, didn't I tell you to choose war movies with real guns and battles instead of doing this mushy love stuff? There's no national justice involved here. You're absolutely correct. Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi immediately slapped the table in agreement, that's exactly why we've chosen a war theme for our dual male leads. Jian Li, ? That's my most favorite setting, Wang Sisi obviously got excited, sentinels and guides. Jian Li. Seeking helplessly at Li Lu, what on earth was that supposed to mean? Li Lu hurriedly grabbed the teacup, don't look at me, I'm clueless too. Not to nitpick, Jian Li furrowed his eyebrows, but will this even pass review? Sure, absolutely. Wang Sisi shook her head rapidly like a chicken pecking, will release overseas. Jian Li gazed hopefully at Hu Xiao, do you really want to shoot this? Hu Xiao gave a slight nod, I find the subject interesting and challenging. I'd like to give it a try. Jian Li. What's so fascinating about it? Hu Xiao. I find you quite fascinating. In the end, Jianli ceased struggling, drowning in alcohol. He had a solid tolerance for liquor and beer alike, mixing them indiscriminately. Director Wang Cece got tipsy and pulled Li Lu close, starting to chatter endlessly. Know why I wanted to become a director? Don't know. Li Lu blankly shook his head. Because I'm a yaoi fan. Wang Cece's eyes lit up like bulbs as she pointed at Huixiao and Jianli. I meticulously worked hard getting into film school, burned the midnight oil making quality movies, all waiting for the moment when I could achieve fame. And filmed the couples I've been fangirling over. Oh my god, the yearning towards pure, beautiful love, slowly unfolds through my casting choices. Yes. Wang Cece stood up holding her wine glass. I simply wish to bless fellow fans like myself. Jianli, with a mouthful of liquor, was startled by the scene before him and didn't swallow. Are yaoi fans all this terrifying? 2 hours later, a quiet private club witnessed a group of drunkards staggering out. They supported each other, wailing in drunkenness. Jianli, I have high hopes for you. Wang Cece swayed unsteadily, pointing at Jianli's nose. You will be the strongest, you can Hua's history. Jianli felt his head might explode. He said to the director's assistant, hurry up and send her home. If she keeps drinking, she'll develop delusions. Also, what good is being the strongest uke when you're already in uke? Jianli, I won't see you off, I've had too much, view. Li Lu was about to vomit against the wall. Jianli waved his hand, you should go too, cold blood. Sarcasm. Li Lu covered his mouth and staggered towards the alley's exit. 1 step deep, 1 step shallow. Jianli couldn't bear it anymore and took out his phone. Wait a moment, I'll call Didi for you. Just as his fingertips touched the screen, a hand covered his wrist. No need to call, my driver is waiting outside. He can take him. Jianli stared at the extra hand and raised his eyes to look over. You've taken quite a few advantages of me tonight, haven't you? Do you really mind? Huixiao quirked his lips and naturally retracted his arm. I thought guys don't have so many scruples between each other. You sure think a lot. Who's thinking too much? Jianli heard the ambiguity in these words and immediately countered. Huixiao chuckled silently, pulling out his phone to call the driver, help send a friend home. After seeing Li Lu settled, Jianli put his hands in his pocket. Thanks, see you. As soon as he spoke, he walked toward the alley's exit. He hadn't taken more than 2 steps when he found Huixiao chasing after him, walking shoulder to shoulder. Jianli glanced sideways. What do you want? Together, Huixiao looked straight ahead, composed. We need to get to know each other better since we'll be shooting soon. After signing the contract and receiving the script, we'll also need to rehearse lines together. Jianli. Why does it feel more and more like this guy's going to latch onto me? Hospital corridor. The sound of sobbing seeped out through the door crack. Passing patients peeked curiously and muttered softly, who's that? Does he have terminal cancer or something? Why is he crying so badly? You don't know. Another patient feigned surprise. That room holds Lu Yuanhang, just transferred from ICU. Is it him? The celebrity who live-streamed shouting and got sued at court. Was he beaten this severely? The patient widened their eyes. His blood type is super rare, the blood bank is almost empty. They're searching citywide right now. You should check if you're a match. There's a good pay offered. PFT. Even if I am, I won't donate to him. Let that evil person die directly. Shoo, be quiet, if someone from Lu family hears you, you'll regret it. Look, people are coming. The 2 patients immediately stopped discussing and pretended to gaze nonchalantly at the sky. A man slowly approached, stepping past them but taking a step back. Don't worry, I'm not from the Lu family. I'm just an employee. The 2 patients. Lu Siki, leaning on his arm, saw the man walk in and frowned irritably. Did you find any matching blood type? No, the man placed an insulated food box on the table. Lying down, Lu Yuanhang grumbled, looking over. Chen secretary, your work ability is getting worse and worse, aren't you asking to get fired? Fine by me. Chen secretary turned his head and gave a polite smile. As long as the compensation terms are reasonable, I don't mind resigning. N+3 should suffice. He added after a pause. Lu Yuanhang instantly became even more displeased. Brother, look at what kind of person you've hired. Enough. Lu Siki growled irritably. Will you stop? Haven't asked you yet about the small loan company incident. Didn't I already tell you to quit the business? Why did the scandal of violent debt collection under your guidance still break out? Brother, Lu Yuanhang seemed overcome by rage, rolled his eyes, and passed out. Chen secretary, seeing this, smirked slightly, truly skilled at pretending. Lu Yuanhang. You'll regret hiring you sooner or later. Chapter 32. Do you think I can afford to provoke you? In the morning, Jianli was awakened by the ringing of his mobile phone. Even with his eyes closed, he successfully unlocked and answered the call. Who? You'd better have a good reason, or I'll kill you. The teacher in the teaching office heard the public broadcast and immediately looked surprised, turning his head to ask, Jianyu, is your brother always this fierce? Jianyu's expression of bewilderment mirrored the homeroom teacher's perfectly. After a while, he replied, Teacher, my brother has always been quite gentle. Teacher. Suddenly jolted awake from his dream, Jianli jumped up from the bed. Teacher, I'm Jianyu's older brother. I wonder what you need me for. Now this was the proper attitude of a parent. The homeroom teacher cleared his throat. Hello, I'm Jianyu's homeroom teacher. I'm calling because your younger brother got into a fight at school, and also his midterm grades weren't good, so he needs some encouragement. Do you have time to come to school? We could discuss it face to face. Jianli recalled the situation and realized that what the teacher said wasn't entirely aligned with how the story went. Shouldn't Jianyu's younger brother be bullied and excluded in school because of their gambling-addicted father? The kind who doesn't retaliate either by hand or mouth. How did he get summoned here due to a fight? Something's fishy about this. Shall I come over now? Jianli thought for a moment before asking. The teacher's tone became stricter, preferably right now. Okay. After hanging up the phone, Jianli put on his clothes and prepared to leave. But then he hesitated. Recently, as his popularity rose, just stepping out would attract hordes of fans asking for autographs. He better disguise himself. Geez, what a hassle. Jianli put on a baseball cap and sunglasses, took the elevator down to the underground parking lot, and pressed the key for the pride of domestic cars. Jubju. After 2 beeps, he climbed inside. Half an hour later, he arrived at the city high school. Entering the teacher's office, there stood a thin boy in the corner of the wall, his head hung so low it almost disappeared into his chest, trembling like a quail. Narrowing his eyes, Jianli scanned him, then quickly turned away. Are you Jianyu's older brother? A middle-aged woman with a stout figure waved toward Jianli. I'm his homeroom teacher, my surname is Chao. Chao teacher, hello. Jianli lost the respectfulness and politeness he initially had when answering the call. Instead, he lazily dragged the tones. What exactly happened? You can tell me. Chao Qinghua suddenly burst out in distress. There's no way I can manage this child. No matter how I say it, he doesn't listen, bullying classmates and now even injuring someone, leading to claims for compensation. What should we do now? Teacher, please calm down first, let me clarify. Jianli walked to Jianyu's side, suddenly lifting the latter's chin, exposing the startling scratches on his face. Whoa. You hurt others and ended up injured yourself? How many people were involved? Behind them, Chao Qinghua avoided eye contact, abruptly standing up. Forget how many people. With the relentless spirit your brother showed, I'm terrified. If you don't intervene soon, he might end up killing someone in the future. Jianyu shied away from Jianli's hand and lowered his head again. His entire body radiated a sense of resignation and helplessness. Seeing this, Jianli turned around with a smirk. Teacher, if my brother is injured, doesn't that mean the other party also retaliated? In such a case, even if the police were involved, they would define it as mutual assault. Why are you only reprimanding my brother? Caught off guard, Chao Qinghua was momentarily speechless. She had assumed that since Jianyu was so cowardly, his family wouldn't be much better. But unexpectedly, Jianli was sharp-tongued, making her a bit unsure of how to handle the situation. And since he's a celebrity, what if the issue gets blown online? With these thoughts, Chao Qinghua's attitude softened somewhat. This matter isn't necessarily all your brother's fault, but now the parents have complained to the Education Bureau. It might not end well. As soon as she finished speaking, a group of people stormed in from the classroom entrance. Teacher, today you must give us an explanation. Someone like Jianyu is a black sheep and a worm in society. He must be expelled. If not expelled, I'll escalate this to the Provincial Education Commission, ensuring all of you bear responsibility. Yes. We will too. Upon hearing this, Jianli turned back and couldn't help but curl up the corner of his mouth. Wow, quite the show of force. The leading wealthy matron glanced over. Who are you? What relation are you to Jianyu? I'm his older brother. Jianli responded indifferently, removing his baseball cap and sunglasses. Someone recognized him. Isn't he the celebrity participating in Lonely Fighters? No wonder Jianyu acts so arrogantly, having a famous older brother supporting him. So what if he's a celebrity? Does being a celebrity allow him to act without limits, indulging in campus violence? That's right. If we don't handle this, we'll expose him. Let him face the judgment of public opinion. Everyone chimed in endlessly. Jianli felt annoyed by their incessant talk and suddenly performed a roundhouse kick, smashing the teacup on the desk. The scene fell silent all at once, with everyone staring dumbfounded at the shattered glass scattered across the floor. Teacher, I'll transfer money to you in a moment, Jianli said nonchalantly, even sparing a glance at the astonished Jianyu behind him before looking at the riled-up parents. By the way, may I ask, where are your children? Which part is injured? Let me take a look. Still, in the classroom. Chao Qinghua was forced to respond as she realized she couldn't suppress the situation anymore. Jianli nodded. Let me ask one more thing, how many people did my brother beat up? 5 people. Chao Qinghua's voice grew fainter. Jianli responded, so what you're saying is that my brother fought against 5 people. And none of them were injured, walking back normally into the classroom while the only one who got hurt stands here being scolded? It's normal for him to lose since he picked the fight first. The wealthy matron whispered. As others prepared to chime in, Jianli asked again, did my brother start it? Do you have evidence? Of course not. They had just received the call and rushed over, barely aware of the specifics. Doesn't the school have surveillance cameras? Jianli turned around, his piercing gaze sharp like a blade. Don't tell me the camera is broken. No, no. Chao Qinghua quickly approached, lowering her voice. Mr. Jian, please lower your head. These people aren't ones you can provoke, just admit the mistake, and let it go. Jianli slowly curved his lips, articulating each word clearly. Do you think I'm someone they can provoke? Chao Qinghua was startled and continued listening as he added. Admitting the mistake. No problem. Jian Li's smile grew more dangerous, but after admitting the fault, I'll head to the classroom and console those victims of campus bullying, memorizing every single face, then wait outside the school gate. I will tail them continuously in places without surveillance. His teeth flashed white. I'll make sure they exhibit what real campus bullies should act like. After hearing this, everyone involuntarily sucked in a cold breath. How is he like a madman? Chapter 33, Giving a Hint of Violence. Are you threatening us? The wealthy matron placed her hands on her hips. Don't you fear exposure? You are a star now, everything you do must be subject to public scrutiny. Jianli rolled his eyes. I don't give a damn. Worst case scenario, I get blacklisted from the entertainment industry. But this business of my younger brother being falsely accused together with all of you, I definitely won't let it slide easily. Anyway, you guys have money and power. My brother and I have nothing but still have nothing to lose, so shall we see this through to the end? He spoke lightly, yet failed to notice that from behind, near the wall, Jianyu, who had been silent throughout, lifted his gaze, revealing a glimmer of unusual emotion in his eyes. This kind of fearless talk made the rich woman visibly falter. As she hesitated whether to argue further, someone nearby whispered softly. Did you watch Jian Li's live broadcast at Lu family's place? Even Lu Siki he dared to offend. Lu Siki. Who didn't know about this young tycoon's iron-fisted tactics? In comparison, the wealthy matron couldn't even match the scale of one of his branches. Could it be? Jianyu's older brother also has connections, hence why he acts so recklessly and arrogantly. At this thought, the wealthy matron backed down slightly, cleared her throat, and redirected the focus elsewhere. Ms. Chow, we are classmates after all, so we don't want things to escalate too far. Let's call it a day today. Should there be another such incident next time? I understand, Chao Qinghua forced a smile. Rest assured, dear parents, I will definitely work hard to mediate relationships between the students. The wealthy matron sniffed contemptuously and turned to leave the office. Other parents hurriedly followed suit, their rushing departures looking somewhat disheveled. The tense atmosphere surrounding them vanished suddenly, allowing Chao Qinghua to exhale secretly, wiping the sweat off her forehead. Then remembering something, she abruptly turned her head and saw Jian Li's seemingly smiling but actually ominous expression. Cough cough, Chao Qinghua awkwardly coughed twice. It's wonderful that the issue could be resolved, Mr. Jian. You probably have work to attend to, so I won't detain you any longer. I have class soon. With that, she grabbed her lesson plan and practically bolted out. Jian Li didn't stop her, since an obsequious teacher wouldn't help much anyway in thoroughly handling the bullies. Thus, the office was left with just the two brothers. Jian Li swung his leg to bring over a stool, lounged down with exaggerated ease, and then propped up his legs in a relaxed fashion. Speak up, what really happened? Jian Yu pressed his lips together. What's the point of telling you? You'll just tell me to put up with it. Jian Li narrowed his eyes. That's right, with a nature similar to a villain protagonist from a tragedy novel who always endures adversity, such an attitude would indeed convey a mistaken value. Just endure it, and everything will pass. But reality has proven. Endure my ass. Those nasty people will only continue shitting all over your head. Regardless of what I said before, starting today, Jian Li smirked with a lunatic grin. If anyone dares to make you back down again, slap their face for me. Jian Yu had never seen this side of his older brother before. As his face was filled with astonishment, he finally asked out loud, Are you really my brother? Is someone else impersonating you? It didn't feel right ever since he walked in earlier. Although his elder brother was very busy with work and rarely appeared at school, in his memory, his frail figure hadn't changed at all for 10 years. The last time he saw him, his complexion was as pale as paper. Today, however, not only was his face rosy and lustrous, but there were even traces of regular workouts. How is that possible? Jian Li didn't deny it but smiled faintly instead. Just consider it as your brother being reborn. Such a drastic change in character left no one able to explain clearly. The more we elaborate, the murkier it gets. Saying so, he stood up. Do you go out to eat after school during noon break? Yeah, Jian Yu nodded gloomily. As soon as he thought about the troubles at school, he felt completely disheartened. He even wanted to drop out. Those five should hang out together often. Jian Li's eyes flashed sharply. Go back to class now. I'll wait for you at the school gate at noon. After saying that, he strolled out of the office with one hand in his pocket. Jian Yu barely got a chance to think carefully about what Jian Li said before his figure disappeared down the hallway. Looking around, his heart suddenly tensed up. Could it be he really plans to confront them? After walking out of the campus, Jian Li climbed into his domestic car, when suddenly his phone rang. He swiped to answer, and immediately Lilu started yelling, "Big bro, you forgot about today's appearance on air, didn't you?" "What appearance?" Jian Li really forgot. The season-end return of Lonely Warriors Season 1. Lilu was emotionally agitated. "Everyone's already there except you." "Ah. Sorry, I can't make it today." Lilu was frantic, getting closer to baldness due to his stress-induced hair loss. "What do I do? I should be asking what you plan to do. Why can't you come?" "You. My younger brother is experiencing bullying. I have to resolve it for him." "Haha, your sister. Come right here immediately." Lilu wasn't done speaking when someone nearby snatched his phone. "Jian Li, this is the director. If this bullying thing could be filmed for a segment, would that be possible?" The director inquired eagerly. "We're originally editing highlights, inserting some live footage should enhance the effect." A few days ago, the Lu family drama went viral. Along with the survival game show, which topped the topic list. Even saved money on marketing and attracted many investors. If this could happen again, the director feels like he could laugh till he's wrinkled with joy. "Alright, but if it gets too violent, how will that be?" Jian Li was somewhat hesitant. "Pfft. It's already school bullying, why bother managing them?" The director thought for a moment. "Worst case scenario, I'll handle the edits later and blur the faces. Place a little flower pattern on the bloody parts." Jian Li, why use chrysanthemum? After hanging up, he didn't hear much until the midday bell signaling lunchtime. Jian Li didn't appear immediately, observing silently from inside the car. When the students gradually came out, he finally spotted Jian Yu trailing at the back. Since they had agreed to meet at noon, Jian Yu kept looking around anxiously at the school gate. However, before he could spot his brother, a group of people surrounded him from behind. Perfect timing. Jian Li entered the live stream room and adjusted the camera angle before swiftly putting on a baseball cap and sunglasses to get out of the car. "Hey, Jian Yu, where's your star brother? Didn't he buy you any diapers?" The leading plump boy grabbed Jian Yu by the neck and forcefully pulled him toward a narrow path. "Come on, let's go play somewhere." "I'm not going with you guys, I'm waiting for my brother." Jian Yu struggled to escape, but couldn't shake off the boy's strength and was forced to move along bent forward. By the time the live stream had begun, many fans had already flooded in. Upon seeing the unfolding events, they started typing up their comments in the chat. "Are you sure this is the conduct expected of a key municipal school? It feels like a bunch of hoodlums. Normal, there are bad apples everywhere, let's wait and see." Chapter 34, Rare On-Site Lesson. Even before the airing of Lonely Warriors, it had been decided that after every season concluded, the show would gather its guests for an edited recap episode. The production team had prepared the venue far in advance, waiting only for everyone to arrive before filming commenced. But as the scheduled start time drew near, 2 guests still hadn't shown up. Lilu initially couldn't get through to Jian Li's phone and grew increasingly anxious, pacing back and forth like an ant on a hot griddle. Eventually, he approached Huashao with a question. "What Emperor, you left together with Jian Li last night, did he make it home? Perhaps passed out drunk on the street?" Huashao slightly curved his lips upward. "No, I personally drove him home." Upon hearing this, murmurs began rippling through the surroundings. They sounded like buzzing mosquitoes but carried a distinct excitement. "Oh my. Huashao actually dropped Jian Li off at his place. Are they really a thing? What did they do after going home? Did they not even spend the night together because they rolled on the bed sheets instead? Oh wow, maybe they were scared of being caught by paparazzi, so they made a quick escape under cover of darkness. One night stand. Exciting stuff. I wonder if she might be pregnant. With what? Do you think this is some cheesy romance novel? Jian Li's about to have a baby, spread the word." The staff's speculations were getting more and more exaggerated. Though Li Lu wanted to dispel these rumors, he didn't have time to explain amidst all the chaos. Fortunately, Jian Li's phone finally got through, prompting Li Lu to eagerly blurt out, "Where the hell have you been?" Despite Jian Li's absence, the show still needed to continue. Another guest missing was Lu Yuanheng. The director didn't even bother calling, simply posting a vague excuse in the live stream announcement. The host stood inside the recording studio, smiling as they introduced to the fans the backstory behind each clip. The post-production team excelled in showcasing the agility, hard work, and bravery of the contestants, editing them into remarkable performances. Of course. The extremely high-maintenance guest whose style contrasted entirely with the others came across as both foolish and lazy. Using every possible trick in the book to avoid training. And even acting as a double agent that ultimately led to the red team's crushing defeat. From his hospital bed, Lu Yuanheng glared intently at the screen, seething in rage over how he'd been maliciously edited. He wished to confront the director on the spot and demand why the financier's favorite was treated unfairly. However, due to pretending to be ill, he could temporarily evade scrutiny from relevant authorities. Damn Jian Li for exposing him. If not for her leak, Big Brother Lu wouldn't be angry with him. Soon enough, the recap was almost over, and the fans in the live stream flooded the chat with messages. Wah, Season 1 flew by so fast, it wasn't nearly long enough. Brother Li looks incredibly cool now, nothing like the scrawny little dog he used to be. I love it when Brother Lee and Boss Xiao share frames together, it fits my ideal pairing perfectly. Junior Feng isn't bad either, though he seems a bit clumsy, yet managed to break Brother Lu's arms twice, so satisfying and hilarious. Not to mention, doesn't anyone else sense something fishy here? Why do those 4 guests look so suspicious? Like they're harboring some hidden secret no one should know. Same here. Same here. But compared to them, I care more about Brother Lu. Please kick him off in Season 2. Haven't you seen the announcement? Season 2 will supposedly feature a merged variety show collaborating with other programs. Wouldn't it be that the director is scared again of being forcibly halted midstream, so decided to include some sacrificial lambs as backup options? But seriously, where's my Brother Lee? Days haven't passed, but it feels like years without him. I miss him so much. The host highlighted this comment and asked aloud via the mic, I share the same concern as everyone else regarding Brother Lee's whereabouts today. Could we perhaps initiate a live connection to him? What? Is he also streaming right now? What happened that made Brother Lee abandon filming to stream live instead? Please, dear viewers, look toward the big screen. Jianyu, you're pretty capable yourself, no accountability, not even needing to write a self-examination report. The chubby boy grabbed Jianyu's head with rough hands, grabbing onto his hair and slamming it against the wall. A loud thud echoed throughout the area. This clearly demonstrated the intensity of the force. Jianyu let out a stifled groan in pain but raised his head defiantly, I didn't lay a hand on anyone. Why should I write a self-examination? The teacher may favor you, but that doesn't mean I'll give in. I like your stubbornness, the chubby boy grinned, showing his teeth. Someone nearby immediately handed him a cigarette. That's how we play for real excitement. He took a hard drag and spat at Jianyu's face. You're right, my mom knows the educational committee leader and is also the parent-teacher association representative. Of course, the teacher has to flatter me, otherwise, how would she win the outstanding teacher award at the end of the year? Jianyu, you should accept your fate for being poor. What's the use of studying well? Dreaming of rising from humble beginnings is just a joke. Before the chubby boy finished speaking, he threw a punch straight into Jianyu's stomach. Although Jianyu endured it silently, his expression still revealed unbearable pain. Then, the comments section went wild. Shit. In broad daylight, assaulting someone. And this is a student, imagine what kind of violent brute he will become when he grows up. Who's this fat guy's mom? Which leader in the education committee does she know? Are they exchanging benefits behind the scenes? Let's dig deeper while the situation unfolds. And that homeroom teacher is complicit. There must be other students in the class who've been bullied as well. Her failure to handle things fairly makes her an accomplice to the wrongdoing. My God, I recognize that, it's the school uniform from my alma mater. This lowlife is tarnishing our school's reputation. Don't blur their faces, it'll hinder our online backlash. Is this Jianyu related to Jianli? Could he be his younger brother? That's why he didn't join the show, staying instead to support him. Sensing the emotions on the scene had built up enough, Jianli, holding his phone, whistled with one hand in his pocket. Hey, what are you guys doing? The chubby boy turned around, seeing an unfamiliar face, growled fiercely. None of your business, back off. Is Jianyu my little brother, huh? Does it concern me or not? Jianli smirked and walked closer slowly. Jianyu looked up briefly, feeling the radiant light behind him almost blinding. You're this wimp's older brother. The chubby boy became even more arrogant upon seeing an adult appear. Realizing that the person was recording, he only hesitated for a moment before gesturing to his followers. Go grab the phone. Jianli made no resistance, and the live stream cut off smoothly. He smiled at his younger brother, still maintaining a carefree tone. Tisk, rare occasion for some live teaching. Let me show you now that there's no need to endure. Jianyu clutched his stomach, ready to tell his brother run, there are too many of them. But the next second, his eyes widened in shock as the chubby boy and others fell one by one. Next time remember, kick here, Jianli placed his foot down firmly while smiling cruelly, not only will it make him scream for his mom, but no injury will show afterward. Jianyu. Holy crap, when did my brother become so professional at fighting? Chapter 35, People like me, who lack morals, can't be bound by anyone. The chubby boy writhed in pain, barely getting up while Jianli was busy dealing with others. He twisted his head to glare viciously at Jianyu, yet his pudgy face showed not a trace of damage. Jianyu, you'll regret this. This isn't over. I'll call my mom. Before he could finish, a figure leapt up and delivered a slap downwards. Ah! The chubby boy screamed like a pig and rolled on the ground again. Jianli stepped on his head from above. Boy, go tell your mom that I beat you. Let her show how powerful she really is. If she can't send me in, I'll come back every day. Beat you each time I see you. Hearing this, the chubby boy nearly wet himself. He stopped struggling and lost all desire to fight back. After all, this guy hit way too painfully, impossible to withstand. If he kept coming back daily, wouldn't he just turn into a punching bag? Big brother, I'm wrong. I won't act arrogantly anymore. Can you give me a way out? Tears streamed uncontrollably from the chubby boy. Once started cowering, it spiraled out of control. Seeing this, the rest of the minions followed suit. Big brother, we won't dare to bully Jianyu anymore. From now on, he's our campus boss, and we'll follow him without question. Humph, who needs that? Jianyu snorted disdainfully. He came to school to study, not for brawls. If possible, he preferred to stay unnoticed. That's better. Jianli retracted his foot and squatted down. As he raised his hand, the chubby boy flinched in fear, only to find that this fierce big brother merely patted his cheek gently. Don't think that having wealthy parents grants you free rein. This is a society governed by law. If you go too far, even your parents can't protect you. After finishing his words, Jianli stood up and turned to hook Jianyu's neck. Let's go, little brother, I'll take you out for a meal. Once they were out of the secluded alley, Jianyu broke free from Jianli's grip. Bro, you were too violent back there. Jianli gave him a sidelong glance. Isn't fighting violence with violence the right way? Or do you want to morally blackmail them? That would require some morality in the first place. For someone like me who lacks morals, no one can tie me down. Jianyu squinted his eyes. Tell the truth. Did you take the wrong medicine? Jianli raised an eyebrow. So? Do you think I'm sick? Jianyu nodded. Sick as hell. It seems like you've got some snake-shedding disease, after which I don't even recognize you anymore. Jianli smiled faintly and extended his hand. Then let's get reacquainted. My name is Jianli, and my current identity is your brother. Jianyu stopped in his tracks, reacting for a few seconds before pushing his hand away. Stop messing around with me. I haven't forgiven you for what happened before. Having said that, he hurriedly walked forward, seeming to feel that the person behind him wasn't catching up, so he deliberately slowed down. Upon seeing this, Jianli couldn't help but smile. He was definitely childish. The two brothers ate some fast food near the school. After settling the bill and preparing to leave, Jianli called out to Jianyu. What's your WeChat ID? Humph, Jianyu sneered coldly. Since following General Liu, you've even forgotten your own brother's name. Following General Liu. It was because of this that Jianli had been sulking. Jianli found it amusing. Have you not been watching any variety shows recently? No, I'm a student, focusing on my studies. Jianyu seemed to recall something, his face turning slightly red. Besides, aren't all the resources given by Liu Siki? Did you put in any effort? No matter how stupid he was, he could still understand the fawning contents in the phone calls from his real father. Talk about sending Jianli to Liu Siki's bed, allowing him to do whatever he wants. Over this matter, Jianyu had a major fallout with his biological father, even resorting to knives. But the party involved accepted everything without resisting. Later, he simply didn't care anymore. This wasn't his life, and he couldn't interfere so much. After thinking about it, Jianli admitted. I did put in quite a bit of effort. How much strength did it take to send those two into the hospital? He would need to eat something better later to replenish himself. Upon hearing the answer, Jianyu instantly felt both angry and frustrated, his face turning as red as if it was about to bleed, unable to speak for a long while. Finally, he stamped his foot in frustration. You're hopeless. Having said that, he stomped off towards the school. Jianli felt confused but had no intention of chasing after and asking. Instead, Jianyu angrily turned around. My WeChat ID is you. Remember that. Don't ask me again. Jianli smirked and gestured an okay sign. And in the next second, he saw his younger brother looking annoyed, walking furiously towards the school. When they returned to the classroom and sat down, Jianyu felt his phone vibrate. Normally, no one contacted him, so he curiously pulled it out to check, finding a transfer record from his elder brother, exactly 10,000 yuan. Jianyu was shocked and immediately sent a message. Where did you get so much money? Hehe, your bro has been making big bucks lately. Making big bucks? Jianyu didn't believe it. It won't be the money earned by selling yourself, will it? Jianli frowned. Just talk normally. Stop attacking my character. You really think your brother can sell himself for only 10,000? Give me at least 10G speed please. After reading this sentence, Jianyu didn't reply anymore. Still during the lunch break, he opened Weibo and glanced at Jianli's official account. Within half a second, he suddenly shouted. Damn, 5 million followers. Surrounding classmates sleeping were startled awake, rubbing their eyes. Who? 5 million. After resolving the campus issue, Jianli didn't return home but went straight to the brokerage company. As soon as he stepped out of the elevator door, he ran into some new members. Hello, Brother Li. Several rookies bowed in unison. Jianli was flattered. Hello, everyone. Please, Brother Li. The rookies moved aside, making gestures. Jianli nodded and walked over. After he was far enough, the rookies finally dared to enter the elevator. The steel door closed, and they began discussing. There's no tradition of seniors bullying juniors in this company, right? Wah, I want to ask the same. If Brother Li attacks, I wouldn't be able to survive until debuting. It shouldn't happen, right? Our company isn't like South Korea with all the bullying. But Brother Lee really looks handsome. I joined this company just because of him. Jian Li stepped into the agent's office, ready to explain, only to find an unexpected visitor on the couch. He paused in confusion. Huixiao. What are you doing here? Li Lu gave a suggestive wink and smirked. Big brother was worried, so he waited for you here. About me? Then you can leave, I'm fine. Jian Li sprawled into a seat, crossing his legs nonchalantly. Before Huixiao could respond, Li Lu glared at him sharply. Jian Li, how can you be so ungrateful? You just got here and already want to chase people away. Huixiao curled his lips into a sly grin. No matter, my skin is thick enough that chasing won't work. Jian Li. This villain character doesn't fit. Li Lu. You mean you're actually ship goals with someone now? Chapter 36, Jian Li is not someone you can mess around with casually. Before heading to Jian Li's agency, Huixiao had lunch at a 5-star restaurant and accidentally bumped into Lu Siki with a bandaged arm. Being naturally adversarial with this person, Huixiao took pleasure in watching him flustered but was too lazy to mock him outright. After all, it's hard to change one's aloof nature unless meeting someone worth talking more to. Huixiao was slicing his steak as if alone, preparing for a quick meal before leaving. But clearly, Lu Siki who was sitting nearby conducting business also noticed his rival. And once the person on the other side left, deliberately rose and approached Huixiao. Huixiao General, do you mind if I sit down? Huixiao, though deeply involved in showbiz, still held the title of executive president of Hua Family Group and was crucial in making key family business decisions. Calling him General Hua therefore made perfect sense. Do you think you'd leave if I said I minded? Lu Siki hesitated briefly. Suit yourself, Huixiao replied, giving an indifferent smile. Lu Siki disregarded his attitude and shamelessly sat down anyway, getting straight to the point. I've noticed that over the last few days, the CP buzz between you and Jian Li has been heating up. Is there a marketing team behind this intentional promotion? Would any such promotion have anything to do with General Lu? Huixiao leaned back, raising an eyebrow. I recall Jian Li not being under your label, right? Why this sudden concern? Lu Siki's face darkened slightly. Jian Li and I have personal grievances. So, I hope General Hua stays out of it and keeps clear of trouble. If you do, our two families can continue cooperating without affecting. If I refuse, interrupted Huixiao irritably. Would you then retaliate against both of us? The Hua family won't lose much over those paltry profits, go ahead and terminate cooperation if you wish. As he spoke, he flicked the table. Regarding your so-called personal grievances, disputes can be resolved by the police or court rulings. Lu Siki snapped, this is something no one can resolve. Huixiao chuckled dryly. Jian Li also has no intention of resolving anything, you're worrying too much. He might not even care about you. It's me who will deal with him. Lu Siki grew increasingly agitated. His damn debt needs to be paid back by him. A netizen seems to have put it correctly, your brain really is wrapped in cloth, Huixiao remarked disdainfully. Lu Siki lost his patience at this obvious mockery. Does this mean we can't come to terms? My apologies, nodded Huixiao. In the future, Jian Li and I have many more collaborations planned. Also, I consider Jian Li extremely promising. I might even poach him over, provided I gain the consent of the concerned party. Lu Siki abruptly stood up. If General Hua insists on opposing me, then let's see how this goes. After hurling the threat, he turned around. But the next second, he heard a chilling voice, this injury of yours, didn't Jian Li inflict it on you? Nearing the verge of being completely bullied and yet cannot even find proof. Now you dare threaten resolution of private grievances. Wake up, General Lu. Jian Li is not someone you can manipulate casually anymore. Struck at his vulnerable spot, Lu Siki's spine stiffened, pausing for a few seconds before leaving in silence. A proud male lead like him would never believe that Jian Li, who allowed himself to be arbitrarily punished yet remained loyal, could transform completely within a short period of time. Even taking 10 steps back, if he truly changed, he would find ways to bring him back. Thinking of this, Lu Siki clenched his fists and used his free hand to make a call Jian Li's agency. No matter the cost, secure his contract. Agent's office. Excitedly, Li Lu called out, what? Really? Let Jian Li shoot conscription advertisements. My goodness. That's once-in-a-century honor. So many stars yearn for that opportunity. Calm down first, it's just a casting audition, Jian Li rubbed his ears, feeling the eardrum vibrate, it may not even happen. Huixiao smiled faintly at the corner of his mouth, the so-called open audition is merely for public announcement, in reality, it's already decided. Besides you and me, there are other guests. Of course, he paused briefly, not including Lu Yuanheng. Other guests, Jian Li suddenly became confused, are you sure they all agreed? They were all undercover identities, participating in variety shows was dangerous enough. How could they shoot conscription public service advertisements? What if they got recognized? And himself planned to quit the entertainment industry to become a mercenary in the future, if he really shot this advertisement, it would mean some symbolic significance. Applying as a stateless soldier for peacekeeping missions would be difficult afterwards. It should still be under negotiation. Hu Xiao glanced meaningfully at Jianli. I want to ask you first, how about it, do you agree? Jianli was about to speak when Li Lu beat him to it, nodding his head like a chicken pecking rice. Agree, refusing this would be foolish. Well then, I'm stupid. Jianli raised his hand, I reject the advertisement. Li Lu turned around, his face full of shock and his forehead showing 2 words, speechless. Do you have any concerns? Hu Xiao immediately spotted the contradiction. Just as he wanted to pursue further, his phone suddenly vibrated. At the same time, Jian Li's pocket also emitted a sound. Thus, Li Lu saw both people taking out their phones extremely in sync and looking down to check them. The scene looked quite harmonious, only excluding him. Could they be chatting on WeChat behind my back? Damn, it feels bad being excluded right in front of me. Suddenly, he kind of empathized with Lu Yuanheng. What Li Lu didn't know was that it was actually a group chat between the two, where someone sent a message. Arrested Peak, has anyone received the notice for shooting the advertisement? I declined, there's something I can't say, sorry everyone. Invincible Luo. You refuse too. What's wrong with you? Weak Nan uneasy, raise hand JGP. Same refusal. Intelligence Bureau teacher, upstairs +1. Jianli, me too. Invincible Luo. Are you guys alright? Arrested Peak, Luo sister, did only you agree? Invincible Luo, I am the same as you, schedule too busy, no time to shoot. Arrested Peak, hahaha, then it's up to Xiao brother, unless unexpectedly, Xiao brother will. Hu Xiao, sorry, an unexpected situation has happened, I've already signed the contract. After this message came out, the group went silent. The advertisement director side was even more shocked. Damn, the hardest to invite Hu Emperor agreed to sign the contract, those obscure no-names actually dared to refuse? Aren't we shooting for CCTV? Which star dares to refuse? I don't believe it. The director pinched the waist, I must bring them down, otherwise I won't shoot this advertisement. Chapter 37, do they not know the bottom line about me? The WeChat group named Murder Squad fell into silence after Hu Xiao sent a message. Until the next day's advertisement audition, no one spoke again, creating a feeling similar to anonymous withdrawal from the group. At 9 o'clock in the morning, under bright sunshine. Beside the CCTV building in the 5-star hotel, many stars for the audition had already arrived, queuing up and chatting mutually, trying to fish out some insider information from each other. Rumor has it that the candidates for this conscription advertisement have been internally decided. The rest are just running mates. Is that true? My agent didn't say that. Hey, anyway I don't expect much, just try. If it's indeed internal decision, anti-CCTV plays dirty, isn't this wasting our time? Not necessarily, aren't we all trying to get familiar faces? If chosen, even if not picked this time, wouldn't we get more opportunities for other ads? Reliable insider news says that the advertisement director has already chosen the guests from the Alone Courage show, thinking they better fit the soldier qualities. Aren't we good too? Haven't we shot action scenes? Yuan Feng, wearing a baseball cap and stealthily walking to the end of the queue, suddenly felt a pat on the shoulder. He quickly turned back and saw Luo Xiaohong squinting her eyes at him. Weren't you the one who refused? Why are you here for the audition? Yuan Feng choked, and countered, isn't that you? Why are you here? I. Luo Xiaohong was about to explain. 2 more people came from behind. It was Shi Hui and Zhou Nan. Hey, everyone's here. Hee hee, hee 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 hee. The undercover quartet exchanged glances and gave an awkward smile. Who would have thought that the advertisement they had firmly refused yesterday would now need to be participated in due to a new task notification from their superiors. Thus, when Jianli appeared at the audition site, he saw the original team of the Revenge Squad. What a coincidence, Jianli, brought by his agent, waved lazily yet politely, we meet again. As small celebrities with special identities in the entertainment circle, everyone explained with ulterior motives, thereby turning the page on the group chat matters. Within less than half a minute, they all returned to being low-key, putting significant effort into blending into the background as backdrop. At this moment, some stars who had already finished their auditions walked out of the studio, immediately surrounded by a cluster of people. How was it? Were the questions given by the director difficult? The questions were simple enough, but the movements were tough. How hard could it be? Harder than Jackie Chan's fighting scenes? It probably requires combat experience or professional training. I couldn't do it anyway. The auditioning star perhaps felt there was little hope, so after hum-ha answering a few sentences, left the scene hurriedly. The others began to sigh softly. It's just a conscription advertisement. Why are the requirements so strict? They might as well just find some soldiers. They're using our celebrity appeal by having us audition. The conditions should be relaxed a bit, shouldn't they? Despite many complaints, when the staff came out, everyone still put on an energetic state, preparing to listen for their turn to be called. But the staff directly bypassed the front of the queue and signaled to the back, you guys try first. The Revenge Squad simultaneously looked shocked, There's no mistake, it's you guys, the staff nodded, indicating, the director wants to see you. Why them? We've been waiting for half a day, and they just come and get to audition first, someone protested angrily. The staff seemed prepared for such reactions, and smiled slightly. The director said it, in order not to waste everyone's time, these few will do an open audition. All participants can observe. After watching, if anyone feels they can do better than them, the director welcomes volunteers. Upon hearing this, everyone fell silent. This is a public audition. No funny business can happen. And if someone uploads the footage online, it's equivalent to a public trial. Dare they really do it? Everyone unconsciously thought of this and looked towards the back. Once again becoming the focus, Jianli could only lament. Isn't this fucking forcing me to come? Karma. Director has treated us with such respect, let's go then. He stuffed one hand in his pocket and took a step forward. The other members of the revenge squad followed him, walking into the audition hall amidst the gaze of all. The director pushed up the glasses on the bridge of his nose and arched his lips in a scornful curve. Oh, aren't you all the ones who refused to perform? And you're all gathered early today? A single sentence revealed too much information. Onlookers among the stars cast astonished looks. For an advertisement that many people desperately want to participate in, even if it's just a couple of shots. They actually refused. Had their brains been kicked by a donkey? None of the revenge squad spoke, instead directing their eyes elsewhere, nearly whistling tunelessly. An attitude akin to, as delinquents, we're unbothered. Participating would suffice. Not being selected would be the director's issue. The director, unaware that he'd soon become the scapegoat, didn't continue his taunts, instead shifting topics. Today's audition also includes one judging teacher. He glanced down at his watch, they should arrive any moment. As if on cue, a tall figure walked through the rear door of the hall and stepped quickly to their place. Sorry, everyone, I'm late. His deep, magnetic voice made the revenge squad turn their heads to see who it was, causing them to pause simultaneously. Huh. Huixiao. The real internally decided contestant was actually the reviewing teacher. Not late, the director stood up, smiling ingratiatingly, perfect timing. The few who tried before have recordings, but their performances weren't good, so we can ignore them. In front of all the auditioning stars, he showed no hesitation. This was the strength backed by the Central TV network. This was the survival of the fittest competition rule of the entertainment industry. Cruel but very realistic. Huixiao nodded and sat down on the seat that the director courteously pulled out for him. As he looked up toward the people in the middle, his gaze was calm, cool, and composed, as if he didn't even know them. We can start. The director picked up a list of tasks, kneeling with double knee slide while drawing a gun, rolling prone while drawing a gun, reversing prone draw. As he continued speaking, the looks on the faces of the revenge squad grew increasingly grave. Jianli. What? They're all about guns. Did they miss my background? You on phone. If I pick up a gun, my body goes into auto mode and gets super professional, how's that gonna work out? Shi Huai, Zhou Nan. Give our reflex-driven old bones a break. Luo Xiaohong. How do I hide my dazzling skills and military prowess? Initially planning to mess around and get eliminated, the revenge squad was now at a loss, brainstorming solutions desperately when suddenly heavy equipment was thrown from some unknown direction. Their eyes sharpened instantly. They leapt up, seized the target, landed rolling. Quickly pointed their gun muzzles at the judges' seats. By the time all actions concluded, it took no more than a few seconds, the situation on the field had dramatically shifted. The director still sitting there stiffly even felt an illusion as if he'd be shot any second. Damn. Did they definitely practice before? Otherwise, why was the pressure so overwhelming? Chapter 38, Is This Even Human Speech? Following that, every move executed fiercely and accurately, not just listed but various positions expected by special forces were presented live on the audition floor. Surrounding observers, without even taking a big breath, uniformly stared with wide eyes and drooling mouths, a shared and unavoidable sense of despair arising in each heart. Shit. Doesn't this leave absolutely no chance? After the audition ended, the revenge squad walked out of the five-star hotel dejectedly. Li Lu waiting outside rushed forward hastily upon seeing their demeanor, unable to help tightening his heart. What happened? Did you fail already? Wasn't the decision quick? Wasn't it supposedly predetermined? Isn't this deceiving? You guys wait here, I'll go find the director. Before he could blabber incessantly and dart inside. The outgoing audition stars blocked his way, glancing sideways with disdain, muttering sourly, you got what you wanted, yet you act unsatisfied, having been announced chosen on the spot. A nearby agent pushed him gently, less talk, they have real skill. In the entertainment circle, relying on ability rather than connections sounds laughable. But today, there were people smacking their faces with pure talent, one after another. Had they undergone military training or something? Weren't they veterans on actual battlefields? If tested further, they might wipe out everyone present. After witnessing that, who would dare compare? That wouldn't just lead to self-deprecating humiliation. Realizing this, the audition stars said nothing more, feeling defeated as they slipped back into their chauffeured cars and disappeared promptly. Eventually understanding the situation fully, Li Lu grinned widely, it's done then. Great job, brother Li. Afterward, he turned to others, all of you were good too. Let's celebrate somewhere. Not in the mood, Yuan Feng waved his hand, I'm off. Same here. Me too. +1. Within a minute, the revenge squad dispersed. Confused, Li Lu gazed after them, wait, what's going on? You've all scored parts in the CCTV ad, instant stardom is guaranteed. What if, Jianli murmured quietly, they never wanted fame to begin with. Li Lu paused, finding the statement paradoxical, not wanting fame. Why are they in showbiz then? Shouldn't they just go back home and farm? Jianli couldn't explain, intending to drive home for a nap. But just as he took a step, someone behind him called out, Xiaoli. Who? Calling him so ambiguously. Jianli felt electricity zipping through him as he turned and saw Huixiao's face, handsome beyond words. You, need something? The script has been sent to me. Can we run lines first? Huixiao's deep gaze locked onto him, leaving Jianli feeling like there was nowhere to hide. Just as he opened his mouth to refuse, another sentence followed, isn't Jianyu your younger brother? Bullying students whose mother had business ties with Hua Group last night received notice to cancel remaining contracts. In addition, leaders of the Provincial Education Committee connected with his mother are under investigation, results should be out soon. Jianli was shocked, his mouth unable to close properly, you. Huixiao continued with a smile, also, Jianyu's homeroom teacher has been transferred from her post and disqualified from this year's Excellence Award. If there are other violations of discipline, her teaching certificate will be revoked. So, I believe you should have no worries now and can act with me. Jianli. Shit. What is the strong but tragic villain planning? He actually left me no way out. While Jianli was puzzled and bewildered, he inexplicably got into Huixiao's car. In no time at all, they arrived at a detached villa. What's this? Jianli glanced out of the car window. Huixiao unfastened his seatbelt, my home. Jianli. Just reading lines together, why come to your house? Huixiao raised an eyebrow, then shall we go to a hotel room? Still in the house, Jianli quickly unbuckled his seatbelt and opened the car door. Agreeing to film wasn't for close contact, mainly because Huixiao gave too much. This favor he couldn't repay, and felt even more awkward refusing. There's nothing that could be done. After being a reclusive mercenary for so many years, he had become socially anxious. Good evening, master. As soon as Jianli got out of the car, the electric gate was opened by a servant who approached respectfully. Jianli looked back astonished, are there others in your house? Huixiao nodded slowly, his voice slow, there's grandpa, parents, uncle and aunt, nephew and niece. Before he could finish, Jianli turned and walked away. But his arm was held, where are you going? I just remembered some urgent matters, let's do it another day. Please, he was already panicked, but turns out there's a whole bunch of people in his house. I'm allergic to enthusiasm. Let me off the hook honestly. With a pleading look, Jianli saw Huixiao's eyes smile even brighter, you don't need to be nervous, they're all very approachable. As he spoke, his hand holding Jianli's arm slid down, inserting between his fingers, leaving no room for refusal. Jianli felt a momentary loss of balance as he stepped into Hua family villa. Even before entering the living room, a crowd of people appeared. What the hell, what the hell? What are they trying to do? Jianli hastily patted around his waist. Huh? Where's my stuff? Director of Lonely Warriors called Li Lu as soon as he returned to the office. He hurriedly answered, and an urgent voice came through on the other end, tell Jianli, prepare his schedule, filming for season 2 starts in 3 days. That fast? Li Lu frowned perplexed, Jianli just accepted a TV series and ad, the timing hasn't been confirmed, unable to confirm any gaps. I don't care, find some gaps even if he has none, great ideas are hard to come by, this time will definitely be even bigger than last. These words made Li Lu curious too, what idea? Hehe, have you read City Hunter manga? The director laughed to himself, this time our theme is police versus crime, directly challenging another production team. So our guests play police. Li Lu guessed naturally. No, the director paused for a second, we'll play criminals. Li Lu. Shit. Justice versus evil, ending up playing evil. Then how does it blow up? The director seemed aware of his thoughts, trying to reassure him, being criminals can still shine, only by showing wisdom, oh not wisdom, cunning and deceitfulness, then find a chance to lose to the police. Li Lu. Isn't that plain nonsense? We'll fix typos later. Chapter 39, Brotherly plays a criminal. How handsome would that be? The variety show mentioned by the Lonely Warriors director is currently the highest-rated escape class reality show. It has been shooting continuously for over 20 seasons. Not only has it gathered a large number of hardcore fans watching live streams, but it also helped debut several newcomers break through into fame. Guests from early seasons mostly climbed to the top tier, active on television screens. Among the remaining permanent members, they were all well respected within their circles with absolute authority. There were too many invitations for collaboration shoots with these guests, even CCTV Central needs to queue up. It was hard for director Gu to secure a meeting, he didn't want to lose hope after waiting so long. Who knows if some disruptor might suddenly appear in a few days. Li Lu, don't forget, who insisted against the odds and signed Jian Li when he was being trolled online nationwide. Are we forgetting our roots now that he's getting famous? Li Lu, holding his phone, rolled his eyes but still spoke diplomatically, Director, rest assured, I'll make sure everything is properly arranged. Wait for my news. After hanging up, he didn't rush to contact Jian Li, instead leisurely grinding a cup of handcrafted coffee. It wasn't that Li Lu had forgotten his roots, the entertainment industry was just this heartless. Regardless of who had helped in the past, once famous, the only currency now was star power. At least Jian Li now had 5 million Weibo followers. If he continued being summoned at everyone's beck and call like before, how could he assert any authority? How could he turn down offers or appearances unworthy of his status? As a professional agent, Li Lu knew this well. As long as you don't offend people openly, schedules can be managed however they need to be. With that thought in mind, Li Lu sipped a small mouthful of coffee, pleased with himself. The excellent beans were indeed different. The aftertaste carried a hazelnut fruity aroma. Just as he was about to take another sip, the phone rang suddenly. Glancing down, it was Jian Li. Aren't you on set? How do you have time to call me? I'm at number 8800 Years Road, come pick me up quickly. Jian Li's voice lowered as if he was up to no good. Li Lu inexplicably grew tense, what happened? Don't tell me you've been kidnapped. How did he get targeted right after becoming famous? That wasn't right. With Jian Li's skills, he could at least put up a fight. Pretty much like a kidnapping, Jian Li sounded like there was something unspeakable going on, then became impatient, stop questioning, hurry over. Before Li Lu could say anything else, Jian Li hung up, composed himself again, and walked out of the bathroom, rejoining the sitting area. You're back. Don't be so nervous, we're just casually chatting, said an aunt dressed in pink Cheongsam while cracking sunflower seeds with a smiling face, where were we? Oh yes, look at you already 25, it's the perfect age to get married, any later and your competitive advantage will dwindle. That's true, added the purple Cheongsam-clad aunt, young people these days shouldn't be too picky. Keep stalling and even your prime childbearing years will pass. Jian Li's polite smile almost collapsed, Auntie, I don't intend to have children, and not that I intend for anyone else to bear children. So you're obstructing the continuation of humanity? The green Cheongsam-dressed aunt tossed her sunflower seeds aside, seemingly remembering something with sudden excitement, could it be that you're gay? How do you say it in English? Oh yes, called Gav. Jian Li threw up his hands wildly shaking them, no, please stop making things up, I am not. What is? He stood up agitated, I have something else to attend to, I'll leave first. Even before finishing his sentence, Jian Li fled hurriedly, losing one of his slippers. By the time Huxiao came out wearing his apron carrying a fruit plate, seeing the empty sitting area, his expression turned dark immediately, where is he? The pink, purple, and green-dressed ants all shrugged their lips simultaneously, he ran off. Who knew this kid would be so unable to take a joke? Ask some sensitive questions and he gets antsy right away. Xiao, when choosing a partner, one needs to open their eyes wide. Anyway, it's him lacking in mental fortitude, it's not our fault. Huxiao pursed his lips without saying a word. A few seconds later, abandoning the fruit plate, he turned and rushed out. Out by the villa entrance, pacing back and forth several times, and really couldn't find him anywhere, he could only give up. Returning despondently, the pink-purple-green ants were munching on sunflower seeds leaning against the doorframe. Oh my, such a big guy, how could he possibly go missing? What's there to worry about? Why are you glaring at us? Worst comes to worst, we'll make a dating show for both of you, let the TV audience watch you chase each other. Don't worry, we three magnates invest and never fail, prop them up and control the contracts, do you think he can escape? Huxiao. Had I known he'd get scared, I wouldn't have brought him home. Wah wah wah. Season 2 of Lone Fighters was more aggressively marketed than the first season, directly announcing an official collaboration with City Hunter on their website. Instantaneously, fans of both shows went berserk, rushing to Weibo keyboards. Within half an hour, relevant topics soared to the trending charts. Hashtag what? Broly playing a thug. Just how handsome must that be, hashtag. Hashtag TV version of values following looks hashtag. Hashtag anticipating the indigenous members wiping out the challengers hashtag. Hashtag passion collision of police versus criminals, aren't we getting close to it? Comments stacked high like towers, cheering on idols from various fan groups. The scene was incredibly spectacular, akin to celebrating the new year. Firecrackers exploding, drums beating thunderously. In the hospital room, though, someone screamed discontentedly, why isn't the premiere lineup including me? I'm also a guest on Lone Fighters. Am I relegated to standby? The agent looked troubled, Xiao Heng, I don't know the situation either. But anyway, Lone Fighters said that with your current health condition, you're not suitable to participate in the variety show. I'm almost fully recovered. Besides, my brother is also an investor. How dare they do this? Lu Yuanheng's forehead was bound with a bandage and his expression was twisted. The agent sighed wistfully, I heard some rumors that Mr. Lu's funding has been kicked out, and there is a new investment party stepping in. New. Lu Yuanheng stared wide-eyed, who dares to offend my brother? The rumor says it's Hua Corporation. The agent lowered his voice, looking mysterious yet deliberately leaning toward Lu Yuanhang's ear. Hua Xiao wants to pursue Jianli, so. What? Lu Yuanhang screamed, falling apart instantly. How dare she? That lowlife deserves it. Before he finished cursing, the door of the ward suddenly opened. The agent quickly straightened up, turning his head away. Mr. Lu. Lu Siki responded with a sound, slowly walking to Lu Yuanhang's side. Just as he approached the bed, he heard his younger brother screaming hysterically, "Brother, lone fighters kicked me off. I won't allow them to do this. You should just buy the entire show. I want to be at the center position. Brother." Lu Siki massaged his temples irritably. "Stop making a fuss, let me finish speaking. Lone fighters might not work, but City Hunter can arrange for you a guest appearance spot. And I'll go with you." "Really?" Lu Yuanhang immediately brightened with delight. "Brother, are you telling the truth?" Lu Siki nodded, "Yes." When Jianli received the call and heard the news, he only slightly tilted his lips upward, revealing a carefree smile. "That's good then. Let's clean up both shows together." Chapter 40, As soon as it's time for work, Lin Daiyu takes over the soul. Lu Yuanhang could not remember exactly when he awakened. All he knew was that in his nightmare, he saw the tragic ending of his future. He was the malicious male supporting character, one key factor in the romance between the two main characters. Their love endured hardships, passionate and sentimental, going through misunderstandings that were eventually resolved, and then back again. Finally reconciling at the grand finale, living happily ever after. And him? He exhausted all his strength creating obstacles and relentlessly seeking death, until the two main characters worked together to send him to prison where he led a miserable life thereafter. After waking up, Lu Yuanhang broke out in a cold sweat and took quite a while before freeing himself from the dream. Even though the future had become very clear, he still refused to believe it immediately. After all, such bizarre plotlines could only happen in cheesy novels. Until Jianli actually stood right in front of him, Lu Yuanhang became panic-stricken and had no choice but to accept the reality. However, he soon calmed down again. What about being the malicious male supporting character? Who said that those who sought death couldn't also achieve happiness? After all, holding the script meant knowing everything that would happen in the future, and avoiding such an ending should be easy. Once he figured this out, Lu Yuanhang acted even more drastically than usual on the path of becoming increasingly evil. He continuously demanded Jianli give blood, attempting to fundamentally weaken his health until he ultimately passed away. But halfway through his plan, the bastard transformed as if possessed by a different core. Suddenly aggressive and cruel, attacking like he wanted someone's life. The reasons behind this change weren't worth Lu Yuanhang's effort to figure out since the original storyline clearly deviated already. For instance, Lu Siki, who should have been beside Jianli, now stood in front of the camera as a guest teammate. Wasn't breaking up the protagonists more stimulating and satisfying than anything else? Lu Yuanhang leaned casually on Lu Siki's arm, laughing proudly and sweetly. As the live broadcast swept across, comments quickly flooded the screen. What's wrong here? Is Lu Yuanhang still around? Shouldn't someone like him be banned? I do like bone surgery collaborations, but when they stand together, ugh, so disgusting. Hunters really take any money, no matter how dirty it is. This used to be a decades-old reputable brand. What kind of fans would stick around after all this nonsense? Please move the camera away, I need some fresh air. Initially wanting to try out the effect, the reaction from the fans was far beyond the director of Hunter's expectation. So he turned to tell his assistant nearby, reduce Lu Yuanhang's screen time. See if we can whitewash him during editing. What about Mr. Lu? The assistant hesitated to ask. If it has to be bundled sales, the director sighed, then cut both of them together. Got it, the assistant turned and hurriedly passed down the instructions. Since it was a live broadcast, the format could change in an instant. One moment of carelessness might cause a fall from grace. As an old variety show brand, they couldn't sacrifice their own interests for any star or capital party unless they wanted to lose the fan base they had painstakingly accumulated. Suddenly, chaos erupted on the shooting site. The cameramen who had been gathered around him ran toward the entrance. Lu Yuanhang, instantly losing his chance to perform, revealed a resentful look. Is it really necessary to get so excited? Haven't you seen big shots before? He muttered as he looked in the direction where the crowd was surging, noticing someone stepping out of the limo. His expression immediately darkened. Jianli. The entertainment industry is truly amazing, even dogs and cats can become famous. Lu Yuanhang wanted Yang Guo by his side to agree with him, but he noticed the latter was staring fixedly at something else. He immediately became unhappy and said snidely, I heard that Hua Xiao is pursuing Jianli and has already brought him home to meet the parents. I never realized before how many options there were besides seducing brothers. Some trash bones are truly born that way. Anyway, since he's playing the role of the malicious supporting character, what did he have to fear? Might as well fully embrace this persona and go all the way till death. Let's see who can laugh last. Hua Xiao is after him. Lu Siki voiced his confusion and suddenly felt everything inexplicable recently finally made sense. No wonder Jianli now acts so self-assured, he's found a new backer. Humph, well done. At the same time Jianli stepped out of the limo, he sensed two sharp glares shoot over. He casually glanced and spotted the despicable duo, so he disdainfully shrugged. Are these two representatives of the hunter group? Then we're not far from losing. The cameraman followed Jian Li's gaze and moved the lens, locking onto two unfriendly faces in the live stream. Comments burst into laughter. Haha, is this outright ridicule or just a straight-on taunt? Brother Li is right, Lu Yuanhang with that rare panda blood type will definitely drag down the level. I just love directly fighting shows like this, no twists and turns, just a barrage of moves from the start. Where are the others? My favorite revenge squad. Ha ha ha, did you also notice the exposed group chat name? So cute. Not long after, more limousines arrived on set. The undercover four reluctantly gathered again. Yuan Feng spoke listlessly to the screen, hi. Shi Hua, Yi Zhou Nan forced smiles, hi hi. Luo Xiaohong took a deep breath, hi hi hi. Ha ha ha, suddenly reminded me of funny stars. These hi 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 lines are hilarious indeed. Lit up laughing. It's the worker spirit alright, as soon as work time hits, Lin Daiyu takes over the soul. People struggle to squeeze in for fame while these guys, cameramen, go away, don't bother me. XSWL, poor camera crew. Chapter 41, are you guys here to slack off? The filming angle of City Hunter was quite intriguing. The hunters and bandits entered from two different areas. Compared to the dispirited bandits, the hunters seemed much more lively and passionate. They jogged in wearing the same dark blue training uniforms, waving or sending kisses to the live broadcast cameras. After stabilizing, they showcased some unique characteristic actions. Longtime fans watching on screen instantly got excited. Ah 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 ah. It's Captain Chen Yifan, his spinning kick is so handsome, a charismatic leader who will absolutely beat the bandits senseless. How about Su Qi and Li He? Don't know if it's my impression or not, but after shooting action scenes, they seem bulkier. And the super beautiful Sivia, no wonder being half British half Chinese, she's definitely the looks bearer of the hunters. I heard she practiced free fighting and won awards, so this confrontation will be stress-free. Wait, are there only 4 permanent guests? Where are the others? Wah, can't see my idol and I'm heartbroken. Didn't you hear? There are only 6 spots, hard to cram in 2 more people, other guests naturally have to step aside. Can't help it, the entertainment world is the land of capital, but then again, it's harder to assess the hunter's abilities. When the 2 guest stars finally arrived at the hunter's gathering point, the host picked up the microphone, dear viewers and live streaming fans, good morning. Welcome to the 23rd season of City Hunter. This time, we will present a thrilling yet unconventional survival game in an entirely new way. The host's gaze shifted to the lined-up guests, no need to introduce familiar faces, the fans probably know them better than I do. As for the other 2 newly recruited hunters, you've likely heard of them. Especially Mr. Lu Siki, who has made multiple appearances on the Forbes list, been featured on the cover of Fortune magazine, and given exclusive interviews. The host paused, then teasingly added, oh, and let me add one more thing, Mr. Lu is still single, a genuine bachelor with a diamond-like charm. Before he could finish, Lu Yuanheng shot him a disdainful glance, his face full of contempt. What does it matter to you whether I'm a wealthy bachelor or not? You're not even worthy of spilling urine to look at your own reflection. The host sensed the hostility, turned back with surprise, and caught Lu Yuanheng flashing a fake, saccharine smile. He was slightly taken aback but quickly recovered and continued, and the other guest star is the younger brother of Mr. Lu. Let's give them a round of applause. LOL, what a joke, is Lu Yuanheng some kind of lowlife that he doesn't even deserve a proper name? I admire the host's energy, it's time someone took down workplaces. Check this out, Lu Yuanheng's face is turning green. I love this shade of green, especially when it's on him. Behind the monitoring screen, the director of the hunter team watched as the screen filled with comments and couldn't help but whistle softly, I've never seen anyone get roasted like this the moment they appear on screen. Had this guy offended too many people before? If I had known this would be the result, there's no amount of money from the Lu Group's investment that would make me agree. While regretting his decision, the director switched channels. And what he saw made him even more bewildered. What's going on with the guests playing bandits? Why are they so lackluster? No camera presence at all. They're wandering around aimlessly, are they planning to slack off? To be honest, the director had never seen anything like this before. In previous joint shoots, regardless of how big a star was, everyone put their all into performing once they reached the set. After all, this was the most popular survival reality show nationwide, and many overseas attempts to replicate it had failed. Who wouldn't want to capitalize on such an opportunity to boost their fame? And now what? These newly rising celebrities actually seem to have the audacity to lie low. What did Gu mean by this? Did they already run through the script ahead of time? Do they take the audience for fools? At the very least, shouldn't they put up a bit of a fight before losing? Frustrated, the hunter director immediately grabbed the walkie-talkie to address them, tell them if they don't want to film, fine, they can leave. But who gave them permission to make sour faces? They'll never be able to afford the penalty fees. Hearing the director's orders, the crew sprang into action like they just received an imperial decree and quickly passed along the warning during a break in filming. Yuan Fang's eyes lit up at this, they don't want to shoot. We can go. Shihua and Yi Zhou-nan echoed simultaneously, this is really happening. Luo Xiaohong lifted her luggage, I'm ready to leave right now. And even before she finished speaking, Jianli had already taken a step toward the exit. The staff were puzzled. Why wasn't the outcome as expected? Hey, wait. The staff member stretched out a hand like Air Kong from an old drama. We can talk about this. Let's finish shooting first. If the bandits went on strike, what was the point of continuing to shoot the hunter scenes? This entire season would collapse. Infuriated, the director was about to grab his phone and call Gu Dao, but then a tall figure appeared on the scene, causing the situation to abruptly change. Where are you going? A clear voice pierced through, addressing Jianli directly, who chuckled upon hearing it. The director said we could leave. Hua Zhao's gaze swept past Jianli toward the undercover four-person group, which had been trying to sneak away. And immediately retreated back to position. His lips curved faintly, if you leave, what happens to me? The revenge squad cannot lose members, can it? Though that's true, Jianli was a man of honor, but... Before he could finish, his luggage was suddenly snatched away. The shoot is about to start, we can't afford to be late. Seeing this, the director instantly yelled into the walkie-talkie, appoint Hua Xiao as captain. He's the only one who can manage these bandits. Understood. The filming site for City Hunter was located in a renowned scenic area. The ancient town, blending with modern elements, formed a unique charm. Street vendors selling snacks and trinkets were scattered along the commercial streets, shouting out their wares while keeping an eye on the surrounding movements. They were the informants for the hunters and were expected to provide instant feedback if they spotted any bandits. Yuan Feng peeked out of the alley once, quickly pulled his body back in, and squatted down again, 5 men and 4 women, all about 40 years old. They looked like extras, suspicious looking. The cameraman barely managed to hold back laughter and carefully shot the scene. Is it really necessary to make it so realistic? If there's no explanation, I would have thought the experts in reconnaissance had arrived. The heads of the revenge squad gathered close together, discussing something. When someone suddenly spoke up. Robbed the bank, kidnapped the mayor, hijacked the school, and then arranged for a helicopter escape. What does that mean? Do we complete all of these before losing? Shihua stroked his chin, deep in thought with furrowed brows. A few seconds later, everyone's gaze focused on Jian Li's face. The latter immediately rolled his eyes, what do you want from me? I don't get it either, why the hell was I dragged into this mess? Hold on, did I hear that right? They've already foreseen the result of their loss. Could this also be part of the script? Come on, stop messing around. You're planning to lose whenever it suits you. Do you think our veteran hunters are all useless? Chapter 42, Cheap University Student Extras. What should we do? Luo Xiaohong seemed disheartened, we can't possibly carry out all these actions, successfully escape, and then turn ourselves in at the police station, can we? After she finished speaking, she anxiously tugged at her hair, trying to relieve her emotions. Only to find that everyone's gaze was concentrated on her again. Reacting half a second later, Luo Xiaohong became excited, I am a genius. That's how it's done. Jianli nodded. Everyone responded simultaneously, agreed. The director listening in front of the monitor nearly laughed himself to death. What? Carry out every action one by one. And then succeed in escaping? Don't they underestimate the skills of the other guests? They still need to take into account the celestial net we've set up, right? These weren't just random extras. They were highly trained ex-soldiers. How dare they talk big beyond limits? But soon, his laughter stopped. Because Jianli and his group began earnestly planning. I'll rob the bank because I hate schools, too noisy and full of chatter. Jianli raised his hand first and declared his task, robbing the bank requires 2 people, one to gather money, the other to watch over hostages. Who wants to partner with me? No response. Except for Hua Xiao stretching his neck slightly, making his presence known. The intention was too obvious. Alright, he smiled faintly, I promise not to slow you down. Jianli. I haven't even recovered from your family's shadow yet, feed. I'll handle the school, said Luo Xiaohong while cracking her fingers, with a fierce gleam in her eyes, I'm familiar with disciplining students, I know what I'm doing. As the head of a sect, she was responsible for countless disciples up the mountain. Could she lack this level of teaching experience? So I guess Zhou Nan and I will kidnap the mayor. Shihua glanced at Zhou Nan, we do have some knowledge of government operations. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng immediately raised his arm, let me take care of the escape. I'll ensure quick support. Great. Jianli acknowledged, looked down at his wristwatch, let's check the time first. The missions should be completed within 3 hours. We need to act swiftly. Yuan Feng was confused, why 3 hours? Because after 3 hours, Jianli said seriously, it will be lunchtime, we need to eat. Oh yes, absolutely yes. Eating is crucial. We promise to finish the mission. The live streaming fans, upon hearing their conversation, burst out laughing in the comment section. Dry rice enthusiasts embody the soul of eating. Being a bandit is the profession, but having meals is the spirit. 3 hours to complete the mission is just to show off food. It feels like these bandits are here just to play around. They're quite cocky, but we don't know how capable they are. What if they slip up and get caught as soon as they step outside? Isn't there always that? Guests who come with grand declarations, only to get beaten up till stars flash before their eyes. In the end, they slink away quietly. I remember that episode. It apparently became a nightmare for future challenging guests. Wait, are the bandits starting their move now? Wow, this is fast. No one has noticed them yet. Jianli wandered through the commercial street, trying to immerse himself among tourists. When he re-emerged, his appearance had been completely transformed. To the point that even the cameraman following him failed to recognize Jianli. The cameraman was wandering around on tiptoe, looking for someone like a headless fly. Wearing a baseball cap and black sunglasses, Jianli entered the cafe across from the bank. Ordered a cup of coffee, sipped it leisurely. Then, upon spotting a familiar figure, pushed open the glass door of the cafe. He crossed the bustling street, stood outside the bank, and under the watchful eyes of the security guard, swiftly caught a heavy piece of equipment mid-air, slipping sideways into the revolving door before smashing the alarm. What are you doing? Bang bang, Jianli held the equipment in one hand, aiming at the forehead. You're already dead. Staff should mark them accordingly. The extras who had just started acting were left dumbfounded. What the heck? Wasn't it supposed to be just 3 lines? In his state of confusion, Jianli had already taken full control of the bank. Hua Xiao behind him perfectly matched Jianli's movements as he approached the counter, tossing the burlap sack inside. Fill it up. One with a black ski mask, another wearing sunglasses and a baseball cap. Their every gesture exuded a cold-blooded ruthlessness, making people feel as if they were really being robbed by desperate criminals. The cashier trembled nervously, grabbing the sack while pretending to fetch money but instead reaching downward. The alarm was right by her knee. She only needed to move it a little too. Move again, and I'll blow your head off. Hua Xiao's words were concise. The simulated weapon was already pressed against the cashier's forehead, drastically increasing tension. Do you want the shoot to wrap up so early? He paused briefly, targeting the soft spot of the extra. The cashier immediately became cooperative. There's not much cash here, but there's a batch of gold in a safe deposit box. The keys are with the supervisor. The director monitoring the whole scene through surveillance cameras froze. Are you an accomplice? He turned to ask furiously, who hired her? An assistant stammered awkwardly, Director, university student extras are cheap, so. Upon hearing the teller's self-exposure, Jianli swung his fake gun around, scanning the crowd. Who's the supervisor? Everyone on the scene crouched on the ground with their heads bowed. No one dared to answer. A fat man tried to minimize his presence, attempting to hide behind a pillar. But just as his butt moved over, he suddenly felt a shadow pressing down on him. Instinctively looking up, the fat man saw the bank robber wearing sunglasses, his lips curled up with a mischievous smirk. This supervisor, let's go together. The fat man waved his hands frantically. I'm not him, you've got the wrong person. Jianli pointed the gun towards him, aiming at the name tag on the fat man's chest. Hello there, Manager Wang Fugue. The fat man was left speechless. Thanks for reminding me how stupid I am. The director remained frozen. This guy is definitely also a university student. Meanwhile, in another live streaming room, the hunters were still combing the area thoroughly without any trace of the bandits. Lu Yuanheng expressed dissatisfaction. Almost half an hour has passed, and we have made no progress. If this keeps up, aren't we going to rank last? Su Qi, brimming with youthful vigor, heard these words and became instantly disgruntled. Does complaining help? Everyone's busy, so why don't you find them yourself if you're so good? Do you treat guest stars like this? Lu Yuanheng pouted. Do you know how we got here? Su Qi was about to retaliate when Captain Chen Yifan stopped him. No infighting, let's focus on finding. Before he finished his sentence, the walkie-talkie crackled to life. Bank A has been robbed, losses exceeding 10 million. The robbers have fled, escape direction unknown. The hunters all looked at each other, perplexed. What now? The bank was already robbed before 30 minutes are up. Chapter 43, damn, so cool. I want to join the lead actress's sect. Almost simultaneously, every walkie-talkie burst into noise. The school has been hijacked, 37 students have been taken hostage. The bandits demand ransom. The mayor disappeared in his office. Currently, no suspicious traces have been found. We've received an anonymous call requiring a helicopter to be provided, otherwise, all hostages, including the mayor, will be killed. Stunned, the hunters couldn't comprehend how such numerous crimes could occur within half an hour. Had they acted separately? But everyone knew from watching similar reality shows, in these hunt and survive games, splitting up usually leads to being quickly eliminated. The survival rate is nearly zero. And yet the new gangsters actually dared to act alone, and they all succeeded. What the hell? Could it be that season 23 of the show was set on hell mode? After analyzing for a long time, Captain Chen Yifan couldn't make sense of it. As he hesitated whether to check out the school first, someone nearby suddenly chimed in. The mayor being kidnapped. That's a slap in the face of the government. We should head to the office area first to look for clues. Lu Yuanhang confidently suggested. Su Qi, however, disagreed. The school's been taken hostage. The parents must be worried sick. We should focus on calming the public first. Are you intentionally going against me? Lu Yuanhang glared at him. Su Qi rolled his eyes. Don't think so highly of yourself. No one really cares what you do. Brother, help me here. Lu Yuanhang turned to Lu Siki for support, but the latter seemed distracted. Seeing this, the other hunters looked thoroughly disapproving. A moment later, Sei proposed, why don't we split up? I agree. Su Qi quickly raised his hand. If I stay with this guy for another second, I'll vomit. He turned to his partner, Li He, let's go to the school. Chen Yifan added solemnly, I'll go with you as well. Don't leave me behind, Sei smiled, without a full team, it's not a special action squad. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged smiles. Before the brothers could respond, they walked briskly toward the school direction. Lu Yuanhang stared at their backs viciously and then whined in a petulant tone, brother, don't you see how they're deliberately excluding us? This entertainment industry is deep, filled with strange people. Lost in thought, Lu Siki frowned slightly and said, have you ever considered, why everywhere you go, people exclude you? Could it be that you're completely without fault? Brother, Lu Yuanhang suddenly had tears in his eyes, are you taking their side? This isn't about picking sides. Sighing deeply, Lu Siki paused, wanting to say more when the television news broadcast from a shop window caught his attention. He hurried over, and the female anchor's voice came through the glass. Today, the People's Bank on Happiness Street was attacked by robbers. One person died on the scene, along with a large amount of gold and cash stolen. The police are urgently searching for suspects and ask the general public to provide any clues. The news footage switched to surveillance camera shots. Jian Li wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses smoothly caught the replica gun and immediately eliminated a security guard trying to alarm others before diving into the revolving door. Without hesitation, he swiftly took control of the situation, cooperating with his accomplice to gather all the loot, then nonchalantly hailed a taxi and left. Though this was a reality show, all scenes might have been exaggerated or edited. Lu Siki still found himself utterly astonished by everything happening before his eyes. It was as if only now did he truly recognize Jian Li, stripped away from timidity and weakness, becoming so magnetic. Brother, let's go to the city hall. If we wait longer, finding clues will be even harder. Lu Yuanhang tugged at Lu Siki's sleeve, trying to pull him out of some emotion. The director behind the monitors completely broke down, with so many cameras, we can't even keep track of a few people. How are the hunters supposed to win if we can't get footage of them? And those extras, where do they even come from? They actually sold their props instead of acting out the plan. Not giving a single clue until now. Do they want us to end up glorifying the villains? All the staff in the production team were getting reprimanded. Not knowing how to explain themselves, the alarms suddenly went off. An assistant rushed over and activated the speakerphone. A clearly disguised female voice came through. Is the helicopter ready? You've got 10 minutes. If it's not on the balcony in time, the bomb in the school will detonate. Wait. The assistant tried to fish for clues, but the line was already disconnected without any chance. The command center of the reality show once again fell into an eerie silence. Finally, after a long pause, the director spoke, utterly exhausted, what's your take on this? I think the bank robbers, the mayor's kidnapping, the hostages, and the demand for the helicopter, they're all part of the same group. The director angrily laughed, well, duh. Of course I know that too. He gave up, waving his hands dismissively, forget it. Asking you guys is pointless. What's the status of our cameraman? Can we enter the school or not? The assistant shook his head, the lockdown is too tight. If we go in, we'll be shot instantly. Right now, we can only shoot reports from the perimeter. The director muttered, how far are they planning to go? Do they really expect us to get an entire helicopter just to release the hostages? What the hell, how much would that even cost? The temporary school at the scenic spot. First floor cafeteria. Dozens of teachers and students crouched in the corner with their heads bowed. Luo Xiaohong sat on a chair with her legs crossed, leisurely cracking sunflower seeds while playing with a soft whip. A hostage with shifty eyes spotted the opportunity and lunged forward toward the door, trying to escape. Suddenly, a whooshing wind passed by his ear, followed by the sharp crack of the whip. The glass bowl placed at the entrance shattered instantly. Luo Xiaohong narrowed her eyes, glancing sideways, then picked up the radio. Hostage escape attempt. Execute 1. After speaking, she lowered the radio casually and warned indifferently, anyone else tries to run, I'll aim for something worse than a porcelain bowl. For work-related injury compensation, please contact the show's crew. As soon as she finished, someone broke through the window. Luo Xiaohong glanced over but didn't move from her spot. The man in a suit who was grabbed by the collar slowly hopped inside, barely standing steady before starting to tremble and stammer. Don't panic, everyone. I'm the mayor. I promise I will save all of you. Before he could finish, a kick landed right on his behind. Who asked you to talk? You've been kidnapped already, what stance do you have? Do you know that hostages who talk too much die quicker? Shi Huai and Zhou Nan chimed in alternately, lifting the mayor like grabbing a chick and placing him in the corner. Then they turned to ask Luo Xiaohong, where are the others? Corridor, classroom, balcony. Luo Xiaohong spat out a sunflower seed husk, planting bombs. And there's a sniper on the roof. Anyone coming in, kills them on sight. One of the amateur actors live streaming secretly quickly spammed messages in the chat. Damn, so cool. I want to join Sister Hung's gang. Chapter 44, a smelly loach splashed with seawater actually thinks it's seafood now. Director Gumo had prepared to enjoy 2 days off, fully equipped for fishing by the river. His phone had been on silent all along. By the time he finally remembered to check, he saw dozens of missed calls. What's going on? Did someone call asking for refunds? Just as he was hesitating whether to call back, his phone suddenly vibrated, making him almost drop it. Fortunately, he managed to answer it in time. What's wrong, boss? Director Gumo asked cheerfully. On the other end, Aurora erupted immediately. Did you even explain the contract rules to them clearly when you signed? Fail, they absolutely have to lose in the end. If these bandits are this smart, it makes the hunters look stupid. How the hell are we supposed to film this variety show? Director Gumo was startled. I stressed that they should lose. Didn't they? Could the tasks have been too easy? This group of guests isn't ordinary. The hunter-director chuckled dryly, robbing banks, kidnapping mayors, seizing schools, escaping. Tell me, which of those tasks is simple? Director Gumo was even more confused. Don't tell me, did they accomplish all of them? Humph, unable to get a real helicopter, they simulated the scene. The hunter-director gritted his teeth, and then, to eat lunch, they all surrendered themselves to the police station. Phew, Director Gumo couldn't help laughing aloud. That's really their style. But isn't this considered a win for the hunters since they surrendered? How glorious, winning without even meeting face to face. The hunter-director took a deep breath. Alright, let it slide today. But if tomorrow they still don't follow the contract, don't blame me if I kick you out. Relax, Director Gumo patted his chest guaranteeing, I'll make sure to relay it accurately. After hanging up, he contacted the guest's agent. But after calling around, he was surprised to discover these guests had lost contact. During a temporarily safe period, Jianli went jogging by the river after finishing dinner. He was running too fast, and the cameraman filming beside him couldn't help but say, "Wait, you just finished eating dinner. This high-intensity workout might affect digestion." It should be fine with an hour gap, Jianli said, glancing over his shoulder to check on the cameraman. You're not in good shape, you need more exercise. The cameraman, carrying the camera, wanted to cry silently. It's easy for you to talk. Why don't you try running weighted? Don't think you're justified just because you're holding a camera. Jianli maintained steady breathing while running, unaffected and continuing to scold. When we were filming on that deserted island, I carried a 40-pound weight pack and ran 30 kilometers. To you, this weight is nothing. The cameraman. 40 pounds, 30 kilometers. Are you kidding me? Huh, I can vouch for this. That was like a real-life rally race. It made me respect Brotherly for the first time. Except for Lu Yuanheng pretending to be sick and not finishing, all guests from Team Solitude returned early. With physical fitness like that, they could be bandits without any trouble, right? Talking about bandits, Brothers Lee and the others were simply amazing. They reminded me of classic Hong Kong and Taiwan crime movies, high IQ criminals. No one could catch them except when they surrendered themselves. Sorry, this time I'm also rooting for the bandits. The hunters had no clue what to do, didn't even get into the school, and helplessly watched the helicopter leave. Did you forget about the fool finding clues in the municipal government office? Laughing so hard, would those people dare return to the crime scene? Talking about fools, here comes one. How magical is that? Brother Jianli, are you exercising? Lu Yuanheng approached. Jianli narrowed his eyes. A good dog doesn't block the way. I'm not asking for trouble, I just want to say 2 words. Lu Yuanheng appeared innocent. Without replying, Jianli directly pushed him aside. There are so many who want to talk to me. You son of a bitch don't count for anything. Lu Yuanheng lost his balance and fell to the ground, noticing blood on his palm when he raised his hand. Just then, Lu Siki ran up nearby and seeing the scene, roared at Jianli's retreating back, come back and apologize. Unless you make me regret it. Hearing the voice, Jianli turned around and started running again, saying, oh wow, I'm so scared. Exactly how regretful will you be? You dirty loach dipped in seawater, do you really think you're seafood now? Truly deserving of the title brotherly, insulting people feels great. Can we not call this colliding? He was jogging and Lu Yuanheng had to kneel halfway to cry injustice, got knocked down, and still acts pitiful. I'm fed up with this control group. Screenwriters, can you kill him off already? Lu Siki quickly walked over and grabbed Jianli's arm. Did you hear what I said? Go apologize to Xiao Heng. Narrowing his eyes, Jianli took the opportunity to pull Lu Siki close, followed by an overhead throw. Taken by surprise, Lu Siki landed heavily on his back, groaning in pain. Jianli smirked, sorry, these 3 words are for both your brothers. Afterward, he continued running toward the set route. This time the cameraman didn't have any complaints, closely following his steps. After running for a while, he asked cautiously, "Brotherly, if I jog with you every day, can I develop similar skills?" "Not likely," Jianli glanced sideways, "we need to increase the exercise intensity." By the time the unrelated two brothers stood up, Jianli had run far away. "Brother, are you okay?" Lu Yuanheng asked with concern in his eyes. Lu Siki stared at the distance, his lips pressed into a straight line, clearly displeased. "It's all my fault, I had to explain things to brother Jianli, but instead, I've created more misunderstanding." Lu Yuanheng's voice grew quieter, looking pitiable. Annoyed, Lu Siki furrowed his brows and patted Lu Yuanheng's shoulder. "It's not your fault, Jianli has become too outrageous these days." The camera operator witnessing this scratched his head anxiously. Can I swap to shoot another pair of guests? I can't take it anymore." When the primetime live broadcast resumed at 9 o'clock. The director behind the monitor excitedly rubbed his hands together, revealing a look full of confidence. And this was because he thought of an impossible mission, which he had assigned. That was, escape from jail. Command all departments to watch the surveillance, the hunters guarding the security room, and arrange the background actors to patrol the detention center. Change shifts every 10 minutes, whoever lets the escapee go free, that person settles accounts and leaves. After finishing, he put down the walkie-talkie, ready to accept the victorious result. After all, if the bandits couldn't escape within an hour, they'd lose. Seeing the chat explanation, fans immediately responded on their keyboards. "Director, doing this makes you look a little greedy." Chapter 45, What do I envy about you? You're despicable and your life is short. The Scenic Spot Detention Center wasn't temporarily built. It was a professional organization consistently recognized as the safest service area. Fully equipped with extremely high privacy, it offered 360-degree surveillance without blind spots. If they wished, even a fly passing by would undergo comprehensive security checks, let alone letting go of a single, criminal, individual. Thus, the live broadcast began with the director's extreme arrogance. The screen suddenly lit up, and the camera turned to the steel-reinforced door. Fans were surprised and looked for a while. My extremely handsome brother Lee is nowhere to be seen. Why can't we see his silhouette? Didn't you say there's 360-degree surveillance here? It's supposed to be a place for serious criminals, yet not a single bandit has shown up. Did they put the camera in the wrong room? Where's the director? The stage manager? The editor? Switch quickly. While the chat was still buzzing, a sudden sound came from the lens. Is there food at this late hour for filming? If not, I'm not doing it. Jianli pointed to his pectorals covered by his shirt. I just finished training, I need to replenish some protein. The director behind the monitor thought, is eating more important than the variety show? You act like you're starving. There should be, as long as we win. Yuan Feng peeked his head out toward the blind spot of the surveillance. It's now 9:05, all we have to do is get out within 20 minutes. The director clenched his fists. What's 20 minutes? It's an hour, okay? Wait, who told you that winning gets you food? I've got a question, do we only escape ourselves, or do we take all the prisoners with us? Shi Hui asked. Zhou Nan gave him a disapproving look. Take them all. Are you planning on gathering a gang again and creating another Long Mountain gang where you're the boss? It's not impossible. Shi Hui grinned. Director. Don't corrupt children in my variety show. Quit chatting nonsense and just burst out already. Luo Xiaohong waved her whip. Whoever we encounter, we'll knock them out. Forget gathering followers, I want to be a villain. Director, hey. Could you stop being so violent and act more ladylike? Shoo, don't talk. There are footsteps. Hua Xiao perked up his ears. Let's kidnap someone first. Director, truly worthy of actor Hua, always staying calm. Wait, isn't the goal supposed to lose? Before he could react, the bandits suddenly jumped out of the blind spot of the surveillance. One of them immediately fell to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Ouch. Patrolling police officer Chen Yifan heard the noise and hurried over to investigate. Upon seeing who it was, his face turned slightly red. Brother Xiao, are you alright? Chen Yifan was a fan of Hua Xiao and had always sought an opportunity to collaborate, but had never succeeded. He originally thought that the chances of meeting in the future were slim, but unexpectedly, they met on this variety show. Even though they weren't on the same team, Chen Yifan was excited for a long time. And didn't sleep well at night, eagerly anticipating the encounter. My appendix might have flared up. Hua Xiao raised his head, his gaze filled with restraint, as if truly suffering immense pain. Chen Yifan immediately became restless and hastily took out the keys, opening the isolation gate. In an instant, several bandits leaped out. One locked their throat, one grabbed the baton, one snatched the keys, and one issued a warning. Take us out, or we'll take your life. Chen Yifan. Their actions were too fast, he had no chance to resist. His strength seemed frozen inside him, screaming but unable to release. Sorry about this, buddy. Hua Xiao finally walked out, patting Chen Yifan on the shoulder. We exploited your sympathy. But, don't feel wronged or unjustified. Bandits are inherently despicable and have no moral bottom line. Hunters, on the other hand, are always full of justice and empathy. This kind of choice is very normal. A few sentences made Chen Yifan, who was originally extremely frustrated, suddenly experience a dramatic change in emotions. Yes, since I'm the hunter, getting used is also quite normal. Moreover, Brother Zhao's acting skills are indeed commendable, even I fell for it. As a hostage, Chen Yifan led the bandits towards the mandatory office. Upon entering, the hunters, who were the policemen inside, stood up abruptly. Captain, you, Su Chi widened his eyes, then pulled out the replica gun from his waist. Warn you guys to let him go immediately, or we will shoot you on the spot. Humph, still a captain, and yet captured by bandits, Lu Yuanheng couldn't help but speak sarcastically. You probably work together secretly, don't you? You shut up. Su Chi turned back to yell. There's no way hunters could lose with scumbags like you around. Lu Yuanheng rolled his eyes. Can you figure it out already? Who's causing trouble right now? It's him, Chen Yifan. I demand a review of the earlier surveillance tapes, to check whether this guy colluded inside and outside, faking everything. Before he could finish, a kick came from somewhere behind him. Lu Yuanheng stumbled forward, almost spraining his waist. He turned around angrily, who kicked me? There was no response for a while. Lu Yuanheng glared fiercely, are you too cowardly to own up? Why don't you apply to check the surveillance? Sai Weiya rolled her eyes. You, Lu Yuanheng opened his mouth to retaliate. A lazy voice then came from the opposite side. No time to see your internal conflict. Hurry up and open the gate, or we'll take his life. Jianli pointed the replica gun at Chen Yifan's temple with an indifferent expression on his face. I dare you, Lu Yuanheng snorted, do you really think we're going to lose just because of him? As he spoke, he moved his eyeball and reached for the gun at his back. Don't movie scenes always have such excellent sharpshooters? Deliberately angering the bandits, then taking advantage of their distraction to shoot them in the head. Even if he wasn't a sharpshooter, what could go wrong if he missed? At worst, he'd kill Chen Yifan, making him eliminate prematurely. With this thought, Lu Yuanheng quickly pulled out the replica gun, but before he could raise it, he got shot in the head. The red water balloon burst all over his face, trickling down slowly. You won't learn unless someone dies, will you? Jianli smirked faintly. Lu Yuanheng wiped his face, completely infuriated, why didn't you shoot others but me? Are you jealous and retaliating? Jianli's smile grew wider, what am I jealous of? Being mean and short-lived? Jealous that you have a dumb older brother? Jealous that both of you got scolded thoroughly? Upon hearing these words, Su Chi couldn't help but laugh, mean and short-lived. How accurate. Lu Yuanheng's face fell completely, and without any hesitation, he continued to raise the gun, ready to pull the trigger towards Jianli. He was again kicked from behind and toppled forward. Already eliminated, can you save some face, please? Chapter 46, not even daring to talk about a relationship, eating only makes things worse. Because of the internal strife among the hunters, the bandits escaped smoothly. It was rumored that the production team was already preparing snacks to reward them. This segment was not originally planned, but after the director heard Jian Li's subtle hint, saying that if he didn't eat enough, he would become very violent. Once violent, there'd be no stopping him. He might start indiscriminate attacks the next day. And that would make it even easier to win. No sooner had he muttered these words than the director immediately instructed the assistant to prepare at the snack street, telling the staff to serve well, absolutely not neglecting them. Otherwise, if the bandits were in a bad mood tomorrow, they might get another 3 consecutive victories. In the detention center, the hunters hadn't dispersed yet. They were sitting in the office reviewing the mission. Each one reflected on themselves, trying to find flaws and gaps in their tasks. This time is my fault. It was due to my negligence that I was used as a hostage to threaten you, Chen Yifan regretfully buried his head deep into his chest. Seeing this, Su Chi consoled him, Captain, it's not entirely your fault. We can't just watch the bandits fall ill and die, right? Actually, it's my fault. I shouldn't have lost my temper at that moment, nor should I have kicked my teammate twice, Sai Weiya helplessly covered her forehead. Su Chi hurriedly consoled her, this has nothing to do with you. The netizens in front of the screen all know how annoying that guy is. Lu Yuanheng finally couldn't bear it anymore, slammed his hand on the table, are you done? Ignoring my existence. What kind of constant victory special task force, all garbage. Li he turned his head with a look of disgust, you're the fundamental reason why our hunting group has lost twice in a row. For the next operation, could we please leave this panda blood alone? He paused and added, I'm tired of it anyway. After saying this sentence, the comments exploded like a hornet's nest had been disturbed. Suddenly, a lot popped up. The special action group is perfectly clear-headed, though shedding this panda blood doesn't guarantee a win. Mainly, the opponent is too powerful. Winning isn't important, what matters is Lu Yuanheng causing me memory blockage. Get rid of him quick. If the wish comes true, I'm willing to contribute 20 pounds of fat. Has Lu Yuanheng's brother not noticed how extreme he's been? How could he maintain emotional stability and remain a background actor? To be honest, is Lu Yuanheng a time traveler? Here with a character role. Can't revive unless the task is completed. Therefore, continuously challenging our limits. After such an explanation, it seemed like everything made sense. Who would be stupid enough to keep provoking someone's tolerance like that? Do you think I wanted to be in a group with you? Lu Yuanhang said disdainfully, even if there are only me and my brother left as hunters, we'd still be stronger than you. He turned to Lu Ski, brother, am I right? Lu Ski absent-mindedly agreed, clearly not paying much attention. He had come to the show not just to support Lu Yuanhang, but more so due to a vague personal motive. Lu Ski wanted to find an opportunity to talk things through with Jianli, to try and bring their relationship back to how it once was, where he could say something and Jianli would comply without question. Not like now, where Jianli seemed ready to devour him. So, who won or lost in the elimination game didn't matter at all. If anything, the change in Jianli brought shock and bewilderment. I'll leave you guys to discuss, I'm going for a walk. Lu Ski suddenly stood up and walked straight past Lu Yuanhang towards the exit of the office. Lu Yuanhang took a step forward, brother, aren't you waiting for me? I want to be alone. You're too noisy. Lu Ski did not say these last words aloud but forcibly swallowed them down. Lu Yuanhang paused, by the time he wanted to say something else, Lu Ski had already disappeared from view. It seems your relationship with your brother isn't that great either, Su Chi smirked, you thought he'd want to form a team separately. He probably didn't even hear you. As he spoke, his grin widened, do you actually think you're that great? The way you drew your gun was slow as hell. Even if no one kicked you, you'd still end up getting headshot. Lu Yuanheng's expression darkened, do you want to never work in entertainment again? Believe it or not, I can blacklist you. Wow, I'm trembling with fear, Su Chi feigned horror and stepped back, but before you blacklist me, figure out your own mess first. Word is, a special investigation group has been formed upstairs. Your violent lending practices won't be easy to cover up. Su Chi, that's enough. Chen Yifan, being the captain, needed to maintain the harmony within the hunting group. Moreover, this was a live broadcast, and words spoken have consequences. Lu Yuanhang had vast wealth and marketing companies always helped clean up after him regardless of his actions. It wasn't the same for Su Chi, whose parents both worked in government positions. If involved in sensitive incidents, they'd definitely be the first to face repercussions. Thinking about this, Chen Yifan stood up, the debriefing ends here. Let's go back and rest. Before he finished, everyone scattered like a swarm of bees. In the blink of an eye, the office was left with only Lu Yuanhang. Without even a separate camera focused on him, it was as if he held no value worth filming. Lu Yuanhang angrily stomped his feet in place and eventually had no choice but to leave on his own. There were many snacks around the scenic spot, and naturally, the night food stalls were abundant. Jianli ordered 2 skewers of lamb kidneys and sniffed them close to his nose, this is the flavor. Brother Jian, I didn't expect you to be so daring, eating this kind of stuff. Yuan Feng couldn't help but give him a big thumbs up in disbelief. Brother, this thing is really nourishing. How about you give it a try? Jianli handed over a skewer. Yuan Feng quickly shook his head, no thanks, I don't need it right now. Because of the undercover mission, he didn't even dare to start a relationship. Eating this could only make things worse. What are you scared of? Shi Hua-yi said as he reached for the skewer, when I was in school, I used to pull. Pull what? Zhou Nan gave him a sidelong glance. Shi Hua-yi rolled his eyes, pulling skewers, obviously. Luo Xiaohong, who was chugging beer ferociously, slammed her bottle onto the table, watch your words. There's a woman present, no dirty jokes. With that, she waved to the boss, another box of beer. The boss glanced at the bottles strewn all over the floor, miss, you've already had 8. Are you sure you want another box? Don't argue, Luo Xiaohong poured herself another glass, just get the drinks served. Since it was hard to come down from the mountain, of course, she wanted to drink her fill without having to follow strict rules. Compared to other sniveling bandits, Hu Shao remained extremely calm. Wiping off the carbon stains from the iron coins with a napkin while handing over the skewers to Jianli. So fast that it seemed like he was trying to fatten people up. Despite their different personalities, the picture was unexpectedly harmonious. Like old friends who had known each other for years, filled with overflowing brotherhood on the screen. Just as the chatroom viewers were deeply moved, an intruding figure shattered the rare peaceful atmosphere. Jianli, come out, I need to talk to you. Seeing Hu Shao standing shoulder to shoulder with Jianli, Lu Ski's expression turned as grim as stormy clouds. Jianli lifted his eyelids lazily and said, Having a snack at night, and it's easy to run into some nasty stuff. Chapter 47, is this what you call no internal power? Sometimes it must be said that human nature boils down to one word, cheap. Often being insulted, cursed at, and hit, Lu Ski had somehow grown accustomed to it, his anger wasn't as intense as before. And he could even calmly stand there, patiently enduring, I just want to say a couple of words alone with you. Isn't that possible? Jianli took the meat skewer passed by Hu Shao, no time. Lu Ski clenched and then unclenched his fists, alright, if you're busy, we'll talk here then. Your contract is due for renewal soon, right? I can offer better signing terms and even make you a star in the new front line. Won't you consider switching to a new company? Since intimidation didn't work, bribery would have to suffice. Lu Ski was well aware of how much Jian Li needed money. Although stubborn and not wanting to help Jian Jingfeng repay debts, the inherent weakness and filial piety should still remain buried deep inside. Sooner or later dealing with that portion of the enormous gambling debt. Li LV, who was also munching on skewers in front of the screen, upon hearing this, became immediately dissatisfied. He slammed his hand on the table. What the hell, how shameless. Openly poaching people. Our Jian Li won't fall for your tricks. With great righteousness, those around nodded in agreement, but the next sentence from the screen came. How much will you pay? Jian Li smirked, leaning back. Upon hearing this, Lu Ski revealed a smile as expected, a 10-year contract minimum guarantee of the best resources, annual income reaching millions. Sounds pretty tempting, so, Jian Li's voice was nonchalant. Can the annual income be prepaid? Prepaid? Lu Ski was taken aback. What do you mean? Jian Li glanced sideways, mocking, Mr. Lu, this business elite doesn't understand professional jargon, does he? Lu Ski's expression darkened. He wasn't unfamiliar with the concept, but which agency would prepay their talent? After paying millions annually, would they still be able to control the person? There's no such precedent. Lu Ski gritted his teeth. Jian Li continued smiling, then. Before he could finish his sentence, someone suddenly interrupted, I can set such a precedent. Ah. Jian Li was startled and turned to see the source, only to meet the sharp, handsome eyes gazing at him. Advance 50 million, underpayment compensated, no refund if overpaid. Hu Xiao smiled slightly, as long as Jian Li agrees to switch jobs, the transfer will happen instantly. Is this an outright grab at talent? Lu Ski narrowed his eyes, cruelty flickering within them. Hu Xiao showed no fear, raising his head slightly, we're equally doing the same thing. The viewers in front of the screen were shocked, Li LV hurriedly taking a sip of alcohol to calm himself down, damn, looks like we can't keep Jian Li now. The undercover four-person group was watching idly. Luo Xiaohong leaned towards Yuan Feng, is earning money in the entertainment circle so easy? Money coming without even starting work. Yuan Feng snorted, this kind of money isn't interesting, I prefer challenging jobs that allow me to realize my self-worth. Shi Huai and Zhou Nan glanced over, lowering their voices, don't act like you two aren't part of the circle. We're all in the same boat. Suddenly realizing something, the four exchanged a glance. Then looked at each other closely, before casually moving their gaze away again. One more bottle, Luo Xiaohong called out. Yuan Feng was surprised, sis, this is your 12th one, right? How are you feeling? Nothing. Do you have internal power or something? Nonsense. Luo Xiaohong reacted as if she'd been stepped on, slapping the tabletop fiercely, that pseudoscience crap, how would I have it? The camera suddenly zoomed in, focusing on the corner of the broken stone table. Subsequently, Luo Xiaohong shouted loudly into the room, hey boss, isn't this table made of plastic? What's the quality like? Breaks with one slap. The boss sniffed, on the verge of tears. A genuine marble tabletop, and she claimed it was plastic just because it shattered. Does that make any sense? The live stream comments exploded. You call this no internal power? Who would believe that? I've always known Sister Luo is extraordinary. Today when she held hostages at school, she looked just like my female principal. A combination of combat prowess and authority. Marble shattering this easily. Isn't that scientific? Could it be the production team added special effects? Suspecting everything can only lead to confusion. I think the plot is quite real. Didn't you notice the boss wincing in pain? Afraid to argue, hilarious. I was still immersed in the dramatic cliché of two men fighting over another man, but then Sister Luo's slap made me burst out laughing. Kicking Sister Luo is like kicking an iron plate, you're guaranteed a set of fractures, cracks, and pulverized bones. The undercover four-person group successfully diverted everyone's attention, causing Lu Ski's face to become even more gloomy. After pausing for a moment, he continued, Jian Li, I'll give you time to think about it. If you change your mind, you know my number. And, Lu Ski turned to Hu Xiao, rules in the industry aren't just broken on a whim, but if you insist on opposing me, don't blame me for not being polite. Hu Xiao nonchalantly curved his lips upward, sure. Then he turned to Jian Li, do you want some beef skewers? Sure, Jian Li nodded, they're rich in protein. In the next second, there was once again the harmonious image of them eating skewers while being surrounded by criminals, with Lu Ski standing beside them like a transparent backdrop. He endured it for a bit longer before finally snapping, there won't be so many distractions around next time, I'll come back to talk to you. Jian Li waved a hand dismissively, go ahead, then. Distractions. Lu Ski. Just wait and see how long you can keep this up. A night snack cost nearly 1,000 yuan, not including compensation for the marble table. The stingy director forced back his tears and sent the crew member to pay the bill, then called over Chen Yifan, pulling him into a separate room and asking anxiously, can you give me something good tomorrow? Unlikely, Chen Yifan remembered what he had seen and shook his head helplessly, these bandits are too skilled and have excellent counter-surveillance experience. Theoretically very hard to win. Dark clouds covered the director's face, what am I supposed to do? I shouldn't have agreed to merge the two shows. What if he suddenly thought of something, lighting up his eyes, turn one of them into an undercover agent. Undercover? Chen Yifan also paused in shock, like internal affairs. Standing on the rooftop, pistol pointing at each other. I'm sorry, I'm a cop. Holy shit, that sounds intense. But here's the problem. Director, who exactly are you planning to turn? This rhetorical question left the director lost in deep thought, sigh. As he recalled the earlier dinner scene, he realized. None of them seemed susceptible to persuasion. Each one crazier than the last. The dormitory arranged by the show could accommodate 4 people with an extra camp bed. Yuan Feng said he was the youngest, so he would make do with sleeping on the upper bunk. No one objected, as these conditions were better than completing tasks outdoors. The bathroom was indoors, and Jianli went in first, reaching to undo his belt. But someone abruptly pushed open the door, startling him. Shit. Why didn't you knock? Jianli quickly retied his belt. Hua Xiao frowned deeply, I'm in a hurry. Jianli stepped aside, you go ahead. Then he started to leave, but Hua Xiao moved forward and blocked his way, breathing hotly onto his face. What I'm hurried for, you don't understand. Jianli looked completely confused. Whatever it was, no matter how urgent. Wouldn't you still have to deal with it yourself? Chapter 48, how about getting a facelift first? Because of privacy concerns, there were no cameras installed in the bathroom. Therefore, the intimate close contact between the two within this narrow, confined space didn't cause any commotion in the live stream chat. Fortunately, Yuan Feng was outside, clutching his stomach and knocking incessantly. You two, hurry up, I drank too much beer. I need to pee urgently. At this, the chat became alert and lively. You two? Which two? Can you clarify? Going to the bathroom together implies a special relationship. The floor above, do you even know how to count? There are 2 people missing from the dormitory, haven't you noticed? Ho ho ho. It's Brother Li and Brother Xiao. I've been sensing rapid progress between them, now they've even progressed to peeing together. Oh my gosh, the image alone feels so intense already. Luckily, young Brother Yuan reminded us, otherwise, Brother Li and Brother Xiao might not have been noticed yet. Brothers, both of you are my brothers, I'm about to wet my pants. Yuan Feng whined like a quail outside the toilet door. Inside came a cold, emotionless voice, then wet your pants. I'll buy you a new pair. Upon hearing this, Yuan Feng felt utterly disheartened and rushed out of the dormitory. After things quieted down outside, Hua Zhao's gaze once again firmly settled on Jian Li's face. His thin lips slightly parted just as he was about to speak, Jian Li preempted him with words. Brother, I know you're in a hurry, but you've got to control yourself, right? Jian Li patted Hua Zhao's chest. I get it, sometimes there's no outlet, so. Hua Xiao suddenly curled his lips upward and raised his arm to grab Jian Li's wrist, pulling him closer with a playful tone, so, do you think I'm that kind of urgent? The distance suddenly became even more ambiguous, making Jian Li feel short of breath. He awkwardly avoided the burning gaze, only for his eyes to fall on the. Honestly, Hua Xiao was the most charming man Jian Li had ever met in both his lifetimes. His excellent appearance showed clear traces of training. Even his long neck exuded strong pheromones. Not overwhelming, yet extremely captivating. In the past, Jian Li detested this kind of intimate contact, but surprisingly, he didn't dislike Hua Zhao's aura, despite the slight whiff of the bathroom drain smell. If you have something to say, then speak. Don't get so close, Jian Li finally reacted, withdrawing his hand that had been held. Hua Xiao focused his gaze on the flushed ear tips, clearly pleased as his eyebrows slightly lifted. You haven't answered me about the 50 million upfront deal. Are you talking about switching jobs? Jian Li waved his hand dismissively, not interested for now, still muddling through at old Li's place. Maybe one day I'll leave the industry. What will you do after leaving? Hua Xiao pursued further. Jian Li smiled faintly, confidential. There was no way he could tell him he planned to become a mercenary and kill people. What if he reported him when he tried to leave the country? Excuse me, I'm going. He moved sideways trying to go around Hua Xiao. You can take your time flushing. Hua Xiao didn't move, making the space even tighter. His palm intentionally or unintentionally brushed against Jian Li's lower back. When the door closed, Hua Xiao looked down at his hand, which still seemed to carry residual warmth. Lu Ski returned to the dormitory, where someone immediately clung onto him. Bro, where were you? Why did you leave me alone for such a long time? After you left, they all targeted me and locked me up in the office for ages. Lu Yuanhang shook his arm incessantly, word by word, particularly irritating. I went to find Jian Li. To find him? Lu Yuanhang's face changed abruptly. Why? If we sign Jian Li now, it will benefit the company. Lu Ski nonchalantly shrugged off the grip and headed toward the single sofa. He undid his tie to relax, but someone wouldn't let him have his way. Bro, Jian Li's current popularity won't last. Once the variety show heat dies down, he'll revert to being just another nobody. Lu Yuanhang continued relentlessly, you should consider the risks. Lu Ski took a deep breath. Now is not the time to consider risks, someone else is vying for him too. Who? Hua Xiao. Lu Yuanhang smirked. Of course the financiers are active, brother, trust me, Jian Li probably already charmed them into submission in bed. There were cameras in the dorm, and everyone in the live stream could hear their conversation crystal clear. Now I understand, rumors come from glib tongues. Just assumptions, and they state it so definitively. Li Ji's agency watching. Send Lu Yuanhang a lawyer letter, sue him for defamation of character. Lu Yuanhang truly is a tumor in the entertainment circle, can someone please stop him? So infuriating. Lu Ski clearly didn't want to listen to this, pushing Lu Yuanhang aside. I'm tired, let's rest. Brother, shall I give you a massage? Lu Yuanhang jumped at the chance to be alone with him. But just as his hand touched Lu Ski's shoulder, it was grabbed firmly. No need for a massage, I want to sleep. Bro, Lu Yuanhang struggled, voice sweetly insistent, try it once, I learned a new method. The two wrestled together when suddenly the door opened. A figure rushed in hastily, noticing their intimate posture and hurriedly apologized, sorry, I just need to borrow the toilet, you guys continue. Yuan Feng. Lu Yuanhang screeched, red-faced, how could you enter without knocking? And why didn't you lock the door? Yuan Feng darted straight into the bathroom, his muffled voice continuing, damn, I almost felt embarrassed seeing this. Fuming over the ruined moment, Lu Yuanhang stomped his feet angrily, if I don't ruin your career, I'm not human. Ah, I'm so scared, Yuan Feng retorted while urinating comfortably, spirited as ever, prove it if you dare, make me quit. Screw it, I want to retire and go home anyway. I'll sleep in another room, Lu Ski picked up his tie, take care of yourself. Bro, don't go. Lu Yuanhang wanted to chase after him, but the bathroom door opened and Yuan Feng walked out, grinning, then I won't disturb you guys any longer. He strode away without a care for Lu Yuanhang's expression. Just as he was about to leave through the door, he suddenly turned around, your brother seems to completely ignore you. Why not get plastic surgery first? The live stream chat exploded with laughter. Haha, Yuan Feng really knows how to mock. Chapter 49, are you two exes or something? That's why you're so in sync. After just one day of filming, City Hunter, its popularity had reached unprecedented heights. In particular, someone that night edited together footage from the hidden cameras showing scenes from the perspective of the thieves, it was like a bomb detonating on Weibo. And related hashtags immediately soared to the top of discussion topics late at night. Hashtag brothers Li and Hua are too handsome, feel like they're bleeding on the streets. Hashtag Luo Xiaohong wielding her flexible whip and breaking rocks by hand. Hashtag Shi Hua and Zhou Nan's expert bomb setting techniques, have they done this before? Hashtag little brother Yuan Feng actually knows counter-reconnaissance. And he used a sniper rifle to headshot. Hashtag what are their backgrounds? The hunters just hit steel plates this time. Comments flooded in from night owls, excitedly tapping away at their keyboards. In fact, the hunters haven't unleashed their full potential yet. It's mainly due to the drag-along element always interfering. The battle yesterday at the detention center wouldn't have ended so miserably if there hadn't been internal conflict thanks to Lu Yuanhang. Tomorrow is the urban manhunt, right? Supposedly there will be close combat, all camera operators mobilized, it's sure to be an extremely thrilling scene. I haven't felt this excited in a long time. This isn't just a variety show. This is absolutely peak confrontation. Even though City Hunter had been popular for a long time, no single shoot had ever surpassed the buzz created by the first season. Unbelievably, it once again became the focus topic because the villains were so skillful. Their overwhelming presence seemed set to surpass even that of previous year's seasons. Normally, the director should have been thrilled, unable to sleep, because in the entertainment industry, traffic equals king. As long as the top viewership ratings were maintained, who would worry about lack of soft advertisements and investor support? Yet, he still looked gloomy, constantly hanging up phone calls. An assistant approached, director, it's past midnight, advertisers are still contacting you. Shit, it's never been this hot before, the director said with an indescribable look on his face, and all of them want the thieves. Can I possibly agree to that? Isn't that improper guidance? The assistant sighed, let's just switch off the mobile phone. I'd like to, damn it, the director became agitated, but can I afford to offend the advertisers? He tossed his phone onto the bed, agree to the most troublesome one first. Who? The assistant curiously leaned over. The three sisters of the Hua family, you heard of them? The assistant was shocked, you mean those claiming to control almost all the dirt on first-line stars, forcing them onto dating shows, the third princess of the Hua family? The director nodded glumly. The assistant blinked, what kind of advertisement? Engagement rings, the director responded with a hopeless expression, they also want romantic display scenes. The assistant gawked, the only female among the bandits doesn't seem like someone who could fall in love. She just drank 15 bottles of beer non-stop. With such a godlike alcohol capacity, who dares to start a romance with her? It's not the woman, the director drooped his face, the third princess has already paired them. The assistant. Specified? Isn't there a hint of personal interest here? Could they be paying for couple goals? Jian Li and Hua Xiao. After revealing the truth, the director buried his head under the pillow pretending to be an ostrich, trying to escape from the wretched reality. How come it had to be the hardest pairings to manage? If they got angry, wouldn't they end up causing chaos on the show? Forget it, just go to sleep and deal with tomorrow's problems tomorrow. The director slid into the covers and soon fell asleep. Not long after, he woke up screaming in a nightmare, "Mr. Lee, spare my life." After breakfast, Jian Li took out the scenic spot map to study. The 4-person undercover team gathered around. Are we splitting up again this time? I estimate. Jian Li furrowed his brows slightly. The director will arrange for one-on-one surveillance. Actual encounters might lead to hand-to-hand combat. In the busy downtown area, guns shouldn't be used as it's easy to accidentally injure people. Of course, Yuan Feng, while still eating, stuffed a steamed bun into his mouth, speaking unclearly. Our mission is to ensure the safety of citizens. Before he finished his sentence, the others turned away. Yuan Feng realized something was wrong and quickly apologized. Sorry, my occupational habits acted up. Hu Xiao glanced down at him with superiority. What's your occupation? Yuan Feng froze. Shit. I've revealed it. He's a new generation career idol. Jian Li cut in without looking up, offering help in time. He needs to establish a proper and favorable public image. Exactly. Yuan Feng hastily finished off the last bite of the bun. That's right. There are 4 exits at the scenic spot. Jian Li pointed on the laid-out map. Choose your directions, we'll depart immediately. North. I'll take north. At once, Shi Hua and Zhou Nan spoke out together. Jian Li nodded. All right, you two go north. Suddenly, Yuan Feng narrowed his eyes. SSS. There's something wrong with you two. Shi Hua and Zhou Nan stiffened their expressions before pretending casually. What's wrong? Could you specify? Did the two of you used to date or something? Why so in sync? Yuan Feng suddenly grinned twice. Just messing with you. How could boys date other boys? Shi Hua and Zhou Nan breathed a secret sigh of relief simultaneously, then forced awkward smiles. You're absolutely right. How could men date each other? What nonsense is there in your brain? Before they could continue teasing, the director's assistant suddenly walked over, with an ingratiating look. Big Brother Xiao, congratulations. We've just started shooting but already have advertisers reaching out. What kind of advertisement? Jian Li raised an eyelid, glancing indifferently. In general, receiving advertising offers within a variety show is a sign of massive popularity. Even top-line stars would feel slightly thrilled upon hearing such news. But Jian Li standing right there didn't even show the slightest fluctuation in emotions, behaving as if he didn't care either way. The director's assistant instantly felt more uncertain inside. It's just a fairly ordinary diamond ring ad, only requiring showcasing to the camera during filming. Why involve both of you? Jian Li furrowed his eyebrows slightly, sensing an ominous plot beneath. It's because you and Big Brother Xiao are the most popular ones. The brand specifically requested. Your agent has already signed the contract, brotherly. If you don't cooperate, it would involve compensation fees. The assistant babbled anxiously. Always using the penalty fee excuse. Jian Li rolled his eyes. All right, hand it over. The assistant hurriedly passed it over. You'll wear earphones shortly. Follow the director's instructions for displaying the scene. Jian Li nodded, scanning the diamond ring, thinking it looked pretty good but wasn't too valuable. With gold prices surging lately, maybe they should switch to that. Let's go. The bandits group exited the secure base, moving agilely, disappearing from sight at the street corner soon after. For convenience during the shoot, Jian Li and Hu Xiao chose the same exit of the scenic spot. As they were about to slip into the crowd and find a more secluded spot, the director's voice suddenly came through the earpiece. Within 10 minutes, please find a suitable location to showcase the diamond ring and engage in a passionate embrace. Jian Li's leg suddenly stopped mid-step, his overly handsome features beginning to crumble. Shit. We're on the run here. And you want us to passionately kiss? Pervert much? Chapter 50, Pervert. Make us kiss on the street. The atmosphere in the secluded alley was awkward for a moment. Stiffening, Jian Li turned back around, his cheeks flushing red when he looked at Hu Xiao. Did you hear that? Hu Xiao nodded, a passionate kiss within 10 minutes. Before the words had fully left his lips, the lip-streaming chat exploded into frenzy. I'm not hallucinating, right? The team mission is a kiss. So damn stimulating, I need sublingual heart pills. This is a well-intentioned variety show. They're dropping romantic hints even during an escape game. Just switch this to a dating show. 10 minutes. I can't even wait 1 minute. Kiss now. Director, you know what fans love. Everyone's been telling each other, and the big wave is coming soon. Get ready to screenshot, make it a GIF, so I can repeatedly watch it. Don't worry about me being single, please drown me in dog food. The comments filled the screen, and the number of people in the live broadcast surged. Yet, the two in front of the camera continued staring eye to eye, showing no signs of action. Finally, Jian Li couldn't help but ask, how much is the penalty fee? Hu Xiao smirked, isn't your younger brother supposed to be in school? Are you not afraid the debt collectors will find him? Jian Li's eyes slightly narrowed, you're poking at my sore spot. Hu Xiao shook his head, I'm just reminding you. Jian Li rolled his eyes, such a timely reminder. Hua Xiao suddenly leaned forward and unexpectedly pressed close to Jian Li's ear. Jian Li's body instantly froze, even showing a hint of panic. Impossible, impossible. He wants to force kiss me. Should I punch or slap him? Just as he was lost in thought, a clear voice fell into his ear, mingling with a scent like cold pine, making him increasingly disoriented. Have you ever heard of misplacement? Jian Li slightly startled, misplacement. Before he could react, Hua Xiao had already raised his arm, cradling his sharp-featured face, and then deeply bowed his head. Shit. Kiss without warning. Not even a word first. Messing around? The camera operator was shocked for a moment, quickly moving closer to zoom in, first focusing on the couple's diamond ring, then switching back to their intimate positions. However, everything happened too fast, he hadn't managed to capture the most exciting scene before the bandits quickly parted. Though the task was completed so easily, Jian Li still felt his heart pounding as if it were about to jump out through his throat. He forced himself to appear calm. Thanks, buddy. As expected from an actor, the misplacement technique was truly excellent, almost tricking even himself. Yet there was a faint sense of indescribable disappointment lingering in his chest. Big brother Li. What are you two doing here? Yuan Feng had run past but circled back. Didn't you say it would take half an hour? He suddenly sensed something wrong and approached swiftly. Why is your face so red? Do you have a fever? Seductive? Jian Li jumped up angrily. You're seductive. Your whole family is seductive. After cursing, he dashed out of the alley with Hua Xiao closely following behind. Only Yuan Feng and his split-frequency cameraman stood there questioning life. Did I just get cursed? Take away the ma, you were indeed cursed. Huh, what a poor boy. Who made you barge in on their good time, huh? Hee hee. Ah, didn't see the kiss just now, so all the remaining scenes are left to imagination. Guys, don't worry. Sugar is sure to come, as long as our hearts to ship CPs stay strong. After crossing the bustling area, Jian Li's mood had calmed down a lot. He casually bought a hat and put it on, pressing the brim low, exposing his slim chin to the lens. Hua Xiao did the same. Even with their equally outstanding looks being intentionally concealed, they still stood out among the crowd. Especially the rapid forward movement captured by cameras when both men moved side by side, creating a sense of perfect harmony. The fans in the live stream went crazy over this pair, while the roadside vendors paid no attention. Having learned from yesterday's incident, they became more vigilant, fearing that one misstep might cost them the role of extras. Thus, once Jian Li and Hua Xiao passed by, they promptly transmitted the information via walkie-talkies. The top fugitive and the second fugitive are heading towards the west exit. Please send police officers for support. Understood, Chen Yifan said gravely. There are already officers stationed at the west exit. He put away the walkie-talkie and turned to ask Su Qi, who's at the west exit? I'll check the positioning. Su Qi spread open the tablet. It's number 5 and 6. After speaking, he suddenly looked up. Damn, it's Lu Ski and his dumbass brother. Send reinforcements then. Chen Yifan frowned. Who should we send? The others aren't easy to handle either. Use the weakest group against the strongest one, perhaps that's our only chance. Not unworthy of the team leader, calm and strategic thinking. Today's urban capture operation will absolutely be challenging. It's impossible to give up on any exit. Feeling sorry for the hunter team, facing formidable opponents as well as clumsy teammates. This is the best plan. Moreover, whenever I think about Jian Li beating up Lu Yuanheng, I get strangely excited. +1 to the floor above. Upon receiving insider information, Lu Ski wore a solemn expression. Lu Yuanheng, however, showed unusual vitality. Brother, I remember you have a black belt in Taekwondo 9th degree. Dealing with someone like Jian Li shouldn't be a problem. And who will deal with Hua Xiao? Lu Ski tilted his gaze. Lu Yuanheng's expression faltered for a moment. Hua Xiao, Bro Xia has cooperation relations with us, surely he won't make a move. It's just formalities, right? Have you forgotten what kind of skills Jian Li has in the Lu family? Lu Yuanheng added, even I can't hold out against him. Lu Yuanheng pouted his lips. Brother, that's because you were holding back for him. This time, there can be no more going easy on him. Those who don't listen deserve a lesson. Lu Siki pressed his lips together, just about to say something, when two figures suddenly advanced quickly from the opposite side. Oh, aren't these the nasty brothers? Jian Li curled up his lips. Was this deliberately arranged by the production team? The director is really treating me well. The director behind the monitor. No, it's not. These two brothers are charging ahead, and we have no choice. Jian Li, don't be too arrogant, reinforcements will arrive soon. Lu Yuanheng placed his hands on his waist. You'll cry later. Cry. Jian Li placed one hand in his pocket and slowly approached. There will definitely be someone crying. Haven't you already signed a death certificate before coming to the variety show? If not signed yet, better add one. Lu Yuanheng was startled by this stance and rapidly retreated. Wait. Don't come closer. Do you think? Jian Li flashed a deathly smile. It's still timely to shout for help now. Chapter 51, all the words were yours to say, and all the pots were left for others to carry. Jian Li curved his lips, slowly closing in. His fingers crossed, producing the sound of relaxing knuckles. His overwhelming aura was as if he was an athlete about to enter the arena, and it seemed like, if I don't kill you today, then count it as my loss was written on his forehead. Such a domineering and unrestrained figure, where was the originally frail, at everyone's mercy look? Lu Yuanheng finally started to feel fear, retreating step after step, trying to hide behind Brother Yang. You don't come any closer. If you come any closer, my brother will not be polite to you. Hearing this, Jian Li's smile grew wilder. Aren't you the hunter? Crying and hiding behind others, how can you capture the bandits? Who said I must do it myself? Lu Yuanheng was still stubborn, stretching his neck. With my brother here, I don't need to. Before he could finish, Jian Li interrupted with sudden realization. Ah, I get it, your brother is your tool man, attacking wherever you point. You stop sowing discord. Lu Yuanheng suddenly jumped out, like someone had stepped on his tail, becoming emotionally agitated again. Me and my brother. Slap. Jian Li didn't give him a chance to finish, directly slapping him hard, then kicking him in the stomach. Unable to withstand the force, Lu Yuanheng flew out, landing heavily on the ground. Jian Li suddenly raised his eyebrows, looking puzzled. Sometimes, I really don't know if you're sick or not. Claiming not sick. Yet being hospitalized year-round. Saying you're sick. But why so resilient? The camera captured their altercation without missing a spot, causing a barrage of comments to flood the screen. Lu Go is right. Ever since Lu Yuanheng went solo on the brave warrior path, it's been an endless journey of injuries, what with dislocations, ICU stays, and all sorts of treatments. Guess what? Discharged and ready to continue variety shows. Whoa, is he made of steel bones? It's quite terrifying. So, was Lu Go forced into donating blood multiple times? F***K. Isn't this equivalent to treating lives as trivial? Didn't you notice? When Lu Go fights others, he uses some techniques, but when facing Lu Yuanheng, he's always resorting to big slaps. Ha ha ha, not much harm, but highly insulting, huh? Why isn't Lu Siki protecting this time? Did he realize how stupid he is? As the comments continued discussing, Hu Xiao had already walked to Lu Siki, concisely asking, let go or not? A vanquished opponent. They had once fought in a boxing club match. At that time, it was more for fun. Those who participated and watched were all insiders in the industry. Everyone wasn't taking it seriously. Just meaning to go through the motions, then finish. After all, we may meet face to face in the future, even having business cooperation. If any forceful blow went wrong, and ruined the harmony, what would happen? But none of them expected that once Hu Xiao and Lu Siki stood on the ring, the atmosphere turned sour instantly. They punched each other without backing down, resulting in Lu Siki's bloody head due to exhaustion. Hu Xiao, don't be too conceited, winning just once by luck. Next fight won't be as fortunate. Lu Siki clearly remembered the old matter, with a somewhat unpleasant expression, glancing sideways at Jian Li, changing his tone. In consideration of Jian Li, I won't bother calculating with you now. He moved aside. You guys, go ahead. Lu Yuanheng, still lying on the ground, in pain while gritting his teeth, was shocked. Brother, how can you admit defeat? Or what? Jian Li snorted with a laugh. Do you want to get slapped too? He strolled past Lu Siki with one hand in his pocket, whistling casually. Lu Yuanheng was infuriated but dared not intervene, watching helplessly as the two walked off side by side. After being helped up by Lu Siki, he still couldn't contain his frustration. He confronted directly, brother, why did you let them go? They're the bandits, this is tantamount to aiding the enemy. Huh, Lu Siki smirked slightly, if you're not aiding the enemy, why don't you step up and stop them yourself? Brother. For the first time, Lu Yuanheng felt utterly disbelieving at being reprimanded by his older brother. Lu Siki became irritable and turned away. Jian Li alone is already difficult to deal with, now add Hu Xiao. I don't need to seek my own trouble. With that, he started walking toward the safe zone. After a few seconds of reaction time, Lu Yuanheng hurriedly followed. Brother, it's just my attitude wasn't good before. Please don't be mad, I was just too anxious. Lu Siki suddenly paused, turning around with a deep look of inquiry in his eyes. Back then. Did you really always feel unwell, needing blood transfusions and hospital stays? Lu Yuanheng was caught off guard by the question and hesitated for a moment, his smile becoming stiff. Brother, why are you asking about this all of a sudden? Wasn't every admission based on the doctor's suggestion? Lu Siki remained silent. He carefully recalled. Were those admissions actually due to the doctor's advice? Each time they said there were no major issues, but when it came to discharge, Lu Yuanheng would feel dizzy and collapse on the bed, unable to walk. The doctor seemed at a loss too, suggesting only to keep him temporarily for a full-body checkup. Suddenly, several figures approached quickly from ahead, interrupting Lu Siki's thoughts. Why did you provide support so late? Lu Yuanheng took a step forward, immediately redirecting the blame. Jian Li and Hu Xiao have escaped. Su Qi, upon hearing the remark, frowned deeply with visible disdain. Everyone else fights one-on-one, why do you deserve support? What kind of opponents do you face? Lu Yuanheng justified confidently, I'm paired with my brother against Jian Li and Hu Xiao. Wow, is this an indirect acknowledgement of the prowess of Brother Li and Brother Xiao? Haha, weren't you warning us not to act arrogantly just now? How come you've said everything you wanted, while making others bear the consequences? Why are you such a big talker? Why does Brother Li only slap him once? It's not satisfying. I'd pay $1 to see him slapped dozens more times. Upon hearing Lu Yuanheng's words, Savia, whose left arm was injured earlier, grew indignant. Her features crinkled in annoyance. What do you mean, kind of opponent? Do you understand respect? Although they're the bandits, each one deserves our respect. Especially Luo Xiaohong. She could probably take down 100 like you. Haha, has a friendship formed between women so quickly after just exchanging blows? Sister Hong has won over international friends with her charm as a strong female protagonist. Most importantly, her whip technique is awesome, it screams standard Huagua style, incredibly cool. I wish Sister Hong could start a live stream to teach it. Hearing Savia's comment, Lu Yuanheng curled his lips into a sneering expression. Boosting other people's morale while destroying our own spirit, this is typical of a loser, right? Who are you calling a loser? Savia clenched her fists, ready to rush forward. But Qin Yifan stopped her. Savia protested unwillingly, Captain, let me go. He's so vulgar. Qin Yifan stayed calm, don't lose control. Turning his head, he said, let me handle it. Speaking, he dashed forward and grabbed Lu Yuanheng by the throat instantly, apologize. Chapter 52, the top brass noticed his potential, thinking of recruiting him. Lu Yuanheng suddenly felt choked. A second later, he realized his neck was locked tight. His eyes widened in alarm, Qin Yifan, what are you doing? Are you insane? Let me go, or else I'll. His feeble threats didn't sway the team captain, whose resolute gaze left no room for negotiation. I suspect you're the mole. Director, you sent him here to disrupt the team's morale, didn't you? Qin Yifan always had a proper demeanor, and his sternness intensified now without a trace of joking. Lu Yuanheng fumed uncontrollably, you're the one disrupting the team's morale, damn it. Take him back for interrogation, Qin Yifan signaled a few behind him, we'll lock him up until we figure this out. Su Qi and Li He immediately understood, let's go then, take him back. The two hoisted Lu Yuanheng up and dragged him away. Lu Siki narrowed his eyes, pausing silently for a moment. You'd better confess. Lu Yuanheng nearly choked on his breath, brother, you actually believe their nonsense? They're just ganging up on me. I'm going to file a complaint, I'll find the director. I'm going to. His voice faded as he was dragged away. Finally feeling some peace, Lu Siki muttered quietly, reaping what one sows is unavoidable. Qin Yifan walked over, Mr. Lu, thank you for your righteousness in turning against your kin. In the future, if we need evidence, I hope you'll also cooperate. Lu Siki didn't feel like continuing to act, so he waved dismissively and asked, did the bandits all escape? Qin Yifan suddenly remembered this point, none were left behind. In the live stream chat, the audience erupted with laughter. Ha ha ha, it's hilarious how they managed to fail so calmly and gracefully. Don't blame our captain, under immense pressure, he still managed to find someone to take the fall. Pfft. It's truly impressive that without any proof, he arrested someone while maintaining such a serious demeanor, it made me laugh uncontrollably. Lu Siki is also quite entertaining, reminding Lu Yuanheng to confess truthfully, clearly, he was fed up. Lu Yuanheng, what the hell am I supposed to confess? Ha 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 ha. Burp. The director watching from behind the monitor saw City Hunter gradually turning into City Bandits. Rubbing his forehead tiredly, he exclaimed, is there anyone who can help investigate the backgrounds of these people? And exactly, who should I go to? To make them tone down their behavior? The assistant hung his head sorrowfully, Director, shall I prepare lunch instead? The bandit specifically requested braised pork belly stewed with quail eggs, scallion braised ribs, cola chicken wings. The director abruptly raised his head to cut him off, do you have no shame? They swindled me out of 1,000 yuan worth of skewers last night. That. The assistant hesitantly asked, should I reject their unreasonable demands? The director paused. Forget it, start preparing anyway. After all, I love eating too. Outside the scenic area, in a secluded grove. Yuan Feng answered the phone mysteriously, whispering quietly, Big brother, I've tried my best to hold back, but the champion spirit within me just won't be suppressed, you know, I was an all-around athlete during our team's competitions back then. Alright, I'll pay more attention next time and try not to intervene myself, but I can't control others. Especially Jian Li. This guy's got something special. As he whispered conspiratorially, about 200 meters away in another direction, a similar situation occurred. Oh, I know already, it's just that my whip technique is too smooth. Luo Xiaohong pinched her phone, clearly annoyed, who says I didn't give them a chance to win? Haven't you noticed I intentionally held back? Otherwise, that girl named Savia would have lost half her arm. Yes, Jian Li is pretty good. If it weren't for the fact that our sect only accepts women, I'd definitely recruit him. What? Gender restrictions shouldn't be so rigid. Fine, I'll find a chance to ask him. Walking further east by 300 meters, two shadowy figures leaned close together, whispering furtively. With having achieved this level of success, why aren't they letting us leave? Shi Hui stroked his chin thoughtfully, what does the higher-up want to do? Zhou Nan slightly narrowed his eyes, maybe the key figure of the mission is among the cast of this reality show. SSS, Shi slowly nodded, that makes sense, but who do you think it could be? After a brief hesitation, Zhou Nan responded, could it be Jianli? The higher-ups might have noticed his potential and want to recruit him. Shi Huai's eyes lit up, holy crap, turns out you do have a brain after all. Zhou Nan rolled his eyes, go to hell. Jianli, leisurely waiting for meals with his legs crossed, had no idea he was already under surveillance, still whistling contentedly to himself, Afterwards, I'll have 2 big bowls of steamed rice first. Braised pork paired with rice will definitely be fragrant. And scallion braised ribs, ideally deboned. Hu Xiao smirked, everyone in the entertainment circle is dieting, yet you don't seem to care much about your weight. Entertainment circle? Jianli arched an eyebrow towards him, you mean that doggy circle filled with warped aesthetics? They desperately need correction. Behind them stood the cameraman, originally perfectly positioned for some couple teasing shots. However, he wasn't focused due to the dire command given by the director this morning, if anyone lost sight of a guest. Lunch would be eaten alongside the penalized supporting actors. The tasteless food couldn't sustain the high-intensity filming. He anxiously wiped sweat from his brow, darting glances left and right, muttering to himself. Oi, where on earth have these elders gone? The barrage was also speculating. What's going on? A collective disappearance? Who would believe they don't have any secrets? Look at how each of them seems to be skilled, it fills me with curiosity. I can hardly wait to uncover the truth. Brother Li is too calm. Does he know something inside? Is he in league with them? If you say so, then Brother Xiao is even calmer, as if ignoring all 4 of them. Rubbish, Brother Xiao has all his attention on Brother Li, almost writing I want Jianli on a public message. Quickly look, they're back already, walking back with neat steps. V.Cal. Suddenly want to pair this scene with the BGM of the March of the Volunteers. It must be said, it's really moving. It's no wonder the chat comments got sidetracked, mainly due to the undercover group of 4 looking ready to sacrifice themselves for their mission, their confident strides evoking a strong sense of era. It felt like they were shouldering some great mission. They simultaneously surrounded Jianli and spoke in unison, I have something to say to you. The 4 stared oddly at each other, then started jostling forward. I'll go first. No, I will. Impossible. Me. Let me first. Jianli curled his lips. How about together? Chapter 53, the bandits yelled while pinching their waists, anyone else? Together? How could it possibly be together? Everyone had their own unspeakable secrets, excuse me, missions. The undercover quartet exchanged glances with mixed intentions, thinking hard about how to find excuses to separate when suddenly through the earpieces came the voice of the crew. Lunchtime, please return immediately to the scenic area. Lunchtime, please return immediately to the scenic area. Jianli reacted instantly, like a cheetah springing to life, sprinting directly toward the scenic area. Only Hu Xiao followed suit in time, leaving the others momentarily frozen in place. A voice echoed ahead. Not being enthusiastic about eating signifies brain damage. What are you standing dumbfounded for? Hurry up. Thus, the undercover group quickly mobilized, running swiftly towards the program's canteen. As they ran, their mouths stretched wide, with the wind roaring past their ears. This scenario brought back memories akin to rushing for food during school days, bringing waves of nostalgic emotions. The cameraman following behind groaned miserably, ancestors, wait for me. I didn't eat enough this morning, I'm out of energy now. Me. Before he could finish panting, he saw Yuan Feng turn around and run back toward him. Not fast enough to react, his camera was snatched away. He turned to see Yuan Feng chasing after the rest of the team members at 100-meter dash speed. The cameraman blanked out. What the heck? My rice bowl was stolen. Am I gonna get fired? Should I chase? Can I catch up? Ha 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 chow. Did you guys see the cameraman's expression? Red, orange, yellow, green, cyan, blue, purple, simply spectacular. Is the Dryada persona so trendy nowadays? Even neighboring variety shows, including those across channels, feature super popular ones just like this. I feel like Brotherly actually loves eating, as if making up for years of deprivation. Why does the sight of bandits racing back to the scenic area seem so familiar? When we scrambled for food at noon, it seemed just like this. Lu Yuanhang was locked in the interrogation room, shouting for ages without anyone responding. Infuriated beyond control, but with absolutely no recourse. Finally waiting until the staff opened the door, his first words were insults, why are you only coming now? Intentionally messing with me? Where's the director? I'm lodging a complaint against the hunter. They randomly shut me down for an hour without reason. That's outrageous. Lu Yuanhang vented at the camera, suddenly remembering his vulnerable side, squeezing out 2 more drops of tears, because we're the investors, the sudden guests flown in, they feel unbalanced. Losing is one thing, but why vent your anger on me? I really don't know what I did wrong. My chest feels tight now, I can't catch my breath. Is there a doctor here to help me? As he walked and performed, his peripheral vision caught Lu Siki, so he hastened his steps. Brother, I'm not feeling well. That familiar plea since childhood reached his ears, and strangely, for the first time ever, Lu Siki felt an unprecedented impatience. What's wrong with you again? The indifferent tone threw Lu Yuanhang off balance. I feel dizzy and tight-chested with symptoms like those in the past. Could it be that my hypoglycemia is acting up again? Maybe I need a blood transfusion. A blood transfusion? Lu Siki frowned. Do you really think the filming site has such conditions, and furthermore? Who could possibly be your blood donor? Lu Yuanhang was adopted by his father from an orphanage after his mother passed away. Back then, Lu Siki was not even 10 years old, going through a painful childhood. He saw a pale-faced little boy cowering in the corner, as if looking at a younger version of himself. Compassion and love instantly surged within him. Dad, let's take him home. Lu Siki heard himself say this. Father lowered his head, but he looked so frail. What if he can't accompany you? If he's frail, we'll get him treated, the young Lu Siki said firmly. Aren't we rich? Taking care of a patient shouldn't be a problem. Father looked at him deeply, fell silent for a few seconds, then went to the orphanage office. That evening, the boy who had changed his name to Lu Yuanhang returned home with the father and son. Thus began his life being doted on as if he were a treasure. Lu Siki originally thought he would continue giving out this compensatory affection to others to make up for his own lost childhood. But now, he suddenly realized. It seemed that he couldn't keep going any longer. Isn't Jianli here? Use his blood. Lu Yuanheng's voice grew sharper, grabbing onto Lu Siki's sleeve. Didn't we always do this before? Why isn't it okay now? Yes, Lu Siki murmured, why isn't it okay now? Before their words could finish, a dark shadow suddenly darted out from behind, leaping into the air and charging forward fiercely. Because you're old man I disagree now. Get out of the way, don't stand in the middle of the path. Blocking your old man from going to eat. Lu Yuanheng stumbled under the impact, almost face-planting onto the ground. Just when he finally stabilized himself, all he managed to catch was Jian Li's receding figure. You. His words were cut short yet again. Behind him, several figures rushed through like bulls charging down a bustling street, once again colliding into him. You what? Move. In the live stream comments. Are these people trying to laugh me to death just so they can take over my assignments? For food, they'll risk anything. Too much fun. If Lu Yuanheng gets trampled to death, it'll be even better. What nerve does he have to ask why something used to be possible but isn't anymore, huh? Sold yourself to them, want whatever they want. They can draw blood if they want, sure, tell me, should it be front or back vein? These two are truly annoying as hell. Jian Li was the first to rush to the cafeteria. After washing his hands at the wash basin, he grabbed a plate to serve himself. In just half a minute, the vengeful team lined up with remarkable discipline. The last one suddenly remembered something and hurriedly turned around, walking over to the cameraman panting heavily outside the door. Come on, here's your machine, might help you get some more exercise. The cameraman, I thank you sincerely. I finally understand the mission of these bandits. They're here to reform the variety show, right? Which variety show will they target next? You Along the Divorce Road, or Sweet Journey Together? Bandits shouting, more sedge. When Jian Li finally enjoyed his red braised pork mixed with rice as he wished, the director rushed over from the monitoring room, visibly agitated. Dear guests, we only have one more day of filming left. This time together must be cherished. At the end of the variety show, the relationship between the bandits and the hunters will no longer be adversarial. The elimination of the largest criminal gang in the scenic area will require your joint efforts. Therefore, I've decided that tonight we'll have a big identity revelation segment. Just as the undercover four were shoving food into their mouths, they heard the last sentence and, without exception, sprayed out the food. The next second, the director silently wiped his face. Is it really necessary to be this worked up? Chapter 54, Direct-to-Romance Shows, Let Them Play Out Fully. Director, can't win, can't escape. And you guys spray food on me after I humbly joined your team. Director, who understands family issues? Bandits are too ruthless. Director, quick, another variety show needs to rein you guys in. Regardless of how funny it is, I don't usually laugh unless I can't help myself, ha 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 ha. Initially meant to be an elimination variety show, it was instead brimming with comedic effects, leaving the livestream chat comments unstoppable. Looking at the undercover group of four, it seemed they had realized their previous behavior was inappropriate. They then feigned calmness and gathered up the scattered rice grains before continuing to eat without a care. Sorry Director, Sherhui, the old Intelligence Bureau staff member who understood human relations the best, waved apologetically to the director. I just had an attack of rhinitis. The director. Rhinitis? You spray food? This perfunctory apology wasn't even necessary. He took a deep breath and adjusted his emotions. No problem, I can understand. After all, the filming schedule for the variety show is intense, making illness more likely. So we'll see each other tonight. With that, the director quickly left the scene with a hurried back view. It was as if one extroverted moment had turned him introverted for life. The assistant approached in sympathy but heard the next sentence, get out of here. I don't feel like talking right now. The assistant stayed put and didn't chase after. When a staff member came running, what's wrong with the director? No big deal, the assistant sighed, probably driven crazy by upcoming rectification. When the hunters group arrived at the cafeteria, there wasn't any imagined tense confrontation with drawn swords. On the contrary, the atmosphere was unusually harmonious. As if colleagues were exchanging pleasantries. Is your arm okay? Luo Xiaohong tilted her mouth toward Sevilla. Sorry little sister, I couldn't control my whip. Perfectly fine. Sevilla flexed her arms. See, no problems. She trotted forward. Sister Hong, could you teach me the flexible whip technique? I've never seen such impressive kung fu. This half-blood model came to Huaguo with her parents at 5 years old, showing great interest in Chinese culture. Especially in mysterious Eastern martial arts, almost to the point of obsession. Sure, said Luo Wudi, leader of the school as he observed Sevilla from head to toe, I see you have extraordinary bones and outstanding talent, which makes you a rare martial arts talent. In front of the screen, the disciples of a certain mountain gate. How many martial arts talents described as having unusual bones are there already? Wow, haven't counted, but it seems quite a few copies of secret manuals have been handed out. Isn't it risky to be accused of deception? I really worry that with one careless move, our sect leader would become a lawless rogue. Could happen. All disciples nodded in agreement. Su Qi walked over to Yuan Feng. Brother, you have great stamina. What training are you doing lately, or do you have a good fitness coach to recommend? Yuan Feng scratched his head modestly. There's no fitness coach, I'm self-taught. If you want to improve, I can give you my training plan. A nearby cameraman chimed in. Teacher Yuan, remember to send me a copy too. Okay. Suddenly being called teacher made Yuan Feng even redder in the face as he immediately searched on his phone. The next second, he pulled out an outdated little communicator, causing him to nervously stuff it back into his rear pocket. The higher-up staring at the screen. Young people these days, full of holes everywhere, yet managing to go undetected for so long is itself a miracle. We might as well make him an idol directly, sparing us the effort of covering his mistakes. If he has become disintegrated, should we consider replacing him? Might not be necessary. It happens to everyone fresh out of school. Let's endure and get through it. All superiors nodded in unison. Shi Huai and Zhou Nan just wanted to throw their plates in the garbage cart but were stopped suddenly by Qin Yifan and Li He. Thank you two brothers for holding back, otherwise, I'd definitely have broken bones. Qin Yifan moved his wrist around, looking deeply grateful. I haven't encountered such worthy opponents in close combat in a while. The fight was truly exhilarating. Oh yeah, he suddenly changed the subject, your moves seem similar. Could it be that you're from the same lineage? Not. Yes. One shook his head, the other nodded. After glancing at each other again, they hurriedly switched their actions. Yes. Not. There was a slight awkwardness on the scene. A baffled Qin Yifan temporarily lost words on what to say. Leaders from both the intelligence agency and international affairs department simultaneously covered their foreheads. Why do these two's IQs add up to 0 when they're together? Even back in school, they were top talents but still this way in society. Nothing can be done. We'll have another sleepless night dealing with public relations tonight. What kind of variety shows next time? Straight romance reality shows where they can let loose fully. Someone flipped through the schedule. My goodness, it really is. When Lu Yuanhang and Lu Siki entered, they discovered how exposed their interactions were, creating a picture-perfect harmonious setting. They're evidently a team. That explained why they stuck together. Just you wait. I'll take care of the both of you sooner or later. Lu Yuanhang gritted his teeth silently, casting an ominous glance over everyone. Although nearing his breaking point, he still feigned politeness. Big brother, are you hungry? Let me fetch your food. No need, Lu Siki replied with a cold voice. I can handle it myself. Brother, are you still mad? Lu Yuanhang asked carefully. Lu Siki didn't answer, stepping around him to the self-service counter. His gaze instinctively searched for someone's figure. Of course Lu Yuanhang noticed and immediately stepped forward to block the line of sight. Brother, I promise I won't cause any more trouble, alright? Let's focus on shooting the show. Growing up together wasn't for nothing, Lu Siki couldn't completely ignore him. All he could do was sigh, you can make as much noise as you want at home, but you need to behave on the show since there are so many cameras. I can't keep whitewashing everything for you every single time. Lowering his head, Lu Yuanhang put on an obedient expression. I understand, big brother. Having said this, during Lu Siki's momentary distraction while picking up a tray, Lu Yuanhang swiveled his head to glare menacingly at Jianli. Bastard! If it weren't for you, why would my brother have changed his attitude so drastically? Your attempt at reverse psychology is bound to land you in a pit. Jianli, who was enjoying his meal happily, felt a sinister gaze lock onto him and lazily raised his eyelids. His lips then parted slightly as if to hum a tune softly. Moron. The two words came out crisp and clear, fully audible to Lu Yuanhang, just as he was about to retort. He was suddenly pulled aside by the director's assistant. What? You want me to play the role of the mole? Are you kidding me? Eyes bulging wide open, the assistant quickly grabbed onto his sleeve. Keep it down. Don't let the camera hear. The director says that if you help with this, the next big hit variety show will prioritize recommending you first. Lu Yuanhang calmed down a little. What big hit show? The Sweet Journey. The one where 100% of CPs work out. The assistant winked knowingly. The director plans to recommend you and your brother for it. Really? Lu Yuanhang was starting to feel interested. The assistant nodded vigorously, grinning, absolutely true. Not only for you two, but there will be others as well. Chapter 55, I bet 10 packets of spicy sticks that brotherly must have crossed over. It's not like the director intended to specifically trip Lu Yuanhang up. Sure, though obnoxious and eccentric, he had taken on the responsibility of being the control group for the entire reality show. Primarily because whoever played the role of the antagonist always ran the risk of reversing their fortunes. But this guy was destined to fail miserably. To let the hunters win, for the sake of the reputation of the show. The director had no choice but to try hard. Stop pondering over such matters already, do you know how coveted the spots for Sweet Journey are? The assistant deliberately exaggerated his tone. You can't buy your way in even if you throw money at it. Why bother? Lu Yuanhang hesitated and countered. Do you not know? It's an investment and production supervised by Princess No. 3 from Hua family, who doesn't give special favors to anyone. The assistant added dramatically, our director made a special effort to fight for your spot. As long as you complete tomorrow's mission, the next season of Love reality show guarantees that you and your brother will be part of the starting lineup. Lu Yuanhang thought about it. Alright. Good deal. The assistant couldn't contain the joy spreading across his lips. Details of the task will be sent via WeChat shortly. Afraid that Lu Yuanhang might change his mind, the assistant hurried off. Returning to the canteen, Lu Siki looked up and asked, where were you? The program group found me, saying there's a secret mission. Lu Yuanhang sat opposite Lu Siki, suddenly shifting the topic. Brother, you aren't too busy recently, right? Your schedule should be pretty flexible. Reasonable, Lu Siki remained somewhat distracted, occasionally glancing toward another direction. Secretary Chen has been helping me hold down the fort, so it shouldn't be an issue. Nodding, Lu Yuanhang secretly rejoiced. His hukou, household registration, had already moved out long ago, and he had no blood relationship with his foster brother. So becoming CP for the Love show was completely justified without any obstacles. With fan support or public opinion on his side. He and Lu Siki could perhaps break through their invisible barrier sooner than expected. After lunch, the production team arranged a half-day tour of the scenic area. As the Vengeance squad strolled and ate their way through the shop streets, the evening arrived before they knew it. Upon returning to the filming site, the character identity grand reveal session prepared by the production team was nearly ready. A large LED screen stood in the middle of the courtyard, continuously rolling and displaying promotional photos and cryptic messages about the guests. From audition success to web drama fame, new generation representative, Yuan Feng, what identity does he hide? He devoured documents on the deserted island and snapped his arm barehanded. Adept at using counter-reconnaissance and urban hunters and only needed a voice changer to call in a helicopter. Luoxiahang skillfully wields a soft whip. After drinking, she calls herself Luo Invincible and tells everyone she has peculiar bones, a rare martial arts talent. Shihua and Nijo, with no prior intersections in their solo debuts, yet when they stand together, they appear as if they've known each other for years, hiding some shared secret. Even more mysteriously, the sudden power surge of the previously weak top bandit Jianli, is it like he's been possessed, thoroughly transformed inside out? What's his deal? Is he, a traveler from another time? The newly arrived members, with the exception of Hua Xiao who remained relatively calm, were all stunned on the spot. What the hell? What's going on here? Is this public execution? And how the hell did they guess so accurately? Is there an insider? As the trailer ended. All the above speculations are gathered from various netizens' opinions, ultimately summarized, any resemblance to real people is purely coincidental. At that point, the hunters group had already taken their seats, dismissive and derisive voices coming from among them. So a traveler from another time? Hilarious, aren't these netizens just plain brain dead? Lu Yuanhang smirked. Making such a mystery out of it, wasn't that just for drawing traffic? Once the show's over, you'll still be running around being miserable while my brother and I will be waving at you from our Love reality show. You're the brain dead one. Do you have any idea how awesome brotherly is? Can't you tell the difference between his past self and his current self? Don't act clueless. I bet 10 packs of spicy sticks that brotherly definitely traveled through time. Just recently read a similar novel, and his run with superpowers along the way is exactly like the main storyline. And regarding other members of the Revenge Squad, if they're not concealing identities, my surname spelled backwards. Haha, all righteous but scheming combined faces make you wonder, are they secretly government operatives? If I may add, the person most fitting as the evil male counterpart in here is none other than Lu Yuanhang. His presence is literally named after a dish. Raising hand. I know. It's sour cabbage fish, tasteless and unnecessary. The host nearly lost composure reading this selected comment. Sorry about that, this year's netizens sure do have a good sense of humor. Lu Yuanheng frowned darkly, where's the humor? This counts as personal attack, right? You deliberately chose comments targeting me. The host handed him the remote control, why don't you decide which ones to read then? I'll do it if you want me to. Lu Yuanheng snatched the remote control and squinted at the screen before pressing the button. The live broadcast chat was immediately captured on screen, and he read aloud through the microphone. Why are you always picking on Lu Yuanheng? To me, Xiao Heng is pitiable, he not only lost his parents. Lu Yuanheng smirked at this point. See? Fans feel sympathy for the weak. He continued reading, without his parents is one thing, but losing his brains too. The smile froze on Lu Yuanheng's face as the next words were said. Immediately afterwards, he threw the remote back at the host, all keyboard warriors. Capture evidence for me, and once the show's over, I'll sue them. Alright, the host nodded indifferently, definitely capturing evidence for those who slander. Therefore, please keep quiet now. If you disrupt the shooting process again, I'll have to ask you to leave. Even the steady Azerok host can't take Lu Yuanheng anymore. Am I defaming him by saying he lacks brains? Isn't that the truth? Switch the camera to the Vengeance Squad. I can't stand seeing any more dirt. Being scolded publicly by the host, Lu Yuanheng turned red with anger, just about to retort when a warning voice came from beside him. Didn't you promise me not to act up? Brother, Lu Yuanheng tried to explain that others were targeting him, but noticed Lu Siki didn't even glance in his direction, his eyes firmly fixed on Jianli opposite them. Pipe down. Lu Siki furrowed his brows irritably. Lu Yuanheng bit his lower lip hard, taking a long pause before muttering, I understand, brother. By this time, the reading of the comments segment had concluded. The host handed the microphone to Jianli, smiling warmly and asking, Brotherly, what do you think about netizens claiming you're a traveler from another time? Jianli chuckled, I think the netizens are quite clever, their conjectures well-reasoned and extremely precise. Right, I am indeed. Lu Yuanheng could no longer contain himself and muttered under his breath, nonsense. Jianli glanced over, his lips curving into a carefree smirk. Lu Yuanheng. Dear old man. Puff. Another grand scene oaf appears. Chapter 56, My Xiao brother dares to show off because he's big. Although everyone loves watching variety show live streams devolve into chaos, many artists restrain themselves to maintain their image. Most of them control their tempers and rarely have face-to-face conflicts, let alone shouting matches. Someone like Jianli, who doesn't give an inch and immediately retaliates, is incredibly rare. It's undeniably refreshing. But the fans feel incredibly satisfied. Yet there's a sense it's too good to be true. Brotherly, from now on, you're my brother. I'll raise banners for you with all my might. Never thought someone could be so arrogant in my whole life, but here I am witnessing it now. If I stay healthy for the rest of my life, it will definitely be because of this show and Brotherly, he's unblocked my energy channels. I'm willing to offer 50 pounds of fat to ensure Lu Yuanheng stays in this show. Please don't kick him out, I really feel that we need such a dedicated contrasting figure. With him around, I won't even want to criticize others. The chat was successfully diverted off topic, allowing the four spies some relief. They then each cast grateful looks toward Jianli. Had he not shifted the conflict, they would have continued speculating about identities. Especially since this generation of netizens were incredibly astute, every single one was like a fortune teller. Could they drag these commenters outside and beat them? Jianli handed the microphone to Huashao, raising an eyebrow as he asked, do you have anything else to add? Huashao took it and smirked, being a dad is fine, but having such a son is pretty stressful. Are you done yet? Lu Yuanheng stood up abruptly, ganging up on me, Huashao gave him a sidelong glance, took you long enough to notice, didn't it? Do I even need to ask? Lu Yuanheng. So this guy is obviously taking sides with the dog. Jianli was just despicable. Flirting with anyone he saw. Love how brother Xiao plays straight ball games. His protective aura towards his wife is absolutely amazing. Didn't your own brother say it already? If so many people are targeting you, haven't you thought about why? And you're still being insolent. Prove yourself if you've got the guts. Huashao, whether in the financial circle or entertainment industry, was a person of immense influence whose casual wave could stir bloodbath-like turmoil. Though the Lu family had significant power, they were ultimately on the same level and thus restrained by each other. So, no matter how foolish Lu Yuanheng might be, he wouldn't dare offend this person too much. He stomped his foot in frustration before leaving the shooting site quickly. Let you two strut around for now. Once we participate in the dating show later, I'll never have to see your disgusting faces again. Lu Yuanheng grumbled in his mind while walking away. He originally thought Yanga would follow him, but after walking for a while, he noticed no one was behind him. When he turned around, he saw Lu Siki still sitting in the original spot, his gaze never leaving Jianli. Which made him extremely agitated. What's so great about this lousy variety show? It's going to fail anyway. The identity revelation phase was just a tease, purely for interacting with the netizens. After reading several interesting chat messages, the group activities concluded, and the director and crew began discussing the next day's final farewell. After being busy all day, everyone naturally wanted to take a shower before dinner. The general environment wasn't fancy, the bathrooms in the collective dormitory couldn't be used for showers, so if anyone wanted to bathe, they had to go to the public bathhouse. Jianli carried toiletries with a towel draped over his shoulder, stepping out of the dorm and heading down the hallway toward the bathroom at the end. He hadn't taken more than a few steps when he noticed someone trailing behind him. With a lazy turn of his head, seeing who it was, his eyes narrowed slightly. "What do you want?" "You're going to take a shower." Lu Siki looked sullen. "At the public bathhouse? Don't you worry about people looking." Jianli laughed. "Let them look. We're all men, what am I scared of?" "You have no self-discipline." Lu Siki sneered. Jianli chuckled. "If your brain is shrinking, go get it checked out at the hospital. Don't bother coming here with nonsense." After saying that, he continued walking forward. However, Lu Siki stepped forward quickly, blocking his way. "You're not allowed to go." "What the hell are you?" Jianli tilted his chin up. "Still craving for a beating, huh?" Suddenly, Lu Siki wore an expression of self-satisfaction. "Jianli, I know you want to attract my attention. Now, you've succeeded. If you keep acting up, it's getting out of hand." Jianli rolled his eyes, catching a glimpse of the camera moving closer. A sly smile curved on his lips. "Never been to a public bathhouse? Are you scared they'll laugh at you?" "Don't worry, it's just that you're short, right? As long as it works, don't set your expectations too high." Lu Siki's face turned dark. "What are you talking about?" "About you," Jianli said deliberately, short and concise. "That's something you're born with, no need to feel inferior." Lu Siki took a deep breath. "Jian Li. Have you completely lost your mind?" Jianli didn't know if he'd lost his mind, but the live stream viewers had laughed until they were crying. "Huh, some CEO has an issue down there, pass it on. Some CEO can't perform like a normal man, pass it on. The boss is short, pass it on. Short, pass. Pass. Damn, friends, you're so witty, the CEO is crying unconscious in the bathroom. Still haven't gone to take a shower." A clear, magnetic voice interrupted their conversation, followed by a tall and lean figure stepping between them. "Let's go, or we'll run out of hot water." Jianli glanced sideways. "Oh, Xiao Gu, what a coincidence, shall we go together?" "Sure." Hua Xiao nodded. Jianli smiled at Lu Siki. "Look how generous he is, so obviously well endowed." "Huh, you won't show because you're small, while my Xiao Gu dares to expose because he's big. That must be it." The previous floor hit the truth. No, brotherly hit the truth. Without waiting for Lu Yuanhang to react, they both headed straight to the public bathhouse. Jianli whistled cheerfully, which deeply irritated Lu Siki. He punched the wall in frustration, prompting the cameraman to ask worriedly, "Mr. Lu, are you alright?" Lu Siki didn't answer. Instead, his expression grew increasingly grim. After a moment, he rushed back, causing the cameraman to follow hurriedly. "Mr. Lu, don't think too much. How about we go to the hospital?" Lu Siki suddenly stopped and turned around, glaring. "You're the one who needs to go to the hospital. I'm going to grab some toiletries, then I'm taking a shower. If we don't settle this today, I swear I won't have the surname Lu." The director behind the monitor sighed inwardly. Was it really necessary? While it involved male pride, letting things develop further could easily lead to censorship issues. If the live stream got taken down, all his reputation would be ruined. With this thought, he quickly stood up. "Assistant. Where are you? Go stop them immediately. There are people in the public bath, comparing sizes." Chapter 57, Stop Fooling Around, Who Uses Soap These Days? This intense? A battlefield in a public bath? Cameras, where are they? Get them in there. Full coverage, every angle must be covered. Dying laughing, men are all this competitive, huh? They need to prove themselves, right? What if they fail? Can they bear the consequences? Come on, make your bets. Bet on Xiao Gu, get 1-to-1 returns, bet on Lu Siki, get 100-to-1. Ha ha ha. Is the difference in odds this huge? If Lu Siki knows, wouldn't he explode from anger? The comments erupted, fans spreading the news far and wide. An almost finished variety show was once again pushing traffic to new heights due to a male showdown. It even reached the internet control warning level. Yuan Feng squatted in the restroom editing his daily work report when his pager suddenly buzzed, startling him. "Hello." Yuan Feng pressed the receive button, lowering his voice, code word. "Durian." Yuan Feng relaxed. "It's not time yet, why the sudden call?" "There's suspicion of under-the-table transactions within the production crew, go investigate." The other side spoke mysteriously. Yuan Feng was surprised. Under-the-table transactions? Having participated in the show for so long, aside from Jianli being excessively forceful, there were no other suspicious signs. Why suspect undercover transactions now? Instruments detected abnormal fluctuations in the data flow, suspecting intentional diversion of attention. Makes sense, Yuan Feng nodded, then asked, where is the suspicious location? The end of the first floor corridor, the male bathroom. There was a pause. It's a blind spot for monitoring. Focus your investigation on that area. Yuan Feng, how do I investigate the bathroom? You fool, came a rebuke, just go take a shower. Yuan Feng. So, he temporarily put aside his daily work report, grabbed his toiletries, and headed toward the door. Suddenly feeling the road a bit crowded, he instinctively turned his head and saw Shi Huayi and Zhou Nan with similar basins. You two are going to take a shower? Yuan Feng tried hard to keep himself from sounding surprised. It's hot, so we're washing up, Shi Huayi replied dismissively. Zhou Nan chimed in, who wouldn't wash in this weather? Everyone is going. Will there be enough shower heads? Yuan Feng asked. We can wait in line. In case your soap falls, I could pick it up for you. Shi Huayi and Zhou Nan smiled warmly and friendly, but Yuan Feng felt a chill down his spine. No, don't joke around. Who uses soap these days? Thus, except for Luo Xiaohong who was not suitable to go to the male bathroom, all other members of the Qiu Sha team were waiting by the entrance. The cameraman filmed this grand scene live, and comments started flooding in. What the heck, is this considered calling in reinforcements? The friendship among Qiu Sha team members is really good. How about playing Friendship Times as their background music? Ha ha ha. This is intense. There's like gang leaders carrying clubs on the street with lighters. Our variety show hosts appear at the bathroom door with basins and toiletries. By the way, have you heard that northeastern people can give a vigorous scrub bath? Anyone willing to testify? Is it true that after being scrubbed, your skin becomes super smooth? I'm from northeast China, it definitely makes you feel like you've been fully polished. The director was anxiously pacing around and asked his assistant when he returned, what's going on? Is everything okay? Has there been no censorship yet? Are the comments turning too suggestive? Block what needs to be blocked, just don't. Before he finished speaking, the assistant directly reached out and grabbed in front of the director, collect. The director immediately shut up. The assistant finally spoke, Director, put your heart back where it belongs. The review hasn't focused here yet, and the comments aren't getting suggestive. They're discussing northeastern bathing culture now. Many people plan to visit together. We contributed our own efforts to regional tourism. The director. Can this happen? In fact, the bathrooms were divided into single cubicles, offering absolutely no chance for comparison. And everyone acted in military style, going inside like a dragon whirlwind. By the time Lu Siki got ready and rushed to the bathroom, the Qiu Sha team had already disappeared without a trace. Brother, are you not taking a shower? Lu Yuanhang saw that Lu Siki hadn't moved for long and couldn't help asking red-faced. Lu Siki paused silently, I'll come later, you go first. After saying that, he turned and left. Lu Yuanhang barely managed to shout, brother, where are you going? Why don't you take a shower together? Huh, do you know why not together? Your brother doesn't want to see your insignificant amount of meat. Lu Siki might regret not having a chance to prove himself before they finished. How do you know it's regret, not relief? What if he lost? The comment above makes sense. Because they had spent the whole afternoon eating and tasting different cuisines, their palates and appetites were well satisfied. Jianli didn't organize a late-night snack, instead, he had a sound sleep until dawn. On the second morning, he woke up due to the scenic area alarm sound, the mechanical voice broadcasted repeatedly. Citywide capture operation begins officially. Please leave your rooms within 10 minutes. Finding the ultimate hider will be considered a victory. Having been trained militarily, the Qiu Sha team quickly got dressed, standing in the yard when Yuan Feng asked Jianli, do you have a target person? Jianli shook his head, no. But I do have a locked-in person. Who? Yuan Feng leaned forward. Luo Xiaohong hit him, who else? Lu Yuanhang. Regardless of whether he's the hidden one or not, we'll mess with him. We weren't thinking of winning anyway. She curled her lips. The Qiu Sha team nodded unanimously. Early risers among the live stream viewers typed on their keyboards. Huh, why are the bandits and hunters' views surprisingly similar? They both aim to get rid of Lu Yuanhang first. Does Lu Yuanhang know this? I think he's still sleeping. He probably doesn't know, always feeling overly confident. He might even be thinking about eliminating others. Failing that, he'll jump and point accusingly, why don't you help me? So vivid. Nauseating vibes, rushing straight at you. The bullet comments were right. At this moment, Lu Yuanhang had no idea he had become a prime elimination target. Still dreaming that as long as he didn't attack proactively, he could protect his identity and laugh until the end. As a result, he lingered in bed unwillingly to get up until Lu Siki lost patience and called him. Isn't today's show being filmed? Lu Yuanhang smiled, yes, no need to rush. Let them fight among themselves for a while first. Why don't we just wait it out and reap the benefits when they're done? Lu Siki didn't respond. If that bunch were so easy to deal with, the hunters would have won long ago. After waiting some more, Lu Yuanheng finally got dressed and went outside. The cameraman was right there, the surroundings were eerily quiet. Lu Yuanheng was a bit puzzled. As soon as he stepped out to check on the situation, he hadn't even stabilized his stance before noticing several shadowy figures charging towards him with fierce intent. Damn. He barely had time to curse before he was firmly pinned down. Spread this joy, explosively fun. Chapter 58, Stop calling people Gigi all the time, makes us think you're livestock. The director behind the monitoring screen was a little confused too. To prepare for the final major confrontation, he meticulously planned many phases, hoping to create an atmosphere of spy warfare, full of mutual suspicion and backstabbing. If the bandits could dismantle themselves from within, it'd be better; if not, it could at least buy some time. This aimed to give the Urban Hunters variety show one last shred of dignity, since there wasn't a single case of a successful challenge yet. But what happened? From the alarm bell announcing the citywide manhunt, it took merely 10 minutes. They managed to apprehend the hidden character almost immediately. Damn it! Is it necessary to be this precise and ruthless? It's utterly disheartening. Watching the surprising unity between the bandits and police on screen, the director slapped his forehead. Call it a day. Go home. Go find your mamas. The host was still rehearsing the closing remarks backstage, but before he finished a run-through, he was summoned to the camera. Looking around, he noticed only Lu Yuanheng standing dejectedly with a lowered head and instantly grasped the situation. Grabbing the loudspeaker, he announced, "Congratulations. The citywide manhunt has concluded successfully. Now I will announce who the hidden character is." Before he could finish, a sharp, abrupt voice interrupted. "You did this on purpose. On purpose, letting everyone know I'm the hidden character. How else could I be found so quickly? Unacceptable, how could you treat someone like this? The victory through cheating has no meaning whatsoever." Lu Yuanheng seemed to expose some dark secret, filled with righteous indignation and justice, talking non-stop before the camera to conclude his accusations. The host blinked and tried to calm him down. "Yuanheng, don't get worked up. Let's hear their reasoning. What is there to listen to, just excuses and explanations?" Lu Yuanheng sneered disdainfully, instinctively rubbing the spot where he had been pressed painfully earlier. It was a real dead hand move. Almost breaking his arm again. It was intentional, targeted at him. He guessed they'd probably colluded in advance. Hatred bubbled up in his heart, making him wish nothing more than to see these people's careers ruined and expelled from the entertainment circle immediately. Ignoring Lu Yuanheng's words, the host moved the microphone toward Jianli. "Brotherly, could you tell us why you suspected Lu Yuanheng was the hidden character?" Jianli sounded puzzled. "Who said I suspected him? I just purely dislike him." The host. His gaze shifted to other bandits, surprisingly seeing them all nod in agreement. "So obvious. Loved it, loved it." Brotherly really likes joking. The host cautiously mediated and handed the microphone to the hunter team captain, Fan Go. "What about you guys? How did you know Lu Yuanheng was the mole?" Chen Yifan opened his mouth, just about to speak. When someone rushed to answer, "We're like the bandits. We also just hate Lu Yuanheng. Who cares whether he is or not, eliminate him first." Chen Yifan's face changed instantly. He shoved Su Qi back. "What nonsense are you saying?" Turning to face the camera, his lips curled into a steady smile. "Actually, you get my drift, right?" The host, "Should I get it?" "Haha damn, Lu Yuanheng overthought it. Bandits and hunters didn't even care to explain, they chose you because they hate you. Love this spirit of disliking someone so much you have to take them down, really loving it. Approved. This must be the most satisfactory ending of the season. Without taking down Lu Yuanheng, I wouldn't have been able to sleep peacefully. Congratulate City Hunter perfectly coming to an end." By this point, firecrackers had already been set off around the area. Amidst the joyous sounds of celebration, the host finished reading out the closing remarks. And everyone dispersed in a rush, no one paying attention to Lu Yuanheng's increasingly sour expression. The return bus was already parked at the scenic area's parking lot. The guests boarded one after another. Unlike before the shoot, the two originally opposing teams were now exceptionally harmonious. Not only did they refer to each other as brothers and slung their arms over each other's shoulders, but they also exchanged contact details. And enthusiastically invited each other to meet up after the filming ended for some more fun. In contrast, Lu Siki and Lu Yuanheng seemed to not fit in, walking alone at the back. As if they couldn't blend in at all. Lu Yuanheng glared resentfully at the departing figures of the other guests, silently marking them as enemies for later retaliation. But then he noticed his companion stopped moving. He turned back in surprise. "Brother, aren't you getting on the bus? I have a bidding meeting to attend, you go ahead." Lu Siki tightened his grip on his suitcase and was about to turn away. Lu Yuanheng immediately stepped forward in front of him. "Brother, where are you going for this meeting?" "I'll go with you." "No," Lu Siki refused, looking straight ahead as he bypassed Lu Yuanheng. "This is work. Don't come and cause trouble." "Brother." Lu Siki suddenly frowned. "Don't keep calling me brother. Don't you feel nauseated by it yourself?" "But." Lu Yuanhang, who had never faced criticism, became instantly aggrieved. I've always called you that. Stop calling me like that from now on, Lu Siki said darkly, I think. It was disgusting. These words remained unsaid as a Mercedes Maybach had already pulled up not far away. Lu Siki walked directly toward the car without hesitation. Brother. Lu Yuanhang softly called again, but saw the retreating figure of the brother who used to spoil him speed up even more. He stood there stunned while behind him a staff member called out, Lu Yuanhang, are you getting on or not? We're about to leave. Lu Yuanhang already harbored a simmering anger which he unleashed right then. What's the rush? Going to your next life or something? This was considered bad luck, and everyone on the bus got upset, opening the windows directly. Can we stop waiting for this guy? If his own brother doesn't care for him anymore, why should we be here collecting junk? Lu Yuanhang stared wide-eyed. Who says my brother doesn't want me? He just has a bidding meeting. That's all excuses. The real reason is that he finds you embarrassing and troublesome. You're talking nonsense. Nonsense or not, you know well enough. And by the way, stop calling him brother all the time. Anyone who doesn't know might think you're livestock. Lu Yuanhang stomped his feet angrily. You're the damn livestock. Do I need to ask you one last time if you're getting on the bus? The staff lost patience. If you're not on in 1 minute, we're leaving. Caught in a standoff, Lu Yuanhang eventually gave in. After all, once the return bus left, he would need to find transportation on his own. Because his beloved brother had already driven off in the Maybach, waving goodbye. The last scene of City Hunter ended amidst Lu Yuanhang's madness and breakdown. Jianli sitting in the last row of the bus, seeing Lu Yuanhang get on, moved his lips and clearly said 2 words. Idiot. Lu Yuanhang's body stiffened as he turned around angrily. Who's cursing me? Someone promptly responded, who the hell wouldn't curse you? Chapter 59, Shit. Who signed me up? When the return bus arrived at the capital, it was already 8 o'clock in the evening. 3 days of shooting made the guests somewhat tired, and they hurried to disembark with homesickness on their minds. The previously planned gathering for drinks was quietly forgotten through mutual unspoken consent, indefinitely postponed. Home sister, let's keep in touch via WeChat. Kai Weiya waved her hand. Su Qi embraced Yuan Feng, younger brother, don't forget our joint workout. One day we'll have some old white spirit liquor. Chen Yifan shook hands with Shi Huai and Zhou Nan. Then Li He and the hunter group members bid farewell to Jian Li and Hu Xiao. Brotherly, brother Xiao, looking forward to our next collaboration. Good. Jian Li smiled and nodded. Hu Xiao didn't say anything, only curving his eyes slightly. The atmosphere was great, with only Lu Yuanhang, always treated like a ghost, being ignored. He sneered, showing disdain for the polite exchanges. Pretending what for? Once the show is over, will anyone recognize each other? While muttering to himself, Lu Yuanhang called his agent, asking irritably as soon as the call connected, where are you guys? Why can't I see the car yet? What? Traffic jam. If traffic jams, everyone else's nanny's cars have arrived first. Stop making excuses, just admit you're a loser. Liu Yuanhang muttered curses as he hung up the phone, only to turn around and find that everyone behind him had already disappeared. Including the return bus. Was it really over this quickly? Had they all abandoned their principles so fast? After waiting for a little while longer, Liu Yuanhang finally sat in his own car. As soon as his buttocks touched the seat, he ordered, head directly to Qing Bar. But, the agent hesitated. Mr. Liu told you not to go there, didn't he? My brother's not even here. Liu Yuanhang rolled his eyes. Besides, should I follow your instructions or his? The agent paused for a moment, then grinned obsequiously. Of course we follow big brother Yuanhang. Let's go. Tonight at Qing Bar, we'll let loose. Liu Yuanhang nodded, suddenly asking, are there any newbies tonight? The agent winked mischievously. Of course, they've just turned legal. Fresh faces. This is more like it. Liu Yuanhang, satisfied, curved his lips upward. He leaned back, looking content, as if the long-suppressed frustration would be released immediately. As soon as the agent turned around, the flattery disappeared from his face instantly. His gaze out of the window towards the moonlight carried an air of grimness. When they arrived at Qing Bar, it was exactly at the peak hour of nightlife. A large number of fashionably dressed men and women, stepping to the rhythm of blasting music, strode directly into the luxurious entrance. Before getting out of the car, Liu Yuanhang deliberately dressed up again, checking if there were paparazzi lurking near any nanny cars. Just as they entered Qing Bar, a waiter came forward. Big brother Yuanhang, same old room? Liu Yuanhang responded briefly, hands thrust into his pockets, and proceeded straight toward the private room. Several waiters followed closely, as if welcoming an important client. Only after entering the private room did Liu Yuanhang remove his sunglasses, throwing them on the sofa before plopping down and crossing his legs. Bring everyone in. Yes, big brother Yuanhang. The waiter bowed respectfully, turning and exiting the room, leaving only the agent with Liu Yuanhang. Are these all trainees? Liu Yuanhang lifted an eyelid lazily. During contract signing, were breach penalties settled? The agent smirked. The contracts are tailor-made, others can compensate according to standard amounts, but they have to compensate according to hours. Liu Yuanhang picked up a cigarette from the coffee table, lighting it himself. They'd better not be able to pay off their debt their entire lives, so they'll be under control. And, Liu Yuanhang continued, if any trainee wants to borrow money, you must be proactive about it. No need to mention interest rates until they've borrowed via the app. After all, whether it's simple or compound interest, they won't understand it anyway. Just as he said this, the waiters returned with a group of young, timid-looking individuals who still looked somewhat apprehensive when they faced Liu Yuanhang. Don't be shy now, we're all here to have fun, get acquainted. Liu Yuanhang acted exceedingly experienced, signaling the waiters to hand the prepared drinks to the trainees. Everyone hesitated, glancing at each other uncertainly, none daring to take the first sip. Liu Yuanhang frowned, what's wrong? Are you afraid I poisoned it? Of course not. Emboldened by the situation, one boy gulped down the drink in one shot. The entertainment circle is indeed dark, one must prepare mentally beforehand to enter. Only by merging into the darkness, progressing through it, can one possibly glimpse light. Sure enough, Liu Yuanhang smiled in satisfaction, patting the spot beside him, come sit. The boy walked over shyly, my name is. The moment the agent closed the door of the private room, the sounds were blocked out. He went upstairs to the balcony, watching the chaotic revelry below in the hall, adjusting his earpiece slightly and lowering his voice, no rush, there should be a bigger fish behind them, keep baiting. Meanwhile, 4 undercover operatives drinking beer at a street stall, almost simultaneously replied. Roger that. Jianli squinted his eyes, TSK, do people not hide anymore during operations nowadays? What are you saying? Hua Xiao curled his lips. Jianli waved his hand, never mind, continue eating kebabs. He turned to the vendor, boss, 20 more beef and mutton skewers each. Good thing. By the time Li Lin arrived, the party was already nearing its end. Everyone's eyes had become unfocused, starting to babble nonsense. What, don't believe I used to win the decathlon. Yuan Feng slammed his empty glass on the table, I can perform triathlon right now. Luo Xiaohong snorted, so what? Can you leap between rooftops? Would you like me to show you some special effects? Zhou Nan held up his finger, as an international friend proficient in 7 languages, I can only say you guys are too blindly outputting. Ji Li Gua La Wu Ya. Do you know which language I just spoke? Shi Huai shook his head, what kind of gibberish is that? Don't you have simultaneous transmission equipment? After 3 rounds of drinks, they were all half drunk. Li Lin quickly announced a major news before he got too drunk, we'll take a break tonight and continue tomorrow. What? Jianli glanced sideways, are you trying to dig a hole for me again? Li Lin said with a smile, don't say that. Haven't I made you money every time? I'm telling you, this opportunity is amazing. You might even meet your true love in the variety show. True love? Jianli furrowed her brows, why not my true lady love? Oh, no, I don't want a true lady either. Li Lin chuckled mischievously, who cares about gender, I'll definitely get someone for you. Tomorrow is the official filming of the 4th episode of Sweet Journey. You are all invited guests. The undercover quartet who were still murmuring suddenly froze at the announcement. Shit. Who signed us up? Chapter 60, damn, is, romance variety show, supposed to be this bloody? Sweet Journey is a travel love reality show. The concept was inspired by a popular internet joke, the breakup curse during trips. Too many couples experience friction and disagreements while traveling, ultimately splitting up due to irreconcilable differences. Sweet Journey's strategy is to create such a battlefield in advance, giving guests a chance to fully understand each other and consider if they're compatible. In short, it's about defeating curses with curses. It starts off in hell mode, creating various problems during the journey to keep conflicts going between newly paired couples. Whose affections grow or crash, who sneaks into another room at midnight, whose heart flutters for another guest. Its unique perspective and genuine emotional outpouring make this show stand out among many programs, accumulating a large number of die-hard fans, so much that the promotional video has been wildly shared millions of times. Serious question. The show actually managed to get Jianli and Hua Xiao. I ship them so hard. Not only Jian Xiao but the original cast from Lonely Heroes are coming. And Liu Yuanheng. Are reality shows these days all drama makers? I can't help but bring out my keyboard and swear like crazy. Liu Yuanheng better die. Come to think of it, why isn't he boasting about his rare panda blood type anymore? Did anyone check medical institutions? Is he really a rare species? Whether or not he's a rare panda blood, he's undoubtedly a rare idiot. Watching the buzz climb the topic charts before filming even began, the director of Sweet Journey felt like laughing in his sleep. Indeed, the boss had farsightedness when pointing these people to be on the dating show, saying it would definitely explode in popularity. At first, he didn't believe it, survival games and dating were miles apart. If their character transition didn't go well and they failed to project enough sweetness, the netizens wouldn't buy it. Now, seeing the reactions, there's no need to worry. Whether there's enough sweetness or not, as long as there's heat, that's fine. The director prepared to soak in a bath and then sleep, but his phone vibrated suddenly. Glancing down, it was an unknown number. He hesitated for a moment before answering, who's this? It's me, Liu Yuanheng. Came the slurred voice, didn't we agree that the romance show should be only me and my brother? Why are there extra bastards now? After hearing this, the director frowned deeply. Lu Yuanhang was notorious in the entertainment industry. Not because of his exceptional skills leading to brilliant performances, but due to his arrogant personality supported by the Lu family's vast business empire. He acts like a gentle little rabbit in front of Lu Siki, but turns into an aggressive nouveau riche behind his back. Not only does he bully everyone, but rumors also suggest he uses capital to control a group of trainees. People like him, the director usually tries to avoid, making every effort to stay away. But this time, the third princess of the Hua family personally requested him to participate in the variety show. Mr. Lu, I don't know who you refer to as bastards, but the list has already been published. If you have any objections, you can choose to withdraw. The director responded calmly without humility. This angered Lu Yuanhang even more. Are you trying to protect them? Aren't you afraid I'll ruin your show completely? The director chuckled, Mr. Lu, not to doubt your abilities, but looking at the entire entertainment industry, who would dare to touch third princess's pie? Anyway, I've never come across anyone who dares. What's so great about the third princess? Lu Yuanhang said with obvious hesitation, once my brother acquires Hua Entertainment, we'll see how long the third princess can keep hopping around. I'll wait and see, the director yawned, excuse me, I'm going to rest now. If Mr. Lu plans to withdraw, please remember to transfer the penalty fee to our company's official account. With that, he hung up directly. Back in the bar, surrounded by a group of people, Lu Yuanhang flung his phone away. Someone moved closer to offer him a drink. Brother Hang, don't be upset. Let's keep going. Before they could finish, Lu Yuanhang kicked them hard in the chest. Get out. At 8 in the morning, Jianli reluctantly climbed out of bed just as Li Lin started nagging incessantly. Ancestors. We gather at 8:30, you haven't even washed up yet. That means we're about to be late. Jianli rubbed his eyes, can I not go? As a mercenary turned entertainer, participating in a survival game show was already a stretch for him. How had things suddenly switched to a romance reality show? This doesn't suit him at all. If you don't go, you have to pay compensation. Li Lin had also learned how to coerce and threaten. Compensation isn't the issue, but what about your younger brother? College needs money, marriage requires money, having kids needs more cash. Enough. Jianli waved his hand, don't say any more. Damn it, you've pretty much mapped out his whole life. Li Lin gave an awkward laugh, isn't this just the life of an ordinary person? Half an hour later, the undercover quartet arrived at the Gathering Hotel with expressions similar to Jianli's. Excluding the absent Hua Emperor, all new guests standing in line shared one identical vibe, overwhelming gloom. During pre-interviews, Yuan Feng's face showed outright resistance, I'm not looking to date anyone right now. I'm here just to make up the numbers. Luo Xiaohong rolled her eyes, whoever signed me up for this is going to get it when I catch them. Shi Hua Yi and Zhou Nan chimed together, being single this long, did someone say we're alumni? Jianli gestured vaguely, don't ask, asking only makes it worse. Behind the surveillance monitor, the director remained silent. This year's batch of guests is difficult to manage. Could they be here to reform my style? Afterward, he decided to call the previous directors to exchange some experience. Not long after, Lu Yuanhang appeared at the entrance of the Gathering Hotel, politely putting his hands together to greet the staff. Sorry, am I late? Not at all, your timing is perfect, the staff responded formally and made an inviting gesture. All the guests are currently being interviewed in the hall. Lu Yuanhang nodded, and a fleeting shadow of ill intent passed over his face. He stepped through the automatic doors and immediately saw a familiar and irritating face, which prompted him to quickly plaster on an overly friendly smile. Hello everyone. It's good to meet again. How amazing to be working together once more. Isn't this some kind of special destiny? Lu Yuanhang intended to take lessons from this and start on a road toward redemption. Since the dating show involved mutual selections, he needed to repair his image in front of Lu Siki. However, no matter how perfectly he had planned everything, no one on site reacted. Not even a glance came his way, like he didn't exist at all. Lu Yuanhang's smile froze on his face, and after waiting for quite some time, he spoke into the camera himself. There may have been some misunderstandings due to previous team confrontations. I hope this episode clears everything up. Before he finished speaking, a figure suddenly burst out of nowhere, throwing a bucket of unidentified liquid directly onto Lu Yuanhang. It was a shocking fresh red. Idiot, aren't you obsessed with replenishing blood? Here, let me replenish you thoroughly. Damn, is it supposed to be this bloody the moment the live stream starts? Good. I like it. Chapter 61, Must You Stick to Me? Aren't you cheap or something? The Sweet Journey program crew acted extremely swiftly, seeing signs of trouble, and rushed to pin down the unidentified individual. Simultaneously, Lu Yuanhang's screams echoed throughout the hall. Aawa. Are you trying to kill me? Who let him in? How could the security for this variety show be so poor? Do you know how much this outfit costs today? You'd never earn enough scrubbing dishes your whole life to pay me back. He stood alone at the spot, incessantly accusing others, reeking of foul odors as the unknown liquid streamed down his face. Embarrassingly overbearing, he evoked no sympathy whatsoever. Out of professional responsibility, a production assistant quickly stepped forward with towels and tissues to help Lu Yuanhang clean up. I am truly sorry. We had no idea he hid in the restroom all night. We didn't discover him when we cleared the place tonight. Had we noticed earlier, it would have definitely get lost. Lu Yuanhang shoved the assistant, who fell abruptly. Is apologizing going to solve anything? He seethed with nowhere to vent his anger, relentlessly pointing at the person's nose. No matter what, all losses will be compensated by your program group, and you owe me a public apology. The staff were at a loss on how to proceed, when suddenly came a cold snort from the revenge squad. Jianli curled his lips. So basically, being vicious is one thing, but why pretend to be innocent? What a load of crap. Yuan Feng shook his head. Someone spent the whole night hiding in the toilet just to splash you. Haven't you figured out why? Luo Xiaohong let out a mocking chuckle. If his donkey-kicked brain could figure it out, I'll eat my words. Shi Huayi and Zhou Nan chimed together. Super anxious about this. I would have changed clothes already. Lu Yuanhang went mad with rage, glared at them. How does this concern any of you? Looking so smug, did you secretly arrange for this person? Especially you, Jianli. You donated blood willingly, now acting like you're coerced. Shouldn't you be ashamed? Jianli smirked. Hilarious. What do I need to feel shame about? I didn't get splashed with blood. You. Lu Yuanhang choked, just about to counterattack when a sharp voice rang out behind him. Lu Yuanhang. What's this commotion again? The familiar voice made Lu Yuanhang's nose sting. He turned around intending to shout, brother, but then remembered the previous warning and hastily corrected himself. Chi Go, I got splashed by black fans. Why aren't you changing clothes then? Aren't you embarrassed enough? Lu Siki furrowed his brows, clearly repulsed. Initially, he didn't intend to join this dating variety show. It was mainly because Lu Yuanhang was too much. Previously unnoticed, always thought he was rather obedient. But filming just one episode exposed his true nature. His stupidity was maddening, making it seem as if they had never met. What changed things was an offhand comment from his secretary. All members of the Lone Warrior are participating. What did that mean? Jianli was also joining the dating show. How dare he? Lu Siki immediately broke down, letting the secretary inform the director that his schedule was open, ready to start shooting anytime. After receiving such a scolding from his elder brother, Lu Yuanhang didn't argue anymore, dragging his suitcase to the lounge to wash and change clothes. Since the production team reported the incident to the police first, when the black fan calmed down, the police began questioning on site. No one instructed me. I simply can't stand Lu Yuanhang's arrogance. Just does whatever he pleases. My younger brother died in the hospital due to lack of money after donating blood. Repay my younger brother's life. After a brief inquiry, the police explained to the director, there seems to be some mental instability. We'll take him back for evaluation and see if there are other guardians involved. We'll let you know the results. Good. Sweet director nodded, thanks everyone. He never imagined this would happen at the start of the shoot. Though heart-rending. Still. The number of people in the live stream soared to millions. Comments flooded in, instantly stirring up fan emotions. Heaven. So pitiful, the first time I've heard, donating blood can actually lead to death. No wonder he acted so aggressively, it turns out to be a grievance against capital through tears. Lu Yuanhang is indeed too despicable. Watching makes me furious. I want to slap him a few times on sight. So, this is karma. If he hadn't constantly pressured people to donate blood, he wouldn't have been targeted by this poor guy. The original cast of the sweet dating show gradually arrived next, their gathering time later. Completely unaware of what happened before, they enthusiastically greeted upon entering the hall. Hello everyone, my name is Li Zimu. I'm 25 years old, and I love jazz and swimming. Hopefully, I'll find my ideal partner in this season. A cute girl wearing a light pink dress with long hair flowing entered cheerfully. Hello everyone, my name is Luo Chen, I'm 24 years old, and I enjoy working out and night cycling. The boy with a clean-cut buzz cut revealed a sunny and handsome smile as he walked to the front of the group and gave a deep bow. Please take care of me during the upcoming journey. Two older male and female guests stepped forward to introduce themselves. I am Gu Yuan, I am 29. My name is Nan Nan, I am 28. Hopefully we can all have a pleasant time together. There were 4 original cast members in total. The younger ones had participated in talent shows and were considered new talents. They appeared on the dating show primarily for more exposure. As for whether they could find love, it would depend on how much attention their CPs received. The older participants were pure amateurs who joined via auditions. They excelled in all aspects but due to their recent return from studying abroad, had delayed marriage plans and chose to join the reality show. The host then came forward. Everyone should be familiar with each other by now. Next, we'll head to the airport. Our destination this time is Romantic Province. May you all have an unforgettable summer. Lu Siki stood in the corner, his gaze sweeping over all the guests, not spotting Hua Zhao's figure, which involuntarily made his lips curl. Is he not coming then? That's quite self-aware of him. He couldn't help but feel smug, moving closer to Jianli subconsciously for closer contact. When the group boarded the bus to the airport, Lu Siki attempted naturally to sit next to Jianli, but was abruptly stopped by a cold voice. Jianli lifted his eyelids, a mocking curve appearing at the corners of his mouth. With so many seats available, why do you insist on sitting next to me? Are you looking for trouble? Chapter 62. We poor people can't afford €500 per night 5-star hotels. From the beginning of the gathering, the cameraman already set up the live streaming cameras. Every move inside the bus was under fans' scrutiny. Clearly, Lu Siki understood the situation. When confronted by Jianli, his expression only changed momentarily before he calmed down. Shaoli, I just wanted to explain the recent incidents. Do you really need to be so confrontational? Jianli curled his lip, no explanation needed. Keeping your distance is the best form of explanation. Lu Siki hadn't anticipated such arrogance from Jianli, who showed no sign of holding back in front of the cameras, grinding his teeth irritably. Fine, very well. He moved to the other side and sat down grumpily. Let's see how long you can keep this up. Seeing the tension between them, Lu Yuanhang felt secretly delighted yet dared not express it openly, fearing angering Lu Siki at this moment would backfire. Thus, he carefully seated himself in the front row. Once the bus started, he passed a sandwich from his bag backward. Brother Chi, did you eat breakfast? I've brought one specifically for you. Lu Siki accepted it with a grimace and nodded, thanks. He had rushed back early from another place, leaving no time for breakfast. Years of inconsistent work hours often disrupted his meal schedule, causing him chronic gastritis. And any hint of hunger would lead to unbearable pain. And yet, Hua Xiao remembered these details, while Jianli clearly didn't. Previously, wasn't it always Hua Xiao bringing breakfast for him? As the sandwich reached his lips, Lu Siki suddenly hesitated. It dawned on him, hadn't the Jianli of the past disappeared long ago? The revenge squad inside the bus wasn't interested in watching the pair exchange sweet words and largely kept their eyes closed, resting. The host, microphone in hand, tried to stir some enthusiasm among the guests, suggesting small games to enhance familiarity among them, but except for the original residents responding enthusiastically, others remained like motionless corpses, showing absolutely no reaction. It seems everyone was pretty tired last night. The host diffused the awkwardness himself, or maybe I should briefly introduce our itinerary upon arrival in Provence. As in previous seasons, our style remains budget travel. We will complete visiting all scenic spots using a limited amount of foreign currency. Of course, if the funds run out, the guests may engage in independent money-making activities to replenish the funds. Each evening during dinner, there will be a mutual choice round among the guests for their ideal partner, stating reasons for their choice. If successful in mutual selection, a 2-hour date the following day shall be awarded. Apart from a unique earning element where guests must fundraise their own tourism costs, Sweet Journey followed processes similar to other dating shows. In the midst of restricted budgets, daily tasks and the concerns of food and lodging left the guests frazzled. And no one had much energy to focus on romance. Not breaking into fights right away was already impressive. By the time it came to the evening mutual selection segment, the likelihood of any pair locking eyes was slimmer than climbing to heaven. Initially, fans weren't pleased at all. Comments flooded in on screen, what do you call this sweet? Fooling around, aren't you? But as time went by and conflicts between guests escalated, the tone of comments shifted suddenly. Shit. Nothing smells better than arguing. Keep dancing and keep fighting. And so, what should have been a sweet dating show ingeniously gained popularity for an entirely different reason. Hence, towards the end of his long-winded explanation, the host started emphasizing repeatedly, all guests must remain rational and abide by laws while abroad. Otherwise, if arrested by police, it would involve the consulate. The chat room erupted in laughter upon hearing this. Maintain rationality. Host, did you forget the name of the show is Sweet Journey? Suddenly reminded of last season, who exactly pulled whose hair? Didn't expect the wig to pop off when pulled. I remember, someone young already had a bald head. Pulled out of the show overnight by plane. Caused lifelong introversion. Director of Sweet Journey, how malicious are you? Malicious. You've hit my heart with your malice. Every day, watching replays makes me feel like there's a special flavor. Not long after, the guests arrived at the airport. After waiting for half an hour in the exclusive boarding lounge, a renowned movie emperor strolled in late but was extremely courteous. Sorry everyone, just finished an interview, that's why I'm late. It's what emperor? The original resident stood up excitedly, not late at all. It's great, I thought Emperor Hua might be absent. Otherwise, no more CP drama. Elder single female Nan's eyes lit up like bulbs, clapping as though energized on caffeine. Welcome, welcome. Is this sister interested in the emperor, perhaps? Yeah. Her gaze reminds me so much of myself, she seems to see him as walking candy. Did anyone notice Lu Siki's face? Like he'd swallowed a fly, terribly sour look, right? Hilarious. He probably thought Xiao wouldn't come, thus opening opportunities for him. That's why he insisted on sitting next to Brother Li. Ugh, sleazy guy. Just then, the flight departure announcement buzzed overhead. The guests organized their luggage and boarded the plane. Li Zimu carried his suitcase, standing hesitantly by his seat as if uncertain. Frustrated, Yuan Feng asked behind him, how can I pass if you're blocking? Unable to lift the suitcase. Can you help? Before Li Zimu finished, Yuan Feng grabbed it and hoisted it effortlessly. Li Zimu smiled appreciatively but then heard the remark. So weak, huh? Spare some time to strengthen those arms. Li Zimu. Was I just mocked? Haha, shit man. Do you really think every woman is as strong as Hong's sister, capable of breaking marble tiles barehanded? She's demonstrating weakness, are you saying she's genuinely weak? Brother, you're truly blunt. Bewildered, Li Zimu sat down and accidentally looked up. To see Luo Xiaohong easily flinging her suitcase onto the overhead rack. On the other side, Lu Yuanheng squeaked cutely, Brother Qi, could you lend a hand? I can't carry this. Lu Siki immediately took over and shoved the suitcase into the overhead compartment. Damn it, indeed I was mocked. Li Zimu felt quite frustrated. As the plane took off, the live broadcast paused momentarily. A few hours later, the plane landed in Paris. To get to Provence required a train ride, but since there were no trains left, they had to stay overnight. The host holding a megaphone announced, this season's travel budget is €500 per person, which can either be distributed now or managed collectively by one individual. Please make your decision quickly. Just 500. Lu Yuanheng was the first to protest loudly, not even enough for one night's stay. Before others could respond, Jianli stretched out his hand and said casually. Let's split it. We poor souls can't afford €500 per night 5-star hotels. But it doesn't necessarily apply to other guests. No surprise, Brotherly starts reverse sarcasm right away. Chapter 63, Awaken, Sexual Orientation. Although each season features dramatic confrontations, it's still rare to start things off with immediate conflict. After all, everyone wants to leave a good impression at the beginning, ensuring the first night doesn't end in awkwardness. The host observed the situation nervously while the fans became overly excited. You're told this is budget travel, yet you complain it's too little. If you want luxury, don't join variety shows. Brotherly is right, we're all brokeasses, can't afford €500 per night hotels. You're great, go for it if you dare, no one's stopping you. Is Lu Yuanheng asking for trouble? What moron would come up with such a character? Shall we discuss again? After all, there's a group discount when many people stay together, going alone wouldn't be cost-effective. The host wanted to ease the situation. Lu Yuanheng also realized something and cleared his throat, criticism aside, let's still proceed with this budget trip, I'm just not used to it yet. Being spoiled from an early age, suddenly thrown into such circumstances was like being put on some transformation show, grumbling was inevitable. Obviously, Lu Siki thought the same, pursing his lips and showing similar disdain for the €500 allowance. Only he had the sense not to blurt it out. I'll hand everything over to one person, no problem on my end, Lu Yuanheng added another sentence, trying to appear reasonable. How great, the host felt very reassured, everyone working together, overcoming difficulties. If you don't hurry, the last subway train will be gone too. Jianli spoke up. Although he had come from another world, luckily, it was parallel, so development and designs were similar. Before being blown away by that explosion, he'd also carried out a mission in Paris. This city of romance wasn't safe at all, with frequent explosions, thefts, robberies, and protests. What exactly was that mission? Jianli recalled. Oh yes. It was about eliminating a terrorist who'd hijacked a bus. The travel funds are all in this envelope, who should take charge? The host waved the envelope around. Lu Yuanheng quickly answered, my brother Qi speaks French well, let him handle it. The host nodded towards the other guests, do you have any objections? Yuan Feng raised his hand, yes. There are plenty who speak French, why let Lu Siki take care of it? He has no concept of common sufferings, what if he spends all our money? Lu Yuanheng sneered, what's the fun in bragging? Who could possibly speak French better than my brother Qi? Not me, perhaps, Zhou Nan from the intelligence agency stepped forward, proficient in 7 languages, but I know a thing or two. Humph, Lu Yuanheng didn't believe it at all, talks cheap without practice. Hearing this, Zhou Nan walked over to a blonde woman and began speaking fluent French without hesitation. A few minutes later, he turned back, did you hear that? Communication seamless. Lu Yuanheng was somewhat dazed, turning to look at Lu Siki, how about that, brother Qi? Lu Siki's expression darkened slightly, not bad. There were a few obscure dialect words he hadn't understood, indicating that Zhou Nan indeed studied thoroughly. Jianli rolled his eyes impatiently and directly snatched the envelope, shoving it into Zhou Nan's hands, are we leaving or what? Didn't you hear earlier? Foreign friend said only the last subway remains, if we miss it, we'll need a taxi. How much would taxis cost us with this many people? If anyone keeps nagging, don't blame me for dumping your body on the roadside. While saying this, he started carrying his suitcase toward the subway entrance. The enmity squad immediately followed. Lu Yuanheng stood there frowning, pretend all you want, acting as if you understood anything. An interpreter on site quietly responded, brotherly is correct, the last metro is coming soon, we must follow. Lu Yuanheng shot him an angry glance, don't butt in, fool. After all this commotion, even if the original resident was dim-witted, they now clearly knew who was against whom, and who held more power and authority. Thus, Nan Nan carried her suitcase chasing after, Zhou Nan. Big brother Nan. We share the same name. Your French is really amazing, I've been studying here for years but haven't reached your level. You've been studying here? Zhou Nan seemed surprised. In which year? I used to work here. In 2008. What a coincidence, so did I. We're close in age, this is truly destiny. Yuan Feng noticed something amiss and stared at Shihua Yi for a long time. Big brother Yi, is everything okay with you? Shihua Yi came to, Fine, why? Yuan Feng glanced downward. You might want to grip harder, the handle on your luggage is about to break. What? Realizing it late, Shihua Yi looked down and found real cracks on the handle. Damn, it was just bought. Something's wrong. Absolutely something's wrong. Could this be jealousy? Can't stand seeing Zhou Nan with Nan Nan. Awaken, sexual orientation. Too many couples to ship, can't keep up. Zhou Nan smoothly bought the last train tickets with euros. While distributing the tickets, he explained. Because I'm familiar with the geography of Paris, I took the initiative to choose our lodging for tonight. Single apartments, clean and tidy, only 40 euros per night. Nan Nan immediately excitedly chimed in, I know this place. Similar to youth hostels in our country, it's lively when everyone stays together. What? Not individual rooms? Lu Yuanhang questioned right away, only 40 euros, do we need to save this much? No one responded to his words. Jianli and Huashao were the first to grab their subway tickets and prepared for security checks. The other guests followed suit. Only Lu Yuanhang and Lu Siki remained standing there motionless. Zhou Nan walked over, or should we push the money back to you too? Lu Yuanhang was about to ask how the 40 euros spent would be calculated when a nonchalant voice cut through. I've heard before that he's pretentious, didn't think he'd be this bad. Lu Yuanhang tiptoed to look at who said it. Who are you talking about? Nan Nan turned around with a smirk on her face. You guess. She wasn't from the entertainment circle, so she had no such scruples. Last season, she had confronted people without hesitation, calling out a female celebrity as conniving for bullying new guests. And now with Lu Yuanhang, Nan Nan didn't plan to hold back. Anyway, she had long been unimpressed. The other guests paid no attention and one by one went through security. Li Zimu suddenly picked up his suitcase, approached Yuan Feng, and tried lifting it several times. What are you doing? Yuan Feng froze. The long-haired girl looked very serious. Actually, I'm not weak. I have strong arms. But her broker insisted on establishing a pure-hearted young woman persona. Which annoyed her to hell. What's going on? Did they cross paths on the plane, and it's still bothering them hours later? Haha, pretty grudgeful. Not to mention, carrying luggage in a long skirt, quite an interesting sight. Chapter 64, Tut Tut Tut. Let's gun you all down. The director behind the monitor was slightly bewildered. What's the situation here? This is supposed to be a romance show, not a powerlifting contest. Why did the tone change so suddenly? These contestants were indeed as described, toxic. Director, the assistant leaned over, laughing mischievously. Recently, straight-talking and funny characters have been trending, the little viewers like it. The director furrowed his brows. Is that true? The assistant pointed at the screen. Look at the fan count, it's rocketing up. Wow, really? The director found it hard to suppress his grin. So don't intervene, continue shooting naturally. In the end, neither of the two Lus chose to exit the group and followed the rolling crowd onto the subway. Despite being the last metro, the old and small carriages were still crowded. The air was poorly circulated, and various strange smells repeatedly stimulated their noses. Not only Lu Yuanheng disliked it, but even Lu Siki couldn't endure it, pursing his thin lips. How many more stops to go? Whenever he came to Paris, there was always chauffeur-driven transport. He had never taken public taxis or subways. He could hardly imagine that in such a prosperous city, there could be these dirty and lagging transportation methods. Roughly 10 stops, it'll take about half an hour to arrive. Zhou Nan demonstrated his professionalism in international exchange work, politely answering, I've already contacted the apartment. It's not tourist season, it can definitely accommodate us. Lu Siki's expression was sour. I'm not asking about that. Can we discuss next time before buying tickets? Shouldn't we only buy tickets after everyone agrees? He disdainfully covered his nose, speaking harshly and rudely. Before Zhou Nan got annoyed, Shihua Yi interjected first. Sit if you like, roll otherwise. Who the hell forced you to come along? You stayed silent earlier, why start complaining now? If you love living so luxuriously, just don't appear on TV shows. The development of our country is delayed because of rotten apples like you. His words came fast like bullets, leaving other guests stunned. Especially Zhou Nan, whose mouth hung open for a long while, looking as if he met another Shihua Yi. He stared dumbfounded. And you? Shihua Yi, not satisfied, turned to point at Zhou Nan. Why must you try to get cozy with everyone? What's your fake enthusiasm act about? It's precisely because you always act friendly that others dare crap on you. Zhou Nan. Wait a minute, are you doing an indiscriminate attack? Nan nan. Wait a minute, there's a feeling of being indirectly named. Live broadcast chat messages. What the hell, so satisfying. Never thought there'd be others besides Brotherly who could handle it like this. Ha ha ha, I feel like someone overturned a vinegar pot, the sourness is overwhelming. Shi Hua Yi, tut tut tut. Let's gun you all down. I thought only Lu Yuanhang was being obnoxious, but Lu Siki isn't any better, just that his wasn't touched until now. These two brothers really have no excuse. After being lectured at length, Lu Siki remained silent, his expression tight throughout the subway ride. Lu Yuanhang followed behind nervously, sensing the danger, and finally found an opportunity once they exited the subway. Brother, calm down. They're just poor ghosts who can adapt to any environment, they're not like us. Lu Siki abruptly stopped in his tracks, turning around fiercely. Do you think you're superior to everyone? If the Lu family hadn't adopted you, you might even be worse than them. The sharp and biting look on his face made Lu Yuanhang falter as he chuckled uncomfortably. Big brother, aren't we one family? Why suddenly? Lu Siki sneered coldly. Our family certainly doesn't have panda blood. Leaving those words behind, he turned and walked away. Used to such esteemed status for so long, he'd never been publicly humiliated in any setting. Especially when he caught a glimpse of Jianli smirking with disdain out of the corner of his eye. Lu Siki's defenses crumbled entirely, with suppressed anger swelling within him. It just so happened that Lu Yuanhang chose this moment to stoke the fire, and without hesitation, he lashed out completely. Carrying their suitcases for a while longer, the guests finally saw a worn sign that read, Youth Apartment. Zhou Nan rang the doorbell directly, and inside came a French reply, I'm coming right away. In less than a minute, the door opened, and a handsome blonde man greeted them enthusiastically. An old friend? Zhou Nan nodded. It's been a long time. The handsome man moved forward to embrace Zhou Nan but was interrupted by Shi Hua Yi. Let's go inside first, we're exhausted and starving. Lao Yi, Zhou Nan glanced over mischievously. You seem off. Is menopause approaching? Shi Hua Yi cursed angrily. You're the one going through menopause. Zhou Nan immediately wrapped his arm around the Frenchman's neck and began speaking fluent French, laughing heartily as they entered the apartment. Shi Hua Yi narrowed his eyes and suddenly turned toward Jianli. Little Li, are they talking badly about me? Jianli. Probably. One said your brain has issues. The other said that's how you appear. Unable to hold back her laughter, Nan Nan was scolded by Shi Hua Yi, who then mimed locking the luggage before continuing. The other guests started entering the building one after another. Yuan Feng was about to lift his suitcase when someone reached out before him. Wait, let me help you. Ah. Surprised, Yuan Feng turned around and saw Li Zimu already lifting both cases without question. See if I'm weak now. Not weak, not weak. Yuan Feng hurriedly gave thumbs up. Sister, you're the strongest in the universe. Spare me. I messed up. Huh, brother Yuan Feng is truly scared and won't dare say anything reckless anymore. It's getting more like a reality show. Everyone's so real, I've got a feeling there'll be a fight tonight. By the way, Lu Siki seems to be preparing. He criticized Lu Yuanhang mercilessly earlier, and soon it will affect other guests. Laughing to death, let him bring it on, watch my brotherly destroy him effortlessly. Once all the guests entered the apartment, the Frenchman spoke broken Chinese. There are 2 rooms for the boys, 1 room for the girls, showers and hot water are downstairs. Everyone clean up and come down for dinner. Sure enough, it wasn't individual rooms, several people would need to share together with no bathroom attached. Only public facilities were available. Lu Siki's expression worsened further, making so much noise dragging his suitcase that the wooden floor creaked under the pressure. How do we distribute the rooms? Asked Luo Chen with a shaved head, trying to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. Jianli nodded towards the rooms. Pick whichever you like. Luo Chen smiled. Then I'll take one without hesitation. After picking one nearby, he entered the room and selected a windowside position. Jianli turned back to see Hua Xiao hadn't moved yet and grinned. Your turn. I'll choose beside you. Hua Xiao's smile bent his eyebrows. Seems safer. Before the words faded, someone jumped up. I disagree. Chapter 65, A Burst of Fury, for a moment. Hilarious, both of them agreed, but you don't. What's it got to do with you? Alright, camera crew, don't hide anymore, let me see who this death wisher is. By the sound of it, isn't it Lu Yuanhang? Or could it be Lu Yuanhang 2.0? What a joke 2.0. Huh, isn't it just Lu Siki, Lu Yuanhang's older brother? Lu Siki seemed to have no intention of avoiding the topic, stepping forward after raising an objection. Since it's a variety show, there should be rules for variety shows, right? We can't let everyone do as they please. Jianli chuckled in response, so what would you suggest then? Responding in his Taiwanese accent, Lu Siki's expression shifted subtly before replying, how about drawing lots? Decide rooms and beds by drawing lots. As soon as he finished speaking, a scornful laugh echoed from not too far away. Luo Xiaohong sneered, rolling her eyes. Is it necessary to draw lots just to sleep? You've got nothing better to do, huh? Men are truly bitches, us women aren't like that at all. Come on, don't bother with them, let's go inside first. Oh, wait, what was your name again? Li Zimu. I see you've got unique bones, a martial arts prodigy, right? Where's your master from? You mean I don't have one yet? How about? The three female guests had already entered the room, and with the sound of the door closing, their conversation abruptly stopped. Lu Siki's expression grew increasingly worse, and he finally experienced what it felt like to be targeted by everyone. Isn't this deliberate exclusion? Not caring for capital power? That's simply going too far. Amidst the awkward atmosphere, Huashao suddenly spoke up. Let's draw lots then, and have the staff help make some paper slips. Don't delay dinner. After speaking, he glanced towards Jianli. Jianli subconsciously patted her stomach. Shit. How did he know I'm hungry? Alright. Someone responded behind the lens. In the live broadcast chat, comments popped up. So sweet. It's definitely because of our brother Li that he compromised, right? Exactly, primarily to prevent Jianli from starving. Jianli, husband, I'm so hungry, food. Huashao, wife, hang on, here it comes. With 9 male guests and 2 rooms, an uneven distribution was inevitable. Guxuan, the senior overseas returnee, modestly offered, you all pick first, give me the last spot. Lu Yuanheng, who had been criticized earlier, became quieter, silently standing in the background. Only when the final results came out did everyone start heading into the rooms. Luo Chen slowed down a few steps and was pulled aside by someone while the cameraman wasn't paying attention. A voice low and devilish whispered into his ear, do you know what to do now? Yes, yes. Luo Chen nodded, raising his eyes to catch sight of Lu Yuanheng smirking proudly, walking into the other room. He stood frozen in place, his mind unconsciously drifting back to the start of his career when he went to a bar as required by his agent. That was where all the nightmares began. The arrangement of the dormitory room was simple, a typical French medieval style. 5 beds, 1 table, and 1 chair made up all the furnishings. Under the dim yellow light, the white bed sheets and duvet covers appeared quite warm and comfortable. Huashao successfully drew the spot next to Jianli, casually pressing a pillow as he placed his suitcase down. We're really destined, eh? Jianli turned around to meet the handsome face, her lips curving into a sly smile. What kind of fate? The type for meddling? It's certainly not bad karma, Huashao smirked faintly. Shit, even in my aunt's variety show. Can't I just do whatever I want? Lu Siki should have conducted proper market research before deciding whether to participate in this variety show. Otherwise, he'd die without understanding why. In the other room, Lu Siki was indeed seething with anger. He couldn't figure out why such a simple and effective way of disrupting order didn't work. How come Huashao succeeded instead? Damn, what went wrong? Lu Siki angrily slammed his fist onto the bed. The thick quilt absorbed all his rage. Fans in the live stream saw this and burst out laughing, hitting their keyboards hard. Fuck. Isn't this like a punch landing on cotton? A burst of fury, only lasting a moment. Quilt, my biggest reaction has been no reaction at all. Dinner is ready, you can come down to eat. Apparently, the French man had studied Chinese, and his simple sentences were pretty fluent. However, just as he finished speaking, still savoring his own pronunciation, he looked up to see a swarm of people rushing down the stairs. The French man. What is he going to do? An anti-terrorism drill? Look how the boss got scared, his back tightly pressed against the wall, afraid of being blown over. Don't be afraid, it's just a leftover from military training. When I first started university, every time I went to the cafeteria, it was like there was a dog chasing me. Brother Li is too cute, rushing out of the room like a whirlwind with a group of friends following him. Every time everyone seriously rushes for food, I can't help but laugh. By the time Jianli reached the dining room, the table was already filled with steaming hot dishes. Zhou Nan stood by introducing French braised potatoes, French onion soup, roasted bread, grilled steak, and 2 bottles of rare red wine. Brother, you really know me. Jianli gave a thumbs up, sat down in one go, picked up the knife and fork to cut a piece of steak meat, put it in his mouth, and looked extremely satisfied. Authentic. Lu Siki walked in and upon seeing this scene, said dismissively, you haven't eaten anything good. Jianli shot him an oblique glare, is your mouth connected straight to your large intestine? Can it process? Suddenly he smirked, never mind, I won't ruin such a beautiful mealtime by saying things that affect appetite. You all can fill in the blanks yourselves. Lu Siki flushed with embarrassment, you. Don't go too far. Does this need filling in? Straight to the large intestine means anything could spew out. I was getting hungry, then after imagining, my appetite disappeared instantly. Lu Siki is so repelling, Brother Li did well in cursing him. Huashao cut a piece of bread and dipped it into the onion soup, placing it on Jianli's plate, eat, ignore idiots. Jianli glanced at Huashao in surprise, yo, master actor, you. Don't need to maintain an image. Huashao seemed to understand what he implied and leaned over to his ear, with a thick fortune, there's nothing to be afraid of. Jianli said, but don't get too arrogant, this world hates wealth envy. He picked up the piece of bread and suddenly changed the topic, however, it doesn't matter, I'll protect you. Even if you're kidnapped by a top terrorist, I will rescue you. Hua Xiao's almond-shaped eyes became more curved, cutting another slice of bread while asking with a low, husky voice, do you want to dip this one in garlic-flavored egg yolk sauce this time? Jian Li's eyes lit up, let's try. Their interaction, ignoring everyone else, caused Lu Siki to clench his fists. Are you intentionally trying to piss me off? Jian Li, don't regret it. Chapter 66, Are there any secrets between the two of you that can't see the light? Luo Chen walked last and didn't rush to the dining room. Passing by the kitchen, he was suddenly grabbed inside before he could react. Who? Luo Chen instinctively shouted, only to be silenced by a menacing glare. Shouting what? Lu Yuanhang peeked outside to make sure no one noticed the commotion, then relaxed. You want people to see this, right? Do you think this way, you can escape my control? Yuanhang bro, I didn't mean that. Luo Chen hung his head, his handsome young face showing weariness mixed with fear and helplessness. Lu Yuanhang snorted coldly, don't forget, your indenture contract is still with me. Pay 5 million to buy it back. Luo Chen lifted his head, shocked and staring, 5 million. Last week, it was 3 million. Does interest not rise? Lu Yuanhang sneered maliciously, if you keep delaying, it will cost even more. Luo Chen's heart filled with anger, but he dare not speak up. After a long silence, he managed to mutter, I'm working hard to make money. Bro Yuanhang, give me a bit more time. Lu Yuanhang glanced around shrewdly, I'm not entirely unreasonable. There's now a chance to wipe out the interest, it depends on whether you can seize it. What? Luo Chen's eyes, once dull, regained their light, bro Yuanhang, tell me. As long as I can manage it. Lu Yuanhang suddenly became mysterious, leaning closer and whispering into Luo Chen's ear. The latter tried to suppress his discomfort, growing increasingly furrowed brows as he listened, until he couldn't hold himself back anymore and asked, bro Yuanhang, isn't this illegal? Of course, stupid. Lu Yuanhang huffed, if it were so easy, would it have saved millions in interest? Think it through yourself. If the debt is exposed, you'll end up disgraced and infamous. Luo Chen remained silent. Lu Yuanhang patted his shoulder, let me know when you've made a decision. You know me, I'm not patient, might change my mind any time. After muttering that, Lu Ershao walked out of the kitchen. Suddenly, a towering figure flashed in front of him. Shit. Lu Yuanhang pressed his chest, Yuan Feng, how are you here? Realizing it for a moment, his expression became unnatural. You, how dare you eavesdrop on others' conversations? Yuan Feng's lips curved into a mocking smile, do you two have any secrets that can't be revealed? Of course not. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly denied, we're from the same agency, having a private chat is quite normal, right? And you, lurking around stealthily, as if up to no good. Yuan Feng's sharp gaze flickered between Lu Yuanhang and Luo Chen, then after several seconds, he raised the plate in his hand. There's no more garlic-flavored egg yolk sauce, I came to get some. Are you two done with your secret talk? Can I go in now? Lu Yuanhang's face turned red, what secret talk, we're just chatting normally. Ah, you two chatting normally, Yuan Feng stepped inside deliberately raising his voice repeating that sentence. The live stream fans heard everything clearly. Haha, shit. Brother Feng almost wrote, I don't believe it, on his forehead. Lu Yuanhang insists so much, sounds like trying too hard to cover something. Nope, no way. Don't waste my Luo Chen. There's rarely anyone as great as him in today's talent show scene, pure white sportsman body with perfect features. By the way, isn't Lu Yuanhang famous for exploiting juniors? Especially those under his own agency, could he be forcing Luo Chen? Dear me, it's quite possible. See, Luo Chen says nothing, his complexion poor, looks like there's indeed an issue. The director behind the monitor saw this scene and started worrying again, my goodness, are these netizens all homes? To deduce so much just by facial expressions. If this involves any entertainment industry scandal, will my program be reviewed? An assistant nearby consoled him, director, relax. Even in previous seasons when they fought till blood was drawn, our show wasn't banned. And anyway, we're the daughter of the third princess herself. To put it bluntly, even if one of them collapses completely, we can blur their face in post-production or replace it with a scene swap technology, wouldn't that solve the problem? The director listened, finding it quite reasonable, thumbing up, you're smart. Dinner was simple, and the guests didn't take long to finish. Taking advantage of everyone being present, they began discussing the next day's itinerary. The apartment owner spoke first, I suggest we take the bus first, then catch the train, that way we'll save money arriving at Provence. Zhou Nan nodded, that's true, taking the GV would only take 3 hours, but we must pinpoint the location beforehand. Can you say something everyone understands? Isn't boasting like that pointless? Lu Yuanhang coldly huffed. All the guests' gazes focused on him, disbelief painted on their faces as if to say, you really don't understand. Zhou Nan smiled wryly, living in Paris for so long and still not knowing about the GV. You truly amaze me. I'm just concerned the viewers might not know. Lu Yuanhang added after the fact. Hey. Even through the screen, I can smell the strong tea flavor. Who the hell asked you to explain? Stop clowning around. ISNGV, just the short name for French high-speed rail. I'd advise you not to open your mouth if you're ignorant. At this moment, an off-screen voice inserted. Special reminder, once we arrive at Provence, we need to unlock according to the task spots. For instance, the Palais de Papes, the Broken Bridge, the Donxy Rock Park, along the Rhône riverbank, the Notre Dame Cathedral, the Theatre Carnival Festival. The tourism booklet handed out later will have detailed markers and time constraints. Due to the tight schedule and heavy tasks, the production team suggests taking the earliest train tomorrow morning to reach Provence as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Jian-Li stood up immediately. What else is there to discuss? Go sleep upstairs. Okay. The revenge group acted swiftly, dragging a bunch towards the second floor. Other original residents hesitated for a moment and followed upstairs as well. Only the two Lus remained in the dining room, stubbornly refusing to leave. What's this? Lu Yuanheng pouted, complaining, not listening to anyone else's opinions. Isn't that just dictatorship? While grumbling, he stole glances at Lu Siki's reaction, noticing his obscure expression, and continued to embellish. Once the new benefactor arrived, things changed. He seems extra influential wherever he goes, as if commands always bring results. Siki, don't you think so? Lu Siki's face darkened. Shut up. After being scolded several times, Lu Yuanheng finally couldn't stand it anymore, and with his neck stiffened, he huffed, Brother, it was clearly them who provoked you. Why take it out on me? That's so unfair. Before Lu Siki could respond, a mocking voice interjected. There are many unfair things in the world, this is just the start. By the time your brother turns his back on you and cripples you, then cry if you want. Lu Siki abruptly turned around to see Jian-Li holding a cup of water ready to head upstairs. Me, am I really that kind of person in your eyes? Humph, Jian-Li smirked, even worse than what I said. Chapter 67, If Heaven Wants You Dead, It Will First Drive You Insane. Back in the room, Lu Siki remained restless. He simply couldn't figure out how someone could change so drastically within such a short time. It was as if his soul had been swapped. Where did the timid, weak, often red-eyed yet unreservedly affectionate Jian-Li go? Why was there not even a trace of familiarity left? Could it be that he was pretending all along? At this thought, Lu Siki's expression darkened further. TCH, turns out he's just like his mistress mother. Fickle and flighty. Flirting from morning to night. The more Lu Siki thought about it, the angrier he got, burying himself in the quilt before suddenly shouting, what a hellish place, moldy quilts too. So disgusting. So delicate, complaining wherever you go, just like your panda-blood younger brother. I used to think Lu Siki was in control of a massive enterprise and quite young for his achievements, but after this dating show, my filter completely shattered. There's an old saying, if heaven wants you dead, it will first drive you insane. Well, keep acting up until the finale. The lights were turned off in the room, and the live chat comments gradually quieted down. Everyone was resting up, eagerly waiting to watch tomorrow's drama unfold in the dating show. City A, Key High School. Boarding students woke up early to do morning exercises. Previously, Jian-Yu somewhat disliked sports and always sought ways to sneak away to memorize a few more English words. After all, for someone of humble origins like him, studying was the only way out. Such cases were numerous. Dormitory teachers mostly turned a blind eye, trying not to disturb the students. They also wanted their kids to get good grades anyway, running laps was merely a formality. But today was bizarre, as Jian-Yu, who usually ran away first, was running particularly hard, taking the lead. Strengthen the body through exercise. Abide by rules, defend the homeland. Jian-Yu shouted the slogans diligently, nearly deafening everyone. Every movement appeared meticulously disciplined, emanating an upright and robust aura. In contrast, most others looked utterly exhausted. Studying is tiring enough already, and you still have so much energy. I admire you. After staying up late studying until 2 last night, being caught at 5 this morning to run laps. Anyone would shuffle forward step by step, right? One student behind seemed privy to some insider information and whispered, Jian-Yu's brother is the conscription campaign endorser, he doesn't want to disgrace his big brother. Who? Jian-Li. Haven't you heard? He's super famous lately. I've heard of him. One of the front row classmates brightened up, oh wow, he's my new idol, is he Jian-Yu's older brother? Right now, he's on the dating show. There are also other guests from Alone Warriors. They're starting overhauling variety shows. I'm a huge fan of Luo Xiaohong, Big Sister Hong. Everyone calls her Invincible Luo now. Wow, Sister Invincible is really invincible. And our brother Feng too. While doing their morning runs, the students began chattering excitedly. Jian-Yu's lips curved slightly under the gradually rising morning sun. Recently, the reality shows have become quite inspiring, affecting not just him but others similarly. The aesthetic of white, frail, skinny idols should be discarded. Replacing it with those who are full of strength. Not only capable of protecting themselves, but others as well. With that thought in mind, Jian-Yu ran even harder. Turning back an hour later, the morning exercises ended, and the students returned to the dorms to freshen up. Jian-Yu was very time efficient. After quickly tidying up, he ate breakfast in a cafeteria and headed straight to the classroom for self-study. Just before the first class, the teacher suddenly stood at the door. Jianyu, come out for a moment, someone's looking for you. Jianyu looked up and hesitated. Someone is looking for me? Who could it be? Isn't Jianli still filming his show? Though puzzled, he followed the new head teacher to the office anyway. But as soon as he took one step inside and saw who it was, Jianyu turned around and wanted to leave immediately. Xiaoyu, why are you running away after seeing your dad? The voice of Jian Jingfeng came, and Jianyu's expression seemed to suppress something before he turned back. Dad, what are you doing here? Look at this child. Jian Jingfeng gave an awkward smile to the teacher. I came because I miss you, of course. It's been so long since we last met. Dad misses you. Teacher, can I have a private chat with Xiaoyu? The homeroom teacher nodded. Sure, I'll go to class first. Let me know if there's anything. Great. Jian Jingfeng grinned, suddenly realizing that he sounded a bit odd, so he closed his mouth quickly. The homeroom teacher just remained silent. In a blink, only the two were left in the office. Jian Jingfeng didn't bother to pretend anymore. He plopped down on the chair, legs crossed with an air of arrogance. You think hiding in school will keep me from finding you? Huh. He pulled out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, along with a lighter to ignite one. Jianyu quickly intervened. Smoking is not allowed in the office. Where does it say smoking isn't allowed? Jian Jingfeng suddenly became irritable. Stop dragging your feet and just tell me, did your brother give you any money? Not a cent should be hidden. Hand everything over. I swear I'm the unluckiest person alive, raising such morons like you two. Especially your brother, not even paying off gambling debts, making people pull out one of my front teeth. As he spoke, he showed off a black hole where his tooth used to be right in front of Jianyu. At this sight, Jianyu felt no sympathy but instead found it deeply satisfying. His voice turned hard. It was your own decision to gamble, you should pay off your debts yourself. My brother doesn't have the obligation to help you with these nonsense things. Bullshit. Jian Jingfeng sat straight up in anger. He's my son. It's a natural law that the son repays the father's debt. He narrowed his eyes, revealing a sinister light. Jianyu, tuition and boarding fees at key schools aren't cheap, are they? Your brother must have given you some money already. Now hand it all over, or else we'll fight till the end. You stop attending school then. I'll drag both of you down with me. Jianyu glared at him coldly, like looking at a complete stranger. Suddenly, a smirk curved at the corner of his lips. Isn't it just about money? Wait. Since the mobile phone hadn't been handed in yet, he took it out from his school uniform pants, his fingers swiftly tapping on the screen. Jian Jingfeng leaned back against the chair back again, exuding a confident demeanor. That's the way to do it. My gain is also your gain. I am your father, how could I ever let you down? Suddenly, the phone emitted a loud speaker sound. Jian Jingfeng froze. What are you doing? I'm asking my brother for money. Jianyu smiled insincerely. Jian Jingfeng had been truly scared, hastily reaching out his hands. Wait. Unfortunately, his movement was too slow. It was already too late. A leisurely unconcerned voice came through the other side of the line. What's the matter? Brother, Dad came to school and asked me for money. Jianyu got straight to the point. He lost a tooth because he owed others gambling debts. There was a short laugh of disdain from the phone. Is Jian Jingfeng nearby? Hand the phone to him. Jian Jingfeng shuddered violently. I don't need it anymore. I'm leaving. Chapter 68, Anti-Romance Personality. There's a 7-hour time difference between China and France. That is. While Jianyu was having morning study, it was late night for Jianli. Woken up in the middle of the night by the call, his low, somber voice sounded like it was coming from hell, causing Jian Jingfeng to tremble involuntarily. Little Li, did I disturb your shooting? He gave a forced laugh twice. Xiaoyu, this kid is really out of line, going so far just to call you. The two of us are fine, don't worry about us, focus on your work. Jianli let out a faint hum, his tone still indifferent. Are you at the school? Yes, Jian Jingfeng responded respectfully into the phone. I just missed my son, so I came to check on him. Your front tooth was pulled, yet you still don't mend your ways. Jianli raised an eyebrow and yawned in the darkness. Jian Jingfeng hesitated. How do you know? The next second, a terrifying thought suddenly popped into his mind. Could it be that you orchestrated it? Jianli chuckled lightly. If you don't lose something, how would you remember? It's you, all right. Jian Jingfeng fumed with rage. I am your father. How dare you turn against me and let creditors pull out my front tooth? Now there must be a live broadcast going on. Let the whole nation hear what kind of unfilial son you are. At these words, Jianli suddenly became alert, sitting up abruptly. Just as he was about to snap back, he suddenly noticed a beam of light shining over from the side. Glancing sideways, he saw Hua Xiao holding a phone with the flashlight turned on. I'm helping you with the lighting, go ahead. Jianli smirked. Brother. That's really considerate. He'd make a perfect boyfriend. But the smile only lingered for a moment before his lips straightened again, and he scoffed coldly. Since you want the entire country to hear, I wouldn't mind telling them some of your exploits either. This time when you went to Jianyu, it was just to extort money from him again, wasn't it? You already took the tuition fee last semester, which caused him to always be chased by teachers and almost got expelled. He didn't have food allowance for living at school, so he could only eat steamed buns every day, and still suffers from malnutrition even now. Jian is academically excellent and would not have any problems entering a prestigious university, but because of a gambling-addicted father, he's been ridiculed and bullied by classmates. Several students beat him up while the school only dealt with him. After so many things happened, you never cared or asked anything about it, yet you continue frequenting casinos, owing debts everywhere, and letting others pay off for you. You should be ashamed of yourself. Jian Jingfeng had no moral high ground in the first place, his argument based on filial piety couldn't hold water. After receiving such a thorough scolding, he had no capacity to fight back, merely stuttering without being able to say anything coherent. You, what do you mean by you? Jian Li's voice carried laziness as he spoke the hardest words with the softest tone. Let me warn you, get lost immediately. Or I'll have your other front tooth pulled out as well. After saying that, he hung up directly and turned around saying, now, I'm going to sleep. Okay, Huashao obediently put away the phone, turned off the flashlight, and lied back into the blanket. The other guests were actually pretending to be asleep. Hearing Jian Li's tirade, they couldn't help but marvel inwardly. Impressive. Concise and straightforward, hitting the key points. Especially that tough edge, something ordinary people couldn't achieve. Luo Chen, who was huddled in the corner, started feeling troubled secretly. This guy's simply too difficult to deal with, might as well keep repaying the debt then. Compared to owing money, Jian Li seemed scarier. Thinking of this, he turned over regretfully. If only he hadn't entered the entertainment industry, wouldn't he be happier now? After the call was hung up, the office fell into an oppressive silence. A few minutes later, Jian Yu frowned impatiently. Do you have anything else? I need to go to class soon. Jian Jingfeng forced a conciliatory smile. Son, can you please persuade your brother not to quarrel with me so fiercely? Can you give me a little bit of money to spend? I'm truly starving here. Jian Yu retorted, if you're starving, how come you're still gambling? This left Jian Jingfeng speechless for a moment, then watched as his younger son walked away without looking back. Damn. Wasted trip. Jian Jingfeng's face contorted furiously as he cursed aloud, walking out of the office. Standing by the school gate ready to hail a taxi, his mobile phone suddenly rang. Pulling it out, his fierce expression vanished instantly, replaced with fear and cowardice. Hello, boss, please give me 2 more days, once Jian Li finishes his program and returns to the country. Tonight? Hiss, I'm a bit short on cash right now. Credit first. That's amazing. Maybe tonight I'll overturn the table. Putting the phone back in his pocket, Jian Jingfeng's lips curled greedily as he whistled and hailed a taxi. As soon as he sat down, he drove off with arrogance. When the guests woke up in the morning, the French landlord had already prepared breakfast. Although it was simple milk and bread, the cheese and butter were complete, looking very appetizing. Master Zhou, 40 euros worth it. Nan Nan somehow had already connected with Zhou Nan, calling him master every single time, sounding super sweet. Viewers already waiting in the live stream room felt something was off. Her name isn't South Nan, right? Could she be planning something romantic? Wait, why does Nan Nan look at Shi Hua-yi when greeting Master Zhou? There seems to be something in her eyes. Something fishy is going on here. Let me investigate deeply. No need for digging deep, I've arrived with screenshots from Nan Nan's Weibo. She's actually a hardcore girl, Yaoi fan, recently fangirling over Zhou ECP. Zhou E? Zhou Nan, Shi Hua-yi. Holy cow, the Chinese language is so profound. So these two have this kind of content going on. I don't think I will ever fully research it in my lifetime. As Shi Hua-yi sat down at the restaurant, he swept his eyebrows and glanced over. Oh, when did you two become schoolmates? Nan Nan stuffed a piece of bread into her mouth. Aren't we all either studying or working in France? This way makes us feel closer. She blinked her eyes and changed the subject. Big brother E, are you jealous? Shi Hua-yi, who was drinking milk, choked immediately. Ahem, what? Do I look jealous? Don't kid me. I just can't stand how familiar you two have gotten. Since this is a dating show, getting more familiar makes it easier to understand each other. Nan Nan, the top student, was once the #1 debater in school with incredible eloquence. Her quick retort came as easily as flipping her hand. Does Big Brother E not think like that? Shi Hua-yi feigned nonchalance. I haven't given it much thought, just here to make money from the show and do tasks. Before he could finish speaking, Nan Nan pursued further. Big Brother E, do you not like anyone? Shi Hua-yi instinctively glanced toward Zhou Nan. No. I'm anti-romance personality type. I've never had such thoughts. Nan Nan gave a knowing smile, stubborn to the end. Huh. Chapter 69. What's this? Is this an indirect kiss? Huh, what the heck is an anti-romance personality? It's my first time hearing such a term. I've just screenshot this moment, let's see Shi Hua-yi's facepalm later. Your gaze at Zhou Nan wasn't pure at all. And now you're pretending innocence here. If yesterday you didn't get super jealous, I might believe you today. The director behind the monitor quietly gave the thumbs up. These viewers really have their stuff together, dissecting without basis yet confidently stating conclusions. Breakfast was brief because they needed to catch the Paris high-speed train. Lu Siqi hadn't slept well all night, took a quick bite and left the restaurant to head upstairs to pack. Seeing the barely touched plate nearly broke Lu Yuanhang's heart, who mumbled in less fluent French, "Hotel self-service breakfast offers more variety than this. It doesn't look so cheap either." He threw the napkin onto the table and left. Li Zimu, who'd been trying hard to prove himself, finally noticed something and turned to ask Luo Xiaohong, "Sis, has he always been acting like this?" "Huh?" Luo Xiaohong raised her face, lazily glancing at him. "Yeah, he's always been acting like this. You can treat him as air or even a punching bag. When his mood is good, you can ignore him. When his mood is bad, you can throw a couple of punches at him." Li Zimu suddenly understood, it can be done this way. Learned. Lu Yuanhang, climbing the stairs, heard every word from the conversation downstairs perfectly. Although furious, there was nothing he could do about it. He couldn't fight, and shouting wouldn't help. So what could he do? Pretend to be dumb. Before entering his room, Luo Chen suddenly came out next door. Lu Yuanhang stopped. "How was last night?" "No chance." Luo Chen's eyes darted around nervously. "Let's wait a bit longer." In a hurry, he rushed to the dining hall, brushing past Lu Yuanhang and muttering lowly, "We'd better avoid talking to each other as much as possible, or it'll attract attention." Just then, a teasing voice sounded behind them. Afraid of whose attention? Both Lu Yuanhang and Luo Chen turned to see Yuanfeng's handsome yet somewhat righteous face, feeling unison surprise in their hearts. Damn! How is he here again? Is he omnipresent or what? It's like being eavesdropped on. Could it be some sort of task? Lu Yuanhang was filled with doubts, but Yuanfeng just smiled and left the corridor. When descending the stairs, there was some movement in his headphones. "Be careful, don't alarm him prematurely." Yuanfeng nodded slightly, keeping his voice extremely low. "I know my limits. The main goal is intimidation." Because these two were apparently plotting something inappropriate against Jianli. As a good friend, he absolutely cannot let it slide. The group set off. The French owner stood by the door to bid farewell. "Old Zhou, come often when you have time, bring your little schoolmate too." Zhou Nan waved back, "All right. Take care." Nan Nan also joined in with a laugh. "Goodbye, boss." Shi Hua-yi, seemingly deep in thought, frowned and stomped towards the bus stop with his suitcase like throwing a tantrum. Yuanfeng saw this scene and got puzzled. "Brotherly, what's going on here?" Jianli glanced at the involved parties once. "Maybe they're sulking." "Sulking? What the heck are two big guys sulking about?" Yuanfeng expressed his confusion, and Huashao, who was next to him, patted his shoulder. "You're still too young. Is their argument something very adult about?" Since they had to leave earlier than the morning rush hour, there weren't many people at the station. The guests easily carried their suitcases onto the bus that would take them to the high-speed train. After a few stops, they arrived at the station. Zhou Nan, holding the travel funds and everyone's ID documents, went to buy tickets. When he came back, he reminded everyone, "Keep up closely, pay attention to the platform, don't get on the wrong one." Brother Zhou's reminder is correct, Nan Nan echoed. Paris high-speed railway platforms are quite complex, it's easy to board the wrong train by mistake. "I once." Lu Yuanhang casually interrupted, "Do you really think we're as dumb as you? You just shut up already." Nan Nan rolled her eyes, "You're almost stirring up public resentment and still babbling." "You." Lu Yuanhang widened his eyes. "Shit. Now anyone can just reprimand me." Jianli didn't bother looking at him, taking out his own high-speed rail ticket and heading toward the security check channel. Huashao followed closely behind, offering a bottle of mineral water. "Thirsty? Have some." "Where did it come from?" Jianli showed surprise for a moment. All the money was with Zhou Nan. That guy was stingy like a miser, not even a cent could be squeezed out of him. After all, due to past rigorous training experiences, one could temporarily do without water. From the innkeeper, Huashao smiled faintly, adding another sentence, "It was a freebie." Jianli nodded in acceptance, "Thanks." To tell the truth, the bread earlier was a bit dry, drinking water would help. He took a big gulp and then handed the mineral water over. "Would you like a sip?" Huashao lowered his gaze, his eyes settling on the spot where Jianli's lips had touched. His Adam's apple moved. "Oh yeah, you have OCD." Jianli realized late, wanting to pull his arm back, but Huashao's move beat him to it. "I don't have OCD, I'm actually a bit thirsty." He said this while lifting the mineral water bottle, and lightly sipped from the mouthpiece. The live stream chat exploded. "What's this? This is an indirect kiss." "Huashao, darling, I only don't have OCD around you. Huh, brother Xiao, you've become naughty." "What's this, a little thirsty?" "I figured out, you intentionally wanted to be thirsty." Swooning. So sweet. Suddenly, Zhou Nan rushed over. "Where did you get this mineral water? How much money did you spend?" He used to manage the office and handle all financial expenditures. Large office supplies, small cafeteria procurements. Even the cost of coriander had to be calculated precisely, let alone the expensive mineral water. It was gifted, no money spent. Hua Xiao's lips curved into a pleased arc, patiently explaining for once. Zhou Nan nodded, free ones are acceptable. Having said that, he raised his arm to gather everyone, this way, hurry up, save time. We're not an elderly tour group. Don't always focus on eating and sleeping. Show some spirit, will you? Hey, you there, Shi Huayi. Why do you keep puffing up like a blowfish? What's that about? Hurry up and walk faster. Yuan Feng looked at this scene with astonishment, couldn't help but lean close to Luo Xiaohong's ear, lowering his voice, my old swan, it's like I saw our office director. Luo Xiaohong turned back in surprise, you even had an office director? Yeah, Yuan Feng regained consciousness, scratching his head, before entering the entertainment circle. Not being part of any government structure, Luo Xiaohong, who didn't understand the organizational framework, nodded, you had it tough. Our former director seemed just as nagging as Zhou Nan. In our sect, the head who managed internal affairs might as well compete with this one. Thinking about it gives one a feeling of suffocation. Chapter 70 Don't treat us as outsiders, or expect someone to rip here and now. Zhou Office Director Nan arranged the guests' trip details meticulously and considerately. The only thing missing was him holding a small flag, waving forcefully while promoting the travel agency. 3 hours and 23 minutes, arriving in Provence on time, he glanced at his watch, you can rest a bit now, wake up 10 minutes before, pay attention to the timing, don't miss your stop. Understood? Reply if so. Zhou Nan raised his voice again. An aura reminiscent of an old cadre in the civil service arose. The guests also received 9 years of education, subconsciously following rules, responded immediately, received. This reminds me of certain bureau trips out for research surveys. Don't talk nonsense, the 8 regulations are strictly enforced now. But Zhou Nan really has a strong bureaucratic style. Could he have secretly taken the civil service exam already? The host watched all this and feeling dissatisfied, ran to the director to report the situation, what's going on? Why is he taking over my job? Just let him hold on to the money, and this guy's using that little bit of authority he has to the fullest extent. He might as well take my hosting position. The director stared at the monitor deep in thought, sigh. It's not impossible either. Travel indeed discovers talent. Should we ask if he has any plans to switch to working behind the scenes? The host, director, forget I said anything. The entertainment industry still needs someone with an image like Zhou Nan. I'll go ask if there are any TV series similar to, In the Name of the People. After finishing speaking, the director walked off with a look of regret, wishing he could slap himself twice. How could he be so aggravating? He almost got himself fired. Tickets were assigned randomly based on the order of payment. Jian Li and Hua Xiao ended up sitting together as expected. Lu Yuanhang and Lu Siqi were also locked into the back row. The other guests adhered to the true essence of tourism, get off the bus to use the restroom and go back to sleep once aboard. Before long, there was no sound left in the carriage. Lu Yuanhang, worried that his brother Yang didn't eat enough breakfast, quietly asked, Brother Qi, are you hungry? Do you want to buy something to eat on the train? Lu Siqi, annoyed by the bobbing head in front that eventually landed right on his shoulder, snapped. Not hungry. If you're that idle, why don't you look at your phone? From some point onward. Lu Siqi couldn't hide his disdain for Lu Yuanhang anymore. It was as though he saw his own cruel suspicions and unfounded jealousies reflected in him. Something he didn't want to face or acknowledge, the most real and ugly side of himself. Alright. Lu Yuanhang, of course, couldn't understand the malice hidden in Lu Siqi's eyes, could only sulkily turn around, pretending to close his eyes and nap. 3 hours later, the high-speed rail arrived in Provence. As soon as they stepped out of the train station, they saw villages with French medieval architectural styles, filling the surrounding area with exotic charm. At the end of summer, the weather had already turned cool. In the bright sunshine, there was still lavender fragrance lingering around their noses. Romantic and pleasant, it made one feel like having an endless love affair. Alas, before this atmosphere lasted long, someone spoke up and interrupted. Guests getting off the train, please pay attention. Zhou Nan raised his hand, signaling everyone to look at him. If anyone needs to use the restroom, turn left, resolved within 10 minutes. No needs, stay put. We will wait for everyone to gather, then directly depart to have lunch. No wonder, being a former office director, arrangements were fully nanny style. Even the place to stop for lunch had been selected, just a 15-minute walk away. Apparently, no one felt urgent. Thus, after Zhou Nan finished speaking, everyone followed him toward the restaurant for lunch. August counts as the peak tourist season in Provence, everywhere filled with restaurants lined up with tourists. Long queues extended down the streets. Lu Yuanhang hadn't eaten enough breakfast originally, by this time, his stomach was growling even more. Seeing this scene, he asked anxiously. Are we going to queue up in the restaurant too? Lu Siqi slightly nodded his head, turning to ask Zhou Nan, what's the name of the restaurant we're going to? Toscana. Zhou Nan briefly replied. Lu Siqi frowned, this restaurant is quite popular, it definitely requires queuing. Isn't there a problem with your planned route? Zhou Nan, Luo Xiaohong's voice sounded from the side, just give these 2 cash and be done with it, I can't hold back any longer, or there's going to be violence. How? Lu Siqi raised an eyebrow, can't make suggestions when traveling. Must I act as if I'm mute? Lu Yuanheng joined in, you guys shouldn't be too over the top. Humph, a contemptuous voice came from the other side, stop being overly righteous, I'm tired of hearing that phrase. Jian Li's lips curved up arrogantly, so what if we're too over the top? What are you going to do about it? Cool. That's exactly how you should hit back at them both. They've been nagging non-stop since the start of the trip, aren't they exhausted yet? I trust Zhou Nan's organizational coordination ability. He'll handle the lunch session very appropriately. These two are simply worrying unnecessarily because they've got nothing better to do. My gosh, I just love friends like Nan who are excellent at planning. He makes travel arrangements so properly that all I need to do is leave my brain at home and take my luggage out. Lu Yuanheng was still not done arguing but was held back by Lu Siqi. With such confidence about having lunch, let's just follow him. Humph, if we don't queue for more than 2 hours, I'll owe you. The other guests had no objections and followed ahead. When they reached Toscana, sure enough, they saw a long line. Lu Siqi's lips curled up in a mocking arc, didn't I say it? Of course, we'd have to queue up. Judging by the number of people here, it seems we might not eat lunch until evening. What else can your mouth do besides spitting nonsense out? Shi Huai finally lost his temper, usually one who didn't curse, if you're so eager to eat, why didn't you eat more this morning? Lu Siqi narrowed his eyes, what's it got to do with you if I criticize Zhou Nan's arrangement? Why are you more agitated than the person involved? What does that mean? Shi Huai was momentarily choked by the counter-question. Feeling inexplicably guilty, his earlobes even turned red. Opening his mouth, he didn't know what to say when suddenly Zhou Nan came out from the restaurant, not going inside yet. The seats are already reserved. Hearing this, Lu Siqi wore a surprised expression, no need to queue. No need for any queuing. I made the reservation call in the morning. Zhou Nan gave him a glance as if he were an idiot and started walking into the restaurant. The others closely followed. When Huashao passed by Lu Siqi, his lips slightly lifted, don't doubt. You indeed are nothing but a clown jumping around right now. Huh, elder brother Xiao is dealing a final blow face to face. That's too damn satisfying. I just love this kind of variety show where they don't treat us outsiders. If someone gets on their nerves, they rip them apart on the spot. Chapter 71, Words Like Bombshells. Zhou Nan obviously knew France well. Be it local customs and culture or culinary arts, he could talk freely. The more famous dishes in Provence include fish soup and red wine braised beef. For sweet-toothed people, there's also souffle. The light and airy texture will make one's taste buds feel happy. Big brother Zhou, I would like a souffle. Nan looked forward eagerly while raising her hand, I especially yearn for happiness. Especially male happiness, hee. Zhou Nan gestured, okay, no problem. Then he turned to another person, Old E, what about you, have some dessert to change your mood. Otherwise, it's like you've swallowed a bitter pill and are ready to pick a fight with anyone. Shi Huai immediately became unhappy, neck stiffening, for whom am I doing this? Are you completely clueless? Clueless, Zhou Nan smirked, turning to ask others about their lunch preferences. With a belly full of anger but no outlet, Shi Huai puffed up his cheeks like a blowfish. The netizens watching in the live stream noticed this scene, and the comments lit up. I just realized, the romance between two middle-aged men can be quite intriguing too. What middle-aged men? Aren't they just 30? They are quite young. Terrible. Why am I called auntie at 30? It's not middle age yet, right? One cannot help but admit, both Zhou Nan and Shi Huai look good, very much like a couple, bold eyebrows, big eyes, and a dignified air not to be violated. Whistling, it occurs to me that they resemble civil servants within the system. While the live stream room was discussing, Jianli was studying the menu, hesitating over which main course to choose, then beside him came a crisp voice. The stewed beef is excellent, it uses burgundy red wine, leaving a rich aftertaste. This idea coincided with Jianli's thoughts, he curled his lips, fine. 2 portions of red wine stewed beef. Huashao handed the menu to Zhou Nan. I want fish soup. The following voice seemed to be challenging, the fish soup in French cuisine is the most savory, the red wine beef should have come from England. In fact, there are also French-style foie gras and baked snails, which are all fine dishes, unfortunately. Lu Siqi did not continue. Unfortunately, you don't have the money. Dude, you're traveling on a budget, stop craving those feasts, okay? Everywhere you go, showing off superiority. Honestly, I'm impressed. Speaking of which, shouldn't elder brother Xiao have more money than you? Yet, he never shows disdain for anything. I used to think 2 people sleeping in the same bed wouldn't differ so much. But these brothers clearly prove otherwise. The director behind the monitor rubbed his chin thoughtfully, for the first time, the barrage curses are so unified. It seems these 2 have caused a lot of trouble in previous shows. The assistant nodded in agreement, I heard that's the case. Later, they probably let themselves go. The director thought for a moment, then let's stir things up a bit more between the 2 of them so the netizens can enjoy it to their heart's content. The assistant was taken aback. Director, you're thinking of adding insult to injury? The director shot him a dirty look. Why do you have to be so crude? This is called going with the flow. After receiving instructions through his earpiece, the host walked into the restaurant holding a megaphone and said, due to excessive consumption discrepancies among the guests, the show production team suggests the guests split up freely, in pairs or larger groups. After lunch, we'll hear each one's choices. Although Zhou Nan was somewhat regretful about not being able to fully utilize his professional expertise, he still nodded in approval. Once the bill has been settled, I will hand over the leftover money. When he saw the yellow envelope being handed over, the host felt secretly pleased, feeling secure in his position once again. Thanks for your cooperation. Take it already. Without command power anymore, I want to see how you stay smug. Actually, the lunch turned out to be quite good. At least Jianli, as a carnivore, was pretty satisfied. He burped his way out of the restaurant. He instinctively wanted to wipe his mouth with his hands when suddenly someone with elongated fingers passed him a white napkin. Use this. And after you're done, give it back to me, I'll throw it away. Jianli looked up. Is this guy really this thoughtful? Are you getting too into character on a romance show? Ignoring the unusual vibe, Jianli took the napkin and said absently, thanks, buddy. Hua Xiao paused mid-motion. You're welcome. My goodness, Brother Li is way too straight-laced. The guy's practically throwing himself at you, and he still calls him buddy. Hua Xiao, buddy or not, what difference does it make when my spouse is a buddy? Whoa, truthfully speaking, this storyline came a little too abruptly. How did they just suddenly fall for each other? Upper floor, isn't it obvious? People are visual creatures, and our Brother Li is handsome and edgy, who wouldn't like that? That's right, that's right. Isn't Brother Lu Si-chi that scumbag who turned around? His jealousy was too evident. Yuan Feng glanced over to see Jianli and Hua Xiao, speaking nonchalantly, no matter how the other guests pair up, our grudge squad needs to stick together, right? Jianli nodded as if it were obvious. We've grown used to this group dynamic. Primarily due to teamwork and mutual understanding. I want to join you guys. Li Zimu stepped forward boldly with his head held high. Sister Hong said I have an extraordinary bone structure, making me suitable to be with you guys. And me too. Nan Nan obediently raised her hand. I want to stay with Master Zhou. Shi Hua-yi couldn't help but roll his eyes and was looking for an excuse to refuse. From behind came another soft voice, me. I also want to join. Being with all of you makes me feel safe. Except for the Lu's duo, only Gu Yuan remained silent. The host turned to him, what about you? Me. Gu Yuan didn't hesitate, isn't it clear? A fool would choose the grudge squad, right? Those two clearly seem to be troublemakers. Haha, who knew? Despite appearing introverted and easygoing, Gu Yuan dropped a bombshell comment. Using troublemakers to describe them is spot on. Since that's settled, we'll divide into two groups. The host, holding the megaphone, turned to Lu Si-chi. Do you two have any objections? At this moment, Lu Si-chi's face was already black as charcoal. No objection. Just don't say we didn't warn them. TCH, like they'd last long enough to regret anything. Lu Yuanhang was happy, finally having a chance to bond separately. Excitedly picking up the already divided envelope, he asked. Brother Qi, should we find a place to stay first? Lu Si-chi's dark gaze fixed on the group walking further and further away. He snorted from his nose. You decide. Me. Lu Yuanhang was confused. I don't know much about province. Why not, Brother Qi, call the secretary and ask her for suggestions. Lu Si-chi turned around, his expression indifferent. If you can't even handle this kind of thing, do you even deserve control over the branch company? You're dreaming, aren't you? Lu Yuanhang looked very wronged. Normally, the secretary handles these kinds of small tasks. Huh, the director certainly knows these two are troublemakers. Putting them together was bound to spark an internal feud. Fight. Fight. Neither of you deserves the surname Lu until one gets obliterated. Chapter 72, you want me to take responsibility? Even though only 2 people had been kicked out, the team size was still considerable. Thus, the office supervisor was reinstated. Jianli handed over the envelope. I'm too lazy to deal with the money, you take care of it. Our leader trusts me this much. Zhou Nan's lips couldn't help but curl into a smile. Then I'll surely live up to everyone's expectations. Hotels already booked. Let's drop off our luggage and head to the first destination, the Aixn Province Cathedral and Saint Sover Basilica. A little later, we'll start tasting wine. Although there isn't enough budget, I know a place where we can make extra money. Aixn Province was stunningly beautiful, its architecture predominantly in bright yellow tones, with coffee shops scattered everywhere. The tourism atmosphere was pleasant, both locals and tourists were friendly. It was also a university town, a place where many artists were born. People reading books could be seen everywhere. As the guests strolled along, they quickly arrived at a small inn. Priced similarly to their previous stay in Paris, it cost 40 euros per night. The rooms were small but exquisitely cozy. The landlady introduced the living rules in French and even recommended a good restaurant. There was no lottery or crazy rush, the room allocation was harmonious and humble, done very efficiently. In less than 10 minutes, everyone had gathered downstairs. Life without drama is hard. If we can't stir things up, can we do some romancing? So many couples to ship, let's have some sweet moments. Looking forward to tonight's wine tasting session, the rich aroma, endless sweetness, alright, admit it, I'm anticipating something else after they get drunk. The director behind the monitor scratched his head forcefully, are these fans too straightforward? Isn't it better to be a little reserved? After saying that, he turned to the assistant, try arranging the drunken escapade segment as soon as possible. Got it. The assistant immediately went to find the planner, while nearby staff asked cautiously, hasn't our director always been somewhat absent-minded? How come suddenly? The assistant shot a sideways glance, are you stupid? If he were truly scatterbrained, how could he be chosen by Princess 3 as her go-to director? Our director feigns ignorance, but at critical moments, he knows exactly how to catch traffic. Go find a restaurant where they can play drinking games and win money, and make sure they get tipsy. Staff understood the order, smiling slyly, leave it to me. With convenient transportation, taking a bus would lead them straight to the Catholic cathedral. Upon reaching the destination, the guests pulled out their cameras and took photos by the ancient Roman marketplace ruins before entering the church for a visit. Actually, most people had been here before. They took a cursory look and then ran outside to wait. Nan Nan noticed Zhou Nan gazing at the sky and moved closer. Master Zhou, may I ask you a question? Feel free to ask. Zhou Nan didn't sense the danger, responding nonchalantly. What's your relationship with Shi Huayi? It feels like you were familiar before entering the entertainment circle. Nan Nan blinked innocently, seeming completely naive. Hearing this, Zhou Nan nearly choked on his own saliva. What kind of familiarity? Aren't you classmates? Nan Nan pressed on fiercely, stating decisively, or did you train together? I watched your Lonely Heroes variety show, and you two were simply so in sync, even waking up with the same movements. It's like only a gun is missing from your back. Originally squatting on the steps, Zhou Nan suddenly stood up, don't mess around. You shouldn't be saying stuff like that randomly. We've never touched any guns. Gotta pee, I'll go use the restroom. Saying that, he hastily slipped away. Standing at the original spot, Nan Nan narrowed her eyes, there's definitely something going on. Shi Huayi, who was about to leave to catch someone, was unexpectedly grabbed by the arm and dragged directly toward the public restroom. Who? Before Shi Huayi could shout further, his mouth was covered. Don't speak. Zhou Nan said firmly, without turning around, the cameraman will be following shortly. Recognizing the familiar voice, Shi Huayi became more compliant, allowing himself to be led by Zhou Nan into a stall. After confirming no one had followed, Zhou Nan lowered his voice, your secret has been discovered. Shi Huayi froze momentarily, his earlobe inexplicably turning red. What secret? What secret are you talking about? Zhou Nan glared, didn't I tell you not to be so obvious? And yet you didn't listen. Shi Huayi swallowed nervously, his Adam's apple moving slowly, you know too. Hell yeah, I've known it for a long time. Zhou Nan rolled his eyes in disgust, what should we do now? Can't exactly kill someone to cover up, right? Shi Huayi stared blankly, is it really that serious? Do you call this a trivial matter? Zhou Nan clicked his tongue twice. You're way too careless and irresponsible. Wait, Shi Huayi took a deep breath. Let me think this through. The next second, his eyes sparkled brightly. So, are you suggesting I should take responsibility? Of course, Zhou Nan exaggerated his expression. We swore an oath back then. Shi Huayi's lips curled upward. Then I might just. Someone's coming. Zhou Nan suddenly flipped Shi Huayi over. Quick, pee. Shi Huayi. It's not like the urge to urinate could come just like that. Outside, Yuan Feng's voice rang out. Director Zhou, are you two done yet? In a sec. Zhou Nan replied. Easy's taking forever. Yuan Feng was confused. Are the two of you in the same stall? Zhou Nan glanced quickly around before explaining. There were no spots left due to the crowd earlier, so we both just went together. Ooh. This explanation made sense, Yuan Feng used to do the same with his buddies. Alright, hurry up, dinner is waiting. Don't let brotherly wait. Alrighty. Zhou Nan nudged Shi Huayi's lower back with his elbow. Go pee. Shi Huayi. Way too damn nervous, he couldn't go at all. By the time they finally dragged themselves back to the team, they just heard Luo Xiaohong excitedly exclaim, free alcohol. What if it pays cash? Such good deal. Shouldn't we get going? The host, so you're quite the drinker, Sister Hong. Not really. She's never been drunk before. Luo Xiaohong gave a modest smile, putting the host somewhat at ease. Alright, don't overdo it, getting drunk is bad for your health. Just participate for the fun of it. Sure, stop talking nonsense and join already. With that, Luo Xiaohong stepped forward, ready to run. The host frowned, why do I have this ominous feeling? Didn't the director watch Sister Hong chop marble by hand on City Hunter before? Was this specially arranged by the show producers? They don't know they've messed with something tough, huh? Chapter 73, Sister, Invincible Under Heaven. After a whole bus ride, Hua-yi still couldn't figure out which secret of his had been uncovered. If it were about his special identity being exposed, superiors would surely have issued a warning beforehand. But there had been no reaction at all from his communication device as he kept touching it nervously. Could it be about how he started reacting to his roommate in university? But why was Zhou Nan so calm upon learning it? What did this attitude mean? Acceptance? Rejection? Ignorance? Mockery? Disgust? None of these fit at all. Like he doesn't even know what's happening. Hua-yi retracted his gaze from Zhou Nan's nape and looked despondently out the window. The romance of Provence seemed irrelevant to him now. All he saw were couples everywhere, making his heart uneasy. His yearning emotions were uncontrollably spilling out to others. Yuan Feng narrowed his eyes, turning to Luo Xiaohong. Sister, don't you feel like Easy's acting strange? What? A flicker of confusion passed through Luo Xiaohong's eyes. Beer tonight? I'm fine, white liquor, beer, or red wine, it's all fair game. Yuan Feng, you're my sis all right. The host heard this and secretly rolled his eyes, words full of bravado until you find yourself puking into the toilet later. That little look from the host showed a lot of inner drama. Wait till he meets our invincible Luo at night and don't cry when you get scared. Luo Xiaohong, sorry, when it comes to drinking, I'm the unbeatable champion. Great name, henceforth known as Sister Invincible. The disciple guarding the live stream near the mountain gate, seeing the comments, couldn't help but marvel, how did they guess the master's real name without any clue? Should we inform the master she's already exposed? Nah, she's already caught up in the excitement of drinking tonight. Over at the other group, the tourism task was proceeding vigorously, while the separate group was still searching for lodgings. Several places had been checked, but none were satisfactory. Either too shabby or too dirty. Lu Ski had a slight case of OCD, and no one dared to force him into anything unsuitable. Lu Yuanhang was utterly exhausted and didn't want to walk anymore. He could only cautiously ask, Sister Qi, how about we stay at a hotel? I saw one just now, only 150 euros per night. Only. The cameraman couldn't help but comment, you guys only have 600 euros total. Are you really going to spend so much in one night? Lu Yuanhang shot him a disdainful look, what's it got to do with you? You're just responsible for filming. Besides, money spent can be earned again. Do you think Mr. Lu, the newly rich businessman, is just a figurehead? That means your brother should earn the money for you, right? I think he's like a figurehead. Don't end up homeless and starving later, having to rely on the other group for help. Is the commenter upstairs a prophet? I think our thoughts are developing in the same direction, heroes indeed share the same insight. Damn, why did I click into this sub-frequency? Why am I watching Lu Yuanhang make stupid decisions again? Frankly speaking, it's quite satisfying to see someone who keeps making mistakes get embarrassed. The cameraman didn't want to offer further advice and tightly closed his mouth, refraining from expressing any more opinions. Lu Ski silently agreed with Lu Yuanhang's decision and went to the hotel together with him. After hastily dropping off their luggage, they hurried off to the must-visit tourist attractions. There was no time left to take the bus, so they could only call a taxi. The cost wasn't small, but the two had no concept of money and tossed it out casually. After visiting 2 churches, it was already completely dark. Only then did Lu Yuanhang remember to ask the cameraman. Where are we solving dinner tonight? The cameraman replied coldly, tonight, we eat by merit. What does that mean? Lu Ski raised an eyebrow, explain it clearly. He wasn't a fool, he had long sensed the full hostility. But for these low-level workers, he simply paid them no attention. The director chose a restaurant where people can drink competitively, the cameraman relayed the original message, if you have the alcohol capacity, dinner is free. Lu Yuanhang puckered his lips, we don't care about cheap dinners. Who would cherish something free? Up to you guys. The cameraman didn't want to say anything more. Lu Ski pondered for a moment, is the other group also going? Guess what? The cameraman counter-asked. Lu Ski hesitated for a moment, where's the location? Brother Qi, do we have to go join in the commotion as well? Lu Yuanhang clearly didn't feel inclined. Having come all the way to romantic France. Isn't enjoying a candlelight dinner good enough? Why crowd together with those trash? Lu Ski pursed his lips, there's an interactive selection session tonight. It'll be more convenient if everyone is together. The cameraman. Chuckling lightly, he thought, you two better stay glued together. Oh my, still minding about the interactive selection session? Who do you think will pick you? Let go of your unrealistic fantasies. At least try to save some face. Why are you still in this live streaming room? Over there, Sister Luo has already started. Go go go. Withdraw withdraw withdraw. The director behind the monitor noticed the number of viewers in the live stream room had surged and immediately revealed a proud smile, looks like grabbing this hot topic was the right move. The assistant had some concerns, they all say Luo Xiaohong can drink, what if she wins? The director leaned back and crossed his legs, so what if she wins? Anyway, she doesn't have a CP, so there's no chance of getting out of line after drinking. Just arrange Jianli and Huashao, and also Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi, to drink more. The effect will show up the same. The assistant gave a thumbs up. Director, worthy of being you. The production team arranged a restaurant which was an open-air small bar. With sound equipment and a live performance singer, there were over 10 round tables. With atmospheric lights strung overhead, creating a relaxed and cozy ambience filled with street charm. Of course, if you ignore the invincible Luo drinking pint after pint at the center of the stage, it would look even more romantic. Brotherly, how many contestants has Sister Hong finished off already? Yuan Feng asked Jianli while clapping. Jianli was busy eating and didn't have the time to reply. Huashao took over the response. It should be the 10th one. Holy cow. Yuan Feng showed a look of respect. That's too freaking amazing, isn't it? We won't even have a chance to step on the stage. Jianli had food in his mouth and spoke indistinctly. Drinking pints takes too much space. I'll probably only handle the red wine when I go up there. I will too. Zhou Nan clicked his tongue. I originally wanted to taste some red wine, but ended up downing so much beer. Shi Huayi had been frowning the entire time. Finally unable to control himself anymore, he leaned closer to Zhou Nan's ear. Can you please clarify? What exactly is this secret? Zhou Nan instinctively turned his head, suddenly decreasing the distance between them. The heat of each other's breathing lingering around their nostrils. And the scene became inexplicably intimate all at once. Zhou Nan became mysteriously nervous, his Adam's apple moving as he uttered only one word. Suddenly, a fierce and domineering voice interrupted him. Luo Wudi slammed the beer pitcher on the table. You're as majestic as a rainbow. I'll just ask one thing. Is there anyone else? Chapter 74, All Trash, What's the Point of Pretending? Big Sister Wudi, I truly admire your style. Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi almost kissed but got scared by you and pulled back. Retreating at the scene like that, it's hilarious. When Big Sister Wudi asked, is there anyone else, the whole audience visibly shivered in fear. Should we say it or not? Has she trained her alcohol capacity with the 6 pulsating swords technique? Wasn't her pinky enough to force someone out? Sister Hong has been dominating, no one else had a chance to drink. Will there be any drunken antics left for us to enjoy? The director behind the monitor couldn't bear it anymore and stood up abruptly. Isn't there anyone who can handle her? Not even once has she gone to the bathroom after drinking all that. How will others have a chance if she doesn't step down? And how are we supposed to develop the drunken behavior plotlines now? After a heated series of 4 questions, the director calmed down slightly and turned to the assistant. Find an opportunity to coax Luo Xiaohong off the stage so others can take over. The assistant looked extremely troubled. Director, this is a tough moment to find. The atmosphere at the site seems as if a female demon ready to kill. The director furrowed his brows. What's wrong with Luo Xiaohong? Is there really no one in the entire entertainment circle she respects? The assistant lowered his voice and leaned closer. It's rumored that even her agent can't control her. Once, when called to accompany capital investors for dinner, she directly attacked them and left them bloodied. Blood everywhere. Did they bleed? The director instinctively shielded his own head. This isn't a minor issue. If not handled well, it could lead her to exit the entertainment industry, and the police won't let it slide either. The strange part, the assistant spoke mysteriously, is that after that incident, nothing happened to her. She continued working normally the next day. Does she have powerful backing? The director pondered to himself, that shouldn't be possible. Before entering the variety show, I investigated thoroughly, her past was clean as paper. He slowly sat back. Just let Luo Xiaohong perform naturally then. We still have time, we'll push the drunken chaos segment further back. The assistant remained silent. Director, you're probably scared of being hit too, aren't you? By the time Lu Ski and Lu Yuanheng arrived, Luo Xiaohong had defeated 2 more opponents. The host standing nearby, perplexed, asked, Sister Hong, do you need to rest? No need. Luo Xiaohong seemed to have inexhaustible energy. This is nothing yet. The host, holy crap. Younger brother, you misjudged Sister Hong completely. I'm bowing to you. Lu Ski, unaware of what had transpired earlier, sat with Lu Yuanheng at an empty spot and noticed no one cared about them. His expression darkened momentarily. Starting the meal without everyone present, isn't that somewhat disrespectful? Before he finished, a crew member hurried over and quietly explained, Team A's dinner was won by Sister Hong through drinking. You two will also have to participate in the competition to eat. What kind of competition? Lu Yuanheng impatiently asked. Blind? Can't they see the pile of bottles on the stage? Drinking. Despite inwardly complaining, the staff of the production team still replied with a fake smile. Lu Yuanheng frowned. How can a reality show encourage binge drinking? Have you become this reckless already? Staff member. I don't even need to waste words on you. Participation is voluntary. You guys decide soon. He walked away after speaking, and before leaving, silently mouthed 2 words, idiot. Just as the camera caught this, the comments flew. Cursing good. Are you trying to drive all the workers crazy? Watch out, we might reprimand you. Is Lu Yuanhang trying to offend the entire production team? So arrogant, are you not afraid of repercussions? What about drinking? Didn't you get drunk at a bar once and got it filmed? How dare you criticize others for excessive drinking? I remember, I think it was at a bar's entrance. It went up as a trending topic but was quickly taken down. Having financial backing sure makes a difference. Who knows how dirty things go behind the scenes? Yeah, what nonsense. While the comment section continued discussing, Lu Ski focused on something else. With a glance to the side, he saw Jianli flaunting his meat eating, and beside him sat Huashao. Lu Ski paused momentarily. Competing is fine, but I'm not interested in competing against Luo Xiaohong. Can we switch to someone else? The host, hearing this, nodded frantically. Sure, who do you want? He was just troubled by the lack of an excuse to send Sister Hong away. But now the perfect opportunity had arrived. I want to compete with him. Lu Ski pointed at Jianli. The host glanced in that direction and hesitated for a moment. Li Gu, what do you think? I'm not sure if he'll accept the challenge, the host continued uneasily, seeing Huashao leaning towards Jianli and asking, are you full? If not, I can take your place. Jianli smirked slightly, dealing with trash doesn't even require you. Ha! Is he about to unleash a special move? Wow! Such humility between partners. Go ahead, brotherly, crush that trash underfoot. Jianli stood up, tossing his napkin onto the table before walking to the competition stage. From the neighboring table, Lu Ski followed suit, stepping onto the stage and asking, what alcohol should we drink? Anything, you pick. Jianli tilted his lips in a sly smile, lazily glancing over. Then beer it is. Lu Ski arched an eyebrow, it's more refreshing. After consuming so much food, drinking more would surely exceed anyone's stomach capacity. Besides. Don't I know your limit? 3 bottles, and you'll be dizzy. Don't end up clinging to me. Lu Ski secretly ridiculed internally, his look as if he already had victory in hand. Jianli smiled faintly, just beer. That'd be too boring. Ever heard of a deep-sea bomb? What deep-sea bomb? Jianli's smile made Lu Ski inexplicably uneasy. I haven't heard of it. Jianli grabbed a bottle in front of him. Here, let me show you. He poured a small cup of strong liquor, dumped it into a beer mug, then capped the bottle with his hand and smashed it down. Immediately foam spread throughout the glass. Mixed drinking. Lu Ski was startled for a second. Jianli snickered, afraid. Lu Ski, don't regret it later. Who was the one hospitalized for washing the stomach because of mixed drinking? Don't waste time. Jianli lifted the beer mug and drained it all at once, tilting his head provocatively afterward. Trash, it's your turn. Lu Ski gritted his teeth, don't get too cocky. After saying that, he picked up the cup and drank it all in one gulp. Instant dizziness set in. Lu Ski squinted at Jianli, it's still not too late to admit defeat. Before finishing his next sentence, he heard Jianli coldly sneer. Admit defeat my ass. Thank you all readers, esteemed patrons, for the timely reviews. The author bows deeply. Chapter 75, Just Good Friends. The staff were quick on their feet and, following Jianli's instructions, prepared several large cups of deep-sea bombs and placed them in front of the 2 men. Seeing Lu Ski's darkening expression, Jianli bent his lips into a mischievous grin. What's wrong, are you scared? Say if you're scared, kneel and call me sir, brotherly will definitely let you off. I love how brotherly is both arrogant and cool, perfectly fitting my current mental state. Can we just kill him with drinks? I don't want to see him making trouble anymore. Hold on, did he sign the waiver yet? We don't want any responsibility if he dies from drinking. Lu Ski was also well versed in drinking games, with a decent tolerance. He picked up his glass. If you insist on being tough, then I won't hold back. Upon hearing this, Jianli sneered, didn't you ask me to come compete? Now you're faking concern for me. How hypocritical, did you learn that from Lu Yuanheng? Lu Ski's face turned completely black. Without another word, he picked up the glass and started drinking. On the side, Jianli wasn't far behind either, glug glug, surpassing him step by step. After a few rounds, Lu Ski couldn't support himself anymore. Shaking his head drunkenly, he gazed hazily at Jianli. You can still drink? What, are you chicken? Jianli raised an eyebrow in response. Lu Ski. He seemed disoriented for a moment, about to fall forward. Jianli quickly moved aside, letting Lu Ski fall flat on the stage. So useless? You even dared to initiate a competition? Jianli, a sharp voice cried out from the dining area, why didn't you catch him? Letting him collapse like this? What if he's hurt? Do you take responsibility for that? Lu Yuanheng shouted as he ran over, ready to scold Jianli immediately. Why should I help? Jianli spat disdainfully, what if he blackmails me instead? There are all kinds of people nowadays, especially you 2 bastards. Nope, brother Li's got the mouth I love. I'd totally kneel for him. Exactly, support anyone but not these bastards who blackmail others. Lu Yuanheng knows how to use moral coercion, but alas, our brotherly doesn't know morality, ha 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 ha. Jianli ignored Lu Yuanheng's frantic gesticulating, directly jumping down from the stage and returning to his seat. Brotherly, so cool. Yuan Feng gave a thumbs up, his eyes filled with admiration. Luo Xiaohong scrunched her nose, so good at drinking, why didn't you say before? She pushed 2 mugs of draft beer toward them, make me one of those deep sea bombs too, it looks so drinkable. Huh, I thought Sister Invincible was about to blame Brotherly, and here she asks for 2 deep sea bombs instead? Not bad for someone who lives for alcohol, always in a drinking mood. Without wasting words, Jianli took a small cup, poured in strong liquor into the beer mug, and with a bang, said, drink. Thanks, bro, Luo Xiaohong grinned contentedly as she grabbed the beer mug. Jianli suddenly remembered something and turned to ask Huashao, you want some? I'll make you one too. The thing had a powerful kick, even he felt slightly dizzy. His eyes were glazed with ripples, reflecting the colorful ambience lights like a dreamy haze that could easily ensnare someone. Huashao locked onto him steadily, licking his dry lips before replying in a hoarse voice, sure. Add more strong liquor, I prefer a higher proof. Jianli smirked, revealing white teeth that dazzled, didn't expect you to be this, quiet type. Huashao, what kind? This type. Jianli's heart skipped a beat, I didn't say anything, that's your word. He sped up his movements, making a cocktail just about to hand over, then jokingly suggested, should I help you check the strength? Alright, Huaxiao's eyes darkened, that's perfect. Jianli lightly sipped at the edge of the cup, this can get you drunk. Huaxiao nodded and accepted the glass, adjusting the angle and landing precisely where Jianli had tasted. The other guests nearby watched speechlessly, their widened eyes unable to return to normal. Yuan Feng. Whoa, this is new. Zhou Nan. So much flirting right there. Did I imagine it? Shi Hua Yi, damn, they're good. Man, this fan service though, keep it coming. Luo Xiaohong, what does that drink taste like? Let me have a sip. Lu Ski went to the restroom, vomiting out all the alcohol from his stomach to clear his mind somewhat. Without looking back, he grabbed the hand supporting him, did you do this on purpose? Wanting me to be so embarrassing? Are you satisfied now? Will you come back? Lu Ski repressed his voice, about to turn around, when he heard a jarring response. Big brother Qi, what are you talking about? I haven't left and won't leave, Lu Yuanheng replied solicitously, his tone sugary sweet yet overly dramatic, as long as you need me, I will always be by your side. That Jianli went too far. He got you drunk, never even caught you, then returned to his seat to act cozy with Huashao. It's really disgusting. Lu Ski's face immediately hardened as he pulled his arm back, leaning against the stall wall and asked coldly without turning, it's always been you. Jianli never cared about me. Yes, Lu Yuanheng blinked innocently, I rushed onto the stage the moment I saw Big Brother Qi fall. I confronted him, but he wouldn't listen, and even said you were. What? Lu Ski probed further. Lu Yuanheng spoke quietly, said you're trash. And both of us were bastards. Big Brother Qi, I'm not exaggerating. If you don't believe me, you can check the live stream replay. Lu Ski remained silent, though the aura emanating from his body grew increasingly ferocious, scaring Lu Yuanheng who dared not approach any closer. Big Brother Qi, don't be angry. He's like an untrained dog anyway, why bother? Lu Ski glared sharply, shut up. After uttering this, he forced himself to walk outside. By this time, the drinking competition had ended, and the stage lit up with spotlights. Zhou Nan and Shi Hua Yi stood together, signaling the sound engineer with a look. A familiar electronic music tune played through the speakers connected to their phones. Comments suddenly flooded in the chat. Hold on, what song is this? The intro feels so familiar, hard to resist for 20 seconds. What? What? They are going to sing Ocean of Sorrow? It feels like the days of Little Qi, filled with a full sense of adventure. Ha ha ha, exposed our ages. Is leaving truly cruel, or is gentleness actually the danger? In perfect harmony, the two started singing, instantly igniting the atmosphere on site. Yuan Feng, moved, raised his hands high, ah 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 ah. Gu Yi, Nan Gu. I love you. Jian Li's lips also curled up into a smile as he looked at the duo deeply, singing, their hearts out on stage and suddenly felt emotional, wrapping his arm around Huaxiao's shoulder, brother, let's drink one together. The scent from Jian Li made Huaxiao's Adam's apple roll. Are we just good brothers? Chapter 76, the relationships among these 6 people were so tangled, let me sort it out. This song was so familiar, almost everyone born in the 80s or 90s could sing it. As soon as the melody began, it was like being injected with adrenaline, making you want to rush to the front of the stage and applaud enthusiastically. Even the director behind the monitor couldn't resist, humming along passionately while sitting in his chair, the person I'm waiting for hasn't come, the person I'm waiting for doesn't understand. After finishing this line, he suddenly realized something was off and immediately sat upright, wait. Isn't this supposed to be a dating show? How did it feel like some sort of brotherhood gathering? The assistant grew flustered, beads of sweat forming on his forehead, exactly. If they keep singing like this, they'll start swearing blood oaths as sworn brothers any moment now. Director, look. Luo Xiaohong is already getting restless, standing on her chair, oh my gosh. She even performed a backflip. Damn it, there are foreigners cheering and clapping nearby. Director. If we don't control this now, it will get completely out of hand. The crew had never experienced such a scene before. Even arguments usually stayed verbal, who would have thought emotions here could escalate to such explosive levels? There wasn't a single doubt that if someone handed out swords, Luo Xiaohong would start wielding them on the spot. And those two on stage, why were they so into their performance? Their gazes seemed glued together, as if they'd roamed and braved Tongluan together back in the day. Lu Chen appeared to be influenced by the atmosphere as well, softly humming the tune and filling his eyes with envy. If he weren't burdened by debts, wouldn't he too be able to live as carefree and unrestrained as them? At least, he wouldn't be under anyone's control or coercion, forced to do illegal things. Once the song ended, both Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi still had an unsatiated look on their faces, wanting to perform another piece but got hastily stopped by the host. Alright, talent's presentation comes to an end. Now begins the main event of tonight. The heart-throbbing mutual selection phase. Soon. Zhou Nan scrunched her nose, just met for a day, what's there to choose? Upon hearing this, Shi Huayi nudged his eyebrows and whispered quietly, Old Zhou, we've known each other for longer than that. Awkwardly speaking, how about we form a duo? Zhou Nan considered for 2 seconds, this suggestion isn't bad. Let's go with that. Shi Huayi relaxed after hearing the confirmation and glanced down at Nan Nan with a smug smirk on his lips. See that? Your Master Zhou belongs to me. Nan Nan widened her eyes. It's not over yet, don't grin prematurely. Wow, you two really rub me the wrong way. After all the guests settled back into their seats, the host spoke through a loudspeaker. The mutual selection process is rather simple. Just send an edited message to a designated number. We need to emphasize that only one guest may be selected. Selecting more or fewer counts as forfeiting. He swept his gaze around, pausing for a few seconds before excitingly declaring, if the selection is mutual, then tomorrow, a date will commence. Are you all looking forward to it? 6 dots flew across the venue. The host's forced smile froze awkwardly as he quickly retracted the statement, well, personally, I am quite looking forward to it. Now please prepare your phones, input the name of your chosen guest, and upon my cue, uniformly send it to 9x times x times x times x. Start. By now nearly sober, Lu Ski, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye toward a certain someone, held on to a lingering bit of fantasy inside. Would he pick me? Just like old times. Regardless of how the outside world might criticize us, moving forward unswervingly. Comforting himself thus, he typed in 2 characters on the keyboard. Next to him, Lu Yuanhang tried sneaking a peek but found Lu Ski's phone screen was anti-glare. He disappointingly withdrew his gaze and returned to typing on his own keys. Big brother Qi would pick me, right? After all, Jianli has done such terrible things to him. Isn't that just too pathetic? That truly makes them despicable. Lu Yuanhang, filled with hope and extreme confidence, sent out the name. 10 minutes later, the host on stage excitedly held the results. Let's take a look at which pairs have succeeded. He opened the note passed by the staff, his face full of disbelief. My goodness. 4 pairs actually succeeded. It's a first in our history. Our dating show has never been this successful with pairings. Now, let me see who they are. Oh wow. The first pair is the ones who just sang about brotherhood. Congratulations to Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi. Upon hearing their names, Shi Huayi threw a mocking curve towards Nan Nan. The latter rolled her eyes. If you've got the guts, keep succeeding in your pairings. Hahaha, does Shi Huayi not see this obvious provocation? The next pair is Big Sister and her little follower. The host continued reading, Luo Xiaohong and Yuan Feng. As soon as the words were spoken, Big Sister and little follower embraced. Good brothers, for life. Laughs dying. Do these two need to be so serious? All because of their revenge squad. The next one is Li Zimu and Gu Yuan. Li Zimu turned around, brother, I like your sarcasm. Gu Yuan responded, sis, I like your strength. What's going on here? Even stranger vibes. The host deliberately cleared his throat, now, announcing the last pair of guests. Lu Siki and Lu Yuanheng both tensed up until they heard the 2 names paired together, and only then revealed a gloomy expression. Let's congratulate Hua Xiao and Jianli. Together, let's look forward to tomorrow's date. Lu Yuanheng turned his head, big brother, you didn't choose me. Why should I choose you? Lu Siki's voice grew cold, you're just my adopted brother without blood relation. But before I can say anything more to you. Lu Yuanheng didn't even finish his sentence when he saw Lu Siki stand up directly, I'll go back to the hotel to rest. Big brother, wait for me. Lu Yuanheng rushed to chase after him. The cameraman standing nearby rolled his eyes. Can these two just end it already? Can I go home now? How do you want to spend your date tomorrow? Hua Xiao's clear, flirtatious voice fell into Jian Li's ears, who then turned his head, licking the wine residue off his lips. Anyway, since there are 6 people anyway. Let's do something big. 6 people on a date. Doing something big? Will this pass censorship? Shi Huayi, S. I finally get to be with my wife, and you must butt in. BGM, in this life, we're brothers, in the next life, think of you again. Liu Hao Choi, if you're brothers, come do something big. I want to be alone, Hu Xiao lowered his voice, having said 4 words. When someone couldn't help but interject, I also want a solo date. 6 people is really too crowded. Yuan Feng widened his eyes, incredulously looking at Shi Hua-yi. Gu Yi, are you abandoning me? Laughing to death, everyone, the relationships within the revenge team are so messed up, let me organize it for you. Chapter 77, hold on. He is your good brother. Shi Hua-yi turned around and saw Yuan Feng's clear yet dumbfounded eyes. Blinking, full of disbelief. Isn't he already graduated? Why do you still act like a college student? Besides, this is not military training camp, stop making things all neat and proper. Shi Hua-yi thought about it and grinned wickedly, kid, time to wean off. 2 hours of solo dates, we'll gather after completing the task. Yuan Feng squinted his eyes, I feel like you guys have something planned. He poked Luo Xiaohong again, who immediately caught on, you two aren't planning to drink without us, right? Sis. Yuan Feng suddenly turned around, why do you always think about drinking? From now on, don't call Luo Xiaohong, call her alcohol addict Luo instead. By this point, the second day of Sweet Journey had come to an end. The guests walked back along the Provençal small road, orange lamplight stretching their shadows endlessly towards the distance, as if heralding the direction of their shared future ahead. A night of sound sleep. When waking up again, it was another bright sunny day. Jianli rubbed his eyes and sat up, as someone next to him handed over a cup of water, thirsty? Want to moisten your throat first? Turning his head, he saw a handsome and radiant face, very pleasing to the eye. Jianli instinctively curled the corners of his lips, is this already the start of our date? Isn't that being too considerate? What a good boyfriend. Hu Zhao's eyes curved slightly, if you want to start early, it's not impossible. I'm always ready to accompany you. Jianli had already taken the water cup and took a sip. After drinking quite a lot last night, he felt really parched even after sleeping. His throat was dry. He swallowed slowly, his Adam's apple moving gently, feeling much better soon. When returning the cup, Jianli noticed Hu Xiao staring at him with a shadowed gaze. Jianli touched his neck in confusion, what's wrong? Is there something on me? Hu Xiao pressed his lips together, nothing special. So white and tender. Just wanted to take a bite and try the taste. He held back his inner impulse, took the cup back, and stood up to walk away. His half-naked back revealed tight and beautiful lines, disappearing into the short pants. It came into Jian Li's sight. Being the same gender. Why were some people so well endowed? Even all matching aesthetic preferences. Just making one's lust surge. Just as he thought that, Jian Li was shocked by his own thoughts and almost slapped himself. Shit. Jian Li, you're not human. He's your good brother. Hu Xiao turned around after just putting on his clothes, frowning slightly, why is your face suddenly red? It's nothing, Jian Li guiltily turned his gaze away, maybe my liver is overheated in the morning. Yuan Feng just woke up and stuck his head out, brother Jian, what do you mean overheated? Do I need some chrysanthemum tea? Go back to sleep. Jian Li gave him a glare, then rushed to the bathroom after pulling off the covers. Yuan Feng stood with his messy hair sticking out in every direction, confused, did I say anything wrong? Hu Xiao looked at the tightly closed door of the restroom, and the corner of his mouth raised slightly, with a somewhat mysterious smile. Half an hour later, the guests appeared outside the inn, and the host holding a megaphone said, welcome to a time full of energy. Our dating destination for today is Verdun Canyon. One of the famous natural spots in Provence, which is highly popular among tourists, where we can enjoy various water sports such as diving and kayaking. Everyone brought swimsuits, right? The guests nodded while yawning, showing absolutely no spirit for dating. Especially Luo Xiaohong, who looked like, stop talking about feelings, bring me 2 bottles of Lao Baigan. The host. This season's guests were truly difficult to manage. Apart from 1 or 2 interested in dating. The others clearly had ulterior motives. Before boarding the bus, Yuan Feng quietly asked Jian Li, brother Jian, how many swim trunks did you bring? Me. Jian Li hesitated for a second, none actually. Yuan Feng was shocked, then will you be swimming naked? Jian Li rolled his eyes, am I that perverted? Can't you just skip the water? Huh, also, Yuan Feng awkwardly scratched his head, I brought some, but they're a bit loose, breezy. Jian Li, so you prefer this feeling? Unrestrained. Wildly running around. Yuan Feng. I picked the wrong ones. They're my nephews. He's young but developing well. Jian Li raised an eyebrow, how old is your nephew? 20. Yuan Feng thought, just started university, and moved in with me. Nowadays kids don't know what they eat to grow up like that. Before he could finish, a tall figure squeezed in between them, separating the two, the bus is here, let's get on. A dazed Jian Li was pulled onto the bus by the shoulder. As for Yuan Feng still standing in place, Hu Xiao cast a glance at him, and a clear voice flowed from his lips, are you sure these swim trunks weren't intentionally put there by your nephew? Huh. Yuan Feng was startled, and when he realized, his spine shivered. Impossible. Huh, Brother Xiao really understands. Is this what they call nephew literature? I think Brother Yuan is enough. How about the scale of his nephew? They live together now. Things are all messed up. Tossing an underwear might not be just for claiming territory. This. Can't help but make assumptions. Damn, getting intense. It was not yet 9, and the sun hadn't fully risen. The cool breeze drifted in through the car window, gently caressing their cheeks. A feeling of leisure welled up naturally. And this might just be the allure of traveling. Putting aside all worries. Completely immersing oneself into another world. Of course, it would have been better if there weren't covert missions lurking at every turn, like shadows. Huai was contemplating how to wear his swim trunks for a 2-person dive when he suddenly noticed that his communicator had sent him a message. He located a blind spot for the camera, sneaking a look. Upon reading it, his expression grew serious. At the same time, 3 other individuals in different corners also displayed similarly grave expressions. Yuan Feng had just tucked his communicator back into his pocket when a teasing voice from behind said, "What's up? Did we get a job?" He quickly turned around, only to see Jian Li's sharp gaze piercing through him, making his heart tighten. "No, nothing. I'm just checking if they sell swim trunks in the canyon. We've come so far, don't waste it. Just jump in." Jian Li smirked slightly, scanning the remaining 3 people secretly thinking to himself, these days, doing something straightforward could be exhausting. In no time, the bus arrived at the Verdun Canyon parking lot. The guests got off one by one, with 4 people coincidentally saying together, "I'm going to the restroom." What's going on? Are they all feeling the urge to pee telepathically? Chapter 78, Do you want me to lend you my underwear? As soon as the words were out, the undercover team simultaneously looked at each other. 4 pairs of eyes shot probing glances. Eyeing each other warily. Their silent exchange in mid-air crackled with tension. A subtle and secret moment akin to spy movies. Let me say this straight, this is getting weirder by the second. Either these 4 are up to something, or they're involved in something important. Perhaps they're from different teams but tasked with the same mission. Since they aren't coordinating, none of them know about the other's existence. This is Hong Kong action movie material, but why do they feel like bumbling fools? Like they're always on the verge of messing up. Shouldn't they go to the bathroom first? Wah, I want to see Brotherly swimming naked. Ah, me too. Let the cameraman capture every detail. Fortunately, lust overruled reason, driving the chat in the comments section increasingly off topic. While the 4 members of the undercover team, amidst eerie vibes, made their way together toward the public restroom. Jian Li turned to look towards the gorge, an emerald lake came into view. Do you want to go kayaking? Hu Xiao approached, shall I rent one? Sure. Jian Li gazed at the towering cliff. I kind of regret not bringing swim trunks now, I really wanted to try bungee jumping off the cliff. Though this wasn't his first visit to France, in fact, due to various covert missions, he'd been here more than 10 times. Each trip was rushed. He'd eliminate terrorists and then vanish into thin air. Never having the chance to leisurely explore the sights or experience the local customs. Not to mention standing on top of a cliff and jumping into a lake. SSSSTT. Come to think of it. It wasn't as though it hadn't happened before. Like that time he dove directly from an airplane to save someone. Why don't you wear mine? Hua Zhao's sudden, deep, husky voice cut into Jian Li's thoughts. This simple question set off a frenzy in the chat section. What? Brothers Hua and Jian are planning to share a pair of underwear. Does that mean, same position as well? Mommy forgive me for being full of dirty thoughts, my imagination is running wild. Brother Hua really treats Brother Jian as family. That's right. A husband will always spoil his wife. Hu Xiao, darling, do you want to wear my underwear? And this morning. Upstairs comment, stop already. Soon will draw the attention of cyber police. Jian Li clearly started daydreaming, recalling earlier that morning. That pert rear end, carved with a deep groove between the cheeks. His face flushed instantly. That wouldn't be proper. What's improper about it? Hua Zhao's eyes crinkled mischievously. What are you thinking about? I brought 2 pairs. They're brand new. Jian Li, okay then, let me borrow one. As they were conversing, the 4 undercover agents returned to the group, while another couple, Li Zimu and Gu Yuan, were browsing items at a shop stall. The host, megaphone in hand, urged nearby, everyone hurry, we only have 2 hours. No more bathroom breaks. You can always hold it if you try. Those who want to do deep diving, line up on the left. Those who want to kayak, go to the right. Back here promptly at 12 o'clock. After he called out and looked at Zhou Nan with a smug expression, as if to say, see? Isn't that just what tour guides do? I can do it too. Huai leaned close to Zhou Nan's ear, how about I teach you how to deep dive? There would be plenty of physical contact during such activities. By then, wouldn't their feelings heat up quickly? Even if Zhou Nan was a little dense, shouldn't he understand by now? After hearing this, Zhou Nan glanced at him sideways, need your teaching? Have you forgotten when I crossed the strait all alone? Then climbed ashore, dismantled the bomb setup, and earned first place for the whole team? Afraid of revealing too much, he wisely shut his mouth. Something came to Shi Huai's mind, and he deflated somewhat. Then let's kayak. We will kayak too. Luo Xiaohong showed her arms, displaying her muscle lines, and later we'll see who can paddle faster. The loser gets a slap on the face. Whoever loses gets slapped. Incredible sister, she really makes me laugh so hard. This is a dating show for heaven's sake, not a dragon boat race. Slap on the face. How violent are you? Ha ha ha. Wait until after the date, everyone will go back with bruised noses and swollen faces. That kind of dating where no one says a word afterward. Sister Incredible has already started letting loose. I suspect in the next moment, she'll slap Yuan Feng away and ascend to become immortal. The live chat grew livelier while the guests had already changed into their swimsuits, ready to queue for the water sports. As each guest walked into the screen, the comment sentiments shifted instantly. WTF, what devilish figures are these? Is body fat percentage even a thing? I caught a glimpse earlier when they were showing courage, thought they were celestial beings. Now looking again, this is completely the result of extreme discipline. Xiao brothers' physique lines are so good. Chest muscles, abs, mermaid lines, shark lines, everything is there but not excessive. He's exactly my type. Lai brother isn't bad either. All members of the Vendetta squad could probably make an excellent escort shop business. Sis Hong would definitely be a handsome guy too in male attire. Apparently, gender doesn't have to be defined so rigidly. Just judge based on looks. The noblewoman behind the screen placed her teacup on the table and smiled gracefully. Is our Xiao Xiao working this hard for the first time? Another noblewoman also crossed her legs. Previously, when filming movies, he refused to show any skin. Now he's doing variety shows wearing swim trunks. The slant-facing noblewoman chimed in. Seems like he truly likes someone. Not easy. Our Xiao Xiao is still pure. All three smiled knowingly. Hope he opens up soon. Sitting on the kayak, Yuan Feng asked worriedly, Sis Hong really wants to compete, huh? He touched his cheek. If I lose, their hands will be merciless without a doubt. Having worked with them before during the Brave Ones shoot, he already knew their strength. Not one of them was simple folk. A single slap could turn someone's face numb. Luo Xiaohong rolled her eyes. What's to be scared of? If you don't want to get slapped, let's penalize with drinking tonight. Yuan Feng. Sis Hong, you just want to drink, right? Get ready. The host held the loudspeaker. Start. The 4 kayaks sped off like arrows from bows. Good thing aerial shots were prepared in advance, otherwise, the cameraman sitting on another kayak would have failed to catch even a trace of exhaust fumes. Members of the Vendetta squad displayed astonishing arm strength and moved forward fiercely, only to stop suddenly. Without prior discussion, the undercover group stood up simultaneously, exchanged glances for a split second, then splashed into the lake with a big plop. Holy shit! Unable to contain himself, the host cursed aloud. What are they doing? Committing suicide as a group? Chapter 79, I almost thought my career was going down the drain. Jumping off the kayak, Jianli and Huashao didn't find it odd at all. They merely gave a quick glance and continued paddling forward. Li Zimu and Gu Yuan, who barely managed to catch up, exchanged startled looks. They both saw the feigned composure in each other's eyes. This, what was happening? Should they jump in to save them? But the leap had been over 5 minutes ago, hadn't it? Why wasn't anyone surfacing or struggling for help? Could they have been pulled underwater? Their minds raced rapidly, their eyes unable to resist darting towards the water. Completely unprepared for the bizarre situation while merely trying to form a temporary pair for this supposed date. The host caught up from behind, shouting with his neck stretched, Brother Li and Brother Xiao, what's going on with them? Should we call the rescue team? Jianli paused for a moment, seriously thought about it, and said, I don't think it's necessary. I guess they went diving. Shit. The host couldn't help but swear again. Nowadays, do people go diving without gear? The time the 4 of them chose to submerge was exactly when there was an aerial blind spot. The unexpected situation on site even made the production crew urgently halt filming. Come on. If something happened. This sweet love variety show might have to be renamed into Death Love Show. Originally, the host was extremely tense, but seeing Jianli and Huashao remain astonishingly calm, he felt inexplicably reassured. Just as he was preparing to rant a bit more, Huashao's clear voice came, is the dating time over yet? Huh? The host asked back in confusion. Huashao narrowed his eyes, do 2 people on a date need so many spectators? The host snapped out of it, we'll withdraw then. As soon as the words left his mouth, they turned their kayaks around. Li Zimu and Gu Yuan no longer had the mood for competition and silently slowed down. While moving forward with the current, Jianli casually glanced at the dense forests on both sides, slightly curled the corner of his lips, then withdrew his gaze. This subtle movement was captured by Huashao, who arched his eyebrows. Those 4 people, do you know anything? No idea. Jianli answered abruptly, clearly pretending ignorance. Huashao didn't press further but his gaze dropped, stopping at the protruding part below the waist. This swimsuit fits quite well. Jianli barely restrained the impulse to hold tightly. The size works. Look ahead, stop staring. What's the difference from harassment? His face flushed red and his heart raced. After cursing, he realized it wasn't right. Back when he was a mercenary, he wasn't this touchy. Since men often got along roughly without paying attention to trivialities. Even joking around by pinching each other, thinking it was perfectly normal. But now, at just a glance from Huashao, he couldn't bear it. Thinking of this, Jianli acted as if to validate himself and suddenly spread his long legs wide. If you don't believe me, take a look. Huashao. So open-minded? Just towards me. Or is it the same with others? After jumping into the water, the undercover group swam off in different directions. A few minutes later, they quickly ran towards the forest. From various hiding places such as the back or the chest, they pulled out the concealed communication devices and began searching for areas with good signals. It was an urgent mission that had to be carried out immediately. Even at the risk of exposing their identities, they had to act decisively. Yuan Feng, following the instructions from Little Smart, a term for walkie-talkie, ran to the southwest direction, dug beside the designated tree. And soon found a laptop that had grown out of the soil. The conditions of the other three were not much different. I know, they're trying to block us fiercely now. Just give me some more time. Yuan Feng spoke into the Little Smart attached to his ear, his expression calm and professional. Suddenly, his controlling fingers paused. Wait, is someone else besides me attacking the connection? I can't confirm the identity of the other party. Can superiors trace the source of the code? They're also cutting off the cross-border transfers. In a province in. Some were on the phone, some were operating computers, and some were directing nearby. What's the situation? Always fail to transfer money. Is there a problem with the network? Check again. Hurry up, transferring to this account isn't safe either. It must be transferred to the Swiss bank immediately. I understand, I'm operating now. It's strange, the signal is full. Suddenly, there was a bang as the door was kicked open. A shadow dashed inside, holding a soft whip. Who are you? Get out. After uttering only one short sentence, the group started running around haphazardly. When Shi Huai and Zhou Nan, wearing swimming trunks and holding laptops, met in the woods, they very naturally threw away the tools, curved fake smiles at the corners of their mouths. What a coincidence. Continue dating. Thus, the aerial camera finally found its target and gave a close-up of the cliff jump into the lake. By the time they accurately located the kayak and climbed back on, Shi Huai and Zhou Nan looked like nothing had happened and continued paddling towards the distance. Li Zimu and Gu Yuan, who had just calmed down a little, once again looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Damn. Are we shooting 007? What did you say? The money didn't go through. Lu Yanheng, holding the phone, tried to lower his voice but couldn't hide the sinister look on his face. That's hundreds of millions of capital, and you lost it? I don't care. Find those people immediately for me or I'll make you pay back the money. When he hung up the phone, he suddenly noticed someone next to him. He turned around quickly and saw Lu Siki. Lu Yanheng put on an ingratiating smile. Brother Qi, are you awake? Do you want some tea to relieve your hangover? Due to drinking too much last night in the competition, Lu Siki had an unbearable headache this morning and hadn't gotten up. Let alone go out to complete tasks. No thanks. Lu Siki's gaze was sharp, staring intently at Lu Yanheng. Who were you calling? Ah, just a friend. There's an issue with his funds and he wants to borrow some from me. Lu Yanheng tried to keep his smile as harmless as possible. Brother Qi, as you know, my recent participation in small loans has been profitable. I'm considering. Before he finished, Lu Siki cut him off. This is my last warning to you. You can do whatever you want, but don't drag the Lu group, or me into it. If I find out that you've been causing trouble in my name outside, I'll destroy you with my own hands. Lu Yanheng's forced smile faltered, but he replied steadily, Brother Qi, how dare we? At noon, nearly 12 o'clock. The host stood under the scorching sun at the assembly point, feeling extremely uneasy. For the first time, he deeply understood the hardship and difficulty the director faced leading the group. Who the hell would lead such a mischievous team? And not worry about them not returning? Fortunately, just before the time limit, shadows began to return one by one. Once all the guests were lined up, the host finally sighed in relief. Siblings, I'll kneel down for you. Next time, could you refrain from jumping into the lake without a word? My God, I almost thought my career was going to end here. Chapter 80, back when we were at school, who peeked while I showered? The host's face fell miserably, looking as if his spirit wasn't fully back yet. He even wiped the corner of his eyes with his hand. In that moment, emotions of grievance, panic, and fear intertwined into an odd expression. Displayed on camera. The cameraman even gave him a close-up. Bullets started flying in the live stream chat. Nearly 2 hours of blank footage just now. What happened? How come it looks like the host is so tormented that life feels meaningless? We only saw a diving scene. Could they have jumped in due to the heat? I wonder if it's a coincidence, but a certain account on a platform, announced that the transfer of over $1 billion in illegal assets abroad had been halted. Could this be related to them? It's hard not to suspect. Each of them seems highly skilled yet participates in a love show and disappears all at once where even the aerial cameras fail to catch them. Conspiracy theory maybe? No evidence, no random talk. Beware of the cyber police. The director behind the monitor scratched his head forcefully, as if something was trying to grow out of it. The netizens these days must have read too many Sherlock Holmes collections, huh? How come there are so many special identities involved? Initially, we chose action heroes for their lone bravery, and now everything seems to happen by chance, right? The more he said, the less confident he became, suddenly remembering a set of completely blank files, his heart sank. He turned and asked the assistant, "Can we treat the members of the revenge squad with extra dishes tonight?" Assistant. They're backpacking. Director, under my personal name. Show them respect. In the afternoon, they returned to the city center of Provence by bus. Zhou Nan found another pretty distinctive restaurant where you could dine by the river and enjoy coffee. The scenery was very relaxing. The guests who didn't participate in the dating segment gathered here. Even before entering, Lu Siki saw Hua Xiao sitting closely beside Jianli, their shoulders rubbing against each other intentionally or unintentionally, appearing quite intimate. What's the meaning of this? They've just dated once. And they're already getting cozy. Deliberately trying to piss me off again. Not willing to face reality, only resorting to self-avoidance, General Manager Lu quickened his steps, directly sat across from the two, and sneered. Pretty successful date, huh? The smiles on your faces can hardly be contained. Jianli glanced sideways. Why are you so good at guessing? That was indeed quite successful. Xiao Gu and I were wearing swim trunks paddling a rubber raft, drifting on the lake water surrounded by cliffs. Drifting and drifting, our feelings have deepened. Lu Siki's face darkened. Jianli, my patience has its limits. Humph, your patience is pretty strong, why haven't you snapped yet? Jianli glanced away, then took a bite of the steak Hua Xiao had cut for her. Exactly, I'm tired of hearing this. Can't General Manager Lu come up with something new? What's this supposed to mean? Realize what you've lost now. When you treated brotherly like a walking blood bank, what did you even care about? Not to mention, now that he's succeeded on a date, Lu's suddenly acting desperate, it's really demeaning. Unable to sit still anymore, Lu Siki stood and changed seats. Jianli let out a cold scoff as she continued eating her lunch. As the steak in her dish was almost gone, another portion, already sliced, appeared beside her. Do you think dating is fun? Ah. Jianli hesitated for a second. She wanted to irritate that idiot. The latter part of the sentence died in her throat under Hua Xiao's intent gaze. She looked away instead and spoke softly. It wasn't bad. Her first date with a guy, unexpectedly enjoyable. Could this be what people called looks obsessed? Jianli's ears turned slightly red, spreading down her neck, with faint pink flushing over her pale skin. She looked extremely attractive. Hua Xiao suddenly felt his mouth go dry and sipped on his coffee. When will filming start? He was getting more impatient by the moment. At the next table, Yuan Feng was about to take a bite of food when his phone vibrated abruptly. He jumped, raising his arm instinctively to check behind him. Luo Xiaohong glanced at him expressionlessly. Your phone is right there on the table. Oh, I forgot. Yuan Feng laughed awkwardly. I thought it was still in my pocket. Among the seams. He almost slipped up, so he quickly grabbed his phone and walked aside to answer it. What is it now? Didn't I tell you there are 2 more days? So if I have vacation time, why can't I relax? There's plenty in the fridge, I'll just make my own meals. How old are you that you can't take care of yourself? Oh yeah, was it you who put the swimsuit in my suitcase? What's wrong with you? Did you seriously put a used one in for me? Get lost, who wants to argue sizes with you? I'm filming right now, gotta go. Yuan Feng returned to his seat looking rather irritated. Luo Xiaohong grinned mischievously and looked over. Nephew? Is he yours by blood? How active is the little fellow? Stronger than you. Sister Hong, Yuan Feng became cautious, he's just a kid. Don't mess around. Luo Xiaohong rolled her eyes. Please, he's not even your real nephew. Why were you so protective all of a sudden? Yuan Feng remained silent. Yes, indeed not by blood. His elder colleague had passed under mysterious circumstances, leaving no one to look after the child. Once, Yuan Feng attended a parent meeting to help out, and since then, the kid wouldn't leave him alone. He assumed college dorm life would finally free him from responsibility, but instead, the boy refused to move out. Saying nightmares would plague him without his brother around. That was laughable. If I'm not home, would you sleep clutching my clothes? Thinking of this, Yuan Feng cut into his steak gloomily, musing how difficult raising a child was these days. Especially a clingy one. Wait, how did she know my nephew wasn't related by blood? Yuan Feng shot Luo Xiaohong an alert, probing gaze. Meanwhile, at another corner, a pair of sworn kung fu brothers sat across from each other. They stared intently at each other through narrowed eyes with mutual death glares. Abruptly, they both spoke in unison. Wanna hit the restroom? Sure, let's go. They stood and headed toward the restaurant's back corner. A cameraman trailed closely behind them. Shi Huayi and Zhou Nan noticed this immediately and turned back. This is a private moment, are you guys still filming? Their overly serious expressions made the cameraman step back apologetically. Don't mind me. It's just my professional reflexes. I'll retreat right now. Reassured by the response, both men turned and continued walking toward the public restroom. After checking all the stalls to ensure no one was eavesdropping, they began their inquiry. What mission have you been assigned? Zhou Nan narrowed her eyes. Why should I speak first? What about you? Did the higher-ups overload you with KPIs again? My mission is classified. Shi Huayi replied gravely. Zhou Nan smirked faintly, funny, as if mine's any less confidential. There was silence between them for a while. Finally, Shi Huayi broke it. My supervisor promised me, if I complete this mission, I can transfer to the office. Then we can officially announce our relationship. Upon hearing this, Zhou Nan seemed somewhat uncomfortable. What relationship? We're just alumni. Must it be this? Shi Huayi suddenly became emotionally agitated and cut him off directly. Just alumni? Is that all? Back then in school, didn't you secretly watch me shower? Chapter 81, the director said, by the end of tonight, you must get pregnant. Pass it down. Zhou Nan's face turned red instantly. You're talking nonsense. Who the hell secretly watched you shower? You have evidence. Shi Huayi sneered coldly. At our graduation party, you were drunk. I unlocked your phone with your face and found hidden photos I had taken inside. Shi Huayi. Zhou Nan burst out laughing in anger. You're quite capable, huh? Playing dirty tricks on me. Facing the pressure, Shi Huayi showed no weakness. Do you think I'm dirtier than you? Sneaking a camera to record me while I showered? Why didn't you at least blur it on your phone? Aren't you afraid if you lose your phone, another nude photo scandal will break out? Realizing her fault, Zhou Nan looked away guiltily. It was just a casual shot, what's the big deal? And besides, the guy's face wasn't even shown, how could you prove it's you? Shi Huayi smirked, that mole on my butt is in the exact same spot now. Want me to show you? Zhou Nan wanted to say, I saw it last time when we bathed together, why haven't you gotten rid of that mole yet? But when she saw Shi Huayi really about to take his pants off, she immediately backed down. Hey, don't play around like some pervert, or I'll expose you. So what? Shi Huayi looked fearless, as if boiling water wouldn't faze a dead pig. We already share an alumnus relationship, am I scared of you? Zhou Nan rolled her eyes helplessly. What do you actually want? I want to take our relationship to the next level. Shi Huayi blurted out. Zhou Nan. Upgrade? What kind of racy language was this? Even if they took 10 steps back, given their current situation, not only was an upgrade impossible, but one day when they were carrying out missions, they might die without even knowing how. And then what? Be widowed for life and keep chastity vows. Her emotions gradually calmed, and her complexion grew paler as she efficiently pulled out her phone and deleted the naked photos in front of Shi Huayi. I misled you before, and I apologize. In the future, let's part ways and not delay each other. Shi Huayi narrowed his eyes, his gaze swirling with unknown currents. Zhou Nan, you said it yourself. No regrets. Zhou Nan squeezed a smile onto her lips, scoffing, you sound like Lu Siki. Will you regret or not? Who knows? We'll see. Leaving that sentence there, she turned and left. The moment the restroom door slammed shut, the sound of broken tiles could be heard. Zhou Nan jumped in surprise and hurriedly quickened her pace, inwardly cursing, crap, how does this guy still have such violent tendencies? When it came time to pay damages. Don't drag me into it. I'm not footing the bill. The brief exchange ended with a split in their relationship. When the host held the microphone to interview them about their date's aftermath, both Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi seemed to be reading from the same script. Boring. Absolutely awful. What happened? The host was confused, pulling the microphone back. You seemed fine before going out. This pair of potential CPs stirred high expectations online. Possibly becoming one of the rare successful couples on the sweet journey. But looking now. How did they suddenly take a turn towards bickering and breaking up? Before he could figure it out, someone nearby leaned over and whispered, they probably had an argument, like those elementary school fights. Sister Nan's being truthful. It's clearly just a misunderstanding. Petty arguments among lovers are normal. Are you calling this fighting? Didn't anyone notice staff handling emergencies earlier? I heard it loud and clear. The cameraman captured it, abandoned bathroom tiles were smashed, and it sounds like done barehanded. Was Shi Huayi just dumped? I saw Zhou Nan leave first. The host nodded in realization, then passed the interview microphone to another pair. Lizamo, Bun, how was your date? Did it spark any feelings? The two exchanged glances and then turned their heads, saying in unison. It's more than just feeling, it's thrilling and shocking. Especially when all four guests stood up and dove in simultaneously. Their expressions were hilarious, like recalling something horrifying instead of anything romantic. Seriously, did the host actually believe them? Was he so naive as to feel relieved? This dating show has some twists. Looking forward to your next mutual selection, the host continued interviewing the next pair, Sister Hong, Brother Feng, you too. He had barely spoken a sentence when he caught sight of Luo Xiaohong's glass of red wine. Wait, Sister Hong, you're already drinking at noon. The date was too shocking, I need something to calm my nerves. Luo Xiaohong raised her glass in a toast towards the camera. A disciple from a certain school behind the screen couldn't help but cover their face. Trouble. Her alcohol craving is out, and there's no stopping it now. To avoid any improper guidance, the host quickly shifted the interview target. Brother Xiao, how do you two feel? Is there a possibility for further development? Jianli lifted his arm, nonchalantly resting it on Hui Zhao's shoulder. Very good, we'll keep getting to know each other. Double door men deserve a chance. The chat comments went wild. Ahahaha, double doors. Brotherly gets it so well. Unimaginable, the pleasure of seeing them cook together. Sisters, please gather your drool and remember to screenshot as gifs. They should get married here, this sweetness is killing me. When are they going to kiss? Last time's misaligned kiss happened last time. The director, who heard that comment behind the monitor, slowly nodded, lost in thought, and then next moment told the assistant, arrange this segment. Misaligned kiss? The assistant asked with confusion. The director, since they're already kissing, why bother with misalignment? Why not give the fans something adults should watch? Good. The assistant immediately understood, turned around, and started discussing with the planner. The director says, we must shoot bed scenes tonight, pass it down. The planner listened and found the staff. The director says, by the end of tonight, you must get pregnant, pass it down. The staff turned around, the director says, pass it down. After lunch, the guests continued their tourism itinerary. Provence naturally has many scenic spots, and basically, no entrance fees were required. First, they wandered around the lavender plantation. Then visited the museum, followed by taking photos in front of the fountain. After several hours, they returned to their lodging place, which was already evening. The host excitedly urged them. Hurry up and tidy up your rooms, we have a special program tonight. What special program? Yuan Feng curiously asked. The host grinned mischievously, it's a program about interactions between lovers in a passionate romance. For example, intimate physical contact. Upon hearing these words, Yuan Feng subconsciously glanced towards Luo Xiaohong. Only to see her seemingly having heard something, slowly lifting her hand in a throat-slitting gesture. As if silently threatening, if you dare to get close to me, I'll make sure you don't live past dawn. Yuan Feng swallowed hard, nervously asking. Can I not participate? Chapter 82, Becoming part of your play, I'm in mortal danger. Hearing Yuan Feng's words, the host counter-asked. Really, can you opt out? A once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. We've never had such perks on our show before. You really must take advantage of it. Having said that, he left without noticing Yuan Feng's near-collapse expression. Ha crap, why does it feel like Brother Yuan isn't meaning what they think he means? Only one thing to say, Chinese language is truly profound. Could I not participate? Could I not participate? Could I not participate? Laughing to death, how are we supposed to parse this? Sister Hong's glare was scary enough, she's afraid others don't realize their temporary CP. Other CPs might be interesting, but I just want to see if my beloved CP will get sweet or not. The guests returned to their rooms to change clothes. Lu Ski and Lu Yuanhang also walked toward the hotel where they stayed. Just passing through the lobby, both were stopped by a waiter speaking French. Monsieur, it's time to renew payment. Didn't we just pay yesterday? Lu Ski furrowed his brow in response. Lu Yuanhang didn't understand French, so he couldn't interject, but he vaguely guessed the matter. Brother Ski, maybe the deposit wasn't sufficient, he whispered as a reminder. Lu Ski dismissed it easily, then we pay more, do I even need to tell you about such trivial matters? Brother Ski, we're out of money, Lu Yuanhang sounded somewhat aggrieved. This made Lu Ski start to realize something was off, how could it possibly run out so fast? The room service you ordered this morning used up most of it, and what's left won't even cover the accommodation. As Lu Yuanhang spoke, his voice grew quieter because he noticed Lu Ski's increasingly grim expression. Are you blaming me for spending too much now? Lu Ski coldly countered with a question. Lu Yuanhang hastily waved his hands, Brother Ski, that's not what I meant. Lu Ski didn't want to get tangled up in such small matters, if you're out of money, figure it out yourself. Do I even need to tell you how to handle it? The Lu family isn't a place for idle people. With that said, he lifted his foot and walked away. He completely ignored Lu Yuanhang's increasingly gloomy expression. The waiter waited for a moment, then saw Lu Yuanhang hand over a card, use this. All right. The waiter took it and responded with broken Chinese. When the guests gathered again, the host shouted into the megaphone, tonight we are back at the open-air restaurant. String lights, sparkling water, turn on the large screen for singing and barbecuing, 2 things done at once. He hadn't finished speaking when someone raised their hand, I don't drink water. Only kids drink water. The smile the host had barely managed started to crack. Sister Hong, don't worry, we've prepared wine for you, go sit at the adults' table. After he said this, he looked towards Jianli. Brotherly, don't worry, we've prepared meat for you. Huh, the first time seeing the production team being so humble, they have to cover every detail. Hey, Zhou Nan and Shi Hua-yi haven't made up yet. Why insert Nan Nan between them? Let me make this clear, whoever breaks up my CP, I'll be mad, not even the CP characters themselves are spared. We will start with dinner first, filling our stomachs, then move on to the game segment, the host said while showing an evil grin, wishing everyone a pleasant night. Hoo, this rhythm suggests they're about to stir up trouble. Looking forward to it anxiously. Under the guidance of the staff, the guests walked towards the open-air restaurant. The strange atmosphere between Zhou Nan and Shi Hua-yi affected the other members of the kill squad. Yuan Feng approached Luo Xiaohong's ear, asking curiously, what's up with these two? They've been weird since lunch. I don't know, Luo Xiaohong glanced at them, no matter what the issue is, we'll solve it by getting them drunk later. Yuan Feng. Sister, pretend I didn't ask. The restaurant wasn't far, so they arrived shortly. Lu Ski and Lu Yuanheng picked a spot first and sat down without hesitation. Others followed suit and took their seats. Only Zhou Nan and Shi Hua-yi were still facing off, as both had their eyes set on the same chair. Do you know what yielding means? Zhou Nan narrowed her eyes. Shi Hua-yi pulled the corner of his lips. You sure know, you not only know yielding but also excel at photo capturing, right? Zhou Nan's face changed slightly. That was old news, are you ever going to let it go? Old news? Shi Hua-yi sneered. Pfft. Who has old news with you? Absolutely unreasonable. In anger, Zhou Nan let go of the chair she had been grabbing and sat down at another side. The host noticed this scene and moved closer to Nan Nan. What's the deal? Is the office director fighting with the HR department head? Nan Nan rested her chin on her hand. Inner conflicts within the system, we can't speculate too much. Host, is there any way to resolve this? We'll play games soon. Nan Nan, internal conflicts must be resolved internally. Huh, these two talking sound so professional, my brain is growing bigger listening to them. Internal conflicts resolved internally. So there's no solution then. Please, I beg you, don't break up my beloved CP. At some intelligence agency watching the mission development, upon seeing this comment, a young lady inside couldn't help but shout fervently in her heart. Come on. Please let Director Zhou and Officer Shi. For that, this believer is willing to never fall in love. The French candlelit barbecue dinner lasted for a while, until the host finally received his task through the earpiece. He stood up excitedly, holding the microphone and walking to the front of the large screen. The exciting moment has arrived. I'll now explain the game rules. Guests who have already formed a CP automatically become teammates, those who haven't can choose temporary partners. After forming pairs, send one person to the stage to draw the task lot, then follow the content of the lot to complete the task. Right now, the task lots are in my hands, once you're ready, you can come and draw. Before he could finish, Zhou Nan raised her hand, I want to change my CP. The host hesitated for a moment, to who? Nan Nan. Zhou Nan pointed at the dumbfounded female guest, we're master-apprentice siblings, combining to do tasks will bring more harmony. The host turned to Nan Nan, your meaning is? I reject. Nan Nan immediately raised her hand and replied without hesitation. Zhou Nan turned around, you. Sniff sniff sniff. Big brother Zhou, don't blame me for being heartless. I'm risking my life just to be part of your palv. Nan Nan's face fell in dismay. On the other side, Hua Xiao asked with a slightly lower tone, should I go or should you? Jianli looked up as he was eating, you go. I'll eat some more. What if I have bad luck and draw a hard task? What then? Hua Xiao's eyes gleamed with an ambiguous inquiry. Jianli didn't seem to care, how hard could it be? Could it possibly be harder than special forces training? Come on, I'm here too. Hua Xiao smirked slightly at this satisfying reply, as long as you don't blame me, I'm fine. Before he finished, the eager host came over, Xiao Gu, how about leading us all? Hua Xiao nodded and extended his slender fingers, grabbing the lot. The host snatched it and read aloud after finishing, the first CP couple's task is. A guest sitting backwards in B guest's lap. Then kissing for 10 seconds. Pfft. At the sound of that sentence, Jianli spit out the alcohol in his mouth. What the heck kind of task is this? Is the lot really so unlucky? Chapter 83, were we not supposed to be good brothers? How come? Ah. The director knows exactly what I want to see. This kind of excitement. Why did brotherly spray? Was he too excited? Who is A and who is B? Please clarify, this is very important to me. I urgently need to know if I am rooting for the wrong side. First, give the cameraman a chicken thigh. Get a close-up shot next, better with stringy texture. No way, the scene has already appeared in my mind, my saliva cannot wait to be swallowed repeatedly. Hua Xiao apologized to Jianli, sorry, I've never been suited for drawing lots since I was little, even a consolation prize is hard to win. Jianli. My goodness, is this not being suited for drawing lots? Isn't this the grand prize? Brother Xiao, I am going to start teasing you. It's alright, can't we just drink alcohol? Jianli acted very generously, grabbing a glass of draft beer, just about to drink when the host immediately interrupted. Brotherly, this game can't be replaced by drinking. How about someone who cannot play games from the get-go, huh? Jianli retorted, who said I can't play? I am just. People who are mercenaries tend to be fiercely competitive. Everyone was trying their best not to lose while completing tasks. Jianli was also like that, otherwise, how could he have ranked first in KP every year before his crossing? I am B, and you are A, you sit facing backward in my lap, Hui Zhao's low, magnetic voice carried on, just press lips together for 10 seconds. Jianli turned around and met his dark pupils, If you don't like the position, I can be A and you can be B, Hui Zhao seemed considerate, with a humble tone which made Jianli feel somewhat awkward. He felt himself acting too hesitant and pretentious. Like the other didn't take it seriously at all. It was only a task. Thinking of this, Jianli felt a hint of disappointment creeping into his heart but quickly suppressed it. No need to change, isn't it just a 10-second kiss? I can. Before he finished speaking, there was a mocking remark from nearby. These are just excuses, wanting to kiss all along, right? Why does it have to happen in public? Don't they have any sense of shame? Jianli glanced sideways at the source of the voice, a smile blooming on his lips. What should we do? I simply don't value dignity. After saying that, disregarding Lu Ski's increasingly black face, Jianli stood up and straddled Hui Zhao's legs, his single hand curling around the tall neck as he bent down. The soft lips touched almost instantly, followed by a chorus of screams. Yet, Jianli seemed oblivious to the screams, feeling nothing but the thunderous heartbeat in his chest. Damn. Fucking hell. Too much to bear. Roar. Finally kissed. I must take a screenshot. Is this scene not seductive enough? Remember, future kisses should be done this way. I realized Lu Ski is not completely useless. If he hadn't spurred him on, our brotherly wouldn't have taken the initiative. Too sweet, wailing, super sweet, I feel I will need a blood sugar test tomorrow. Still that same line, marry right here and now. The director behind the monitor noticed the skyrocketing number of fans and smirked smugly. Finally a couple, candy throwing is better than tearing each other apart for ratings. The assistant sobbed in tears, director, truly. I'm crying to death, so difficult. Yuan Feng was dumbstruck by the 10-second kiss. Are they a real couple or not? Weren't they supposed to be just brothers? How come they ended up kissing? Damn. His clear, foolish eyes were filled with disbelief as his phone suddenly vibrated. Coming back to his senses, Yuan Feng quickly reached behind his waist. Only to hear someone reminding him, how many times do I have to tell you? Your phone is in your pocket. Your phone is in your pocket. Reacting instantly, Yuan Feng turned and gave an awkward smile. Thanks for the reminder, Hong auntie. Look at my memory, I always forget. Luo Xiaohong shot him a glance. Is he even competent in his job? He opened his WeChat on the phone and glanced through it. Nephew, don't play games, otherwise I will get angry. Yuan Feng, stop joking around, I'm working. Nephew, not joking, if you dare to play. Yuan Feng, are you threatening me? Nephew, no, how dare I? I'm an orphan who lost both parents, no one can threaten others. Yuan Feng. At first glance, these words made him feel like a complete bastard. How could one bully the son of his senior like that? He sighed softly. Yuan Feng, rest assured, I won't participate in anything too extreme. Mainly because, if I did, Auntie Hong would kill me, right? Nephew, good mouse, here's a happy face JGP. Yuan Feng put away his phone, muttering to himself how tiring it was to calm down kids. As everyone was still immersed in the scene of the 10-second kiss, feeling unsatisfied, the host had already walked to the front of the next CP pair, handing them the lot. Who should draw? He should. The office director and personnel section chief spoke in unison. If they drew something bad, wouldn't they be ridiculed to death? Both of them thought simultaneously. What if you two draw together? The host proposed a solution. Zhou Nan chooses, Shi Huai draws. This way, it's collaborative effort, no one would complain, right? Reasonable. This word appeared simultaneously in both their minds. Zhou Nan pointed to the task slip with her finger, this one. Shi Huai unwillingly extended his arm, drew out the task and handed it to the host. Although he showed disdain, in fact, inside, he couldn't wait more eagerly. Would it be a kiss too? Then I must consider. After all, Zhou Nan has pissed me off so much, he even deleted those nudes. If it weren't for my backup, there's no way I'd just be mad at him for 2 days. The host took the task lot and gave a mysterious smile. Let's all guess what the task is for this pair of CPs. Could it be another game that makes faces red and hearts racing? Hee hee. Now let me reveal the answer. Zhou Nan and Shi Huai's task is to tell each other an embarrassing story. Expectations rising uncontrollably on the corner of Shi Huai's mouth turned immediately into a poker face. What the hell kind of task is this? Isn't it boring? Is the production team doing this deliberately? I've got to lodge a complaint. Shi Huai instinctively stood up, but the host thought he wanted to be the first one to leak a secret and thus handed him the mic immediately. Brother E, you're old friends in the entertainment circle with Brother Nan. You definitely know a lot of secrets about each other. Can you drop us one now? Shi Huai. He deeply inhaled, feigning seriousness, thinking hard. Zhou Nan has a certain habit. Hearing this, Zhou Nan became subconsciously nervous. College roommate and also worked together on numerous tasks. Knowing each other better than lovers, if he really divulged something, there'd indeed be quite a lot. Shi Huai has a black mole on his left butt cheek. Zhou Nan leaned forward and preempted the answer. Haha, crap. What is this? Best defense is attack. Wait, how does he know about the mole on his butt? Could it be, from a long time ago? Heh, I'm excited again. Chapter 84, the bite mark on my collarbone was yours. Shi Huai turned and glared at him. Alright, little brat, playing tricks on me, huh? Wait for me. Not willing to lose, he snatched the microphone. Zhou Nan loves sleeping naked, walking around the house buck naked. Zhou Nan sneered, are you going to spill this? Fine. He leaned forward again. Shi Huai, when drunk, loves to force kisses on people, holding heads tight without letting go. Like a rabid dog. Nonsense. Shi Huai was shocked and horrified. When did I ever do that? Zhou Nan grabbed his collar, exposing the clavicle area. Doesn't it have a shallow bite mark here? You bit me. You're slandering. When did I? Shi Huai suddenly stood up. Where's the proof? There's a video to prove it. Should I play you a clip? Zhou Nan also seemed to be carried away by emotion, confronting Shi Huai as he got up. He started reaching for his phone, but then something felt off. Glancing around, he noticed everyone's meaningful gazes. Ha, Zhou Nan changed his serious expression into a teasing tone. I was joking. Did everyone fall for it? In fact, I barely know Shi Huai. Occasionally, we collaborate on movies or TV shows, but we keep our distance. Shi Huai also followed with an acknowledgement after realizing this later. The reason why we got so excited just now is because of the show effect. My butt doesn't really have a mole. If it weren't due to review restrictions, I'd have definitely shown it to all of you. Everyone clearly didn't believe them. Laughing so hard. Who would believe your explanation now? There's even a scar on the clavicle. I'll bet another 10 packets of spicy sticks that when Shi Huai was drunk, he forcibly kissed Zhou Nan. Moreover, it was like he only wanted him. This shows how much he liked him, right? He bit right on the clavicle, probably causing blood back then. Ha, even though there was no exciting game segment, how come I still feel like I shipped them? Sister Invincible, leave the task of getting these two tipsy to you. Please give us another glimpse of yesterday. With disgruntled faces, Zhou Nan and Shi Huai sat down, signaling the host. Next CP pair can go now. Sure, the host realized. Thank you both for the fantastic sharing. It must be some special fate that gave both of you the chance to deeply understand each other. Originally, everyone has such cute sides. From Zhou Nan and Shi Huai came a. After claiming it was just for the show effects, was it necessary to emphasize that again? As for the subsequent tasks drawn, they became increasingly bland, not worth watching at all. Luo Xiaohong and Yuan Feng played a drinking game, where Yuan Feng miserably lost due to having an overfilled stomach, unable to drink more. It was a no-brainer that Hong's sister would win without hesitation. Then there was Li Zimu and Gu Yuan, who randomly called contacts from their contact lists. However, they were all long-lost friends. Brief chats ensued before hurriedly hanging up. No need to mention Luo Chen and Nan Nan, they just had a simple interaction, lacking any kind of CP vibe. Possibly nearing the end of the game, the production team tried creating a small climax. Lu Yuanhang drew the crossed cup wine sharing task. Eagerly raising the cup, elder brother Lu Siki was quite perfunctory about it. Not even willing to cross arms, directly chugging down the liquor in one sip. Lu Yuanhang's face immediately fell. Irritated, he put the cup back. All rounds eventually finished. The host returned to the front, giving Jianli a smug smile. Brotherly, impressive from the very beginning, straight out with the ace move. The rest didn't match your drama. Jianli, this doesn't sound like something to brag about, does it? Sorry, He Zhao's magnetic voice resonated in his ear. Looks like my luck was worst. Not just the worst. It was downright horrible. He wanted to complain a little, but upon glancing sideways at Bo Li's lips, the feeling of the previous kiss immediately resurfaced, and his heartbeat quickened once again. Jianli awkwardly turned his head. Good draw this time. Don't bother drawing next time. He Zhao smiled faintly. All right. The host repositioned himself, continuing with the microphone for the next phase. Now it's the time to choose the CPs. Everyone, please get ready with your phones. Also, I want to make an announcement. 2 guests have been disqualified from the selection process for violation of rules. Who? Nan Nan anxiously asked. Wouldn't it be Shi Huai and Zhou Nan? They had an argument in the restroom earlier. The host's smile looked somewhat awkward. After pausing briefly, he said, these 2 guests are Lu Siki and Lu Yuanhang. Upon hearing his name, Lu Yuanhang instantly jumped up while already being irritated. Why am I accused of violating rules? Is your show intentionally messing with me and my brother? Ha, why does every show seem to have this line? Now I doubt if you two don't have scripts prepared. Are others always against you? Wherever you go, people bully you. You're blaming harshly, like your last life was spent as a chef. The host tried to keep his tone gentle in an attempt to dissolve the misunderstanding between the guests and the production team. Big Brother Hang, you know, before we started filming the variety show, it was already agreed that we'd be on a budget trip. No one is allowed to spend personal money. If you're short of cash, you need to earn. Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanhang suddenly felt guilty but still defended himself stubbornly. I know, and I didn't. The host then presented the evidence. Here's the hotel consumption record showing that the card used belongs to you. Who gave you permission to access my records? That's an invasion of privacy. Lu Yuanhang started arguing unreasonably. Wait for my lawyer letter. Hey, Big Brother Chi, where are you going? Lu Siki turned back with a cold sneer. Of course, I'm heading back to the hotel. Why would I stay here and make a fool of myself? Big Brother Chi, can this really all be blamed on me? Lu Yuanhang snapped irritably. Isn't it you who spent more, forcing me to? Lu Siki didn't want to waste another word on him and walked directly toward the host instead. Tell the director, I will no longer participate in the next filming session. How much is the penalty fee? Discuss it with my lawyer. Mr. Lu, please don't go. The host tried to hold him back but heard the director's voice through his earpiece. Let him leave, I'll just earn some from it. This variety show has the same effect whether they're here or not. The host nodded silently and said to Lu Siki, alright, Mr. Lu, take care on your way back. Lu Siki's expression darkened for a moment as he instinctively turned his head toward Jian Li's direction, only to see Jian Li still enjoying his food as though he were invisible, completely indifferent about leaving. He snorted coldly and left. Wow, looks like Mr. Lu understands well enough that staying here would only humiliate himself. Alright then, Mr. Lu, safe journey without our escort. Chapter 85, Nephew, why aren't you wearing clothes at home? Initially coming for the purpose of enhancing his relationship with Lu Siki, not only did it fail to improve, but it nearly caused an argument turning into mutual hostility. The whole effort had been utterly fruitless. Now Big Brother Chi is choosing to leave the show. Lu Yuanhang realized he couldn't stay either and got up immediately, looking squarely into the camera with righteous indignation. I choose to leave as well. There's no point staying in a love variety show full of scripts and black curtains. You all continue, but I won't accompany you any longer. There's no need for further explanation after saying so much, right? Two guests left outright. How could the program explain itself to the audience? As Lu Yuanhang turned around, there appeared a cunning smirk on his lips, hurrying out of the open-air restaurant shooting site. Barrage comments began flooding in. Are you kidding me? On the verge of leaving, they still don't forget to smear. Just shows how poor their character is. I don't see any script, but everyone's acting so real. Especially Brother Li and Xiao, they're definitely not fake industrial sugar actors. Can rumors now spread by merely a mouth now? Without evidence, accuse others of conspiracies. Such people should leave the entertainment industry. Seems like soon, according to insider news, Lu Yuanhang has caught the attention of relevant authorities. Once all materials are gathered, charges will be pressed against him. Fake or real? If this sounds too good to be true, do you think Lu Siki would intervene on his behalf? No protection possible. With Mama Gua stepping in, who dares overstep? Even Lu Siki has to figure out ways to sever ties. Watching behind the monitors, the director rested his chin on his palm. Do they have to ruin it this way? They could last till tomorrow night when we're due to return. The assistant questioned, so fast? Yeah, it's the instruction given by Princess 3, the director nodded, hesitating for a moment before adding, anyway, ours is a short-term trip, basic highlights uncovered already, pushing deeper might result in marriage. It's always better to leave the viewers feeling something incomplete, creating anticipation for the next season, isn't it? The assistant highly approved, giving a thumb up. No wonder you're the director, thinking long-term indeed. By the time they quickly returned to the hotel, Lu Siki didn't want to linger any second more and directly flipped out his suitcase. He even thought that coming here was a mistake, providing an opportunity for others to humiliate him. Before packing his luggage, Lu Siki made a phone call to his secretary. Book me a flight ticket, direct from province to domestic, the earliest flight available. The secretary stifled a yawn on the other side. Alright, Mr. Lu, I'll do my best. My voice deepened. What I want isn't do your best, but must. The secretary sighed and slowly replied, Mr. Lu, if my family ran an airline company, I wouldn't work for your prestigious group. Lu Siki. Just as he was at a loss for how to respond, the door to the hotel room suddenly opened and Lu Yuanhang walked in. Lu Siki immediately hung up the phone and asked coldly, didn't you continue filming the show? Big Brother Chi, I've quit too. This kind of variety show isn't worth participating in. Let's go home together. While speaking, Lu Yuanhang started packing his luggage. Lu Siki glanced at him, I'll leave on my own. I never said I'd go with you. Lu Yuanhang paused in the act of packing his clothes, turning around with an expression of disbelief. In an instant, all his grievances burst out. Big Brother Chi, why? Why has your attitude changed so much? Didn't you just strongly support me before? Is it because Jianli used some dirty tactics again? You shouldn't believe him. We're family. Lu Siki turned his head away. Keep bringing up Jianli, is that meaningful? You know what you've done. Do you have to wait till you see the coffin to shed tears? Suddenly, Lu Yuanhang became uneasy, managing only one word before his voice choked out. The departure of the two Lus didn't affect the shooting of the love variety show. When the host announced the successfully matched CPs, he spoke with regret. Tonight, only one pair of guests succeeded. That's truly unfortunate. However, every relationship has its ups and downs, but the future will certainly be even better. Let's congratulate Jianli and Huashao for becoming the best CP once again. Upon hearing this, Jianli glared at the others, as if saying, wasn't the revenge team supposed to stay together? How could you not mutually choose each other? Yuan Feng avoided his gaze. Don't look at me, nephew caused quite a stir, there was no way. Luo Xiaohong rolled her eyes, dating disrupted drinking time. Shi Huai and Zhou Nan, both of us are still angry, who cares about selection? Li Zimu and Gu Yuan, last date was too stimulating, left us traumatized. After announcing the results, the guests returned to their inn to rest. The next morning, just as the sun rose, they were called back awake. On the last day of shooting, they must finish all scenic spot check-ins and return. Due to the tight schedule and heavy workload, the office director personally led the one-day tour plan. The itinerary was packed tightly enough to catch the last high-speed train back to Paris. Perhaps due to extraordinary coordinating abilities and rich leadership experience, the forceful expressions were very convincing. All the guests followed instructions, acting in unison. Cooperatively completing all scenic spot check-ins. By the time they arrived at the high-speed rail station, there was still ample time until departure. The host rushed over breathlessly, clutching his waist. What do you think you're doing? You're soldiers now. Speed battles. Don't forget, we're shooting a dating show. The requirement isn't speed, it's sweetness. Ha ha ha, our host seems to be getting heated, unable to speak clearly anymore. How could he not be upset? While the guests are busy visiting sites, he's running behind them with the camera crew like a dog on a leash, without a sip of water all day. Facepalm, probably next season, he doesn't want to see these guests again. Is this the end? Wah, I'm so reluctant to part. Elder brother Xiao and elder brother Li, can we get a final kiss? Upper comment +1. This time, tongues must be involved. Since the show was nearing its conclusion, the host's complaints would only be kept for improvement in the next season. Thus, the guests embarked on their return journey. Dragging himself home, Yuan Feng already reached deep night. The house was pitch dark when he entered, taking off his shoes and switching on the light simultaneously. His eyes caught sight of a white figure unconsciously moving forward. Shit! Startled, Yuan Feng quickly refocused and discovered it was his nephew, shouting hoarsely, why aren't you wearing clothes at home? Pei Ji turned his head, pointing down, I'm wearing shorts. Can't you see? The shorts were fleshy colored, appearing as though he wore nothing at first glance, hugging his hips and making his lines appear exceptionally supple. Yuan Feng's face instantly turned red. Next time, change it. Alright, Pei Ji curved his lips into a smile. Uncle Yuan. Chapter 86, when did the kid grow so fast? Seeing Pei Ji slink back to his room to change after being scolded, Yuan Feng suddenly felt a bit guilty. He's just a freshman university student, not paying attention to what he wears is completely normal. Besides, two big guys, there's no problem with showering together. Is it really necessary to be so particular about what to wear? It must be the fault of the dating show messing with his nerves. After all, the scene of kissing for 10 seconds is still forcing its way into the brain. After a series of self-talk, Yuan Feng hesitated as he walked to Pei Ji's room and reached out to knock. However, the door was open from inside. The big boy wearing a loose sports vest stood right before him. Yuan Feng involuntarily glanced up, raising his gaze slightly. He couldn't help but wonder. When did the kid grow so tall? Estimated over 185 centimeters. His figure is also suddenly much stronger, those muscle lines seem even smoother than mine. Has he been secretly working out at the gym? How come I didn't notice before? Still stunned, Yuan Feng watched the young face in front of him suddenly light up with a smile. Uncle Yuan, are you hungry? Shall I make some noodles for you? Ah. Yuan Feng belatedly patted his stomach. I am really hungry, don't bother, I'll do it myself. As he turned to leave, Pei Ji pulled his wrist, his skin immediately transmitting warmth. Uncle Yuan, you've just finished filming the variety show. You must be tired. Rest on the sofa for a while. The noodles will be ready soon. Yuan Feng sniffed, touched by how thoughtful he was. I really should not have scolded him earlier. Pei Ji already started walking towards the kitchen. Yuan Feng stammered, Xiao Ji, I was too harsh, I apologize. From now on, you can dress however you like in this house, uncle won't interfere. Really? Pei Ji turned around, smiling gently, thank you, uncle. The atmosphere finally eased somewhat. Yuan Feng sat lazily on the couch. Because of his special identity, his spirit was always under high tension during missions. Back home and suddenly relaxed, drowsiness swept over him. Eyelids drooping, consciousness blurring. He drifted off half asleep. Unsure how long had passed, Yuan Feng suddenly felt something was off. As if someone was extremely close, their hot breath almost touching his nose. About to kiss, he abruptly opened his eyes and reached back with one hand, "Don't move." After these words were spoken, Yuan Feng immediately regretted them. Once his vision cleared, he saw Pei Ji standing right in front of him holding a bowl of noodles. "Uncle Yuan, haven't you resigned? How come you still have this habit?" Pei Ji's features curved into a gentle smile, handsome enough to belong to the campus heartthrob level. Ever since he hit puberty, he received countless love letters. After entering university, he even appeared on confession walls. Simply put, a prominent figure in every sense. Though Yuan Feng looked good, he still envied Pei Ji's youth. Back in the day, all he did was training, where would he have time to socialize? Professional habit, Yuan Feng cut off his thoughts, getting up and taking the soup noodles toward the dining table. "When I lose it next time, just pretend you don't see me." After saying that, he eagerly picked up his chopsticks and took a bite of the noodles, SSS. Pei Ji sat opposite Yuan Feng, hiding a grin in his lips. "Be careful, they're hot." "How's the taste?" he asked again. Yuan Feng was starving, nodding while shoveling food into his mouth. "Good, your cooking skills have improved. Did you learn it from your girlfriend?" The curve on Pei Ji's face immediately straightened. "I don't have a girlfriend, and I don't plan to date one in the future." Who takes the words of a teenager seriously? Yuan Feng didn't think much of it either, chuckling. "So you're never going to get married? Do today's kids all fear marriage?" Actually. Before he could finish, Pei Ji leaned back on his chair. "Marriage depends on the person." "That makes sense," Yuan Feng agreed. "You should definitely choose someone you like." Pei Ji gave a faint smile. "Uncle Yuan, if I like a guy, could you accept that?" Cough cough cough, Yuan Feng was caught off guard and choked, looking up sharply at Pei Ji. "What? A guy? Don't fool around. If you go down that path, I can't answer to your father." Pei Ji's tone suddenly turned cold. "Answering to my dad is my responsibility, not yours." Leaving those words hanging, he got up and left. Yuan Feng's eyes followed him. "You child. Between the two of us, I'll definitely die first." The bedroom door was already shut, the wind chime ringing indignantly. Yuan Feng was stunned for a moment before muttering to himself and picking up his chopsticks. What an increasing temper. Even if it's the rebellious phase, it shouldn't last this long, right? Luo Chen, the sweet guest star of the romantic reality show, had just landed when he received a text message. He opened it and scanned through, his expression immediately darkening. "You've already lost the chance for the dating show. Find a way to raise money, or else you'll be #1 on tomorrow's hot search." Luo Chen bit his lip and tapped on the keyboard. Brother Hang, Jianli and the others are so cautious that whenever anyone leaves, someone else is always watching them. There's no way for me to slip through. After sending the message, he sat in the nanny car, and the broker in the front turned around. "This time your behavior was very restrained, and it seemed like you were preoccupied with something heavy. You're not actually having problems, are you?" Luo Chen managed to force out a smile. "Bro, you're mistaken. I'm perfectly fine. The other guests have personalities that are too outstanding, I can't compete with them." If this statement were placed on Weibo, the whole network would agree. Jianli and the others were indeed too strong, fully deserving focus. The agent said, "In situations like this, there are pros and cons. If you want to ride on others' fame, you must be prepared to be the background." "Bro," Luo Chen suddenly asked earnestly, "can I quit the entertainment industry?" The agent looked at him in shock. "Are you crazy? Do you know how much the breach fee is? It's an amount that would take you several lifetimes to earn as an ordinary person." Luo Chen gave a bitter laugh. "Yes, I am definitely delusional." After mocking himself like this, he didn't speak again. The silence enveloped the nanny car. When they arrived at the rented apartment and the agent got out to see Luo Chen off, he patted his shoulder. "Don't think too much, get a good night's sleep. There's always a solution to any problem." Luo Chen nodded, his mood still low but forcing himself to wave goodbye to the agent. He rode the elevator to the rented floor, unlocked the door with his fingerprint and pushed it open. Only to find the small, cramped room. His emotions grew even more stifling and helpless. Luo Chen didn't turn on the light, instead walking straight into the darkness, then tearing open the window to look down from the 13th floor. Dappled tree shadows, tangled branches, resembling the devil's beckoning claws. Why not just jump down? Put an end to everything. As Luo Chen questioned himself like this, one leg was already stepping onto the windowsill, about to flip over. When suddenly the phone rang. He was startled and instinctively swiped to answer. "Who?" "It's me," the voice in the receiver was carefree. "Jianli. Get your ass down here while I'm still being nice. Or don't blame me for slapping some sense into you." Chapter 87, with millions owed, who cares about saving face? The name Luo Chen left quite an impression on Jianli. In the original story, Luo Chen was an artist under the same company as Lu Yuanhang, who was soon manipulated by capital after making his debut, and eventually chose to jump to his death because of the inability to withstand coercion. When Jianli went to the sweet dating show, he recognized this doomed character during the self-introduction session, but hadn't revealed it. As the top-notch hired soldier of a certain brigade, his reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance abilities were all extremely powerful. How could he not notice the secret plotting between Lu Yuanhang and Luo Chen? Since the first time the drug was planted, Jianli had been observing everything closely, mentally preparing. If Luo Chen dared to act, he wouldn't hesitate to retaliate back. But Jianli underestimated human kindness. Actually, there were many intentionally exposed opportunities, yet Luo Chen never intended to exploit them. Even giving up the chances to form a CP pairing, trying to distance himself. Until the very end, the drugs hidden in his trouser pocket were never taken out. Before leaving the airport, Jianli had glanced back once. Luo Chen was still sporting the same neat buzz cut, the same handsome features, but the exhaustion couldn't be disguised, his listless eyes gazing forward as if his spirit had already scattered. It was such a doomed individual, who preferred to walk the road of no return rather than harm others. There was absolutely no reason for Jianli not to lend a helping hand. "Stay put, I'm coming upstairs right away." The clear and crisp voice cut through the darkness, directly reaching Luo Chen's ears. He was somewhat dazed, even thinking it was a dream until the lock on the apartment door was forced open, allowing the hallway's light to shine in. As if the beams of light had directly struck his heart, instantly dispelling the gloom. Luo Chen quickly pulled himself down by a powerful force, sprawled out on the floor. And the unrestrained voice fell upon him. "If you're unafraid of death, why be afraid to fight the bad guys? You're so spineless, I seriously feel like slapping you dead." Luo Chen raised his face, sniffed, unable to hold back the tears any longer. "Brotherly. Wah. I owe so much money that I won't be able to pay it back even in the next life. Wah." Jianli kicked him in the shin, crying for what? "If you can't pay back then don't. Let them know that the debtor's the boss." Luo Chen clutched his arm in pain, "But they said they'll expose me." Jianli rolled his eyes. "Are you stupid? If you're this scared of being exposed, expose yourself first." "Huh?" Luo Chen, mentally frazzled from the ordeal, asked, "Big brotherly, what do you mean?" Jianli squatted down and shoved his phone under Luo Chen's nose, "A draft statement written by your Xiao brother. Take a look, if there's no problem, post it on Weibo." Luo Chen wiped away tears as he took the phone. A minute later, he looked up with surprise. "Holy shit, we can do this?" Jianli smirked. "So see, there are ways to solve problems without having to die. Besides, face doesn't matter once you've nothing to lose. You owe millions already, who cares about saving face?" "Luo Chen, your words are crude, but the logic isn't bad." Lu Yuanhang, sitting leisurely with one leg crossed over the other at Qing Bar, sipped the drink by his lips, then turned to his agent, "Have the paparazzi release a message previewing an entertainer scandal at 8 p.m. The agent questioned, "Why 8 p.m., not 8 a.m.? Lu Yuanhang's mouth curved into a sinister smile. "Don't you think waiting helplessly for your doom is more agonizing and despairing?" The agent nodded, then asked, "Then why not the day after tomorrow or the next day, even the weekend? Wouldn't that make the torment last longer?" Lu Yuanhang suddenly lost patience, shouting, "Let me tell you what to do without all these questions, all right?" The agent pouted unhappily, "I'm just trying to better fit my evil persona." Lu Yuanhang thought for a moment, "Fuck, who says I'm evil?" The agent fiddled with the phone and suddenly froze. "Oh, bro Yuanhang, did someone beat you to exposing someone? What's so strange about it?" Lu Yuanhang didn't care. In the entertainment industry, scandals break every day. TSK, it was the one who just appeared on the show with you." Before the agent could finish sighing, Lu Yuanhang leaned in eagerly, "Is it Jianli? I've always known he had something shady going on. Did it finally blow up?" The doubt hadn't even finished when Lu Yuanhang suddenly frowned tightly. "Huh? Luo Chen owes millions. This scoop hasn't even been leaked by me, yet it's on the trending list." The agent clicked open the rankings and began reading aloud. "This hot search has several entries related to Luo Chen. Let me study them. Ha! Luo Chen's debt in the millions linked to illegal microloans. Management company suspected of forcing loans. Luo Chen couldn't handle the pressure and nearly committed suicide. Who's the mysterious boss behind Juyuan Bayo? Juyuan Bayo platform suspected of laundering money for overseas entities." With each sentence read, Lu Yuanhang's face grew paler. Finally, unable to restrain himself, he directly snatched the phone and opened Luo Chen's official Weibo account. The pinned declaration was right there. "At Luo Chen, first, I bow my head to apologize. To all the fans who have supported me, I'm sorry for disappointing you. The idol you love is far from perfect. Instead, he's a coward who only thinks of escaping trouble and even ending his life. But now things are different. To prevent others from getting hurt, he decides to stand up bravely. All male idols debuting through talent shows should know, contracts signed with agencies often come with unfair treatment. They take home half the earnings, but in case of breaches, they must pay the penalty alone. Back then, I was forced to take out a loan from Juyuan Bayo because I couldn't afford the penalty. The interest snowballed to a few million yuan, and with very little work, I eventually couldn't repay it, so now I am releasing this statement on Weibo. Starting today, I will default on the loan and let you sue me however you like, even if I end up on the blacklist for untrustworthy individuals. All I can say is, I truly have no money. I'd rather die than have any. Finally, I hope all netizens and fans learn from me and stay away from loans. Love you. Your Chin Chin. By the time he finished reading, Lu Yuanhang threw the phone across the room in anger. Damn, how dare you pull such a stunt. My phone. The agent scrambled to pick it up. Lu Yuanhang slammed his fist onto the sofa. This must be orchestrated by some genius behind the scenes. Do you realize that credit scoring no longer affects personal records now? So you're just collapsing under the system? The agent wiped the phone screen dampened by alcohol and turned to ask, Bro Hang, shall we still contact the paparazzi? Contact my ass. Lu Yuanhang roared with anger, go home and sleep it off. The agent immediately grinned, understood. Chapter 88, Young Age, Yet Brainwashed by Love. Luo Chen's declaration had just been released, creating 1,000 waves of reactions on Weibo. Netizens, fans, and even passers-by were leaving comments and reviews under the statement. Chin Chin, oh my god, I'm crying so hard. He carried all this alone for his career. Millions. That's not pocket change. A new idol couldn't possibly pay that much back. The management company really ripped him off, how despicable. Hey, can someone confirm whether Jueyunbao is legal or not? So many people have jumped from buildings because of their violent debt collection practices recently. These small loan platforms are everywhere now. Why isn't any regulatory department stepping in to control this? Luo Chen exposed just the tip of the iceberg. Too many young artists get signed and tied up in capital contracts right after debuting, being forced to socialize. Even if they kill themselves, the discussion only lasts for a while before fading into nothing. My brother participated in an audition with a certain agency. He said there were a lot of dark deals. There was this one terrible senior who relied on his big shot brother, being outrageously nasty. Upper floor, stop hinting around. It's Lu Yuanhang, how many young idols did he lure into Qing Bar only for them to come out mentally unstable afterward? They end up losing work and having to pay high breach fees. Terrifying. It's beyond imagination. By the time Luo Chen walked out of the apartment with Jianli, a few shadowy figures suddenly flashed before them. Whoa, what the hell? With his spirit slightly relaxed, Luo Chen returned to normal and got startled by the sudden appearance. Looking closely, he appeared surprised. Nangu. Igu. Fenggu. And Hongjie. Why are all of you here? Luo Xiaohong rubbed her ear and lowered her voice. He's not dead yet, no need to scream. Zhou Nan, Shihua Yi waved their hands signaling Luo Chen to be quiet, then each went aside as if making calls. Yuan Feng directly swiped open his phone in front of Luo Chen. Didn't I tell you? My uncle has something urgent. Listen carefully, I'll be back soon. Luo Chen. He looked at Jianli in bewilderment, unable to believe. You don't mean everyone's here for me? What merit do I have? Wait, how did all of you know? Hua family villa. After Hua Xiao finished browsing through his phone and tossed it aside, 3 women dressed in cheongsams looked over curiously. How's the dating show going? Reasonable arrangements. Young man, your luck is good. Only you drew the kiss task sign, didn't you? Forgot. Since childhood, everything he's drawn has been top tier in malls. Hua Xiao smiled lightly, his tone very humble. Maybe it's fate, nothing to do with luck. The green cheongsam ant snorted. Ooh, when we say you're fat, you start puffing up. The purple cheongsam ant followed up. What about the 2 idiots from Lu family? When will you deal with them? Hua Xiao's expression grew serious momentarily. We'll have to see what our superior says. We follow orders. The red cheongsam ant nodded approvingly. Ao Xiao is absolutely right. Listening obediently to rules is why the Hua family stands tall forever. Hua Xiao stood up. I'll go out for a bit. All 3 ants lifted their heads. Where to? The revenge team is gathering. Hua Xiao's lips curved slightly. I cannot be late. Having said that, he slipped his hand into his pocket and walked toward the door. The 3 ants sitting in place took some time to process it. Ao Xiao actually has friends. Not easy, grown up so big, first time seeing it. Wah, too touching. By the time Hua Xiao arrived at the night market, Luo Wudi had already drunk 10 bottles. She drunkenly hugged Jian Yu's neck and said solemnly, Child, I see that you have extraordinary bones, remarkable talent, an excellent martial arts prospect, thus. Why don't you focus on your studies and aim to enroll in National Defense Technology University instead? Jianli interjected while clinking cups with Luo Wudi, catching sight of Hua Xiao from the corner of his eye and lazily waved him over. Come on, my dating show boyfriend. Hua Xiao's lips curved slightly as he was about to approach, but caught Jian Yu's wary gaze. Hello, brother Jian Yu. After sitting down, he greeted. Jian Yu was a little surprised. Do you know me? Hua Xiao nodded. Of course, didn't your brother livestream a campus bullying incident? Jian Yu, wasn't it blurred out? Hua Xiao, even though it was blurred, I could still tell it was you. Jian Yu, is he really your boyfriend, brother? He seemed like someone not to be trifled with. What if he turned out to be like Lu Siki and tricked my brother again? At such a young age, talking about love? No ambition at all. He shrugged, his tone filled with vigilance. I agree with Jian Yu's words. Yuan Feng raised his wine glass. Now is the time to focus on our careers. Wah wah wah, no official news of turning regular yet. How much longer do we have to wait? Exactly. Shi Huayi and Zhou Nan spoke in unison, glancing at each other subconsciously before finishing their drinks. Whoever falls in love first is an idiot. At this point, Luo Chen was already drunk out of his mind. I'd love to fall in love, but who would date someone who owes millions? And they want me to go on a dating show too. That girl Nan Nan doesn't even bother looking at me. Throughout the show, she just stares at Yi Gu and Nan Gu. My god, I couldn't figure out for a long time, who does she actually like between the two of you? Each of them spoke their own minds as Huashao turned toward Jianli. Am I your real boyfriend? The sudden seriousness made Jianli look up in surprise, only to meet two pairs of eyes glaring at him with completely unfriendly looks. Jianli, ? Why does this feel like watching a battle among sisters-in-law? Cough cough, let's drink. He tried to break the awkwardness, but apart from a bunch of drunkards, these two persistent ones showed absolutely no movement, just staring straight at him, as if determined not to stop until they got an answer. Jianli put down his cup and thought seriously, still some distance from being a real boyfriend. As soon as the words were out, Huashao and Jianyu immediately glared at each other, their eyes clearly saying, I knew it, you're not his real boyfriend. If there's still some distance, that means soon he will be. Jianli. Maybe calling these two together wasn't a good idea next time. Their auras clash. Just then, Huaxiao's phone suddenly rang. He answered with one hand, unwilling to lower his gaze from Jianyu. Hello, Director Wang. Going to try out a scene tomorrow? Which part? The forceful kiss scene. I can handle that, no problem. With Jianli beside me, I'll ask him. Huaxiao's lips curled into a mischievous grin as he turned to Jianli. Director Wang wants to know if you're available to try out the forceful kiss scene with me tomorrow. Jianli. Must you say this so publicly? Chapter 89, oh my god, this setting is just too captivating. Brother, what kind of strange dramas are you taking? Jianyu frowned. If you're under capital control, blink your eyes. After hanging up the call, Huaxiao smirked. With how open society is now, shooting a kissing scene is considered weird. How, you want to go back to the old days? Be brainwashed by classical writings again? Jianyu looked colder. You're confusing concepts. Open-mindedness doesn't mean lack of propriety. We shouldn't retain viewers using such pornographic methods either. A kiss becomes pornography. Huaxiao raised his eyebrows. Are you overly rigid in your thinking? You're just a kid, probably still stuck in school thoughts. Jianyu angrily said, who are you calling a kid? I'm already 17. Oh, Huaxiao curled his lips, then being underaged, it wouldn't be appropriate to watch adult-themed series. Jianyu, you. Seeing the argument getting more heated, Jianli quickly interrupted, it's about time to head back to school. Come on, I'll take you. Saying this, he was about to stand up but was pulled back by Huaxiao. I've got a driver here, let the driver take you. Jianyu, I don't need your help. I'll order a Didi myself. Jianli looked at the night sky and shook his head, too late, not safe. You'd better take Brother Zhao's car. I won't. Jianyu strongly resisted, standing up and ready to leave. Jianli narrowed his eyes, what's going on? Want me to use force and slap you or something? Jianyu. Glancing sideways instinctively, he covered his face out of fear, remembering the fearful Luo Chen. Alright, I'll take the car. Witnessing everything, Yuan Feng silently nodded. Looks like talking through slaps works best. When I get home, I'll give it a try. After having several bottles of alcohol and heading home, Yuan Feng was already close to 1 in the morning by the time it was deep into the night. As he passed by the barbecue stand outside the neighborhood, Yuan Feng noticed a few drunken guys huddled together whispering. Their eyes occasionally darted to some place with an ill-intentioned leer. Following their gaze, Yuan Feng squinted and caught sight of an extremely familiar figure. Hiss. Isn't that Pei Ji? What's he doing out so late? Don't know it's dangerous for boys too? He muttered to himself, then decided to hurry away. But just then, he saw those guys closing in on Pei Ji. Which school are you from? Let's hang out together. Have a drink, chat a bit, we all have good jobs. Hey, why aren't you talking? Don't be shy. Just as one of them was about to sling an arm around Pei Ji's neck, Yuan Feng could no longer hold back. He crouched into a starting position, ready to rush forward. But the next second, he hesitated and retracted his leg. This was because cries of pain were already coming from somewhere nearby. You want to die? Don't hit me. I'm sorry. I give up. It was just a joke. Ayahiaha. I'm going to die. Yuan Feng arrived late to the scene but quickly hugged Pei Ji tightly. Stop. You'll exceed self-defense limits if you continue. It's me, your Uncle Yuan. At the sound of the familiar voice, Pei Ji gradually calmed down. Then Yuan Feng roared at the guys who were now rolling on the ground. If you don't scram right now, I'll call the police and accuse you of sexual harassment. Upon hearing this, they scrambled up and ran off like there was no tomorrow. Their disheveled silhouettes faded into the distance. Yuan Feng let go of Pei Ji with a deep sigh. When did you learn boxing? How come I didn't know? It seemed like there was even some Muay Thai mixed in there, each move was viciously effective. Pei Ji's handsome face lost its earlier fierceness as he turned and smiled gently. How about it, pretty professional, right? I learned it at a boxing gym near the school. Turns out practical application works wonders. Yuan Feng. It wasn't just useful. That was almost lethal. Too brutal. Pei Ji caught Yuan Feng's assessing glance and immediately lowered his head, fluttering his lashes slightly. The security here isn't good, and uncle comes home so late. Thinking about what they might do to you, my hand went a little heavy. Uncle, will you be mad? Yuan Feng. It's not about being mad. You're such a fool. Ah, it's my fault. I'm not angry, but don't do it again next time. Yuan Feng patted Pei Ji on the shoulder. We must be law-abiding citizens, violence isn't something we can indulge in. Next time let me handle it. I'll guarantee within reason, kick him right where it hurts. Jianli hadn't fallen asleep yet when his manager, Li Lin, yanked him out of bed. Big brother, can you stop being late already? We've got auditions today plus makeup tests, it'll probably take all day. What play? Jian Li's mind was still foggy, still immersed in the effects of last night's hangover. Wang Cece. Director Wang. The one who just won an international award. She specially waited until after you finished your dating show to start filming, showing plenty of respect. Don't mess this up. Li Lin threw a damp towel onto Jian Li's face. Audition. Forceful kiss. Am I supposed to forcefully kiss Hu Xiao? Jian Li abruptly opened his eyes and threw the towel aside. Let whoever wants to go handle it, I'm not going. The fine doesn't matter, discuss with my lawyer after calculation. Seeing this, Li Lin couldn't help but laugh sarcastically. Brother Jian, do you think this is a mimicking contest? You cannot possibly mimic someone as meticulously selfish as Lu Siki. Hurry up and get up, or are you unwilling to fund your younger brother's tuition anymore? Jian Li. Still being alone in the past life was better, huh? These godlike siblings sure eat money fast. Half an hour later. A national treasure appeared at a certain film city parking lot. Jian Li locked his car and stepped out lazily, strolling inside with an air of nonchalance while Li Lin trailed behind, endlessly nagging. When auditioning, don't jump right into acting. First contemplate the character, put yourself in their shoes. Whose role am I playing again? Jian Li asked carelessly. Sentinel. 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 Li Lin panicked dramatically. Wasn't it stressed over 3 times how important it is? Jian Li massaged his ears to ease the sharpness of Li Lin's scolding voice. What are sentinels known for again? Li Lin took a deep breath and then broke down. Didn't I send you the script a long time ago? Turns out you didn't even look at it once. A sentinel is someone with highly developed 5 senses, physical abilities surpassing those of ordinary people. After awakening, they tend to be impulsive and require a guide's mental power for calming. Jian Li nodded, then asked again, would it not work without calming? It wouldn't. Li Lin burst out, grabbing his hair in despair. This is part of the setting, an unchangeable one at that. Jian Li rubbed his ears again. If it can't be changed, then that's fine. Why are you yelling? By now the two had already walked into the studio, nearby whispers reaching their ears. Oh my, isn't this setup too exciting? Can a guide even control the 5 senses, increasing tactile stimulation? My goodness, just imagining Jian Li and Hu Xiao's faces makes me so excited. Jian Li. Why increase tactile stimulation? Even if he didn't fully understand, he sensed it wasn't a good thing. Chapter 90, Jian Li, you need to be professional, you need to develop a sense for acting. Cough, cough. The staff who were discussing realized Jian Li was right behind them and immediately coughed awkwardly as a reminder to their colleagues, stop talking, let's get back to work quickly. What's there to hurry? The protagonists haven't arrived yet. Another person, facing away from Jian Li, completely unaware that the subject of gossip was present, grinned foolishly. Did you watch the romance show? I've been obsessed with that 10-second kiss for days. No wonder director Wang waited until after the romance show was finished. Free CP marketing like that, it was simply great, wasn't it? I've gone crazy these last few days. Xiao, give it your all, best get brotherly in the crew. There's the fitting room in the back, perfect place for sneaking around. Hey, what's wrong with your eyes, feeling uncomfortable? The staff finally turned around, looking panic-stricken, bending down politely. Good day, brotherly. Haha, Jian Li smiled insincerely. Hello. Your script is also pretty decent. The 2 staff members. Oh. We might be fired, right? Now Jian Li is A-list. Absolutely impossible to offend. After being petrified for a moment, they found Jian Li walking off on his own, seemingly with no intention to pursue further. They exchanged glances. If he didn't ask names, we should be safe, right? Hurry up and leave, what if brotherly regrets later? Gossip about celebrities behind closed doors next time. When Jian Li pushed open the door to the director's office, he found Hu Xiao was already inside. He was wearing a well-fitted black suit, leaning casually on the sofa, with crossed legs revealing half of his ankles. He looked relaxed, with an inexplicable sensuality. Jian Li paused momentarily, subconsciously remembering the previous comments, his earlobes turning red. Xiaoli, I finally waited for you. Wang Sisi stood up enthusiastically, gesturing towards the space beside Huashao, please take a seat. Jian Li nodded slightly, hello, Director Wang. As he spoke, he moved toward Huashao but maintained a distance when sitting down. The small movement caught Wang Sisi's eye, making her frown instantly. Xiaoli, we're about to start filming, you need to develop a sense for the role. It won't do to keep holding back. You know, sentinels and guides are the closest comrades in arms, also the closest. You get the drift. Wang Sisi winked, her gaze suggestive. Jian Li. I don't get it. Sitting together, hand-holding would be ideal to initially build intimacy. Wang Sisi urged on, bringing a forced smile to Jian Li's lips, it's unnecessary, right? After all, it's fake. Wang Sisi, Xiaoli, you mustn't think like that. Though it's scripted, acting, the audience doesn't see it that way. The audience craves authenticity. If it seems obviously false, who would still bother watching? Xiaoli, allow me to say, actors must be dedicated. Even performing alongside a top male star like Huashao, or just Li Lin, you'd have to project admiration, right? Li Lin. Why does that sound so harsh? Hey. You want to make a statement, go ahead, why drag me into it? Who could possibly compare with Huashao? No wonder the director has such excellent brainwashing skills. Jian Li, though not classically trained, found it all quite reasonable, and thus nodded, all right, I'll do my best. The professionalism ingrained by his career as a mercenary disallowed him to take any profession lightly. Hence, extending his hand voluntarily to interlock with Huashao's. The warmth passed between palms felt exceptionally peculiar. Jian Li's earlobes grew even hotter. Luo Chen stood at the entrance of the agency, took a deep breath to adjust his state, and then walked into the revolving door. Under everyone's gaze, he directly headed to the high-level office and was stopped by the secretary, do you have an appointment? If not, you need to register. I'm here because Brother Heng called me, Luo Chen replied truthfully. The secretary nodded, then go in. The door of the office was pushed open, and Luo Chen walked straight in. At once, he saw Lu Yuanheng slouching in his boss chair. His arrogant face remained unchanged from before. Brother Heng, did you call for me? Luo Chen asked with his head bowed. Lu Yuanheng curled up the corners of his mouth, you guess. The Weibo post from last night caused quite a stir, didn't it? Hundreds of thousands of likes and retweets, the heat rivaling top-line artists. Shall I open a bottle of champagne to celebrate for you? Luo Chen, I had no choice, there's no way I could pay back the money. If you expose me, it would be better if I take responsibility proactively. He didn't finish speaking when a teacup was thrown towards him. Thankfully, he dodged it on time, or else his head would have been split open. Tell me, who gave you this idea? Lu Yuanheng had already stood up, his expression sinister. Where was the look of someone who looked weak from having a rare blood type? No one gave me the idea, I thought of it all by myself. Luo Chen stubbornly lifted his face, fear gone from his eyes. Brother Heng, it's a society governed by laws now. Don't think you can control everything. If other artists in the company testify against you, you might end up in jail. Ha! Lu Yuanheng sneered disdainfully, are you threatening me? So many people on the internet suspected and condemned me, but what then, don't I still stand here fine? Luo Chen, don't dream of fighting against capital. You'll lose terribly. These words didn't scare Luo Chen at all, and he chuckled coldly, lose? What do I have left to lose? I've lost everything already. What am I afraid of? A hint of malice flashed across Lu Yuanheng's face, and then he pressed the direct dial button on the phone, call the security upstairs, someone is threatening my personal safety. Okay, Brother Heng. Luo Chen frowned, what are you planning to do? Because you can't repay the loan, you harbor resentment towards me and used a negotiation excuse to come to my office. At the slightest provocation, you intend to stab me. Luckily, my security arrived in time so that your attempted murder was unsuccessful. As Lu Yuanheng said this, he threw a knife onto the ground, with a cunning smirk playing on his lips, those who will rush in later will all be witnesses. One of us is going to jail first. Suddenly, the door to the office was slammed open, and the agent ran inside in a hurry, swiftly kicking the knife far away, and then yelled to Lu Yuanheng, Little Heng, are you okay? Lu Yuanheng's expression crumbled somewhat, how is it you? Where are the security guards? They were too slow coming upstairs, the agent let out a long sigh of relief, once I heard about your danger, I rushed over right away. Fortunately, Luo Chen kept his wits about him and didn't do anything reckless. Go home quickly, the paparazzi have been lying in wait for you these last few days. Luo Chen's face was filled with confusion, Realizing this, he hurried to leave. Lu Yuanheng shouted loudly, stop him, he has a knife and wants to kill me. Where's the knife? The agent turned his head wildly looking for it, I didn't see any. Lu Yuanheng. Aren't you deliberately screwing with me? Chapter 91, Can't We Keep Things Simple? Today was supposed to be a setup for Luo Chen, painstakingly designed. But it was ruined by the agent. Lu Yuanhang was so angry that his whole body trembled, and for a long time, he couldn't form any words pointing at Luo Chen. At this moment, the security guards, who were prepared to cooperate after being previously briefed, burst into the room. Stop. This is attempted murder. After shouting this, they realized something wasn't right and seemed puzzled. Brother Hang, where's the person? By the time you lot show up, even the dandelions will have withered. Lu Yuanhang was extremely angry and dizzy, almost fainting due to loss of consciousness. The security also appeared innocent. Brother Hang, who knew the elevator would suddenly break down. We climbed the stairs. The agent raised his thumb, dedicated. The company needs talents like you. Shut up. Lu Yuanhang roared, I truly suspect that you're all in cahoots. Something occurred to him, and he suddenly put on an enlightened appearance. You're all undercover agents. Sneaking around me to catch my mistakes. Upon hearing this, the agent's expression slightly stiffened. The team leader of the security stepped forward first. Brother Hang, I only have a junior high school diploma, how can I be an undercover agent? Which move? Give me a tip based on my education. Get out, get out, get out. Lu Yuanhang waved his hand impatiently, it's already good that I haven't fired you. And you're asking me to find you a job. Everyone leave, I don't want to see anyone. The agent hurriedly ushered people out. Go, be smarter next time. He drove the security out, then turned around with a fawning smile. Brother Hang, you get out too. Lu Yuanhang shouted. The agent immediately nodded, all right. Once outside the office, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly walked toward the emergency exit, fiddling with an invisible earpiece. His voice extremely urgent said, the target has left towards the southeast direction, let other departments continue surveillance and support. Ensure his safety before we can have him testify. Luo Chen hurriedly stepped out of the building's revolving door and stood by the road, his face flickering with a touch of confusion and complexity. In this fast-paced metropolitan life, crowds bustled about non-stop. Originally, he was also one of these masses, and even after becoming a star, he didn't feel particularly special. Still ordinary, at everyone's mercy, lost in the crowd without a sound. But at this moment, as Luo Chen stood among them, he felt as if watched by countless pairs of eyes. Just a few seconds made him shudder with unease, his spine chilled. Unable to stop himself, Luo Chen shook slightly, quickly lowering his hat and running to hail a taxi on the roadside, leaving in haste. A street cleaner nearby lifted his collar, the target is heading southeast. Jianli was still on the film set, with a makeup artist standing beside him, blushing shyly yet hesitating to speak. If you have something to say, just say it. He said flatly, his tone devoid of enthusiasm. Acting like, well, if you insist on asking, the makeup artist said, brotherly, that kiss scene earlier. It was so intense. I saw your lips swell. Jianli, I knew it. Even though I initiated the kiss. Why did the director seem even more out of control than me? Could it be, this is what they call adding to the script? Just when he didn't know how to respond, Hu Xiao entered the room and apologized beside Jianli. The makeup artist's eyes lit up instantly. Oh my gosh, am I going to witness some drama from up close? Her hand unconsciously slowed down her makeup removal. Huan, sorry, first time shooting a kiss scene, I didn't control it well. Hu Xiao's gentle gaze fell on Jianli's swollen lips. Does it hurt? Should I apply some ointment? The makeup artist screamed internally, oh please do, wipe it with your mouth, don't consider me as an outsider. No need, Jianli instinctively raised his hand to caress his abnormally red lips, just a minor injury, no need for such fuss. If you really feel guilty, hold back next time. Who could bear being abused like this forever? Hu Xiao nodded, his lips curving into an arc, alright. The makeup artist immediately envisioned a replay, alright, agreed readily, won't change a bit next time. Jianli glanced back, catching sight of the makeup artist trying hard not to laugh in the mirror. Not that, why are you getting so excited? Do you really enjoy two men kissing? Are you abnormal, sis? After finishing the makeup removal and walking out of the dressing room, Wang Sisi was already waiting by the door, her mouth almost reaching her ears. Thank both of you teachers, the audition went pretty well. The time tomorrow will be the same, please make sure to arrive on time. Jianli nodded, alright. After saying that, he started to leave, but then remembered something and went back to Wang Sisi, lowering his voice to ask, Director, how many kissing scenes are there in total? Wang Sisi furrowed her brows, pretending to think, not many. Only dozens or so. Jianli, excuse me. You know, now a certain platform is very strict. By the time it airs, most likely over half of them will be cut. Wang Sisi regretfully showed her disappointment before regaining spirit, so we'll shoot more, whatever makes it through is fine. Just be prepared. Why can't we keep it clean? Jianli tried to resist. Wang Sisi raised her arm and wagged her index finger left and right. Man's most primitive desire is also an art, we cannot try to cover or erase it. Jianli, I freaking can't argue back against this. Right as she was planning to wrap up work, Wang Sisi received a strange phone call. It was a local number, so she didn't decline it, answering instead, who's this? This is Lu Ski. A deep voice came from the receiver. Wang Sisi, who was watching the monitor replay, became alert. She crossed her legs, President Lu. What can I do for you that made you call me personally? Does the movie need investment? Recently, Lu's group is looking for good scripts to expand its film business. Hold on. Wang Cici's attitude wasn't very friendly. Do you know who still dares to cooperate with you in the whole entertainment industry now? One day, something might explode, involving all of us. Lu Ski's voice turned colder. What do you mean by that? Do I have to say it clearly? Wang Cici said nonchalantly, the origin of a large amount of funds is unclear, and relevant departments have already intervened. It's just a matter of time before they find out. Lu Ski took a deep breath. Why does investigating Lu Yuanhang have anything to do with me? TSK, everyone knows how much you used to pamper him. You even found a human blood bank for him. Wang Cici scoffed. Now you say you're not related. Who will believe that? Alright, President Lu, we are a small production, not needing much capital investment. Why don't you ask other directors? The rejection was already extremely obvious, and Lu Ski couldn't possibly continue to persuade while losing face. He hung up the phone, his expression gradually turning fierce as he turned to the secretary. Cut off all projects involving Lu Yuanhang, convene the board meeting tomorrow. Directly remove his name. Secretary. Wow. Finally using your brain. Chapter 92, didn't expect you to be so unfaithful. After Jianli finished trying out, he started studying the script at home. He didn't want to fight unprepared again, being confused after getting kissed by others. However, while reading the script and eating skewers, Jianli's expression became increasingly odd. What the hell? Could it be like this? Is this possible? My god, is this really allowed? Jianli couldn't bear to continue and threw the script away. His cheeks were burning, with some automatic scenes forming in his mind. If he also replaced his face with Hu Zhao's. Damn, too spicy, no, too embarrassing. While indulging in a little erotica, unable to tear himself away, the mobile phone suddenly sounded an alert. Jianli habitually tapped on the screen. A half-naked picture appeared before his eyes. Narrow waist, broad shoulders, distinct muscle lines yet not overly so. He should have just finished bathing, water droplets still remained on the skin, and the towel loosely tied around the waist, where two oblique muscles disappeared into. Jianli. Is this a blatant seduction? I've just read the script, and then you send me this picture. Isn't it providing imagination material? His fingertip hesitated, unsure what to reply, but then the photo was suddenly recalled. Jianli. Hu Zhao, sorry, sent it to the wrong person. Jianli. So, it wasn't meant for me but for someone else. TSK, didn't expect you to be so unfaithful. And you're my variety show boyfriend. Jianli involuntarily frowned. Who are you going to send it to? The other side showed, typing, but did not reply for a long time. He gradually started to feel annoyed, increasing the force on his skewer. On the other hand, in the Hu family villa. 3 ants surrounded Hu Zhao, talking all at once. The best way to flirt is to stop at the right moment. You must hold yourself together. Hu Zhao sighed as a straight man. Will it really work? Won't Jian think I'm weird? Do you have any other tricks besides this one? The green Chongsam ant asked. I don't think Jian likes money, you can only use this bit of capital. Is this all? What does she mean? Nothing else but the body. Hu Zhao opened his mouth, wanting to say something, but the phone in his palm vibrated suddenly. He hastily checked it, and 3 heads also leaned over. Jianli, why aren't you speaking? Haven't answered me yet. Tell him you're communicating with your agent, the previous photo is for promotion. Hu Zhao quickly tapped his fingertips, trembling slightly due to nervousness. In a few seconds, another message came. Jianli, are all promotional pictures so daring? Tell him, if you don't like me being so daring, then I won't promote. Hu Zhao's cheeks reddened slightly, then obediently followed the advice. Indeed, the other side fell for it. Jianli, I'm not in a position to oppose it, you decide. After sending that message, Jianli threw his phone to the side, frustrated as he hugged his face. How did I lose my standing? How can I regain my standing? Angry. The next morning, Lu Yuanhang received a notice for an emergency meeting. Having not participated in a shareholders' meeting for a long time, he suddenly felt both nervous and happy. Maybe it was because of his previous persuasion of Lu Ski to give him an influential position. It actually worked. Lu Yuanhang tried on his outfits in front of the floor-length mirror multiple times. Before finally choosing a set freshly mailed from Paris. Approaching the meeting time, Lu Yuanhang stood by the office door ready to push it open when the secretary stopped him with a hand. Mr. Lu is still busy, no one is allowed to enter. The secretary announced officially. Lu Yuanhang narrowed his eyes, pulling at the corner of his mouth. Just because you've gained some power, you think you can abuse it so much? Aren't you afraid I'll retaliate once I gain influence? The secretary smiled politely. Brother Yuanhang, I'm just following orders from the boss, please don't make things difficult for me. And if I was truly afraid, I wouldn't be standing here now, would I? You, Lu Yuanhang's anger skyrocketed. Don't get too cocky. Don't fall into my hands. Don't worry, same answer. The secretary smiled even wider. If I were going to fall, I'd have fallen long ago. Lu Yuanhang almost fainted. Why are there so many maniacs around lately? Could it be bad karma? Should I consult a master to resolve this? As he was screaming wildly in his mind, the office door opened from the inside and Lu Ski walked out with a blank expression. Brother, you should fire this secretary already. Look at how he's treating me like this. This is just toward me. What about other partners, isn't it worse? Are you done? Lu Ski's face darkened. Hurry up and go to the meeting, I don't have time to waste on you. He left after saying this and walked to the meeting room. Before chasing after him, Lu Yuanhang gave the secretary one last glare. Brother, wait for me. The secretary standing where he was smirked. What are you waiting for? To die together with you? Pushing open the meeting room door, Lu Yuanhang was about to greet the board members but realized everyone's faces were grim. Could it be that this year we didn't perform well against Wu group and the board was dissatisfied? He suppressed his smile and sat down at his designated spot. Lu Ski also circled around to the main seat and scanned everyone before saying, we can begin now. In order to save everyone's time, please state the agenda of the meeting directly. The chair nodded. Today, we convened this meeting mainly to resolve the recent negative rumors circulating online regarding the Lu group. The impact of these rumors has already caused irreparable damage to the group, and we will hold those responsible accountable. Hearing this, Lu Yuanhang started feeling uneasy and looked towards Lu Ski for help. But the latter completely ignored him. The party concerned, namely Mr. Lu Yuanhang, the director named directly, shall be dismissed from the directorship. Furthermore, all projects that he has taken charge of or involved in shall be suspended, and the related accounts books will be transferred to the relevant departments for investigation and verification. You have no right to do this. Lu Yuanhang stood up abruptly, hitting the table with one hand. Believe everything the rumors say. How stupid are you all? When I made profits and offered high dividends to the company, why didn't you dismiss me then? Why did you keep flattering me every day? Now because of a bit of negative feedback, you're going to throw me away. I'm telling you. It's a dream. Lu Yuanhang shouted until he was panting, acting exceptionally crazy. All directors frowned tightly, looking somewhat intimidated. But beside them came a calm voice. Lu Yuanhang, are you done causing trouble? This is not a marketplace, you cannot run wild. When Lu Yuanhang turned around, he suddenly smirked. Brother, I understand now. You're sacrificing me to protect yourself, aren't you? Chapter 93, is your date a boy or a girl? Feels great. He should have been fired a long time ago. If it wasn't because of him, would I still not have been promoted? Yuan Feng, wearing headphones, couldn't help cursing under his breath. Suddenly, he noticed someone pushed the door open, and quickly closed the eavesdropping device in the next second. Turning his head, he questioned immediately, who told you to come in without knocking? Pei Ji held the breakfast tray, stunned for a moment. Uncle Yuan, seeing you haven't had breakfast, I thought. Sorry, excuse me, I'll go out. Pei Ji did not stay. As she turned to leave, her gaze inadvertently swept over the devices on the desk. Yuan Feng sat dazedly on the chair for a while, then looked up at the clock and found it was already 10 in the morning. By the time he had tidied up his things and walked out of the bedroom, Pei Ji was still busy in the kitchen. Judging from the sounds, she must be washing dishes. The breakfast on the dining table was covered with utensils to ensure that the latecomer could have some hot food. And this latecomer was himself. He had just scolded her without reason. Yuan Feng, I am really an asshole. He hurriedly sat down, lifted the plate cover, and focused his eyes. The century egg and lean meat porridge was still steaming, 2 hard-boiled eggs were already peeled and placed in a bowl, garlic chive stir-fried pork served as side dish, there were also 2 small flour buns and half a plate of Wujiang pickled mustard. Yuan Feng, damn, it's really me. Uncle Yuan, are you not going to wash up? Pei Ji, wearing an apron, poked her head out. You can't eat breakfast until after brushing your teeth. Ah, Yuan Feng quickly got up. I'll go now. He has a habit when brushing his teeth, he must take off his shirt because he's afraid of dampening the collar. So, as he walked, he took off his short-sleeved shirt and threw it directly on the sofa. After brushing his teeth and shaving, Yuan Feng applied foam all over and carefully shaved inch by inch in front of the mirror. Looking sideways into the bathroom. His slim waist appeared quite delicate, and the feeling should be good if you touch it. Pei Ji smirked while taking off her apron. When Yuan Feng turned around, he showed his pure-hearted appearance again. Nephew, I'm meeting classmates at noon, I don't know when I will come back. There are dumplings I made in the fridge, you can eat them if you're hungry. Okay, Yuan Feng waved his hand, have fun with your classmates. Pei Ji smiled faintly and returned to the room to change clothes. When he was neatly dressed and heading towards the door, Yuan Feng, who was eating century egg and lean meat porridge, couldn't help asking, male or female classmate? Is it a group dinner? Will you drink alcohol? Don't go to bars or such places, they're chaotic. His nephew was so handsome, no worse than any star. If he goes to those kinds of dirty places, it's very easy to be targeted by bad people. Relax, I won't drink. Pei Ji answered briefly, opened the door and walked away by himself. Yuan Feng's voice was still questioning, hey, you didn't say male or female classmate yet. As the door closed with a sound, he sighed and sat back down, comforting himself, he's grown up, better worry less. After finishing breakfast and cleaning the dishes, Yuan Feng walked to the fridge to get a bottle of sugary soda. However, just as he opened the fridge door, he was surprised. Too neat, isn't it? Different foods and drinks were categorized and neatly arranged, even someone with obsessive-compulsive disorder would have to give a big thumbs up. For Yuan Feng, it was absolutely impossible to do so. It was embarrassing to admit, but starting from an unknown point. This child suddenly grew up and voluntarily took charge of daily meals and living arrangements. As if he were the parent. Upon stepping out of the residential compound, Pei Ji directly boarded the black business car. The moment his butt touched the seat, his expression instantly turned solemn and cold. Didn't we agree to only take missions after school? We just made an exception recently, why now again? The person in the front didn't turn their head, no choice, recently foreign forces have been too active, fraud transfer cases keep happening, we need your technical support. Pei Ji said, contact me on WeChat next time. I don't want my uncle to know. He will worry. During the intermission, Director Wang Cece ordered bubble tea for the entire crew. The assistant ran up to Jian Li and asked, brotherly, what flavor do you want? I'll prioritize yours. Bubble tea. Jian Li thought for a while, what flavors do you have? I'm not familiar with this stuff. Could mercenaries possibly have time to drink bubble tea? Basically, drinking cheap alcohol around the world. Order him a jasmine milk green, Hua Zhao's voice cut in, same as mine. The assistant immediately flashed a maternal smile, all right. Jian Li was still immersed in last night's photo scandal, eyeing Hua Zhao with an odd look, yo, you seem to be pretty knowledgeable about this stuff, who do you usually order for? If his guess was right, this thing must be loved by little girls. Perhaps it's Hua Zhao's ex-girlfriend or current one. Shouldn't think too deeply. Annoyance. Never ordered before, Hua Zhao put his phone screen in front of Jian Li, just looked it up. Only checked for you, and will be in future too. The answer was perfect and flawless. Jian Li opened his mouth wide, stunned for a moment, then smiled, then I'll reluctantly try it. The nearby staff members overheard the conversation and instantly transformed into silent screamers. Did you hear that? Too sweet, right? I heard it too, it's really sweet. I need to take a day off tomorrow to check my blood sugar. Me too, let's go together. The bubble tea was quickly brought back. Jian Li picked it up and took a sip, looking somewhat surprised, It's actually quite good. The assistant smirked, of course, when you kiss later, it will all be a hint of jasmine, very refreshing. Jian Li. You have an impressive imagination. Stop thinking such things next time. Oh man, if you hadn't reminded me, I almost forgot, we still need to reshoot the scene from this morning. His earlobes turned red, spreading down to his neck, making the color look appealing and enticing. Hua Zhao couldn't help but stare longer after glancing once. Is everyone rested enough? Wang Cece clapped her hands. Let's get to work without wasting more time. Jian Li took a deep breath, standing up from the brake chair and heading towards the shooting location. He portrayed a scout with strong physical abilities and had many high-difficulty actions to complete. The upcoming scene narrated the story about the scout losing control of the violent factors within him post-battle, about to start a massacre. Luckily, the guide arrived in time and, amidst the chaos, kissed the scout, suppressing completely with mental power. Though not from a professional acting school, Jian Li had rich practical experience and didn't need a body double, action scenes were easy as pie for him. But when it came to the kissing scene, Jian Li began to feel awkward and act unnaturally. Immerse yourself. You must immerse yourself. Wang Cece shouted loudly. Jian Li was cultivating emotions when he suddenly felt his wrist being gripped. Immediately, a hot breath blew against his neck, raising tingling electric sensations. He froze momentarily, stiffly turning his neck. Why are you? Of course it's me, Hua Zhao smirked, gradually covering. His tongue pressed forward. Just as the scene became increasingly beautiful, Wang Cece was just about to say, cut. But someone at the entrance spoke up first. Barking harshly. Stop. Everyone stop immediately. Chapter 94, Who is this guy? So brutal. Which idiot is shouting? Do you know how much money I lose because this take has to be discarded? Wang Cece rose angrily and looked toward the door of the set, seeing an unfamiliar face. After some thought, she recalled, Lu Ski. How did you come here? Just came. Why bark so much? Wang Cece showed no favoritism, pointing to an assistant beside her, go, call security to escort him out. Wang director, isn't this disrespectful to investors? Lu Ski walked inside with a forced smile, deliberately glancing in Jian Li's direction. Investment? Wang Cece questioned suspiciously, didn't I already refuse you? Your face is thick, aren't you? The largest investor of your movie has transferred their shares to me, Lu Ski slowly articulated clearly for everyone to hear, I'll continue to manage all his businesses under his name. Wang Cece blinked, damn, to become an investor, you actually went through all these twists. Idle talk. Lu Ski's expression grew cold, Director Wang, please watch your words. Alright, I understand you're an investor now, go on then, don't delay my shooting. Wang Cece waved her hand and sat back on her chair. However, Lu Ski showed no intention of leaving. He turned around and called out another person, Director Wang, let me introduce the new screenwriter who will be responsible for secondary creation. All scenes that don't conform to mainstream values or include inappropriate guidance will be deleted. Upon hearing this, Wang Sisi laughed and casually crossed her legs. If possible, Mr. Lu, why not delete me altogether? If you're dissatisfied, Director Wang, you may resign voluntarily. Lu Ski curved his lips in triumph. Wang Sisi fell silent for a while, then stood up directly. All right, you're ruthless. Call it a day. We're done for today. Wang Director, you can leave work early, but the loss to the crew must be compensated by you. Wang Sisi glanced angrily at Lu Ski with his devious smile. Moron, this amount of money, I can handle. Having thrown the threat, she stomped off. With the backbone gone, who could possibly stay? He could only walk out of the set angrily with everyone else. Jianli, who had just finished shooting the kissing scene, still had an abnormal complexion. As he passed by Lu Ski, the latter called him to stop. Aren't you going to thank me for rescuing me from dire straits? Jianli turned his head and gave Lu Ski a look as if he were a moron. Apart from you, who else is in dire straits? Lu Ski's expression darkened. Can you stop being so stubborn? I've already lowered myself before you, and even specially bought a company as a token of sincerity. What more do you want? Jianli smirked. Would you do whatever I wanted? Seeing a glimmer of hope, Lu Ski's voice became cheerfully expectant. What would you like to see? I want you to leave, said Jianli as he started walking away. Don't show up in front of me. You're truly such an eyesore. Lu Ski growled lowly. Jianli. After shouting this sentence, he was about to chase after him when Huashao blocked his way. Being an investor is useless, changing the shell doesn't matter. This movie will start filming anyway. Fortunately, you arrived early, otherwise, our losses would have been greater. Lu Ski narrowed his eyes suspiciously. What do you mean? Haven't I made my meaning clear? Huashao scoffed coldly. The whole group will take full responsibility for all Director Wang Sisi's future projects, no matter what script it involves. Then he walked off after Jianli. In no time, the vast filming site was left with only Lu Ski and his new screenwriter. Mr. Lu. The new screenwriter hesitantly asked, are we still revising the screenplay? Revise my ass, Lu Ski fumed, venting his pent-up anger on her. Go back and wait for my notice. The new screenwriter shrunk back slightly. Okay. A certain government building, a classified office. The big screen was playing a replay, with the angle from some hidden corner, obviously a surveillance device. The person in the footage writhed in agony, teeth gritted and roaring. Whip cracks echoed, each strike sounding as if it were lashing directly onto flesh. The colleagues in the meeting room had expressions indescribable, feeling as though the whip had lashed onto their own bodies. Someone new asked softly, who is that? That person is too brutal. Don't you know? The neighbor was astonished, the most outstanding external recruit. She's technically unregistered till now, no information can be found through official channels. Oh. The newcomer's face showed admiration. What's her name? Luo Wudi. She sure lives up to her name, invincible. The video got cut off suddenly and the director spoke. Congratulations, we have successfully disrupted another overseas money laundering activity. Of course, apart from the dedication of everyone present here, there are also some undercover comrades whose identities cannot be revealed. Their contributions are even more outstanding. They sacrificed their personal fame and became anonymous heroes. Let's salute them. Claps echoed in the room as the director signaled everyone to stop. However, we must not be arrogant because of these achievements since not all criminals have been captured yet. The ones surfaced so far are just minor lackeys, while the mastermind remains cunningly lurking in the shadows. Just at this moment, the office door was suddenly pushed open. An officer looked troubled. Director, the suspect refuses to make a statement. What should we do? The director frowned. Do I need to handle such trivial matters? Did you waste decades of interrogation experience? Director, they are too unruly, and, we've already used everything. After pondering for a moment, the director suddenly said, find Luo Wudi and ask for her help. Thus, Luo Xiaohong, who was preparing to return to the mountain gate for vacation, received an urgent call the moment she got into the car. What do you want? It's hard to get an annual leave, and you keep calling. How about it? Do external hires not have the right to benefits? Not even a higher pay works. Stop tempting me. Your department is about to go broke anyway, don't think I don't know. Alright. Wait for me. Half an hour later, mighty footsteps resounded through the office building. Walking to the door of the interrogation room, someone handed over a flexible whip. Here you go, Ms. Invincible. Luo Wudi took it lazily and glanced at the person. Tell your director, treat me to drinks after work. Yes sir. Then, she pushed the door open. There was a brief silence inside, followed by an eruption of screams. Why is it you again? Get out quickly, or I'll accuse you of torture. Sis, I'm wrong. I'll kneel for you. How about it? Chapter 95, I want to lose control. I have no qualms about being uneducated. In less than 20 minutes, Luo Wudi walked out of the interrogation room. The director, who had been waiting anxiously outside the door, asked tensely, did he confess everything? Almost, Luo Wuди replied lazily, WeChat me the place for drinks tonight. Got it. The director grinned in relief, Sister Wudy, I won't see you off. Do your thing. Luo Wudy waved her hand and headed towards the elevator. As the director turned around after retracting his gaze, his expression immediately changed to seriousness as he said to the other colleagues, go on, finish up inside. A few of them went into the interrogation room, and cries of wailing could be heard. You've gone too far. I'm going to complain. Who to? That woman just now. Go ahead and complain. She's a temporary hire, we can fire her anytime. Besides, if you want to complain, go back and reapply for citizenship first. Otherwise, you don't even have the privilege of being Huogua's citizen. Wah, that's too much bullying. Speak up then. How exactly are you contacting Lu Yuanhang overseas? What role does he play in money laundering? Stop crying. I'll bring the temp hire back if you keep sobbing. I'll talk. Don't call her back. By the time Luo Wudy walked out of the office building, she received a call from her agent. She swiped the answer button, and an anxious voice came through, Sis Hong, get ready, you're going on a variety show tomorrow. What kind of variety show? Luo Xiaohong suddenly felt quite annoyed, not another dating show, I can't stand it. It's a battle royal show. The agent sounded pumped, this one special, using helicopters to drop contestants onto foreign islands. Competitors from different countries will all be together. The Lone Warrior director worked hard to get spots for all of you, it's a rare opportunity, make sure to cherish it. Luo Xiaohong finally perked up, still the same team from Lone Warrior. No last-minute additions or those drag-your-feet types, right? Of course, it's still the original team, only the usual ones. Receiving confirmation, Luo Xiaohong nodded silently to herself, alright then, I'll pack my bags when I get back. After hanging up, she paused for a moment before asking in the Vendetta Squad group chat. Luo Wudy, did everyone get the notification? Joining the variety show tomorrow? Phone you're arrested, not yet, questionface.jgp. Luo Wudy, are you the slowest to get updates again? Intelligence Bureau old sure, even if I received it, I don't plan to go. Too tired recently, need a break. Zhou Nan unlikely, same here, planning to inform my agent. Intelligence Bureau old sure, why do you mimic whatever others do? Zhou Nan unlikely, mind your own business. Phone you're arrested, if none of you are going, neither am I. Luo Xiaohong furrowed her brows slightly and quickly typed back with her fingers. Luo Wudy, are you really not going? Battle Royal Variety Show, International League, maybe we'll encounter many masters. It's the chance to promote Chinese martial arts, how can we let this golden opportunity slip away? Absolutely not. I need to find more uniquely talented contestants. There was silence in the group for a few minutes. And then messages appeared almost simultaneously. Phone you're arrested, just got a call, vacation cancelled, leaving at 8 a.m. sharp tomorrow. Intelligence Bureau old sure, same here. Zhou Nan unlikely, +1. Luo Xiaohong was satisfied and hooked her lips in amusement, suddenly remembering something, she tapped on the keyboard. Luo Wudy at Jianli at Huashao, what about you two? Why haven't you spoken? At the moment, Jianli wasn't checking his phone, he was in Agent Li Lin's office, listening to him excitedly blabber. Do you know how popular this overseas survival game show is? It's practically the originator of similar shows. The competition is exceptionally brutal. Regardless of how big of a star you are, once thrown in, if you can't beat others, you're directly out. Some superstars, they appear on screen for just a second and get KO'd. And they're famous action stars too. Turned out utterly useless. All a scam in the movies. Leaning in the sofa, Jianli smirked faintly, don't curse, readers will say you lack class. Ah. Readers? Li Lin, caught in the excitement, stood up directly, where did these readers come from? I'm gonna lose my mind, I'm gonna lack class, so no one can morally judge me. Jianli interrupted, hold it, stop getting too immersed. The concept of global kill is right here, to pull people back to their primitive form. Li Lin finally felt tired and sat back in the chair, beasts, hunger, poisonous insects, and competitors who want to kill you at any time. How does that sound? Sounds exciting, right? Are you interested in participating? Jianli's smile deepened, no. You, Li Lin deflated instantly, brotherly, why is it so hard to make you famous? The popularity of variety shows fades quickly. We can only maintain it by constantly appearing on camera. Jianli put down his crossed legs and stood up on his own, I was just kidding, I'll participate. As a mercenary, how could he not have passion? Especially for this international variety show that brings glory to Wagwo. I don't mind having more participants like this. Just after being decided by the board to have his director status revoked, Lu Yuanhang was extremely annoyed and came to the blue bar to get drunk. Batch after batch of new people came, and strong liquor kept coming. It seemed like someone might die from drinking, when the agent walked in with a grin. Brother Hang, there's some good news I have to tell you. He kicked everyone else out as soon as he entered the room, then plopped down next to Lu Yuanheng. I just got you a really popular overseas variety show, do you want to join? What kind of show? Lu Yuanheng gazed over with blurred eyes. My English isn't very fluent, it's my weakness. Hey, you don't even need to talk, just do it. Lu Yuanheng's suspicion rose instantly. Don't tell me it's another survival game. I won't participate. I've never had an advantage. The agent laughed. Ah, brother Heng, this time it's different. We're representing Wagwo, we definitely won't let you lose too badly. He winked. Don't worry, we've already smoothed things out abroad, they're all insiders. You just enjoy being in the spotlight. Is that true? Lu Yuanheng half believed. Every time you tell me there are insiders, but I never see them. The agent stated seriously, this time, there really will be. Trust me one last time. Lu Yuanheng thought for a moment. Alright, when do we leave? Tomorrow. So soon. Lu Yuanheng was momentarily surprised, but the next second he relaxed. Anyway, I temporarily don't want to see Brother Qi, I'll go out and avoid him for a bit. Then I'll inform the director immediately. As the agent spoke, he stood up. The moment he closed the door, his expression changed and his voice dropped coldly into the microphone. The big fish has taken the bait. Carry out the plan as scheduled. Chapter 96, Protecting Hostages. We might just snap their necks. At almost midnight, several terms shot up like rockets and directly claimed the top 5 spots on the trending list. Taking everyone by surprise. Hashtag the Brave Souls team joins Global Survival Watch with anticipation hashtag. Hashtag no doubt about it, the deadweight Lu Yuanheng is still in hashtag. Hashtag Lu Yuanheng not arrested yet, hashtag. Hashtag when will Lu Yuanheng be arrested, hashtag. Hashtag how long would Lu Yuanheng survive on a kill or be killed show, hashtag. Many night owls on the internet excitedly began commenting, keyboards clacking away. Seriously, sometimes I feel like asking every day, is Lu Yuanheng still alive? I don't know if it's just me, but it feels like Lu Yuanheng's participation in these shows is always deliberately arranged. I agree. Have you noticed? Lu Yuanheng's reputation keeps getting worse, and more scandals keep emerging. Exactly, so if there are so many issues, why can he still carry on? Honestly, I don't want to see him anymore, he just makes me uneasy whenever he appears. Global Kill is no ordinary variety show. Without some martial arts background, it would be impossible to survive even 10 minutes. I'm genuinely curious about what purpose putting Lu Yuanheng in serves. Could it be just to embarrass him? Ha ha ha. Maybe they're thinking of torturing him in another way. I can already picture his pitiful end hopping around in the jungle. I don't have much basis for this guess, but relevant authorities are probably cultivating something nasty and waiting for a big catch at the end. A lively discussion carried on through the night on Weibo. The next day, Lu Yuanheng woke up in his large bed. He stretched luxuriously and turned off the alarm clock. Used to living in luxury, he had a constant sense of being above others, untouchable by anyone. Even after being expelled from the board, the number of digits in his bank card was enough to boast about for a lifetime. Lu Yuanheng descended the stairs with his suitcase, which had been packed by a servant hours ago. He saw Lu Qi sitting in the dining room and hesitated for a moment before continuing straight out. Humph. Why didn't you speak up for me? And how dare you gang up with those old geezers against me? I don't want to deal with you for now. While grumbling inwardly, Lu Yuanheng couldn't resist stealing glances towards the dining room. Seeing that Lu Qi showed no sign of moving, he planted himself by the door with a pout. Brother, I'm going on this reality show, aren't you going to see me off? It will take several days to shoot. Lu Qi did not respond, continuing sipping on his Americano coffee. Fine, don't regret it. Lu Yuanheng huffed angrily and carried his suitcase out of the entrance. Only then did Lu Qi raise his eyes, his cold gaze sweeping past as words dripped out, idiot. The hotel lobby was already full of people waiting. It included fans as well as reporters, all eagerly anticipating the arrival of the guests. This was Wagwo's first time participating in the global hit TV series, Global Kill, showing just how much media attention the event had garnered. There were even internet celebrities streaming live, chatting endlessly to their viewers. It's 7:50 now, only 10 minutes left until assembly time. No one among the hosts has arrived yet, are they planning to make a collective late appearance? Comments flooded the screen instantly. Get lost, it hasn't hit the last minute yet, stop slandering the Kill Squad. That's right, the Kill Squad is notoriously punctual, they don't come early but they definitely don't come late either. If they're late, I'll eat poop. Realizing how hot the topic had become, the online celebrity quickly softened their tone. Don't be angry guys, it was just a joke. What joke? That's just empty defamation. Fighting back rising emotions while keeping an eye on the watch. There's no way these people are truly precise down to the second, right? I mean seriously, even if they're a second late. I'll make sure to bring them up high and criticize accordingly. Just as the streamer pondered on this, multiple cars appeared in rapid succession within camera range. They pulled up neatly outside the Gathering Hotel. One by one, the members of the Kill Squad stepped out. The internet celebrity checked their watch immediately, it was exactly 8 p.m. Wow, what professionalism. Could it be because they carry the military discipline of Wagwo? Dumbfounded, the reporter approached at once, asking, "Would you gentlemen please share your confidence level regarding how well you might perform in global kill?" "Nah, pretty confident," Yuan Feng scratched his head awkwardly. "We'll do our best, and I trust my teammates thoroughly." Then, the reporter pointed the microphone toward Jianli. "Li Gu, what about you?" "It depends," Jianli shrugged nonchalantly with his hands in pockets, nudging Hu Xiao with his elbow. "Xiao Gu, what's your opinion?" Seeing the camaraderie, the reporters lit up immediately. Fans in the background let out a scream of excitement. Ah 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 ah. Li Xiao, night snack dawn breakfast. Breakfast night snack, we love you. Jianli turned to look curiously, what are they shouting? Cheering slogans, Hu Xiao smiled, they're really catchy. As the reporter turned to Luo Xiaohong, Lu Yuanhang's nanny car finally showed up, trailing behind everyone else. She looked over briefly, her expression darkening immediately. He Dajij. There wasn't supposed to be any drag-alongs, how did he end up here again? Luo Xiaohong made a face of disgust and asked the reporter again, what was it you were asking earlier? Oh, do you feel confident about survival throughout this challenge? Initially, yes, she responded curtly. But now, casting a sidelong glance at Lu Yuanhang, my chances look rather uncertain. By this time, Lu Yuanhang had walked over, flashing a radiant smile at the camera. Sorry, I'm late. It was morning rush hour traffic today. No need to apologize, said Luo Xiaohong through gritted teeth, had you not come, we'd thank you from the bottom of our hearts. With his usual composure built from being criticized repeatedly, Lu Yuanhang gave a brief smile and entered the hotel without further comment. Inside, Director Gulong was discussing something with his assistant. Upon seeing the participants entering through the revolving doors, he went up promptly, saying, all of you have arrived relatively early, but we must hurry as there is a time difference overseas. The rules for the Global Kill series are in this booklet, each of you gets one. Study it carefully during the flight and ensure not to break any rules. And also, you have a task ahead. Protect the hostages, and survive till the very end. Luo Xiaohong realized something was amiss and was the first to ask, who are the hostages? The director gave an insidious smile, isn't it obvious, the weakest one is the hostage. Do I really need to spell it out? In an instant, everyone's eyes focused on Lu Yuanhang. He shrunk his neck slightly and resisted weakly, I'm not, the weakest. Ha! Someone at the scene couldn't hold back their laughter. Luo Xiaohong suddenly raised her hand, sorry, I can't do this mission. Why? Asked the director. Because, Jianli calmly interjected, she fears we might strangle the hostage first. Chapter 97, the guests should be all in alignment, don't leave behind any underperformer. Not only did the killing squad feel quite dissatisfied hearing the hidden task. But even Lu Yuanhang himself found it shocking. Why am I the hostage? He frowned, can you ensure they won't seek personal revenge? What if during filming? Indeed. Lu Yuanhang was afraid. Afraid that these showbiz gangsters who follow no rules would kill him off first. Even if they had no such intent, just a bit of sabotage would make things unbearable for him. The director heard this and burst out laughing, bro Yuanhang, this is actually for your benefit, if there's no one to protect you, I reckon you wouldn't survive 3 seconds. Lu Yuanhang. Damn. This sounds suspiciously true. For the sake of better entertainment effect, let's all bear with each other, the director began soothing them, what with us being the courageous pioneer guests of the first season. It should all be tidy, without leaving out any underperformers. Just as Lu Yuanhang was about to nod, he caught the last sentence and angrily questioned, who here is an underperformer? That's blatant discrimination. Alright, let's head to the airport. An assistant shouted, and the killing squad immediately turned and left. Leaving only Lu Yuanhang standing there. He glanced at the camera and thought, hostage so be it. With non-stop 24-hour shooting, could they really harm me? If they dare, then let the audience see their ugly faces. Thinking this, Lu Yuanhang proudly walked out of the hotel. By then, live broadcasts had started, and the comments section was flooding. Why does it feel like Lu Yuanhang is walking into a trap? Looks like he's kind of looking forward to it though. I remember how dangerous the island where Global Kill is filmed is, it's much more perilous than the one from the first season of Brave Hearts, with helicopters patrolling everywhere, always ready to rescue the guests trapped in difficulties. With a situation like that, will Lu Yuanhang really be alright? Do you care if he'll be fine or not when he's already signed a life and death contract? One willing to fight and one willing to endure. I can hardly wait to see what Lu Yuanhang's protection will look like, it'll definitely be entertaining. Half an hour later, they arrived at the airport. The production team had arranged a special waiting room and security channel. After another nearly 20-minute wait, the guests boarded the flight bound for the filming site. Yuan Feng automatically sat next to Luo Xiaohong but was called up by Shi Huayi, young fellow, can I sit here? Yuan Feng looked up, Aren't you going to sit with Director Zhou? Zhou Nan just passed by and rolled her eyes directly, who wants to sit with him? Realizing this sounded strange, her ears turned red, and she added hastily, together. Luo Xiaohong grew a little impatient, are you two done bickering yet? Go ahead with your teasing but spare others the trouble. She closed her eyes, men are such a hassle. Shi Huayi. Did it escalate to gender discrimination? Alright, I better stop stirring up trouble. With great reluctance written all over his face, he went and sat beside Zhou Nan, stiffening his entire body throughout the journey, deeply fearful of making contact with her. However, less than half an hour after takeoff, he began nodding off, unable to control his drooping head which leaned towards Zhou Nan's shoulder. Originally also determined to keep a distance, Zhou Nan didn't stay rigid this time. She relaxed her shoulders as much as possible, allowing the other person to rest comfortably. Still studying the rules. Hu Xiao cast a glance over, his deep voice carrying a tinge of mockery, didn't seem that invested while reading the script. How do you know I wasn't? Jianli raised an eyebrow, asking back, locking eyes with the profound gaze before quickly averting her gaze. I flipped through every page. Hu Xiao, what thoughts have crossed your mind? The thought was, Jianli paused, how this author manages to sleep soundly at night. A deeper smile appeared on Hu Xiao's face, maybe it's too realistic. Do you call that realistic? Jianli widened her eyes in disbelief, how many times in one night? And, doesn't he fear exhausting himself to death? This was too embarrassing, so Jianli didn't voice it out. Hu Xiao pressed his lips together, then suddenly changed the subject. What do you think about global kills rules? Simple and brutal, Jianli lowered her eyes, her long-boned fingers tapping against the booklet. Guests form teams automatically and start from different forest exits. If they encounter people from other teams, they can choose to run or fight. Of course, eliminating opponents earns bonus points. As long as they reach the destination within 3 days, it counts as a safe pass. Then advance to the next round of elimination based on points ranking. Hu Xiao nodded, sounds simple, but actually cruel since even reaching safety isn't safe, rankings are determined by points. The production team is encouraging more competition. It looks like marketing strategies abroad are similar to those at home. Before he could finish speaking, Jianli stuffed the booklet into Hu Xiao's arms. Let's sleep. Okay. Hu Xiao carefully put away the booklet and glanced at the profile of the person beside him, his expression softened slightly. When they arrived at the assembly point, it was already evening. With continuous drizzling rain, the weather wasn't great. The assistant just wanted to explain briefly, blaming the inaccurate forecast. However, he noticed the guests had already stepped out of the airport with serious expressions. Standing in the rain without any coyness. Of course, there were exceptions. Lu Yuanhang was the last one to come out. Seeing the rain, he began to complain, what's going on? No homework done beforehand. How are we supposed to shoot with the rain? And no umbrellas. Your crew is absolutely terrible. The assistant quickly opened an umbrella for Lu Yuanhang, shielding him from most of the rain. Only then did Lu Yuanhang deign to walk forward. Outside the airport, there was a limousine waiting. Jianli was the first to get in, followed by other guests in quick succession. When it came to Lu Yuanhang, Luo Xiaohong asked coldly, doesn't the hostage have a designated seat? There's an empty front passenger seat, go sit there. Lu Yuanhang sneered, as if anyone wants to sit next to you guys. In a huff, Lu Yuanhang got into the front passenger seat. The driver tossed over a backpack and said in English. Survival tools. What? Lu Yuanhang didn't understand. The driver turned around, a hint of cruelty on his lips as he repeated in broken Chinese, killing tools. Lu Yuanhang shuddered, are you guys really making a proper variety show? It felt exactly like being kidnapped. The blonde driver laughed, ha ha ha, don't you have a sense of humor? That's the program effect. Lu Yuanhang didn't comprehend anything and was embarrassed to ask the people behind for translations, so he opened the backpack to ease the awkwardness. He reached inside and pulled out a Swiss Army knife, his face suddenly changing. Not actually planning to kill someone, right? Stop the car. I'm getting off. I won't shoot this anymore. Chapter 98, These buffaloes are not human. The driver understood Chinese. As he started the limousine, he burst into laughter, it's too late to say that now. Later, a helicopter will drop you off. Have you played parachute? It's exciting. Looking tense, Lu Yuanhang turned back and asked, what did he say? What did he mean? Just calm down, the assistant lied with open eyes, he was all joking. Lu Yuanhang relaxed a little but then remembered something and excitedly asked, I saw a mention about parachuting in the promotion manual. Won't it be real, right? I'm afraid of heights. Can't do that, definitely not, the assistant shook her head furiously, we'll take a boat to the island. Thank goodness. Lu Yuanhang finally sat back in place. Half an hour later, the limousine arrived at the assembly point. The tent built temporarily was swaying precariously in the wind and rain. Staff members moved back and forth, busily preparing for the impending global kill filming. The chief director spoke into the walkie-talkie, his tone urgent, under such weather conditions, can we fly? Give me a definite answer. All the manpower and resources of the entire production have been invested. Do you know how much loss each day of delay causes? You didn't promise me this originally. You guaranteed that flights would be available under any adverse weather conditions. Fuck. After the director cursed and hung up the phone, he turned around and saw the killing squad walk in. He then asked the assistant beside him, are they the competitors from Huazhou? They don't look like much, do they? Especially that one. He's as thin as a dog. What? Is he the hostage? Are you sure bringing such a dead weight can compete with other teams? Whatever, who cares since they have money? The corner of the director's mouth curled into a contemptuous arc, then he turned back to continue contacting the helicopter. The members of the killing squad had good English skills and naturally understood the disdain from the global kill director. However, none of their expressions changed. Instead, the team leader seemed a little embarrassed. You shouldn't mind. That's how international variety shows are, it all depends on skill. At this moment, the live chat comments were already flooding in. TCH, who are they looking down on? Wait till they get beaten so hard they'll be crawling on the ground. I just understood what the director was mocking about Lu Yuanhang. Saying he's skinny like a dog and will become a liability. Envy sister, take out your whip and give the director a smack. Isn't this how movies always play out? At first, they're looked down upon, then the main character steps in, raises a finger, and says bring me 10 enemies. I love this script. Can't wait. The killing squad didn't care about the director's attitude, and went ahead to organize their equipment calmly. They put on their windbreakers, tightening all sleeves and pant legs. They resembled well-prepared soldiers, disciplined and professional. Wow, so cool. Now I finally understand the meaning of hellish training on deserted islands, to shine at this very moment for national pride. I'm getting pumped just watching this. A fierce battle is coming. Guys, I need to punch the punching bag right now. I've pasted Lu Yuanhang's photo on it. Go go go, hit twice more for me. Finally, the rain began to ease slightly. The helicopter was ready, and the guests started boarding one after another. Lu Yuanhang got more and more uneasy as he walked toward the helicopter. He turned to ask the team leader, aren't we supposed to take a boat? Why switch to a plane? We'll take the plane first and then transfer to a boat, the leader replied dismissively, you'll see once you're aboard. Lu Yuanhang started to make a fuss, I'm not going. You're obviously fooling me. When he tried to run away, someone grabbed him by each arm so firmly that he couldn't move an inch. Someone up front turned around and threatened him, kid, if you dare run, I won't hesitate to throw you out of the helicopter. Luo Wudi then turned her back and said with a laugh, whoever says we can't win because we're dragging a burden along, watch me prove them wrong. As the helicopter slowly ascended, the team leader wiped away tears while waving goodbye, with the killing squad around, it really feels safe. Lu Yuanhang is truly a hostage now. A hostage being forced onto the helicopter. Since the helicopter would soon land on the island and the cameraman couldn't follow, each guest had a separate frequency camera clipped to their collar. For the convenience of this reality show, these cameras were highly advanced and could produce clear images regardless of how bumpy the ride got. So, before the live stream began, viewers saw through Yuan Feng's perspective the deathly pale face of Lu Yuanhang, whose arms were tightly gripped by Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi. Finally, unable to endure it anymore, he weakly asked, can you let go of me now? My goddamn arms are going numb. Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi simultaneously looked at Luo Wudi, Sister Hong, should we let go? Yeah, sure, Luo Wudi replied indifferently, studying the map, anyway, he wouldn't dare jump down. Right after she finished speaking, Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi released their grips and sat further away, acting as though they wanted to avoid him completely after completing their task. Lu Yuanhang, while rubbing his arms, complained to the camera. This is outright deception. I'll hire a lawyer and sue you after this program. In any case, I won't jump, I'll just fly back with the helicopter. Jianli raised her eyelids with a half-smile and stared at him, that's not up to you. Meanwhile, the staff of Global Kill were explaining how to use the parachute and demonstrating personally. Lu Yuanhang's attention was scattered, he kept looking around absent-mindedly. Annoyed, a worker went over and grabbed his collar, hey. Huazhou person. Could you pay attention? If the parachute doesn't open later, I won't be responsible for you falling to death. Lu Yuanhang was completely bewildered and immediately turned to ask, what is he saying? He's saying if you keep jabbering on, he'll punch you. Yuan Feng sneered. This is abroad, no one here will indulge you. The staff member looked like a hulking brute with extraordinarily developed muscles, his face full of menace, just a glance and you knew he probably had several murders on his conscience. Daring not to cross him, Lu Yuanhang could only grit his teeth and silently began studying the parachute techniques earnestly. As the helicopter started circling overhead, the staff yelled, one at a time. Jump. Remember the essentials, don't skip any steps. Lu Yuanhang was genuinely terrified, crouching behind the killing squad as he helplessly watched them leap one by one without hesitation, muttering under his breath. These brutes. Not human. He finally approached hesitantly, about to prepare himself, when suddenly he felt a kick on his rear. Pull the ripcord. The voice from above shouted. Lu Yuanhang screamed in extreme shock, what did you say? Chapter 99, he will eventually get beaten to death. It was proven that human potential knows no bounds. Despite having listened to only one explanation about how to use the parachute while incessantly chattering to himself, Lu Yuanhang still correctly carried out the instructions. Successfully opening the parachute, thereby averting any risk of death. However, due to choosing the wrong direction, he failed to avoid landing on tree branches and ended up hanging there. Thus, Lu Yuanheng's live streaming camera swayed back and forth. Instantly, the comments flooded in. I specifically came to see if Lu Yuanheng has died, but unfortunately, he didn't end up in a box. Did you hear this saying? A pest survives 1,000 years. Wanting him dead is really hard. It's all up to the director anyway. And he's an essential tool in this game. If he dies early, the game will be over. I don't want the killing squad to be disqualified prematurely. I'm just asking, is this variety show really so dangerous? Would they compensate for someone dying? Hitch, top floor, I get what you mean. Let's crowdsource funds to see if Lu Yuanheng should die. Is anyone here? The frustrated Lu Yuanheng shouted while hanging from the tree, who can save me? Where are the other guests? Are they all dead? Before he finished his sentence, he received a heavy strike on the back of his head. Shut up, came a low voice, do you really want to attract other teams? Lu Yuanheng grimaced in pain, turning around, only to jump in fright. Because Yuan Feng was already perched on a thick branch behind him, looking suspicious, like she was about to commit some mischief. Could she possibly want to assassinate me? She's dislocated my arms twice already. Holy crap, when did you climb up? Lu Yuanheng was thoroughly shocked by this bizarre scene, forgetting all about maintaining his image, instinctively trying to dodge backward frantically. Yuan Feng didn't bother with him, silently untying the parachute while her voice remained cold. Of course, I followed after you landed, watching where you'd fall before rescuing you. Still, I thought you might have broken something. Lu Yuanheng's face turned red. Don't worry, I'll die long before you do. Yuan Feng raised her head, lips twitching, then you'd better stay alive. Lu Yuanheng sensed something was off, just about to open his mouth, when suddenly his body lost balance, falling directly. Shit. You didn't even give me a heads up. As soon as he felt his butt splitting into two pieces from the pain, his collar was grabbed, and his legs reflexively followed running. There was no time to examine the surroundings, only dense vegetation zooming past in the wind. Lu Yuanheng swore that he had never run so fast, this speed was like being wound up tightly. Finally stopping, Lu Yuanheng panted heavily, about to complain, when something unknown stuffed into his mouth silenced him. With widened eyes, he saw the killing squad pressing him down to the ground and looking towards the distance. Wah! What are you doing? Lu Yuanheng tried to spit out the object in his mouth, but Jianli shot him a cold glance. If you move again, believe me, I'll slap you. You dare. His slurred words resisted. Jianli immediately slapped him. Though not loud, the force was significant. Immediately struck on the face, Lu Yuanheng quickly quieted down, pitifully squatting in place without uttering another sound. Ha ha ha, what is this? Refusing the good wine and accepting punishment. Such a masochist, just wants to be beaten, it feels so good after a slap. Lu Yuanheng is really stupid, doesn't he know this is a competitive contest? Hanging from a tree branch shouting loudly, deliberately attracting opponents. The scene of the vengeance squad carrying Lu Yuanheng around, it's killing me with laughter. Is anyone taking a screenshot to make a gif? Ha, I get you, sister. His bewildered expression made it look like he was questioning if his legs were even his own. After an unknown length of time, the crouching vengeance squad slowly stood up. They should be far away by now. Zhou Nan lowered her voice. For men and two women, all of them seem skilled and they have some reconnaissance experience. Jianli nodded, then abruptly changed the subject. Did you notice? Their backpack styles are different from ours. So, Hua Xiao continued, what's inside their backpacks could be different too. Could the show producers be playing dirty? Shi Huayi frowned, applying discriminatory treatment. Yuan Feng snorted, it's hard to say, in international competitions, Huagua is always targeted. Luo Wudi looked annoyed, who cares about that stuff? Let's just do it. Lu Yuanheng pointed at his mouth, ugh ugh ugh. Can you take this off already? Luo Wudi rolled his eyes, do you not have your own hands? Lu Yuanheng, MIF*** king daring enough. Everyone's scared out of their wits. Jianli gave him a glance, take it off yourself. Though reluctant, Lu Yuanheng timidly removed the towel from his mouth. A textbook case of knowing better but still asking for mercy. Had you listened earlier, would you have had to endure those beatings? Realizing you can't stand on your own yet wanting to cause trouble, what's the difference between that and inviting death? The Vengeance Squad decided on a temporary avoidance strategy as split-screen footage transmitted live to the studio. The program director was simultaneously monitoring more than a dozen surveillance screens. Some teams had eliminated opponents immediately upon arrival, earning points first. Their performance drawing much attention, leaving the Vengeance Squad looking relatively ordinary. But the assistant noticed something and indicated on the monitor, Director, look at this group, they've managed to evade last year's championship team. The director glanced unimpressed, just luck. The champion team almost leaves no survivors when they're serious. The assistant agreed, that's true. Let's focus on the favorite teams. The director retracted his gaze. At this level, whenever they're eliminated, it might not even catch people's attention. Jianli has conducted missions in tropical rainforests before. These rarely trodden areas often become havens for crime. Smuggling, drugs, kidnapping, and theft frequently occur here. Aside from the secrecy of the geographical environment, the harsh survival conditions pose layer after layer of challenges to search and rescue missions. Many times, people haven't been found yet mercenary forces already surrender. No one wants to stay longer in such a place. But Jianli, being the top card among mercenaries, can't let down the end-of-year bonus. Missions usually don't fail under his command, and he knows a complete set of skills for surviving in tropical rainforests. This is the finish line, Jianli pointed on the map, in the center of the island. On the way, there are 2 cliffs, a waterfall, and a deep pool. We should try to reach the first cliff before night completely falls. Higher altitudes help avoid many dangers. What do you guys think? Hua Xiao spoke first. I agree. Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi simultaneously raised their hands. Me too. Yuan Feng glanced at Luo Xiaohong, fully aligns with wilderness survival principles. I fully approve. Agreed is agreed, why so much chatter? Luo Wudi pretends to raise his hand to hit. Yuan Feng quickly dodged. Sister Hong, I'm sorry. After everyone finished discussing and was ready to go, one member who remembers pain but forgets lessons complained, hey, did you even ask for the hostage's opinion? I've already said I'm afraid of heights, and you want me living on a cliff? Are you planning to kill me outright? Lu Yuanhang was genuinely terrified. What if someone harbored resentment? And pushed him directly off the cliff? How to handle that? Even real-life situations involve couples attempting to harm each other, how much worse with these bandits? Luo Xiaohong looked around, searching for something. When Lu Yuanhang saw this, his face turned pale. Why you, what are you planning to do? Where's that towel from before? Luo Xiaohong sounded irritable. I said we shouldn't have loosened up with him. He's been jabbering non-stop, truly fucking annoying. Folks, who gets it? I'm laughing uncontrollably. This isn't a hostage situation, it's a torture session, right? I sincerely suggest implementing a sound-dampening measure on Lu Yuanhang. Otherwise, long before reaching the destination, he'll eventually get beaten to death. Seeing Luo Xiaohong's searching eyes, Zhou Nan quickly said, there's no towel. Lu Yuanhang almost cried, let me go. If I die, I'll haunt all of you for life. If that's the case, we'd all have a reason to kill you right away, Shi Huayi muttered. Luo Wudi snickered, Sister Hong, it seems you found another use for him. Hua Xiao suddenly recalled something, hey, what if Lu Yuanhang knows some secrets and uses his last moments to tell the enemy? Everyone froze for a moment. Then, they stared at Lu Yuanhang as though he was some strange alien creature. Ugh. What? You actually believe this nonsense? Lu Yuanhang felt chills running down his spine. Zhou Nan broke the silence, even if it is true, with your big mouth constantly flapping, wouldn't you have told everyone by now? This time, even the usually mild-mannered Hua Xiao lost her patience, shut up already. I swear to God, I really know nothing, Lu Yuanhang pleaded desperately, why would anyone in their right mind pick such a dangerous guy as a hostage? Jianli ignored the commotion behind him and started walking forward, we need to cover about 15 kilometers today. Move out now. What about food? Yuan Feng asked. We eat on the move, Jianli replied without turning back. The team had no choice but to follow. Lu Yuanhang stumbled forward under close surveillance. He looked around anxiously, trying to find an opportunity to escape. But every attempt only brought him tighter control from the Vengeance Squad members. Chapter 100, The Retribution Squad is absolutely incredible. To avoid having a towel stuffed back in his mouth, Lu Yuanhang chose to stay silent and followed the Retribution Squad deep into the tropical rainforest. Jianli showed excellent team-leading experience, choosing paths that were not only easier to navigate but also had fewer obstacles. At first, Lu Yuanhang was resentful, assuming Jianli was just lucky. However, the occasional screams and announcements of contestants being eliminated in the jungle made him gradually realize how truly difficult it was to pick a safe route. The Retribution Squad advanced at an incredibly fast pace. Dressed in black, windbreakers, they moved in unison with each other, like a black python slithering through the winding path, rapid and noiseless. Lu Yuanhang was sandwiched in the middle, making it almost impossible for him to fall behind. About half an hour later, he raised his hand. Luo Wudi disdainfully huffed, out with it. I want water. Lu Yuanhang's throat was parched. He felt as though he'd reached his limit, continuing on without rest would probably make him collapse on the spot. Luo Wudi didn't immediately agree. Instead, he glanced at Jianli, seeing her nod before mouthing off, you're such a troublemaker. Take a 5-minute break here. Lu Yuanhang couldn't believe his ears. Do you call 5 minutes rest? Well, do you need rest? If not, we can continue moving, Luo Xiaohong arched her brow provocatively. Rest. Rest, rest. Lu Yuanhang hurriedly nodded. In a life-or-death situation, there wasn't much dignity left to fight over. He had no choice but to back down. After chugging down some water with a loud, gulping sound, Lu Yuanhang started feeling better. Looking around at the others, he paused slightly. Aren't you guys drinking? So little water left, if we drink now, what will we drink later? Yuan Feng ahead of them said coldly. Just as Lu Yuanhang opened his mouth again, Jianli suddenly spoke up low and serious, the team that has been following us is about to catch up. Where? Lu Yuanhang instantly became tense, looking around anxiously. Since joining the global survival game show, he'd done his homework too. Poring over the previous seasons and concluding one thing, this game was brutal. Eliminated players received no mercy, some were even knocked out cold before the rescue helicopters arrived to drag them away. We've gotta run. What are you all waiting for? Lu Yuanhang grew more scared the more he thought about it, getting ready to bolt until Luo Wudi firmly held him by the shoulders. If we always run, others will see us as soft targets, the prime objective for every other team to hunt down. What do we do then? Lu Yuanhang was close to tears. How about we surrender? I don't want to lose my arms or legs. Shit. If this were during wartime, Lu Yuanhang would be the first collaborator for sure. I knew Lu Yuanhang was cowardly, but this cowards him. Not only does he want to give up himself, he's dragging everyone down with him. If our victory condition didn't involve hostages, I'd honestly want to shoot him right here. Forget about this idiot. I'm desperate to know what the Retribution Squad's plan is. Are they going to go head-on? I'm so excited. When Jianli turned her head, she smirked faintly. Here's the plan, you run first, we'll cover you from behind. Lu Yuanhang's eyes lit up, are you kidding me? Of course not, Jianli smiled kindly. Run toward the 8 o'clock direction, and whatever happens, don't look back. We'll regroup at the cliff. Lu Yuanhang was about to accept when suspicion struck him, are you trying to ditch me? How can we win if we ditch you? Hu Xiao retorted. The other members of the Retribution Squad immediately caught onto Jian Li's intention and joined in support. No need to worry, we're covering you. If you get eliminated, I'll slit my throat in apology. Charge forward bravely, I've got your back. This sudden warmth confused Lu Yuanhang further, hesitating, he asked, then, am I supposed to, run? Get ready. Jian Li called out the command. Immediately, Lu Yuanhang took up his starting position. With the shout of, run. He sprinted off. The chat room erupted in laughter. Did he just become bait? Gotta admit, Brother Li has amazing tactical skills. Sending the front scout first. Brilliant. Upstairs calling Lu Yuanhang a scout. He's barely more than cannon fodder tossed aside. Lu Yuanhang ran far away, realizing there was no sound behind him. He stopped to turn and check, only to find that there was no one trailing behind. They tricked me. They just abandoned me and ran off by themselves. Why? Lu Yuanhang grabbed his hair, his mind full of questions. Shouldn't you guys be protecting me? How does losing me benefit any of you? He shouted in despair, unable to accept the reality. As he hesitated about running back, several shadowy figures suddenly surrounded him, speaking a language he couldn't understand. How is he all alone? Guess he got separated. Doesn't matter, take what we can get. And finish off the others next. We'd better hurry, other teams are after this score too. Terrified, Lu Yuanhang stared at the blonde, blue-eyed foreigners and retreated step by step. Don't come near me. I can surrender myself. Just as he was about to raise his hands, he noticed several figures leaping down from the trees and charging towards the foreigners with lightning speed. Shit. Lu Yuanhang was shocked by the sudden burst of violence. He covered his ears to block out the sound of punches landing and crouched under a large tree. Oh my goodness. They're so powerful. If they treated me like this before, I would have been dead countless times already. Within just 10 minutes, an announcement echoed through the jungle. 6 points for Team China. Swiss team eliminated. They're amazing. They even took out last season's formidable third-place team. No wonder the Revenge Squad is utterly incredible. Lu Yuanhang looks like he's about to faint. Chapter 101, Watching a Battle Royal variety show, and being fed dog food. The director who was staring at the monitor felt a bit confused upon hearing the broadcast, so he turned around and asked the assistant, who was just eliminated. Swiss team. The assistant truthfully replied, they were eliminated by the Wagwat team. The director's expression became even more astonished, Wagwat team. The one with the dead weight? Pull up the replay so I can take a look. Alright, the assistant operated another laptop, quickly retrieving the live broadcast replay that was just uploaded. As the two watched together, their facial expressions gradually changed. Since the video was short, the director and the assistant leaned back. This doesn't seem like an amateur player, the director's expression grew serious, all the actions are too professional, as if they've truly been on the battlefield before. The assistant strongly agreed, even without using bait to lure enemies, directly confronting head-on, the Swiss team would not be their opponents. Suddenly the director smiled, this season, the ratings will probably hit new highs again, because there are a few dark horses from Wagwat. Not only did the director and the assistant feel shocked, but also the team struggling forward on the deserted island, searching for weaker targets in order to gain points, were greatly astonished and simultaneously adjusted their strategies. Since the strength of the Wagwat team is still unpredictable, observation will do for now. After making a loud bang and establishing their reputation, Jianli led the team smoothly toward the cliff line. Aside from the sky getting increasingly darker and some unknown poisonous insects occasionally appearing, scaring Lu Yuanhang into screaming, everything else went harmoniously. Finally, they reached the cliff. Lu Yuanheng's heart, which had been hanging all this time, finally settled back down. At this point, he no longer cared about his fear of heights, lying down on the ground gasping for breath. What the hell kind of human-centric variety show is this? Where's my agent? Come out, you bastard. If it weren't for your deception, could I have possibly participated? He muttered to himself, suddenly remembering something, sitting up abruptly. Is my agent secretly part of your gang? Specifically sending me here to suffer? Before others could respond, the comments section burst out laughing first. Ha 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 ha, Lu Yuanheng, you've finally realized it. Anyone who gets sent to these variety shows is never someone easy. Lu Yuanheng's agent. Isn't that the Tony teacher from his company? It said he's especially hilarious, always breaking the rules. My brother works with Tony teacher, while others hire water armies to help whiten their artists' reputations. He directly dismisses such efforts, stating whitewashing is both useless and wasteful, resulting in entire screens of abuse directed towards Lu Yuanheng. Ha ha ha, is this true? No wonder Lu Yuanheng doubts everything then. I work for Lu Yuanheng's brokerage agency. Not only does Tony teacher act weird, but I think every single person in the tea break room, from aunties serving tea to the grandpas sweeping the floor and little girls cleaning up, none of them are simple folks. Have you ever seen a tea serving auntie catch a cup with bare hands? Hell yeah. I nearly bowed down right then. The agent eating popsicles and watching the show at home almost choked, cough cough. Great guesswork, next time don't guess anymore. Further guessing would expose us. Who is your agent? I don't know him. Yuan Feng answered evasively, pulling out the simple sleeping bag from his backpack. After finishing speaking, he stole a glance at other members of the assassination squad. Apart from Jian Li and He Xiao who remained calm. Other members each displayed various subtle traces of strange expressions. Such expressions could only be detected by undercover spies. No one else would have been able to see through them. How could one explain such synchronization? It's as if people engaged in similar jobs share some form of empathy. Have you had enough of looking? Luo Xiaohong suddenly interrupted Yuan Feng's thoughts. What are we going to eat later? Won't it really be compressed biscuits? Why don't I go hunting? Lu Yuanheng was shocked. You know how to hunt. Are you some kind of primitive man? Whatever primitive or not, just watch if I beat you or not. Luo Xiaohong raised her fist, causing Lu Yuanheng to quickly duck. His action was smooth and accomplished, as if used to being beaten. He already knew how to dodge properly. No fire allowed, Jian Li's cool voice came over. It'll reveal our position. How about this canned meat? Want some? Canned meat. Luo Xiaohong's eyes lit up. Where did it come from? There's nothing like that in the backpack. Jian Li smirked. Didn't I just eliminate a few people earlier? I took it from their bags. Could you do that? Luo Xiaohong never expected it, turning to look at the others who also brought out canned meat. Seems I'm the only practical one. Not even thinking about this. Here, Hong's sister. Yuan Feng threw it over. I took two, you know. Zhou Nan smirked. The backpacks all have different contents. Is it preferential treatment? I'd rather believe it's random, and then we're encouraged to snatch, Shi Hua-yi said as he opened the tin can. After all, the rules are there, hee for the thrill of being primitive. Zhou Nan glared at him. That hee sounds a bit creepy. Shi Hua-yi shot back, more creepy than you taking photos creepily. Zhou Nan's face darkened. Lu Yuanheng came over nearby. What photos? None of your business, Zhou Nan replied with a slightly red cheek. Lu Yuanheng wasn't driven away by the scolding. Instead, he shamelessly asked, can you share a can with me? No, Shi Hua-yi answered on behalf of Zhou Nan. He only took one. Just as Lu Yuanheng was about to feel disheartened, he heard the next sentence. I'll give you mine. Thanks big brother. Lu Yuanheng immediately grinned widely. Ha ha ha, has he suddenly become obedient? Such maturity is surprising. His previous arrogance stemmed from having support. Now stranded on the deserted island, his only allies are the assassination squad, so wouldn't he be smart enough to behave? Shi Hua-yi, no matter how much noise we make while arguing, no one touches my wife's can. Jian Li noticed He Xiao busy putting things away and turned to ask, do you have any canned food? He Xiao arched an eyebrow. I don't eat, I'm not very hungry. A jungle run and kill consumes energy, you need to replenish some strength at least. Jian Li opened the can and passed it over. He Xiao shook the compressed biscuits in his hand. I'm on a vegetarian diet recently, these cookies fill me up. Jian Li frowned. Eating just vegetables doesn't offer balanced nutrition. But he didn't say it. After all, respecting everyone's dietary habits is important. Still, he stole a glance and noticed when He Xiao stood up. His tall and slender figure couldn't help but evoke admiration. Was it possible to train like this just on a plant-based diet? Could it be due to absorbing plant proteins? Jian Li looked away and quickly finished his can, still feeling unsatisfied. Thinking whether to nibble on a few pieces of compressed biscuits. But an arm stretched out beside him. I've got a can, you eat it. Jian Li turned in surprise and saw the tender affection in He Xiao's eyes. Yo, he didn't eat it himself, saving it for his beloved wife. Ah. Watching a survival variety show and I'm stuffed full of couple sweetness. I'll fix typos later. Love you all. Chapter 102, Is Xiaogu going to quit for love? Did you specially save this for me? Jianli was a little surprised. Luo Xiaohong couldn't help but interject, of course it's for you. I don't think Hu Xiao would give it to anyone else. He eats even the vegetarian food fresh. Take it quickly, or I'm afraid he'll hold it all night. This was too straightforward, making Jianli feel very embarrassed. He took the meat tin and scratched his head, there's no need to save it for me next time. The food I have is enough to fill my stomach. How? Hu Xiao smiled in agreement. He was originally a man of few words, and when it came to someone he liked, he didn't know how to express himself. Fortunately, there was always an assistant around to speak his mind for him. Xiaoli wouldn't have received it, which would have made him sad and upset all night. Though it wasn't visible on the surface. The cliff was rather spacious, with each guest sleeping on one side, leaving some space in between. Yuan Feng took out the walkie-talkie and kept adjusting it. Lu Yuanheng, curious beside him, asked, "What are you doing?" "Checking if we can receive signals from other teams." Yuan Feng replied with a calm voice. Lu Yuanheng smirked, "Can you stop joking? Walkie-talkies are just for internal team communication. What can you do to pick up other teams?" Before he finished his sentence, scattered voices came from the walkie-talkie. It sounded like English, but the pronunciation was very strange. Zhou Nan listened carefully, "It's the Indian team. Only they could make pronunciation so terrible. Is that real?" Lu Yuanheng widened his eyes, "Is it frequency mixing?" "Huh, no wonder my phone brother can handle the walkie-talkie channel." Made me think about the C Street Loiterer, where a certain Navy officer interrupts in an encrypted channel. I know. Little hand up to answer. US, Phi, watch your left. Phi, what, repeat, C Street Loiterer, he wants you to look at your left. Phi, received, what's on the left? C Street Loiterer, it's me on the left. Eagle, report situations promptly. Japan, what? Can't hear clearly, quick repeat. C should Loiterer, he said find a situation and fire cannons at him. Huh, people upstairs, you guys get memes. What are they saying? Lu Yuanheng asked in disbelief. Zhou Nan had the ability of simultaneous translation. Listening while speaking, beware that Hua country team uses hostages as bait. The Swedish team was just eliminated this way earlier. The weakest breakthrough point in the whole team is also the most dangerous existence. When Lu Yuanheng heard this, he proudly raised his lips, so I am the most dangerous presence. They're quite perceptive. If they use trash to fish again, Zhou Nan continued translating, we must not fall for it. Hurry up and gather, depart when the sky lights up. Lu Yuanheng, who was called trash, suddenly stopped smiling. He wrapped his sleeping bag tightly and hummed, go to sleep. The tropical rainforest was not quiet at night, aside from the chirping birds and insects, there were also wild animals roaring unknown. Without any cover, going to sleep like this gave no sense of security. Lu Yuanheng mumbled wanting to say something, and then came a reprimand nearby, shut up. In these participant teams where martial strength decided everything, he had no say at all and could only swallow his words. However, the next second, the aggrieved Lu Yuanheng heard whispering from another side. What are the photos you took that night used for in promotion? Upon hearing this, Lu Yuanheng immediately opened his eyes wide and reported, somebody is talking. He can, but you can't, Luo Xiaohong snorted, if you talk nonsense again, do you believe I won't kick you off the cliff? Lu Yuanheng. Why should he be allowed? Based on Jianli being able to lead a team, fight wars, and strategize. So he gets special treatment. That's so unfair. Although he was indignant in his heart, he didn't dare to say anything anymore. Mainly because Luo Xiaohong was too ferocious and could actually do it. To take underwear advertisements, Hua Zhao's deep, magnetic voice carried over, my agent made him wear half-naked pictures. Jianli stuck his head out of the sleeping bag, underwear advertisement. You take such endorsements? I disapprove. After finishing the last sentence, he pulled his head back in and paused to explain, what I mean is. Are you going to quit the industry? Hua Xiao suddenly changed the subject, otherwise, this kind of endorsement or movie may be inevitable. Jianli suddenly became nervous, I'm not forcing you. I was just saying it casually. What? Is Xiaogu quitting for love? Spread the word, they're getting married soon. Woo-woo, although I'm very reluctant to let him go, as long as the CP is together, isn't it worth a little hardship? After quitting, can he still do some business? Occasionally appearing would be nice, fulfilling my wishes. This is no survival show, it's like the next season of a dating show. Jianli didn't dare to say anything more, afraid that one wrong word might ruin the acting career of the Emperor of Movies. He quickly turned his head and went to sleep. In the blink of an eye, the sky began to brighten slightly. The morning light shone through the clouds, overlooking the island. And the exposed cliff was the first place covered by the golden light. Lu Yuanheng, who had been worried all night about being attacked by wild beasts, woke up smelling something fragrant. He rubbed his eyes hard, adjusted to the sunlight for a while, then looked towards the campfire. The team had already dressed neatly and gathered around eating grilled fish. Lu Yuanhang immediately jumped up. How could you eat without me? There's delicious food and you don't call me. Yuan Feng glanced over. I did call you. I even kicked you several times. You slept like a dead pig and wouldn't wake up. Lu Yuanhang. I don't believe it. He climbed out of his sleeping bag, indignant, and walked to the campfire. I have neurosis. I wake up at the slightest sound. How could I not know if I were kicked? You didn't call me, stop fooling me. Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. Why don't you feel your butt and see if it hurts? I didn't use much force anyway. Lu Yuanhang paused, feeling his behind. SSS. It hurt indeed. He got angrier. You're too cruel, how dare you attack me when I'm sleeping? We'll leave in 10 minutes, Jianli said without looking up. If you don't eat now, you won't get any. Lu Yuanhang sat down reflexively, grabbing the grilled fish and started eating ravenously. The next second, he suddenly stopped. It smells pretty good. You even brought seasonings. Quite experienced with wilderness survival, aren't you? He seemed to be talking to himself since no one on the killing squad responded to him. They had all stood up, packing things to prepare to leave. Lu Yuanhang kept stuffing himself with the grilled fish while also watching others, slurring unclearly, wait for me. I'll be done right away. Haha, this condition shows that he has been completely tamed. Chapter 103, Shit, am I a bait again? The tropical rainforest was even harder to traverse during the day. Not only did they have to endure the high temperature, but also beware of all kinds of poisonous insects and snakes. At this time, the waterproof jacket played a very good role. As long as the cuffs and trouser legs were tied tightly, most invasions could be resisted. The disadvantage was that it was a bit hot. Although the fabric was already very breathable, it couldn't withstand the boiling of high temperature. Lu Yuanhang once again lost his temper. I can't go any further. I'm thirsty and hot, and my clothes are suffocating. He sat on a moss-covered stone nearby and was about to unbutton his waterproof jacket. Anyone has water? Give me some. I'm going to faint. No one in the Chiu Kill team moved, coldly looking at Lu Yuanhang. Luo Xiaohong frowned. Everyone's resources are limited. We're saving water, not for your sake. Invincible sister is right. Why should we spoil you when I'm not your parents? Yuan Feng reminded us yesterday that water resources are limited and need to be conserved, but this guy didn't listen at all and kept pouring water into his mouth. I thought of this scene yesterday. Lu Yuanhang will definitely shamelessly ask others for water. Can we just abandon him? I can't take it anymore. Otherwise, give him a big kick pocket too. Quick look, Brother Li is going to act. He's walking forward with eyes full of killing intent. Lu Yuanhang, of course, could see it too. His expression instantly tightened as he raised his hand to say, I won't drink it, I'll die of thirst and it's fine. But then he saw Jian Li's fierce gaze. Shut up and don't move. Lu Yuanhang immediately dared not to move and stared wide-eyed as Jian Li picked up a military shovel and slammed it down. Big brother, don't kill. Lu Yuanhang closed his eyes tightly and blurted out a cry. Then he heard something beside him being chopped off. You're such a Mother Teresa. You don't even let snakes be killed. Jian Li mocked with a disdainful voice. Only then did Lu Yuanhang dare to open his eyes and turned his head to look at the side, indeed seeing a decapitated venomous snake. He sucked in a breath, secretly scared afterward. This distance. If it had been a bit later, it would probably have bitten him by now. I said you shouldn't have bothered to save him, Luo Wudi casually spoke, just let him fend for himself. Jian Li curled his lips. There's no way, I still want to win. The feeling of hitting others' faces feels pretty good. Upon hearing this, Luo Wudi nodded. That's true. After pondering for a moment, she pointed at the big leaves nearby. Go drink the water on those leaves. Can I drink it? Isn't it poisonous? Lu Yuanhang was struggling on the brink of death, completely cowardly, felt his legs go weak upon standing, floundered and sat back down. Luo Wudi glanced at him with a sidelong look. Waste. Saying this, she calmly walked to the big leaves, plucked one, and returned to hand it to Lu Yuanhang. Seeing that the latter was still hesitant, Luo Wudi scoffed coldly. Drink it, if you die from drinking it, consider it my fault. Ha 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 ha, screw it, this way, Lu Yuanhang dare not drink it anymore. Wasn't brotherly cool just now? A military shovel crushing a venomous snake, how long do you think it takes to practice such speed? In my opinion, Lu Yuanhang is still quite lucky. People around him are all skilled in survival arts, so although he got beaten severely, his life should not be an issue. Ha ha ha, insightful words from upstairs. Since Luo Wudi personally fetched water for Lu Yuanhang, how could he not drink it? Even if it were poison, he would gulp it down. A few gulps later, Lu Yuanhang, who originally pinched his nose, lit up his eyes. Come to think of it, it tastes a bit sweet. Are you kidding me? How could do not be sweet? Luo Wudi rolled her eyes. At this point, the other members of the kill team had gathered together to discuss their next plan. My suggestion is to gain more points before reaching the destination. Sherhui hugged his arms, with a serious and focused face. Anyway, doing nothing is wasting time, so we might as well stir up some things. Zhou Nan sneered. That's why you're called chesty but brainless. Are points so easy to get? Do you think you're really invincible? Luo Xiaohong turned back. Who called me? Haha, sister, did you call me invincible? Zhou Nan waved her hand. My suggestion is to steadily pursue progress, focus on our goals, and strive hard. Brother, not surprising for an office director to spout literary jargon. Yuan Feng applauded, paused for a second. So, what do you mean? Zhou Nan smiled, about to explain. Shi Hui quickly interrupted with an answer. His meaning is, keep moving along the path, kill whoever comes, and don't search if no one comes. Ah, Yuan Feng suddenly realized, such steady pursuit of progress. Then they all turned to Jianli. Brotherly, what's your idea? Jianli curled his lips. My point is, whoever wants to mess with us, we strike first. Didn't Yuan Feng search another channel last night? We start by taking down that team. I like this plan. Luo Woody stepped forward, to make monkeys alert by killing a chicken. She turned to Huashao. What do you think? Huashao pursed her lips. Jianli's opinion is my opinion. Wow. They are showing off their love so openly. Jianli's opinion is my opinion. Does this mean Jianli belongs to you? This show is great. It not only makes me sweet but also filled with passion. Isn't this our principle? We don't harm others unless they harm us. If anyone does, we must retaliate. Imagination is forbidden, and it is punishable by death, even if it's just about me. I've been watching A3 feeling annoyed for a long time. Let's get revenge. Without wasting any time, the revenge squad had already set out on their journey. Lu Yuanhang was still picking big leaves, ready to drink his fill, but when he turned around, he saw that everyone had gone far ahead. He was immediately startled. Hey, wait for me. Lu Yuanhang shouted while fastening his jacket, shouldering his backpack, presenting an experienced appearance as he set off to catch up. The comments section burst into laughter again. See that? This is the effect of military training. It embeds the habits of the army into your daily behavior forever. It feels like transformation show, doesn't it? Lu Yuanhang looks much more likable in this program. It's all because of fear. The instinct of survival increases several times when someone struggles desperately. Lu Yuanhang caught up with the group and automatically walked to the middle, cautiously asking Yuan Feng ahead, where are we going? The direction seems a bit off. Wasn't it supposed to be 8 o'clock direction all along? Battle. Yuan Feng answered briefly. Lu Yuanhang paused. Fight who? Third brother's team. Lu Yuanhang was even more confused. Who's that? Just go with it, you'll find out soon enough. Considering other teams might interfere with their radio frequency, Yuan Feng kept his words reserved. Suddenly, the person at the front stopped and raised his hand to signal. The revenge squad quickly scattered in all directions, leaving Lu Yuanhang standing alone in the original place. He froze for a second, then a horrifying thought popped up in his mind. Shit. Am I the bait again? Chapter 104, what kind of combat ability is this? Yes, I admit. This move really works. But can't you not use it every single time? Moreover, the other teams aren't fools. How could they possibly fall for it every time? You should change your tactics as well. And leave me a way out while you're at it. Lu Yuanhang stood rooted to the spot, shouting wildly in his heart but not daring to make a sound. Lest his voice be cut off by international foes lying in ambush on all sides the moment it escaped his throat. Luo Xiaohong perched on the tree took a glance down. How come this fool is still over there? Yuan Feng, go drag him up. As the youngest member of the Vendetta team, Yuan Feng did so without any complaints, leaping directly from the tree, somersaulting several times forward, and then grabbing Lu Yuanhang by the collar, pulling him back towards the tree. Hey wait, Lu Yuanhang realized he had just let out a sound and quickly covered his mouth. His body became as light as possible, compliant with Yuan Feng's strength. Not long after, he discovered. What the hell? I didn't know I could climb so fast. Reality allowed Lu Yuanhang no time to think, a rustling sound was coming from deep within the rainforest. It was evident that a team was moving forward slowly and would soon enter their ambush zone. They appeared experienced in warfare, stopping before the encirclement. Someone muttered quietly, so quiet, it's abnormal. Could there be an ambush? Could it be the Huagua team? They should have only passed through recently. I don't think it's them, they don't have the capability for a direct confrontation. Before this sentence was even finished, the Vendetta unit had already jumped down from the branches, rushing speedily toward the Indian team. Despite not being in the best geographical position, it did nothing to hinder their performance. Adopting a strategy of rapid decisive battle, striking directly at vital points, killing with one blow. Greatly reducing the waste of stamina and time. Only when the broadcast echoed overhead did Lu Yuanhang fully realize he was still dreaming about everything he had witnessed, completely unable to believe what had happened. From the previous elimination where he was right in the midst, he hadn't felt particularly stunned. But watching it all happen from a perch on the branch this time. His jaw was left hanging open in surprise. What the hell? What kind of combat abilities are these? Absolutely stunning. Especially Jianli. How did he manage to push his physical endurance to its limits in such a short period? Congratulations to the Huagua team for eliminating the Indian team, gaining 7 points. Bullshit. The vendetta unit, truly, I'm crying. Family members, who understands? I understand, I understand. They really bring pride to our Huagua nation. It's not because the opponents were too weak, it's because the players are too strong. Everyone should dig into Jian Li's past. Those professional combat skills have me suspecting he was once a mercenary. Not just brotherly, the other members aren't simple either. Are they really as transparent in the entertainment industry as we think they are? If they're transparent, I must be air, if they're air, I must be the ozone layer. The announcement's voice reverberated in the tropical rainforest, unwilling to dissipate. The director behind the monitor also fell into thought and shortly turned to his assistant, check the Huagua team's rankings. After searching on the tablet, the assistant looked up, 5th currently. The stronger teams ahead might be the limit of their progress. The director nodded, I thought they would choose the safe route, accumulating 6 points directly to mix until the end. He clicked his tongue twice, too much confidence isn't a good thing. The top 4 will definitely try every means to get rid of 5th. They're in more danger now. Lu Yuanhang squatted on the tree branch, lost in thought. After choosing useful things from the Indian team's backpack, Yuan Feng approached, you're not thinking I'll carry you down, are you? Don't even dare to dream. If I go up there, I'll kick you straight down. Lu Yuanhang fidgeted and started climbing down shakily. Once he landed, he immediately rushed over, Feng brother, do you think I stand a chance to join you guys? I don't want to be a little dog anymore. I want to become awesome too. Yuan Feng sized him up and shook his head, sorry, it's not happening in this lifetime. Huh? Lu Yuanhang was a little confused, you're defining my entire life for me here. Brother, can you remember all those immoral things you've done before? With such audacity, you actually wanted to join them? Look at them, they're clean without any blemishes. And you? You've practically become a big pot of dye. Do you think pretending to be timid washes away all that? Impossible. Even us keyboard warriors can't let you off, right? The vendetta unit set off again, heading straight for the next destination, the waterfall. With water nearby, lunch could be a little more luxurious. Besides canned food, there would also be fish. Shi Huai kept rummaging through his backpack while walking. Seeing something from the Indian team supplies, he felt a small sense of surprise. The show crew is actually quite humane, knowing to prepare curry for the Indians. He nudged the person behind with his elbow. Aren't you a fan? Here, all this is yours. Zhou Nan rolled her eyes. Quit trying to butter me up. Not like we're going to cut ties, right? What kind of ties? Shi Huai stopped mid-sentence and swallowed the word, classmate. Old what? Husband and wife. Haha, when did you two get married? That's true, after so long bickering, you two should make up. I didn't dare ship your couple because of how tense things were. Girls, if it's worth shipping, just do it. I think they'll never really split up. They soon heard the gurgling sound of water. As they stepped out of the bushes, they caught sight of the cascading waterfall. Lit by the sunlight, it refracted into a spectrum of 7 colors. If this wasn't an elimination-based reality show, they might have been in the mood to admire the scenery. But now, Lu Yuanhang, even crouching in the grass pit, felt as though enemies were surrounding him on all sides. This place, isn't it too exposed? Do you even care about catching fish right now? After we just eliminated one team, won't it incite public anger? Will other teams not gang up against us? Luo Wudi was holding a stick, about to step into the water to spearfish, but suddenly paused to look around. Where's the towel? Or a sock will do. Lu Yuanhang immediately shrank back. Sister Luo, I promise I'll keep quiet now. The director behind the monitor didn't quite understand this move, turning specifically to ask the assistant, are there no other teams around? There are, the assistant pulled up footage from the surveillance cameras, the top 4 are all nearby, but it seems none of them has any intention to act. The director frowned in thought, suddenly realizing something. I get it. They're afraid that acting rashly will give benefits to others. So, they're all watching. None of them want to take the first risk. No wonder they seem so calm and composed. They're clearly skilled at psychological warfare. Jianli, who was aiming at a big fish, whispered, shoo. He signaled everyone around to stay silent, then thrust his stick swiftly and grabbed it. Hurry up, Xiao brother, go roast the fish. I'm starving to death. The hidden opponents watching from the shadows. All that fishing, eating, yelling hungry. It's completely a trick to mislead us. We're not falling for it. Chapter 105, the Hua national team is too cunning. Thus, the team temporarily ranked 5th in the global survival reality show. Set up a fire and barbecue rack so brazenly by the waterfall. Luo Xiaohong was responsible for catching fish that slipped away from Jianli. Not one of them escaped her grasp, she speared them and tossed them onto the shore. Due to her incredibly skilled fishing, it wasn't long before there were plenty of fish ready to be cooked on the shore. Yuan Feng was responsible for cleaning the freshly caught fish. His Swiss Army knife skills were sharp, deftly gutting and preparing each fish with ease. The remaining team members acted as chefs, sitting beside the flames carefully flipping the fish and sprinkling seasonings. Waves of barbecue aromas were carried by the wind directly into the noses of the top 4 teams hiding deep within the jungle. They munched on their compressed biscuits, seething with resentment. Why were they undergoing such harsh survival while these guys looked so relaxed and content? Should they charge over there and take all the food? Thoughts aside, no one dared to act. 2 teams had already suffered losses due to bait traps. What if this was another trap? How could they fall for it again? So they endured the hunger for now. Even the director behind the monitors was perplexed. Why are they just holding back? Why are they obediently watching them eat grilled fish? Are they not tempted at all? The assistant smirked. I'm hungry just looking at it. By the way, when is our work meal today coming? I'm starving just watching the screen. The director was still lost in disbelief, excitedly standing up and sitting down. Come on, it's them. Damn, eating grilled fish under observation by 4 teams. Isn't this scene unprecedented? The assistant nodded in agreement. That's right, director, this is absolutely the first time ever. Director. Are they being too arrogant? Who would believe they don't have any strategy involved? The Hua national team is too cunning. I admit my voice was a bit loud before. After basically gathering enough fish for 7 people, the fishing stopped. Jianli excitedly jumped ashore. Can I get one of the grilled ones? Before she finished her sentence, Hua Xiao handed her one. Jianli took it and sat down next to him naturally. The scene was extremely casual, like a couple who had been together for a long time, every move filled with affection. At this point, Lu Yuanheng was still crouching in the grass, looking around cautiously for any sudden attacks. But the smell of the roasted fish was irresistible. He couldn't help himself, thinking. If I die, at least I die full. And thus, Lu Yuanheng also bounded out. Feng Gu, can you give me one? In his eyes, Yuan Feng was the most approachable among the revenge squad. Aren't you scared? Why are you out here now? Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. Hunger emboldens me. Lu Yuanheng chuckled to himself as he happily munched on the grilled fish. The chat bubbles expressed surprise. Is this really the pampered panda blood that I know? How has his image changed so drastically? Finally, I understand why his agent insisted on sending him. Any pretentious person facing life or death must abandon dignity. Not to mention, didn't he give up too fast? He barely held on. If Lu Yuanheng wasn't making such mistakes, I wouldn't know who else to scold. It might be because here, making fatal errors could actually lead to real death, so he stays obedient. Delicious. Really aromatic. While eating the fish, Lu Yuanheng suddenly remembered something and made a face asking, aren't you guys worried about being ambushed? Jianli smirked, how not to worry. If they all had sniper rifles, I'd certainly be torn to pieces. But the problem is, they don't. Luo Wudi glanced askance at him with a look akin to watching a fool, then responded, do you think this geographical location offers much advantage? Any team attempting an ambush needs to jump out from the bushes first. In short, they expose themselves before attacking. There's still a distance between the grasslands and the shore, so before they reach, I will be prepared to knock one out. Zhou Nan and Shi Huai laughed. For close combat, our experience is very solid, we haven't lost often. Hua Xiao glanced at him without a word. Ooh, got it. This is where their confidence stems from. I thought the revenge squad was simply overconfident, but it turns out their arrogance stems from strategic brains. Look at Lu Yuanheng. He seemed shocked with his mouth wide open, unable to close it. Now you know, right? Provoking them is like kicking an indestructible titanium alloy steel plate. A few words and scornful glances from the revenge squad left Lu Yuanheng with a sense of intellectual inferiority and even diminished the taste of the fish in his mouth. Damn. How could a group of people be so outstanding? And they're all on the same team. They're almost invincible. One of the teams was about to approach the shore when they heard voices through their radio. They glanced at each other, turned around, and went back. Equipped with simultaneous translators, they had overheard the logical dialogue from the Hua national team, making them too afraid to attempt another attack. It did make sense. Revealing themselves before attacking would surely turn their advantage into a disadvantage. Besides, a team that could eliminate the Rui and Ying teams must have formidable close combat skills. It must be a trap. Damn, they almost fell for it. With trembling hands, they pulled out their compressed biscuits and continued eating cautiously. At this moment, Jianli exchanged glances with the rest of the team. The revenge squad simultaneously switched off their radios. Jianli then smirked. Did everyone hear that? Probably. Yuan Feng nodded. As soon as we opened our channel, they cut in. We can finally enjoy a peaceful lunch now, Luo Wudi said with a slight smile. Lu Yuanheng was a bit confused. What do you mean? Luo Wudi gave him a sidelong glance. Do you really think we're the kind of people who explain much to useless people? Lu Yuanheng was momentarily stunned. So, you were talking for them to hear? Zhou Nan and Shi Huai smiled in unison. Exactly. Useless Lu Yuanheng. I swear. I really want to flip the table. But there's no table to flip. Ha ha ha, I just got it. So, all those tactical explanations earlier were completely made up on the spot just to scare away the opponents who were eavesdropping on the radios? For the sake of a quiet lunch, the revenge squad truly spared no effort. The key point is, the opponents actually believed it. They thought it made perfect sense, which is why they've been hiding around and not daring to come out. Not only did the opponents believe it, but even from the omniscient perspective, I believed it too. Brotherly truly excels. He prejudged the opponent's judgment. After finishing the grilled fish, everything indeed remained peaceful. Lu Yuanhang stretched lazily. Since it's so safe, can we take a short rest? Upon hearing this, the revenge squad turned to glare at him simultaneously. Faced with their hostile gazes, Lu Yuanhang quickly retracted, I was joking. Chapter 106, Lu Yuanhang is nothing but a troublemaker. Seriously, I want to smash open Lu Yuanhang's brain and take a look at what kind of crap is inside. Huh, buddy upstairs, if you already know it's crap, why do you have to sniff its smell? Didn't you guys see the death squad's glares? I feel like Lu Yuanhang almost got killed just now. Is Lu Yuanhang planning to go down the comedy route? Within this 1.5 day shoot, he's been responsible for all the laughs. The main reason was that he didn't sleep well last night, and ate quite a lot at noon. Drowsiness came like ocean waves, one after another. Lu Yuanhang kept burying his head into the pile of sand. After falling asleep once again, his collar was yanked. Then, he felt cold water splashing onto his face. Who's there? How dare you splash me? Do you believe I can have my brother kill you? As Lu Yuanhang gradually regained consciousness, he saw the revenge squad standing not too far away with their arms crossed. I said this method was simple and effective, right? The coldest water is in deep mountains and old forests. When splashed on your face, you're bound to wake up. Luo Wudi walked while talking. In the past, I often played like this in the mountains. Lu Yuanhang. I've had enough of this bullcrap. These bastards clearly don't treat me as a human being. With an annoyed expression, he moved forward, only daring to curse them in his mind. Suddenly, Lu Yuanhang stopped abruptly. Hey, surprisingly, he became much more alert. After adjusting the compass, Jianli continued leading the way ahead. The deeper they went, the denser the vegetation became. They had to use a knife to hack through the branches and leaves to pass through smoothly. After struggling to advance for more than an hour, they finally found an open area. Just as they were about to rest, they heard a scream nearby. The revenge squad exchanged looks. None of them acted immediately. But Lu Yuanhang was the most enthusiastic, jumping up from the rock. Didn't you hear that? Someone is calling for help. Shouldn't you rush to rescue them immediately? Jianli curled his lips. Let's listen some more. Listen more for what? You'll die if you keep listening. Where did Lu Yuanhang get such a sense of justice from? Perhaps, after wrestling with life and death for so long, he suddenly understood the true meaning of life. He rushed towards the source of the sound, but upon reaching the edge of the bushes, turned his head back. Holy crap, are you really going to stand by while someone dies? Luo Wudi rolled his eyes. If you're so capable, then why don't you go save them yourself? Lu Yuanhang. If I were truly capable, I'd kill you guys first. Jianli raised his chin. A Feng, follow and check out. Yuan Feng hopped off the rock and strolled towards Lu Yuanhang in a carefree manner. Really love the bond within the revenge squad, so harmonious, no one has any complaints, assisting each other forward. Not questioning this, but isn't Lu Yuanhang being so restless? Sudden kindness discovery? Why didn't we see him act so morally upright before when he used to drain others' blood? Isn't it obviously a trap? Deliberately creating false illusions to lure people, and this fool doesn't even notice. Now I understand why the revenge squad stayed so calm. As for why brotherly let younger brother Yuan Feng follow and check out, it's because he's good-hearted. He's afraid that someone might be genuinely in danger. The two had already walked into the bushes. Luo Wudi turned around and asked, won't anything happen to Yuan Feng? Jianli smiled, don't worry, if something really happens, he'll run faster than anyone. He's young, after all, and his explosive power is self-evident. Not only can he run fast himself, but he can also drag others along and run. Shihua Yi glanced at Zhou Nan. Can you identify which country's language that was? Korean. Zhou Nan tilted his ear. That voice pleading for help carries a touch of sir flavor. Ha. No wonder, our office director is indeed well-versed. I never thought about it, but now that you mention it, there is definitely that flavor. Too curious, I will switch the lens to check. The woman's cry for help grew closer, causing Lu Yuanhang to involuntarily quicken his steps. Then, he spotted her calling for help inside a deep pit. She was clearly a participant. Her fleece jacket was already covered with mud, and her face was full of scratches. She looked utterly disheveled. Upon seeing Lu Yuanhang poking his head out, the woman instantly beamed with joy and asked in English. From Japan's team. Lu Yuanhang shook his head. China's team. The woman asked again. Lu Yuanhang nodded. The woman immediately said in broken Chinese, hello, my name is Han Sujin. I am a member of the Korean team. I got lost from them and fell into a trap. Can you help me? Lu Yuanhang was just about to nod when he suddenly remembered something and turned to Yuan Feng. She asked for help. Why don't you do anything? Yuan Feng raised an eyebrow. Why should I move? Isn't it you who want to help? Hey, you're really funny. If I had that ability, would I ask you? Lu Yuanhang said confidently. Yuan Feng pulled at the corner of his mouth. Sorry, I can only rescue one hostage. No talk about anything else. After saying this, Yuan Feng started walking back. Lu Yuanhang chased after him. She's a woman. A disadvantaged group, can't you give a hand? Global escape is competitive indeed, but it shouldn't violate morality, right? Watching others die before your eyes. You are really interesting. Before he finished speaking, Yuan Feng suddenly took out a Swiss Army knife and stabbed backward. Lu Yuanhang was instantly startled. What the hell? I just say a few more words, and you try to kill me. He didn't have time to dodge and was kicked in the chest by Yuan Feng, falling into a grass pit. He managed to raise his head and immediately laid down again, then tried to crawl through the grass. Shit, when did that woman climb up? Like a ghost. She actually fought with Yuan Feng. Wasn't she asking for help just now? Did she even fool me? While crawling forward, Lu Yuanhang felt uneasy. If I get eliminated, that bunch will definitely kill me as an enemy. You see, Lu Yuanhang is purely troublemaking, shouting to save people is him, the first one to run away is also him. It's good thing my younger brother Feng reacted quickly, not only kicking the trash into a safe location, but also holding up the ambush. Ah, their support has arrived, younger brother Feng alone can't handle it. Call the revenge squad quickly, or it will be too late. Don't call anymore, I just jumped over from the frequency splitter, the revenge squad has already taken position. Correct. The hunting moment begins. In the woman's surprised gaze, Yuan Feng slowly curved his lips. He suddenly leaned sideways, vacating an excellent spot. A lightning-fast soft whip lashed over. The woman narrowly avoided it, and then there was another kick, hitting her on the back. The force was so great that she lunged forward and fell into her teammate's arms. Let a woman act as bait, don't you feel ashamed? Luo Wudi put her hands on her waist, Jianli darted out beside her, Sister Wudi, don't waste words with them, let's end it quickly. Before she finished speaking, a tall figure was thrown down. Holy crap. I just want to say one word, too damn cool. Chapter 107, Are They Crazy? It has to be said, Jian Li's practical combat experience is truly strong. Even in the jungle, this harsh environment full of obstacles, he can fully demonstrate his abilities. He even turns all obstacles into tools for assistance. One moment stepping on trees to punch straight into the opponent's head. The next using branches as soft whips to beat the opponent back. Then even picking up big rocks and throwing them over. Totally wild methods, yet extremely effective, while also giving a little help to teammates. Xiao Gu, watch out behind you. Hua Xiao, hearing this, slightly bends his waist and Jianli swings a branch to hit the opponent. The two glance at each other and then shift their gaze away. Two in sync, right? Their little interactions are so sweet. Please keep it up, sprinkle some sugar every now and then. Aya. Ah. Stop hitting. We surrender. The woman who initially set the trap raises her hands, isn't surrendering enough. Haha, she speaks Chinese pretty fluently, was she waiting just for this moment? No wonder boys love action movies, watching the Vengeance Squad dominate opponents is so satisfying. After continuous observation for a day and a half, I have roughly figured out the characteristics of each member of the Vengeance Squad. Xiao Gu doesn't need much explanation, a highly skilled expert trained by a professional team, every move both beautiful and powerful. Yuan Feng, Zhou Nan, Shi Hua Yi seem to be from the same faction, elite special forces trained in a military assembly line. Wu invincible, still an invincible existence, traditional martial arts moves with the whip stylish like a sect leader. And then there's our Go Li, fast, accurate, lethal, practical yet resilient, as if honed through artillery fire. The summary from upstairs seems right, it gives me the feeling of approaching the truth, you better not get abducted overnight, right? Ah, could I delete what I just posted? Ha ha ha, no way, I've already screenshot it and plan to spread it widely. Captain Han squats in the open space, covering his head, having voluntarily handed over his backpack. Yuan Feng rummages through it, how come it's all kimchi? No meat? They like kimchi, Zhou Nan explains, they'd even go for a feast of kimchi manhan banquet. Shi Hua Yi looks up, why hasn't the announcement come yet? Luo Wudi squats in front of the female member of Captain Han's team, a chilling smile curling at the corner of his lips, could it be that you have reinforcements? No, no. The woman shakes her head hastily, maybe they're doing an inventory, just wait a bit longer. Yuan Feng is not satisfied with the spoils of war, turning to ask Jianli, go, which team has more canned meat? Jianli thinks for a moment, American? British? If not, maybe German. Let's find a team with more supplies and fight them. Yuan Feng pats his belly, we can't eat fish all the time, hunting wildlife is illegal anyway. Zhou Nan smiles, you're quite rule-abiding, good prospects ahead. So let's take on the American team. Hua Xiao suddenly speaks up, I remember last season during their escape, they seemed to divide beef jerky. Beef jerky? Jian Li's eyes light up, find their location, we'll take them down before nightfall. Han, arms crossed, waiting for rescue, involuntarily glances at the group, his expression indescribable. The American team was the runner-up of the previous season. Yes. I admit you guys are really strong. But last season, we got eliminated before we even encountered them. You will. Before Captain Han finishes his statement, Lu Yuanheng crawls out from the grass. Seeing the squatting woman, he immediately charges forward. How could you betray my trust and deceive me? He raises his hand to hit her. Before the big palm strikes, the woman stands up and glares at him. Dare to hit me? Do you believe I won't dismantle your arm? Lu Yuanheng timidly withdraws his hand, turning to the vengeance squad to complain. Look. Even captured, she's still so arrogant. Obviously speaking fluent Chinese, yet pretending not to know me at all. That's right, she was absolutely intentionally asking me if I'm Japanese earlier. Damn it. What the hell makes me look like a Japanese person? He rants furiously in anger. However, none of the vengeance squad pays attention. Their heads huddle together, studying the terrain. Whether someone dies or not isn't important, the most important thing is the backpack. Jian Li succinctly outlines the strategic points. Zhou Nan follows up in agreement. We shouldn't stick our necks out too much either, as long as we accumulate enough points, otherwise, the next season's Huagu team won't have steady growth. The other teammates all nodded in agreement. Luo Xiaohong couldn't help but ask another question. Could there be alcohol in the backpack? Any kind of alcohol will do. Lu Yuanheng, was it really necessary to start studying food while completely ignoring my situation? Isn't that a bit too much? He can't bear being overlooked and rushes over directly. Before he can even speak, Yuan Feng gives him a sidelong glare. Where have you been crawling around? The next time, you save yourself like this, don't wait for me to come looking for you. Recalling the battle scene just now, Lu Yuanheng suddenly realizes how spineless he has been, and swallows the rest of his words. At this moment, the broadcast above them finally sounds. Congratulations to the Huagua team for gaining another 6 points. The current total is 19 points, ranking 4th. The top 3 teams are Germany with 36 points, America with 30 points, and Britain with 26 points. There are 39 hours left until the competition ends. Please, all teams continue your efforts. After hearing this, the Revenge Squad's expressions suddenly became serious. Only announcing the top 3? Yuan Feng asked. Jian Li nodded, it seems so. After elimination, do the points reset to 0? Luo Wudi dragging his chin, that's a real pity, they can't be transferred to us. If they could, let's just wipe out those 3. No wonder Sister Invincible speaks with such authority. I agree with this rule, it should go to the most capable. The director behind the monitor smirked after hearing this. Win 3 rounds and you already think yourselves invincible? Wanting to take down the top 3? Aren't they speaking too soon? The assistant holding the tablet glanced at the analysis data, and handed the screen over. Director, the professional analyst's results have been uploaded. Apart from that drag-along on the Huagua team, all other members are at MVP level from the last season. With such strong collaboration, they might actually. The director barely glanced at the tablet before shoving it back at the assistant. This kind of data analysis is for the audience to see. Do you believe in it? There's no might, strength is strength, luck won't stay good forever. The assistant hesitated for a second, then suddenly lowered their voice. Director, shouldn't we prepare measures in advance? In case they actually win. Then the investors will lose heavily. The director remained unconcerned, leaning back nonchalantly. Relax, it's not yet our turn to intervene. The very next second, his mood tightened as he pointed at the screen. Are they insane? Just like that, they've rushed straight in front of Team USA. Chapter 108, I hit harder when I'm drunk. Want to give it a try? The team leader Han, who had just been hoisted into the sky by the helicopter, took a glance down and saw the Chinese team, looking like jungle bandits, rushing quickly into the American team's rest area. Without a word, they started grabbing backpacks, not caring about tactics anymore, directly attacking vital spots, and fighting anyone who resisted. Han's female teammate was utterly shocked. She suddenly remembered something, turned around, and said to her teammates. Ah, this is the profundity of Chinese culture. They must have used Sun Tzu's art of war to catch the American team off guard. Once we return, we should study carefully. The next time we participate, we shouldn't rely solely on setting traps through misfortune. Other team members nodded heavily, fully convinced. Suddenly, someone asked, isn't this trap trick what we just learned from the Chinese team? Why can they win? The woman, I want to know too. Not long after, the announcement rang out in the jungle. Congratulations to the Chinese team, having obtained 7 points, for a current cumulative total of 26, placing them in second. The director behind the monitor could not close his jaw for a long while, unable to believe what had just happened. In less than 15 minutes, the American team was completely dismantled. And their reason for the surprise attack was beef jerky? Is there any justice in heaven? Sorry, but that's just how powerful we are. WTF, never realized before how good unthinking joy can feel. Why argue when you can fight? Why borrow if you can snatch? Though it may lack some decorum, their spirit looks great. After the American team boarded the helicopter, a reporter came for an interview. To my knowledge, this is the earliest you've ever been eliminated. How do you feel now? The blonde man with blue eyes seemed to still be shaken, looking extremely agitated. Madman, absolute madman. Where did the production crew even get these people? They didn't follow any kind of logic. If he wanted to eliminate me, he just grabbed my bag. And if he wanted my bag, in the end, he also eliminated me. Another team member waved his hand. There's no beating them, it's impossible. It's as if they haven't eaten all year long, and seeing the beef jerky made their eyes gleam. One teammate beside him, seemingly recalling something, they remind me of a group of monkeys I encountered one year at Mount Amei in China. No. They're more ferocious than the monkeys. At least the monkeys take what they need and run, but these guys beat you to death. The reporter looked sympathetically at them, then turned back to the camera. This is this year's dark horse, the Chinese team, so fearsome that even hearing about them strikes fear into others. Hope the other teams gear up during confrontation. Don't let their charming appearances fool you. They're tough customers. At the school gate. Jian Yu walked out with one hand in his pocket, then turned into an alleyway and stopped. A man rushed out, falling to his knees instantly. Young Yu, please, help your dad, if the money isn't paid this time. I won't be able to survive. He reached out to grab Jian Yu's uniform pants but was repelled with disdain. Jian Yu lowered his head, looking at his sobbing father. Dad, how about we both die together? We don't deserve to live, it's exhausting. Upon hearing this, Jian Jingfeng looked up, astonished, and noticed Jian Yu wasn't being impulsive or joking around, struggling to pull the corner of his lips. Child, don't talk nonsense. We still have your brother. And soon, you'll be taking the National College entrance exam. Your teacher says you'll get into a prestigious university. Your future is bright. Don't let this little thing. Jian Yu gave a slight smirk, cutting him off directly. With a father like you, do you think I stand a chance at a future? He grabbed Jian Jingfeng's collar. Come on, let's both die together. There's a bridge up ahead. Let's just jump into the river. Having been exercising regularly lately, Jian Yu was incredibly strong. Jian Jingfeng struggled a few times, shocked to discover. This child was already strong enough to really drag him to his death. No, I don't want to die. Jian Jingfeng collapsed onto the ground. Dad doesn't want to die. He squirmed and crawled, trying to break free from Jian Yu's grip. He knew this child was stubborn. If he said he'd do something, he definitely would. So he dared not gamble. Little Yu, listen to me, focus on studying, and I'll visit you again soon. Jian Jingfeng seized the chance and bolted into the alleyway, nearly tripping several times and almost falling. Jian Yu watched as the figure fled awkwardly in the distance, his eyes gradually dimming. Suddenly, he spoke to the side. Have you had enough of the show yet? How long do you plan to hide? The moment these words left his lips, a tall and lean figure stepped out from the shadows. A cigarette dangled from his mouth, his face bearing a cocky grin as he casually strolled up to Jian Yu, hands in his pockets. I wasn't intentionally eavesdropping. I arrived here before either of you. Jian Yu cast a glance at the new transfer student, his expression indifferent. Whatever, my family drama is all over the internet anyway. With that, he turned around to leave, but the student behind him stopped him. Hey, isn't your brother on the survival show now? I think he's pretty awesome, never backing down. Why don't you take after him instead of always acting like this, talking nonsense about dying all the time? Jian Yu turned back. Well, you don't know what it's like to have a compulsive gambler for a father. Would you be happy? Do you know there was a female PhD who hanged herself in a restroom to escape her biological mother? Hui Chuan hesitated for a second, not knowing how to respond. Then he extinguished his cigarette. By the time he looked up again, Jian Yu had already walked away. Hui Chuan stood in the alley for a while until his phone rang. He swiped it open, somewhat irritably. How long do I have to stay in this lousy school? Can't I just go abroad directly? Why bother with the college entrance exam? Near dusk, the revenge team arrived at the second cliff. This time they lit a fire immediately, preparing to heat up their food. Lu Yuanheng curiously asked, don't you worry about being found now? Luo Wudi glanced at him. The first day was about concealing our strength. Now that our abilities are out there, what's there to fear? If someone comes because of the firelight, we might as well all die together. How much effort would we save? Saying this, she took out a small bottle of liquor from her backpack and gulped down 2 mouthfuls. Lu Yuanheng widened his eyes. You, how can you drink alcohol? Don't you worry others will gang up on you when you're drunk? Luo Wudi smirked. No worries. I hit harder when I'm drunk. Want to give it a try? Lu Yuanheng covered both cheeks with his hands. No. I've already tried it. And he still remembered how powerful it felt. Chapter 109, Is it possible to recruit this kind of talent? Sometimes I really admire Lu Yuanheng. After going through so much, he's still pushing the limits. When it comes to causing public outrage, Lu Yuanheng never holds back. One second you think he's hilariously pitiful, and the next second you want to slap him dead. Ha ha ha, it's the first time I've seen fans in a variety show unite like this. I vaguely remember that at the beginning, he did have some fan base. What fan base? The super topic group has been disbanded, his public perception is completely ruined, and now most of the comments cursing him are from former fans turned haters. Lu Yuanhang has certainly made history, but speaking of which, where did Sister Invincible get the alcohol? Did the production team provide it? It should be from Captain America's stash. It seems Captain America won against the Russian team and casually took a few bottles of alcohol. Sister Invincible, don't hold back, if he deserves a beating, just do it. Don't treat him like an outsider. We're pretty lucky. Except for the rain on the first day when we arrived at the filming location, all the other days have been sunny. Standing at the edge of the cliff looking up at the night sky, it's clear and star-filled as if you could pluck a star with your hand. Jianli looked up for a while before hearing a voice asking beside him. How's the weather tomorrow? Pretty good, Jianli answered and then glanced sideways. Do you know what I'm looking at? Hua Xiao smiled. Isn't it just observing the stars at night? Jianli. You actually understand this? There came a scoff from the opposite side, full of mockery. Why make it sound so mystical? Observing the stars at night? Lu Yuanhang dared to sneer despite risking trouble. He soon realized all eyes were on him and quickly retracted his words. I'm not well educated, I tend to question things I don't understand. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Phew, does he need to admit mistakes so frankly? But I also want to ask, was Brotherly really observing the stars to predict tomorrow's weather? If so, isn't that incredible? Going into battle does require some knowledge of astronomy and geography. It's not that strange, it only shows Brotherly has experience. Another proof confirming he's a mercenary. I believe it. Brotherly isn't faking it, he's truly skilled. No, I am more concerned about my CP having reached such a tacit understanding that one glance reveals everything about what he's doing. Even though I've already said it many times, I still want to say, Fin, CP nickname, please officially couple up right here and now. A section leader stood before a large screen, his expression stern, brows furrowed, as if deeply pondering something. After half a moment, he turned and asked, are you sure he isn't one of ours? Absolutely sure, the subordinate nearby affirmed. All employment records, including classified files, have been reviewed. He isn't ours, yet during the mission, he played a crucial role. The leader's gaze returned to the large screen, admiration unhidden in his eyes. Furthermore, his skills across all aspects are highly mature, capable of solo combat without issue. This kind of talent. Is there any possibility to recruit him? The subordinate hesitated, not easy to say. I see he's rather unruly, we can only try our best. The leader's face darkened. I don't want to hear, try our best. The subordinate stood straight, we'll handle it immediately. Feeling full after dinner, the Chinese team dived into their sleeping bags to rest. About half an hour later, everyone's breathing became steady, seeming to have fallen into deep sleep. One head quietly peeked out, cautious eyes sweeping across every face. Seeing no open eyes, it carefully crawled out of the sleeping bag, skulking towards the tree clusters. Almost simultaneously, all previously closed eyes opened together. Lu Yuanhang, who had already slipped behind the big tree, detached and turned off the camera at his collar, then pulled out his phone to make a call. The other side answered promptly. He couldn't wait to complain, why are you constantly contacting me? I'm shooting a variety show, there's absolutely no time to reply. What? You're planning to transfer assets here? Is there even a signal in this place? No, not yet. You mean I use my account to transfer money out? How could that work? What if it gets traced? So much dividend. Are you sure? Lu Yuanhang began to hesitate, I just need to cooperate at specific locations. Well, then fine. But you guys must take care of settling those bandits from the assassination squad. After ending the call, he slipped his phone back into his pocket, fastened the camera back on, and turned to walk back. But just as he took a step, he suddenly noticed a shadow leaning against a tree nearby, with two bright eyes staring straight at him. Shit! Who's there? Lu Yuanhang jolted, fear propelling him to turn and run. However, the shadow stepped out, the moonlight revealing the face. Lu Yuanhang recognized who it was. Feng, brother Feng. He relaxed for a moment but quickly tensed up again. How long have you been standing here? Just got here, Yuan Feng smirked, I'm worried you'd be carried off by wild animals, so I came to check on you. I'm fine. Lu Yuanhang forced a smile, just felt an urgent need to pee, so I came out to use the restroom. Didn't want to disturb you guys since everyone was sleeping soundly. Yuan Feng smiled, you're actually thinking of others. For some reason, the smile on Yuan Feng's face made Lu Yuanhang feel chills down his spine. He swallowed, trying to remain calm as he walked over. I'm tired, let's go to sleep. We still have to get up early tomorrow, right? Lu Yuanhang intentionally kept some distance from Yuan Feng, fearing a sudden body search. If his phone were found, how would he explain that? Actually, there wouldn't really be much to explain. These days, which celebrity shooting variety shows doesn't hide their phones somewhere? Last time in Love variety show, Yuan Feng pulled one out from his own behind. Though Lu Yuanhang didn't see too clearly. While walking back, Lu Yuanhang mumbled low thoughts all along. Upon returning to his sleeping bag, he realized everyone was staring at him sharply, which startled him. Shit, are you all awake? Do you have to be this alert? Who've you been meeting secretly at this hour? A light voice drifted from Luo Wudi. What nonsense. Suddenly we're in a historical drama. I'm also curious. So timid usually, yet tonight dared to use the restroom alone. Was the video cut for a few minutes? Could it be, he suddenly developed a sense of shame? It's just an urgent need to pee, truly. While explaining, Lu Yuanhang crawled into his sleeping bag, extremely nervous and turned his head away. Luo Wudi snorted lightly, if you ask me, next time if you wander around, just kick you off the cliff and be done with it. Dare not, absolutely dare not. Lu Yuanheng's mosquito-like voice spread through the darkness as he sighed deeply, exhausted mentally. He wondered silently, being watched like this, could he even successfully meet the contact point? Chapter 110, heads can be cut off, blood can flow, but the formation must not be disrupted. The next day, as expected, Escape Island was blessed with another bright and sunny day. When Lu Yuanheng opened his eyes, the members of the pursuit squad had already packed up early and were huddled together, heads down, studying something intently. This immediately sparked his curiosity. Carefully crawling out of his sleeping bag, he stealthily edged closer to their closed-off circle. The murmured voices began to grow clearer. Luo Wudi took a sip of alcohol, it's the last day. The other teams will surely have a go-for-broke mindset. I propose we fight fire with fire. Otherwise, our dead weight won't cooperate quietly. How violent should we get, Hongsis? It's not like I can kill him, right? Yuan Feng seemed perplexed. Controlling my strength is really tricky. Zhou Nan, Shi Hua, and Yi simultaneously sighed, how about just letting him fend for himself? Anyway, once we reach the finish line, it's a win. As long as he's still alive and breathing. Feng's eyes suddenly lit up. What if we knock him out first and drag him along? All eyes then turned to Jianli. Bro Li, what do you think? Jianli curled his lips upward, glancing at everyone present, let's hear his own opinion instead. Lu Yuanheng, who was already sweating profusely and ready to retreat, immediately became the focal point. Bending slightly forward, his smile awkward, well, how about letting me fend for myself? I promise not to die. Isn't that good enough? Dragging me while unconscious also sounds exhausting, doesn't it? I could pretend to be knocked out too. Just don't hit me, please. Laughs dying. Trying to eavesdrop on secrets as soon as I open my eyes, but turns out everything discussed is against me. First time seeing bodyguards gathering around, brainstorming ways to harm the hostage. This lawless vibe is actually irresistible. Can this guy get any more spineless? Planning to play dead and let others drag him along. Why are you so efficient in conserving energy? Apparently, the discussion reached no conclusion. Heart in his throat, Lu Yuanheng anxiously finished his breakfast and observed the members of the pursuit squad pack and prepare without showing any intention to strike him. Only then did he manage to calm down. But as soon as he moved closer to Yuan Feng, he noticed him raising his arm. Whoa! Don't hit me. Hugging his head, Lu Yuanheng exclaimed, I'll pass out now. Yuan Feng glanced at him dryly, who said anything about hitting you? I'm just stretching. So timid, and yet trying to mimic double agents. Jianli chuckled lightly before walking away. Not hearing clearly, Lu Yuanheng chased after him, what did you say? Said you're dumb. Not smart enough to even try being an undercover agent like others. Huh, that's why they say having keen hearing leads to clear sight, all your senses work hand in hand. After descending from the cliff, Jianli led his team onward towards the center of the jungle. Behind the monitor screen, the director closely followed their route, turning around intermittently to check with the assistant, how are the viewership rates across various lenses. Team D ranked first, Team H second, third is. Wait, interrupting in disbelief, the director turned back. Did you say Team H is in second place? That doesn't make sense, it should be Team Y in second place. They always have loyal fans following their sub-channels. The assistant smiled faintly, Director, did you forget that Team H is a dark horse? Their roughhouse style of fighting since the beginning has drawn a lot of new fans, boosting their support rapidly. Hasn't the sponsor called you? No, they haven't. Just as the director mentioned this, his phone rang. Glancing down at the caller ID, his expression shifted slightly as he excused himself briefly to answer. Relax, these are all rookies, they pose no real threat to Team D. There's no need for that, otherwise, it'd seem too fake, wouldn't it? Alright, I'll consider it. He hung up, walked back to his seat with a grave look on his face, paused for a moment, then instructed firmly, go ahead and notify them, starting now, every surviving team will focus on sniping Team H to keep them from entering the target zone. Director, isn't that inappropriate? The assistant protested shockingly. We've never done such blatant manipulation before. What if it gets reported? What about future events? The director frowned deeply, it's a request from the investors. There's nothing I can do. You know they're connected both to legal and illegal channels. Though the sentence remained unfinished, the meaning was quite clear. The assistant hesitated for a moment before picking up the walkie-talkie. What did you say? Luo Wudi leaned his head over. Speak louder, don't mumble like Lu Yuanheng. Feng inhaled deeply and leaned close to Wudi's ear. Lu Yuanhang strained his ears to listen carefully but heard absolutely nothing. After Yuan Feng finished speaking, Luo Wudi's face lit up with excitement. Is this really a good thing? Someone just coming to deliver it. Yuan Feng quickly covered her mouth. Broly said, we need to act as if we don't know about this. What? Are you starting to treat me like an outsider? What's the matter? It's killing me with curiosity. Could it be that they want to secretly execute Lu Yuanheng? If that's the case, there's no need for secrecy since you guys are already openly targeting him. Wait. Something's not right. My buddy who's monitoring other subfrequencies says that the surviving teams are rapidly moving towards Team H. What are they planning? Could they be preparing to surround Bright Peak? Ha, the floor above is mixing up channels. The sudden situation brought the Vengeance Squad together. A hand covered the camera mounted on their collars. Jianli asked in a very low voice, have you heard of guerrilla warfare? Sure. Lu Yuanhang eagerly interrupted from outside the circle. Yuan Feng swiftly turned around and stuffed a towel into his mouth, pulling off his camera at the same time. Ugh. I won't say anything. Give me one more chance. Lu Yuanhang squatted by the tree roots, looking utterly wronged. Jianli glanced at him, then returned to the middle of the circle and continued, still that sentence, quick war, quick victory. Fire a shot, change places. Always appear where least expected. Any questions? The Vengeance Squad simultaneously made an okay gesture. Jianli nodded, remember your strategic positions. Heads can be cut off, blood can flow, but the formation must not be disrupted. Understood. The Vengeance Squad once again gestured okay. Jianli was quite satisfied. He turned to ask Hua Xiao, if we break the points record, will we really get a big feast tonight? Hua Xiao's eyes curved slightly, we absolutely will. I'll pay for it if the production team doesn't. Jianli smirked, this production team that loves playing tricks. We wouldn't have come here for nothing without treating them properly. He stood up, lowering the hand holding the camera, calling out nonchalantly, don't keep them waiting. Let's go. Departure. What the heck just happened? Why are they setting out as soon as dawn breaks? From Lu Yuanheng's perspective, the Vengeance Squad is just so cool, these steps went straight into my heart. One last shout, hunting moment, has arrived. Chapter 111, this is not my fault. Participating in the global elimination game is just like participating in the International Olympics. With strengths and weaknesses, huge disparity in power. But even if you know you're going to lose, you can't give up your eligibility to participate, right? Some small countries with fewer resources don't aim for high achievements. They just need their athletes to show up, demonstrate perseverance in sportsmanship. And consider it a success to take home a few consolation prizes. Before happily preparing to return home. Everyone is satisfied this way. But what happened? Just as everyone was about to board the bus for the journey back, the organizing committee dropped a bombshell. Requiring an even more brutal rematch. After barely escaping from being chased down by large groups, we're supposed to go out there and die again. Who could possibly agree to this? And who's a fool anyway? However, before any opposition could begin, the assistant revealed the next sentence, it's not one team fighting, it's all teams together surrounding us. Also, those who participate in the encirclement will enjoy privileges in the next season's competition. Otherwise, their eligibility will be cancelled. The underperforming teams exchanged uneasy glances among themselves. What the heck, is this too despicable and shameless? Forget it, isn't this better than getting checked over 100 times for doping in a day? No options, let's charge forward. Thus, these underperforming teams moved towards certain points respectively, trying to form an encircling trend. As the map became clearer, the chat messages started flooding. I finally understand now, our Huagua team has been targeted. No wonder Li Gu and his group were whispering before, did they guess the current situation too? Isn't this outrageous? Was it deliberately planned, or a collective suppression? Can't stand seeing a dark horse break free. For the first time, I feel disappointed about this reality show. I thought it was the top-notch escape show. Is this a strategy to use manpower tactics? Wait, even with such tactics, sacrifices are inevitable, aren't they? Could they really accept elimination willingly? I bet the program gave them some benefits, otherwise, who would be foolish enough to rush in and become cannon fodder? The truth is uncovered in the comment above. I used to think this show was quite fair, but it seems there's such corruption behind the scenes. Shit. If the Huagua team loses this season, then all of us should boycott next season. Yes. Absolutely boycott it. In front of the monitors, the director's face turned increasingly gloomy, and his assistant moved closer. Director, we've been criticized heavily. Should we? This is not my problem, it's all the investors' fault. The director didn't continue, looking at the screen with extremely complex emotions. The nearest team is in the southwest direction. Yuan Feng stared at his locator, about 10 minutes to arrive. Jianli nodded, find a way to cut off their walkie-talkie signals, to prevent them from transmitting their location immediately after elimination. You've seen jungle guerrilla warfare, right? Use the obstacles around you effectively. And make sure you have proper cover. As he said this, he unintentionally looked back and paused abruptly. Shit, when did you guys get dressed up like that? Just while you were talking, Luo Wudy replied calmly, black windbreakers are too obvious, we needed some green vegetation on us. Not very professional, huh? Check them out. Zhou Nan and Shi Hua Yi smiled simultaneously as they were fully camouflaged in green. We've attended wilderness combat training. In terms of disguise, we're absolutely top-notch. Jian Li. Even now, do the special staff members have such audacity and not fear exposure? He turned to Huashao, do you need me to help? Oh shit, you're quick too. The latter faintly smiled with lips slightly pursed, raising her hand full of vegetation. Don't move, let me help you. Huashao said so and inserted a leaf cluster onto Jian Li's waist. Jian Li froze again, his voice sounding unnatural. You, watch where you put your hands, don't reach inside. Where exactly did you reach, Brother Li? Specify it clearly, don't treat us as outsiders. Huh, Brother Li's face turned red. Clearly touched something he shouldn't. The battle is imminent, yet you two still act so sweetly. Ah, I'm dying of happiness. Brother Xiao, don't hesitate, insert further inside. Me too. Me too. Lu Yuanhang stood up from the tree roots, I need camouflage too. What if I get spotted? Luo Wudy glanced at him, rubbing his chin thoughtfully, that's a problem. Maybe tie him to a tree. Untie him once the fight is over. Lu Yuanhang. Isn't that cruel? Good idea, Yuan Feng echoed, raising his head to look for a tree with lush foliage that could hide a person. Lu Yuanhang panicked, wait. It's like a maze here, every tree looks similar. What if you can't find me after the fight? Jian Li, already camouflaged, gave a light laugh, then just stay here as a wild man. You'll have another chance to call for help in the next season of filming. Lu Yuanhang's face changed dramatically, he didn't think Jian Li was joking, this is sheer retaliation. Barefaced, umph. The dedicated towel was once again shoved into his mouth, and Yuan Feng lifted him by the collar onto the tree. Under Lu Yuanhang's incredibly terrified gaze, Yuan Feng tied the rope while pulling at the corner of his mouth, don't worry, we'll definitely find you. Because there was a tracker on him. Yuan Feng didn't say the rest. His expression seemed reserved. After tying up Lu Yuanhang, he jumped off the big tree, glancing at his watch, Li Gu, 3 minutes left. Jian Li nodded, everyone take your positions. Get ready. Run. And so, bound to the tree, Lu Yuanhang heard the announcements every so often. Congratulations to Huagua team for securing 5 points. Congratulations to Huagua team for securing 7 points. Congratulations to Huagua team for securing 6 points. Congratulations to Huagua team. His eyes bulged, internally sighing, damn it, I'm sick of saying, strong. So exhilarating. Deceiving the enemy by feigning an attack on one point while attacking another. Luring the tiger out of the mountain. Alarming the snake by beating the grass. Stealing the sheep while no one is looking. Catching thieves behind closed doors. Almost all 36 strategies were used. Rawful. At first, it was an encirclement formation, but eventually turned into scattering everywhere. Yelling something incomprehensible. I can translate, they shouted, Huagua team is coming, run fast. What a pleasurable read plot, my breasts feel relieved. Not sure what the show producers were thinking, wanting to surround and annihilate them. Send someone competent. Now it's like free points being handed over to Huagua team. Huh, the director probably is baffled too, Huagua team's scores shot up like a rocket. Whoosh and it's gone up. The director in front of the monitoring screen was indeed a little confused at this moment, SSS. This isn't what I had in mind either. He scratched his head irritably and turned back to his assistant, you need to explain this to me. I did follow the investors' requirements, who knew they would climb straight to the top like this? This cannot be blamed on me. Chapter 112, Who are you exactly? Lu Yuanhang was listening to the radio, still feeling utterly bewildered. The main reason was that the points were being added too quickly, and before he could figure it out, the Chinese team had firmly taken first place. What the hell? We're already champions with such a huge lead over the German team. Maybe there's some foul play going on. Did someone pay off the show's producers? Why are so many rushing to give away their points? While muttering under his breath, he started untying the ropes. After turning off the camera, he began cautiously climbing down the big tree. Whoever won the championship, what did it have to do with him? As long as he pulled this one job off, retiring from the entertainment industry to enjoy his old age would be no problem. And the grudge-holding little squad? Let them continue crawling around in the mud pit. The money they earned for appearances won't compare to capital in a lifetime. Lu Yuanhang smirked with satisfaction, glancing disdainfully at the rope by his foot. Yuan Feng's knots aren't anything special. Just a little force, and they're undone. He pulled out his phone and began searching for the location. After confirming it, he ran towards the destination. But after just a few steps, Lu Yuanhang paused again, casting a glance at the surrounding vegetation. Maybe I should disguise myself. No sooner had he spoken than he began moving. Surprisingly, these last 2 days as a hostage weren't wasted. At least he learned a trick or two that might help him survive. So, 10 minutes later. Lu Yuanhang topped his head with green grass and bolted into the depths of the jungle. The deeper he went, the denser the thorny thickets became. Finally nearing the assembly point, Lu Yuanhang peered out and saw the sinister-looking foreigners gathered in their jackets. They were very alert. Upon hearing footsteps, they immediately turned back and got ready for battle, but only saw Lu Yuanhang, giving him a narrowed-eyed once-over. Lu Yuanhang. Broken Chinese rang out, and only then did Lu Yuanhang approach slightly closer. Yes, that's me. Do we complete the transaction here? He asked curiously. A leader stepped forward from the group. Are you sure no one is following you? No, Lu Yuanhang responded, unusually serious. I was careful when I came here. By now, the grudge squad probably was still involved in guerrilla warfare. Fighting each other fiercely, they wouldn't even have time to think about me. The leader nodded. We'll make the transaction via computer. Soon we'll send you a verification code. As soon as you input it and confirm, the funds will be transferred in one step, straight to an overseas account. Lu Yuanhang smiled after hearing that. What about my portion of the reward? All transferred, I'll have no guarantee. Don't worry about that, the leader raised an eyebrow. The transfer amount will deduct your commission. After working together for so long, can we not trust each other on this? Alright, let's get started quickly. The escape reality show will likely end soon. But speaking of which, your Hua team really is impressive, managing to fight until the end despite being surrounded with so much stamina. While talking, the leader signaled his subordinates to start the computer program. Lu Yuanhang also took out his phone, preparing to receive the verification code. Their current location was the only place on the island where the signal was the strongest. Also, the only area resembling the high seas, a lawless land. Once the transfer succeeds, the funds will never be recoverable. How's it going? How much longer? The leader urged impatiently. The team member operating the computer swiftly clicked on the keyboard. Hold on, almost done. There, it's good. The verification code has been sent. The leader immediately turned to Lu Yuanhang. Check if you've received it quickly. Lu Yuanhang's hands trembled slightly as he stared intently at the screen. As soon as he saw the notification indicating the message was received, he excitedly shouted, it's here. Before he finished speaking, a dark shadow appeared beside him. Hand it over, then. Ha. The familiar voice made Lu Yuanhang panic and turn around, instantly losing control of his phone. Right then, he noticed the grudge squad descending from above. Luo Wudy swung her whip, approaching step by step, a half-smile curling on the corner of her lips. Young man, didn't I tell you not to run around recklessly in the jungle? You just wouldn't listen. Which made us look hard for you. Lu Yuanhang recoiled in terror. Sister Hong, let me explain. Forget explanations. Grab the phone. The leader shouted while charging up, directly attempting to snatch the phone from Yuanfeng's hand. But the latter executed a parabola throw and grinned. Brotherly, catch it. Jianli rolled forward, stretching out his arm and caught the phone steadily. Seeing this, the leader hurried after Jianli as he got close and then threw it again. Xiao Gu, catch it. Shit. Enraged, the leader turned around and roared, what are you all standing there for? The verification code only has a 5-minute validity period. Draw your weapons, kill them. Hearing this, the other team members pulled out their guns from behind and aimed at the grudge squad. Lu Yuanhang suddenly shouted loudly, quickly hand over the phone, or you're all going to die. They're ruthless bandits. Hurry up. His expression was tense, seemingly truly fearing that the grudge squad would perish. Everyone has feelings, let alone after being in contact for so long. Jianli smirked as he spoke to Huashao, looks like they don't want the verification code. Let's just smash the screen. Huashao nodded in agreement and was about to act when he heard the leader shouting, do you think you're faster than a bullet? Hilarious. As the leader prepared to pull the trigger, a soft whip lashed out, immediately wrapping around his wrist. Ah. In pain, he dropped the gun, flailing nervously to pick it up, but realized there was suddenly a pitch-black shadow before him. Immediately after, several gunshots rang out in the jungle, startling a large flock of birds and insects. The live-streaming screen went completely black, making the chat room gasp with shock. This can't be scripted, right? How real is this? Did the grudge squad really encounter bandits? I want to know, what role did Lu Yuanhang play? Why did the bandits want his phone so badly? And if they refused, why did they threaten to kill him? Hold on, let me process this. I feel like the whole thing is a huge loop. Could it be that the grudge squad's original target was these very bandits? Will the grudge squad be alright? Why did the live stream stop? Other sub-frequencies have no camera feed either. It wasn't until the plane landed, and a group of people in uniforms walked down and put handcuffs on themselves, that Lu Yuanhang still looked utterly baffled. He stared at the grudge squad for quite a while before managing to ask, who exactly are you people? Jianli grinned, aren't we your good teammates? We once even doubled as walking blood banks. Lu Yuanhang became frenzied, what about them? They were always carefully plotting something around me. Just trying to lock me up somewhere, right? Oh yeah, my agent too. That guy definitely had issues. His voice trailed off into the air as he boarded the plane. Coupled with the announcement sound. Congratulations to Team Hua, total accumulated points 86, ranked first, becoming the champion of this season's Battle Royale variety show. Chapter 113, MVP. Truly deserved. The moment the announcement was broadcasted, the German and British teams standing at the finish line immediately raised objections, beginning to condemn loudly. Conspiracy. There's definitely a conspiracy. Why are all these point-giving teams allowed to gang up on the Hua team? Who gave the order? Who orchestrated it? If these teams had surrounded us, we could have scored too. Yeah, it's obvious favoritism. They're intentionally trying to make them champions, aren't they? The German and British teams bickered back and forth, their faces full of indignation. The staff stepped in and whispered a few words, which made them suddenly fall silent. When the kill squad arrived at the finish line, the German and British teams immediately plastered fake smiles on their faces and greeted them warmly. Congratulations, congratulations. You're champions on your first try, your skills are truly remarkable. There were a few close calls when we almost crossed paths with you. Lucky I didn't attack, or we'd be eliminated. If you come next time, we should spar first, get a feel for each other's strengths. What the hell? Didn't these people just keep cursing a minute ago, but now they're acting peaceful and friendly? So what if they gave away points? If they were so great, why didn't they eliminate the Hua team directly and win themselves? Couldn't you do it either? Laugh out loud. Who was running non-stop towards the safe zone while listening to the announcements? Aren't you just afraid that if Hua team went crazy, you'd all get wiped out as well? Only after getting into the safety zone did you start accusing others of conspiracy, shame on you. I don't know how to put this, but I'm so excited right now, the Hua team ranks first. The first ever win in global escape history. I'm absolutely pumped. Where's Lu Yuanheng? Was he captured? Was everything just now part of a drill? I don't know, let's wait for the official announcement. As such, even though the kill squad lacked one member, their status as champion wasn't revoked. The global escape helicopter spun overhead while thunderous firecrackers echoed through the jungle. Drones continued broadcasting the spectacular scenes live as the world-renowned host held his microphone, shouting excitedly. Congratulations to the Hua team for setting a new record. Congratulations to Jianli for securing the Best Survival MVP award. He walked over to Jianli, passing him the microphone. Please tell me, at this moment, how does it feel? Jianli cleared his throat. I feel like MVP is something I'm not entirely worthy of. Everyone on our team is incredibly strong. I only have one question, actually. The host grinned brightly. Ask away. Jianli blinked mischievously. Is there really going to be a big feast tonight? The host. What happened? Have these 2.5 days of savage life left such a deep impression on you? Haha, brotherly who only cares about food is adorable. I want to capture and hide him. Xiao didn't say before that if the show doesn't provide the dinner, he'll treat you anyway. He spoils you so much. MVP. Truly deserved. I suspect brotherly is used to carrying this title, hence his calm demeanor. Will there be another season? Will there be? I'm already looking forward to it. Dear viewers and netizens, the live broadcast ends here. The host faced the camera. We look forward to seeing you in the next season. With the disappearance of the screen signal, Zhou Nan shook his head. TSK, they couldn't control their scores, making it hard for future teams to steadily grow. Shihui glanced at him. Can you stop worrying so much? Are you pretending to be an office director? The helicopter's here. Yuan Feng pointed to the sky. Let's go, quick, hurry aboard. Luo Wudi sneered coldly. Why the rush? Do you have a report to file once on board? Oh my god, Sister Hong, why do you always speak cryptically? Yuan Feng avoided her gaze, and anyway, with so many people and mouths on the plane, it won't be easy to report. Jianli scanned them with a glance, her lips curling slightly, showing a wise look in her eyes that seemed to understand everything. In the next second, however, she looked suddenly nervous because someone approached and blew softly into her ear. My cooking is good, come try it at my place someday. No. Remembering those 3 aunties, Jianli shook her hands hastily. Your family is too large, I have social anxiety. It was beyond her limits. Hua Zhao's eyes curved into a slight smile. My apartment in the city center, I live alone there. Hearing this, Jianli started hesitating. Hua Zhao added, fresh Australian lobsters flown in, various ways to cook them. Are you sure you wouldn't want to taste? Send me the location. Jianli said resolutely. Luo Wudi suddenly leaned in. Is there wine? The director standing behind the monitor stood up as an assistant approached with a tablet. What do we do? How will we explain this to the investors? Explain. The director paused momentarily in confusion. Which requirement wasn't met? It was the German team that ran away at the end. What can I do about that? The assistant sucked in a breath sharply. Director, why are you suddenly so firm? The director straightened his posture. When have I ever not been firm? The assistant wanted to say something else when the director's phone suddenly rang. He pulled it out, his lips curling involuntarily upward before he walked off alone. There's no need for such formality. This is international cooperation after all. We'll definitely need your help sometime in the future. Alright, let's talk further when we meet. After he hung up and came back, the assistant narrowed his eyes, crossing his arms with a strange look on his face. Director, something seems off. The director stiffened. What's off about it? The assistant stroked his chin, taking on a pose reminiscent of Detective Holmes. No wonder. The director shot him a glare. Don't spout nonsense. Hurry up and wrap things up. We're going directly to the celebration banquet tonight to distribute bonuses. Got it. Without another word, the assistant turned and left. Upon arriving at the gathering site via helicopter, the bus was already waiting in the parking lot. The undercover group of 4 couldn't help but rush to the restroom simultaneously. Once they gathered in a safe corner, they took out their special communication devices. Yuan Feng, gripping the portable phone, eagerly asked, "Boss, can we finally be transferred to regular positions this time?" "What? Isn't the mission still incomplete? Isn't Lu Yuanhang already captured? How? Is he just a small fry? The actual controller of Ju Yuanbao hasn't shown up yet." After hanging up the phone, Yuan Feng dejectedly walked out, bumping into the other 3 who looked equally disheartened. They exchanged glances, falling silent for a moment. In that instant, it seemed as though they understood each other's despair and felt mutual respect for their predicament. "Hurry up, let's go eat." Jian Li's voice called from afar. Luo Wudi reinvigorated himself, shouting back, "Is there wine?" "Nothing cannot be solved with a few drinks." Chapter 114, I didn't see anything. Right after the global elimination game ended, the top 10 trending topics were quickly locked in. And the news of Lu Yuanhang being taken away spread like wildfire, firmly pinned to the topic charts. Hashtag Global Escape Challenge Hua Team Champion Yali MVP Hashtag. Hashtag Hua Team encircled but fought back brilliantly Hashtag. Hashtag Mysterious Team with Guns clashed with Hua Team Hashtag. Hashtag Lu Yuanhang taken away by helicopter Hashtag. Because of the intense attention, the heat kept climbing, with netizens forwarding nearly tens of millions of times. Comments multiplied endlessly, full of speculations that were almost eerily accurate. First, congratulations to Brother Li. He's undoubtedly very handsome. Even though it's just a variety show, he truly brought glory to the country. Second, I think this escape and chase was entirely a trap tailor-made for someone. Every task pointed toward making sure one person would be caught. The previous floor is only speculating but makes a lot of sense. But why not directly refer to Lu Yuanhang? After all, everyone knows it's him. No wonder before, no matter how many scandals exploded, Lu Yuanhang could always remain unscathed. It seems it wasn't his president brother protecting him, it was simply bad timing before now. I heard the audit office has already entered Lu Group, preparing to thoroughly investigate all financial transactions involving Lu Yuanhang. Judging by what's exposed so far, his sentence probably won't be light. Will Director Lu still step in to protect him? Unlikely. Hasn't he already kicked him out of the board and completely removed his name from Lu Group? Huh. So afraid of implicating himself, huh? How sneaky. Lu Siki scrolled through comment after comment, then closed the app and looked up to ask his secretary, "How's the response plan coming along?" The secretary adjusted his black-framed glasses. All contracts, plans, and relevant ledgers have been delivered to the working office of the audit department. If they need anything, I'll provide comprehensive assistance to ensure there's no oversight. Lu Siki frowned. Whose employee are you exactly? Mr. Lu, yours, of course, the secretary replied solemnly. That's why I have to be more responsible and cooperate fully with the relevant departments. Otherwise, wouldn't that just prove your guilt? Lu Siki sighed deeply. You can leave. Yes, Mr. Lu. The secretary turned to leave, then suddenly remembered something and came back. Oh, Mr. Lu, Lu Yuanhang's office has already called the secretary's office several times. Do you want to? No, Lu Siki's voice turned cold. Why should I even say it at this point? We must clearly demarcate ourselves. The secretary made an okay gesture and quickly left the office. In a certain administrative building, inside the Special Funds Investigation Department. Lu Yuanhang roared wildly, his expression fierce. I don't believe it. My brother will never abandon me. He'll hire me a lawyer. You're framing me. An official scoffed, framing you? With all the evidence right here, and you're still denying it. Saying that, he threw a stack of photos on the table and pressed play on the recorder. Lu Yuanhang glanced down at the photos. They showed him meeting someone in the jungle from every angle, captured extremely clearly, likely using a high-definition camera. His complexion darkened instantly as a familiar voice reached his ears. Where's my payment? I've transferred everything over. I have zero protection. The amount will cover your commission. After all these years of cooperation, can't we trust each other? The official turned off the recorder. What else do you have to say? Isn't this enough proof that you aided in money laundering? Lu Yuanhang fell silent. At this angle, with this audio recording. Who else but the enemy hunting squad could have done this? It seems they had been waiting in the shadows all along, just waiting for the right moment to strike once they had solid evidence. Damn. How foolish of me to even worry about whether they might die. A pack of heartless bastards. Seething, his face full of resentment, he suddenly twisted his lips. Comrade, if I cooperate actively, how much leniency can I expect? It depends on your level of cooperation. If you can establish meritorious service, the official replied gravely, starting now, disclose the source of every illegal income transaction. Lu Yuanhang forced a conciliatory smile. No problem, I've got records. Additionally, the official added, if you can provide clues regarding who's actually behind Juyu and Bayo, and those leads lead to a successful conviction, I'll make a formal recommendation for reduced sentencing. Lu Yuanhang looked troubled. Well, I really don't know. The actual controller has never shown their face. Back in the nearest city to the island, the production team was especially generous, arranging a very local specialty restaurant. There were all kinds of Western dishes, axe-cut steaks, super thick beef burgers, fried chicken and fries, pan-fried fish fillets, covering the entire table. All participating teams gathered together, enjoying a lively feast. Luo Wudi held her glass, about to finish her beer. When someone nearby came over with sly glances. She glanced at them. What? Still asking for more punishment? Not. The two muscular men looked terrified. We just want to ask how you learned to use the whip like that. Can we learn too? That was amazing. 2 swift flicks and our weapons were gone. Luo Wudi casually scanned the 2 men. I think you two should give up. I don't take just anyone as a student. Just after she finished speaking, she suddenly jumped up from her seat, circling around the 2 men. Though your bones aren't particularly gifted for martial arts, you actually have decent potential, somewhat moldable. Jianli watched the commotion while eating meat happily. Huashao was responsible for slicing the axe-cut steak, placing piece after piece onto Jianli's plate. Do you not want to eat? Jianli asked, then remembered something the next second and answered himself, oh right, you're vegetarian. Huashao smiled faintly, turning to pour more wine when he noticed his glass was empty. Suddenly, an arm reached out beside him, filling his glass quicker than Huashao could. Can't neglect my variety show boyfriend. Before the sentence ended, a soft whip suddenly lashed toward Jianli's wrist. Huaxiao's expression turned serious, quickly pulling Jianli into his arms to dodge the unexpected attack. The wine spilled out of the bottle, splashing all over his pants. Luo Wudi's voice followed. Blind or what? Where are you whipping? You almost hit someone. In my place, you'd be facing the wall in reflection. Jianli felt a tight grip around his side, catching a whiff of a cold, crisp fragrance. His heart rate quickened abruptly as he stood up in a panic. I'm fine. Did you get your pants wet? Jianli grabbed a napkin and tossed it over. Being trained professionals, their reflexes were lightning fast. And before Huashao could stop it, he had already. What is this thing? Jianli realized, instantly pulling back his hand as if electrocuted. He awkwardly looked elsewhere. Seeing Zhou Nan, Shi Huayi, and Yuan Feng hurriedly lowering their heads to drink alcohol, as if saying, we didn't see anything. Chapter 115, Brother Xiao, you already have a son. When Luo Wudi returned, he muttered to himself, can't even crack the whip well. This batch isn't of good quality. Let's wait for the next one to check. She looked up and gazed at Jianli, were you okay just now? It's fortunate that Huashao had quick eyes and hands, holding you in time. But your reaction ability is not as good as when you were fleeing. Why are you blushing? Luo Wudi looked around in confusion, why are all of you blushing? I didn't see anything. Yuan Feng was the first to raise his hand and deny any involvement. Luo Wudi narrowed his eyes, what happened just now? Did Jianli take the opportunity to touch Huaxiao's chest? Cough, 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 the guilty one started coughing right away, I want to clarify, it wasn't intentional. Hehe, Luo Wudi glanced over, Comrade Xiao Li, who said it was intentional? I'm going to the restroom, Huaxiao got up without saying anything and left. Jianli followed with his gaze, muttering under his breath, he shouldn't be angry, right? Both of us are guys, it shouldn't be. Perhaps he still felt uneasy after thinking about it, so he stood up quickly. I'll go too. Seeing this, Luo Wudi picked up her glass of wine and took a sip before criticizing, when will you smarten up? What kind of enlightenment? Yuan Feng curiously leaned over, sister, explain in detail. He blinked his clear big eyes, looking eager to learn. Luo Wudi rolled her eyes, there's no detailed explanation. You'll have to explore on your own later. Hasn't your nephew contacted you recently? Yuan Feng slowly took out his phone, nope, haven't I been on the island? Must be poor signal, school should start soon these days. He retracted his head and started fiddling with his phone. Shi Huai and Zhou Nan were still watching the fun. The corners of both their mouths curled into identical smirks. Luo Wudi glanced over, why are you two laughing like fools? Do you think this has nothing to do with you? All day long you're just quarreling and speaking in riddles, how about just say it out loud? They both stopped laughing, exchanged awkward glances, then lifted their wine glasses. Come on, let's drink. Let's drink. The evening victory celebration banquet also had live streaming cameras, which captured Luo Wudi's words. Immediately, the chat filled up. My sister Wudi is unmatched. Her clarity on human nature makes it so refreshing to read through situations. Sister Woody might not care about love interests, but her emotional quotient is undoubtedly top-notch. A single wise glance can see who's having something going on with whom. Witty between Shi Huai and Zhou Nan, who wouldn't exclaim, "That's perfect." But they refused to speak up. Right, spit it out. Jianli followed Huashao into the restroom, apologizing across the cubicle, "Sorry, it wasn't deliberate earlier, are you okay?" Back during his mercenary days, he didn't like casual physical contact either. Two teammates, using jokes as an excuse, wanted to touch sensitive areas, and were both beaten so badly by him they lost teeth. But just now. Why no response? Jianli grew worried, wanting to kick open the door directly, but a deep and restrained voice came from the cubicle, Go wait outside for me. Brother Xiao. Jianli wanted to say more but was cut off by a hurried tone. Obey me. Wait outside. A strange emotion arose in Jianli's heart, but he didn't say anything more, turning to leave the restroom. After a long while, an almost inaudible sigh could be heard from the cubicle. Early the next morning, they returned. Last night, everyone drank a lot and fell asleep on their seats. Jianli was leaning against the window seat, his head resting there. His blanket gradually slipped off. His long fingers reached out to pull the blanket back up to cover him. The tight furrow in Jianli's brow slowly eased. Several hours later, the plane landed. As soon as his phone was turned on, the call came in. Jianli swiped to answer, "Hello, who is this? Are you Mr. Jianyu's brother?" "Yes. Please come to the school. Jianyu injured someone, you need to resolve this." Again. Jianli spoke only one word before the other side interrupted him. "This isn't bullying this time, it's mutual assault." Jianli chuckled lightly, this kid, finally growing up. "Mr. Jianyu's parent, your attitude is not right. Students are here to study, not to fight. There's only a year left until the college entrance exam. If you don't discipline him now, there'll be no place to buy regret pills later." The voice on the phone was serious and responsible. Jianli, understood, teacher, I'll be right there. After speaking, he hung up the phone, inserted one hand into his pocket, and lifted his chin toward the Vengeance Squad members. "I have urgent matters to handle. Let's meet another day." "Good," Huashao responded with a slight bend in his eyebrows. Luo Wudy was just about to wave goodbye when she suddenly remembered something and called out, "Don't forget to invite me when you eat Australian lobsters. If I find out that the two of you are having a private feast, you're both dead." Her wave turned into a fist. Jianli smiled, "You need to tell this to the person who's treating us." He turned around and walked out of the automatic sliding door, heading towards the already waiting nanny car. Yuan Feng curiously leaned over to Luo Wudy, "What about Australian lobsters, do I get a share?" "Everyone who heard gets a share," Huashao interjected, "Time and place, I'll send it in the group chat." Although he usually spoke little and was not good at expressing himself. After participating in several variety shows and spending days and nights together with the Vengeance Squad in joint battles, his bond with them was like that of comrades in arms. "Everyone come then." "Good." Shi Huai and Zhou Nan simultaneously nodded with smiles. Luo Wudy blinked her eyes, "Won't I disturb your two-person world?" "Not disturbing," Huashao curved his lips, "there will be plenty of opportunities later." Luo Wudy laughed even more heartily and patted Huashao on the shoulder, "I'm counting on you." Before she finished speaking, she turned her head to glance at the other three with disdain, "Look at how well-behaved they are." The route to the homeroom teacher's office was all too familiar to Jianli. He strode down the corridor directly toward his destination. Before entering, he could already see Jianyu being reprimanded alongside another cocky classmate. Both had injuries on their faces, indicating that they must have been wrestling. Jianyu seemed bulkier than before, which explained why he didn't lose ground in the fight. Jianli smirked as he entered the office, "Teacher, I'm here." "Good timing." The new teacher stood up immediately, "Hurry up and discipline your Jianyu. Is working out every morning just for fighting?" Jianli glanced over, seeing Jianyu with his head deeply bowed, seemingly filled with remorse. "Why did you start the fight?" "Neither of them will say what it was about. They just fought." The teacher was infuriated but then pointed to the other student, "Which one? Where are your parents? Why haven't they arrived yet? Do I have to invite them repeatedly?" Jianli suddenly furrowed his brow, "Wait, teacher, what surname did you say?" "My surname is Hua." Huachuan sounded laid back as he grinned, "My parents are." Before he could finish, another person walked in from the classroom. "Sorry teacher, I'm late." A familiar voice rang out, and Jianli swiftly turned around, "Wow, alright then. Xiao Gu, you already have a son." Chapter 116, he said I look like a bottom, no amount of training would make any difference. Under Jianli's astonished gaze, Huashao slowly walked into the office and addressed the head teacher. "Teacher, I am Huachuan's older brother. Let me handle whatever issues." "The elder brother, I see," Jianli seemed to exhale in relief, "I couldn't believe you could have an unmarried pregnancy and give birth to such a big son." There was some ambiguity when this was spoken out. And for a moment everyone in the office looked over with complex expressions. Jianli slightly awkwardly twitched his mouth and said to Huashao, "Your younger brother hit my younger brother. What do you plan to do about this?" Of course, apologize and make amends. Hu Xiao smiled lightly, his tone calm and relaxed. Hu Chuan, who had been all arrogance earlier, immediately changed expression. Brother, it was him who hit me. You're asking me to apologize? Are you sure about that? Hu Xiao raised an eyebrow. You didn't fight back. Not exactly, Hu Chuan, emotionally charged, but I couldn't just stand there, right? You didn't provoke first, asked Hu Xiao again. Hu Chuan, feeling a little guilty, didn't speak as loudly now. I was just joking. Who knew he'd go berserk? So, Hu Xiao's voice remained indifferent but extremely authoritative. Apologize first. Hu Chuan's face turned red. Brother, I know you want to pursue Jianyu's older brother, but you can't sacrifice me to please others, can you? What is this? Is actor Hu really going to move on Jianli? It was a blast watching this drama unfold in the office. The colleagues who were originally pretending to work meticulously were all perked up now. Their eyes shining bright with excitement. Who doesn't know about the Global Battle Royal variety show where the Huagua team won the championship? As the MVP, Jianli is about to become super famous. Not only the person, but also their CP pairings are incredibly popular. A top stream matched with another top stream, truly the best pairing possible. People that common folk might never see in a lifetime, were gathered here in this small office. And anyone would be excited by this. Even though they weren't rushing forward screaming for autographs, professional discipline was holding them back. Ignoring the surrounding gawkers momentarily, Jianli, hearing Hu Chuan's accusation, flushed cheeks. You misunderstood, your brother and I were just partners in the show. Hu Xiao wants to pursue Jianli, which has nothing to do with you. Hu Xiao cut straight to the chase. Do you think causing trouble will help you escape the Gaokao and study abroad? I'm here to pass a message on behalf of the family. Stop dreaming. It's absolutely impossible. His voice was deep and cold, carrying an air of authority from an elder reprimanding a junior. Hu Chuan's little scheme was exposed. He pursed his lips and muttered quietly, sorry. Jianyu, who had been tense all along, now relaxed his brow. No big deal. Seeing this, the head teacher seized the opportunity. This time, the school will not pursue any further action, but if it happens again, both of you will receive major misconduct records. These will follow you for life if entered into your records. Understand? Yes. They both answered in unison, a bit deflated. The teacher was a young female teacher, still full of passion for her teaching career, sincerely hoping that the two kids could reconcile and focus all their attention on their studies. After another round of education, she finally let the parents leave. Jianyu awkwardly saw off Jianli, only at the school gate saying, Brother, I watched the variety show you filmed. It was very good, you're truly strong. Jianli turned around, smiling faintly. Do you have time for school while watching variety shows? I watch during my free time, just clips, Jianyu hastily explained, and at this point, he beamed with pride. Brother, online you can no longer find negative comments about you. Only pure praise. He's handsome and cool. A new benchmark for celebrities in the entertainment industry. If you have time to surf the net, why not read more books instead? Jianli raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing his biological younger brother. Looks like you've been exercising well recently. Did you manage to train your 8-pack abs? Jianyu, just a little, but I'm still too thin. Oh yes, why did you start a fight? Jianli asked casually. Jianyu's face turned red slightly. He said I look like a bottom. Even if I trained harder, it wouldn't make any difference. Jianli, that deserves a beating. Wait, the rhyme is pretty good. Meanwhile, Hu Chuan stood stubbornly at the school building entrance, like a student unwilling to admit fault. This month and next month's pocket money is suspended, Hu Xiao said coldly. We won't care about your eating and drinking. Solve it yourself. Hu Chuan didn't expect this move and was shocked to turn around. Why? Do you want to starve me to death then? Hu Xiao curled his lips. So what, without the Hu family, you cannot survive. Didn't you say before you wanted to sever ties? If you don't give it, then I don't care. Hu Chuan was in his rebellious phase, full of defiance. I'll show you, even without pocket money, I can still survive. Hey, brother, I wasn't finished talking, why are you leaving? Brother. Hu Xiao didn't look back, just waved his hand. I can't stand your teenage antics. Don't follow me. Shit. Hu Chuan stopped in his tracks, so heartless. Rich families really are complicated traps. He realized Hu Xiao suddenly turned back and approached him with quick steps, the intimidating demeanor suggesting he might hit someone. Hu Chuan immediately cowered. Brother, I wasn't talking about you. He hugged his head. That curse word is just my catchphrase. Brother you. Before Hu Chuan could react, Hu Xiao quickly snatched away the cigarettes in his pocket. Seeing his brother's expression darkening, Hu Chuan immediately tried to flatter him. Brother, I just had them for show. I didn't actually inhale. Quit it. Hu Xiao's lips moved slightly, his tone brooking no argument, or I'll break your legs. Watching his brother's retreating figure, Hu Chuan sighed. So brutal. Jianyu returned on his own after seeing Jianli off. As they passed each other, he said softly, thank you. Although his voice was low, Hu Xiao heard it clearly, his lips curving slightly into a smile as he walked straight toward Jianli. Just as Jianyu stepped onto the stairs, Hu Chuan clung to him. Because of you, my allowance got cut, and now I have no money for food, you need to take responsibility. Jianyu glared at him, don't you have any shame? Who started it first between us? If I insult you, you could insult me back. Huachuan grinned wickedly. For example, you're the one who's submissive, and your whole family's submissive too. How dare you skip directly to hitting without even an exchange of insults? Jianyu almost laughed in anger, looks like I didn't hit hard enough then. Huachuan put on a serious face, it's fine that you hit me, but don't lay a finger on others, or if they make a fuss, it'll be troublesome. Hey, slow down, wait for me. You're treating at the cafeteria tonight. Chapter 117, was it a freak before, and now a little cutie? Huashao walked out of the school and found Jianli standing by the nanny car. He was wearing a baseball cap and sunglasses, his mouth corners curling up recklessly. Even though his features were hidden, he undoubtedly looked leisurely and unruly. Suddenly, Huashao remembered the scene of the first time he saw Jianli. It was at the screening site for Lonely Warriors. Abs practiced wrong. This mocking voice caught his attention, involuntarily walking over when Jianli suddenly raised his head, the rebellious flash in his beautiful eyes. As if the blinding sunlight pierced through his chest and directly imprinted onto his heart. Brother Xiao, come, Jianli, leaning against the nanny car, beckoned Huashao with a finger. The latter composed himself and obediently walked over. I received the call from our homeroom teacher later, Huashao said with a curled lip corner, if I had known we were handling the same thing, I would have hitched a ride with you. Jianli chuckled lightly, when did you have a younger brother? Probably. Huashao slowed down his speech, 18 years ago. Tisk, Jianli muttered, I didn't notice that, but you're pretty strict on your younger brother. He's spoiled since young. If I don't intervene, there will be chaos. Huashao bent his lips, can you ask your Jianya to take care of Huachuan? Jianli, I think that kid doesn't need help. He has higher emotional intelligence than you. Huashao, is that so? How about you teaching me instead? Huh, Jianli laughed, do I look like someone who has those qualities? We seem to match then. Huashao whispered. Just as Jianli's phone rang, he waved his hand, I'm leaving first. We'll keep in touch. After saying this, he answered the call and got into the car. Huashao stood there, watching the nanny car drive farther and farther away. Only after a long while did he return to his own Mercedes Maybach. The driver of the nanny car, looking through the rearview mirror, spotted Huashao's figure, laughing mischievously, brother Hu really is deeply in love with you, Li brother. Jianli, still answering the call, glanced at him, don't talk nonsense. Zhou Nan left the airport and headed straight to the bachelor apartment arranged by the company. He took the elevator to the entrance, pressed his thumb on the fingerprint lock, opened the door and went inside immediately. Boss, when will my application be approved? Zhou Nan complained while holding the phone between his head and shoulder, how could I waste my whole life in showbiz? I'm 30 this year, past my prime. Couldn't you send someone younger and more handsome? The person on the other side replied slowly, little Zhou, 30 isn't old. You know our department, we simply can't find anyone more suitable for showbiz than you. Unless you bear with it again, guaranteed that once this task is finished, I'll get you transferred. Zhou Nan took off his clothes, walked to the fridge, grabbed a beer from inside, and frowned the moment he pulled open the cap, last time, and the time before that, you also said that. Isn't this forcing me to resign? Oh dear, little Zhou, you can't say that. The environment is bad right now, don't think earning much money as a star lasts forever. The sound from the other end suddenly grew urgent, little Zhou, I have a meeting, gotta go. I'll contact you when there's a task, no calls during usual times, it could expose us. Hey. His mobile phone stopped responding, Zhou Nan looked down and realized the call had already ended. They're getting more cunning every day. Annoyed, he gulped down a large swig of beer and sat down in the sofa. At this moment, the living room curtains weren't pulled back yet, the room light was dim. There was an unexplainable flow of restless heat in the air. Zhou Nan suddenly paused, as if remembering something, turning on the laptop beside him and muttering, I remember there should be a backup somewhere. Which disk was it again? Yes, it's in the E-drive. Let me search for it. A minute later, the sound of rushing water came through. Zhou Nan smirked slightly, I thought so, how could the office director not make some extra preparation? Suddenly the doorbell rang, startling him. Instinctively, he asked, who is it? It's me. Upon hearing the familiar voice, Zhou Nan turned crimson instantly and quickly shut the laptop, hiding it beneath a magazine. Open the door fast, I have urgent business. Damn it, if only I had pretended nobody was home. Unwillingly, Zhou Nan got up, went over, and opened the security door, revealing just his head, what is it? There's no water supply at my place, so I'm using your bathroom for a shower. Shi Huai said as he was about to rush inside. But Zhou Nan pushed him back by pressing his head down, hold on. Your house is several kilometers away from mine. Did you come all the way here just to take a shower? Is there no bathhouse nearby? Shi Huai squinted his eyes, Zhou Nan, you've changed. We used to share a dorm room and even sleep in the same bed. And now you won't even let me shower. Don't mention the past, Zhou Nan smirked, the past was weird. Isn't it cute now? Shi Huai interrupted him, taking advantage of his daze to forcefully open the security door and slip inside. Shi Huai! Zhou Nan shouted angrily. Shi Huai, already sitting on the sofa, chuckled, if I'm not mistaken, there's a paparazzo outside. If you shout again, we'll both end up trending tonight. In rage, Zhou Nan slammed the door shut. Do you have any shame? Hee, I've never had that thing. Shi Huai noticed the beer on the coffee table and grinned, can I have one too? It's so hot. Zhou Nan rolled his eyes, looking extremely disgusted, but still complied, walking over to the fridge to grab something. A teasing voice came from behind. Wow, you're reading a lot of magazines. How come there's a notebook under the magazines? You don't mind if they get crushed? I'll check it out for you. Zhou Nan. Stop looking. He abruptly slammed the fridge door shut, then rushed to the living room like he was running a 100-meter dash, diving forward to pin Shi Huai down. But failed to stop his hand, which pressed the play button. The sound of rushing water instantly filled the air. Zhou Nan felt his heart sink completely as he buried his face in Shi Huai's chest. Shit, I was careless. Shi Huai chuckled softly, oh, old Zhou, you've kept this video. It seems you're still weird. Zhou Nan frowned, I was going to delete it, but then you came over. Hurry up and delete it for me. Are you really willing to let it go? Shi Huai's voice suddenly became husky. Zhou Nan noticed the change and looked up in surprise, only to meet a pair of pitch-black, deep eyes. The atmosphere turned suddenly intimate. Their embrace becoming especially sensitive. Heat passed rapidly between them, and their heartbeats seemed loud in their ears. Zhou Nan's Adam's apple moved slowly, feeling a hand land on his waist. Suddenly, he reacted instinctively with a hold. Ouch ouch ouch, Shi Huai cried out in pain, let me go. I won't touch any more. Go take your shower. Chapter 118, just give you to Huashao. Jian Li directly returned to the brokerage company. As soon as he entered the office, he heard Li Lin excitedly shouting, Bao Li. You're famous. You've been directly promoted to the A-list by the Global Escape game. Guess what your new contract payment is? Jian Li's lips curved slightly, is the contract expired? Ah. Li Lin reacted for a moment, then continued, this isn't the key point, the key is. He suddenly wiped away his tears and became emotionally agitated, I said it, I will definitely make you famous. I've done it, I've really done it. Recalling the days when he was under pressure from upper management while helping Jian Li gather resources and marketing despite being blacked out across the entire internet felt like yesterday. Now suddenly at the top, having obtained a top-tier sky-high contract for the whole company, it feels just like a dream. How could he not be moved, how could he not shed bitter tears? Jian Li sympathetically patted Li Lin on the shoulder, I understand your feelings. But I don't want to sign the new contract. You finally get it, Li Lin wiped his eyes, about to turn around and grab the contract, suddenly turned back around, full of shock, what did you say? Jian Li smiled, I've already told you before, once this phase of the contract ends, I'm prepared to leave the circle. Leave the circle? Li Lin's eyes bulged round, are you crazy? You've just become popular and you're going to leave? Do you know how many resources are coming after you now? Dozens. Understand? There are quite a few worth millions. Jian Li sat into the sofa, how much time is left on my contract? The old one. Li Lin picked up the contract, until August next year. 1 year. Jian Li rubbed his temples, all right. The broker's painstaking efforts, he can completely understand. Who would want the artist they've worked so hard to cultivate? To lose momentum just as it has built up. So, as long as he can help Li Lin for a day, he will do so. But trying to renew, it probably won't happen. Li Lin calmed down a bit, walked to his position and sat down, squinting and looking towards Jian Li, I noticed earlier that you seemed like a different person. If you were still the same old personality, there's absolutely no way you'd have become famous. Speak up, what exactly happened? Jian Li pressed her lips together and smiled without saying anything. Li Lin waited a while before sighing deeply, alright, if you don't want to tell me, I can't force you. The new contract will be put aside first, if you change your mind and want to sign it, come find me. If by next year, you still want to retire from the industry, then I won't stop you either. After finishing this sentence, he tilted his head back and leaned on the chair, using his hand to fan the air, as if reluctant to let go in countless ways, with tears welling up in his eyes. Upon seeing this, Jian Li said very softly, thank you. Li Lin suddenly stood up enraged, don't celebrate too early. This year, you need to earn back every cent of my investment on you, principal and interest. No problem. Jian Li smirked. After leaving the brokerage company, Jian Li went underground intending to drive his domestically produced car. But before he could reach it, his phone rang. He took it out for a glance and found an unfamiliar number, choosing to hang up immediately. However, in the next second, the ringing resumed persistently. This time, Jian Li decided to answer, who's this? Hello, Jian Li, we are the Special Operations Group. Would you be interested in? Not interested. Jian Li hung up directly. The staff member on the other end of the phone was startled, I haven't even started talking yet. He showed no interest. Are you sure he's passionate and patriotic? Another person scratched their head. Maybe he's shy. Should we try another approach? On the second day without work announcements, Jian Li indulged in sleep until almost noon. He took out his mobile phone, planning to order takeout. Only to discover not only dozens of missed calls, but also messages flooding in the group chat. Opening it up revealed all mentions were directed at him. Huashao at Jian Li, I can't help if you don't pick up the phone. Old Sher from Intelligence Bureau at Jian Li, can't wait anxiously any longer. Will there be fresh overnight delivered Australian lobsters today or not? Luo Wudi at Jian Li, dare to ruin my drinking party, I will never forgive you easily. Zhou Nan not easy at Jian Li, show up, population census. Feng Yubei Dai Lulu at Jian Li, respond quickly, death squad needs to assemble. Jian Li scratched his head, what do you mean? Is there a gathering today? He opened the missed calls and returned a call to Huashao. The call was almost instantly picked up on the other side. What are you busy with? I've just woken up, Jian Li yawned, aren't you all up too early? Not too early. We're all waiting for you here. Hurry up, or we'll finish all the good stuff. The voices of the death squad members squeezed into the earpiece, and Jian Li curled his lips into a smile, alright, wait for me. He hung up, got up, and took a shower in the bathroom. After putting on some freshly washed casual clothes, he walked out of the apartment. Following the private message location from Huashao, he arrived at his luxurious, space-efficient penthouse. As the door was pushed open, Jian Li sauntered in lazily and glanced around, wow, extravagant. It was obviously carefully designed. Simple yet grand. The pieces placed everywhere seemed like artworks by renowned artists. If we get drunk and break something, won't we have to pay? Jian Li changed into slippers, looking around while teasing, without tens of millions in wealth, we couldn't afford to pay back. Luo Wudi came out with a bottle of wine, pay what money? Handing you over to Huashao will be enough. Enough for him to chuckle secretly at midnight. Jian Li. Sister. You're my sister. I just arrived, still a kid. Can you ease up a bit? Wait, the dishes will be ready soon. Huashao wearing an apron walked out of the kitchen with lobsters and placed them on the 10-seat dining table. Shaoli, go wash your hands, we'll eat in a moment. Alright. Jian Li had no resistance against delicious food and leaned closer to sniff, it smells great indeed. At this moment, Luo Wudi already moved on to the next place with the wine bottle. She narrowed her eyes as she looked towards Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi, first taking a swig of alcohol before speaking, something's going on between you two. What did you do yesterday? Nothing. Both answered in unison. Luo Wudi took a step forward and grabbed Zhou Nan who tried to run away, directly pulling apart his collar, are you saying nothing happened? There's a bite mark right here. Is it new or not? Yuan Feng, come over and identify it. Upon hearing the command, Yuan Feng who was texting immediately jumped up, got it. He quickly approached Zhou Nan and examined carefully, absolutely new. You're talking nonsense. How could that be? As Zhou Nan tried to argue, Luo Wudi waved towards Shi Huayi. Come over, bite again, let me check the teeth marks. Chapter 119, are you deliberately doing this? After Jian Li finished washing his hands and came out, he saw a ruckus in the living room. Zhou Nan's collar was pinched by Luo Wudi, revealing his clavicle and a large expanse of his chest. Yuan Feng was chasing Shi Huayi like doing parkour, shouting, just one bite, let me see the tooth marks. What's going on? Jian Li moved closer to Huashao and asked in a low voice. Huashao took off his apron with a smile at the corner of his lips, maybe they want to do an on-site appraisal. What wine would you like? Dry white. It pairs well with seafood. Jian Li said, arrange as you wish. Finally, it was time for dinner. The grudge team sat down. Shi Huayi glared at Yuan Feng while panting, are you a police dog? Just point where to hit. No, Yuan Feng scratched his head awkwardly, I'm just curious too. Zhou Nan subconsciously pulled his half-sleeve collar up a bit. He thought to himself, damn. How dare you say someone else is a dog? If not for the serious biting, how could Hong's sister find out? Huashao opened a bottle of dry white and poured everyone a glass. Everyone, try my cooking. Jian Li scanned the dining table and immediately swallowed saliva. Steamed Australian lobster, garlic-flavored crayfish, vermicelli scallops, scallion oil sea snails, and a few home-style dishes covered the entire table. The dishes were abundant, colorful, fragrant, and full of flavor, making them very appetizing. He hastily put a piece of crayfish meat into his mouth and lit up his eyes, Delicious. Delicious, then eat more. Huashao wearing gloves started to peel crayfish, putting all of them onto Jian Li's plate, try this. Luo Xiaohong sipped some dry white, then found it unsatisfactory and drank it all at once. She turned her head and saw Huashao peeling crayfish and clicked her tongue, are you already going to be the model boyfriend with 24 filial virtues? Sorry for neglecting everyone, Huashao removed his gloves and raised his goblet, hope you come often. With the sound of the glass cups colliding, Luo Wudi shouted, real men drink it all. Huh. Yuan Feng looked over curiously, Hong's sister, aren't you a woman? Luo Wudi glanced at him, of course I will drink. I am just saying it to you. Shi Huai looked gloomy. Hong sister, this is dry white, it should be tasted. I have tasted it, it's really good, especially suitable for finishing it all. Luo Wudy looked at him sideways. What? Are you afraid? Shi Huai hurriedly denied nervously. What am I afraid of? Drink if you must. As a result, before even eating much food, several bottles of dry white had been consumed. Unbeknownst, it was already nighttime with lights shining everywhere outside. The entire city was enveloped in dazzling neon. Prosperous, beautiful, and unreal. Joining the variety show is no different from carrying out tasks. The 4 special agent group with unique identities were always highly alert. Drinking had never been excessive. It's different for private gatherings, just a little relaxation leads to easy drunkenness, particularly with someone urging them along nearby. Yuan Feng rested his forehead on the table and waved his hand. No way, Hong sister, I can't drink any more. I'll need to take a taxi home later. How far are we into this? Luo Wudy smirked. Your brother Yi hasn't transformed yet. Ah. Shi Huai raised his dazed head. Who called me? Zhou Nan pushed him back down. You go to sleep. Thankfully there's big sister Wudy suppressing him, otherwise this guy would have acted up again. Nan, where are you? Send me back to the dormitory. Shi Huai hazily embraced Zhou Nan's waist. Can't. I'm gonna throw up. Zhou Nan frowned deeply. Hey, don't vomit on my pants, I'm so done with you. Come on, to the restroom. Seeing 3 of them already, dead in battle, Luo Wudy shifted her gaze to the 2 slightly calmer people. Jianli was diligently eating enthusiastically. Tastes great. Xiao Gu, your cooking skills are truly excellent. Who did you learn from? He hadn't drunk less either, his skin flushed pink, spreading all the way to his neck, making his skin appear even finer. Hua Xiao fixed his stare unblinkingly. Next time you come, I'll cook my specialty dish. The 2 seemed isolated from the world, with no one able to intrude. The scene was extremely pleasing to the eye. Luo Wudy sighed, placed the wine glass on the table, and yanked Yuan Feng's collar. I'll take him first, you 2 keep enjoying. Jianli looked up surprised. You're leaving already? I haven't eaten enough yet. Luo Wudy lifted her finger towards Yuan Feng whose eyes couldn't even open. Send him home. At this moment, Zhou Nan and Shi Huai also came out of the restroom. We're leaving too, next time we'll gather again. Jianli still had scallop meat in his mouth and mumbled, then I'll stay behind to wrap things up. You can stay over, no one cares. Luo Wudy dragged Yuan Feng away without looking back, waving her hand directly. Ahem, not staying over. Jianli hurriedly explained, but choked on his own words. Hua Xiao immediately handed him a glass. Have some wine to smooth it down. Jianli took a big gulp following the hint, then felt something was off. Shouldn't this be water at such a time? The restaurant suddenly became quiet, with the air filled with an ambiguous and entwining atmosphere. Even if Jianli had a foodie personality, he couldn't be so dull as to notice nothing wrong. After finishing the remaining crayfish in his plate, he wiped his mouth with a napkin. So, maybe I should. Before he could finish his sentence, he caught sight of the sleeping pants out of the corner of his eye. Did they get oiled? Hua Xiao lowered his head, smiled faintly after glancing at Jianli. Maybe got oiled while peeling the crayfish. I'll change, wait for me. He stood up right away. Jianli waved his hand. I don't have to wait. Hua Xiao didn't give him any chance to speak, and walked straight into the bedroom with long strides. Jianli noticed there were still quite a few crayfish left, and thought, well, let me eat a bit more. About 10 minutes later, Hua Xiao walked out from the bedroom. Jianli casually glanced up, his gaze froze instantly. Did you take a shower? Hua Xiao continued to pat his hair while walking over. I hate the smell of grease. Sort of have a mild OCD habit, do you mind? Jianli, don't mind. His cheeks flushed red as he looked down. It must be said, Hua Xiao's figure was truly excellent. Tall and robust, narrow waist and broad shoulders, loose sleeping pants loosely tied around his waist, with barely visible outlines of muscles. Jianli suddenly remembered that photo sent by mistake, and his heartbeat accelerated abruptly. I've finished eating, I'll go home. Alright, Hua Xiao tidied up the plates, ready to bring them to the kitchen. Do you need me to see you off? Jianli looked at the situation and felt a little embarrassed again. Are you going to wash the dishes? Can I help you? No, I'm fine on my own. Hua Xiao chuckled slightly, turned and went straight to the kitchen, placing the utensils in the sink. Turning back too quickly, Jianli accidentally bumped into him. The bowl. Fortunately, the sink was very close. With a quick lean forward, he tossed it in. Only to find himself already in Hua Xiao's embrace when he raised his head. A cold and clear fragrance hovered at the tip of his nose, starkly contrasting with the burning heat radiating from Hua Xiao's body. The sense of intimacy made Jianli roll his throat slowly. Then, he heard the magnetic deep voice falling beside his ear. Are you deliberately doing this? Chapter 120, dressed so little, isn't it for me to touch? Hua Xiao's voice was light, yet mysteriously added a bit of seduction. When Jianli heard this, her heart started to itch. She raised her eyes and met his pale, thin lips. His Adam's apple moved slightly, his attitude was strong. I did it on purpose. What can you do? Dressed so little, isn't it for me to touch? By accident, she blurted out what was in her heart. Alarm bells rang in Jian Li's mind, and she hurriedly pinched Huixiao's waist before running off. However, Huixiao reacted faster and locked her in place. Jian Li glared at him. If you don't let go, I'll kiss you. Jian Li's ears were red as if dripping blood, but she looked like a bandit forcibly taking someone from the people, as though she were about to take advantage of him. Huixiao pursed his lips, his voice had a hint of hoarseness. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. I'll. Jian Li's brain froze momentarily and pressed her lips onto Huixiao's. So soft. So cool. The next second, a fiery restlessness spread through them, an unbearable heat. The kitchen glass reflected the two people kissing. They didn't part for a long time. The city unexpectedly set off fireworks, painting a corner of the night sky with dazzling colors. Free souls seemed to finally be bound. Luaudi carried Yuan Feng, while Zhou Nan held Shi Huayi. 4 people squeezed into the elevator, looking imposing. A tenant wanted to get out of the building. However, just when the door opened and they were about to step in, they pulled back their leg. Luaudi chuckled coldly, there is still space. Don't you want to come in? You guys go first. I'll take the next one. The tenant gave an awkward laugh and repeatedly pressed the close button. Only after seeing the elevator finally descend did he exhale deeply. Weren't those the revenge squad just now? My God. No wonder they won the championship. Who wouldn't be afraid when seeing them? Even star chasing has to rethink itself. Walking outside the grand flat, they stood by the roadside hailing a taxi. Luaudi glanced at Zhou Nan, can you handle it? Do you need my help? No need, I'm familiar with this matter, Zhou Nan smiled. Luaudi nodded, that's right. Just then, a taxi stopped by the roadside. She directly opened the rear seat and threw Yuan Feng inside, then got into the passenger seat. I'm leaving first. Zhou Nan, with furrowed brows, hastily nodded, farewell, Hong sister. After the taxi left completely, he muttered to himself, probably tomorrow Yuan Feng will find bruises all over his body. He hadn't finished speaking when Shi Huayi began fidgeting in his arms, reaching out to unbutton Zhou Nan's clothes, and opened his mouth as soon as he had a chance. Hey, hey. We're still outside. Believe it or not, I will knock you out right now. Holy crap, there are paparazzi. Fucking hell, I'm done. Finally, he hailed a taxi. Zhou Nan opened the rear seat and tossed the person inside using Luaudi's strength, and then walked towards the passenger seat. However, the driver's voice came. You and your friend sit in the back. If he pukes, you can stop him. Otherwise, my car would be ruined. Zhou Nan, why does the plot develop differently depending on the person? He got upset. Reluctantly getting into the back seat, he didn't even realize that as soon as his butt touched the seat. Shi Huayi stuck close, showing snow-white fangs. Thankfully, Zhou Nan reacted in time, slapping down his forehead. Standing outside the apartment, Luaudi was just about to use Yuan Feng's finger to unlock the door. When suddenly the burglar-proof door opened from inside. Luaudi looked up and saw a handsome young face with a cold look. Are you his nephew? Pei Ji nodded. As he reached out to snatch the person, unexpectedly, Luaudi was quicker than him and directly threw Yuan Feng over. A drunk person is dead heavy. I've delivered him, I'll leave now. Pei Ji, sis you. How did you manage to throw him over? Thank goodness I regularly exercise arm strength. Otherwise I would have fallen just then. I have no relation to him, feel free to be reassured. Luaudi waved goodbye and headed straight to the elevator. Your sis isn't interested in any kind of love affair. Pei Ji wanted to say something more, but suddenly Yuan Feng started vomiting. He quickly helped the person to the bathroom. Yuan Feng grabbed the toilet bowl like it was a lifeline. After violently throwing up, warm water was handed to his mouth. Uncle, drink some water. Yuan Feng, dazedly receiving it, gargled and spat it out, turned around and saw Pei Ji, immediately showed a grin. Big nephew, haven't you grown so tall? Getting handsomer every day. You're almost better looking than your uncle. Pei Ji handed over mouthwash again. I'm not as handsome as my uncle. Rinse your mouth with this one more time. Yuan Feng obediently took it, swishing it around in his mouth. Pei Ji squatted beside him, his lips curling to reveal dimples. Uncle, who do you love the most? Yuan Feng spat into the toilet bowl, looking at Pei Ji with a confused expression. Who do I love the most? My mom. My mom, she knew I went to act, and now she doesn't even communicate with me. Wah wah wah. Pei Ji handed him a tissue. Uncle, I didn't mean family. Do you have someone else you love? Yuan Feng was stunned. Someone else? I love my country. The 5-star red flag flutters in the wind. Pei Ji hurriedly covered his mouth. Be quiet, or the neighbors will report the noise. Wah wah wah. The next morning. Jian Li woke up abruptly. His head hurt like it had been caught in a door. Trying to prop himself up on the bed, he instead touched something he shouldn't. Shit. Jian Li instinctively pulled his hand back and turned his head to see a half-naked man lying next to him. Huixiao. How did I end up sleeping here last night? No, why were you sleeping here last night? Huixiao had already opened his eyes, gazing tenderly. Don't you remember? You wouldn't let me leave. Said I intentionally seduced you. So you wanted revenge? Jianli clapped his hands over his ears, stop talking. That wasn't me. He jumped off the bed, picked up his clothes, and rushed to the door. I'll leave first, call me when we eat next time. Okay. By the time Huixiao sat up from the bed, the door had already shut. Once Jianli left the neighborhood, he stealthily covered his face, stopping a taxi and fleeing the scene. After staking out all night, the paparazzi finally captured what they were waiting for, and sent it directly to their company. Soon, hot topics appeared on social media. Hashtag Revenge Squad Gathering Hashtag. Hashtag Zhou Nan was wolf attacked by a drunk Shi Hua Yi before leaving Hashtag. Hashtag Luo Xiaohong violently abused Yuan Feng, current condition unknown Hashtag. Hashtag Jianli spent all night under false pretenses at Huixiao's place Hashtag. Hashtag this morning Jianli left Huixiao's apartment suspected of playing beans all night Hashtag. Comments went berserk instantly. What am I seeing? Wolf attack. Condition unknown. All night stay. Playing beans all night. These are all such explosive words. Ah, how exactly did they play beans? Can you not be stingy and just upload the footage? Chapter 121, I'll bite your tongue if you keep singing. Jianli was taking a shower in the bathroom, his mind replaying everything that had happened last night. He had just wanted to help with washing the dishes and cleaning up after the dinner party. So how did they suddenly end up hugging? Ah. He remembered. It was an accident when they bumped into each other. And then what happened? Oh yeah. He asked him, aren't you just asking to be touched, dressed so lightly? Damn. Jianli covered his face, feeling a bit overwhelmed. Wasn't that way too embarrassing? How on earth did I let those words come out of my mouth? He dropped his hands, wiped off the shower gel, and continued to recall. So, how did we end up kissing? Right, Huixiao dared me. I said if he didn't believe I would kiss him, I'd dare to kiss him. Laugh out loud. I'm not afraid to die, so how could I be afraid of taking advantage of someone? I just went ahead and kissed him. Sigh. It actually felt pretty good. And then we kissed all the way to the living room. From the living room to the bed. Feeling a bit short of breath, we parted for a while, then continued. I even hugged him and tried to sleep, starting to take off his clothes. Jianli covered his face again, feeling his cheeks burning hot. Alright, now this really cements my reputation as a male pervert. Huixiao probably has some kind of trauma and may develop physiological disgust towards me, right? Honestly, he's quite worried about it. Because we're both part of the vendetta squad, and it's hard to let go completely. Hey, I really shouldn't have gotten sexual after drinking, Jianli muttered regretfully to himself, should I quit drinking? He wrapped the bath towel around himself, drying his hair as he walked out, his expression very complex. If he regrets last night, he still feels a nostalgic longing, and might even want to do it again. If he doesn't regret it, he worries about acting shamelessly in person, saying things like, what if only you can kiss me? Yet he fears losing his friendship. This conflicting psychology made Jianli restless. He sat heavily on the couch, and his phone suddenly rang. He jumped. Was it Huixiao coming to interrogate him? But looking down at the screen, it showed an unknown number. Jianli hesitated for a moment before answering, who is this? It's me, Lu Siki's cold voice came from the receiver. I saw the trending topic. Explain yourself. What trending topic? Jianli asked back, confused. You spent the entire night alone with Huixiao, Lu Siki snorted with a laugh. Are you trying to ruin your future just to piss me off? Jianli immediately understood what he meant and smirked. Is it any of your business who I'm with? Do you still not understand your place? Lu Siki's tone softened a bit. Jianli, for you, I've already sent Lu Yuanheng to prison. The past is my fault, I apologize to you. Can we stop this nonsense? As long as you're willing, I can create a custom marketing plan for you, guaranteed to get you to the top tier. There's no need, Jianli cut him off. I'm not interested in your custom plans. To me, the best apology is simply. Stay far, far away and stop showing up every once in a while. Lu Siki's voice turned more sinister. Is it because of Huixiao? Are you really with him? That's right, we're together, Jianli replied with a casual tone. We kissed half the night. What are you going to do about it? Good. 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 Lu Siki clearly sounded enraged. You really know how to annoy me. If I don't snatch him back, I'll change my surname. After throwing out this threat, he hung up immediately. Jianli narrowed his eyes and stared at the screen. Divine gold. You're calling me with another number. Damn, block it entirely from now on. Lu Siki entered through the safety channel and returned the phone to the staff member, muttering a thanks. His tone was indifferent, and the employee hurriedly stood up, holding out both hands to receive it. Mr. Lu, it's my pleasure. Only after seeing Lu Siki enter the office did the employee relax and sit down. Immediately afterward, a colleague leaned over. Mr. Lu, why were you receiving calls on someone else's phone? Could it be that you were blocked by Jianli? Possibly. The scandal broke this morning, so Mr. Lu must be anxious. What did he expect earlier? All his showboating back then is leading to begging now. Cough, begging wouldn't help anyway. Jianli will never look back since Huashao offers better value. That's called better value? That's unbeatable in their category. Now everyone online is shipping their couple, Mr. Liu has absolutely no chance. He damn well deserves it. When Yuan Feng woke up, his mouth felt dry and parched, his throat as if on fire. He got up to find water and also noticed aches all over his body. What's the matter? Got beat up last night? Thrown to the ground, or strangled? Yuan Feng's mind was full of questions as he walked out of the bedroom and saw Pei Ji fiddling with a computer on the dining table. He rubbed his temples. Ji. Last night. Before he could finish, Pei Ji turned around, a sister dropped you off last night. You were drunk, hugging the toilet and throwing up. After that, you started singing. All those red songs from military training. You sang them all. No stopping you. Yuan Feng, shit. How embarrassing is that? As he was still dazed, Pei Ji got up and poured a glass of warm water for him. Here, soothe your throat. Okay, Yuan Feng awkwardly accepted it, then suddenly noticed something odd. SSS, why does my tongue hurt so much? Pei Ji's gaze flickered briefly, maybe you bit it while singing. Possibly, Yuan Feng didn't think much of it, and gulped down several big sips before handing the cup back to Pei Ji, still somewhat wary. Next time I sing, just knock me out. Pei Ji smiled faintly, I'm too precious of you for that. Why don't I just drink more with you, and get you dead drunk in bed instead? Yuan Feng rubbed his lower back, sure. As long as it doesn't end in embarrassment. Pei Ji nodded slowly, agreed. Drinking really hurts the brain. Sitting on the couch for a long while, Yuan Feng couldn't recall anything from last night. So, he pulled out his phone and opened the group chat for the Vendetta Squad. At Luo Wudi, Luo, did Sister Hong send me home last night? Why am I sore all over? Did someone beat me up? Luo Wudi, no idea. But I handed you safely over to Big Nephew. Any specific pains? Sore butt? Feng, you've been arrested. Feng, you've been arrested. Sister Hong, what are you saying? I can't understand. Scarage. Luo Wudi, I'm not exaggerating. Why don't you check yourself? Terrified by this suggestion, Yuan Feng quickly tossed the phone away. He pondered for a moment, recalling the voice recorder tucked inside his pants. Could there be clues? Highly possible. Yuan Feng ran into the bedroom, retrieved the pen, and connected it to his computer, discovering new files indeed existed. Thus, he put on his headphones, clicked on the audio file, and a robust rendition of a red song came through. Yuan Feng almost instinctively reached for the close button due to sheer embarrassment. But then an incredibly soft sound caught his attention, triggering his professional instincts. Furrowing his brows, his expression serious, he slid the mouse back to replay the section. That voice, youthful but slightly hoarse, seemed to be Pei Ji. And he seemed to be saying, if you keep singing, I'll bite your tongue. Yuan Feng. Chapter 122, How many good brothers like you do you have? Biting the tongue. What kind of vulgar words? Is Pei Ji crazy? Sigh. Does it hurt so much? It can't be that he really bit his tongue, right? Yuan Feng was shocked by the thoughts in his mind. Just as he wanted to listen further, the bedroom door suddenly knocked. He hastily, guilty, pulled out the voice recorder and stuffed it into his pants, then turned his head and asked, is there something? I'm going to school. There are noodles on the dining table, don't forget to eat. Ah, Yuan Feng's face turned red, I know. After he finished speaking, he ran to the door and pressed his ear against it. Only letting out a breath until he heard the security door close. He immediately rushed to the computer and continued studying the audio inside the recorder. The subsequent content was extremely bizarre. The revolutionary songs weren't sung anymore, but it seemed that there was some not-so-violent scuffling sounds. Followed by grunts and unclear murmurs, and then the audio suddenly cut off. This indicated that the stop button had been accidentally hit. Yuan Feng operated the computer carefully, listened for n times. The more he listened, the redder his face got, but he was still confused. Did he bite or not? What happened after that? Xiao Ji is so obedient that he shouldn't. Just when he was doubting his life, Pei Ji had already arrived at school. Computer network security class. The professor was explaining the methods and processes of hacking. Pei Ji took out his notebook and was writing one stroke at a time. Suddenly, he thought of something and his lips curled up. A classmate leaned over. Ji Gu, what are you smiling at? You're in such a good mood. Pei Ji replied, nothing, just listening. The classmate reluctantly retracted his head. Soon, an hour and a half passed, and the bell rang to signal the end of class. The professor left first, and Pei Ji slowly packed his things at his seat. Not far away, several girls were chatting about something, and then one of them was pushed out. With a shy face, the girl approached Pei Ji, seemingly gathering courage to say quietly, Pei Ji, do you have a girlfriend? No. Pei Ji's voice was very calm. Can I be your girlfriend then? Pei Ji looked up and stared at the round-faced girl. I don't like girls. Do you like guys then? The girl was surprised. Pei Ji smiled, I don't like them either. Sorry, I don't want to fall in love at school. He picked up his backpack and quickly left his seat. Jianli clicked on Weibo and found a picture of himself sneaking away from the scene among the trending topics. The comments section had gone completely off track. Those crazily shouting for marriage didn't need to be mentioned. And some even predicted that he would have children soon. Isn't that a bit too absurd? If Hu Xiao saw this, wouldn't he be mad? Even though rumors had spread before. Everyone knew it was just a marketing tactic for the CP, couple persona. But last night, did he actually turn fake affection into reality? The more he thought about it, the more uneasy he felt, grabbing his phone to send a WeChat message, but didn't know what to say. Picking it up and putting it down, again and again. After a few rounds, Jianli finally couldn't help himself, he picked up his phone and sent a private message. Jianli, good buddy, are you alright? Feeling unwell from drinking too much? He glanced at it, somewhat smug, good buddy, using these 3 words was quite clever. Everyone's men, why shouldn't we kiss each other? Being flexible is fine, isn't it? Haha. Jianli's forced smile froze on his face, damn, the more he thought about it, the more far-fetched it sounded. Sure enough, the next second, he saw Hu Xiao's reply on WeChat. Hu Xiao, you consider kissing as being a good buddy? Then how many good buddies like you do you have? Jianli. Damn. Damn. There's no way to fool around with him. This guy is too sharp. Even if you're the best hired soldier of the year, handling such a tricky situation is hard, right? Hu Xiao, not replying means you have many. Jianli glanced at it and hurriedly started typing on the keyboard. Jianli, no, just you. Hu Xiao, based on your tone, it seems like you're not satisfied and want to develop the next relationship. Jianli. I certainly don't. Jianli, it's you, there won't be anyone else in the future. Hu Xiao, it took you so long to contact me, what do you mean by that? Jianli. Such interrogative tones. Could it be that he wants to break off relations with me? Should I apologize in person? Be sincere a little. After all, I took advantage of him. Jianli, I was just dealing with some work, so I didn't contact you in time. When you're free, let me take you out for dinner and apologize in person. Hu Xiao, which day? As soon as Jianli thought about meeting face to face, his cheeks turned red again. Jianli, in a couple of days. I drank too much yesterday, so let me recover a bit. After sending the message, he waited for a while, but Hu Xiao didn't reply. Could it be that he thinks I'm still dragging my feet and not being sincere? After hesitating for a long time, Jianli sent another WeChat message. Alright, today then. The other side replied instantly, okay. Jianli. Damn. The awkward phase hasn't even passed yet. And now we have to meet. What if I can't control myself and kiss him again? Then there's no way to clear it up, even if I jump into the Yellow River. While pondering this, his body moved automatically towards the wardrobe, where he picked out a set of tailored casual clothes. He then called Li Lin, can you recommend a good private club? With excellent privacy for hosting someone for dinner. Li Lin chuckled twice, is it a date? It's not a date. Jianli corrected quickly, I want to return a favor. Li Lin, how are you returning it? By offering yourself. SSH, Jianli lost his patience, if you keep blabbing, I'll hang up. Wait. Li Lin sounded urgent, I've got a place to recommend. I'll send you the location right away. Should I reserve it for you? That would be perfect, Jianli's voice carried a hint of joy, thanks, old Li. Right after hanging up, Li Lin sent over the coordinates and room number. Jianli forwarded it directly to Hu Xiao, then prepared to leave. He paused briefly by the shoe cabinet, should I drive? Nah, better not. What if we drink tonight? I just got drunk last night, so today I'll take a break. Thinking about this, Jianli smirked slightly and walked straight out of the room. The private club wasn't far, it took only half an hour to arrive. Dressed impeccably, Jianli walked in, and a waiter immediately greeted him, Sir, do you have a reservation? He gave the private room number, and the waiter led the way, this way, sir. There is already a guest waiting for you. Jianli. Faster than me. Does that mean I've already fallen behind at the first step? This situation isn't very favorable for my side. His heart started beating anxiously, and his cheeks flushed involuntarily as he tugged lightly at his collar, it's pretty hot in here. Sir, the air conditioning is already set to 17 degrees, the waiter turned back, if you're still feeling hot, should I lower it further? No need. Jianli shook his head. This is the room, sir, the waiter knocked on the door first, then pushed it open. Jianli glanced inside, and Hu Xiao happened to lift his head at that moment. In the split second their eyes met, Jianli blurted out. What happened to your lips? Why are they swollen? Hu Xiao smiled, what do you think? Chapter 123, I'm not like you, I'm very generous to my brothers. Hu Xiao raised an eyebrow, his gaze inscrutable. Do you need me to help you remember? No need, Jianli waved his hands hurriedly. I just suddenly remembered. After a few awkward laughs, he shut the waiter out. Sir, shall we order later? The waiter's voice came through the private room door. Maybe we should order now. Jianli belatedly looked toward Huashao. Alright. Huashao pressed his lips together. His lips were usually beautiful, pale pink and thin. One might have thought they were lacking in softness, but surprisingly, they felt tender when kissed. Yet at this moment, those lips looked bruised, slightly swollen with congestion. Jianli couldn't help but focus his gaze there, instantly recalling the sensation of last night's kiss. He felt hotter, dry-mouthed and tongue-tied, raising a hand to fan himself around the neck. Waiter, please bring the menu. Jianli avoided eye contact, feeling increasingly guilty as he sat across from Huashao. What do you want to eat? Huashao replied, whatever you like, I like. The waiter remained completely calm while handing over the menu. All our dishes are excellent, you can try them randomly. Inside, though, Jianli was freaking out. Ah. 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 You like what I like. Hua superstar, you're so good at it, Aya. Sir, would you like me to introduce the specials of our restaurant? The waiter politely smiled, acting professional. Jianli didn't even have the energy to look at the menu, his mind was entirely preoccupied with how to resolve last night's situation. He pushed it away. Introduce. Our restaurant offers special couple packages to thank new and old customers. The waiter flipped the menu to the end. An ultra-luxurious candlelit dinner paired with premium red wine. Definitely worth it. More than worth it. It allows both of you to experience ultimate romance in taste. Jianli's face turned red suddenly, stealing a glance at Huashao who showed no reaction. He then dared to turn his head. Only couple packages. No brother packages. The waiter's expression showed some difficulty. Well, we don't really have that option. But we do offer family packages. Would you consider it? Family. Jianli thought for a moment, that works too, good brothers are like limbs after all, that one then. The waiter, barely holding back laughter. Woo woo woo. Are we already at the family level? My ship has finally become real. Alright sir, please wait a moment. The waiter exited the private room. With the limited space, an atmosphere of ambiguity and awkwardness descended. Thin yet sticky. Jianli's brain raced rapidly. Wrestling with whether or not to find something to talk about. To be honest. He had no experience inviting people to meals. In his previous life, aside from team missions, most other times he acted independently. Let alone direct face-to-face communication. In the end, he resorted to awkward chit-chat. How did you sleep last night? Pretty good, Huashao picked up the water glass and sipped. If you hugged a little looser, maybe I'd sleep even better. Jianli froze for a second. Hugged looser? Who hugged you? Oh damn. It was me. Damn it, I've dug myself into a hole. He chuckled nervously, trying to get by. Next time I'll definitely pay more attention. Huaxiao's lips curved, his expression seemingly carrying a tinge of pleasure. Alright. Jianli caught on immediately. Another pit. Strategically defeated, it was truly embarrassing. He hastily called out to the corridor outside the private room. Waiter, please bring up the wine. Alcohol emboldens cowards. All the conversation tactics he read online needed a drink to fully express and achieve their best effect. It must be said that the waiter was quite helpful too. The moment Jianli hollered, the waiter opened the door. Carrying the already pre-aired red wine, stepping briskly to the dining table to pour it into the tall glasses. The color of the red wine shone brightly, refracting peculiar light under the room's lighting. Jianli glanced over, and in the next second, lifted the glass, draining it in one gulp. The waiter paused momentarily, surprised. Huashao smirked. Are you thirsty? Jianli went along with it. Just moisturizing my throat. The waiter promptly poured another cup, almost full this time. Sir, here you go, quench your thirst again. Jianli lifted his eyes. Are you being oddly considerate today? Without hesitation, he drank another glass. The waiter's eyes lit up, looking excited and reaching for the bottle to pour again, until his colleague coming in stopped him. Sir, your food is ready. Private clubs only serve a limited number of guests each day. With ample manpower and resources, the efficiency was incredibly high. Before long, the dishes filled up the dining table. Several waiters bowed in unison. Gentlemen, please enjoy your meal slowly. Alright, Jianli nodded. The waiter who had poured the wine asked, Sir, do you need me to continue the service? He held up the red wine bottle. Meaning, should I keep pouring for you? Jianli shook his head, no, I can do it myself. Alright, sir. The waiter's face showed a flicker of disappointment but his professionalism made him turn and walk out of the private room. After drinking 2 glasses of red wine, Jianli became more talkative, immediately asking, Xiao Gu, are you homophobic? I actually. Before he could finish, Huashao cut him off directly, nope. That I'm not gay got stuck in Jianli's throat, his smile froze momentarily. I'm not homophobic either. Huashao curved his lips slightly. Based on how you acted last night, doesn't look like you're homophobic. Jianli. See. He still cares about what happened last night. Originally wanting to clarify that he wasn't gay, but it turned into him being non-homophobic. Damn, the misunderstanding is getting deeper. In great distress, he drained another glass of red wine. Hua Xiao picked up his chopsticks and placed a quail leg on Jian Li's plate. Don't drink on an empty stomach, it makes you drunk easily. Setting down the empty tall glass, Jian Li decided to get straight to the point, about last night's matter. I admit, I lost control. Is apologizing to you enough? Our thing, can we consider it over? Hua Xiao put down the chopsticks, his expression becoming once again restrained and cold, slowly uttering from his lips, no. I knew it. The quieter they are, the smaller their minds. Jian Li felt somewhat overwhelmed. Then what do you plan to do? Can't let me kiss you for nothing, right? Hua Xiao raised an eyebrow. Isn't that making me a big loser? Let me kiss you back, will that work? Jian Li, while pouring wine into his glass, said with resignation. Then we're even. Hua Xiao pursed his lips. What about me being touched by you all night? We're both men. Jian Li swallowed hard after gulping down a large mouthful, then asked, why are you so petty? Can I touch you too? When? Right now? Hua Xiao suddenly asked. Jian Li's mind was still foggy when he blurted out, now. Sure, now. I'm not like you, I'm very generous to my brothers. Hua Xiao moved his leg from under the table aside and patted his thigh, come over then. Let me see how generous you are. The waiters outside the private room were almost jumping with excitement. Holy crap, it's going to get wild. Chapter 124, shit, I've been signed up for another variety show. What about you guys? It was unclear whether it was to prove his own generosity or to relive the taste of yesterday. By the time Jian Li realized it, he was already sitting on Hua Xiao's lap. Casually draping an arm around Hua Xiao's long neck with a lazy yet affectionate attitude. How do we kiss? How do we touch? Let's make it clear, after kissing and touching, we're even about last night. Hua Xiao furrowed his eyebrows, his pitch-black pupils gazing intently. Do you really want to cut ties with me so much? Jian Li was momentarily startled by the question. How could that be? I'm just trying to maintain our relationship. I'm afraid that one wrong step would make us lose even being good buddies. These words stuck in his throat, unsaid for a long time. Hua Xiao's eyes darkened slightly, suddenly leaning over to bite the pale and tender neck. Hiss dash. The mixture of slight pain and tingling sensation spread throughout his body instantly. Jian Li tried to dodge but was tightly restrained by an arm. Hey, why do you bite people? Didn't you want to kiss? I want to. Lu Siki, surrounded by a group of people, was striding toward the private room. Catching sight of the excited waiters behaving suspiciously ahead. Seeing someone coming, they quickly became solemn and politely bent down. Sir, good evening. Lu Siki frowned, glanced at them disdainfully, and intended to move past. Suddenly, a faint sound made him stop in his tracks. Hey, stop biting. Isn't this supposed to be a kiss? Lu Siki abruptly froze. Wasn't that Jian Li? Who is he with? What kind of biting? What kind of kissing? Lu Siki felt an uncontrollable jealousy rise up within him. Ignoring the attendant's obstruction, he burst into the private room. Immediately, he saw the two of them hugging and sitting together. The scene was so impactful that it almost made Lu Siki lose control. Jian Li. What are you doing? Hearing the familiar voice, Jian Li turned lazily. Isn't it obvious? I'm dating. The head peeking out grinned wildly. Finally admitted. They're dating. Lu Siki's face contorted, still wanting to fool himself. To annoy me, you would stoop this low. Kiss right in front of me. Jian Li's lips curled with an unruly smirk. Isn't this easy? He turned his head and immediately pressed onto the lips he had been yearning for all night. You dash. Lu Siki's eyes flared with anger. The waiters all secretly gave him a thumbs up in their hearts. Never expected that. You're such a great helper. Back in the private room, Lu Siki's rage hadn't subsided. He continuously guzzled hard liquor. A companion beside him tried to dissuade him. Mr. Lu, isn't it just a small celebrity? If you like her, just crook your finger, and there will be plenty willing to offer themselves. Lu Siki remained silent, continuing to drink. The others at the dining table exchanged glances. Someone immediately understood, and continued with a placating tone. Mr. Lu, shall we introduce someone to you? A newly debuted trainee who is only 23 years old, slim waist, long legs, and especially skilled in calling. Lu Siki glanced coldly at him. That person quickly shut up, bowing their head down. Mr. Lu, let's talk about the variety show you wish to invest in. Heard that the planning is particularly impressive. Multiple variety shows merged together. Planning a large-scale competitive arena. Lu Siki finally recalled the main matter, nodding. Right, all rookies from my entertainment company will participate. Besides, there will be other popular variety show guests. Is our Lu group aiming to thoroughly open the entertainment circle market through this show? What is the reward for the final champion? Oh, that's right, an immediate billion-dollar entertainment resource signing on the spot. This alone will make many stars fight tooth and nail for it. Lu Siki curled his lips. Enrollment has already reached over 10,000 people. The screening process will end soon. Once that's done, there'll be an official Weibo announcement. We hope you can help with marketing. No problem. Mr. Lu's matters are our matters, plus we have invested as well. Here's to a toast, hoping for our variety show's huge success. Lu Siki drained the glass in one gulp, but the earlier scene lingered in his mind persistently. He tightened his grip on the wine glass, his gaze becoming increasingly sinister. Wait for it, Jian Li. Even if you die, you'll die because of me. The day after, Jian Li was questioned as soon as he entered the agent's office. So that's why you didn't renew the contract. You're preparing to retire from the circle and get married. Li Lin squinted. You're really too selfish, keeping it a secret from me. What are you talking about? I don't understand. Jian Li pretended to be ignorant and sat down on the sofa. Li Lin held up his phone. Don't tell me you haven't seen the hot search. Staying over at someone's place the previous night and going on a date the next evening. Fine, just sitting on their lap, how eager can you be? Jian Li raised his hand to flick back his bangs. What kind of lousy place did you pick? It neither soundproof nor confidential. The video wasn't uploaded by the club staff, Li Lin quickly explained. It seems like a guest. Whoever, you've already announced it publicly. Why care if privacy is exposed? Jian Li suddenly became agitated. Who announced what? That was because Lu Siki provoked me. If it weren't for him, would I be explaining all over again in a car? Hu Xiao even got mad. Saying I was using him. Shit. A free meal wasted. Let's not talk about this anymore. Li Lin handed Jian Li a contract. You're about to go on a variety show. Prepare yourself. What kind of show? Jian Li took it and glanced through the contract. Super competition. Li Lin nodded. It's been hyped recently. It's Landmark Entertainment's biggest project this year, basically integrating all domestic variety show resources for an unprecedented crossover. Like a quick adventure survival challenge. It's quite innovative. Jian Li furrowed his eyebrows. It felt familiar. In the original storyline, Lu Siki achieved peak success after planning this show. While Hu family's business gradually shrank and eventually went bankrupt. What happened to Hu Xiao again? He rubbed his temples, unable to recall the details of this ridiculous plot. But it ended poorly. What's wrong? Not interested. Should I reject it for you? Li Lin was about to take the contract back from Jian Li. But Jian Li moved first, grabbing the pen next to him, flipping to the last page, and signing with a flourish. Wow, Li Lin narrowed his eyes at him. Before, getting you to shoot a program was like extracting your soul. Why so agreeable today? Jian Li glanced up, a smirk playing on his lips. Since it's Lu Siki's variety show, I must join. As soon as the words left his mouth, his WeChat alerted. He looked down, swiping his finger across the screen. The group chat message appeared directly. Lo Woody et al., damn it, I've been signed up for another variety show. How about you guys? Chapter 125, will you just show me a nude picture? Luo Xiaohong had just sent a message in the group chat, and everyone else began to respond quickly. Feng Yu Bei Hui La, I just got notified, we're once again being pushed to the top for more viewership numbers. Old Sher from Intelligence Bureau, what's there to compete about? Nowadays, variety shows are incredibly competitive. Hard for Zhou Nan, I heard we're going on the show the day after tomorrow. It's relentless. Luo Wudi at Jian Li at Hu Xiao, what about you two? Aren't you going to fall in love on this variety show? The fans are waiting for your fluff. Seeing this, Jian Li's lips curved slightly, and his fingers hovered over the keyboard. Jian Li, sure, let them choke on it. After he sent it, the group chat was bombarded with strange memes. There were whips cracking, fake firearms being wielded, forward rolls and backward flips, even headshots. But there wasn't any word from Hu Xiao. Jian Li frowned deeply, hissing. Is he not participating this time? Or is he still mad? My God, it's hard to please him. Jian Li stood up from the couch. Anything else other than the contract? Li Lin waved his hand. Nah, get ready. After the Weibo promotions are done, we'll probably start filming. Got it. Jian Li nodded and stuffed one hand into his pocket before walking out. He rode the elevator straight down to the parking lot, got into the driver's seat. And hesitated between starting the car or pulling out his phone. In the end, he chose his phone. His fingers flew across the keys. What are you busy with? Why aren't you responding to the group chat? After sending the message, Jian Li flipped the phone over. Time dragged on endlessly. Finally, at 5 minutes and 34 seconds, the phone vibrated. He picked it up quickly, scanning the reply, busy gathering luck. Jian Li gave a bitter laugh. Why are you like that? Actually, this counter-question made him feel a bit uneasy. Because last night, he had gone to apologize. Aiming to clear up misunderstandings and remove barriers between brothers. However, they hadn't resolved anything. But instead, new rumors surfaced through photos. Before, staying out all night was only imagined gossip. Now, it's confirmed. No wonder Hu Xiao didn't cool down so easily. If I were him, I'd be rolling around in anger too. Thinking about this, Jianli sent another text with gritted teeth, I'll make it up to you, okay? The response came back, how will you compensate me? Having a meal together doesn't count. Then tell me something else. Jianli asked helplessly. The other person was typing, and finally, a message popped up. Send me a nude picture. Jianli. Is this guy serious? Aren't you afraid of your phone information leaking? And naked pictures flying all over the place. Oh right, it's my naked picture. So he definitely isn't worried. Jianli touched his teeth and replied, alright, wait for me. After replying, he started the car, slammed on the gas, and drove straight out of the parking lot. I'll show you a direct nude. Lu Corporation Office. Upon hearing the secretary's report, Lu Ciji sneered, I thought she was so high and mighty, but for resources, you all ended up signing the contracts. He stroked his chin, eyes flashing with malevolent light, team hatred, just wait. I will ensure that you completely collapse during this reality show. The secretary's expression flickered briefly with an odd sensation, then calmly asked, Mr. Lu, will you also participate in this show? Of course, Lu Ciji nodded. This is something I planned meticulously myself, it must be implemented personally. I refuse to believe that. At the brink of death, Jianli won't seek my help. Mr. Lu. The secretary extended her hand, waving it in front of Lu Ciji's face. Are you fantasizing again? Huh. Lu Ciji snapped out of it, instantly embarrassed, who's fantasizing? The secretary straightened herself, Mr. Lu, considering how Chu Yuanheng suffered globally during that escape game show, aren't you afraid? This is domestic ground, and it's my reality show. Lu Ciji scoffed with disdain, it's their turn to step out of line. The secretary smiled, then I wish Mr. Lu a smooth filming process. Lu Ciji nodded, you may leave. Super competitions generated a significant amount of hype, directly revealing the lineup of guests on its official Weibo account. Each competitor was highly influential, almost always being key figures in their respective reality shows. As for Lu Entertainment trainees who haven't debuted yet or remain obscure, they became NPCs within the show, taking the place of extras as judges, mission announcers, or even crucial characters within the storyline. This made the entire variety show extremely visually appealing and professional. The fans were indeed very excited, leaving comments on the official website one after another. There's actually the Vengeance Squad. It's been only a few days since I last saw them, and I'm already going crazy with nostalgia. The special action team from Urban Hunter is here too. Will this be a game of fugitives versus hunters? I guess they'll probably team up. After all, they did great last time, we almost had them beat Lu Yuanheng together. Don't even mention Lu Yuanheng, I almost forgot about that drama king. Is he already stepping on sewing machines inside prison now? I don't know if he's in jail or not, but his brother is definitely coming to the show. Ha ha ha, die laughing, what if there's no target to target anymore, because Lu Yuanheng himself has shown up again? Shoo, don't spread it around yet, what if Lu Ciji suddenly gets cold feet and refuses to film? After reading these comments, Lu Ciji's face turned ashen, then he let out a sneer in the next second. Don't be too happy, you still don't know who's targeting who. Now you're cursing like mad, but just wait until you're on your knees begging me to be your dad. The secretary, who came in at this moment to deliver some documents, heard this statement. TSK, daydream much? Yuan Feng was packing his luggage, and Pei Ji returned from outside. He glanced down at the suitcase and asked indifferently, are you off to another variety show? Aha. Yuan Feng sighed, I don't know what's been going on recently, so many missions, no, announcements non-stop. Pei Ji placed his backpack on the couch and walked over to help. Seeing this gesture, Yuan Feng quickly stopped him, whoa. Don't. I haven't recovered from the trauma when you stuffed your underwear into my luggage last time. Pei Ji smirked, they were clean ones, and used. What are you worried about? They may be unused, but they're too big, they'll make my butt catch the wind. Yuan Feng looked up and stared at Pei Ji for a second, slightly stunned. He saw complicated emotions swirling in those dark pupils. Innocent, yet lustful, with a dash of mockery. Finally, Yuan Feng snapped back to reality, fine, they're just a bit oversized. No need to gloat, alright? My physique isn't exactly shabby either, you know. Pei Ji smiled faintly, I know. Yuan Feng froze again, how do you know? Because we've showered together. Pei Ji slowly ran his tongue across the corner of his lips, as if moistening something. Just one glance sent Yuan Feng spiraling into fragmented memories. And he hastily dropped his gaze, attempting to change the subject, why haven't you been calling me uncle recently? Don't want to, Pei Ji's voice returned to its usual calm, you're not that old anyway. I don't want you to call me that either. Yuan Feng's hand abruptly froze mid-motion. Damn it. Has Brother Li and Xiao been messing with my head so much that I've started thinking naughty thoughts now? Chapter 126, Come out, and I promise not to kill you. The next day was an early start. Pei Ji arrived at the school canteen at 7. As soon as he walked in, he bumped into a classmate from his department. Brother Ji. The other greeted teasingly, you're really early today. Didn't cook for your uncle. Pei Ji glanced at him, his voice faint, no. He's not my uncle. The classmate hurriedly patted his head. Look at my memory, isn't he a junior of your father? Pei Ji took a step forward, looking like someone who does not welcome interruptions. The classmate still persistently followed up, Brother Ji, doesn't your uncle have a girlfriend yet? Asking you to take care of his daily life is a bit unnecessary. Pei Ji stopped in his tracks, turned abruptly with cold eyes, aren't you talking too much? Huh? The classmate paused. My family affairs don't need your evaluation. With that, Pei Ji started walking away. The classmate stood there, mouthing off, being smart doesn't mean one must be weird, right? And again with family. They're not even related. After buying breakfast, Pei Ji sat in a corner. Girls nearby were chattering about the latest news. The Vendetta Squad is going on a new variety show, can't wait. They are so handsome. I like Brother Li and Xiao. So strong and sweet, they are just the best couple walking around, match made in heaven. Director Zhou and section chief sure aren't bad either, right? That, mutual understanding, no one can beat them. Who's left? Sister Wu Di and Junior Feng. They. Pei Ji perked up his ears, his expression souring. The girl went on, Sister Wu Di shines best alone. If she's together with Junior Feng, wouldn't she bully him to death? Yes, no one should get near my sister Wu Di. But let's talk, isn't Junior Feng quite fragile? He looks easy to break. Get it? Want to see him crying while being bullied? Hearing this, Pei Ji slowly curved his lips, seeming a little more pleased. Crying really looked good. Especially when sobbing while begging not to be bitten. The setting of Super Competition was ancient times, so naturally the filming location was the nearest ancient drama city from Kyoto. All guests would appear in misty period costumes. Before the official shoot, makeup artists needed to prepare their looks. Jianli walked into the Gathering Hotel with her suitcase. Immediately, the cameraman came over. Hello teacher Jianli, I am your exclusive cameraman. If there's any needs or requests during the shoot, please communicate with me promptly. Alright, Jianli nodded, I don't have any particular requests for now, feel free to play with it. The originally nervous cameraman relaxed upon hearing this, good then. Teacher Jianli, please come this way, your stylist is already waiting. Staff guided the direction, Jianli leisurely followed. Do variety shows even require makeup? Yes, for better camera effects. The staff turned back, carefully observing Jianli's face. Your features are especially suitable for period costume. With appropriate attire, you will definitely stun everyone. Jianli smirked nonchalantly, surprising people is fine, but I'm not here for beauty contests. At this point, shooting had already begun, and fans in the live stream had been patiently waiting. Upon hearing this, comments flooded in. Huh, my brother Li is still himself, so cool and full of spirit. I have a question, isn't this about competition? Why is it set in ancient times? Everyone knows ancient costumes are complicated, doesn't this affect performance? Probably simplified clothes. Who in their right mind would choose complex outfits in a competitive variety show? Forget all else, I'm super excited to see Brother Li in ancient costume. Better yet if he matches with Brother Xiao, that would drive me crazy. I understand you. The film Sentinel and Guide got shelved, wailing here. Only period dramas can compensate. Jianli entered the dressing room, where a set of pure white period clothing was handed over. She picked it up with a raise of eyebrows. Is there 20 pounds of extra weight inside? The makeup artist hurriedly explained, Teacher Jianli, sorry, to faithfully recreate the character, we all need to wear these. If you find it too restricting, shall I apply for an alternative? But probably the application won't succeed. Jianli smiled, no need, I'll just wear this. With the garment in hand, she headed toward the changing room. Not long after, she emerged fully dressed. A staff member peeked inside, Teacher Jianli, this is a set, haven't you missed anything? Jianli raised her eyebrows, or how about you search me? I didn't mean that, the staff member hurriedly shook their hands. I still trust you completely. No, why do I feel strange? It seems Brother Li has been targeted. Are other members of the Vendetta Squad treated this way too? Just transferred from other frequency groups, basically the same treatment. Anyway, these lead-laden ancient costumes must be worn. Who would believe there's no conspiracy behind this? Is Lu Ski here yet? I want to see what he's wearing. Lu Ski's makeup room isn't on live stream either, claiming it is to keep mystery, ha. Who cares about his so-called mystery? All I care about is whether the competition is fair or not. Half an hour later, Jianli finished her light makeup and headed outside the makeup room. At this time, the Vendetta Squad was already standing in the hall, looking uneasy. Either rolling up their sleeves or fiddling with their collars. Yuan Feng complained, dressed like this on such a hot day, even if we don't suffocate, we'll get steamed to death. The planners' brains must have been kicked by donkeys. Luo Wudi asked, who are the planners? If they haven't been donkey-kicked, I can give them one myself. Zhou Nan and Shi Huai simultaneously grumbled, if those planners show up, I'll definitely make them wish they were dead. The planner behind the monitor trembled. It's not my fault. Don't hurt the innocent. When Jianli walked over, she immediately asked, where's Hu Xiao? Why don't I see him? He might have been messed around by the production team. Luo Wuди rolled her eyes. Afterward, she looked at Jianli again, her tone full of doubt. Why does your outfit look slimmer? Is it not the suit set? To Sister Wudy, it is the suit set. Just our brotherly has muscle under clothes but looks thin in them. With just a flicker of the lens, our brotherly truly stands out. His face is as refined as a jade crown, unmatched gentleman among gentlemen. Awaiting brother Zhao's arrival. The two of them standing together will surely be even more pleasing to the eye. As the chat box got excited to this point, suddenly a commotion could be heard in the distance. The Vendetta squad and the camera turned to look, catching sight of Lu Ski, who had already finished his makeup and was slowly approaching, surrounded by crew members. He was also in a white robe, similar in style to Jian Li's. But seemingly lighter and much easier to walk in without burden. Coincidence, Jian Li? Lu Ski approached with a smile playing on the corner of his lips. We both happen to wear the same color. Could our mission be to play as a couple? The comment section exploded instantly. Don't you guys have any sense of shame? How could entering with resources be so blatant? TCH, just because you're dressed like a couple, you think you are one? Lu Siki, stop dreaming will you? Guys upstairs, hilarious. Death phase, does this name hint at anything? Jianli glanced at Lu Ski, just about to curse a few words. When suddenly a tall figure appeared next to him and directly put an arm around his waist, speaking in an ambiguous tone. Naked running in front of me last night, today you're wearing couples outfits with others. Am I, your boyfriend, just for show? WTF. Did I hear wrong? Last night brotherly naked ran. Chapter 127, although cleverly outwitting the opponent seemed more intelligent, I think brute force suits me better. Lu Ski looked livid as he glanced at Huashao. His gaze dropping and settling on Jian Li's waist. A mixture of incomprehensible darkness and jealousy flowing through his eyes. The next second, his expression changed, a faint smile tugging at his lips. What Ying Tun, you sure know how to joke around. To market a CP, there's no need to be so explicit, is there? What if you're boycotted by fans? Fear what? Jian Li laughed nonchalantly and wrapped her arms back around him. Worst comes to worst, I'll quit the circle. Don't quit the circle. I still want to have some food, I'm so hungry. Oh my god, please give us more of these explicit interactions. It's fine to groan and moan in front of me. Saves me the trouble of imagining the scene. Could Lu Ski please roll away? Don't ruin my sugar rush. Only I noticed this, did I? Xiao Ji's ancient costume resembles that of a servant or attendant. Looks thick and worn out. Could it be intentional by the program team? Definitely intentional. They're doing everything possible to break up others. Planning team. Costume designer. Come out and die. Why waste words on him? Let's finish shooting and leave. Luo Wudi showed impatience. Let's set things straight beforehand, this is a competitive game. Don't play the love couple reality show drama. If there's really a task like that, don't blame me for refusing to film it. She said as she walked forward, her big steps obstructed by the long dress. A misstep almost caused her to stumble forward. Luo Wudi immediately turned grim-faced, directly picking up the dress, tearing it forcefully with her bare hands. Followed by a tist sound, the silk skirt was actually torn apart. The costume props group was shocked beyond measure. Holy cow, those were all made from special materials. Even cutting them with scissors would be difficult. Yet Luo Xiaohong managed to do it with her bare hands. Was she even human? Yuan Feng noticed Luo Wudi's action and instantly lit up with excitement. Sis Hong. Can we also do that? He lifted his clothing hem while exposing his underwear, readying to tear it. Lu Ski interrupted urgently, do not intentionally destroy the prop costumes. Not stopping at all, Yuan Feng quickly made another tist sound. He turned his head and gave a polite but unapologetic smile. Sorry, Director Lu, but it just ripped accidentally. With such bad quality, why not change my clothes? Lu Ski gritted his teeth and narrowed his eyes. Changing what? They were custom tailored 3 days in advance. Finding material like this now was harder than ascending to heaven. How dare you guys? His internal rant wasn't finished when other members of the kill squad united in their actions, modifying their ancient attire into breezy tunics and then confidently walking out of the gathering hall. Ha ha ha, look at Lu Ski, his face has turned the color of liver. Spent countless efforts trying to control the kill squad, only for them to disregard all conventional strategies and rip the prop costumes. Yuan Feng, sorry Director Lu, it seems like I went full green tea, don't let this infuriate you. I can't help but suspect that each member of the kill squad has a significant background and influence. Completely disregarding capital, they're ready to exit the entertainment industry whenever. Sister, you're stating something everyone knows already. Who doesn't know about the underground identities of kill squad members in the entertainment world? The Assembly Hotel was located within the Film City ancient town. Exiting the main gate revealed the filming location. A crowd dressed in ancient attire gathered, looking much like a grand scene with extra performers. Jianli was just about to approach the main group when someone quietly asked beside him, Hey, Little Li, did you really run naked? Jianli awkwardly smiled and turned around. Sis Hong, you care quite a bit about this, huh? Luo Wudi shook her hand. Nope. I have zero interest in your nudity. I only question your emotional intelligence. Have you truly come to your senses? Willingly stripping. Jianli. The direct question flushed his cheeks red as he hurried to explain, could I possibly be so proactive with a brother? Earlier was merely to shut Lu Ski up. Ah, exactly what I thought. Luo Xiaohong appeared enlightened. There's no way you'd suddenly see things clearly. After sighing, she then turned to Huashao. This is a long journey ahead. How about you just enlighten him completely? Cough, cough, cough. Yuan Feng burst into violent coughs. Sis Hong, what are you talking about? I'm still a kid. Oh. Luo Xiaohong nodded sagely. Kids seem to understand in a flash. Yuan Feng. Like I said, nothing. The kill squad was slowly approaching. Acquaintances recognized them and greeted enthusiastically. Sis Hong. Bro Li. Bro Xiao. Director Zhou. Section Chief Shi, Young Sharp 1. Special Operations Group Leader Chen Yifan rushed over with a few people. So glad to see all of you again. The sweet journey guest, Li Zimu, immediately rolled up his sleeves for everyone to see. How's the muscle building going? Savina delivered a spinning back kick. Is my Chinese kung fu up to par, Sis Hong? Su Qi grinned mischievously. Heard that Lu Yuanhang is inside. Luo Chen glanced over, eyes shimmering with moisture. I miss all of you so much. Everyone chimed in excitedly, looking extremely chummy. The chat messages started flowing in as well. What's this? Like some kind of recap from a previous drama? All familiar faces. Did he hire over 100 people? Mr. Lu sure has influence, right? But if the city gates aren't open yet, can they really be let in one by one to get slaughtered? He'd like that, but he better have the ability. There's still a difference between capital and capability. This time it's not enemy versus enemy. Can we unite against a common foe? Exactly. After exchanging pleasantries for a while, it was time to officially start filming. The host stood on the city wall, megaphone in hand. Welcome to Ultimate Challenge. Our current setting is towards the end of the Eastern Han Dynasty, an era of incessant warfare. Right now the Xiongnu are at their peak of savagery. They've occupied the ancient city, committing rapes and massacres, perpetrating every conceivable crime. You are reinforcements sent by the imperial court. By any means necessary. You must break into the city within 30 minutes. Luo Xiaohong crossed her arms. Isn't this just an offensive and defensive battle? No need to sound so scholarly. She turned her head to glance at Jianli. Do you want to go in full force or with strategy? Though strategy sounds more brainy, Jianli smirked slightly, but I feel full force fits me better. Because it's more brutal. Ah, sounds very dirty and violent. Love you bro Li. Chapter 128, I don't care, this is mutual confession. Luo Wudi listened to Jianli's words, nodded for a few seconds while digesting them, then turned her head toward Huashao. Did you hear that? Xiaoli likes to use force. Ah. Jianli looked bewildered. There's a big difference between strong attack and use force, right? Luo Wudi smirked. Is there? There's only one word of difference. Jianli, sister, you're really good at sophistry. Ha ha ha, using force. No wonder my sister Wudi is always spot on. Look at Xiao Gu quickly. His mouth corner can't be suppressed anymore. Is he planning to use force during the show? Can't wait already. The host's voice continued. This time we're eliminating participants on site. Every mission must be successfully passed. If the mission fails, filming ends immediately. Now listen to my commands. First gate, attack the fortress. Start. With the command given, over 100 people started running towards the ancient city. However, the members of the Vendetta squad didn't rush in, nor did their familiar guests make any sudden moves. An ancient city assault was brutal. It usually involved risking life to scale walls. People at the front would be shot by arrows or crushed by rocks, but the ones behind would continue advancing. Some would use logs to smash gates while others threw firestones into the city. Regardless of which method was chosen, the scene would become extremely bloody, almost leading to mutual annihilation. Although the variety show recreated the scenario, safety considerations were paramount, and no truly dangerous segments were set up for the guests. Thus, the so-called forced attack was akin to rock climbing, with specialized staff at the bottom of the fort ready to help the guests fasten their safety harnesses and supervise their climb upwards. Nevertheless, this rock climbing task was quite challenging, as there were no specific footholds. The climbers could only rely on the gaps between the stones of the city wall for support. Many guests glanced once and decided to abandon it, circling around the entire ancient city in search of another breakthrough point. Haven't all of you practiced? Jianli asked indifferently, climbing walls. Members of the Vendetta squad nodded. Yuan Feng curled his lips, climbing trees isn't a problem, not to mention walls. They're professionals who know their business. There's nothing these guys haven't trained for. Their skills in every area are strong. They've won global survival championships, why would they fear such trivialities? Liang Gu, go ahead. After confirming everything was ready, Jian gave each teammate a nod. Then, they ran toward the fort like sprinters in a 100-meter dash. Minutes later, looking at the Vendetta squad members who weren't even breathing hard, the staff couldn't help but ask, choosing forced attack. What else? Jian raised an eyebrow. Am I here to fool around with you? Sorry, Mr. Jian, the staff member looked awkward, I'm just making sure. Let me secure the safety rope for you now. As he said this, he operated the harness around Jian waist. His technique seemed professional, so Jian didn't pay too much attention. Turning his head slightly, he caught sight of something with his peripheral vision. Suddenly, he squinted his eyes and grabbed the arm of the nearby staff member. Are you sure Xiao Ji's safety lock is fastened correctly? Ah. The person appeared somewhat uneasy and looked dumbfoundedly at Jian. Brotherly, which step did I get wrong? Jian face grew cold. Move aside, let me fasten it for him. But. The person hesitated nervously, glancing at some spot. Isn't that against the program rules? Jian twitched his mouth into a slight smirk, his gaze sharp. Say one more word, and I'll expose you. Perhaps overwhelmed by the pressure, the staff member dared not say anything further and stepped back to let him proceed. Jian moved closer smoothly. Just as he lifted his eyes, his dark pupils met with Hui Xiao's direct stare, reflecting a beautiful face. Are you worried about me? The low, hoarse voice echoed in Jian ear, stirring something deep inside his heart. Of course, Jian avoided eye contact, answering matter-of-factly while his heartbeat quickened uncontrollably. Some people are just too cunning, impossible not to worry. While talking, Jian reached out to circle his arms around Hui Xiao's lower back, searching for the buckle. Unexpectedly, when he turned his face closer, it created an even more intimate space. Hui Xiao lowered his head slightly, his nose brushing past Jian earlobe. A faint tremble and a deep tone simultaneously transmitted. Would you be so worried if it was someone else? I. Jian throat bobbed slowly, his brain momentarily blank. Would he be worried? It seemed possible. But trust in other teammates outweighed that thought. There's no way he would deliberately check again. It's not that Hui Xiao isn't strong enough. It's just that Jian couldn't help but worry about him. I worry about you more, Jian didn't lie, speaking the truth honestly. The corners of Hui Xiao's mouth noticeably turned up. I do too. Roar roar roar. Are they confessing to each other? Shit. I don't care, this is mutual confession. Hurry up and kiss. Don't treat us like outsiders. The chat was going crazy. Lu Ski, who was in front of the monitor, saw the close-up of the two faces next to each other, his expression turning dark as water. Humph, thinking this is a dating show. Can't you act more professional for a competition task? Do you even have any shame? He sneered in anger, getting ready to stomp toward the shooting site, only to be stopped by the planner behind. Mr. Lu, aren't we targeting them too obviously? If safety measures can't guarantee, what if there's a fatal accident? Lu Ski glanced sideways at him, his jaw tightening. What to fear? Isn't it clearly stated in the contract that consequences beyond the program's security guarantees are self-responsible? Sometimes, for marketing purposes, a death could even be better, right? Mr. Lu. The planner was stunned, wanting to say something more. But Lu Ski didn't give him the chance, turning around and hopping onto the sightseeing cart heading straight to the base of the fortress. At this moment, the Vendetta squad had already started climbing, their agile movements quickening their ascent and soon overtaking many guests. The online comments were bubbling with excitement. Truly deserving champions, absolutely incredible. Hold on, is that Lu Ski? Why does his rope look different from others? Yes. There seems to be some force pulling him upward. LOL, even though he's an investor, this kind of blatant cheating is unacceptable, right? Look fast, Lu Ski is heading toward Gu Xiao. What's his intention? As Lu Ski lifted his gaze, he immediately spotted Hui Xiao ascending smoothly. This is a competitive variety show, rankings will be determined by results. For the sake of ranking higher, jostling is normal. So. You'd better hope your safety rope is sturdy. Otherwise, a swift kick might leave you dangling before it snaps. Lu Ski's lips curled into a malicious grin as he used the strength of his rope. Suddenly arriving beside Hui Xiao, he raised his leg and delivered a swift kick. Jian happened to look down, witnessing the scene, his face immediately turning severe. Letting go of the rope and lunging forward while growling. Lu Ski. How dare you touch my person? Chapter 129 Anyway, Hui Xiao is worth it. Jian came with great momentum, and Lu Ski had no chance to react at all. He felt a sharp pain in his chest and winced, crying out in pain, Ah! Who kicked me? Since there was a rope tied around his waist, after being kicked away, Lu Ski was pulled back by the inertia. His head hit the city wall, and he heard a buzzing sound. After grabbing onto a stone crevice and looking to the side, he saw Jian, full of anger, hugged by Hui Xiao. The look on his face suggested that if no one had stopped him, he would have rushed over and eliminated Lu Ski himself. Lu Ski had never seen Jian like this before and was momentarily bewildered. You actually beat me up for him? Ha, beating you is just beating you. Were there not enough beatings in the past? And you still aren't used to it now, your brain must be malfunctioning. Cheat evidence nailed. Kicked into mid-air, but Lu Siki didn't fall, and could even hang suspended. What's the point of this competition then? He tried to sneak attack Xiao Gu just now, right? Now he gets beaten instead of pulling off a surprise attack himself. How dare he question others? Ah, was I the only one who clearly heard it? Brother Li said that Brother Xiao belongs to him. What kind of person? Naturally someone with identity. This identity is, boyfriend. The way he protects him makes it too sweet to ignore. Thank you, Lua's sister. Without you, Xiao Gu and Li Gu couldn't possibly break through this layer of misunderstanding. Jian Li's usual laid-back demeanor completely changed as he stared coldly at Lu Siki, emphasizing each word. I'm warning you, if you dare to mess with Huashao again, I don't mind making you leave early. Are you threatening me? Lu Siki's complexion had already become extremely grim, and the intense pain from his chest reminded him. Jian Li wasn't just playing games. He would fight tooth and nail for Huashao. This unique love originally belonged to himself. But because of Lu Yuanheng's meddling, it was lost. I never threatened anyone. Jian Li pulled at the corner of his mouth. If you don't believe me, feel free to try. He turned to Huashao and said, let's go up first. Okay. Huashao responded, his upturned lips never falling as he helped lift Jian Li upward with both hands while giving Lu Siki a challenging look. Grinding his molars, the latter clenched his fists in fury, and in the next second, he punched the stone of the ancient city. When the grudge squad arrived at the tower, the safety lock was finally opened. Luo Wudi and the other teammates walked over. Huashao, this time during the show, if you're deliberately targeted, always be careful, we'll protect you. While saying that, she glanced at Lu Siki with a look of curiosity and examination. The other teammates nodded in agreement. We'd best not split up, surveillance should last 24 hours, Zhou Nan spoke seriously. How many days will the variety show take? 2 days, Shi Huayi replied, glancing at his wristwatch. There are currently 47 hours and 40 minutes left. Yuan Feng rubbed his chin. There should be 10 more tasks, just completing them safely should suffice. Thinking about something else, he asked Jian Li, Brother Li, are we still aiming for the championship this time? No need, Jian Li squinted his eyes, our goal this time is only one. To severely beat Lu Siki. What does that mean? Participating in the reality show's sole purpose is to severely beat capital. Ha 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 grass. The aura from Brother Li, I really admire him. It seems Brother Li is truly mad, haven't seen him lose control like this before. Talking about Brother Xiao Li's pairing being fake, who'd believe it? As they walked down from the tower, Huashao suddenly asked, holding Jian Li's hand, what am I to you? Eh? Jian Li was startled, then distinctly felt the bone joints threading through his fingers locking tightly. His cheeks immediately flushed red, and his tone grew nervous. I just said that. In a moment of urgency, I didn't think much about it. Are you sure you were just saying that? Huashao extracted a finger, gently hooking Jian Li's palm. The sensation of tingling electricity instantly spreading, making his face even redder. I don't know, let me straighten it out when I have time. Even if Huashao hadn't pressed the issue, Jian Li could feel his own awkwardness. When did such close friends appear? His physiological reactions were fluctuating abnormally. Especially just now, seeing Lu Siki preparing to hurt Huashao made him feel like his heart was being tightly squeezed. He wished he could crush anyone who posed a threat to Huashao. Jian Li had never been like this, continuing to fool himself would just be acting stupid. When can you sort it out? Huashao's voice became hoarse as he asked. Soon, Jian Li suddenly smiled brightly, when I figure it out, I'll definitely tell you. He had always lived carefree. Once he was sure of his true feelings. Why not take the initiative? After all, Huashao was worth it. Alright, Huashao's brows and eyes softened slightly, I'll wait for you. When Lu Siki was pulled up to the tower, the grudge squad had already left. He took a few steps forward and immediately saw the two people whispering quietly by the stairs. Their intimate and ambiguous posture was enough to make anyone burn with jealousy just by looking at them. At the thought of how the admirable Jian Li, who once belonged to him, was now taken by the despicable Huashao, Lu Siki felt an overwhelming urge to destroy everything. His sanity was gradually squeezed out until there was none left. Just then, a staff member was helping him unhook the safety harness. As soon as the lock opened, Lu Siki abruptly pushed the person aside, pulled out his phone, and walked to a secluded area to make a call. The plan is moving up, I can't wait anymore. What if the trainees refuse? It doesn't matter, I've got their contracts in my hands. If they don't follow through as required, then I'll leave them with massive debts. This time, no matter what it takes, I must bring Huashao down. Right after noon classes ended, Jian Yu was blocked from going further. Looking up, he saw a face begging to be hit, so his voice turned cold, a good dog doesn't block the way. Woof woof. Huachuan barked twice, you think I'm a bad dog. And now this bad dog is hungry, so you'd better treat me to a meal. Jian Yu let out a scoff from his nose, can you show some shame? Of course I need dignity, Huachuan laughed carelessly, and look, I haven't bothered anyone else. It's said that every grievance has its source, since you beat me, shouldn't you take responsibility? The same trick repeated 3 times a day. And these 2 words, responsibility, were starting to irritate Jian Yu immensely. He chuckled dryly, what are you trying to say? Are you going to extort me for life? Not quite, Huichuan casually leaned on the table, once my allowance is restored, I'll naturally roll away. Good, Jianyu nodded, standing up directly from the chair, isn't it just about treating you to a meal? No problem, later we'll head to the cafeteria, I'll treat you to. Huichuan froze, what? What kind of noodles? Isn't it that stinky one again? Jianyu, do you really enjoy playing with me like this? He took out his phone, just wait. I'll call your brother and complain right now. Chapter 130, if this isn't love, please kill me. Huichuan, despite being spoiled and raised as a prince, when has he ever stooped so low? If it weren't for his allowance being confiscated, how could he possibly be forced by circumstances to beg someone else to treat him to dinner? Some things are better left unthought. Once you start pondering, all you feel is resentment. Tears began to fall one after another in his heart. Huichuan sniffed and picked up his phone to call Jianli. Jianli originally didn't care, assuming he was just bluffing. But due to the phone's poor sound insulation, Jianli's voice really came through. He immediately snatched the phone and hung up directly, then glared at Huichuan. What's with you? Just because I invited you to eat snail rice noodles, you're going to report me? Jianyu irritably threw the phone back to Huichuan, fine, I admit defeat. Tell me, what do you want to eat? Iron griddle beef stir-fried rice. Huichuan's eyes lit up. Jianyu frowned, that costs 20 yuan per serving. Hey, Huichuan sighed, I know it's expensive, but once my allowance returns, I'll pay you back double, okay? Jianyu hesitated for a moment, then let's have a written promise. Huichuan. Not that. I was just casually mentioning it, but you're really planning on asking me for it? Jianyu took out paper and pen and handed it over, write down everything detailed, including all the times you freeloaded, calculate them all in. Huichuan was amused by anger and tightly grabbed the pen, you can rest assured. I won't owe you even a penny. Jianyu smirked and folded his arms as he looked over, best keep your word. The call was inexplicably disconnected, leaving Jianli bewilderedly staring at the screen. A nearby inquiry came, did Huichuan need you for something? Jianli nodded, he said Jianyu bullied him by taking him to eat snail rice noodles every day. Snail rice noodles taste great, Luo Wudi interjected, how could that be bullying? Jianli smiled, maybe he's not used to it. Or maybe the ones at school aren't authentic. Turning to Huishao, he asked, is your brother's allowance taken away? Now he can't even afford meals. This is a punishment, Huishao replied seriously, for always causing trouble at school. Hey, who doesn't have rebellious younger siblings? I even have a nephew who often puts his underwear into my suitcase. Yuan Feng joined in mid-conversation. Zhou Nan and Shihua Yi agreed, nodding their heads. Jianyu isn't an ordinary child, good job disciplining your younger brother. Perhaps within a year, both of them will get admitted into Tsinghua or Peking University. Wait, they both turned around at the same time, what did you say your nephew put into the suitcase? As the group walked and chatted, a sudden announcement rang out overhead. Street loungers and gossip mongers, pay attention. Our variety show falls under episodic structure, each mission has its own storyline. We're still inside the competition arena, you need to discover the second task on your own. Before dusk, you must complete 5 tasks to find the accommodation site. The host stood atop the city wall, shouting into a megaphone. Among roughly 100 participants, few seemed as relaxed as them. Climbing rocks like no one else can is impressive, but coming inside to chat about family news. There are many guests still loitering outside the city walls. Many others failed their climbing challenges, fell off, and tried again. And they don't seem to value their achievement at all, just aimlessly strolling like street loafers. Isn't that infuriating? After the announcement ended, Jianli glanced back seemingly unintentionally. His sharp gaze cut like a knife, leaving the host abruptly silenced, strangely frightened, quickly bringing the megaphone back to his mouth. Let me remind everyone again. There's still some time before dark. Guests may plan their missions themselves. After completion, accommodations are available at any time. XSWL. The power of Brother Li's glance isn't small. The host's attitude made a 180-degree turn. They shouldn't have rushed anyway. If I'm not mistaken, the Vengeance Squad entered the ancient city first. Some guests haven't even touched the gate yet. Didn't you hear their earlier conversation? Brother Li's younger brother and Brother Zhao's younger brother are in the same class. Sounds like classic rivals who secretly like each other. Can we ship them? Please give us a sign. Can't for now. They're still in high school. Let's wait until they go to the same university. Jianyu, I've seen, although the live broadcast camera isn't very clear, there's definitely a handsome guy on display here. Not to mention Brother Zhao's younger brother, such strong genes won't produce anything less than stellar results. Imagine these two standing together, they would undoubtedly make quite a stunning pair. What, are they going to balance this out? Is the Hua family planning to cover everything? Who cares if it's balanced or not, as long as it's good enough to enjoy. Jianli shifted his gaze and focused on the wooden board with the posted announcement, others also gathered around. There is currently an ongoing plague in the city. The source of the outbreak remains unclear. Please citizens, try to stay indoors as much as possible, minimize contact with others, and ensure your own safety. After Yuan Feng finished reading, he turned around and asked everyone, could it be asking us to solve the epidemic? Just then, a bailiff-dressed NPC came running from afar. Are you all the doctors my lord has invited? Please follow me quickly. My lord has been waiting for a long time already. The bailiff looked very young, his every gesture brimming with an ancient style, clearly trained since childhood and practiced theater routines frequently. No wonder this show boasted high standards, even NPCs were this meticulous. Let's go. Luo Wudy stepped forward, revealing her thighs beneath her flowing robe, looking quite refreshing. The bailiff hesitated. Doctor, did you encounter bandits along the way that left your clothes so disheveled? Luo Wudy glanced down casually. Nope, I tore them myself. It's more convenient and cooler. I see you're sweating too. Do you want me to? The bailiff hurriedly covered his chest. No thanks, please. Sister, you're too fierce for me to handle. Following the NPC, the vengeance squad arrived at the gates of the yamen. And just stepping over the threshold, they saw bodies covered with white cloths laid out in the courtyard. The bailiff handed over face veils covering the nose and mouth, to prevent contamination. Please wear these. Regardless of whether there really was a plague, proper precautions had to be taken. The vengeance squad put on the veils and walked past the corpses into the house. Suddenly, a hand shot out unexpectedly from under the cloth, directly grabbing Hui Xiao's ankle. Savi me. The bailiff widened his eyes. He's not dead. He grabbed you. You'll be infected now. You must be quarantined immediately. He yelled dramatically, and suddenly several bailiffs appeared from nowhere, pulling knives from their waists and pointing them at Hui Xiao. Please come with us immediately. The situation on site changed abruptly. And no one had time to react. Watching Hui Xiao being slowly surrounded. Just as the comments section was about to rant, Jianli suddenly squatted down and lifted the cloth. Then slapped the face filled with shock with one hand. Not dead, why are you pretending to be dead? Waiting deliberately to grab someone else? Having said that, he stood up and took Hui Xiao's hand. Now I've been infected too. Let's get quarantined together, shall we? This isn't love, is it? Then kill me, please. Chapter 131, We didn't do anything. Yuan Feng saw this scene and was about to step towards the corpse, but he was stopped by Luo Wudy grabbing his arm. What are you going to do? Am I going to get infected? Yuan Feng looked puzzled. Our vendetta squad must stay united, right? United my ass. Luo Wudy rolled her eyes. They're committing double suicide for love. Why should you interfere? Besides, if we all get quarantined together, isn't that just waiting to die? So. Yuan Feng suddenly understood, we should avoid getting infected first, and wait to rescue them both. Luo Wudy responded, you might as well announce your plan to the whole world. How did your department hire you back then? Seeing a certain leader, someone couldn't help but wipe away a tear of sorrow. Finally, someone understands how difficult it is for our department to find good talent. Hahaha, Yuan Feng is being complained about again. There's nothing wrong with what they said. The young couple committed double suicide for love, why would you follow suit? Woody's sister truly is unbeatable. Her emotional and intellectual IQ are always on point, and her commentary on team members is incisive. Can I ask quietly? Which department does Yuan Feng belong to? Is it not an entertainment company? It's all just jokes on the variety show, sister. How can you take any of it seriously? Every joke has some truth in it. If you don't believe me, think carefully about it. Lu Ski was walking towards the government office when the sound from his earphone made his expression change. What? Didn't I tell you to infect only Hui Xiao? Why was Jianli also isolated? He volunteered himself. Why couldn't you stop him? A bunch of useless people. After cursing, he angrily took off his earphones. The nearby cameraman quickly turned the lens away and continued to mute. It can't be helped, after all, he is the boss. The quarantine site was set up in the jail cell. Although inhumane, it makes sense. After all, the mentality of those who are sick can easily collapse. If they lose their reason and run out, infecting others, what will happen? To prevent risks, forced quarantine is necessary. Especially in ancient times, this practice was more common. When the constables locked the prison door, the surroundings suddenly became quiet. Jianli recalled his earlier actions and his cheeks flushed slightly. He coughed lightly, don't misunderstand me, I'm afraid you'll be lonely. Before these words were even spoken, Hui Xiao glanced over, a corner of his mouth curling as he interrupted, I've already misunderstood. What now? Jianli reacted momentarily before sighing the next second, so what if it's a misunderstanding? Anyway, I came willingly to accompany you. Why accompany me? Why not go with someone else? Hui Xiao pressed further. Jianli paused, unsure how to answer. Should I say? Because you are special? Because I want to be with you? Won't I be considered abnormal? Fuck. If abnormal, so be it. I have to give it a try at least once. Because I just like you. Jianli tried to use a calm tone, but the redness on his cheek spread to his neck. His gaze darted around, wanting to quickly shift to another topic, but Huashao wouldn't let go. What kind of liking? Brotherly, between teammates, or between lovers? Jianli hesitated. Holy crap, there are so many classifications. He swallowed hard, his Adam's apple slowly moving, and suddenly remembered something, covering the frequency camera pinned to his collar. Can this be said in the program? Huashao shrugged, I don't treat fans as outsiders. Ah. No wonder he's called Brother Xiao. I will follow you forever. Sob 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 sob. Moved. Brother Xiao didn't treat me as an outsider. When you two roll in bed later, remember to send me a video copy. Is this confession time? Why do I feel Brother Xiao has been leading all along? Being a shield for free so many times, so what if he leads a little? Right. This is what my Brother Xiao deserves. Alright, Jianli reluctantly nodded, that kind of liking. It's the kind where you have physiological reactions. You want to touch, kiss, and, beep. Can I even listen to this? Am I sure I can listen to this? Too stimulating. I really cried to death. Baby Li is truly innocent and straightforward. What does the last sound mean? Was it censored? Brotherly Baoxiao didn't treat us as outsiders, but the production team is heartless. Dog of a variety show. Give me back my sound. Lu Ski was operating the walkie-talkie, send someone to the quarantine area right away, they can't be alone together. It's already gotten this explicit. Will they start kissing next? How dare they do this in front of the camera? It's too shameless. He quickened his steps to try and stop them, but in the next second he was blocked by a few people. Lu Ski took a closer look. And realized it was the other members of the Vendetta squad. You, what are you doing? He asked nervously. Luo Wudy raised her lips into a smirk, you have the cure for the plague on you, don't you? What plague? Lu Ski shook his head, I don't know what you're talking about. Don't waste time, sis, Luo Wudy retorted, he's like his brother, won't move until he hits a wall. Yuan Feng rolled up his sleeves, ready for a fight. Director Zhou and Section Chief Shi blocked all escape routes from both sides. Lu Ski finally changed expression dramatically. I'm warning you, attacking guests violates the rules. Rules? Humph. Luo Wudy scoffed, I've never even heard what those are. Hold him down. If he resists, beat him until he gives up. Got it. Lu Ski didn't even get a chance to cry for help before he was pinned down in 3 swift moves. His face scraping against the concrete as he shouted continuously, let go of me, let me. Something was suddenly shoved into his mouth. This completely silenced him. Within just a few minutes, the Vendetta squad dispersed like a swarm. Leaving Lu Ski feeling utterly despondent as he slowly turned over to gaze blankly at the sky. Damn. On his own variety show. How cruel. He angrily pounded the ground. At this moment, the protectors finally gathered around and anxiously inquired, Mr. Lu, are you alright? Should we help you up? Mr. Lu. When the Vendetta squad entered the quarantine area, Jianli was trying to inch closer to Huashao. Yuan Feng suddenly shouted, we've got the cure. Jianli immediately pulled his head back and awkwardly laughed while turning around to explain. We haven't done anything yet. I wasn't even going to kiss him. It's just a bluff. Yuan Feng froze in place. Who asked you about that? Wait, you were planning to kiss him. Chapter 132, I'm the one to be protected. Not a prisoner being monitored. Yuan Feng stood dumbfounded in place, his brain temporarily unable to function. The cure in his hand slipped and fell. But Luo Wudy quickly grabbed it beside him and smacked Yuan Feng on the forehead, kid, go play somewhere else. This adult drama isn't for you. Yuan Feng staggered back, stepping aside. Thus. Under the rescue of their teammates, Jianli and Huashao successfully escaped from the quarantine point. By the time they returned to the Yamen, Luo Wudy threw the antidote onto the desk of the county magistrate. The young county magistrate was a bit bewildered, turning to whisper with his clerk, isn't Lu supposed to deliver the antidote? Why did he switch people? Should we accept it? The clerk blocked his mouth with a fan, we must accept it even if we don't want to. Look at their attitude, if we refuse, won't they kill us? I heard that Mr. Lu has already been. He touched his neck. The county magistrate trembled, so brutal. What's the problem? Luo Wudy shouted, have you completed the mission or not? Completed, completed. The county magistrate hurriedly picked up the cure, thank you all doctors for your help, otherwise, the citizens of this county would have suffered. He stood up, bowing deeply as a sign of respect and told the bailiffs to send over the mission rewards. By the time Lu Siki arrived, the revenge squad had already left. Looking at the empty courtyard, his eyes turned red as he grabbed the collar of the trainee to question, where are the people? They passed the test and went to the next task, the trainee stammered. Lu Siki suddenly exerted force, throwing the man to the ground, didn't I tell you that only when I bring the cure will the mission be considered complete? The county magistrate looked dejected, Mr. Lu, the camera is right there. It doesn't look good if it's too fake. Lu Siki's expression twisted, after a long pause, he cursed, waste of space. After saying that, he turned around, storming angrily out of the county office. The county magistrate stood up where he was, brushed off the dust from his costume, and muttered discontentedly. Yes, I'm a waste. But you're not much better either, damn it. If you had any skill, you wouldn't have lost the cure. As evening approached, lanterns lit up in the ancient city. The orange candlelight swayed in the evening breeze. That unique prosperity of ancient times presented itself before everyone's eyes. The revenge squad stepped into an inn, and a waiter came forward to greet them. Dear guests, are you here for a meal or lodging? For lodging, Luo Wuti handed over the silver ingots as a reward for the task, and prepare a fine feast of good wine and food. Seeing the silver ingot, the waiter's eyes immediately lit up but hesitated for a moment. Sir, we don't have many rooms left. Do you think you could share a few? Luo Wuti furrowed her brow. How many rooms are left? The waiter counted on his fingers. There are still. He showed 3 fingers, 3 rooms. That's perfect. Luo Wuti smiled mischievously. Jian Li and Huashao, Zhou Nan, Shi Hua Yi, then me. Yuan Feng quickly chimed in. Sister, what about me? Luo Wuti gave him a sidelong glance. You can sleep on the floor. Huh, no wonder Sister Wuti is so respected. Everything is perfectly arranged. Is the production team being intentional? Are they afraid our brothers Li and Xiao won't get private time together? Always feeling like there's some trick going on. Who cares about tricks, let's celebrate anyway. Good wine and food. Isn't it likely that someone will drink too much tonight again? Haha, chaos ensues under intoxication. Wait, I want to ask, will the live stream continue during sleeping hours? Is there anything they hide from us? Regarding the room assignment, no one raised any objections. The waiter led the revenge squad upstairs to the guest area. This ancient city was originally a tourist attraction, equipped with very comprehensive facilities. Upon entering, one could see ancient furniture decorations, meticulously restoring the Han Dynasty style. Guests, please rest first, someone will bring water pots upstairs later. When the food is almost ready, we'll call you downstairs. The revenge squad nodded, said okay, and each entered their respective rooms. The moment the door closed, Huashao grabbed Jian Li's wrist. Shouldn't we continue what we didn't finish earlier? Huh? Jian Li avoided eye contact. What thing? Huashao arched an eyebrow. Aren't you trying to prove yourself? Jian Li laughed awkwardly. I just said it. Did you really take it seriously? I always take things seriously. Especially concerning you. He didn't finish the sentence when suddenly someone started banging on the door wildly. Save me. The mood was shattered, and Huaxiao's face turned slightly cold. Since the door wasn't locked yet, it was easily pushed open. And a disheveled woman directly lunged into Huaxiao's arms. Master, please. Master, save me. In just half a second, Huaxiao grabbed her collar and threw her out forcefully. Talk if you must, but don't get so close. The tear-streaked woman froze for a moment, then hesitated before stepping forward again. Master, you. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly stepped in front of her. Didn't you hear what I said? Jian Li narrowed his eyes, his gaze carrying a warning. The woman shrank back slightly, then suddenly knelt down. I'm Lady Lu Tsuehua, 16 years old, the daughter of a farming family in the village. She paused, as the sound of a broadcast cut through the air. Please help Lu Tsuehua escape from the local bullies' harassment. Return her home safely by the next day to complete the task. Jian Li smirked faintly. Why tomorrow? Can't we return her now? Master, the bully is right outside the door. He won't dare come in tonight, but he'll leave tomorrow. Could I stay here for the night? Ah. Jian Li feigned enlightenment, recalling a particular plotline in his mind. In the original story, Huashao stayed alone in his room that night and received the same task. Which seemed to trend online the next day. Hiss. What was the hype all about? As he pondered, the tall figure beside him took a step forward, grabbing the woman by the neck and walking straight toward the door. What are you doing, master? Frightened like a chick, Lu Tsuehua panicked. If the mission is rejected, I'll be disqualified immediately. Master, calm down. Huashao completely ignored her protests and instead knocked on the nearby door. Luo Wuti stuck his head out. What's up? Ready to party? She's yours for the night, Huashao said indifferently, tossing the woman inside. Escort her home tomorrow, that'll be the end of the task. Feeling released, Lu Tsuehua attempted to flee but was once again seized by Luo Wuti. One night, no big deal, he grinned. Got it. As she felt herself being carried over, Lu Tsuehua found herself facing Luo Wuti who was setting up a bed on the floor. Watch her, make sure she doesn't run off. We hand her off tomorrow. Yuan Feng stood at attention immediately. Relax, Hong sister. Mission guaranteed. Lu Tsuehua stood there speechless. I'm the one who needs protection, she exclaimed. Not some prisoner being monitored. Oh no. Why did it feel like everything was slipping out of her control so effortlessly? Chapter 133, Xiao Gu, what is your ideal type? What? Lu Ski carefully listened to the noises in his earphones. She was thrown into Luo Xiaohong's room. It's not me. I can't believe how everyone can be so useless. Tell her, if she doesn't complete the task tonight, she will be sued by me. After saying this, he angrily hung up and then quickly walked towards the inn. The cameraman, who followed closely behind, cautiously asked, Mr. Liu, should we turn on the camera? Liu Ski glanced at him, what do you think? The screen has been black for a while now, won't the audience suspect something? Yeah, the cameraman hurriedly operated the camera. Seeing his clumsy movements, Liu Ski cursed, idiot. The cameraman paused for a moment, but didn't make a sound. After all, with the contract in their hands, they could insult and curse him however they wanted. He was still lucky, at least he could earn money from his craft. Those trainees trapped in variety shows, never knowing when they might finally break through, are even more pitiful. The things they do against their conscience might one day land them in trouble. The cameraman pointed the lens at Liu Ski. Suddenly he felt. This hypocritical face of his wasn't even as good as the previous Liu Yuanhang. At least that person was truly vicious, completely vicious. The waiter walked upstairs and knocked on the door, dear guests, the food is ready. You several. Before he finished his sentence, the door opened, where's the wine? Is it on the table? Of course. The finest daughter read. The waiter responded, his expression suddenly changing as he looked up, Lu Quifua, you dash. At this moment, Lu Quifua had already neatly dressed herself. Her hands raised above her head as she squatted by the window, looking like someone seeking mercy. While Yuan Feng stood impeccably beside her, like a sentinel guard. Seeing the door open, Lu Quifua turned her face, silently screaming, save me. The waiter nodded, pretending not to see, and turned to run away. My goodness, so scary. If I stay any longer, won't I suffer too? When the revenge squad sat down at the dining table, Lu Quifua also took a seat. Faced with a sumptuous dinner, she swallowed her saliva and looked at Yuan Feng, young sir, could you untie my hands? Otherwise, I won't be able to eat. Yuan Feng didn't say anything, he first looked at Luo Wudi, Hong's sister, should I untie her? Tie her legs while untying her hands. Luo Wudi took a sip of wine, Not bad at all. Just as Liu Ski walked in, he saw Lu Quifua's pitiful condition and immediately found an attack point, you're going too far. Treating NPCs like this? After participating in several popular variety shows, you think you can do whatever you want? I'll tell you, as long as Liu Ski stays in Lu Entertainment, I won't let you bully my trainees like this. He quickly walked over and helped Lu Quifua untie the ropes binding her hands and feet, then stood there waiting for retaliation. As a result, none of the revenge squad paid attention to him, they were all busy eating dinner on their own. This chicken leg is good. Jianli put it in his mouth, so fragrant. Hua Xiao placed another one in his bowl, if you like it, eat more. Come on, don't just eat without drinking, Luo Xiaohong held the wine bowl to rally everyone, fill up. Let's drink a bowl together. Director Zhou and Section Chief Shi joined in the cheering. They originally planned to finish their drinks in one gulp, but suddenly remembered something, Director Zhou pressed Section Chief Shi's hand, in moderation. You only need to drink moderately, otherwise, it's easy to become a dog. Yuan Feng came closer, his face full of doubt, what dog? Luo Wudi gave him a dirty look, kid, don't ask. Liu Ski, who was ignored, became so angry that his teeth itched, a malicious smile curling at the corner of his lips, fine, you really don't care about being exposed. Come on, cameraman, take close-ups of each of their faces. Let the viewer see what kind of character their beloved revenge squad really is. Not quite, after Lu Yuanhang left, here comes Liu Ski. No wonder they're a family, their suicidal tendencies are so similar. Why didn't he know about tying up Lu Quifua? Not dressing properly, constantly pouncing on people, good thing my brother Feng is a real straight guy. Indeed very straight, no mercy or pity shown, extremely professional skills at binding people. Honestly, I can't help but suspect, is Lu Quifua really sent by Liu Ski? Trying to stir up some scandals? She does seem like it. From the start, her target was clear, directly going straight into Hui Zhao's arms. What decent woman from a good family would dress inappropriately and just dive into someone's arms? If she's not up to something suspicious, I'll eat shit live. Who among those planning to leave the entertainment circle would fear the cameras? Liu Ski's efforts landed as punches on cotton, no one even bothered to pay him attention. After standing awkwardly in silence for half a while, Lu Quifua tugged at his sleeve, young sir, I'm fine, there's no need for you to stand up for me. Can I just have a bite of food first? You. Liu Ski choked mid-sentence. In the next second, he abruptly remembered her mission for the night and swallowed back what he had intended to say. Fine. I'm meddling unnecessarily. Do as you please. He spun around and left, and only then did Lu Quifua gleefully pick up her chopsticks. Just as she was about to take a bite to tide over her hunger, a piercing glare shot over from beside her. Instantly, she put down the chopsticks again, sis, I. Am I not allowed to eat now? Her unspoken words were cut short as Luo Xiaohong placed a wine bowl in front of her, have a drink. No, Lu Quifua quickly waved her hands in refusal, I don't hold my liquor well. So what? She's just a bully. Get drunk and beat her up. Without letting her refuse, Luo Wudi poured her a glass, if you don't confront her, she'll always think you're easy to bully. It seemed to imply something more. Lu Kuifua hesitated momentarily, and then made up her mind as if ready to do so. She picked up the wine bowl. All right. Drink. And thus, an hour passed. In a corner where Lu Ski was eating, he glanced up and saw Lu Kuifua swaying toward him. One foot stepping onto the bench, she pointed a finger at Lu Ski's face. So, you're Mr. Lu. Lu Ski furrowed his brows. What are you doing? What am I doing? Lu Kuifua suddenly went berserk, spreading her arms wide. I will ruin you. Hardworking people go insane. No one stop me. Before she could lunge forward, she was restrained by staff behind her. For me to seduce you, and yet you're still. Her words weren't finished when her mouth was covered. The disturbance was temporarily under control, and Lu Ski's tense expression relaxed. People who make drunken scenes really have no alcohol decency, they blab anything. Jianli looked over, his eyes sparkling brightly. He remembered. In the original story, Hua Xiao was falsely accused of sexual harassment this very night. From then on, his reputation became infamous in the entertainment circle. Thinking of this, a reckless smile flickered on the corners of his lips. He wrapped one hand around Hua Xiao's neck and asked towards the camera. Xiao brother, what is your ideal type? This unexpected question startled Hua Xiao for a moment, turning his head slightly with his eyebrows arching up. You. They're perfectly synchronized. Jian Li's smile widened, so you wouldn't look twice at anyone else, right? Hua Xiao nodded slowly. Yes. Chapter 134, if you don't sleep well, you'll get beaten. Got it? At this moment, outside the inn, there were constant sounds of participants being eliminated. The number of contestants who could persist until now and successfully complete the 5 tasks was few. And the elimination rate was almost 80%. All the viewers basically crowded into the live stream channel of the Vendetta Squad. With occasional dog food served, and the chat room was filled with excitement. Yo, talking about ideal human types. Isn't that just, you are irreplaceable? I just love watching these shows, both cruel to villains and full of sweet moments, wishing my favorite CP will soon reach a happy ending. Wait, did you guys notice what Lu Kuifua said when she was drunk? Seduction. What does that mean? Someone instructed her to trap someone. There's someone else involved, right? Isn't it obvious? It's Lu Siki. Seriously, hanging around with the Vendetta Squad makes you mentally strong, drunk first then beat the boss. If what she said wasn't just drunk talk but true, Lu Siki is too despicable, trying to push Xiao brother into a fire pit. The two men stood shoulder to shoulder with a defiant look, almost infuriating Lu Siki to the point where his lungs felt ready to burst. He gritted his teeth. Are you two having fun? Who are you showing off your love in front of so ostentatiously? Jianli, always smirking, took a sip of white wine and spoke slowly. Anyone who pays attention, we show it to them. When it came to bickering, Lu Siki simply wasn't adept at it. Angry, he stood up and walked upstairs. The Vendetta Squad didn't give him a second glance, completely ignoring him as they continued drinking. Lu Siki, who had never been this frustrated before, quickened his pace and stepped into the room where Lu Kuifua was locked up, coldly demanding, "What's wrong with you? Do you want to be buried alive forever?" Ah. Lu Kuifua's eyes were dazed, seemingly not understanding a word. Lu Siki raised his chin, and immediately a bucket of cold water was splashed over her. Dash. Lu Kuifua wiped her face, instantly more alert. This utterly undignified way of sobering up seemed to be something she was used to by now, merely giving an awkward laugh. "Mr. Lu, what did you say just now? If you don't want to be buried alive, you need to get me those photos tonight." Lu Siki said sternly, "I don't care how you do it, I must see results tomorrow." Lu Kuifua looked troubled. "Mr. Lu, you've seen it yourself, they're not ordinary people. I can't even get close to them, how am I supposed to get the photos?" "That's your problem." Lu Siki turned and walked out of the guest room. He couldn't spend too much time alone with Lu Kuifua. Although the entire filming site was under his control, some things shouldn't be done too conspicuously. That bunch of brainless keyboard warriors might take small issues and amplify them infinitely. And then lecture from the moral high ground. They have no idea what the truth is. What they think of as the truth is merely what capital wants them to see. Now, what Lu Siki needed to do was to manufacture the truth and make those online fools believe it. Thinking like this, he smirked and walked towards another guest room. It was about time. The Vendetta Squad prepared to call it a day and head back to their rooms to sleep. Luo Wudi walked into the room, and found Lu Kuifua already lying inside the bed. She cautiously approached, hearing faint snoring, muttering, "Already asleep? She only drank 2 cups, right?" Yuan Feng, who was crawling into the mat on the floor, turned around. "Anyway, not much." With such a weak tolerance, she dared to challenge the boss. Luo Wudi sat on the edge of the bed and took off her shoes. Could she possibly be pretending to be drunk and tricking us? For a moment, the person in the bed stiffened, though no one could see her back. "Hongjie, stop overthinking." Yuan Feng placed his head on the pillow. "Would the production team really be so blatant as to insert a mission NPC specifically designed to trap us? If she really is that kind of person, maybe later she'll release some sort of sedative, to help her accomplish her goal." The staff hiding outside listening in were startled. No way. They guessed it. He dared not act without permission, suddenly noticing another door opening on the side. What are you doing? Installing cameras. The staff quickly put the device in their pocket. Zhou Nan and Shi Huayi quickly rushed over. One lifted the staff up and threw him against the wall. Put your hands up and lay flat. One started expertly patting him down from top to bottom. What did you hide earlier? The staff member didn't dare move an inch, and then nothing. Before the words had even finished, Zhou Nan revealed an item and tossed it in Shi Huayi's direction. Sniff it. Is it a prohibited substance? The night owls who hadn't fallen asleep yet, spotting the barrage of comments, immediately started scrolling. Laughing to death. No wonder Director Zhou said the head of the personnel department has a nose like a dog. It must be so sensitive. Their technique is really professional, just like how police would deal with a suspect. What about cameras? Aren't they already installed in the hallway? He just took one down. Isn't it obvious what the production team wants? The whole filming atmosphere reeks of weirdness. What, do they think we viewers are stupid? Can't you see through this? Shi Huayi smelled it under his nose, not sure what it is, but it's definitely not something good. After saying this, he felt slightly dizzy but didn't pay much attention to it. They confiscated the item and let the staff member go. After all, at the moment, they lacked proper authority. Let alone any legal enforcement power. Zhou Nan closed the door, shedding his clothes as he walked toward the makeshift bed. I'm warning you, stay quiet tonight or don't blame me for not showing you respect. He placed the camera on the desk, ready to turn off the live stream, when he suddenly sensed something was wrong and abruptly turned around. There, he saw Shi Huayi standing still, his eyes gleaming with unusual darkness, emanating an ominous aura. This scene was all too familiar to Zhou Nan. Wasn't it the sign that the wolf was about to transform? His throat tightened suddenly as he barely managed to growl out loud, "Why you, don't come any closer. I can't let you pounce on me." Shit. Struggling to support his own weight, Zhou Nan shut off the live stream and then ripped the camera from Shi Huayi's collar. The chat room erupted in despairing moans. What happened? Why did it go black during such a critical moment? Was the last scene the head of the personnel department tackling Director Zhou? I'm completely aroused now. And it stopped. Oh my god. Can someone help me transport myself into the scene? In the darkness, sounds of a fierce scuffle could be heard. Muffled whispers carried faintly. Don't bite. It hurts. Can we change places? Can you use your damn reason? The next room over was eerily quiet, as if even the sound of a needle dropping could be heard. Lu Quiflower stealthily flipped over, preparing to climb up and flee. When a cold and menacing voice suddenly came to her ear. If you don't sleep well, you'll get beaten. The room next door is an example. Got it? Chapter 135, Is it contagious when going to the bathroom? The next morning. The entire ancient city was bathed in dawn light. Lu Ski did not receive the expected photos that could prove Ho Zhao's guilt. The "see you at 8 a.m. statement he released at midnight by his marketing team naturally yielded no results. On the contrary, the entry about program staff being caught using prohibited substances climbed onto the trending list. This was followed by various criticizing tags. Hashtag never seen a reality show so obviously rigged hashtag. Hashtag can capital do whatever it wants, hashtag. Hashtag practitioners under Lu's Entertainment are terrible, they're treated like slaves hashtag. Hashtag do practitioners controlled by contracts have any human rights hashtag. These negative news items not only took up half of Weibo, but the eliminated guests also came out one after another to post updates. Zhou Xiaxiov, I've never seen such a chaotic show. From the start of filming until my elimination, I was completely dazed. I personally saw how some big shots can get their way without hindrance while we hard-working contestants just get eliminated. Hamlet, this reality show experience was extremely unpleasant. I didn't expect the trainees to suffer this much. Not only are they used as free labor, but they also get cursed at for being idiots randomly. The camera probably didn't record it, but my phone has recordings. I don't plan to make them public for now. Chen Yifan, sorry to all our fans, special operations team is totally wiped out. But fortunately, the Vendetta squad is still fighting. I hope they achieve good results. Like everyone else, I'm very disappointed with Super Competition and do not plan on having any more collaborations with Lu's Entertainment in the future. Entertainment big bombshell, never thought I'd see a variety show be criticized so thoroughly, it's definitely Lu's Entertainment. I feel things are about to change soon. By the way, some capitalists really shouldn't be so greedy. Cheating so openly, do they think people can't see through it? Lu Ski flipped through online comments, his face getting worse. Until finally, he lost control and threw the phone. What does this mean? Publicly challenging Lu's Entertainment? Who gave you the guts? He suddenly walked over, bent down to pick up the phone, and dialed directly. Take down the negative public opinion, and find reasons to blacklist those who posted updates. Funds? Do you lack funds? Didn't Ju Yuan Bao provide it? Don't waste my time, or I'll ruin everything. Lu Tsuegua, with dark circles under her eyes, was sent home by the vendetta squad. Her old father, full of gratitude, sobbed, "Wakang, thank you so much. If it weren't for you, my daughter Tsuehua." Lo Wudi patted his shoulder, "Stop crying, watch your child carefully and make sure she behaves properly." "Ah. What?" Her father looked up in surprise. Just as he felt the conversation shift, the vendetta squad turned and left. Jianli rubbed his stomach. "Let's grab a bowl of wonton soup for breakfast." "Sure, I'm kind of craving it." Yuan Feng raised his hand in agreement. He stretched his neck. "I slept poorly last night, the floor was too hard." "Director Zhou," Yuan Feng leaned closer again, "why are you wearing so many layers? Your collar is wrapped so tightly. Were you bitten by mosquitoes last night?" Zhou Nan first glared at Shi Huai before forcing a smile and said, "Yeah, a pretty big mosquito." Shi Huai's face instantly turned red. Just as he wanted to say something, he suddenly felt a vibration somewhere. He immediately became alert. "I need to use the restroom." Zhou Nan glanced at him. "Didn't you already go this morning?" Before he finished, his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly turned toward another direction. "Gotta pee, you guys go to the wonton stall first, I'll catch up." "Oh no," Yuan Feng clutched his belly, "I ate something bad last night, let me take care of it." After saying that, he ran off. Jianli and He Xiao both looked at Lo Wudi. "You not going?" "Ah." Lo Wudi paused, then realized and replied, "Yes, I'm leaving." So, the undercover group of 4 scattered in different directions. The chat room went wild with laughter. "What's going on? Is it contagious to go to the bathroom? It can't be an urgent mission they received, right?" The only thing that fluctuated unusually today was the sudden influx of trolls into Weibo controlling comments beneath certain entries. Could it be that these trolls got into trouble? Hard to say. The recent money laundering scandal through apps hasn't died down yet. According to inside rumors, the entertainment industry is hit hardest. There might be some powerful figures involved. Are you talking about Lu's entertainment? When Lu Yuanhang was arrested, wasn't he claiming to be clean? It turns out that the image of loving his younger brother while establishing a human blood bank collapsed. Without any identity burden, Li Xiao and his partner walked shoulder by shoulder toward the wonton stall. "Boss, 2 bowls please," Jianli waved his hand. "Coming right up." The boss responded immediately. The two sat facing each other, and before long, the boss served the wontons. Jianli glanced down and instantly a satisfied smile appeared on the corner of his lips. Typical southern small wontons, with thin skins wrapping tender pink meat fillings, sprinkled with green scallions on top, and floating with a few drops of transparent sesame oil. He reached out to grab something, but then Hu Xiao handed it over from across the table, looking for pepper powder. Jianli's eyes lit up. "How did you know?" "I also like to add pepper powder when eating wontons." Hu Xiao smiled slightly. "Is 1 bowl enough for you? Want another one?" Jianli pressed his lips. "Let's see how this tastes first." He added quite a bit of pepper powder and scooped up a small wonton to put in his mouth. But his lips got burned. "SSS. Be careful," Hu Xiao pushed his own bowl over. "Eat this one first. I'll cool your bowl for you." While speaking, he took Jianli's bowl of wontons to the front and kept stirring with a soup spoon. The boss who was making the wontons looked over, envying. "Young sir, your husband is really good. So considerate." Jianli suddenly choked while drinking the soup. Cough cough, "What husband?" "Ha ha ha, the boss is spot on with that comment. My goodness, so pampered. When will I have such a perfect husband? I'm salivating just looking at it. I want a bowl of small wontons too. So glad I woke up early. This portion of lovey-dovey food is mine for sure." Other members of the vendetta squad haven't finished using the restroom yet. They won't get to eat this dose of food. Hiding in the bathroom and removing the camera, Yuan Feng finally dared to take out his communicator. "Boss? Are we finally receiving the mission? What, the mastermind behind everything is about to be exposed? Will I become a full-time agent after catching him?" Yuan Feng suddenly became spirited and stood straight to salute. Mission guaranteed to be accomplished. Similar voices were heard echoing all around. Chapter 136, Everyone Meets a B Ending. How so? The undercover quartet arrived at the stall in perfect unison. They all sat down casually, each ordering a bowl of freshly made wontons. Jianli was sipping his soup when he lifted his eyes and noticed that all 4 of them had similar smiles on their faces. Laughing so happily, is something good happening? Yuan Feng wiped his face. Me? Smiling? Am I? It must be because they were about to officially join the team soon, they felt particularly joyful. Woo! Without official status anymore, he would have to change careers. Zhou Nan, Shi Hua, and Yi all said in unison, "No good news, my smile is just a mask. Will we be reassigned after completing this mission?" Ing. Having been undercover for too many years, I almost forgot who I am. Luo Wudi asked the boss, "Do you have any rice wine? Bring me a bottle." Not drinking in the morning means wasting life. How could they not be smiling when they'll soon return to the sect? Ha ha ha. Drinking anywhere isn't as satisfying as drinking on the mountain of the sect. Their subtle expressions were all captured by Jianli. And he couldn't help but curl his lips slightly, it seemed the mission might succeed. But then, Jianli's expression changed suddenly. Wait. When he first read the original novel, unable to bear the painful process, he directly flipped to the grand finale. The two male protagonists ended up together and successfully imprisoned Lu Yuanhang. While the 4 long-term undercover agents were briefly mentioned in passing as having disappeared while saving lives during their final mission. It was originally a bloody early painful romance with forced happy ending, attracting countless readers' complaints. Most people's focus was entirely on the 2 male protagonists, while those hidden characters silently contributing towards justice were deliberately overlooked. If this round of the show was indeed their last mission, then wouldn't the undercover quartet? Jianli squinted his eyes, glancing toward the Chiosa team members. All still looked full of righteousness. Even eating a simple dumpling exuded purity of heart and morality. Full of a sense of justice and mission. Absolutely, 100%. Would sacrifice themselves for the sake of saving others. What are you thinking? A clear voice echoed in his ear, do you want another tea egg? Jianli turned around, seeing Hu Zhao's handsome face up close. He hesitated for a moment and blurted out, I'm thinking about how to turn everyone's be ending around. Everyone's be ending? Hu Zhao raised an eyebrow, what kind of be ending? Everyone dies. Jianli's half-smile faltered, more or less. The author really was incredible. Except for Lu Siki, protected by his main character aura and surviving till the end. Others were either dead or on the verge of death. Don't worry, it won't be a B ending, Hu Zhao handed him the peeled tea egg. Jianli froze for a moment, hesitating before asking, why not? Because, Hu Zhao paused slightly, placing the white of the egg near Jianli's lips, you're here. Open your mouth. Jianli complied like hypnotized, opening his mouth to bite into the salty fragrant tea egg. Because you're here. Oh, what is this absolutely beautiful love confession? What's going on? Will this variety show end in a B-tragedy? No. I do not allow an all-B ending. Not even in a show. Keep it sweet, sweet to the core. Isn't, feeling there's more meaning behind Brother Li's words. Why did he look at the Chiosa team members with faint sorrow in his eyes? Upper floor, same feeling. It seems Brother Li has a godlike perspective, already knowing the fate of everyone. Heaven. Could it be that he traveled back in time to save everyone? Oh my. Touched. Feeling Brother Li has already saved me. After finishing their wontons, the Chiosa team completed a few more tasks. In fact, they were quite simple, akin to modern triathlons. Testing endurance and explosive strength, trained individuals easily took it all on. Soon it was evening. The live comments followed all day, finally noticing something odd. SSS, no drama from the show today. Feels a bit weird. True, Lu Siki hasn't even shown his face, who knows where he's plotting evil. Is this the last day of filming? Will something big happen tonight? Actually, I'm a little worried. With most guests eliminated, only the Chiosa team remains, SSS, feeling a trace of conspiracy. The fiery clouds on the horizon were like a blaze in the sky, dyeing the bustling ancient city red. Jianli paused, looked up for a moment, and slightly pressed her lips together. A familiar voice sounded in her ear. Why do you seem so preoccupied? Are you worried about something that's going to happen? Jianli smiled faintly. It's nothing. No matter what happens, there's no need to worry. Because, this life. I am here. Fire. The Eastern wine shop is on fire. Everyone, come quickly to put out the fire. Suddenly, a fierce gong was struck, accompanied by frantic shouting. The crowd in the ancient city began to become agitated. The Chiosa team turned around, looking at the direction of the fire, their faces somewhat stunned. Is this part of the task? Isn't it too realistic? Are they not afraid of accidentally setting other places on fire? The broadcast then came on. The final task, rescue the civilians trapped in the wine shop. Failure will result in disqualification. Shit. Luo Wudi couldn't help but swear, taking lives as a joke. Where's Lu Siki? I'll drag him into the fire. Before she finished speaking, she ran toward the fire. The others did the same without hesitation. Lu Siki, standing in a corner watching this scene unfold, smirked cruelly, his phone call still ongoing. So what if you found out I'm the hidden mastermind behind this? You first ask whether these undercover agents can survive the show. Yes, tonight I'll leave, taking Jianli with me. Rest assured, once I'm on the plane, the funds will be ready. You want to play the good guy so much. How about a memorial flag after you die? After all, once tonight passes, I won't even be in the country, no incense or sacrifices will reach you. After finishing the call, he stuffed his phone back in his pocket, his gaze turning increasingly sinister as he watched the group run toward the flames. By the time they reached the wine shop, the fire had already broken out. The NPCs didn't know they were supposed to be sacrifices, calling out for help at the window openings. Luo Wudi noticed that a cameraman was still filming nearby and directly started scolding, "Are you insane? Go call the firefighters immediately." This is, the program effect, the cameraman stuttered nervously. Effect my ass, whose show actually sets real fires. Annoyed, Luo Wudy stopped arguing and prepared to rush in, but suddenly Jian Li called out to her. There's no professional equipment inside, you'll die if you go in. Luo Wudy froze for a moment, then pulled the corner of her mouth upward bitterly, even if I die, I have to go in. Today, your lady will be Saint Mother. Without waiting another second, she dashed in. The undercover agents followed right behind. Jian Li and Huashao exchanged a glance, and the next second, both simultaneously turned. Diving straight into the flames with speed matching a 100-meter sprint. Someone tell me this is just an exercise. They're not in danger. Bullshit. I'm reporting them. This variety show violated regulations by lighting a real fire. Why does it feel like they won't come back? Is it still in time to call the fire department now? Chapter 137 Who the hell told you Jian Li was alone? The moment they rushed into the blazing fire, the Vendetta squad felt something was off. Although the burning black smoke contained toxic gases, what was currently spreading on-site wasn't just one harmful substance. Someone had intentionally released other things. Jian Li's heart raised a loud alarm. No wonder the formidable undercover quartet had died trying to save the trapped civilians. The trap had been set long ago. Jian Li quickly tore his clothes and soaked them with water from the bucket he had brought in earlier. Breathe less, there's poison in the air. While executing tasks overseas, he wasn't unfamiliar with fires. On the contrary, Jian Li had entered countless fiery scenes, whether for self-rescue or rescuing others, all related operations were very familiar to him. After soaking the fabric, he prepared to tie it around Huaxiao's face but was suddenly flipped over by him. Stop struggling, it's a waste of time. The more you breathe in, the more toxins enter. Jian Li immediately stopped, then tore another piece of cloth, soaked it swiftly, and as soon as he tied it around his own face, he turned and covered Huaxiao's mouth and nose. Once we've saved everyone, leave immediately. Jian Li said gravely to the members of the Vendetta squad. Their determined gazes converged, each nodded in agreement, dispersing their actions without wasting even a second. At this point, NPCs, who were severely coughing due to choking, finally noticed something wrong, shouting out desperately toward the windows. Help! Help me! I'm going to die of suffocation. The cameraman visibly panicked, hurry up and save people. He forgot about the live broadcast completely and picked up a nearby bucket of water. Rushing toward the inn, but the huge flames blocked his way, leaving him frustrated outside. Where is Mr. Liu? The cameraman suddenly remembered something and turned back shouting, quickly find Mr. Liu. What if there's really a death? Look! Ms. Invincible is carrying people out. And Yuan Feng too. Zhou Nan and Shi Hua Yi are also coming out. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help save people. NPCs began chattering away, picking up buckets of water and drenching those coming out. Putting out little sparks while lowering temperatures. Jian Li and Huashao had also rescued 2 individuals. And turned around to rush inside again. People behind shouted, don't go back in, it's too dangerous. Wait for the fire truck, I've already called them. There were still people on the top floor, so the Vendetta squad could not abandon them. If they didn't rescue them soon enough, it might be too late. In the original story, over 20 people perished in this fire. It was later classified as an accident, and Lu Siki bore no responsibility whatsoever. Since when the investigation came to him, legally speaking, he was no longer responsible. Someone else had taken the fall for him. At this moment, Lu Siki, sitting calmly in a helicopter awaiting developments, slowly lowered his arm and glanced at his wristwatch. The timing should be about right now. I suppose they must have already. A figure ran up from afar. Mr. Liu, the fire trucks have arrived at the passage entrance. Lu Siki turned his head in surprise. How can that be possible? The nearest fire team is 2 hours away from here. How much time has passed? Unless someone called ahead of time. Not sure, puffed the man running towards him. Jian Li and the others have gone inside to save people, they're almost done. Lu Siki's expression suddenly darkened, jumping down directly from the helicopter. A tall and muscular foreigner promptly followed beside him. Regardless of the situation today, I'm taking Jian Li away. Knock him out once you see him. Muttering under his breath, his face carried a trace of confusion. Strange, the burning gas would render one's limbs powerless, gradually losing consciousness. How was it possible these people could still rescue others? Weren't they supposed to have fainted inside the fire? Having pushed out the last NPC, Jian Li wanted to jump through the pile of fire. But faint cries for help caught his attention, stopping him mid-step. By now, the fire trucks had arrived, using water sprays to fight the blaze. The undercover quartet's faces caked with ash, turning back toward the inferno, spotting Huashao rushing out, asked, where is Jian Li? Huashao hesitated, isn't he out? He clearly went ahead of me. Expressions changed simultaneously among the 5, turning instantly and rushing back inside. Firefighters behind shouted. Don't go back in. The fire is too fierce now. There's always a risk of collapse. None of the Vendetta Squad members listened, they even knocked down the firefighter who tried to stop them, leaping straight into the flames without hesitation and were immediately engulfed by the fire. Shit. Now I finally understand what Brotherly meant by B. This damn thing is going to make me cry my eyes out. Pray that nothing happens to the Vendetta Squad. I can't take any more shocks. So envious of their bond. Ugh, it's so tragic, there's no way to describe it. I hate myself for being useless, only able to sit in front of the screen crying. Sister Invincible, you guys aren't overly altruistic, you're heroes. By the time Jianli located the source of the sound and opened the cabinet, he found that what was actually yelling for help was a speaker. Constantly looping to mimic a trapped scenario, help. Help. Jianli smirked bitterly. So, this was the other fatal move that killed the undercover 4 inside the fire. Tisk, TSK, Lu Siki, your disgusting level really impresses me. How does it feel? Disappointed? Lu Siki's voice suddenly cut in. Jianli turned his head, you dare to show up. I've come to find you. Come with me, Lu Siki extended his hand, once we get through tonight, all my assets will be transferred overseas. Jianli narrowed his eyes, transferred? Did you commit a crime? Why else would you need to transfer? He suddenly lifted a finger, don't interrupt me, let me guess. In fact, the real controlling shareholder behind Zhu Yuanbao is you? You've developed more than 20 apps besides this loan app. The one laundering money overseas and controlling trainees through extravagant contracts, that's you too. All the dirty work that Lu Yuanheng took the blame for, the mastermind is you. Lu Siki smiled, and if so? Primitive accumulation is inherently sinful. Do you think I could surpass families like the Hua clan without doing something wrong? Now that you know everything, are you coming with me or not? Think carefully, Jianli. I can offer you far more than Hua Xiao ever could. Jianli curled his lips slightly, do you really believe, without the main character's glow, you can escape legal punishment? What main character? Lu Siki, wearing a gas mask, furrowed his brows. He glanced at the fire, no time for chit-chat. Let's talk on the plane. A few seconds later, a bulky henchman broke in, moving closer toward Jianli. Lu Siki stood beside him, tilting his head slightly. I suggest you give up resisting. No matter how powerful, you can't handle the underground boxers I hired. Jianli snorted derisively, we'll see about that. Before he finished speaking, the sharp sound of a whip cracked through the air. Who the hell told you Jianli is alone? Luo Wudi shook her head mockingly, her look of disdain sweeping across, do you seriously think our team has all perished? Yuan Feng burst into laughter, I haven't been officially accepted yet. We'll die only after you die first. Zhou Nan and Shi Hua Yi chimed in, we haven't changed positions either. Hua Xiao added, I haven't made my official announcement yet. Chapter 138, then, wish me, a smooth marriage, grand finale 1. What's going on? Didn't the Liga camera get turned off earlier? Why is it back on now? WTF. The one screaming for help is actually a looped playback machine. Who's such an asshole to do this? Is someone trying to lure the vigilante squad back there? Quick. It's Lu Ski, I could recognize him even with the gas mask on. He's definitely the mastermind behind all this. What's the difference between this and intentional murder? Wait, what the hell? Wasn't Lu Yuanheng actually taking the fall for Lu Ski? He owns all those microlenders shares. And he was also responsible for laundering money overseas. And all those trainees under contract control. All these crimes would have been enough for execution. So tonight's escape attempt means everything's already been exposed. No wonder he wanted the vigilante squad dead so badly. Coming specifically for Brotherly. Huh, at this point, does that make him any different from someone love-struck? And look, he even brought bodyguards. Do they intend to use force? Brotherly, hold on. What a despicable bastard, I could literally rip through time and kill him. Oh wait, here comes the vigilante squad. They've come to save Brotherly. Sister Wu Bai looks so cool. I'm waving my flag vigorously for you. And junior brother Yuan Feng, Director Zhou, Section Chief Shi. They're real, right now, I could cry just thinking about how moved I am. Ha ha ha, Xiao Gu, you never disappoint, even during moments like these, still thinking about announcements. Exactly, keep things sweet till death. Suddenly, heavy rain poured down from the sky, more powerful than any water spray gun, gradually dousing the towering flames. By the time the firefighters arrived at the last room, the vigilante squad had just straightened up. And burly men were rolling on the ground, groaning in pain. Even Lu Ski had his gas mask removed, revealing his bruised face. Still disbelieving, he shouted loudly, this isn't scientific. Totally not scientific. Even if you cover your mouths and noses, it's impossible to completely isolate yourselves. You should have passed out by now, how are you still strong enough to fight? Jianli slowly walked over, squatted halfway in front of Lu Ski, and gently patted his face, your gas mask has been off for so long. Do you feel dizzy? Lu Ski paused briefly, so. The poison gas you released has already been neutralized. Was it you? How could you know beforehand? Jianli smirked, suddenly lowering his voice to whisper only the two could hear, do you think I'm still the same Jianli? Such evident changes, could it be the same person? Lu Ski widened his eyes, then, who are you? Jianli snickered lightly, I'm, heaven sent to deal with you. Before Lu Ski could react, several uniformed policemen rushed in and subdued him. What do you think you're doing? I am Lu Ski, the president of Lu Group, you have no right to treat me like this. I demand to see my lawyer. Jianli, come back. You must explain clearly. Who exactly are you? Jianli. The hysterical cries faded further and further away, until disappearing into the end of the corridor. At this moment, Jianli had already stood up, turning toward Huashao. The two stood face to face. Drenched, whether from the rain or the sprinkler system, neither looked disheveled but instead exuded a similar elegance and composure. Their handsome features held expressions both could understand. Jianli slightly tilted her chin upward, looking as though she were carrying a machine gun, dignified and proud. What did you want to announce just now? Huashao raised a corner of his lips, his gaze filled with joy. Jianli repositioned the lens clipped on her waist back to her collar, directing it towards Huashao's face. Announce it now, I'm listening. Huashao pursed his lips, his dark fiery gaze burning intensely. His voice was slightly hoarse, words spoken slowly. Jianli, will you agree to be with me? I like. Before he could finish, Jianli directly hugged Huashao's neck and kissed him, their murmured sounds overlapping with confusion. Finally, crazy. Honest confession, I've cried buckets. The couple I shipped not only came true, they've also become heroes in my heart. No B. It's he. Vigilante squad, you guys are my gods. Kiss harder. Kiss until death. Tonight, nobody leaves, right here in this ruins. Oh my gosh, suddenly feeling so romantic. Yuan Feng, who was busy cleaning up the aftermath, turned back and froze at the sight. Holy crap, this actually works. Luo Wudi patted his forehead, since you saw it, don't waste the moment, learn from it. Yuan Feng, even if I learn it, who's going to be with me? The fire was finally extinguished completely, and Lu Ski's control trainees along with the film crew were all taken to the police station for questioning. With no host left to announce their success, the vigilante squad sat quietly on the steps. After the noise settled, an unusual silence enveloped the surroundings. Dotted stars in the night sky revealed tiny specks of light, piercing through the dark curtain. Someone laughed first. Instantly, the vigilante squad collapsed into a heap. Tears streaming down their eyes from laughter. Yuan Feng, Sis Hong, can I ask how you found out my true identity? Luo Wudi, is it really that hard? Who pulls out their phone and always stares behind them like that? It's obvious you just graduated, lacking experience, you're nothing like those two old hands. Shuhui, Sis Hong, are you not too obvious yourself? So strong in martial arts, fond of drinking, every move resembling a kung fu master, it's clear you're a specially hired personnel. Zhou Nan agreed, exactly. Hahaha, looking back on these reality shows, they've been truly hilarious. If someone described everything from God's perspective, it would surely be super fascinating. Suddenly, all four fell silent, turning their heads toward Jianli and Huashao. When did you two figure it out? Do you two have no hidden identities at all? Huashao raised his hand, I do have some, I come from a family serving the country, does that count as an identity? Then he turned to Jianli, what about you? From another dimension? Jianli smirked slightly, that's right, how fantastical. So, are you still daring enough to date me? Luo Wudi shrugged indifferently, fantasy or not, who doesn't have a secret identity these days? If only there was some wine, we could share a bowl honestly since we're parting ways tomorrow. Her voice suddenly took on a tinge of sadness, then she turned to Jianli and asked, one more question. Did you work as a mercenary before? You're simply too professional most of the time. Jianli pursed her lips lightly, in my past life. Maybe. Luo Wudi nodded thoughtfully, just as Yuan Feng, who had wandered off at some point, shouted loudly. There's still some daughter red wine in the tavern's basement. Want some? Luo Wudi's eyes lit up immediately, hell yeah, we should drink to celebrate. Mission accomplished successfully. Yuan Feng grinned, here's to my official acceptance. Zhou Nan and Shuhui, and our transfer. Huashao, then here's to my smooth marriage. Jianli exclaimed, you damn, thinking so far ahead already. Chapter 139, Too Fast. Practically no romance. After the heavy rain, the ancient city was filled with the smell of burning mixed with dampness. Each member of the assassination squad held a jar of wine, chatting and drinking. Having carried out so many missions, they were like comrades in arms, their bond deep without any barriers. Whenever anyone called from anywhere in the world, they would rush over without hesitation. Suddenly, the undercover four's phones rang simultaneously. They took them out with perfect unison to check, then set down the wine jars in their hands. Jianli lifted his eyelids lazily, do we need to go back and report? May all your wishes come true, and you'll also get first-class merit. Yuan Feng waved his hand quickly, no, that honor is only for martyrs. Jianli smirked, you were almost dead too. The four of them paused at hearing this. That's right. If it weren't for Jianli preparing ahead of time and moving the dangerous items out from the tavern beforehand, they would have been almost certainly dead. But even if they had another chance to choose, they would probably still go, knowing they might die. Luo Wudy raised her fists and bowed to Jianli, thank you for saving our lives. We will repay you someday. When she straightened up, she proudly added, by the way, my name isn't Luo Xiaohong. It's Luo Wudy. If there's anything, come find me at the sect. After saying this, Luo Wudy paused as if about to leave. Then suddenly stopped her steps, don't forget to send me an invitation for the wedding, or I'll kill both of you. Jian Li's ears turned slightly red, it's still early. Hua Xiao smiled, don't worry about it. The undercover four walked towards the outside of the ancient city. Suddenly, a familiar figure ran in, stopping Yuan Feng mid-step. He squinted to see who it was, but the next second he was embraced unexpectedly. With such force that Yuan Feng almost couldn't catch his breath. A familiar scent entered his nose, and he tentatively asked, Pei Ji. How did you come here? Pei Ji's voice was low and hoarse, when you entered the fire, did you think about me? Yuan Feng choked. How could he not? Especially when he almost got hit by the roof beam. He even wanted to take out his phone and leave some words for her. Pei Ji didn't get a response and continued on her own, I am afraid of losing you. My dad is gone, and I can't lose you either. Suddenly, she stepped back and looked deeply into Yuan Feng's eyes, I don't want to wait anymore. Your official promotion is far off. Yuan Feng, who exactly are you criticizing? This time definitely. Feeling his lips being sealed. His mind went completely blank. Holy sh*t. What's Pei Ji doing? The team's car is still waiting for me. My colleagues and immediate superior are sitting inside. This time, I'm doomed. Social death. Despite roaring internally, there was no sign of struggling. After Pei Ji got what she wanted, she looked at him narrowly, isn't it because you also like me, which is why you didn't resist? Yuan Feng gazed at the man who was already half a head taller than him, stammering suddenly, I just forgot to resist. The leader in the car covered his forehead. This guy really has strong dull sense. An enterprise is always one night away from bankruptcy. By the time Lu Ski sat in the interrogation room, he realized he had been monitored long before. The whole company building, from directors to janitors, was basically all undercover agents. Originally, when Lu Yuanhang was arrested, he had the chance to completely sever ties with the illegal black industry. But for the sake of earlier bringing down Hua Xiao and seizing Jianli, he made mistake after mistake. Which led to exposure and allowed the undercover agents monitoring him to collect evidence. Faced with the questioning, Lu Ski sighed, I lost, ask whatever you want. The man in uniform who just walked in sat down directly, Mr. Lu, this is correct, confession leads to leniency, resistance to severity. A familiar voice echoed, Lu Ski shot his head up, it's you. Secretary Chen. Even you. To arrest all of you lawbreakers, there are so many of us undercovers lying low like me, Minister Chen smirked, and I've reminded you, but you were too arrogant, too stubborn in your ways. At this very moment, please remember, opposing the law, or even committing crimes, absolutely has no good outcome. Even if you flee overseas, we still have the capability to apprehend you. Lu Ski's once proud spine suddenly drooped considerably. The evidence had already been collected almost entirely, and Lu Ski himself had confessed on live streaming about the crimes, effectively hammering the final nail into the coffin for his alleged offenses. Jianli was still asleep when he heard his phone vibrating non-stop. Stretching out his arm, he slid to answer the call and placed the receiver to his ear, what's up? This early? Li Lin's excited voice came through, Brother Li. The government is awarding you with the Best Righteous Citizen Award for courage. Too awesome. It's specially established just for this. I'm so proud of you. Tomorrow morning is the award ceremony, don't forget. Jianli still squinted his eyes, his voice sounding particularly hoarse, I might not be able to go. You can help me. He felt a mischievous hand grazing against his waist, sending shivers down his hypersensitive skin. He couldn't help but groan faintly, This immediately raised suspicion from the other end, Brother Li, what are you doing right now? Not something bad, are you? Let me talk to you later, Jian Li's voice sounded impatient as he hung up directly. Then he grabbed Hua Xiao's wrist and looked over with caution, what do you want to do? Hua Xiao cast an affectionate gaze at Jian Li's face, then uncontrollably leaned in to kiss his collarbone. Baby, you know. Jian Li turned bright red instantly. You're crazy. How many times has it been today? Hua Xiao pouted pitifully, looking up at him with longing eyes, do we need more rest? It's been 2 hours already. Jian Li. Are you a donkey in the work team? We've barely returned to the apartment after finishing Super Games. And I've been locked up here by you for nearly a week. My F*******. He angrily cursed aloud. Hua Xiao sighed, how about this, you stay still, will you? Should I move instead? Jian Li. Isn't that the same damn thing? Hold on, don't move. His expression suddenly changed. Hua Xiao's voice became raspy. Is it fine here? I get it. You don't, damn it. In a daze, Jianli faintly heard someone murmuring softly by his ear, shall we get married tomorrow? I really fear that you'll run away. Jianli's voice restrained, where could I possibly run to? Ah, stop moving, alright, let's do it tomorrow. Though things progressed too fast, and the romance process was almost non-existent. After making a commitment, isn't it always like this? Besides, being tied down actually feels quite good. There's also one light lit among thousands for us now. He consoled himself inwardly while his lips involuntarily curled upwards. Baby, I love you. The seductive voice kept repeating into his ears. Like brainwashing, yet somehow cultish. Jianli was foggy and dizzy but responded back, I love you too. It would be better if you could cut down a few times. A low chuckle reached his ears, no baby, not possible. I can't hold myself back anymore. Chapter 140, Extra 1. As Jianli boarded the plane, his expression remained bewildered. What? Their relationship had only been officially established for less than half a month. And now they were flying abroad to get married. It was more stimulating than attending an escape reality show. Just as the flight attendant was about to walk by, Jianli stopped her. Bring me 2 bottles of ergoto. The flight attendant paused in surprise, then gently explained, Sir, we don't provide. Then what kind of alcohol do you have that strong? Jianli interrupted her, hurry up and bring me 2 cups. Alright, please wait a moment. The flight attendant stood up and left. A meaningful glance from beside came over, are you scared? Or regretful? Laughing my head off, I've never been afraid, Jianli avoided looking at those possessive eyes, trying to joke around with loud bravado. Then, Hua Xiao raised his eyebrows, are you regretful? Jianli waved his hand dismissively, what's there to regret? There are plenty of impromptu marriages, why not one more including mine? It's just. A little nervous is all. That's good. Hua Xiao ignored that just and his lips curled into a satisfied smile. His gaze fell on the window outside the airplane, drifting off. He had never mentioned to anyone. Before meeting Jianli, he had dreams over and over again. In the dreams, it was a foreign country embroiled in war. He saw everything from a god's perspective. Witnessing a Chinese mercenary exhausting himself to save civilians caught up in the war. Determined and resolute, brave and skilled, mercilessly dealing with enemies who slaughtered innocent people. At first, he assumed that such a top-level mercenary would have a fierce and authoritative face. But when he saw Jianli turn around for the first time, he was surprisingly handsome. Especially those eyes which were clear and bright, yet also carried an aura of unruliness and freedom. Gradually, Hua Xiao became attracted and joined him in combat within his dreams. He even began to lose track of night and day, eagerly wanting to fall asleep earlier. Until one day, this mercenary named Jianli was lured by his teammates into a preset minefield. Hua Xiao's heart suddenly clenched. He shouted desperately without thinking twice. But it didn't help. The mine still exploded. That once lively life shattered brutally before his eyes. Hua Xiao jolted awake from the nightmare, his breathing heavily obstructed as if someone was strangling him. After a bout of severe coughing he eventually managed to catch his breath. An indescribable anguish started to engulf him. Though it was a dream, for him it was unbearably real. Those days crossing artillery fire and bullets seemed vivid as ever. Hua Xiao fell into a prolonged period of desolation, unable to sleep during the nights, staring at sunrises with sleepless eyes, while wine bottles surrounded him everywhere. He thought he would continue like this in a daze forever. Until an unexpected change happened during a TV show test. When the program proposal of Lonely Brave Ones was sent over, Hua Xiao initially refused. He had no energy or desire to chase fame and status in the entertainment industry any longer. He originally planned to retire from show business. However, complaints from the agents around him drew his attention. Isn't that funny, Jianli is participating too, skinny as a dog, but joining a reality show where sudden death is possible. Jianli. Hua Xiao grabbed onto the keyword and looked at his agent, you mean one of the guests is called Jianli? Yes, he's like a golden canary nurtured by Lu Siki, although calling him a canary isn't quite right. The agent laughed spontaneously, who has heard of a canary always being drawn blood. Buy me a plane ticket back to China. Hua Xiao suddenly stood up from the balcony and went directly to the bathroom, I'll join that variety show. Yes. He knew there was also a small celebrity in the entertainment circle called Jianli. But they had no intersection and he never cared. After all, dreams and reality were two different things. He never thought the two Jianlis could be the same person. But now. Hua Xiao decided, he must confirm it personally. If it's that person, he would know at a glance. Holding the marriage certificate in his hands, Jianli still felt like he was in a fog, completely lacking any sense of reality. He stared at his photo on the document, muttering to himself, this counts as registering for marriage. Hua Xiao curved his lips into a soft smile, now, you won't have the chance to regret. He walked over and embraced him tightly. Feeling the warmth slowly blending with himself. A sense of unprecedented fulfillment surged through him. I will never lose you again. Again. Jianli rested his chin on Hua Xiao's shoulder, when did you lose me? In my dreams. You actually believe in dreams. Jianli raised his hand and patted Hu Xiao's back. Don't worry, except for the event of losing a spouse, we won't ever. He didn't finish speaking when Hu Xiao suddenly turned around, with an unusually serious expression, not even if you lose your spouse. You must stay alive. Jianli was momentarily stunned. Alright, I'll live. Suddenly, he noticed something amiss. Hey, why isn't it me who loses a spouse? Hu Xiao smirked. I definitely won't die. I have to be by your side. Jianli. It wasn't supposed to discuss this kind of thing right after registering for marriage, was it? Isn't it somewhat ominous? On their way back, Hu Xiao shared the certificate on Weibo and sent a picture to the Chiosa team group chat. The group immediately erupted. Lo Wudi, holy cow, so you already got the certificate? You two aren't getting married because of a baby, are you? Feng, congratulations, flowers for the wedding. When will there be a banquet? I want to attend. Zhou Nan Baidong, tell us about the banquet ahead of time. I've been transferred from my post. Old Sure Intelligence Bureau, same here, gotta book tickets in advance. Seeing the group messages, Hu Xiao's lips slowly curled up. Hu Xiao, this Saturday, and if anyone doesn't come back, we too won't let you off. Lo Wudi, yo, so you're now officially calling yourselves husband and wife. Sir, the plane is about to take off, please turn off your phone. The gentle voice of the flight attendant came through. Hu Xiao nodded, alright. He placed the phone on the tray table, then reached out to grab Jian Li's hand, gently intertwining their fingers. As he looked over, a glint of deep emotion flashed in his dark eyes. Yes, I recognized you the first moment I saw you. Reclaimed after having lost. You can't imagine how ecstatic I was. But I held back the impulse to embrace you. I couldn't explain everything from my dreams. All I could do was slowly move closer to you. And then gradually own a part of you. How fortunate. That you're willing to own me too. Hu Xiao's lips curved into a satisfied smile as he pressed a light kiss onto his handsome cheek. I love you. Jianli. Chapter 141 Extra 2. Did you hear? We're getting 2 new colleagues, and both have received first-class merit awards. My goodness, how can someone survive after receiving a first-class merit? What an honor that is. Hold on, with such outstanding abilities, they're actually coming to our out-of-the-way little place. You must be bluffing, right? I'm not bluffing at all, the personnel transfer orders have already been issued, I think their names are. Quickly take your seat, a colleague beside reminded, someone has come to conduct business. Thereupon, with a professional smile, he glanced towards the door. Hello, I've come for my assignment. Here's my letter of introduction. The staff took it over, just about to lower their head to check, when suddenly they remembered something and sharply looked up. You, aren't you Director Zhou? The Director Zhou from Survival Show. Oh, I absolutely love you. The staff enthusiastically stood up. How come you've come here to report? Zhou Nan smiled. I've retired from entertainment and passed the civil service examination. I intend to contribute to the development of the nation. The staff widened their eyes. Even within variety shows, you brought glory to our country. I'm getting old now, it's time to step aside for the younger generation. Zhou Nan placed his luggage on the ground. Let's quickly handle the employment formalities. I remember there being dormitories for employees. Are they single or double occupancy? Just a moment, there's another person coming to report. The staff quickly sat back in their position and opened the letter of introduction. Although our place is a small county, the accommodation environment is pretty good. It's a 2-bedroom, 1 living room layout, which can exactly accommodate Director Zhou and another. Before the sentence was finished, another voice came from the doorway. Is anyone here? I've come to report. The familiar tone caused Zhou Nan to abruptly freeze. Reflexively, he turned around. It's you. Still standing by the doorway without stepping in, Shuhui was also stunned. No, don't tell me, you've been assigned here as well. Zhou Nan coldly laughed. Not only have I been assigned here, but we're also going to be roommates. Immediately, throughout the small office hall, screams could be heard. Ah, it's Director Zhou and Department Head Shi. They're actually my colleagues. An adjacent person held on to the staff member. Calm down, be professional, beware of being complained about. Okay, I'll calm down. After finishing the employment registration procedures, the two walked together towards the dormitory. The small county was very peaceful, and there weren't too many fans. While walking on a small path, every so often, there were people herding cattle, driving tractors, grandmas chatting at doorsteps. Slowly passing by the two of them. About 10 minutes later, they reached the 2-story building dormitory, where the staff handed over the keys. This is it, Director Zhou and Department Head Shi, you two can rest first, and start work tomorrow. Both Zhou Nan and Shi Hui nodded simultaneously. Alright. As soon as the door closed, an awkward atmosphere filled the air. Suddenly, Shi Hui sneered. No wonder the leader said it would be a surprise for me. I didn't expect the surprise to be you. Looks like we're roommates again. Zhou Nan snorted. Do you think I want to? Don't know how many more teeth marks I'm going to have on me. Shi Hui, stop talking about that. Didn't I already improve a lot? While saying this, he walked inside casually picking a room and moving in, tidying up for not long before sticking his head out again. Celebrate tonight. For the fresh start. Roll out. From another room came Zhou Nan's muffled voice. So, by evening, Zhou Nan and Shi Huai were carrying a large amount of frozen meat and vegetables, along with 2 crates of canned beer, back to the dormitory. After half an hour of preparation, a lavish hot pot feast was laid out before them. Shi Huai raised a can of beer. Let's toast for coming here early to retire. Zhou Nan glared, you better not drink too much. Don't worry, Shi Huai gulped down an entire bottle, then with slightly hazy eyes asked, what do you think the boss meant? If we move away from important positions, can we? Zhou Nan lowered his head, picked up a piece of meat, dipped it into sauce, put it into his mouth, and responded indistinctly, don't know, can't figure out the boss's intentions. Shi Huai suddenly sighed, I'll be 31 next year, and I've never been in a relationship, thinking about it really makes me feel damn sorry for myself. He picked up a new can of beer, poured another mouthful, drank a whole bottle, and fiercely squeezed it. I've made a decision, tomorrow I'm going speed dating, and find a girl from a small town. You dare? Zhou Nan suddenly looked up. Shi Huai gazed back, why wouldn't I dare? Zhou Nan's gaze began to flicker, pressing his lips, if you fall in love, it will be discovered. When you're drunk, you're a crazy dog. That's not an issue, Shi Huai grunted, I can quit drinking. Zhou Nan irritably put down his chopsticks, why would you quit drinking, why don't you quit eating? I went through all the trouble to apply to be at the same institute as you just so I could watch you go on blind dates. Shi Huai was about to speak when he suddenly paused, narrowing his eyes as he stared intently, wait, you're saying you applied to be in the same institute as me? Zhou Nan rolled his eyes, do I need to repeat myself? Why? Shi Huai was a bit shocked. Because I like you, Zhou Nan grabbed the can and took a large gulp, isn't that obvious enough? Who would save videos like that? If it's not a pervert. He didn't continue because Shi Huai had already lunged forward. Zhou Nan sighed, is he transforming again? This time, it happened pretty fast. The two tumbled onto the bed, dazed and confused. It wasn't until midnight that they got up to eat hot pot again. Outside the window, cicadas chirped as the breeze stirred the curtains, rustling softly. Shi Huai, who felt uncomfortable every time he moved, couldn't help but curl his lips upward. Zhou Nan, whose upper body was covered with bite marks, looked over, why are you smiling? I'm smiling, Shi Huai put the meat in his mouth, to think we could live like this forever, it actually seems pretty good. Zhou Nan paused for a moment, then a slight smile also curved his lips, Forever. Chapter 142 Bonus Chapter 3. Folks, who understands? After getting a full-time position, on the first official day of work, the excitement was indescribable. Yuan Feng walked towards the office building with a work ID card hanging from his neck, trying to appear calm. As soon as he entered the elevator, there were strange looks from around. Finally, a girl couldn't help but ask, young brother Feng, have you really quit showbiz and taken an exam to get a stable job? Yuan Feng nodded, picking up his work permit from his chest, that's right, I'm officially starting today. The girl sighed, so regretful. I won't be able to see the revenge team on the screen anymore. Not regretful, Yuan Feng politely smiled, we are all working hard in our own fields, maybe we'll meet at the top one day. The girl's eyes lit up, said well. I want to see you guys at the top. Yuan Feng nodded, then turned back, feeling something off because everyone around him was smiling too ambiguously. At this moment, the elevator doors opened, and he stepped out heading directly to the personnel department. During his internship, Yuan Feng reported there, so naturally he knew the way. He knocked on the door, inside a voice called out, come in. Yuan Feng pushed the door open, the middle-aged woman inside looked up and saw it was him, she smiled, little brother Feng, you've arrived. Your employment paperwork is being processed, let a colleague take you around each department for now. From here on out, we'll be working together, get familiar with things. All right. Yuan Feng agreed readily. Turning around, he saw a male colleague standing behind, follow me. Yuan Feng nodded and immediately followed the man into quiet and confidential offices everywhere. This is the technical department, responsible for all network issues, including but not limited to hacking into websites to block fund transfers. The male colleague knocked on a door, Yuan Feng entered. Everyone, this is our new colleague, newly confirmed today, welcome him. Yuan Feng smiled, looking at each person in turn, hello everyone, my name is Yuan Feng, please give me your guidance in the future. Seeing a familiar face, he suddenly froze, Pei. How? Do you know each other? The male colleague asked curiously and explained, he is our specially hired technical consultant, although he's still an undergraduate student, his computer skills are unparalleled. The last time you blocked overseas transfers, it was him. Hello, brother Feng. Pei smirked, I'm the contact marked as 1. Yuan Feng. This entire time, the contact on the network marked as 1. Is actually you. You damn. You've been quite stealthy. In the future, let's cooperate more, Pei came over, extending his hand. Yuan Feng hesitated before shaking it, only wanting to pull back after a few seconds. But he felt a slight hook on the palm of his hand. A sense of urgency and thrill spread through his entire body instantly. Lunch break. Fire escape. In a secluded corner, low heavy breathing could be heard. Yuan Feng finally managed to control his breath, quickly pushing the person away. I came here to talk to you, not to be forcibly kissed. Office romances are strictly prohibited here, otherwise we will be transferred from our positions. Pei Ji smirked lightly, his hands still lingering around Yuan Feng's waist. I am a temporary employee, contract worker in common terms, I can leave any time. It's your leadership that has been forcefully keeping me here, or else I wouldn't agree to come work. If you don't like it, I can leave any time. Hearing this, Yuan Feng was momentarily startled. He suddenly remembered the text message his boss had sent him before. Contact one is a rare talent, must be retained at all costs. Ah, don't leave yet, Yuan Feng sighed, the technical department needs you. So about the office romance, Pei Ji raised his eyebrows. Yuan Feng sighed again, keep it more secretive. Don't have private encounters too often. Pei Ji pouted, then I won't come. He turned to leave, Yuan Feng hurriedly hugged him, don't. What if you don't come to work? Seeing you makes me unable to restrain myself. Pei Ji, having developed a deep liking for Yuan Feng, buried his head in Yuan Feng's neck. I've waited for this day for so long. Naive affection had started sprouting unknowingly. Until its branches twisted and blocked the sky. Only then did he realize what he wanted most in his life. Originally, he could have waited, but when he saw Yuan Feng diving into a fire on the screen, an overwhelming sense of fear flooded his chest, as if instantly returning to that night at the funeral parlor. The cold cloth covering his father's body brought bone-chilling coldness. You won't leave me, will you? Pei Ji murmured, nibbling on the earlobe, do you like me too? They always say that liquor and women can mislead men. Yuan Feng thought there was a lot of truth to it. With a face as charming as Pei Ji's, who wouldn't be attracted? Can I cook for you tonight? And wear the apron you like? Naked underneath? Yuan Feng's face immediately flushed red. Who likes you? I don't have such vulgar tastes. He pushed him away. It's about time, I need to get back to work. This time, Pei Ji didn't stop him. Instead, when Yuan Feng turned back just as he was opening the door. I want something milder tonight. The last meal was too spicy. Pei Ji smiled faintly, all right. I'll remember that. Chapter 143, Bonus Chapter 4. What the heck? Is this Invincible Sisters live stream? If it weren't for her skillful use of the flexible whip, I would have missed this. Hold on, what does the title say? A sect leader? Holy crap. For real. Were our guesses all correct before? Turns out Luo Xiaohong isn't named Luo Xiaohong. Luo Xiaohong is called Luo Wudi, Invincible. Oh my goodness, Sister Invincible, you truly are invincible. Is Sister Invincible recruiting apprentices here? What are the requirements? I'm so eager to go. Now it makes sense why she praised others for having unusual bone structures and being martial arts prodigies whenever she appeared on variety shows. She was inviting them to join her sect all along. Sister Invincible has been quietly contributing to the development of traditional martial arts. Don't stop me, I want to leave home immediately and become a nun. I will kneel at the feet of Luo Wudi and turn into Mei Chao Feng. To the person above, calm down. I know you admire Sister Invincible, but you don't need to become a nun to enter her sect. And you're not related to Mei Chao Feng at all. Holy crap. Quick, look. The sect's collective martial arts performance. Aw, it's so cool. Luo Wudi handed the flexible whip to her nearby disciple and then spoke to the live stream audience. Any friends interested in signing up should contact our customer service. Our program includes both full-time and dropout options, both are available. As long as you think your bone structure is extraordinary and you possess special talent. Sect leader Luo warmly welcomes you anytime. That's it for today. I'll be attending a wedding soon, see you in the next episode. The live stream closed, and Luo Wudi went back to change clothes. A disciple rushed up to remind her, sect leader, don't drink too much this time when we go down the mountain. You slept on the cliff behind the mountain yesterday. Luo Wudi glared at her, too talkative. You can't walk through life without drinking till drunk. Haven't you heard that? The disciple rolled her eyes inside. This phrase always seems to somehow relate to alcohol, doesn't it? It's not about attending the wedding, it's truly just an excuse for drinking, right? Of course, she only dared to criticize mentally. After all, sect leader Luo could truly become unstoppable when angry. It was nearly 10 o'clock in the morning, and the high-class banquet hall was already bustling with guests. The three princesses were happily greeting everyone, picking up their wine glasses and making toasts everywhere. Xiao Xiao obviously has great fortune to marry Xiao Li. Ugh, how happy we are. What? Continuing the family line. That's such an old-fashioned thought. Without happiness, continuing the family line means nothing. Thanks to Xiao Li, Xiao Xiao managed to overcome his depression. You wouldn't believe it, but during his time abroad, Xiao Xiao. Yes. Let's not talk about these things on such a joyful day. Make sure you enjoy your food and drinks. One of the princesses saw someone dart past and sharply stopped him. Which one? Where are you going? I. Which one awkwardly turned around. Am I not allowed to find my classmate? Classmate? Xiao Li's younger brother. One of the princesses immediately broke into a smile, go ahead, play well and don't fight. With that, they began discussing among themselves, younger brother you really is a great guy. It's only him who can handle which one. Recently, his grades have improved as well. I wonder if he'll manage to get into a good school. The area outside the makeup room was lively and noisy, while the atmosphere inside the makeup room was slightly tense. Faint cursing could be heard from within. Huixiao, you freaking moron, what is wrong with you? Doing things anywhere at any time. Sweetheart, just for a moment. You know, when I'm dreaming, I just dream. Give me a break. Get out of here right now. Before the sentence was even finished, there came sudden rapid knocks on the door. Open up quickly. Room inspection. Right, exactly. If you don't open up, we're going to forcibly attack. 1, 2, 3. Just before they were about to kick the door down, Jian Li suddenly appeared in front of them. Her face flushed red, her clothes disheveled. Luo Wudy smiled, oh, newlywed still lovey-dovey. Don't talk nonsense, Jian Li averted her gaze, we just finished exercising. Push-ups, 100 each. Yuan Feng and Pei Ji walked in, no wonder, my brother Li is always so disciplined wherever he goes. He handed over a red envelope, wishing you marital bliss. Zhou Nan and Shi Hua Yi also laughed, we almost had a misunderstanding and caused an explosion on the spot. Marital bliss, here's our red envelopes. Huixiao accepted them one by one, thank you very much. Do you have some good wine prepared for me, asked Luo Wudy. Jian Li smiled, of course. Tonight, no leaving until drunk. At this moment, the MC walked in from outside, both grooms, the auspicious time is approaching. Let's hurry onto the stage. Huixiao and Jian Li nodded simultaneously, all right. The wedding was extremely simple, without any complicated procedures. The two faced each other to exchange rings, then recited their vows of love, completing the ceremony. The three princesses sat below the stage sobbing uncontrollably. While Huichuan and Jianyu, as family members, had their legs entwined in a fierce wrestling match. As the MC shouted, start the banquet. Regardless of how esteemed the guests were, they all began pouring wine. Especially Luo Wudy, who stood up directly, today is a grand day for Xiao Xiao and Lily, so I'll perform something for you. Yuan Feng looked over worriedly, sister, don't drink too much. Ridiculous. Luo Wudy smirked, when it comes to drinking, I am invincible. Saying that, she drained a whole bottle, then slammed it on the table, anyone else? These three words seemed to bring everyone back to a certain romantic reality show night. Eliciting countless feelings from the Vengeance Squad. Jian Li and Huixiao walked over arm in arm, and us. Let's drink together. To our everlasting friendship. Forever. Everyone in the hall shouted along, Vengeance Squad. Awesome. Next September, the weather turned crisp and clear. At the gate of a university, a luxury car suddenly pulled over. The incoming freshmen all turned around. Huixiao looked back, get out, your sister-in-law and I are rushing to the airport. What for? Huichuan asked curiously. Huixiao smiled, for our honeymoon. Huichuan was shocked, you guys have almost been on your honeymoon for a year already. When will this end? Huixiao raised an eyebrow, do you want me to stop your living allowance? Huichuan waved his hands frantically, consider I never said anything. He hurriedly got out of the car and grabbed his luggage from the trunk. Before he could wave goodbye to his elder brother, the luxury car blasted exhaust smoke in his face. Huichuan, am I an obstacle in your romance? You can't wait to throw me off to college. He walked into the campus in utter despair, and then went to register alone. Picking up his dorm room number and heading towards the dormitory building. As soon as he entered, he spotted a familiar figure. Huichuan paused, Jianyu. Aren't you in the law department? How come we're sharing a dorm in the finance department? Jianyu straightened up while tidying the cabinet. You didn't know some dorms are mixed departments, right? Seeing the handsome and charming face, Huichuan's heart skipped a beat. The sensation like budding grass spreading quickly across his chest. This time I understand. He muttered softly. End of story.